This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
You are nothing. Just an ex-convict who has just been released from prison. You have no family, no money, no future. And even your former fiancée didn't come to welcome you, she came to break off the engagement, right in front of your face. Li Yiqing contemptuously threw the torn paper at him. Standing next to someone like you is embarrassing. Oh, right, here, 1 million yuan, for your life. No, actually, this isn't compensation, it's a handout. I don't want my ex-fiancée to end up as a homeless beggar. She laughed. It was over. But she didn't know that this beggar was no longer someone who could be erased from her life without a second thought. That her laughter would soon get caught in her throat. That when she realized her mistake, it would be too late. He was nothing. But now. Yifeng, this is the dragon ring. One word from you, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers will carry out your every command. Yifeng, this is the seal of 1,000 colors. Its influence spans the entire country, and thousands of women await your call. Yifeng, these are the 9 life needles. They can decide people's fates, grant life, or take it away. Today, I pass them on to you. Yifeng, and this is the black gold card. Spend as much as you want. 1/3 of the world's wealth is now in your hands. Kid, I had nothing better to do, so I founded a heavenly corporation for you in Lucheng. You can take it now. 5 old men. Worn-out clothes, scruffy beards. But in their eyes, there was something that made one's heart tighten. Yifeng looked at them. 3 years ago, he lost everything. He was thrown into prison. He was broken. But, to his own surprise, that was when fate brought him to these people. 5 mentors. They passed on everything they knew to him. Their power, their knowledge, their experience. And now, standing before them, he felt only one thing. Teachers. I will never forget my debt to you. Once my business is settled, I will return for you. He knelt, struck his forehead against the ground 5 times. Then he stood up, took a deep breath, and stepped through the gates. Freedom. Sunlight, a cool breeze. And then, the roar of an engine. A black BMW sped toward him at high speed. The tires screeched as it braked sharply, leaving black marks on the asphalt. The door opened. Yifeng. I never thought you'd be out so soon. A woman's voice. Gentle, but cold. She stepped out of the car. High heels, and elegant dress. The perfect image. Yiqing. Yifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. 3 years. Everything had changed. He had lost everything. But she remained the same. She must have found out he was getting out. Maybe she wanted to show her support. But, before he could speak, Li Yiqing stepped forward and shoved a folded piece of paper into his hands. Yifeng, this is our marriage contract. I came to tell you that I am breaking off the engagement. She didn't give him time to process her words. Right before his eyes, she tore the paper to shreds. The torn pieces scattered in the air, like a cruel joke. From the day you were imprisoned, we no longer exist for each other. Be smart, stay out of my life. From this day on, we have nothing in common. Yifeng froze. He understood. She didn't come to welcome him. She came to trample him. All right, he nodded. Just one word. Li Yiqing frowned. She expected anger, rage, begging. But, nothing. As if he had just heard something insignificant. She pressed her lips together and added. I hope you truly understand. Don't expect anything from me. I'm getting married soon. I don't want anyone ruining my life. She tossed an envelope toward him. There's 1 million yuan in here, just in case. No, not compensation. Just a handout. I don't want my ex-fiancée to end up as a homeless beggar. Imagine if people saw you on the street, they'd laugh at me, wouldn't they? At that moment, a cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. 3 years ago. He was the heir of the Yi family, the most respected man in Lucheng. He had Li Yiqing, the perfect fiancée. The perfect life. And then, in one night, his family was destroyed. He survived. But he ended up in prison. And now, the woman he once loved stood before him, throwing money at him like trash. No more masks. I don't need your money. His voice was cold. He took the envelope and threw it back into her car. Better save it. For your next divorce. Li Yiqing's face turned red with rage. You dare mock me? Yifeng slowly raised his gaze. Li Ching, do you remember who your family was before you met me? No one. If not for the Yi family, you would still be living in poverty. Your father would still be working on a factory floor. But what did I do? I raised your family to the second echelon. And now, when I'm at my lowest, you trample me? Why? You could have just left. Without this spectacle. Without this money. Without the humiliation. Li Yiqing's eyes flashed. You're talking nonsense. My family achieved everything on their own. You're nothing. Just an ex-con. You should be grateful I even bothered to speak to you. She turned abruptly, got into her car, and slammed the gas pedal. The BMW sped off, disappearing into the distance. Yifeng stood still. An empty street. A light breeze. He lowered his gaze and clenched the torn pieces of paper in his fingers. I won't make the same mistakes again. The paper in his hands turned to dust. Master Yi. At that moment, another car smoothly pulled up. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. His face radiated respect and politeness. Yifeng frowned. Master Yi, I am Zhao Fu, the general manager of Tianjun Group. I have come to take you home and transfer control of the company to you. If anyone had seen this, they would hardly have believed their eyes. Tianjun Group, the corporation that took over Luqing's business sector. And its top representative, Zhao Fu, was known as a major figure. But now, standing before Yifeng, he was acting with the utmost reverence. I understand. Yifeng nodded. For now, you remain in charge. Don't reveal any information about me. Also, find out who was behind the destruction of my clan. Yes, Master Yi. Zhao Fu bowed his head. Yifeng thought for a moment, then said, First, take me to the Sun family. I haven't seen my godmother in a long time. His godmother, Chen Sini, was the biological sister of his late mother. When the Yi family was destroyed, it was only thanks to her that he survived. Now that he was free, he couldn't help but visit her. Master Yi, I happen to have a pack of Heishan tea. We can bring it as a gift. Good. Yifeng nodded approvingly. He had been in such a hurry to see his godmother that he had forgotten to buy a gift. Going empty-handed would be rude. Gingyuan Residential Complex. After some time, the car came to a stop in front of a high-rise building. Gingyuan? Yifeng nodded slightly. This residential complex was considered an elite district of Luqing. It seemed that over the years, his godmother had been living quite well. But suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed something strange in the air. Then his fingers involuntarily clenched. A Yuan-Yang geomagnetic point? Once, his body had suffered severe injuries. Although he appeared healthy on the surface, deep wounds had yet to heal. But this place, this land could completely restore his body. It seems I was meant to return here. Yifeng smirked and stepped into the building. At the same time, inside a spacious apartment, an elegant middle-aged woman, dressed in a long gown, sat at her desk, engrossed in documents. She looked up and saw a man leisurely sipping tea on the couch. Unable to hold back, she irritably said, Zhonghai, are you still sitting here? Shouldn't you have gone to pick up Feng already? What's the rush? It's only 10. He's not going to run away. Sun Zhonghai took another sip of tea, speaking calmly. There was a trace of displeasure in his voice. Feng has nowhere to go now. If he gets out and no one meets him, what will he do? Chen Sini frowned anxiously. If it weren't for an urgent contract, she would have gone herself a long time ago. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go myself. Fine, let this contract fail. Let others take the money. After all, we're not struggling financially. Sun Zhonghai sarcastically retorted. Don't say foolish things, husband. Chen Seni gave him a stern look. In truth, Sun Zhonghai did not want to go. But arguing with his wife was pointless. Fine, fine. I'll go, if that's what you want. He let out a heavy sigh, stood up from the couch, reluctantly grabbed his keys, and headed for the door. And one more thing, Sun Zhonghai. Chen Sini narrowed her eyes at the last moment. Feng is like a son to me. Even closer. If you dare treat him poorly, prepare for the consequences. Sun Zhonghai rolled his eyes. He already regretted marrying this woman. But arguing was futile. He let out another deep sigh and then set off to find Yifeng. Ding dong! The doorbell rang at just the right moment. Who is it? Sun Zhonghai was startled and opened the door. When he saw the person standing outside, he was stunned again. "You are Godfather, long time no see." Yi Feng grinned. "I'm Yi Feng. You're Yi Feng?" Sun Zhonghai was a little surprised. In his memory, Yi Feng had always been a clean, fair-skinned young man. But now, he looked so different that Sun Zhonghai almost didn't recognize him. "Feng-er." Hearing the commotion, Chen Sini hurried over and pulled Yi Feng into a tight hug. "Feng-er, it's really you. It's so good that you're back. Do you know how much I've worried about you these past 3 years? Godmother, I missed you too." Yi Feng felt a wave of emotion. In this world, besides his deceased family, perhaps only his godmother truly cared for him. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Chen Sini wiped the tears from her eyes. "Don't just stand at the door, come inside and sit." "Well, I guess I don't have to go pick him up now." Sun Zhonghai shrugged and tossed his car keys aside. "Feng-er, you've gotten darker and thinner. But you do look much stronger than before." Chen Sini ignored him and continued to fuss over Yi Feng. Sun Zhonghai couldn't help but comment, how could prison life be as comfortable as being a rich young master? He must have suffered a lot. "If you don't have anything nice to say, just keep quiet." Chen Sini shot him a glare. "Go calm Mooching down. If she knows her brother is back, she'll be overjoyed." Just as she finished speaking, a girl in a dress stepped out of her room. "Dad, Mom, who's here? Why is it so noisy?" She rubbed her eyes, looking groggy as if she had just woken up. But her delicate features and stunning figure radiated undeniable charm. "Silly girl, take a look for yourself," Chen Sini said with a smile. Sun Mooching glanced over curiously. Then, her eyes widened. "You? Yi Feng?" "Mooching, long time no see." Yi Feng greeted with a smile. Sun Mooching stared at him for several seconds before letting out a flat "Oh." "Girl, what kind of attitude is that?" Chen Sini frowned. "Didn't you adore your brother when you were little? Now you won't even greet him properly?" Sun Mooching pursed her lips. She had indeed liked Yi Feng a lot as a child, always clinging to him. But after not seeing him for years, and especially after he went to prison, she felt a bit uncomfortable about it. That was just childish play back then. "Things are different now," Sun Zhonghai interjected to defend his daughter, then quickly changed the subject. "Yi Feng, what's that in your hand?" "Godfather, Godmother, I brought you some tea as a gift," Yi Feng said. "Really? I do enjoy tea, let's take a look." Sun Zhonghai opened the package, and his face instantly darkened. "What the hell? It's pitch black." Sun Mooching wrinkled her nose in disgust. "That's not moldy tea, is it? He just got out of prison, what kind of good tea could he possibly bring?" Sun Zhonghai snorted and casually placed it on the table, already thinking about throwing it away later. Yi Feng was about to explain when Chen Sini interrupted, "Watch your words. It's the thought that counts. Feng-er still remembered to bring us a gift, and that's what matters. Feng-er, I've already prepared a room for you. You can stay here from now on." "What?" Both Sun Zhonghai and Sun Mooching widened their eyes in shock. "Wife, why didn't you discuss this with us first?" Sun Zhonghai panicked. Yi Feng used to be the young master of Longqing's Yi family, but times had changed. Now, he had nothing, and on top of that, he had just been released from prison. Who knew what kind of people he had been mixing with? He might not even be the same person anymore. Having him live with them didn't sit well with Sun Zhonghai. "I don't agree." Sun Mooching objected as well, clearly displeased. "Mom, I don't want to live with an outsider." "What do you mean, outsider? Feng-er is family," Chen Sini said firmly. "This is his home too. If you two have a problem with that, then I'll move out with Feng-er." Sun Zhonghai and Sun Mooching were instantly silenced. When Chen Sini made up her mind, there was no changing it. "Yi Feng, how about this? I have 2 other properties that are vacant. You can stay in one of them, alright?" Sun Zhonghai's eyes darted around as he tried to persuade him. "It's not that we have an issue, we're just worried you might not feel comfortable here." "It's fine, Godfather. No need for trouble, I'll just stay here," Yi Feng grinned, his smile bright as the sun. When he entered the neighborhood earlier, he had sensed a yuan yang earth vein beneath the area, which could help heal his hidden injuries. Now that his godmother had invited him to stay, he gladly accepted. Sun Zhonghai's face twitched, speechless. Sun Mooching shot him a glare and stormed back to her room. "That's great, Feng-er. You should rest for now. Today, I'll cook a big meal myself so we can have a proper family dinner." Chen Sini beamed and started preparing lunch. Just then, Sun Mooching came out of her room again. She had changed into a light yellow floral dress with a thin knitted cardigan, accentuating her curves and figure even more. You guys enjoy your meal, I'm eating out. We agreed to have a family dinner. Why are you going out? No way. Chen Sini scolded. Ugh, Mom. Be reasonable. I already made plans with Chanchan to eat at the club. You knew that. Sun Mooching stomped her foot in frustration. That's right, Mooching has plans today. I heard that the rising star Chen San Yuan will also be there. These are the kind of circles she needs to be seen in. Sun Zhanghai chimed in before scoffing, better than sitting at home eating with some irrelevant person. Chen Sini completely ignored his remark and suddenly brightened up. Oh, there's a dinner gathering? Perfect. Take Fenger with you. Mom. If you don't take Fenger, don't bother coming home. Fine. I'll take him, okay? Sun Mooching felt like crying. She knew her mother ruled the household, and she couldn't afford to cross her. So, she reluctantly led Yi Feng outside and got into a red Audi. As she drove, she was visibly irritated. She wanted to throw Yi Feng out halfway, but then she thought if he tattled when he got back, she'd be in even more trouble. Yi Feng, I'm warning you. Don't think just because my mom favors you, you can act recklessly. And don't even think about scheming against our family. She shot him a sharp glare. Yi Feng simply shrugged, indifferent. 3 years had passed, and this little sister clearly had a lot of misunderstandings about him. But it didn't matter, time would reveal everything. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a club. Mooching, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you forever. At that moment, a tall, strikingly beautiful girl quickly walked over. Ha! And this is... Wow, Mooching, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Ah, Chanchan, stop talking nonsense. Sun Mooching's cheeks turned slightly red. She pulled Su Chanchan aside and said to Yi Feng, we're going to the restroom. You can just grab something to eat. Alright. Yi Feng nodded. He actually knew Su Chanchan and had wanted to greet her, but since Sun Mooching seemed reluctant, he decided to stay silent. The club was lavishly decorated, with top-tier facilities, offering all kinds of entertainment, food, and drinks. Clearly, it was an upscale venue. Many well-dressed men and women gathered in small groups, casting curious glances at Yi Feng. But he didn't care. In fact, he was quite hungry. So, he grabbed a plate at the buffet and started eating by himself. In the restroom, Su Chanchan chuckled, Mooching, you didn't even tell me about something this big. Your boyfriend is quite handsome, and he looks familiar. Have I seen him before? What does his family do? Chanchan, I already told you, he's not my boyfriend. Sun Mooching said, annoyed. He's Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Feng Ji? Su Chanchan was momentarily stunned, then her face filled with shock. It's really him? He actually got out? Mooching, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't even greet him, that was so rude. What's there to greet him for? Sun Mooching scoffed. That's strange. You used to adore Feng Ji. I think he's still pretty good. Why don't you seem happy that he's back? Su Chanchan asked, puzzled. How could I be happy? Sun Mooching sighed and briefly explained the situation. Su Chanchan nodded. True. He has nothing now, and he spent 3 years in prison. He's probably changed a lot. Who knows what kind of person he is now? Exactly. I don't get why my mom values him so much, forcing him into my life. If people see us together, there will be misunderstandings, and that's just bad. Sun Mooching said, frustrated. Chanchan, help me figure out a way to deal with this. Su Chanchan's eyes flickered with an idea. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Everyone at this club is either rich or powerful. Once Yi Feng realizes the huge gap between himself and others here, he'll back off on his own. Plus, young Master Ian is here today. He's been chasing you like crazy. If he sees you with Yi Feng, he'll be furious. That makes sense. Sun Mooching suddenly understood. But, isn't that a bit too mean? He was my brother once, after all. Mooching, this is the modern world who still cares about sentimental ties? Benefits come first. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had almost finished eating. Noticing that Sun Mooching and Su Chanchan were still in the restroom, he couldn't help but think, how long does it take to use the restroom? Yi Feng? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yi Feng turned his head, and his face instantly darkened. What a small world, he actually ran into her here. The person standing in front of him was none other than his former fiancée, Li Yaqing, who had just broken off their engagement outside the prison gates. Li Yaqing was clearly dressed up, looking glamorous. So it really is you? What are you doing here? And why can't I be here? Yi Feng asked in return. What a joke. You're just a convict, what right do you have to be eating here? Li Yaqing sneered. What exactly are you trying to do? What else? He must have been following you and snuck in, the young man beside her mocked while holding her close. I never thought the once proud young master you would stoop to such a disgusting level. Yi Feng, you're so shameless. You actually followed me here? Li Yaqing acted as if she had suddenly realized something, her face full of disgust. Let me tell you one more time, you and I are impossible. I belong to Brother Tao now. Yi Feng was speechless. This woman really thought the whole world revolved around her? Yi Feng, you're nothing now. Stop dreaming about things that are out of your reach. I took your fiancée, and damn, she's amazing. The young man smirked provocatively. His name was Zhang Tao. He used to be one of Yi Feng's lackeys. But in recent years, he got lucky in business, making a fortune and climbing the social ranks. Now, he was among the top of the second-tier families. Seeing Yi Feng now, he naturally wanted to step on him a little more. Oh? You're this excited about picking up someone else's leftovers? How desperate are you for a woman? Yi Feng sneered. What did you just say? Zhang Tao's face twitched. Li Yaqing almost jumped. Yi Feng, who are you calling leftovers? We only had an engagement, we never got married. Besides, the engagement is cancelled, we have nothing to do with each other. If I remember correctly, you have a birthmark on the left side of your butt, Yi Feng said, smirking. You? Li Yaqing, didn't you say you were still a virgin? That he never touched you? Zhang Tao's face turned green. Tao Ji, he's just talking nonsense. He's trying to mess with us. I really am a virgin, we're about to get married. Li Yaqing hurriedly explained. You bastard, Yi Feng. How dare you slander my fiancée? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Tao pointed at Yi Feng and shouted, someone, throw this convict out. Yi Feng remained indifferent. This pair of scumbags were nothing more than clowns. Since they insisted on provoking him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Yi Feng. What are you doing here? What's going on? At that moment, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian walked out of the restroom. Seeing the scene, they immediately stepped forward to ask. The two girls were high society elites, known for their beauty and status. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention. Few people dared to offend them. As a result, both Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao's expressions changed instantly. Especially Li Yaqing, her face turned ugly. From the looks of it, Yi Feng wasn't here because he was following her. He had come with these two socialites. Still unwilling to give up, she carefully asked, Miss Sun, Miss Su, you two and Yi Feng? We're not close, Sun Muqing replied coldly. During their restroom chat, she had already agreed with Su Chanxian to make Yi Feng feel the difference in their social status. He's just tagging along. Li Yaqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So, in the end, everyone was the same. The moment Yi Feng lost his power, no one truly cared about him anymore. No matter how close they once were, time and personal interests always won in the end. Yi Feng didn't understand why Sun Muqing was so eager to distance herself from him. But it didn't matter. As long as she was happy. Muqing dear, Shanshan dear, people like him aren't worth associating with, it's beneath your status. Li Yaqing eagerly tried to cozy up to them. In 2 days, Zhang Tao and I will be having our wedding. I hope you two can honor us with your presence. Oh, and Yi Feng, if you want to come, you're welcome too. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Sun Muqing glanced at him, and a sudden wave of pity rose in her heart. The once high-spirited young master had fallen so low. Not only did his fiancée break off their engagement, but she was now inviting him to her wedding. Even sadder, he didn't even have the courage to refuse. 3 years in prison must have worn down his will. He was no longer the Yi Feng of the past. Sun Muqing wanted to say something in his defense but held back. Instead, she simply said, all right, if I'm free, Shanshan and I will come. If Yi Feng wants to come, I don't mind bringing him along again. No need for that. Bringing him along would just be embarrassing. Zhang Tao laughed. Exactly. Yi Feng, I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Li Yaching sneered. I don't want a convict ruining my wedding. Yi Feng was speechless. He was already ignoring them, yet these two clowns kept trying to provoke him. Just as he was about to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A tall, slender young man in a suit walked in, surrounded by admirers. Mooching, if I'd known you were coming, I would have picked you up. Yin Tianqi greeted her with a gentlemanly smile, his eyes burning with passion. Young Master Yin, you're too kind. That's not necessary, Sun Mooching replied politely. Oh, I heard you brought a friend. May I meet him? Yin Tianqi suddenly shifted the conversation. Clearly, he had already heard about the man accompanying Sun Mooching. As her suitor, how could he let another man steal the spotlight? It's him, the once glorious young Master Yi Feng. Su Chanqian spoke up first. Young Master Yin, Yi Feng and Mooching used to be very close. She was deliberately stirring the pot. As expected, Yin Tianqi's expression darkened as he looked at Yi Feng. So, it's young Master Yi. My apologies. I wonder, compared to prison food, do our club's meals suit your taste? Ha 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 ha. Smack. A loud slap suddenly echoed through the room. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone turned in shock to look at Yin Tianqi, their faces filled with disbelief. Yin Tianqi clutched his cheek, eyes wide with fury. You? Yi Feng, how dare you hit me? I hit you, so what? Bark at me again, and I'll make sure you're crippled. Yi Feng said coldly. He had already wanted to deal with Zhang Tao and Li Yaching, but now this Yin Tianqi had jumped into the mix. And the way Yin Tianqi looked at Sun Mooching was filled with bad intentions. So, Yi Feng simply smacked him across the face. A warning to everyone else. Yi Feng, you must have a death wish. How dare you hit young Master Yin? Zhang Tao shouted. Do you really think you're still the untouchable young Master Yi? You're asking for it. Yi Feng, you're finished. Li Yaching gasped, delighted by his misfortune. Young Master Yin, this kind of person hasn't suffered enough. You need to teach him a lesson. Good. Very good, Yi Feng. Yin Tianqi's face was filled with rage. In Lancheng, there are few people who dare to threaten me. Men, take him down. Let him understand the price of slapping me. Clatter. A dozen bodyguards instantly surrounded Yi Feng. At that moment, Sun Mooching and Su Chanqian finally snapped out of their shock. What the hell is wrong with Yi Feng? How could he just hit someone? Sun Mooching bit her lip, feeling uneasy. If he got beaten up badly, how would she explain it to her mother? She was about to intervene when Su Chanqian stopped her. Mooching, what are you doing? He hit young Master Yin first. It's only fair if Yin hits him back. I know, but if he gets seriously hurt, my mom will never forgive me. Sun Mooching worried. Relax, it's just a beating. If it gets too bad, we can step in later. Fine. Sun Mooching sighed, glancing at Yi Feng, a hint of pity in her eyes. Well, he brought this on himself. Yi Feng, if you kneel down and apologize, maybe I'll forgive you, Yin Tianqi sneered. You? Yi Feng scoffed. A dozen bodyguards? They couldn't even stop one of my fingers. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng, you're unbelievably arrogant. Alright, then, beat him. Yin Tianqi laughed and waved his hand. What's going on here? A club like this, and you're acting like street thugs? Such a disgrace. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, making everyone instinctively look up. President Chen. It's President Chen. Oh, Brother Chen. Yin Tianqi's expression changed instantly, switching from arrogance to flattery. He quickly rushed forward. Brother Chen, it's me. The newcomer was a well-dressed man in his 30s, exuding the aura of a powerful figure. The moment he arrived, the entire club's atmosphere shifted toward him. So, it's you, Tianqi. The man smiled faintly. Who made you so angry? President Chen, it's not that I wanted to cause trouble, but Yi Feng here has gone too far. He actually dared to hit me. Yin Tianqi pointed at Yi Feng and shouted. The Yi family was wiped out, and he spent 3 years in prison. But now that he's out, he still thinks he owns this city. Look at my face, it's swollen. You have to stand up for me. Yi Feng? Hearing the name, President Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. But only for a moment. His expression quickly returned to normal. Some people are still stuck in the past, unable to move on. They don't realize they're nothing more than small insects now. Such trash isn't worth making a big deal over. Just throw him out and cripple him. You're absolutely right, Brother Chen. I'll have him thrown out right away. No need to let him ruin your evening. Yin Tianqi grinned. What are you all waiting for? Get rid of him. Sun Muqing's expression changed. If Yifeng had just been beaten up earlier, she could have ignored it. But now, with President Chen personally ordering him to be crippled, things were about to get serious. She was just about to step forward and plead for mercy when Yifeng's voice suddenly rang out. And who do you think you are, giving orders about me? The room fell silent. A deathly silence. Everyone stared at Yifeng with wide eyes, looking at him as if he were some kind of monster. It was one thing to hit Yin Tianqi, but now he even dared to speak rudely to President Chen? What did you just say? President Chen was momentarily stunned, then he laughed. His smile was full of arrogance, but his anger was still boiling beneath the surface. Tell me, what do I, Chen Sanyuan, count as? Yifeng, you bastard. Do you even know who Brother Chen is now? He's already among the top elites of Longcheng. No one dares to talk to him like that. Yin Tianqi raged, spitting as he spoke. Forget that your Yi family was wiped out and you're nothing now. Even if you were still young Master Yi, you'd have to bow your head before President Chen. Zheng Tao added. Yifeng, you're so full of yourself, always looking for trouble. Do you even realize that not long ago, President Chen reached a partnership agreement with Tianjun Group? Once the contract is signed, he'll rise to the very top of Longqing's elite circle. Li Yaqing said excitedly, as if she were the one making the deal. Tianjun Group? Yifeng was momentarily confused. Wasn't that his company? Before he could speak, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were already panicking. They had been worried about Yifeng, but with just one sentence, he had dragged them into this mess. Especially Sun Muqing. If Chen Sanyuan found out she had brought Yifeng, her family's business would also be affected. She couldn't understand it. When Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing mocked Yifeng earlier, he didn't even have the courage to speak up. But now, when facing Yin Tianqi and especially Chen Sanyuan, why was he suddenly so brave and reckless with his words? But no matter what, the situation had already happened, and damage control was necessary. Otherwise, if Yifeng said something even crazier, things would get even worse. President Chen, I sincerely apologize. I apologize on Yifeng's behalf. Sun Muqing stepped forward, forcing herself to remain calm. He just got out of prison and isn't thinking straight. Please be generous and don't take his words seriously. Su Chanxian couldn't let her best friend take all the blame alone, so she quickly added, President Chen, Yifeng is here with us. The fault is ours. Please do us a favor and let this go. Oh, it's Miss Sun and Miss Su. Chen Sanyuan's gaze swept over Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian, a flicker of something unreadable flashing in his eyes. It's been a while. You two ladies are getting more and more beautiful. I've reserved a private room upstairs. Why don't you join me for a drink? Thank you, President Chen. We would be honored to accompany you. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian secretly breathed sighs of relief. It seemed President Chen was being magnanimous and not holding a grudge against them. They were about to follow him to the private room when Yifeng suddenly raised a hand, blocking their way. You want my sister to drink with you? Do you even deserve it? As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Was Yifeng out of his mind? President Chen had already let him go, yet he still didn't know when to stop. Yifeng, what are you saying? Yifeng, shut up! Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian shouted at the same time, wishing they could kick him out right then and there. Muqing, don't worry, he's just a nobody, Yifeng said dismissively. Chen Sanyuan, I heard you reached a preliminary agreement with Tianjun Group. Well, I'm telling you now, Tianjun Group has reconsidered. We will never work with you. What a joke! Who do you think you are? Yin Tianqi sneered. You think you have the power to decide a major business partnership? Who do you think you are? What, is Tianjun Group yours or something? And what if I said it is? Yifeng said indifferently. What? Yin Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yifeng, do you even know what Tianjun Group represents? Assets worth hundreds of billions, with subsidiaries across hundreds of industries, spanning over 100 countries and unrivaled presence in Longcheng. If Tianjun Group so much as stomps its foot, Longcheng will shake. Yifeng, I think prison has fried your brain. You must be delusional. Why don't you just say all of Longcheng belongs to you? Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing mocked. Everyone else in the room chuckled as well. Who would believe that the mighty Tianjun Group was owned by an ex-convict? What they didn't know was Yi Feng was telling the truth. Yi Feng, if you want to act crazy, go do it somewhere else. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Sun Muqing snapped, frustrated beyond belief. Yi Feng, you're completely delusional. Su Chanqian shook her head. Chen Sanyuan also smirked, narrowing his eyes. I thought you were someone impressive, but it turns out you're just a lunatic. Miss Sun, Miss Su, I've already given you both face once. Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian's heart sank. Damn it! Would Yi Feng not stop until he got them all killed? Chen Sanyuan had already let him go once, and yet Yi Feng kept pushing his luck. Now, even if they begged for mercy, it probably wouldn't help. Yi Feng sighed. The world really has changed, no one believes the truth anymore. Chen Sanyuan, I didn't want to argue with you, so I simply chose not to work with you. But if you push me further, I'll make sure the entire Chen family disappears from Longcheng. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered to explain any further. If Chen Sanyuan kept running his mouth, he wouldn't mind shutting him up with his fists. But his words landed like a bombshell in the room, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. My God! Did Yi Feng really think he owned Tianjun Group? Did he think he could just disregard President Chen? This wasn't just delusion, this was insanity. Yi Feng, you're dead. You're dead. Yin Tianqi and Li Yaqing kept repeating, convinced that Yi Feng had sealed his fate. Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian's faces turned pale. This time, they had no idea how to salvage the situation. Who could possibly withstand President Chen's fury? Ha 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 ha. Chen Sanyuan suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Feng, you pathetic fool. You really have a big mouth. You think you can make my Chen family disappear from Longcheng? I'd like to see if you can even walk out of this club today. Shoo! Dozens of bodyguards instantly surrounded the club's entrance, sealing it shut. The air was thick with hostility. It was over. Completely over. Sun Muqing's mind went blank. Yi Feng was doomed. Move. Get out of the way. Just then, a loud command echoed from outside. Chen Sanyuan's face darkened, who dared to barge into his territory. Everyone else also looked puzzled. Telling President Chen's men to move aside? That was a blatant slap to President Chen's face. It was probably some clueless rich kid who had come to the club without knowing the situation. He was about to have the worst luck of his life. Just as everyone was still processing the situation, the crisp sound of high heels echoed through the club, growing closer with each step. The next second, a cold and imposing woman in a sleek outfit stepped through the entrance, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards dressed in black. President Chen, seems like quite the lively scene here. Her lips barely moved as she spoke, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Wait. Wasn't this? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's President Zhao of Tianjun Group. The moment Chen Sanyuan recognized her, his expression changed in an instant, switching to a fawning smile as he rushed forward. President Zhao, why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have arranged a proper welcome for you. At his words, the entire room erupted in murmurs of shock. No one expected that a simple club gathering would bring them face to face with a major business tycoon of Longcheng. President Chen, since such an important guest has arrived, we won't disturb you any further. That's right. Entertaining President Zhao is far more important. Someone like Yi Feng isn't even worth your attention. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was on Zhao Yu, Sun Muqing and Su Chanqian tried to discreetly lead Yi Feng away. But how could Yin Tianqi let them succeed so easily? Muqing, of course, welcoming President Zhao is important, but President Chen is also a major figure in Longcheng. Since he's about to collaborate with Tianjun Group, he represents their face as well. Just now, Yi Feng openly defied President Chen. Doesn't that mean he's showing disrespect to Tianjun Group? There was no denying it. Yin Tianqi, as the young master of a second-tier family, knew how to manipulate words. In just a few sentences, he managed to drag Tianjun Group into the situation. Exactly. Yi Feng is reckless and offended someone he shouldn't have. How can he just walk away so easily? Yi Feng, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to both President Zhao and President Chen. Maybe if they're in a good mood, they'll let you live. Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing sneered, feeling emboldened. Kneel and apologize? Yi Feng showed no fear. He simply gave them a cold, mocking look and said, President Zhao, do you think you can bear the weight of me kneeling before you? Thud. Hearing those words, Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. What a joke. The young man standing before her was her direct superior, the true owner of Tianjin Group. Even if she had nerves of steel, she wouldn't dare let her own boss kneel before her. Outrageous! Before Jiayu could respond, Chen Sanyuan roared, "Yifeng, how dare you? You have the audacity to speak to President Zhao like that in public? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll forget your place." "Yifeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Yifeng, this is President Zhao of Tianjin Group. You can't afford to offend her, apologize now." Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were on the verge of tears. At first, they just wanted Yifeng to recognize his social standing. But this guy seemed completely out of touch with reality, he just kept offending powerful people over and over again. Meanwhile, Zheng Tao and Li Yaqing were practically giddy with excitement. They had seen people dig their own graves before, but never this enthusiastically. Yin Tianqi raised his chin arrogantly and commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear what President Chen said? Take this fool down." "Yes, sir." At his order, the surrounding bodyguards wasted no time and charged toward Yifeng. "I dare you!" Zhao Yu's sharp voice rang out, cold and commanding. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, thrown into confusion. Wait. Yin Tianqi was baffled. "President Zhao, this loser just disrespected you in Tianjin Group. Why are you protecting him? And who do you think you are to question me?" Zhao Yu's icy gaze locked onto him. Yin Tianqi instantly fell silent, unable to speak. Then, Zhao Yu took a few steps forward and respectfully addressed Yifeng, "Young Master Yi, I apologize for letting you be startled." This dramatic twist sent the entire room into stunned silence. Chen Sanyuan's face shifted rapidly, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Zhao Yu knew Yifeng? This little scene is hardly enough to startle me." Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. "But I have to say, Tianjin Group's standards for selecting business partners could use some improvement." His words carried an undeniable weight of authority. Even someone as experienced as Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a chill. After steadying herself, she turned to Chen Sanyuan and spoke coldly, "President Chen, I think we need to reconsider our collaboration. We'll discuss this later." "What?" Chen Sanyuan was dumbfounded. "President Zhao, we've been negotiating for a long time. You know the strength of the Chen family. Ending our partnership over a mere convict, isn't that a bit extreme?" "Convict?" Zhao Yu let out a cold chuckle. "Do you have any idea that young Master Yi is?" Cough, cough. Just then, Yifeng let out a few deliberate coughs. Zhao Yu, sharp as ever, immediately understood. Young Master Yi didn't want his identity as Tianjin Group's chairman revealed. She quickly adjusted her words and smoothly continued, "Young Master Yi is my brother's lifesaver, which makes him my benefactor. So tell me, should I listen to him or not?" Zheng Tao and Li Yaqing exchanged horrified glances. Even Chen Sanyuan was stunned. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, "President Zhao, there must be some mistake. Yifeng was locked up for 3 years and just got out of prison. How could he possibly be your brother's lifesaver?" "Exactly. This has to be a misunderstanding." Yin Tianqi hurriedly chimed in, eager to back up Chen Sanyuan. "This guy is useless, he has no skills, no influence, and he's just a filthy convict." "Someone like him saving a life? Impossible. Filthy convict? Useless?" Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing within them. "What? Are you doubting me now?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Chen Sanyuan. "President Chen, is this how your people treat my Zhao family's benefactor?" Hiss. The moment those words fell, Chen Sanyuan trembled all over. What a terrifying misstep! Zhao Yu wasn't just anyone. She was Tianjin Group's general manager. Offending her was the same as offending the business giant of Longcheng. Not only would their partnership be dead, but the entire Chen family could face ruin. "President Zhao, you're right. I was blind and let myself be deceived by petty words. I nearly made a terrible mistake." At this point, he had no choice but to throw someone under the bus. "Yin Tianqi. If President Zhao hadn't been here, I might have fallen for your nonsense and offended her benefactor. From this moment on, all partnerships between the Chen family and the Yin family are cancelled. Get lost." "What?" Yin Tianqi felt like his brain had exploded. The Yin family's stability in Longcheng largely depended on their business ties with the Chen family. If that connection was severed, it would cripple them. "President Chen, you can't do this. Please, just one more chance." But Chen Sanyuan was unmoved. "Why are you all standing around? Throw him out." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards obeyed, dragging a panicked Yin Tianqi out of the club. Seeing this, Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing exchanged another glance and quickly snuck away before trouble reached them. Meanwhile, outside the club, Yin Tianqi clenched his teeth in rage. Yi Feng, Sun Muqing. Just wait. I won't let you get away with this. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Old Joe, get me some men. Inside Plu Club. President Zhao, are you and young Master Yi satisfied with how I handled this? Chen Sanyuan rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery. Zhao Yu, however, didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned her head slightly and looked at Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, what do you think? Yi Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. It wasn't a big deal. As long as they've learned their lesson, it's fine. All right. Zhao Yu understood and said calmly, since young Master Yi is satisfied, then let's consider this matter settled. One more thing, President Chen, be careful who you associate with in the future. Otherwise, losing a business deal might be the least of your problems. Chen Sanyuan was an experienced businessman, how could he not understand Zhao Yu's hidden warning? Simply put, after tonight's incident, his deal with Tianjun Group was as good as dead. The only relief was that his Chen family was still safe. Yes, President Zhao is absolutely right. I'll be more cautious in the future. I hope President Zhao will continue to look after me. Seeing that he was smart enough to back down, Zhao Yu was satisfied. With the matter resolved, Yi Feng had no interest in staying at the club any longer. He left Plu Club early, taking the still shaken Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian with him. It wasn't until they reached the underground parking lot that Sun Muqing finally snapped out of it. She couldn't help but complain, Yi Feng, can you stop being so reckless? Can you think before you speak? Exactly. Su Chanxian pouted. If President Zhao hadn't been there and if you hadn't saved her brother, Chen Sanyuan would have killed you on the spot. The two of them kept scolding him non-stop, leaving Yi Feng feeling a little helpless. I wasn't being reckless. They couldn't do anything to me anyway. There you go again. Yi Feng, will you die if you stop bragging? Yi Feng, President Zhao's power is hers, not yours. Have some self-awareness, will you? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a large group of men dressed in black poured out from the elevator. In an instant, they surrounded the three of them. A young man in a white suit walked out slowly, his eyes filled with malice. Yi Feng, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It was none other than Yin Tianqi. Seeing him, Yi Feng simply stood with his hands behind his back and smirked. Oh? So the lesson I gave you earlier wasn't enough? You came back just to get yourself killed? You! Yin Tianqi's face darkened with rage. Yi, don't think that just because Zhao Yu backed you up, you can do whatever you want in Longcheng. She's not here now, let's see who's going to save you this time. At this point, even Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian, who weren't the most experienced in such matters, realized the danger of the situation. Yin Tianqi, what are you trying to do? Don't do anything stupid. Sun Muqing frowned. Beside her, Su Chanxian placed her hands on her hips and said, yeah. Even President Chen didn't dare mess with Yi Feng earlier. If you go after him now, aren't you afraid that President Chen and President Zhao will find out and come after you? Besides, Muqing is still here. Aren't you afraid of scaring her with this big scene? She had a point. After all, everyone in Longcheng knew that Yin Tianqi had been pursuing Sun Muqing for years. Even if he no longer cared about Yi Feng's connection to Zhao Yu, he surely wouldn't want to upset the girl he liked, right? But instead of calming down, Yin Tianqi grew even more furious. Chapter 7, A Filthy Convict? Afraid? Yin Tianqi let out a cold snort. If it weren't for this bastard, would my Yin family have lost our deal with the Chun family? Chen Sanyuan has already cut ties with us. What do I have to be afraid of? As for you. He turned his gaze to Sun Muqing. I've chased after you for years, but you've never given me a straight answer. You just keep stringing me along. Well, what if I just take what I want? Then you won't have a choice anymore. Thump! Sun Muqing's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed drastically. Yin Tianqi, are you insane? My Sun family may not be as strong as the Yin family, but we're still a top-tier second-class family. If you dare do anything to me, aren't you afraid my mother will come after you? Even Su Chanxian was stunned by his words. She quickly steadied herself and tried to negotiate. Young Master Yin, I know you're upset about what happened at the club tonight. But we're all important people in Longcheng, why tear each other apart? Wouldn't it be better to find a way to recover from your losses? I remember the Yin family has a home customization business. My Su family is in real estate, why don't we work together? That could help your family regain some of its standing. Under normal circumstances, Yin Tianqi might have considered this offer. But tonight? He had lost face in front of everyone and watched his biggest business ally walk away. How could he just let that go? Yi Feng, you sure are lucky. First, Jia Yu backed you up. Now, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian are trying to protect you too. Yin Tianqi smirked and mocked, tell you what, if you kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and break one of your own arms, maybe I'll let you go. Kneeling was one thing, but breaking an arm? Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian exchanged glances. After a brief moment of thought, they came to a conclusion. Yi Feng, they outnumber us. Just swallow your pride for now, your life is more important. Yi Feng, don't be reckless. If you provoke Yin Tianqi now, he'll never let you go. They kept urging him, afraid he'd say something reckless again. But the more they feared it, the more likely it was to happen. Yi Feng glanced around at the thugs surrounding him and smirked. Yin Tianqi, do you really think these nobodies you brought with you are enough to take my arm? Naive. His tone was arrogant and domineering. Yin Tianqi's face twisted with rage, the veins in his neck bulging. Good, very good. Yi Feng, you really don't know when to quit. Men, kill him. At his command, the gangsters pulled out iron rods and closed in on Yi Feng. The tension in the air was suffocating. Sun Muqing was completely panicked now. If anything happened to Yi Feng, how would she explain it to her mother? Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and made a desperate decision. Yin Tianqi, don't you like me? If you let Yi Feng go, I'll be with you. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected that Sun Muqing would go this far for him. Muqing, these weaklings aren't even enough to warm me up. Don't worry, I can handle them. But instead of relief, the two women only felt frustration. Yi Feng, can you stop talking big? Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? You're one guy against 20. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were both furious and anxious. With no other choice, they pinned their hopes on Yin Tianqi. Yin Tianqi, ignore whatever nonsense Yi Feng is saying. Since I made a promise, I'll keep my word. Sun Muqing reaffirmed her stance. She had hoped to use this as a way to defuse the crisis. But who would have thought? Yin Tianqi simply sneered. Sun Muqing, you think too highly of yourself. Once I'm done with this piece of trash, do you think you'll still be able to escape? What? Sun Muqing felt a chill down her spine. It was only now that she realized her predicament. To Yin Tianqi, she was nothing more than a caged prey, she had no bargaining power at all. Yin Tianqi. At that moment, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. If you had just left the club, this would have been over. But since you insist on digging your own grave, don't blame me for what happens next. Still trying to scare him? Yin Tianqi laughed coldly. Oh really? Then let's see who teaches who a lesson tonight. Get him. As soon as he gave the order, the thugs charged forward. This idiot doesn't even know his place and dares to go against young Master Yin. Exactly. You're just a filthy ex-convict, what are you acting all arrogant for? Brothers, take him down. With loud shouts, the gangsters swung their iron rods and rushed at Yi Feng. Anyone else would have been terrified by this scene. But unfortunately for them, the young man standing before them was Yi Feng, a master of both medicine and martial arts. A bunch of weaklings. Yi Feng's face remained indifferent. Not only did he not run, but his figure flashed like a ghost, weaving between the dozens of attackers. Boom! 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 In an instant, bodies flew through the air like scraps of paper. Each punch landed with crushing force. Wherever he passed, not a single person remained standing. Though it sounds like a long sequence of events, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The once arrogant gang of 20 men was now lying sprawled across the ground. The underground parking lot echoed with their agonized groans. How was this possible? Yin Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were also completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that Yi Feng was this strong, handling 20 men at once with ease. I told you, the small fries you brought aren't even enough for a warm-up. Yi Feng cracked his knuckles. The sound sent chills down the spines of those still conscious. What do you want? As Yi Feng took slow steps toward him, Yin Tianqi's legs started trembling, his face turning pale. Seeing this, Yi Feng smirked coldly, his disdain evident. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? What, scared now? Too bad, it's too late. With that, he suddenly grabbed Eun Tianchi's wrist and tightened his grip. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping echoed. Eun Tianchi's screams followed immediately. Ah! My hand! My hand! Yi Feng, you lunatic! How dare you do this to me? I'm the only heir of the Eun family, the future successor of Eun Corporation. If you do this to me, my family will never forgive you. That threat might have worked on others. But to Yi Feng, it was nothing but a joke. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. His eyes turned even colder. Then, he raised his leg and kicked straight at Eun Tianchi's kneecap. Crack! Another crisp bone-breaking sound. Ah! Eun Tianchi let out a shriek so painful it nearly knocked him unconscious. Faced with absolute power, his arrogance crumbled entirely. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he sobbed. Yi Feng, no, young Master Yi. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, Sun Wuching and Su Chanshan finally snapped out of their shock. There was no time to be amazed. They quickly stepped in to stop Yi Feng. Yi Feng, that's enough. Stop hitting him. Yi Feng, he's still the eldest son of the Yin family. If you cripple him, how will we explain this to the Yin family? Even though Yi Feng wasn't afraid at all. But to keep his sister from worrying, he decided to let it go. Eun Tianchi, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare mess with Muqing or the Sun family again, I promise, there will be no more Yin family in Longcheng. With that, he ignored the injured man and left the parking lot with the two women. Watching their car disappear into the distance, Eun Tianchi gritted his teeth in hatred. Yi Feng! Yi Feng! I swear, I will make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Yi Feng and Sun Muqing arrived at the Sun family estate. As soon as they walked in, Chen Sini greeted them with concern. Fenger, how was your evening? Did you have fun at the club? Seeing her mother only concerned about Yi Feng, Sun Muqing, who had just gone through such a terrifying ordeal, felt even more frustrated. Of course, he had fun. He spent the whole night showing off and nearly got me and Shanshan killed. Hearing this, Sun Zhanghai, who had been sitting on the couch, immediately stood up. What happened? Yi Feng caused trouble at the club? Sun Muqing pouted and explained the whole situation. After hearing everything, Sun Zhanghai's expression immediately darkened. His tone carried a hidden meaning as he said, "If I had known, I would have just let Muqing go to the club alone tonight. Now look, you've caused such a mess. What if the Yin family comes looking for trouble later? I'm telling you, it's because of those 3 years in prison he has no self-control anymore. He acts without thinking about the consequences." Chen Sini, being a smart woman, instantly picked up on the meaning behind her husband's words. She glared at Sun Zhanghai and retorted. It was Eun Tianchi who started this whole mess. He deliberately targeted Fenger at the club. Why are you blaming Fenger? Besides, if Fenger hadn't been there tonight, our daughter would have been ruined by that scumbag. So what if Fenger crippled him? He deserved it. Fine, keep defending him. Let's see what you do when the Yin family comes knocking. Sun Zhanghai was both frustrated and helpless. If they come, we'll deal with it, Chen Sini said firmly. Then, she patted Yi Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Fenger, don't worry. You stood up for Muqing and offended Eun Tianchi. I won't let anyone lay a hand on you. Tisk. Sun Zhanghai scoffed. Not wanting to watch this motherly love unfold any longer, he picked up his teacup and went into the bedroom, sparing himself the headache. Mom! Sun Muqing frowned in frustration. Even if you're biased toward Yi Feng, you still have to be reasonable. This wouldn't have been a big deal if he had just apologized instead of making things worse with his arrogant remarks. Besides, he's not young Master Yi anymore. What's wrong with being a little humble? What's so bad about backing down for once? The way you always take his side, who knows what kind of disaster he'll cause in the future? Muqing, do you really think Eun Tianchi was targeting Fenger? Chen Sini sighed. You've refused Eun Tianchi's advances for so long, it was only a matter of time before he snapped. Did you really think he wouldn't resort to force one day? Fenger's lesson to him tonight stopped him from trying to hurt you again. I'd rather face the wrath of the Yin family with Fenger than see you forced to marry into their family and suffer for the rest of your life. Her words were like a wake-up call to Sun Muqing. She finally realized the gravity of the situation. Back in the parking lot, Eun Tianchi had already revealed his true colors. If he had actually gotten his hands on her, her future would have been nothing but darkness. Thinking about it now, Sun Muching shuddered, still feeling a lingering fear. But because of her pride, she couldn't bring herself to admit she was wrong. Instead, she said awkwardly, all right, I get it, Mom. I'll buy him a few sets of clothes tomorrow, okay? Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Before her mother could say more, Sun Muching dashed off to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Sini shook her head helplessly. This child is so spoiled. Fenger, don't take it to heart. Of course not, godmother, Yifeng smiled calmly. Muching just has some misunderstandings about me. But she still defended me today, she does care about me. That's good. Hearing this, Chen Sini was relieved. After a brief pause, she suddenly asked, Fenger, tell me the truth, what's the real story between you and President Zhao of Tianjun Group? Tianjun Group only rose to prominence in the past 2 years. Logically, you and Zhao Yu shouldn't have any connection. When did you become her brother's lifesaver? As expected, this excuse might work on others, but fooling his godmother wouldn't be easy. But the problem was, he couldn't reveal the truth yet. It's actually quite simple. President Zhao's brother was my cellmate in prison. I took care of him while we were inside, so after I got out, he asked his sister to look out for me. Yifeng quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. It wasn't surprising that he wanted to hide the truth. The true culprit behind the Yi family's massacre had yet to be revealed. For now, he had to keep a low profile, hide his identity, and wait for the right moment to take revenge. More importantly, the force that wiped out the Yi family in a single night had to be unimaginably powerful. If he wasn't careful, he could drag his godmother's entire family into danger. No wonder. Chen Sini nodded in understanding. Alright then, get some rest. Don't stay up too late. I got it, godmother. Yifeng nodded, took a shower, and went to his room. Just as he closed the door, his phone rang. Seeing Zhao Yu's name on the screen, he answered immediately. Young Master Yi, we found something regarding your investigation. After the Yi family was wiped out, the Lu, Li, and Lin families immediately divided up the Yi family's assets. Thanks to those stolen assets, all 3 families successfully rose to second-tier status in Longcheng. After a brief pause, Zhao Yu asked, Young Master Yi, do you want Tianjun Group to take action? Chapter 9, Time to Reveal the Truth? Not yet. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. Let them enjoy their success for a little longer. I have my own plans. After giving the order, he hung up the phone and sat cross-legged on the bed. The night the Yi family was destroyed, he barely survived. Although he had recovered since then and gained incredible skills, the internal injuries from that night had kept his martial cultivation stuck at the peak of the Kaiyuan, opening origin, stage. He couldn't break through. In martial cultivation, there were 9 major realms, each separated by a vast chasm of power. If he could break through Kaiyuan and step into the Qi movement realm, then beneath Qi movement, all would be mere ants. The commonly known martial realms were body tempering, Kaiyuan, Qi movement, separation, true essence, divine travel, transcendent, and saint entry. But what most people didn't know was that beyond saint entry, there were 8 supreme divine realms: return to void, void king, Tao source, emperor sovereign, great emperor, beyond heaven and earth, and creation of the heavens. And the path Yifeng was walking was the path leading straight to the creation of the heavens. With the yang essence vein here to nourish my injuries, breaking through Kaiyuan is only a matter of time. His eyes flickered with excitement. He activated his cultivation technique and began absorbing the yang essence qi from the underground vein to heal his body. The next morning, after cultivating all night, Yifeng didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and energized. More importantly, the internal injuries in his body had significantly weakened. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Chen Sini's voice came from outside. Fenger, are you awake? I'm up. Yifeng got out of bed and opened the door. What's wrong, godmother? It's Muching, Chen Sini chuckled, nodding toward the living room. She knows she was wrong but is too proud to admit it. So this morning, she got up early and made breakfast. She even told me to call you over to eat. Looks like I'm in for a treat. Yifeng's eyes lit up. After washing up, he sat at the table. He had expected a simple meal of porridge and fried dough sticks. But to his surprise, there were crystal shrimp dumplings and several refreshing side dishes. He picked up a dumpling and took a bite. The rich shrimp flavor burst into his mouth. It was delicious. Well, how's my cooking? Seeing him enjoy it, Sun Muching lifted her chin proudly. Not to brag, but anyone who's tried my cooking has never said it wasn't good. That's true. I've never had shrimp dumplings this good before. Encouraged by Yi Feng's praise, Sun Muqing became even more talkative. As they ate, she suddenly frowned at his outfit. Yi Feng, what are you wearing? It's so ugly. Come on, I'm taking you shopping. Sure. Feeling warm inside, Yi Feng didn't refuse. It wasn't every day his little sister took the initiative to be nice to him. Soon, they left the house and drove to a large shopping mall. Since all the parking spaces were full, Sun Muqing had to pull over temporarily. Yi Feng, go to LV on the second floor and wait for me. I'll park the car and meet you there. Got it. Yi Feng nodded. But as soon as he entered the LV store, he ran into a familiar face. Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao were walking arm in arm, about to enter the store. Suddenly, Li Yaqing's eyes lit up as she spotted Yi Feng approaching the entrance. Well, what a coincidence. Running into a filthy ex-convict like you here. What are you doing here? Li Yaqing glared at him. Back at the club, she had hoped to thoroughly humiliate Yi Feng, but Zhao Yu had unexpectedly intervened, saving him. She still couldn't understand how a convict like Yi Feng had any connection to Zhao Yu's brother from Tianjun Group. After thinking it over, she convinced herself that Yi Feng had simply gotten lucky. But no matter what, luck wouldn't change the fact that he was now at the very bottom of society. Yi Feng, don't think that just because you've clung onto President Zhao from Tianjun Group, you can act all high and mighty in Longcheng. You got lucky last time, but you've already offended young Master Yin and President Chen. Next time, you won't be able to walk away so easily. Li Yaqing was still under the naive impression that Yin Tianqi and Chen Sanyuan were planning to get revenge on Yi Feng. She had no idea that Yin Tianqi was already crippled. Yi Feng frowned slightly but couldn't be bothered to deal with these two nobodies. Ignoring them, he walked straight into the LV store. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Li Yaqing was furious. Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? This is LV. If you want cheap knockoffs, take a right at the next street. Here, I've got some spare change for you, just take it. Consider it charity. She pulled out a thick stack of small bills from her bag and held it out toward Yi Feng, intending to humiliate him. At the same time, she waved over a store employee. There's an ex-convict here. Hurry up and throw him out. This isn't a place for people like him. Her voice was sharp, dripping with mockery. Zhang Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter, snorting like a pig. Do you even know where you are? Any random outfit here costs more than you can spend in a year. You think you can afford anything here? He waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly, signaling the employee to kick Yi Feng out. 3 years ago, Zhang Tao would never have dared to act like this. But now, in his eyes, the once privileged Yi Feng wasn't even worth as much as a stray dog. His actions were a perfect example of human cruelty at its worst. Oh? So just because you can afford it, I can't? Yi Feng pulled out a stack of red banknotes from his pocket and slapped them right into Li Yaqing's face. Consider this my wedding gift to you two dogs. After all, you used to be my lackey, and now you're marrying the woman I played with and discarded. Yi Feng's voice was loud, booming across the entire mall. Immediately, every customer turned their heads to look at Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao. Li Yaqing felt like she had been slapped in the face. Her skin burned with embarrassment. His words enraged both of them. Her chest heaved with anger as she nearly jumped in fury. You, who are you calling dogs? Darling, this ex-convict is getting out of line. Are you just going to let him insult me? She clung onto Zhang Tao's arm and pouted seductively. Zhang Tao, unable to hold back any longer, raised his hand to strike Yi Feng. Stop. At that moment, Sun Muqing, who had just arrived, rushed over. Yi Feng's expression had already turned deadly. Had Zhang Tao actually dared to land that hit, he would have been crippled on the spot. Yi Feng had ignored these two before, but if they dared provoke him, he wouldn't hold back. Li Yaqing, unaware that Sun Muqing had saved Zhang Tao from disaster, quickly pretended to be friendly and grabbed Sun Muqing's hand. Muqing, what a coincidence. You're here too? Yi Feng just insulted me in front of everyone, the staff here saw everything. I was going to teach him a lesson, but since you're here, I'll let it slide this time. Sun Muqing shot Yi Feng a glare but still shook off Li Yaqing's hand. I brought Yi Feng here to buy some clothes. Are you guys shopping too? The moment Li Yaqing heard that Sun Muqing was paying for Yi Feng, she understood immediately. No wonder this ex-convict dared to walk into LV, he had someone paying for him. Humph. Just don't let me see you again. With that, Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao stepped into the LV store. Sun Muqing sighed helplessly. Although her opinion of Yi Feng had slightly improved, this guy was way too arrogant and always causing trouble. With his domineering attitude, she couldn't even relax when they went out. She was constantly on edge, afraid he'd stir up more trouble. Longcheng is huge. Can't you just keep a low profile? One day, you're going to provoke the wrong person. She tried to reason with him. Is there anyone in Longcheng I can't afford to provoke? Yi Feng chuckled. Although what he said was true, coming from his mouth, Sun Muqing only felt like he was delusional. Would it kill you to stop bragging for once? She shot him a glare. Let's go. Inside the LV store, Sun Muqing picked out 3 outfits for Yi Feng and paid for them without hesitation. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao were being treated like VIPs, enjoying personalized service. Before leaving, they couldn't resist mocking Yi Feng one last time. What, you plan to leech off women for the rest of your life? Just as Li Yaqing finished speaking, a store manager rushed over, looking flustered. Yes sir, I apologize for the delay. President Qin of the mall asked me to personally give you this VIP card. There's 1 million yuan loaded onto it, please feel free to use it anytime. With that, the manager bowed at a full 90 degrees and presented the card with both hands. Silence. Li Yaqing was completely stunned. Zhang Tao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Sun Muqing's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Please thank President Qin for me, Yi Feng said calmly as he took the card. Then, he glanced at Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao, the corners of his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. The sight of that smirk hit Li Yaqing like a thunderbolt. What she didn't know was that this entire shopping mall was owned by Tianjun Group and Tianjun Group belonged to Yi Feng. Muqing, let's go. With that, Yi Feng turned and walked out of the mall. Just as they stepped outside, Sun Muqing's phone rang. It was Su Chanshan calling. Muqing. There's a class reunion at Longcheng Grand Hotel tonight. Let's go together. I heard a lot of our old classmates will be there. Su Chanshan and Sun Muqing had been university classmates. Sun Muqing had already received the invitation but wasn't interested. She turned to glance at Yi Feng. She really didn't want to bring him along, fearing he'd cause a scene. I heard Chen Zifeng will be there too. What, don't you want to see your old lover? What old lover? Chanshan, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Ha, then just come with me. It's not like you have anything better to do. Sun Muqing didn't want to go, but she couldn't refuse Su Chanshan, her closest friend. Fine, fine. I'll go. After hanging up, she turned to Yi Feng. Listen up. If you're coming, you have to follow my lead. Otherwise, I'll tell my mom and never take you anywhere again. She glared at him with a stern expression. Yi Feng chuckled. All right. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Fu. Young Master Yi. We found something about your investigation. We've confirmed that several major families in Longcheng played a role in the Yi family massacre. But the one responsible for wiping out your family overnight was just one. Hearing this, a storm of hatred surged in Yi Feng's heart. His voice turned ice cold. Who? Yi Feng's voice was terrifyingly cold. Zhao Fu knew that this was the moment when young Master Yi was at his angriest. He trembled as he spoke. It's Zhang Longhu. Zhang Longhu was known as the Underground Emperor of Longcheng. He was originally a special forces soldier but was expelled from the military for disobeying orders. Later, he spent a few years as a mercenary, but he didn't make much money. Over a decade ago, he started frequenting the underground circles of Longcheng, participating in illegal boxing matches. With his strength, he carved out a bloody path for himself. In Longcheng, no major family dares to disrespect him. And the one who wiped out the Yi family overnight was Zhang Longhu. But, there may be hidden interests behind this that ordinary people don't know about. Young Master Yi. Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, Zhao Fu hesitated. At that moment, Yi Feng's fingers had already dug deep into his own flesh. He hadn't expected that, in just a few days, Zhao Fu would have uncovered so many leads. Veins bulged on Yi Feng's forehead, making him look like a vengeful god of death. This was a blood feud, one that could never be forgiven. If he hadn't been lucky enough to survive, he would have been buried along with his family long ago. Tell Zhang Longhu to wash his neck and wait. In 3 days, I will kill him. Yi Feng growled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart skipped a beat. That was Zhang Longhu, the underground emperor of Longcheng, the man who practically controlled half of the city. If anyone else had heard Yi Feng say this, they would have called him insane. But Jia Fu knew young Master Yi wasn't joking. Even if Zhang Longhu ruled Longcheng, so what? If young Master Yi made a move, the entire city would tremble. Young Master Yi, should we take our time planning this? I'm afraid we might alert the enemy, and who knows, there could be other powerful forces involved. Let them come. Anyone who has the blood of the Yi family on their hands, I won't spare a single one. Yi Feng closed his eyes briefly, forcing himself to suppress his raging fury. Killing Zhang Longhu wouldn't necessarily scare the real mastermind into hiding. On the contrary, it might draw them out. It was time to remind them, the Yi family has returned. Understood, young Master Yi. With that, Yi Feng swiftly hung up the phone. From a distance, Sun Muqing noticed that something was off about Yi Feng's expression. She frowned slightly. Who called you? It's nothing. Yi Feng smiled faintly. He wouldn't let anyone know about this. And he certainly wouldn't let his godmother's family get dragged into it. She had been so good to him, he would repay her in time. Then why are you standing there like an idiot? Get in the car already. It's getting dark. Rolling her eyes at him, Sun Muqing hopped into her Audi. Yi Feng followed and got in as well. At the 5-star hotel. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel. Through the window, Yi Feng saw a crowd of elegantly dressed men and women gathered at the entrance. Several luxury sports cars were parked outside. Even though the Sun family was wealthy, compared to Longqing's true elite, they were still far behind. Muqing. Ugh, I've been waiting for you forever. Why are you so late? As soon as Sun Muqing stepped out of the car, Su Chanxian hurried over. However, the moment she saw Yi Feng, her smile instantly froze. She grabbed Sun Muqing's arm, her face full of disdain. Why did you bring him? After what had happened with Yin Tianqi, her impression of Yi Feng had hit rock bottom. In Su Chanxian's eyes, Yi Feng was nothing more than a brute. She thought he must have picked up some street fighting skills in prison, just enough to beat up Yin Tianqi. Fortunately, the Yin family hadn't retaliated. Otherwise, her family might have been forced to apologize. He just tagged along. My mom keeps forcing me to bring him everywhere. Listen, Su Chanxian whispered to Sun Muqing, there are a lot of rich second-generation heirs here today. You'd better keep a close eye on him. Yi Feng simply smiled and shook his head. Was she really that afraid he would cause trouble? He was actually in a good mood today. After all, he had finally uncovered some leads about his family's massacre. Tonight, he was just here to accompany Sun Muqing and protect her. A familiar face appears. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd and strode toward them. Sun Muqing looked up, her expression changed slightly. Muqing. Long time no see. How have you been? The man completely ignored Yi Feng, extending his hand toward Sun Muqing. Chen Zifeng. I'm fine. Sun Muqing refused to shake his hand and instead grabbed Su Chanxian's hand, intending to leave. But Chen Zifeng blocked her path with his tall frame. Muqing. It's been so many years, and you still won't forgive me? I told you back then it was just a misunderstanding. Chen Zifeng was still smiling. With his sharp eyebrows, defined features, and handsome face, he was undoubtedly good-looking. But in Sun Muqing's eyes, he was nothing but a scumbag. Back in university, Chen Zifeng pursued her relentlessly. After a long time, she finally gave in and agreed to date him. But one night, she caught him cheating, red-handed. She walked in and saw him in bed with another woman. Thankfully, their relationship hadn't lasted long. Chen Zifeng had tried to sleep with her multiple times, but she had always refused. Looking back, she felt so lucky that she had never given in to him. Chen Zifeng. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Sun Muqing's voice was filled with anger. Muqing, I've changed. I've been abroad for 3 years, and I've never stopped thinking about you. The moment he said this, the watching crowd erupted into whispers. Many beautiful women stared at Sun Muqing with jealousy. After all, the Chen family was one of Longqing's top-ranking noble families. Who wouldn't want young Master Chen to fall for them? But Sun Muqing had no interest in this scumbag. At that moment, Yi Feng stepped forward, blocking Chen Zifeng. Didn't you hear her? Move. Yi Feng's expression turned cold. Chen Zifeng finally noticed him. Yi Feng was already handsome, but now that he was dressed head to toe in LV, he looked even more like an elite young master. Chen Zifeng's face darkened. This guy, is he your new boyfriend? As soon as he said this, the entire crowd froze in shock. Even Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing were stunned. After a brief hesitation, Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and blurted out. Yeah, so what? Yi Feng was speechless. He was just here to attend a class reunion, and suddenly, he was her boyfriend? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Just then, a man in a black suit stepped forward, sneering. I know who he is. He's Yi Feng, the former young master of the Yi family. He just got out of prison, and not long ago, he even beat up young Master Yin. The speaker was Lu Wei, a lackey of Chen Zifeng. As soon as he spoke, the entire crowd erupted in laughter. So he's just an ex-con? Chen Zifeng suddenly felt even more superior. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's brows furrowed slightly. That young Master Yi. Could he be the same Yi family heir from back then, the one whose entire family was wiped out? If not him, then who else? How many people in Longcheng have the surname Yi? The crowd exchanged comments, bursts of laughter breaking out from time to time. Some even looked at Sun Muqing with a strange expression. Lu Wei leered at Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing, his gaze lingering on their curves before sneering. Miss Sun, of all the men you could choose, why did you pick this loser? A guy like him isn't even worthy of standing beside you. The Sun family is at least a well-respected household in Longcheng, but the Yi family? What are they now? Before he could finish speaking, a sharp gust of wind swept past. Slap! Yi Feng's palm struck Lu Wei's face, sending him staggering. The sudden blow left him dazed, unable to tell which way was up. Yi Feng stared coldly at Lu Wei, who had fallen to the ground. And who the hell do you think you are, to talk to me like that? Within moments, Lu Wei's face swelled up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. No one had expected Yi Feng to suddenly attack, not even Lu Wei himself. You could insult anyone you wanted. But you insult the Yi family, you die. Just as Yi Feng was about to strike again, a stern voice interrupted him. Stop! Sun Muqing quickly grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Chen Zifeng, he insulted Yi Feng first. He deserved to be hit. You piece of garbage, you ex-con. You actually dared to hit me? Lu Wei was livid. For years, no one had ever dared lay a finger on him, all because of Chen Zifeng's backing. Yet today, on his first day here, he was beaten up by a convict. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people, how could he possibly endure it? Through teary, bloodshot eyes, Lu Wei wailed pitifully. Chen! Brother Chen! You have to teach this criminal a lesson. I was standing up for you. Chen Zifeng stepped forward, shielding Lu Wei behind him. His sharp gaze locked onto Yi Feng, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. But Yi Feng remained unfazed, showing no sign of fear. Muqing, I told you this guy was just a reckless brute. Look at him, he's already causing trouble. Su Chanxian anxiously whispered in Sun Muqing's ear. Chen Zifeng wasn't Yin Tianqi. The Chen family's power far exceeded the Yin family's. Even she didn't understand how Yi Feng had suddenly become Sun Muqing's boyfriend. In reality, Sun Muqing had only used Yi Feng as a shield, hoping to make Chen Zifeng give up on her. She never expected Yi Feng to straight up beat up Chen Zifeng's lackey. Su Chanxian was about to explain the situation when Sun Muqing stepped forward first. Chen Zifeng, if you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to step over me first. The moment she said this, jealousy consumed Chen Zifeng. But he forced himself to stay calm. Now wasn't the time to lash out. This class reunion had been organized by him. How could he allow some lowly thug to ruin it? Chen Zifeng smirked coldly. Fine. Since it's for your sake, Muqing, I'll let him go this time. Lu Wei clenched his fists in frustration, but with Chen Zifeng's order, he had no choice but to swallow his anger for now. Humph. Just you wait. With that, he stormed into the hotel. Several classmates cast pitying glances at Yi Feng. Some even shook their heads. This guy is so screwed today. Messing with Chen Zifeng? He's as good as finished. Exactly. Chen Zifeng never lets things slide. If it weren't for Miss Sun, that guy would already be kneeling and begging for mercy. As the whispers grew louder, Sun Muqing's face turned red. Now everyone thought she was dating an ex-con. How humiliating. She glared at Yi Feng. About what I said just now. I know it wasn't real. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I didn't take it seriously. As if he cared about their opinions. If Chen Zifeng knew what was good for him, he'd stay out of Yi Feng's way. Otherwise, Yi Feng wouldn't hesitate to cripple him too. He whistled nonchalantly, looking completely unfazed. Sun Muqing, furious, clenched her teeth. She stomped away, dragging Su Chanxian with her into the hotel. Inside the hotel. Despite the earlier confrontation, the class reunion continued as planned. The rooftop banquet hall of Longchen Grand Hotel was lavishly decorated. As a child of privilege, Sun Muqing had always attended elite schools. Most of the attendees here were heirs of Longqing's top families. Yi Feng followed Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian to the top floor. The spacious rooftop was lined with champagne towers and exquisite hors d'oeuvres. As the banquet officially began, Su Chanxian greeted many classmates. Meanwhile, from afar, Chen Zifeng kept his eyes locked onto Sun Muqing. His gaze lingered on her body, his intentions unmistakable. When no one was looking, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Yi Feng and Sun Muqing wandered through the banquet hall. Many classmates clinked glasses with Sun Muqing. But not a single person approached Yi Feng. To them, he was nothing but a fallen heir, not worth their time. Sun Muqing could handle her alcohol well, downing 4 or 5 glasses in a row. You should go sit over there. She really didn't want to be seen with him. All right. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation. He grabbed a glass of wine and went to a corner, leisurely sipping and snacking. Just as he walked away, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a suit, his arm in a sling, his face still bruised. Yin Tianqi. Sun Muqing shuddered. Was he here for revenge? But unexpectedly, Yin Tianqi smiled pleasantly. Muqing, I wanted to apologize. That day, I acted recklessly. I was just blinded by anger. I promise I won't cause trouble for you or Yi Feng anymore. And I just apologized to Su Chanxian as well. With that, he downed 3 glasses of alcohol in a row. Then, he bowed deeply to Sun Muqing. His expression was sincere, his attitude humble. Sun Muqing was shocked. It's okay. Even though he claimed he wouldn't hold a grudge, something about Yin Tianqi's demeanor seemed off. Muqing, since young Master Yin is being so sincere, we should toast to him as well. Su Chanxian, believing Yin Tianqi had truly changed, picked up a glass. Under the dim lighting, Yin Tianqi discreetly slipped white powder into 2 glasses of champagne. Miss Sun, let's drink together. If you don't, I'll take it as you haven't forgiven me. He handed them the drinks. Sun Muqing hesitated. All right then. The 3 of them clinked glasses and drank. No one knew what had just happened. But as the champagne slid down their throats, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Yin Tianqi's lips. 2 sluts. Tonight, I'm going to make you wish you were dead. His mind had already begun fantasizing about the scene of holding both women in his arms. Even though his hand had been crippled by Yi Feng, it didn't affect his lower half one bit. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was at the banquet, enjoying the food and wine, completely unbothered by the occasional disdainful glances thrown his way. Has this guy never been to a banquet before? He looks like a total country bumpkin. A group of young men beside Lu Wei chuckled mockingly. Lu Wei downed his drink in one gulp, then sneered. Just wait. Soon, this punk will be crawling out of here. Do you even know who owns Longcheng Grand Hotel? The Chen family. They hold a 1/3 stake in the hotel. One word from young Master Chen, and this punk will be kicked out immediately. A convict like him has probably never even seen a high society banquet before. Lu Wei grinned wickedly. Hearing his words, the group of well-dressed men and women around him burst into laughter. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a group of towering security guards stormed in from outside. Their eyes swept across the room, finally locking onto Yi Feng. That's him. Make sure you teach him a lesson. Young Master Chen wants this convict's leg broken. The head of security held a baton, whispering to his men. Don't worry, boss. Tonight, we'll show this punk the dark side of society. Under the security captain's lead, the guards charged towards Yi Feng, quickly surrounding him. At that moment, Yi Feng was casually sipping his wine, completely unaware of the approaching situation. When he finally looked up, he saw a cold, vicious glare directed at him. The security captain pointed at him. You convict. This is young Master Chen's class reunion, and you dare to sneak in? Do you have a death wish? Men! Tie him up. With so many people around, the security captain figured it would be easier to drag Yi Feng outside before dealing with him. Hearing Chen Zifeng's name, Yi Feng immediately understood, so this was his doing. Yi Feng swirled his wine glass, not even sparing the guards a glance. I'm here with my girlfriend for the reunion. Is that a problem? Your girlfriend? A convict like you, still pretending? Get him. The security captain gave the order, and 7 or 8 guards lunged at Yifeng. At that moment, Sun Muqing finally noticed the commotion. "Stop! What are you doing?" she shouted. "What are we doing? This convict is eating and drinking for free, I'm kicking him out." The security captain didn't recognize Sun Muqing. He raised his baton and swung it straight at Yifeng's head, planning to knock him out before tying him up. A bunch of pathetic insects. Yifeng simply tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the blow. In the distance, Lu Wei and the others were already laughing hysterically. "See? I told you this punk would crawl out of here." But just as Lu Wei finished speaking, Yifeng moved like lightning. One punch. One kick. A flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 7 or 8 figures flew backward, crashing to the floor like broken kites. Agonized screams echoed throughout the banquet hall. The crowd stared in shock at Yifeng. Chen Zifeng's expression turned incredibly ugly, like he had just swallowed a fly. Useless trash. He never expected his entire security team, a dozen men, to be beaten down in mere seconds by a convict. Yifeng stood tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, his eyes sharp and domineering. The pressure alone made the remaining security guards tremble, their breathing ragged. Especially the security captain, his arm was completely broken. "Why you? What? You still want to teach me a lesson?" Yifeng glared coldly at the security captain. He drank the last sip of his wine, not spilling a single drop, before turning his gaze to Chen Zifeng. If a fool was asking to die, Yifeng didn't mind helping him along. But just then, the commotion attracted the hotel's upper management. A group of well-dressed men entered the banquet hall. At the lead was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. The moment he saw Chen Zifeng, he immediately bowed deeply. "Young Master Chen. What's going on here? You should be asking him, not me." Chen Zifeng coldly pointed at Yifeng. The group of suits followed his gaze and immediately noticed Yifeng and the injured security guards. "So someone's causing trouble here?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone arrogant. "Kid. I'm Li Jinshan, the general manager of Longcheng Grand Hotel. Who are you?" Li Jinshan swept his hair back, looking high and mighty. Yifeng had no interest in wasting words. "This all started with Chen Zifeng. Who I am is none of your business." At those words, the entire hall fell silent. Moments later, the suits and onlookers burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I've seen arrogant people before, but never this arrogant. Do you even know who you're talking to? Do you even know where you are?" Li Jinshan gritted his teeth, firing off 2 questions. "I don't know, and I don't care." Yifeng's expression remained ice-cold. "But I do know one thing. If that Chen bastard doesn't stop bothering Muqing, I won't hesitate to cripple him." His words boomed through the hall. His expression was terrifyingly cold. But to Li Jinshan and the others, Yifeng looked like a complete lunatic. The crowd laughed even harder. "Mr. Li, this punk is clearly delusional. Forget it, I feel generous today." One of Li Jinshan's subordinates tossed a thick wad of cash into the air. As bills rained down, the man smirked mockingly. "This money? Use it to get your head checked. Now, kneel kowtow 3 times to young Master Chen and Mr. Li, and we'll let you leave." The spectators whispered among themselves. "He's doomed. He pissed off the wrong people. Longcheng Grand Hotel belongs to Tianjun Group. Mr. Li was hand-picked by the chairman himself. Making trouble in his hotel? This fool has no idea what he's done." Only Sun Muqing was panicking. Things had escalated far beyond what she expected. She regretted ever bringing Yifeng here. But Yifeng remained calm. "Oh? You said I should crawl out of here?" He dialed a number. A moment later, a cold voice answered. "Young Master Yi. Someone's trying to make me crawl out of Longcheng Grand Hotel. His name is Li Jinshan, and another one is Chen Zifeng. You have 3 minutes. Get here." After hanging up, Yifeng sat back down. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu's face darkened. "These blind fools. Daring to provoke young Master Yi? Prepare the car." A Rolls-Royce Phantom roared toward Longcheng Grand Hotel at full speed. Top floor of the Longcheng Grand Hotel, countless people watched Yifeng, who was only seen making a phone call. Li Jinshan was so infuriated by this ex-convict that he almost laughed in anger. "Who do you think you are? Daring to act recklessly in Longcheng? I'll make sure you die without a grave." This sentence was filled with murderous intent and threats. Sun Muqing knew that she could no longer stop today's disaster. At this point, the only option was to apologize quickly and let Chen Zifeng vent his anger. She took a step forward and said, "Young Master Chen, everything that happened today is because of me. Please, let him go." Yi Feng apologized to young Master Chen. Sun Muqing tugged hard on Yi Feng's arm. Suddenly, she felt dizzy but managed to steady herself. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi was observing everything from behind. He never expected that this fool Yi Feng would offend both Chen Zifeng and Li Jinshan. This made him even more excited. Once Chen Zifeng and President Li dealt with Yi Feng, he would already be in bed with Sun Muqing. This fight would ultimately benefit him the most, and both of them would end up being played by him. Yin Tianqi almost burst out laughing. He glanced at his watch. The drug would take full effect in 30 minutes. "Miss Sun, I think it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. Let them handle it themselves." Yin Tianqi held onto Sun Muqing's arm. Her skin was delicate, smooth like a baby's, and a deep greed flashed in Yin Tianqi's eyes. Li Jinshan and Chen Zifeng looked at Yi Feng with utter disdain, just waiting to see who this ex-convict could call for help. At that moment, the roaring sound of engines echoed from outside the hotel, drawing everyone's attention. More than a dozen luxury cars screeched to a stop at the hotel entrance. Chen Zifeng also looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw a familiar figure quickly step out of a Rolls-Royce. When he took a closer look, he was stunned. "Why is my dad here? Didn't he say he was meeting some important business partners today?" But then, Chen Zifeng laughed. "Ha ha ha. He must have come for the excitement. He's always wanted to meet my old classmates." After all, they were all second-generation rich kids from Longcheng, and many of them knew his father. This idiot won't just be crawling out of here today, he might not even be able to leave at all. One luxury car after another made the wealthy heirs nervous. Soon, another imposing figure stepped out of a vehicle. "Wait, who do I see? Isn't that Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and everyone's gaze shifted away from Yi Feng to look downstairs. A group of figures rushed inside hurriedly, as if possessed. Chen Zifeng never imagined that things had escalated to the point where even the head of Tianjun Group and his own father had shown up. For a moment, he even felt sorry for this ex-convict. He knew his father's temper. Whether or not he personally took action, if Yi Feng had provoked him, his father wouldn't let him off easily. "Just don't kill the guy later." Chen Zifeng smirked. "Yi Feng, quickly, apologize now. What are you waiting for?" Sun Muqing was so anxious that she nearly stomped her feet. One was the head of the Chen family, and the other was the mysterious head of Tianjun Group, Zhao Fu. Either of them could kill Yi Feng 100 times over. But Yi Feng was as stubborn as ever. No matter what she said, he remained motionless, standing with his hands behind his back. Boom! The heavy double doors of the hotel's top floor were suddenly blasted open by an immense force. The sound startled everyone. Immediately after, they saw the Chen family patriarch, Chenin, striding in. "Dad!" Chen Zifeng was overjoyed, a victorious smile on his face as he stepped forward to greet his father. But just as they met, a fierce slap came flying at him. The force of the slap was so strong that Chen Zifeng had no chance to resist. His body was sent flying, crashing hard onto the floor. Glass shattered everywhere, and at that moment, everyone felt as if their hearts had exploded. "You bastard! How did I raise someone like you? Dad! Why did you hit me?" Chen Zifeng was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. In just a few moments, his face had swollen like a pig's head. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't think of anything he had done recently to anger his father. "Why did I hit you?" "I hit you because you deserve it. You motherf." Chen Zifeng had never been beaten before in his life, but now, his own father had gone mad, thrashing him mercilessly without hesitation. He even used all his strength. What on earth had happened? "I told you to keep a low profile. To behave yourself. You always bring me trouble. Dad! Please, stop. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" Chen Zifeng wailed in agony. But Chenin showed no mercy. He immediately pulled out his leather belt. A relentless storm of whippings landed on Chen Zifeng, and in just moments, his body was covered in bruises. The onlookers in the distance were terrified. Lu Wei even staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this really Chen Zifeng's biological father? Meanwhile, Yi Feng glanced at his watch and nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 3 minutes. Pretty fast. Shannon only stopped after he was drenched in sweat from beating his son. Mr. Yi. I apologize for disturbing you. Zhao Fu slightly bowed to Yi Feng. Yi Feng simply gave him a look, signaling him to handle the situation. He didn't want to make things too big, but today, someone had pushed too far and provoked him. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. By the time Chenin was exhausted, Chen Zifeng was already barely conscious, lying motionless on the floor. Then, he quickly turned around and deeply bowed to Zhao Fu and Yi Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi. This is all my fault for not teaching my son properly. A father is to blame when his son goes astray. Everything that happened today was entirely my responsibility. Please, for the sake of my late father's friendship with you, spare my son. Chenin pleaded with Zhao Fu, who then glanced at Yi Feng, seeing that he seemed satisfied. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fu said, "Get lost. And don't let me see anything like this again." The crowd watched in horror. Lu Wei, seizing the opportunity, quietly slipped away. No one knew who Yi Feng really was, but Zhao Fu and Shannan's attitudes had already explained everything. Shannon had his men drag his son away without looking back, leaving the others in a daze, as if waking from a dream. As Yi Feng turned to look for Sun Mooching among the crowd, she had already disappeared. At that moment, in a spacious bedroom, Yin Tianqi held up both Sun Mooching and Su Chanqian, tossing them onto the bed. Chanqian, why do I feel so dizzy? So hot. Me too. Yin Tianqi's eyes flickered. Time wasn't up yet, and the drug hadn't taken full effect. But soon, once it did, they would both lose consciousness. And then, it would be his time to enjoy them. Yin Xiao. Where is this place? Su Chanqian covered her burning cheeks, her expression dazed. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi was secretly delighted. It seemed the drug was taking effect. Su Chanqian couldn't even remember how she got here. This is Longcheng Grand Hotel. You both drank too much. Young Master Chen asked me to arrange a room for you to rest. Su Chanqian glanced beside her and saw Sun Mooching. Only then did her doubts fade away. With Sun Mooching around, she felt that Chen Zifeng wouldn't dare act recklessly. Little did she know, this was all part of Yin Tianqi's scheme. Yin Tianqi sneered to himself. Then you two rest well here. I'll leave now. Meanwhile, on the hotel's top floor, all the wealthy heirs were trembling as they looked at the man standing not far away. Calm and reserved, yet exuding an imposing aura, it was clear that Yi Feng was already acquainted with the chairman of Tianjun Group. Beside him, Li Jinshan's legs were trembling uncontrollably. He was merely a minor general manager of Longcheng Group. But standing opposite him was the chairman of Tianjun Group. Li Jinshan knew all too well how powerful Tianjun Group was. 90% of Longcheng's industries were controlled by Tianjun Group. In front of Zhao Fu, he was nothing more than a fly easily crushed. And even after being crushed, no one would care enough to clean up his remains. At this moment, Li Jinshan finally realized the young man in front of him was no ex-convict at all. He stammered, Zhao Chairman. Zhao Fu turned around, his sharp gaze filled with barely contained fury. The two bodyguards immediately understood. Slap. 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 A series of heavy slaps landed on Li Jinshan's face. Blood gushed from his nose. Thud. He fell to his knees. Within seconds, Li Jinshan was kowtowing repeatedly. Chairman Zhao. This really has nothing to do with me. It was all Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng? What kind of thing is he? He dares to disrespect my guest? You're in charge of Longcheng Grand Hotel. Such an incident happening under your watch means you're a disgrace of a manager. Now, get lost. Zhao Fu had trained in martial arts in his younger years, and his presence alone carried an air of dominance. That was precisely why he had been able to manage Tianjun Group so well. Li Jinshan was utterly devastated. He had worked half his life to become the general manager of Longcheng Grand Hotel. And now, after just 1 year in this position, he was being thrown out. With Tianjun Group's influence, he knew there would be no place for him in Longcheng anymore. All of this was because he had offended Yi Feng. The banquet had lost all meaning at this point. Tonight, Yi Feng had completely stolen the spotlight. Bang! 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 Li Jinshan, snot and tears streaming down his face, banged his head against the floor, pleading desperately. Please. Chairman Zhao. I know I was wrong. His pitiful appearance was all in the hope of keeping his job. Didn't you hear me? Get lost. Zhao Fu was irritated. The two bodyguards immediately grabbed Li Jinshan and dragged him out. After handling the matter, Zhao Fu nodded at Yifeng before turning to leave. Yifeng didn't want to reveal his identity, but tonight had been a bit too high profile. That wasn't his usual style, but sometimes, he had to show strength. Otherwise, people would think he was an easy target. Soon, a new security team arrived and cleaned up the scene. Under the spotlight, the banquet resumed. The wealthy heirs of Longcheng, who had previously mocked Yifeng, now raised their glasses, eager to toast him. But Yifeng wasn't interested. He only wanted to find Su Qianxian and Sun Muqing. Scanning the crowd, he realized they weren't there. His brows furrowed. Are they avoiding me on purpose? After all, trouble had erupted again. Yifeng hurriedly went downstairs. In the distance, Sun Muqing's red Audi was parked conspicuously. That meant they hadn't left yet. He pulled out his phone and called Sun Muqing, but there was no answer. At that moment, in a building 300 meters from Longcheng Grand Hotel, Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian were feeling dizzy and disoriented. They didn't even hear the phone ringing. Sun Muqing felt her body heating up, her vision blurring. Qianxian, wake up! Qianxian! But beside her, Su Qianxian had already passed out, completely unconscious. Realization struck Sun Muqing. She knew her own alcohol tolerance, she had only had 5 or 6 glasses of wine. There was no way she could be this drunk so quickly. Outside the door, Yin Tianqi, hearing the silence inside, revealed his true colors. Bitch! You refused to be my girlfriend for so long, and now you're messing around with that ex-convict? Let's see how I deal with you two filthy sluts tonight. After I'm done with you, I'll go take care of that ex-convict too. Just as Yin Tianqi was about to push the door open, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. He turned around and saw more than 10 men in black suits standing before him. Yin Tianqi, you've got some balls, pulling shit like this on my turf without even checking in. Seeing who it was, Yin Tianqi's expression changed dramatically, turning pale with panic. The young man before him, around 25 or 26, had a cigarette dangling from his lips. His Hermes belt hinted at extravagance, his gaze was sinister, and his entire presence reeked of the underworld. Zhang. Brother Zhang. What are you doing here? Yin Tianqi forced a smile, his face filled with unease. Hearing this, Zhang Tiegong's face darkened. What am I doing here? Fuck you. This is my turf, why the hell wouldn't I be here? Slap. A fierce slap sent Yin Tianqi spinning in place twice. If I hadn't come, these two girls would have been ruined by you already. The slap jolted Yin Tianqi awake. He never expected Zhang Taigang to find out about this. Zhang Taigang was the son of Zhang Longhu. And who was Zhang Longhu? He was the underground emperor of Longcheng, the man who controlled half the city. Everyone in this district knew Zhang Tiegong's name. Backed by his father, Zhang Taigang was arrogant and ruthless, fearing no one. And because of that, no one in Longcheng dared to provoke him. Yin Tianqi scrambled to his feet, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Brother Zhang. I swear, I didn't mean anything by it. They were just drunk, so I brought them here to rest. Yin Tianqi tried to explain, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. This entire street belonged to Zhang Taigang. Even the hotel was his. The moment Yin Tianqi arrived, the doorman had already reported everything to Zhang Taigang. Any beautiful woman who stepped into Zhang Tiegong's territory would never escape his grasp. Yin Tianqi felt a deep sense of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian here. These two chicks are mine now. Now get lost. Zhang Taigang waved him off. At those words, his men immediately started cracking their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with wicked intent. Because they knew, after Zhang Taigang was done, he always shared the leftovers with them. That was why his subordinates were so fiercely loyal to him. Yin Tianqi felt his guts twisting in regret. If only he had known, he would have never brought Sun Muqing and Su Qianxian here. Guard the door for me. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Bang! Zhang Taigang kicked open the door and walked in. The dozen or so underlings immediately lined up at the entrance, strictly guarding the door. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi could only hide nearby and observe everything happening. Sun Muqing was startled by the loud noise. When she regained her senses, she saw Zhang Taigang approaching her with a sinister smile. Who are you? What do you want? Sun Muqing tried to get up, but her vision blurred and she almost collapsed. Who I am doesn't matter. Yin Tianqi has already been driven away. Tonight, just let me take good care of you. What a figure. TSK. Much better than the women I've played with before. Su Chanshan's curves were pronounced, and in terms of figure and beauty, she was no less than Sun Muqing. Sun Muqing, on the other hand, had an innocent, girl-next-door charm. Each had their own unique appeal, neither was lacking. Zhang Tiegang's eyes fixated on Sun Muqing's snow-white chest, nearly drooling. His gaze was like a predator eyeing its prey, sending shivers down Sun Muqing's spine. "Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll scream for help." Sun Muqing grabbed a blanket and covered herself. Hearing this, Zhang Taigang laughed. "Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I'll get. This is my territory. Let's see who dares to save you." The mention of Zhang Tiegang's name made Sun Muqing's face turn pale. How could she not have heard of him? Among the wealthy second-generation heirs of Longcheng, it was well known that Zhang Taigang had ruined at least 100 women. He was a full-fledged sex fiend. But Sun Muqing never expected that he would be bold enough to make a move on them. "I'm telling you, I am Sun Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father won't let you off." In a panic, Sun Muqing tightly gripped her phone. "Ha ha ha. The Sun family? Do you even know who my father is?" "Zhang Longvu. The Sun family is just a third-rate clan in Longcheng. If your father dares to mess with me, I'll make sure your whole family disappears. You stay away." Seeing Zhang Taigang getting even more excited instead of backing down, Sun Muqing quickly dialed in Tianqi's number. "Don't bother calling. No one is coming to save you. As long as you behave and serve me well tonight, I'll treat you generously. In your dreams." Sun Muqing gritted her teeth and glared at Zhang Taigang. "Hello? In Tianqi. Where are you? Hurry. Tell Yi Feng. Ask him to save me." Sun Muqing shouted in despair as the call connected, but there was no response. She never expected that at this moment, Yin Tianqi, like a coward, was standing right outside the door. Yin Tianqi felt a mix of emotions. The prize he had set his sights on was now being taken by someone else. But he didn't dare utter a word. If Zhang Taigang got upset, he might not live to see another day. Thinking of this, Yin Tianqi directly hung up the call. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was rushing toward the location. Moments ago, he had asked the security guards at the hotel entrance and learned that Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan had been taken away by Yin Tianqi. A bad feeling surged in Yi Feng's heart. Inside the room, Sun Muqing tried calling him next. "Yi Feng. Save." Before she could finish her sentence, a chaotic noise interrupted the call. "Let go of me, you bastard. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." Sun Muqing had lived her whole life with dignity, she hadn't even had her first kiss. And now, she was about to be violated by this sex fiend. Summoning all her strength, she broke free from Zhang Tiegang's grip and slapped him across the face. The slap completely enraged Zhang Taigang. "You bitch. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you wish you were dead tonight." Smack! Zhang Taigang slapped Sun Muqing hard across the face. "Ah!" Sun Muqing screamed as she collapsed onto the bed. Her body felt weak, completely drained of strength. Even worse, her dizziness intensified, and her consciousness started slipping away. Her vision blurred, and in her fading awareness, she still hoped that Yin Tianqi would come to save her. Moments later, she could no longer hold on and completely lost consciousness. Zhang Taigang was overjoyed. He reached out to touch Sun Muqing's fair skin with one hand while hurriedly undoing his belt with the other. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, a loud commotion erupted outside the door. Boom! The bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, and several of his underlings were sent flying inside, groaning in pain. A striking figure stormed into the room. It was Yi Feng. Seeing Su Chanshan and Sun Muqing unconscious on the bed, an icy murderous aura flashed across Yi Feng's face. "Who the hell are you to interrupt my fun?" Zhang Taigang roared, furious at the intrusion. Boss. We couldn't stop him." One of the underlings scrambled to his feet, staring at Yi Feng in terror. Zhang Tiegang's expression darkened. "Who the hell are you? I'm warning you, don't touch her." Yi Feng's voice was cold and emotionless, sending chills through the room. "Where the hell did this mutt come from? How dare you bark at me? I'm Zhang Taigang. You know who my father is? Zhang Longvu. I'll give you 3 seconds to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive tonight." His moment of pleasure being interrupted had sent Zhang Taigang into a fit of rage. This was the first time someone had dared to storm in on him while he was handling business. Hearing Zhang Longhu's name, Yi Feng's brows furrowed. What a small world, he hadn't gone looking for Zhang Longhu, yet he had run into his son. Zhang Taigang mistook Yi Feng's reaction for fear and grew even more arrogant. 3. Before he could finish, Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared like a phantom. The next second, a fist rapidly enlarged in Zhang Tiegang's vision. Boom! Zhang Tiegang's body was slammed into the wall, his nose gushing blood. Ah! Someone! Kill this bastard for me! At his command, within seconds, a group of underlings stormed into the room, wielding machetes and baseball bats. Yi Feng remained unfazed, his eyes locked solely on Zhang Taigang. What are you waiting for? Attack! The room was instantly filled with the sounds of fighting and shouting. Yi Feng clenched his fists, eyes slightly closing. A powerful aura erupted from him, pressing down on everyone in the room like a crushing force. His inner energy surged from his body uncontrollably. He stood there like a war god, letting his power flood out. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his strength. Crippling you only takes a single finger. The icy killing intent engulfed the entire room, making the air feel like it had dropped several degrees. Even Zhang Tiegang's top fighters were struggling to breathe under this pressure. You're a martial artist? Zhang Tiegang's face turned pale with shock. Whoever kills this guy, I'll give him 10 million. Zhang Taigang was completely panicked. He hurriedly tightened his belt. At this moment, his own life was more important than any woman. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who looked to be only around 20 years old, was actually a hidden martial artist. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of martial artists before, and his own father, Zhang Longhu, was a peak body-refining martial artist. At first, Zhang Tiegang's underlings were so intimidated by Yi Feng's aura that they could barely hold onto their knives. But as soon as they heard Zhang Taigang offering 10 million for Yi Feng's life, the fear in their eyes vanished. Money could make people lose their rationality, even their lives. And 10 million was a fortune they could never earn in a lifetime. As soon as Zhang Taigang finished speaking, the leading man in black raised his machete and swung it straight at Yi Feng's head. He didn't hold back at all. But just as the blade was about to strike Yi Feng's head, Yi Feng moved. With a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly dodged the incoming blade. Then, with just 2 fingers, he caught the back of the blade firmly. Crack! A surge of internal energy shattered the blade into pieces. With a flick of his wrist, the broken shard of the blade shot straight into the heart of the man in black. Bang! 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 The sound of fists tearing through the air was followed by screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen underlings were sent flying, their brains splattering across the floor. Yi Feng simply dusted off his clothes. Gulp! Zhang Taigang swallowed hard. Martial artists were the most powerful beings in this world. Even the weakest among them, a basic body-refining martial artist, could take on 100 men alone. You just said, you were going to skin me alive, didn't you? Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his icy killing intent piercing straight through Zhang Tiegang's skull. Spare me, sir. I was blind. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please, I beg you. Let me go. No matter how much money you want, I'll give it to you. Zhang Taigang repeatedly begged for mercy, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Hearing this, Yi Feng sneered and shook his head. Seeing Yi Feng's dissatisfaction, Zhang Taigang quickly added, I'll have you work under my father. From now on, you'll be able to walk freely across Longcheng. I'll give you 50 million. No, I'll give you 100 million. The offer was incredibly generous. Over the years, Zhang Longhu had recruited many martial artists to serve as his personal enforcers. With Zhang Longhu's power, those men had all risen to the top. Zhang Taigang was certain that Yi Feng wouldn't refuse such an offer. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Feng's foot suddenly struck his knee. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed in the room. Zhang Taigang howled in agony. Grandpa, please spare me. I really know I was wrong. You can have these 2 women. I don't want them anymore. Just let me go. Please. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Taigang wept bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. Let you go? If I let you go, who knows how many more innocent girls you'll harm in the future. Scum like you, even death is too good for you. But, it's not time for you to die just yet. Yi Feng stood over him like a god, looking down at him from above. Then, he delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Tiegang's chest. Thud! The immense force sent Zhang Taigang crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Yi Feng stomped down hard right onto Zhang Tiegang's groin. Ah! Blood poured from between his legs, staining the floor. The excruciating pain was too much. Zhang Taigang blacked out instantly. With that, Yifeng finally turned his attention to Sun mooching on the bed. He quickly approached and placed his fingers on her lips to check her breathing. Fortunately, her breathing was steady. But her pale skin was flushed red, burning like magma. That bastard Yin Tanchi. What did he give her? Yifeng picked up Sun mooching and rushed downstairs. After placing her in the car, he then carried Su Chanshan to Longcheng Grand Hotel. He personally instructed Zhao Fu to ensure Su Chanshan's safety. After that, Yifeng drove Sun mooching home. At home, Sun Zhonghai and Chen Sini were still awake. Seeing Yifeng carrying their daughter, Sun Zhonghai nearly spit out his tea. Yifeng, what happened? Feng what's going on? Chen Sini quickly stood up to make way. Godmother. Mooching just drank too much. Yifeng casually made up an excuse. If his godmother knew what had really happened tonight, she would be worried sick. Oh, she just drank too much? I was wondering why she wasn't home so late. Alright. Quickly take her upstairs. Seeing this, Sun Zhonghai's temper flared. What are you doing? Put my daughter down right now. Can't you say a few less words for once? The girl drinks because of you. Fenger was kind enough to bring her home, and here you are yelling at him. Chen Sini glared at Sun Zhonghai. Seeing Yifeng carrying her daughter, she actually felt a bit pleased. But Sun Zhonghai was not happy at all. Who knew how much this brat had made his daughter drink tonight? And now, carrying her upstairs, clearly, he had bad intentions. Yifeng, however, ignored his godfather's suspicious gaze and quickly carried Sun mooching upstairs. After laying her on the bed, he hurried to make her a cup of honey water. She's only unconscious. She should wake up by morning. Then, he gently closed the door. Ahem. Xiaofeng, I see you just got out of prison and don't have a job. How about this? I'll have mooching find you a job tomorrow. Sun Zhonghai's words caught Yifeng off guard. Of course, Sun Zhonghai had his own motives. He didn't want his daughter constantly hanging around Yifeng. And he definitely didn't want her getting too involved with him. Yifeng didn't refuse and simply nodded. All right. After agreeing, Yifeng returned to his room and locked the door. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb the energy of the Yuan-Yang Earth vein. Over the past few days, he could feel that the hidden injuries in his body were nearly healed. Once they were fully recovered, he could absorb the entire Yuan-Yang Earth vein and break through to the Qi activation realm. The difference between realms was like night and day. Once he reached the Qi activation realm, there would be very few people who could stand against him. Time flew by. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi had already fled the hotel. The moment he saw Yifeng's silhouette, he ran as fast as he could. He knew Yifeng's strength. Those under Zhang Taigang weren't even close to being a match for him. But luckily for him, Yifeng hadn't realized his involvement. Otherwise, he would have been the one in deep trouble. Damn it! Those two bastards ruined my plans again. But Yifeng has offended Zhang Taigang, his days are numbered. Little did Yin Tianqi know that Zhang Taigang had already been completely crippled. For the rest of his life, he would never be a real man again. And Yin Tianqi himself had just narrowly escaped death. At dawn the next morning, Sun Mooching woke up with a splitting headache. She couldn't remember anything from last night. She only had a vague memory of Zhang Tiegong's lecherous face. After that, everything was a complete blur. How am I at home? Wait. Zhang Taigang. That bastard tried to violate me. Sun Mooching hurriedly checked her body and clothes, false alarm. She was fine, nothing had happened to her. She quickly grabbed her phone and called Su Chanshan. Chanshan. Are you okay? Su Chanshan had already woken up and left the Longcheng Grand Hotel, but when asked about last night, she had no answers. Sun Mooching then called Yin Tianqi. When he saw her name on the screen, he felt a guilty panic but quickly steadied himself before answering. Hello? Miss Sun. What happened last night? Didn't you take us back to the hotel? Sun Mooching asked. Well, Mooching. Yin Tianqi's mind raced, and suddenly, he came up with an idea. Last night, Zhang Taigang tried to assault you too. I was the one who saved you. Hearing that Yin Tianqi had rescued her, Sun Mooching felt instantly grateful. He continued. Last night, you told me to find Yifeng, but when that coward saw Zhang Tiegong's men, he ran away. I stood in front of you both, and that's the only reason Zhang Taigang backed off. But you know how bad his temper is, I even took a slap from him. Don't worry, if Zhang Taigang dares to trouble you again, I'll always stand by your side. Yin Tianqi spoke so emotionally, filled with concern, that even he almost believed his own lies. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's expression changed. So Yi Feng had run away first? If it weren't for Yin Tianqi protecting her and Su Chanshan, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Even now, she still felt terrified thinking about it. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, who knows what that bastard Zhang Taigang would have done to us. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi's mood instantly improved, as if all the frustration from last night had been swept away. He couldn't help but admire how quick-witted he was. It was nothing. Muqing, do you have time today? Let me treat you to a meal. Yin Tianqi seized the opportunity to invite her out. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Muqing agreed. Sure. Shanshan and I will come together. Let me treat you instead. I really should thank you properly. It's no big deal. Yin Tianqi was overjoyed when she agreed. This was the first time Sun Muqing had agreed to have a meal with him. Could it mean he actually had a chance? Maybe she'd even agree to be his girlfriend? Once she did, he could have his fun and dump her when he got bored. Sun Muqing had no idea what was going through Yin Tianqi's mind. But after agreeing, she suddenly became worried. Zhang Taigang is Zhang Longhu's son. Zhang Longhu is the infamous underground emperor of Longcheng. What if he comes after us? Without realizing it, Sun Muqing had already started seeing herself and Yin Tianqi as a team. Hearing her say us, Yin Tianqi immediately patted his chest confidently. Humph. The Yin family isn't to be messed with either. The Yin family, the Sun family, and the Su family, there's no way Zhang Longhu would dare to take on all three at once. The Yin family was one of the strongest second-tier families in Longcheng, while the Sun and Su families were slightly weaker. However, all three families had close ties with many powerful clans in the city. Yin Tianqi's words reassured Sun Muqing. Thinking back to last night's events, Yi Feng's image in her mind plummeted even further. That Yi Feng is useless at everything except running away. And after last night, he even offended Chen Zifeng. Idiot. Sun Muqing gritted her teeth in anger. Last night, she had been too dizzy to see what happened at the hotel, and since Yin Tianqi had taken her to the hotel, she naturally assumed he had saved her. She had no idea that if not for Yi Feng, she and Su Chanshan would have already been ruined. Sun Muqing changed into fresh clothes and hurried downstairs. Beside the bed, a cup of honey water sat there, something Yi Feng had thoughtfully prepared for her. But she didn't even notice it. As she stepped outside, the door opposite hers also opened. She and Yi Feng locked eyes. Sun Muqing shot him a vicious glare before heading downstairs. Yi Feng was stunned. What's with her this morning? Did she eat gunpowder for breakfast? Not thinking much of it, he followed her downstairs, where Chen Sini had already prepared breakfast. Mom! Muqing! You're up? Did you have fun last night? Chen Sini asked with a smile. Sun Muqing frowned, her expression immediately darkening. Fun? Ha! I had so much fun I almost died. She turned to Yi Feng and glared. You ran pretty fast last night, didn't you? Yi Feng was confused. What is she talking about? Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Ungrateful bastard. Sun Muqing muttered before angrily eating her breakfast. Yi Feng looked innocent. Was she talking about him? If it weren't for him, she would have been in a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. But seeing how mad she was, he decided not to argue. You little brat, you drank too much last night, and Feng kindly brought you home. How can you talk to him like that? Chen Sini scolded. Your dad said to find Feng a job. He doesn't have one right now. Hearing that, Sun Muqing got even angrier. Why should I get him a job? Just do it. You know what your dad's company needs, don't you? Sun Zhanghai was usually busy with business, leaving most company matters to Sun Muqing. He only stepped in for big decisions. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's eyes lit up. I've got it. The company needs a security guard at the front entrance. I think Yi Feng is perfect for the job. After saying that, she continued eating, while Sun Zhanghai nearly burst out laughing. He had thought that maybe his daughter had warmed up to Yi Feng last night. Turns out, she was still holding a grudge. How can you assign him a security job? No way. I won't allow it. Chen Sini protested. Yi Feng quickly stepped in. It's okay, godmother. I like this job. Nothing wrong with being a security guard. You see. He said it's fine. Sun Muqing finished her meal and walked out without looking back. Chen Sini saw that Yi Feng had agreed and had nothing more to say. Her daughter was getting more and more unreasonable. Meanwhile, in Tianhu No. 1 Villa District, home to the most luxurious residences in Longcheng. Inside the Zhang family villa, a man was lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, barely alive. Blood still seeped from his lower body. Dad! I'm a cripple now. Ugh! Dad! You have to get revenge for me. Kill Yi Feng? No. I want to kill him myself. I'll torture him for 3 days and 3 nights until he begs to die. Zhang Taigang lay on the bed, tears streaming down his face. Dozens of guards stood in silence, and the whole hall was deathly quiet. On the central sofa, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair smoked a cigarette, his face dark as a storm. Boom! Suddenly, he stomped down, shattering the coffee table in front of him. Yi Feng! If I don't avenge this, I, Zhang Longhu, am no longer human. He dared to hurt my son, I'll chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Zhang Longhu was furious, and just then, a figure rushed into the Zhang family villa in a panic. Boss! Boss! Something terrible has happened. The guard trembled, nearly stumbling to the ground. Zhang Longhu, already in a fit of rage, grabbed the underling by the collar. Damn it! Why are you panicking? Can't you see I'm already pissed off? But the underling quickly pulled out a sealed golden wax envelope from his chest and handed it to Zhang Longhu. It was delivered personally by President Zhao of Tianjun Group. The underling dropped to his knees. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu was stunned. Which Tianjun Group? Master Zhang. How many Tianjun Groups are there in Longcheng? A man smoking a cigar on the sofa nearby frowned. This man was Li Zihong, the head of the Li family. Years ago, he had secretly orchestrated the division of the Yi family's assets, helping the Li family rise from a second-tier clan to one of Longcheng's top aristocratic families in just 3 years. Hearing his words, Zhang Longhu froze. Of course, he knew about Tianjun Group, it was an unshakable mountain in Longcheng. However, Zhang Longhu had always dealt in shady business, with only a few front companies laundering money for him. Although those companies had grown into legitimate businesses over the years, Zhang Longhu had never had any dealings with Tianjun Group. Why would he suddenly receive a golden letter from them? This golden letter was something only VIPs of Tianjun Group were privileged to receive. Could it be that Tianjun Group wanted to do business with him? Dad! Since Tianjun Group is expanding into Longcheng, they must be looking to form an alliance with you. After all, our Zhang family holds half the power in Longcheng. Zhang Taigang said excitedly, momentarily forgetting the pain in his lower body. Tianjun Group was a financial powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the nation. If the Zhang family could secure an alliance with them, their influence could double overnight. At that point, every family in Longcheng would have to bow before them. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Longhu was overjoyed and quickly opened the letter. But in the next moment, the bright red characters on the page struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in utter shock. Tianjun Group Young Master's order, in 3 days, the Zhang family will be eradicated, and Zhang Longhu's life will be taken. Zhang Longhu, clean your neck and wait. Zhang Longhu's eyes widened in horror. Though he didn't want to believe it, this letter had been personally delivered by Zhao Fu, the president of Tianjun Group, there was no way it was fake. To hell with this. Tianjun Group dares to threaten me, Zhang Longhu? A surge of powerful energy instantly reduced the letter to shreds in his hand. Everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang Longhu. Zhang Taigang was the first to speak. Dad! What's wrong? The young master of Tianjun Group declared that in 3 days, they will wipe out our Zhang family and take my life. Boom! Everyone in the Zhang family was instantly filled with terror. Only Zhang Longhu remained cold and murderous. Dad! How is that possible? Our Zhang family has never had any conflict with Tianjun Group. Why would they come after us? Zhang Taigang was so frightened he almost jumped out of bed. He was nothing without his father's status. As he attempted to get up, the sharp pain in his lower body instantly reminded him of his injuries. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Meanwhile, Li Zihong was equally shocked upon hearing that Tianjun Group planned to destroy the Zhang family. Master Zhang, is this true? Why would Tianjun Group? If Li Zihong hadn't been here today, he wouldn't have even known about this earth-shattering news. And if the Tianjun Group young master had truly issued this order, Longcheng was about to face a storm. Zhang Longhu glanced at Li Zihong and said coldly, "Our Zhang family has always minded our own business with Tianjun Group. We've given them the respect they deserve. And now they dare to say they will destroy my Zhang family? I, Zhang Longhu, am not one to be trampled on. Pass my orders. Gather all the top fighters of the Zheng family immediately and prepare for full-scale defense. Also, mobilize all heavy firepower, maintain 24-hour armed patrols. With Zhang Longhu's command, 24 martial artists in the hall immediately knelt on one knee and responded in unison, yes. Master Zhang. You know Tianjun Group's strength. But I have a question. Li Zihong frowned and said thoughtfully, I've met Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group, in person. And in the 3 years since they entered Longcheng, I've never heard of any young master of Tianjun Group. Where did this young master suddenly come from? Li Zihong was essentially Zhang Longhu's subordinate. He was shrewd, which was why he had managed to elevate the Li family's status. Exactly. Damn it, where did this so-called young master suddenly pop up from? Dad. Maybe we should hide in Yunqing for a while. Tianjun Group is too powerful, I'm scared. Zhang Taigang was terrified. No matter how strong the Zhang family was, they couldn't possibly match Tianjun Group. He didn't want to die. Seeing Zhang Tiegang's cowardly expression, Zhang Longhu was furious. He strode over and slapped the back of Zhang Tiegang's head. You useless piece of trash. They haven't even come knocking yet, and you're already thinking of running away? Not only that, but you've already been crippled. You've ruined my lifelong reputation. Zhang Longhu had only one son, and yet he was a complete disappointment. Just looking at him made Zhang Longhu furious. Zhang Taigang shivered and didn't dare say a word. Zhang Longhu continued, for now, just focus on recovering from your injuries. What about Yi Feng, Dad? You have to avenge me. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll send top experts to kill him silently. And, since you like those two girls, I'll have them brought to you so you can vent your anger. Zhang Longhu turned away with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Zhang Taigang was overjoyed. Even though he couldn't take revenge on Yi Feng himself, he planned to take out all his anger on Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian. That night, the Zhang family was fully armed, even placing heavy machine guns on their walls. Yi Feng, however, was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was accompanying Sun Muqing to Yin Tianqi's dinner gathering. Sun Muqing picked up Su Chanxian and specifically chose a high-end restaurant. Yi Feng followed like a shadow, annoying her. But since she had promised her mother to arrange a job for him, she decided to take care of it after the meal. When the three arrived at the restaurant entrance, they saw Yin Tianqi waiting outside. He was dressed stylishly, wearing polished leather boots and looking quite sharp. However, the moment he saw Yi Feng's face, his confident expression instantly froze. A wave of guilt washed over him. Young Master Yin. Seeing Yin Tianqi, Su Chanxian was the first to run toward him. After hearing Sun Muqing's recounting of last night, she was truly terrified. He. Qian. Qian. Yin Tianqi forced a smile, keeping one eye on Yi Feng to gauge his reaction. Yi Feng still wasn't sure what was going on. Why had Sun Muqing suddenly invited this bastard to dinner? Knowing her temper, Yi Feng decided to remain calm and observe what was happening. Sun Muqing ignored Yi Feng and reached out to shake Yin Tianqi's hand. Thank you so much for what you did last night. If it weren't for you, I really would have been violated by that scumbag Zhang Taigang. Yes. We're so lucky to have you, young Master Yin. I was scared to death. Su Chanxian beamed with gratitude. Sun Muqing, seemingly free of any previous bias against Yin Tianqi, added shyly, and thank you for taking me home. Hearing this, Yi Feng was completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute, wasn't I the one who took you home? It was nothing. After all, we've been good friends for a long time. Well, let's go. My treat. After dinner, let's go sing karaoke. Yin Tianqi, though awkward, had no choice but to keep up the act. Seeing the three of them chatting happily, Yi Feng quickly stepped forward. Hey. Muqing. I think you're mistaken. I was the one who took you home. If anyone deserves thanks, it should be me. Yi Feng finally understood the situation. That shameless liar Yin Tianqi had deceived Sun Muqing into thinking he was the one who saved them. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. If the truth was exposed, he'd be finished. Yi Feng's icy gaze locked onto him, making his heart race with fear. Sun Muqing immediately turned around and scolded Yi Feng. Do you have no shame? Running away was bad enough, but now you want to take credit for everything? I have no idea why my mother ever thought you were worthy of being her godson. Su Chanxian also frowned and shot Yi Feng an annoyed look. Yi Feng, what's wrong with you? It's bad enough that you're always causing trouble for mooching, but now you're trying to smear young Master Yin's name? Yifeng almost laughed out loud at these two idiots. But instead of getting angry, he strode forward and grabbed Yin Tianqi by the collar. Yin Tianqi, tell them who really saved them. What are you doing? Let him go. Yifeng, don't push your luck. Just because my mom protects you doesn't mean I'll tolerate everything. Sun Muqing grabbed Yifeng's arm, her eyes blazing with fury. Let go of young Master Yin. Yifeng, do you want to go back to prison? If you don't release him, I'll call the police. Su Chanxian grabbed Yifeng's other arm. The three of them were locked in a standoff. Seeing how fiercely Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian were defending him, Yin Tianqi's fear vanished instantly. Yifeng, I saw you drive away with my own eyes that night. If I wasn't the one who saved Muqing, then who was it? He lied without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing became even angrier. Seeing their reactions, Yifeng shook his head with a smirk. I don't even feel like explaining myself to you two. And I haven't even told my godparents about how you offended Chen Zifeng last night. If they find out, you won't be staying in my house anymore. Sun Muqing was furious. Do whatever you want. But I'm warning you, stay away from him. Yifeng pointed at Yin Tianqi. He had only done what was right, and he didn't care whether he got credit for it. His eyes grew cold as he glared at Yin Tianqi before finally letting go. Sun Muqing also glared at Yifeng. You should worry about yourself first. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi grew more excited. It looked like he had a chance. Sun Muqing's attitude toward him was already better than it was toward Yifeng. With a few small tricks, he could completely drive a wedge between them. Then, wouldn't Sun Muqing be his to play with? Alright. Muqing, don't blame Brother Yi too much. He probably drank too much last night. He must have just forgotten about it. We're all friends here. Yin Tianqi acted like a magnanimous gentleman. Seeing his generosity and then looking at Yifeng's cold expression, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian despised Yifeng even more. Did you hear that? Learn from young Master Yin. Be more forgiving. Enough. Muqing, let's go eat. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Muqing upstairs, not wanting to argue with Yifeng anymore. Brother Yi, won't you join us for a meal? Yin Tianqi asked insincerely. Sun Muqing hesitated, unsure whether to invite Yifeng inside. Just then, Yifeng spoke. You all go ahead. I won't ruin your fun. Yifeng got into the car, not bothering to deal with them any longer. Alright then. Sun Muqing didn't say much and went inside with the others. Yin Tianqi, you really don't know when to quit. A murderous glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. With him around, Yifeng wasn't afraid of anything Yin Tianqi might try. From the way Yin Tianqi looked just now, Yifeng was certain he was the one who had drugged the wine that night. Just then, Yifeng's phone rang. It was Zhao Fu. Without hesitation, he answered. Young master. The message has been delivered. I've also placed a few informants near the Zhang family. The Zhang family is now on high alert, fully armed, and they have firearms. Young master. If you truly intend to wipe out the Zhang family, should I mobilize some forces? Zhao Fu asked tentatively. No need. I will personally take Zhang Longhu's life. Just keep an eye on Zhang Longhu's every move for now. Yifeng ordered coldly. Understood. Zhao Fu responded firmly. Hanging up, Yifeng leaned back and closed his eyes. So what if the Zhang family had guns? His only concern was Zhang Longhu escaping after hearing the news. But even if Zhang Longhu fled to the ends of the earth, he would never escape Yifeng's wrath. Meanwhile, a shocking piece of news spread throughout Longcheng. Zhang Taigang had been crippled, and Zhang Longhu had mobilized his forces, determined to avenge his son. As soon as the news broke, all of Longcheng was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tiegang's infamy was well known, and Zhang Longhu was the underground emperor of Longcheng. Who had dared to touch Zhang Longhu's son? All the major families in Longcheng were watching the spectacle unfold. Those who had suffered under Zhang Tiegang's cruelty were quietly celebrating. An hour later, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian exited the restaurant with Yin Tianqi following contentedly behind them. With this first step, the rest would be easy. Young Master Yin. See you next time. Su Chanxian waved goodbye. Sun Muqing also smiled before getting into the car. Inside, Yifeng was already asleep. Hey! Wake up! I'm taking you to the company. Sun Muqing tugged on Yifeng's arm. Right now? Yifeng was taken aback. Sun Muqing frowned. Or what? With that, she stepped on the gas and quickly drove toward her family's company. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of a tall building. Looking up, large golden characters spelling Shanghai Group hung atop the building. The Sun family had been doing well in recent years, but compared to other families in Longcheng, they were still far behind. So, my dad's company isn't bad, right? See that security booth at the entrance? From now on, that's your workstation. Sun Muqing dragged Yi Feng to the security booth, which was about 30 to 40 square meters. Inside, there was only a bed and a few simple living necessities. You want me to be your security guard? How much are you paying me? Yi Feng teased. Depends on your performance. But you're the toughest guy I've ever met. And since there's some family connection, I'll give you a high salary. 3,000. Sun Muqing said with a smirk, arms crossed. Did this guy really think he was here to be treated like royalty? Even giving him 3,000 was being generous. Just looking at his smug face annoyed her. But at least now that he had a job, he wouldn't be following her around and getting on her nerves. With that thought, Sun Muqing led Yi Feng upstairs. The building was massive. The lobby had 2 antique vases over a meter tall, and the receptionist was quite pretty. But Yi Feng wasn't paying attention. This was his first time at Sun Zhonghai's company, and he didn't really care about the salary. He wasn't here just to be a security guard. Good day, President Sun. Several employees greeted Sun Muqing as she walked in. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Yi Feng. When did Miss Sun get a boyfriend? Wasn't she always single? He's a new face. First time seeing him. Young Masterine used to visit a lot before. Judging by his outfit, he must be some wealthy heir. Many employees whispered among themselves, curious about Yi Feng's identity. One male employee pulled his female colleague's sleeve, his face filled with jealousy. My goddess has a boyfriend? How am I supposed to live now? Come on, look at his status and look at yours. Yeah, you're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. A few female employees, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with admiration. He was undeniably handsome. Plus, he carried a natural air of dominance that instantly attracted attention. And after continuously absorbing the energy of the Yuan-Yang earth vein, his body had undergone a transformation, his skin and aura had improved dramatically. Just standing there, he exuded a noble and extraordinary presence. But Sun Muqing hadn't noticed any of this. After all, she saw Yi Feng every day. Any subtle changes in his appearance had completely escaped her attention. Yi Feng heard all their comments but simply shook his head lightly. How's your dad's business been doing these years? He suddenly asked Sun Muqing. Hearing him show concern for her family's business, Sun Muqing frowned. It hasn't been completely smooth, but it's been okay. You just got out of prison, why are you asking about this? Don't tell me you know how to do business? Nope, Yi Feng shook his head. Then why ask? Just focus on your security job. If you do well, I won't treat you unfairly. Soon, they arrived at the top floor. As they pushed open the door, a massive office spanning several hundred square meters came into view. Inside, a woman wearing black silk stockings was organizing documents. When she saw Sun Muqing, she was momentarily stunned. President Sun, what brings you here? Stao Yu. How have things been these past few days? Sun Muqing asked with concern. In truth, Sun Muqing didn't really want to manage her father's company. She was intelligent and business savvy, but she preferred enjoying life over working hard, unlike Su Qianqian, who helped manage her family's business whenever she wasn't hanging out. President Sun, I've drafted all the contracts over the past few days. But that piece of land has already been acquired by Manhwa Group. If we want to compete, we'll have to pay 30% more than originally planned. Hearing this, Sun Muqing frowned. Last time, President Chen agreed that we'd only need to pay 10% more. What happened? I'm not sure. Zhao Xiaoyu was Sun Muqing's secretary. She handled most of the company's affairs. The land in question was an undeveloped plot located in the most prosperous commercial district of Longcheng. Originally, the Yin family owned it, but the Sun family had been competing for it. Unexpectedly, Manhwa Group took it instead. Manhwa Group's chairman was Chen Jin, the second son of the Chen family and younger brother of Chenin. Hiking up the price like this is common in business negotiations, President Sunday. What should we do now? That land was prime real estate. Both Sun Muqing and her father wanted to acquire it, but the Sun family's power was nowhere near the Chen family's level. Sun Muqing felt a headache coming on. Pushing the matter aside for now, she turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, process is hiring. This is President's son's boyfriend? Zhao Xiaoyu asked with a teasing smile. What boyfriend? No one is allowed to spread nonsense. This is Yi Feng, my mom's godson. From now on, he's an employee of Zhanghai Group. Then, Sun Muqing turned to Yi Feng. Starting today, you're the head of security. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu's jaw dropped. The godson of President's son's mother, working here as a security guard? She thought she had misheard. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly spoke. You mentioned a piece of land? The Chen family raised the price? Stop meddling in business affairs. What do you know? Sun Muqing dismissed him. I'll handle it. I can settle this for you. Yi Feng spoke confidently. Sun Muqing was stunned. Then she reached out and touched his forehead. Are you running a fever? I'm serious. Seeing his absolute confidence, Sun Muqing found it even more ridiculous. This idiot loved to boast. Just yesterday, he had offended Chen Zifeng. And now he wanted to take land from the Chen family? Was he joking? Yi Feng didn't bother explaining. The real reason he accepted the job was to help the Sun family. Tianjun Group could collaborate with them, it was just a matter of making a phone call. Yi Feng stepped out and called Zhao Fu, giving him instructions. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu called back with a phone number. Chenin is waiting for your call. At that moment, in the Chen family's main hall, Chenin paced anxiously, a look of excitement on his face. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng lay on the couch with his arm in a sling. Son, listen to me. From now on, treat young Master Yi as if he were your own father. This is our Chen family's last chance. Hearing this, Chen Zifeng felt like his father had lost his mind. That bastard Yi Feng? Who the hell was he? Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? That bastard Yi Feng did this to me, and you want me to treat him like that? Just wait and see. When I'm out of this, I'll make sure to put him in his place. I'll make him understand the consequences of messing with me. Chen Zifeng gritted his teeth in fury. Treat Yi Feng as if he were his own father? What kind of joke was that? You ungrateful brat. What the hell do you know? Do you even know who he is? And you still want to go after him? I'll beat the stupidity out of you. Hearing this, Chenin was so furious that he nearly exploded. He immediately reached for his belt, ready to discipline his worthless son again. Qin Guirong quickly shielded Chen Zifeng behind her. Haven't you hit him enough? Are you planning to beat him to death? If you hit him one more time, just kill me too. Chen Zifeng clung to his mother's sleeve, terrified that his father would lash out again. He couldn't understand why just mentioning Yi Feng made his father so enraged. Who was Yi Feng, really? Wasn't he just some ex-convict fresh out of prison? Frustrated, Chen Zifeng turned to his mother. Mom, tell me the truth. Am I really Dad's biological son? Qin Guirong was momentarily stunned. Chen Zifeng genuinely doubted whether he was his father's real son. Qin Guirong's chest heaved with anger. You little brat! How dare you doubt your own mother? With that, she slapped him across the face. Seeing how clueless he was, Qin Guirong finally understood why Chenin was so furious. Chen Zifeng felt utterly wronged. He hesitated before cautiously asking. Dad, then tell me, who exactly is Yi Feng? Who is he? He is the chairman of Tianjun Group. He is the young master of the Yi family. He is the sky above Longcheng. Do you want to bring down the sky itself? Chenin's voice was filled with both anger and disappointment. Hearing this, Chen Zifeng was completely dumbfounded. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, his face pale with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? How could that guy be the chairman of Tianjun Group? Chenin glared at his son with fury. Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group, told me himself. Do you think he would lie? In front of Tianjun Group, our Chen family is nothing but a tiny ant. If young Master Yi so much as says a word, our entire family could be erased from Longcheng. We must seize this opportunity to express our loyalty to young Master Yi. If you dare to cause him trouble again, I'll be the first to destroy you. Chenin's tone was filled with an undeniable authority. Chen Zifeng finally understood why his father had publicly humiliated him in front of all the rich heirs of Longcheng. He swallowed hard. Thinking back to his confrontation with Yi Feng, he felt a deep sense of relief. It was his father who had saved his life. He quickly got up from the floor. Dad! I understand. From now on, young Master Yi is my father. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off and quickly corrected himself. I mean, from now on, I'll treat young Master Yi as if he were my own father. Dad, do you think young Master Yi will come after me? Suddenly, Chen Zifeng was filled with fear. What if Yi Feng decided to take revenge for what had happened that day? Who would be able to save him then? Chen En reassured him. Don't be afraid. This time, you must set an example. I believe young Master Yi won't hold a grudge over this. Son, remember what I'm saying, our Chen family's future depends on you. And don't tell anyone about this. Understand? Chen Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone. He understood his father's intentions very well. Yi Feng was the true power behind Tianjun Group, and their Chen family needed to be the first to express their loyalty. If others found out, they would all fight to curry favor with Yi Feng. Seeing that his son had finally come to his senses, Chen En felt relieved. He then smiled and said, I just got word from Manager Zhao. Young Master Yi is going to call me personally. This is our Chen family's chance to prove our loyalty. Chen Zifeng's heart raced with excitement. As long as Yi Feng didn't come after him, he would do whatever was needed. Thinking about the Chen family's future, he could barely contain himself. With Tianjun Group's backing, their family wouldn't just dominate Longcheng, they could expand nationwide. And right now, only their family knew about this opportunity. Even Qin Guirong understood the significance of this moment. Seeing her husband and son reconciled, she was all smiles. 3 minutes later, Chen En's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Hello? Master Chen. Long time no see. Hearing the voice, Chen En immediately bent forward at a 90-degree angle, as if he was about to bow. He couldn't even begin to describe his emotions at that moment. Why, young Master Yi? Chen En greeted respectfully. Fuhua Group is under your Chen family, correct? Yi Feng got straight to the point. Chen En nodded repeatedly. Yes. Young Master Yi, whatever you need, just say the word. My son offended you before, please don't hold it against him. Yi Feng hadn't expected Chen En to be this easy to deal with. He already had a decent impression of him. That's a minor issue. Zhonghai Group is looking to acquire a piece of land. I heard Fuhua Group owns it, and they've raised the price by 50% over the original cost. Zhonghai Group? Your sister? Young Master Yi, may I ask who your sister is? Sun Muqing. Hearing the name, Chen Zifeng, who was eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine. Regret hit him like a ton of bricks. So, Sun Muqing was Yi Feng's sister? What had he done? Because of his recklessness, he had almost doomed the entire Chen family. At this point, Chen Zifeng didn't dare harbor any thoughts about Sun Muqing anymore. Nothing was more important than the survival of his family. So it's young Master Yi's sister. I will personally gift that land to Miss Sun at no cost. Rest assured, our Chen family will fully support the Sun family from now on. I've always had a great relationship with Miss Sun's father. Young Master Yi, please wait. I will come over immediately. Then I'll trouble you with this, Master Chen. Yi Feng said with satisfaction before hanging up. Chen En was overjoyed. This opportunity had come so quickly. He immediately changed into formal attire and took Chen Zifeng with him as they left the Qin residence. Meanwhile, Yi Feng re-entered the office after his call. He found Sun Muqing standing with her arms crossed, staring at him with an unhappy expression. You think one phone call is going to make Fuhua Group give me that land for free? Ha! Sun Muqing sneered. It's just a piece of land, Yi Feng said calmly. Forget about one piece of land. If he wanted, he could take all of Longcheng. Strength was everything, and he had the strength to do it. Sun Muqing chuckled and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu. Did you hear that? He just loves to brag. How can I trust someone like him to do business? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to understand a little. This guy looked quite handsome, but it turned out he was just a big talker. No wonder President's son assigned him as the head of security, probably to temper his personality. Here's your employee badge. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyu handed Yi Feng a badge. This officially marked Yi Feng's employment as the head of security for Zhonghai Group. Looks like I'll have to visit Fuhua Group myself. We must get that piece of land. Sun Muqing was determined. Such a prime location, everyone in Longcheng wanted it. Forget the 1 billion price tag, in a few years, its value would easily multiply several times over. Before Tianjun Group stepped in, Sun Muqing was set on buying it from Fuhua Group. If necessary, she would even pay 50% more. With that, she gathered the contract and prepared to head downstairs. Alright. I have things to do. Xiaoyu, take Yifeng around to meet the employees. Since you'll be working under the same roof, you should get to know each other. Smiling, Sun Muqing turned to leave, finally able to shake off this annoying shadow. But suddenly, Yifeng stopped her and glanced at his watch. Wait a bit. They'll be here soon. You don't need to go anymore. Who? Sun Muqing asked, puzzled. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce with the license plate A99999 screeched to a stop at the company entrance. Sun Muqing was stunned. She saw Chenin and Chen Zifeng step out of the car and quickly enter the building. It's that scumbag. Why is he here? Seeing Chen Zifeng storming in, Sun Muqing froze. Then she noticed the bandage on his arm and suddenly realized. We're screwed. He's here because of that night. Yifeng. This is all your fault. What do we do? What do we do? Sun Muqing paced anxiously. Even Chen Zifeng's father had come. She had heard about his temper. If he saw Yifeng, he definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Sun Muqing grabbed Yifeng's arm. Hurry, hide somewhere. When Chen Zifeng comes in, I'll just say I haven't seen you. He must be here for revenge. She didn't want things to escalate further, this was the only solution. But to her surprise, Yifeng shook off her hand and grinned at her. Got a cigarette? Give me one. 3 years in prison, he had picked up smoking when he first went in. Later, as he trained, he gradually quit. But now, he suddenly felt nostalgic for that old taste. He crossed his legs and lounged on the sofa, completely at ease. Sun Muqing was furious. Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? This is all because of you. If not for you, would Chen Zifeng be coming after us? Seeing Yifeng's carefree, indifferent attitude, Sun Muqing felt like she was about to explode. Why are you so calm? He's already here. Yifeng glanced at the desk. Sun Muqing didn't smoke, so there were no cigarettes in the office. She couldn't understand, what was Yifeng thinking? Did he have a death wish? Forget it, this whole situation was partly her fault anyway. You stay put. If Chen Zifeng causes trouble, I'll handle it. If she had known things would turn out this way, she never would have lied and told Chen Zifeng that Yifeng was her boyfriend. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the office door swing open. 2 figures, drenched in sweat, walked in hurriedly. Miss Sun. I am Chenin, head of the Chen family. Chenin strode towards Sun Muqing and bowed to her. Then he extended his hand for a handshake. Miss Sun. If you were interested in my land, you should have told me earlier. If I had known it was you, I would have sent the contract over right away. This was my mistake, I was careless and didn't inform my younger brother. But don't worry, from now on, Zhenghai Group will be Fuhua Group's most valued partner. This land is my gift to you. Please accept it. Chenin quickly signaled Chen Zifeng, who respectfully handed the contract to Sun Muqing. Sun Muqing was completely dumbfounded. Chen. Master Chen. Aren't you here to deal with him? She pointed at Yifeng, who was still sitting on the sofa. But the moment they entered, both Chenin and Chen Zifeng had already noticed Yifeng. Instantly, their hearts pounded with anxiety and excitement. But Chenin was a shrewd man. He quickly composed himself and first expressed goodwill towards Sun Muqing so that young Master Yi would witness his sincerity. Yifeng found Chenin's approach quite satisfactory. He smiled at him. That single smile made Chenin even more ecstatic. Meanwhile, Sun Muqing was utterly confused. She knew exactly how much that land was worth. Yet Chenin just handed it to her for free? And even came in person? Opening the contract, Sun Muqing's heart trembled. It wasn't fake, Chenin's signature was on it, along with Fuhua Group's official seal. Chen Zifeng bowed his head deeply and apologized. Miss Sun. I sincerely apologize for what happened that night. Rest assured, I will never offend you again. If I've done anything wrong before, please forgive me. His attitude was so humble, he almost buried his head in the ground. This scumbag was actually apologizing? Had the sun risen from the west? Sun Muqing felt like she was dreaming. She pinched her thigh. The pain told her this was real. At that moment, Yifeng spoke. Got a cigarette? I have one. Chenin reacted instantly, pulling a pack of premium Huazi cigarettes from his pocket. He quickly lit one for Yifeng. Yifeng took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, the smoke curling around his fingertips. For the first time, his expression held a mature, world-weary depth. Sun Muqing looked at him. For a moment, he felt completely unfamiliar to her. Chenin stepped forward, about to bow deeply to Yifeng. But Yifeng shot him a glance, and he immediately understood. "Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you." "Zifeng. Greet Mr. Yi properly." "Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you." A bead of cold sweat rolled down Chen Zifeng's forehead. Sun Muqing stared blankly at Yifeng. You all. We've already made peace. Since Master Chen is offering this land in good faith, just accept the contract, Yifeng said with a smirk. Sun Muqing looked at Yifeng, her mind in chaos. Could it be because of him that the Chen family was suddenly offering this prime land for free? No, that was impossible. How could Yifeng have such influence? Yifeng quickly explained. Master Chen and Director Zhao are close associates. We've met before. The lie was a little flimsy, but Sun Muqing wasn't the sharpest thinker, so she didn't notice anything strange. Oh, so that's how it is. She quickly put away the contract. Stao Yu, quickly make tea for Master Chen and young Master Chen. Sun Muqing hurriedly instructed Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu was shocked by how the Chen father and son treated Yifeng. President Sun had assigned him as the head of security. Wasn't this just nonsense? Zhao Xiaoyu had met many people in her life, and judging from everything that had just happened, Yifeng's status in the eyes of the Chen family was definitely not low. He even seemed to be placed higher than Sun Muqing. This Yifeng was mysterious and had a strong masculine charm. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu prepared the tea. Chen Zifeng didn't even dare to sit down until Chenin gave him permission. Sun Muqing found Chen Zifeng's behavior strange today, but in reality, it was just because he was nervous. Faced with a big boss like the one behind Tianjun Group, Chen Zifeng was completely overwhelmed. Chenin patted Chen Zifeng's shoulder. My son might be a bit of a troublemaker, but his nature isn't bad. I hope Miss Sun can be tolerant of him. Zifeng, you should learn more from Miss Sun and Mr. Yi. Do you understand? Chenin spoke earnestly, and Chen Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Dad. I understand. Seeing this, Sun Muqing couldn't help but sigh. Chen Zifeng's father was far more impressive than he was. With a father like this, the son shouldn't be too hopeless. Even though she despised the things Chen Zifeng had done in the past, in business, she could still work with him. After all, the Chen family's strength as a first-tier family was undeniable. Chenin took a sip of tea and continued. Miss Sun. You'll need to visit the site personally to inspect the land. We originally planned to develop a luxury villa complex there, but what? Sun Muqing was puzzled. But there's something strange about that place. Over the past few days, several workers have reported feeling like they were possessed. Their bodies stiffened up like stone, almost as if they had contracted some kind of strange illness. Chenin didn't want any accidents to happen after Sun Muqing took over the land. If something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess, so he told her everything up front. Sun Muqing was startled. She had consulted a feng shui master, and the land was said to be excellent warm in winter and cool in summer. She had even visited before and hadn't experienced anything unusual. She nodded seriously. Thank you. I'll go check it out this afternoon. All right. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Miss Sun, Mr. Yi, I'll see you next time. After bidding them farewell, Chenin quickly left Zhonghai Group. Sun Muqing put away the contract and headed downstairs. Since she had accepted the land, she needed to inspect it personally. Besides, after thinking it over, she decided she should still pay the Chen family something. It wouldn't be right to take the land for free. But what confused her most was Yifeng. She turned back and looked at him strangely. Do you really have that much influence? The Chen family just gave me this land for free? Are you hiding something from me? She scrutinized him from head to toe, trying to see through him. But she couldn't. After a moment, Yifeng finally spoke. I'm not that important. Maybe Tianjun Group wants to work with you. Aren't they close to Director Zhao? We've had the chance to meet before. Alright, aren't you going to inspect the land? I'll come with you. Chenin said something weird is going on there. I want to see for myself. With that, Yifeng headed downstairs without waiting for Sun Muqing. She glared at him. This guy, skipping work on his first day? But since she was in a good mood, she let it slide. She followed closely behind, got into her Audi, and drove off with Yifeng. The land that Chenin had given to Sun Muqing was next to Longhu Lake, one of the most expensive areas in Longchang. Before long, Sun Muqing's car arrived at the entrance of the construction site. Looking around, she saw that thousands of square meters of land were enclosed by fences, with many workers inside. Not far away stood the headquarters of Fuhua Group. Just as Sun Muqing and Yifeng arrived, two staff members came up to them. "Miss Sun? President Chen asked us to wait here for you." Sun Muqing nodded politely. Looking at the bustling commercial district in the distance, she already had countless ideas for how to develop this prime location. But first, she needed to investigate the so-called strange happenings at the site. As Yifeng and Sun Muqing followed the staff inside, a Rolls-Royce suddenly sped toward them. Yifeng turned and saw Zhang Tao step out of the car with Li Yaqing. Behind them were several men in suits. The moment Zhang Tao saw Yifeng, he smirked coldly. "Move aside. Move aside. What is a convict like you doing here?" Zhang Tao signaled for Yifeng to step away. Yifeng frowned. "I should be asking you the same thing. What are you two doing here?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao sneered. "What am I doing here? You really are an idiot, aren't you? I'm here to inspect the land. Now get lost." He then pushed forward, intending to enter first. As he walked past Yifeng, he deliberately rammed his shoulder into him. Unfortunately for Zhang Tao, he had no idea how strong Yifeng was now. The moment he made contact, he was sent flying backward, as if he had slammed into a concrete pillar. His bones made a cracking sound, almost breaking. Seeing this, Li Yaqing's face darkened in anger. She had been holding back her frustration toward Yifeng for too long. This damn convict, how dare he go against her fiancé? Yifeng! How dare you disrespect my fiancé? She raised her hand and swung at Yifeng's face. She didn't care if Sun Muqing was present, she was determined to teach this convict a lesson. But before she could land the slap, Yifeng's expression turned cold. He caught her wrist effortlessly. Then, slap. Yifeng struck her face. "You really think I wouldn't dare hit you? You blind fool." Clearly, Zhang Tao had deliberately run into him. Yet this wretched woman insisted on blaming him for it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back anymore. Li Yaqing was completely stunned. You actually dared to hit me? I'll make you pay for this." "Hubby. What are you waiting for? Beat him up, I want his leg broken." Hearing Li Yaqing call him hubby, Zhang Tao felt a surge of excitement. He immediately ordered his men to surround Yifeng. Zhang Tao glared at Yifeng. "You bastard. The hand you used to hit my wife, I'll make sure you never use it again." The men in suits stepped closer, eyes filled with malice. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the distance. "Stop." Several imposing figures strode toward them, radiating fury. Zhang Tao and Li Yaqing turned their heads simultaneously and saw Chenin approaching with Chen Zifeng and several subordinates. Chenin walked straight up to Zhang Tao. Just as Zhang Tao was about to greet him, a slap came out of nowhere and sent him flying. Then, Chenin stepped on Zhang Tao's face and twisted his foot back and forth. "Zhang Tao, you must have some guts to come here and stir up trouble." Chairman Chen. Zhang Tao's nose was bleeding profusely. Chenin grabbed him off the ground with one hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. The Zhang family had a good relationship with the Chen family, and he had agreed with Chen Jin just a few days ago that he could come to inspect the land. Why was Chenin attacking him without even hearing him out? Zhang Tao hurried to explain. "Chairman Chen, please listen to me. Your brother, Chen Jin, personally agreed that I could come to inspect this land. He even said it could be transferred to me." "That's nonsense." Chenin spat, nearly drowning Zhang Tao in his saliva. "Take your people and get the hell out of here. I've already given this land to Miss Sun. And did you just say you were going to break Mr. Ye's arm? You worthless piece of trash, are you tired of living? To hell with you." Chenin slapped Zhang Tao several more times. Li Yaqing was so terrified that she turned pale and stumbled backward. Yifeng stared at her coldly. She really thought that just because she married Zhang Tao and entered a wealthy family, she had the right to boss him around? She had no idea that, in his eyes, she was nothing more than an ant. And the Zhang family? If they really angered him, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them. Chenin finished beating Zhang Tao, then turned and shot a fierce glare at Li Yaqing. Li Yaqing looked at Yifeng in fear, still trying to figure out how he knew Chenin. Chenin roared, "Get lost! I don't ever want to see you two again. Also, from today onward, all cooperation between the Zhang family and my Chen family is cancelled. Miss Sun, Mr. Yi, this way, please." Chen personally led Yifeng and Sun Muqing forward, passing by Li Yaqing and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was on the verge of tears. He had come here to discuss business, but instead, because of Yifeng, he not only failed to negotiate but also lost his business opportunities. The cooperation projects with the Chen family were worth at least 7 or 8 billion. He had invested a lot in them, and the risks were high. Now, with the Chen family pulling out, the Zhang family, just a second-rate family, was facing complete disaster. The losses were immeasurable. Zhang Tao endured the pain and struggled to his feet, trying to plead with Chenin. But Chenin didn't even spare him a glance. Chen Zifeng, on the other hand, kicked him hard in the chest, flipping him over. "Didn't you hear? Get lost. If you dare disrespect Mr. Yi again, I'll break both of your legs." Zhang Tao was scared out of his wits. What was going on? Why was the Chen family treating this ex-convict with such reverence? Meanwhile, Li Yaqing was in a daze, staring blankly at Yifeng's retreating figure. Her heart was in turmoil. When the group finally disappeared from sight, Zhang Tao let out a furious roar. "Damn it! Why? Why does that ex-convict deserve this?" Zhang Tao was devastated. He had always been beneath Yifeng, but now, even after working his way up, he was still no match for him. "Zhang Tao! You've really let me down," Li Yaqing snapped. She had been slapped by Yifeng, and now her fiancé had been humiliated by the Chen family. Her dignity was completely shattered. "Yaqing! Don't be mad. I don't know what kind of luck he's had to make the Chen family treat him so well. But don't worry, I'll get revenge for you." Zhang Tao patted the dust off his clothes. "Just because he has the Chen family backing him, doesn't mean he can go against me. Let's wait and see." With that, Zhang Tao and his men quickly got into their cars and sped away. Everything was Yifeng's fault, he blamed it all on him. But to Yifeng, these two pests weren't even worth thinking about. He followed Chenin into the site, where several staff members introduced the details of the land. After walking for a few minutes, Chenin suddenly stopped. "Miss Sun. I'm sorry, but I can only take you this far. Beyond this point, I don't dare go any further. The lake ahead is now your land. This place, it's eerie. Achoo!" Chenin sneezed. Yifeng quickly sensed something unusual. His internal energy was incredibly strong, and within his dantian, pure yang energy constantly surged through his body. Yet even he felt a chilling cold, as if it pierced his very soul. Yifeng turned to look at Sun Muqing. Strangely, she seemed completely unaffected. Frowning, Yifeng asked, "You don't feel anything?" "No. What's wrong? You're acting all mysterious." Chen Zifeng shivered, covered in goosebumps. After just a few minutes of standing here, he couldn't take it anymore. He began rubbing his hands together, while Yifeng circulated his energy to drive out the cold. Only then did Chen Zifeng's face regain some color. "Miss Sun. Maybe we should head back and consult a feng shui master about this place," Chenin suggested. But Sun Muqing felt perfectly fine. She smiled. "It's all right, Chairman Chen. You can leave first. We'll stay and take a look around." Chenin didn't argue and quickly led his people away. Once they were gone, Yifeng frowned. "There's a cold energy radiating from the ground. It's the middle of summer, and it's still this cold. Could there be an extremine object buried here?" "Extremine object?" Sun Muqing gave him a puzzled look. She had no idea what he was talking about. Yifeng ignored her and walked deeper into the site. Before long, they reached the central area of a massive lake. The lake's surface emitted an eerie chill, making it look like a scene from a fairyland, veiled in a thin mist. "It's here!" Yifeng immediately sensed something unusual. Ignoring Sun Muqing's attempts to stop him, he jumped into the lake. A few minutes later, he resurfaced, holding a small, glowing white stone. "An extremine object. The cold is so intense that even my internal energy can't fully resist it." Strangely, Sun Muqing didn't seem to feel the cold at all. She snatched the glowing stone from his hand and examined it. "It just looks like an ordinary pebble to me." Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he stared at Sun Muqing in shock. She felt uneasy under his gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," Yifeng replied. "Muqing, consider this stone a gift. You might find it useful someday. If you plan to keep it at home, store it in a volcanic stone box. I'll bring you one later." This was basic knowledge. Yifeng understood it well. Extremine objects couldn't be absorbed by martial artists. For cultivators like him, they weren't treasures. But every rule had its exception. Yi Feng's eyes widened slightly. A five-in body. He murmured, staring at Sun Mooching. Only he knew about this, which meant that if someone guided Sun Mooching, she could also step into the martial arts world. She could even progress faster than Yi Feng. This was why she didn't feel the cold at all. Yi Feng kept this thought to himself and took Sun Mooching for a quick walk around the area. By the time they left, Shannon was already gone. Indeed, this was a great piece of land. Moving the luminescent stone away would prevent people from getting sick due to the cold. In the scorching summer, this place had unknowingly become a rare retreat from the heat. Sun Mooching initially had no interest in keeping the stone and was a bit annoyed. Who gives someone a lousy rock as a gift? This is a treasure. Trust me. Yi Feng told her to keep it and not to show it around carelessly. If other martial artists saw it, it could bring trouble. By the time Sun Mooching and Yi Feng returned home, it was already dark. After a long day, Sun Mooching felt exhausted, her entire body aching. Yet, she still had doubts in her heart. She pulled Yi Feng aside under the pretense of going out for a walk. What's your relationship with the Chen family? Tell me the truth, you must be hiding something. Sun Mooching pointed at Yi Feng suspiciously. Yi Feng shrugged. I already told you, what other relationship could I have? Shannon is a good friend of Zhao's elder brother, so naturally, he's my friend too. Yi Feng whistled, and Sun Mooching glared at him. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message that caught her attention. After reading it, her face changed in shock. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked. Sun Mooching's eyes were full of worry. Young Masterine saved me and got injured by Zhang Taigang. Now Zhang Longhu has sent people to kill Yin Tianqi. No, I have to tell him immediately. Yi Feng was stunned. Zhang Longhu wants to kill Yin Tianqi? Was she sure she didn't get it wrong? Clearly, it was Zhang Taigang who tried to violate Sun Mooching, and he was the one who crippled Zhang Taigang. So why was Yin Tianqi the one being hunted? If Zhang Longhu was sending killers after anyone, it should be him. However, Yi Feng didn't take it to heart. If Zhang Longhu dared to send people after him, none of them would return alive. You should worry about your own safety. Why are you concerned about Yin Tianqi? Zhang Taigang is crippled. Zhang Longhu will definitely send people after you. Yi Feng knew Zhang Taigang wasn't done yet. If they came for him, they would also come for Sun Mooching. But Sun Mooching didn't believe Yi Feng's words at all. She simply thought he was being stupid. Ignoring him, she quickly changed her clothes, jumped into her car, and drove off to find Yin Tianqi. I have to warn young Master Yin. He only provoked Zhang Longhu because of me and Qianqian. With that, she stepped on the gas and disappeared in an instant, leaving Yi Feng behind. This woman is crazy. Risking her life for that bastard Yin Tianqi. Yi Feng was furious. He immediately hailed a taxi and followed her. Under the dark night sky in Longcheng, 4 men in black rushed toward the city center. Looking closely, their speed was astonishing. Their movements left behind afterimages in the air. Meanwhile, Sun Mooching was speeding in her car, calling Yin Tianqi. Young Master Yin. Where are you? Something terrible has happened. Zhang Longhu has really sent people to kill you. Yin Tianqi was lounging in his villa, sipping tea with a voluptuous woman in his arms. Hearing Sun Mooching's words, his hands trembled, crack. And his teacup shattered on the floor. His face went pale with fear. Is this true? Who told you that? The news is everywhere. Haven't you seen it? You need to find a safe place to hide. Zhang Longhu is ruthless, he won't let you go. Sun Mooching's voice was filled with concern. Yin Tianqi was dumbstruck. Panicking, he quickly grabbed his phone and checked the news. When he saw the bounty on his head, he nearly wet himself. All day, he had been too busy fooling around with women and hadn't checked his phone. If Zhang Longhu really wants me dead, where can I even run? There's nowhere safe in Longcheng. What do I do? What do I do? Yin Tianqi was so scared he stomped his feet in frustration. He truly believed Zhang Longhu was after him. Little did he know that the martial artists sent by the Zhang family were actually hunting Yi Feng. Yin Tianqi regretted everything. This has nothing to do with me. He had only lied to trick Sun Mooching and Su Qianqian. How could he have known the Zhang family would blame him for crippling Zhang Taigang? Thinking quickly, he considered going to the Zhang family to confess everything, to explain the truth about Sun Mooching. Meanwhile, Sun Mooching continued driving at high speed. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed ahead, forcing her to slam on the brakes. Her red Audi came to a sudden stop. 4 figures rushed toward her from across the road. At the same time, Yifeng jumped out of his taxi. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Are you Sun Mooching? I am. Who are you? Good. You're exactly who we're looking for. The leader of the men in black punched through her car window. Just as he was about to grab her arm, Yifeng's handsome face appeared before his eyes. The man in black instantly stepped back, his expression wary. Sun Mooching was also frozen in fear. Seeing Yifeng, the man in black grinned. Perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's cut off this kid's head and report back. Yifeng stood fearlessly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With just you lowlifes? If Zhang Longhu sent you to die, then I'll gladly take your lives. Yifeng clenched his fists, and a surge of powerful inner energy radiated from his palms. The men in black sneered, full of mockery. Such arrogance. I was already making a name for myself in Longcheng before you were even born. Ha ha ha. I was going to give you a quick death, but now you've made me want to have some fun with you first. The leader, a man in his 40s, had a sinister gaze. His entire body exuded a bloody aura, as if he had walked through mountains of corpses. Clearly, he had killed many people. Hurry up and kill him before anything unexpected happens, one of the others urged. Without hesitation, the man in black drew a dagger and charged at Yifeng. The sharp blade cut through the night air, forming a cold arc of light. As the dagger approached, Yifeng threw a punch. The force of his strike was unstoppable. In an instant, he shattered the man in black into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere. The remaining 3 men froze in shock. A single punch. The sheer power of that one strike was terrifying. Even these martial artists were stunned. Ah! Sun Mooching had never witnessed such brutality before. She screamed and covered her mouth in horror. This kid is a martial artist. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. You guys aren't even worthy of being called lowlifes. Yifeng sneered. Yifeng turned his head and softly said to Sun Mooching, "Close your eyes." He was worried that the blood might splatter on her and that the gruesome scene would frighten her. Who are these people? Sun Mooching had never encountered martial artists before and had no idea these men were after her. Her mind was still occupied with Yin Tianqi. They came to kill me, Yifeng said coldly, his overwhelming killing intent engulfing the assassins. Realizing Yifeng's strength, the assassins no longer dared to be careless. All together. Kill him. 3 figures surrounded Yifeng, attempting to corner him. Inside the car, Sun Mooching's mind was in complete chaos. Yifeng moved like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged. Watching his unfamiliar silhouette, Sun Mooching felt a growing sense of fear. Was this still the Yifeng she knew? A cold blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yifeng's throat. In just a few moments, the assassins had launched dozens of deadly strikes. But what shocked them the most was that despite their relentless attacks, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yifeng's clothes. Yifeng smirked with a hint of mockery. Is this all you've got? Yifeng, be careful. Sun Mooching was drenched in cold sweat, deeply worried about Yifeng's safety. If something happened to him, she wouldn't be able to escape these assassins either. Could Zhang Longhu have sent them? No, that's not right. Zhang Longhu's target should be Yin Tianqi, not Yifeng. Just as she was lost in thought, Yifeng threw a punch. One of the martial artists flew dozens of meters away like a broken kite. You! The man in black coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror. A martial artist at the body tempering stage could dominate all of Longcheng. Yet, with his strength, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yifeng's body. Had he been pretending to be weak just to toy with them? The other 2 assassins widened their eyes in shock. Yifeng slowly walked up to the fallen assassin, towering over him. He pressed his foot onto the man's chest, causing more blood to spill from his mouth. Please don't kill me. We were just following Zhang Longhu's orders. If you spare me, I will be your most loyal dog from now on. I will do anything you ask. Grandmaster, please spare this lowly one's life. The assassin pleaded desperately, looking at Yifeng with begging eyes. But Yifeng only chuckled coldly. Now you beg for mercy? Too bad, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng stomped down hard, crushing the man's head into pulp. The remaining 2 assassins exchanged glances. Their only thought was to run. But how could Yifeng let them escape? In a flash, he blocked their path. Seeing him appear in front of them, the 2 assassins immediately dropped to their knees with a loud thud. Grandmaster, please spare us. We were forced into this. We had no idea who you were. Please, let us go. They called out frantically, their foreheads already bleeding from the repeated impact against the ground. Their blood stained the ground beneath Yifeng's feet. Yifeng grabbed both of them by the neck as if they were mere chickens. Crack! With a light squeeze, their necks snapped. After dealing with them, Yifeng casually dusted himself off and walked up to Sun Muqing. Are you okay? Sun Muqing numbly nodded. Why Yifeng, you killed people. Her face was pale with fear. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. Yifeng had just been released from prison, and now he had killed people right in front of her. Sun Muqing had never witnessed such brutality before. Now, she saw Yifeng as nothing but a murderer. They tried to kill me. I had no choice but to kill them first, Yifeng said calmly. Don't worry. These were Zhang Longhu's men, scum who committed countless crimes. They deserved to die. People like them didn't deserve mercy. If he had let them go, who knew how many more innocent lives they would have taken? Besides, some of them might have even participated in the massacre of the Yi family back then. I'll drive, Yifeng said. You should be more worried about Su Chanxian and yourself. That bastard Yin Tianqi is definitely safe. For now, you should stay home. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that Sun Muqing was in no state to drive, Yifeng made her sit in the passenger seat and drove her home himself. Once they got back, Sun Muqing locked herself in her room and immediately called Su Chanxian. Chanxian, are you okay? I'm fine. Muqing, why are you calling me so late? Hearing Su Chanxian's voice, Sun Muqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Su Chanxian was safe. After hanging up, her mind kept replaying the brutal scene from earlier. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking on her door startled her. As the door opened, Yifeng walked in, carrying a cup of hot water. He placed it on the table without saying a word and turned to leave. He knew she was shaken. But this was something she had to experience. If she never faced such things, how would she ever grow? It didn't matter if she couldn't accept it now, she would eventually come to understand. Yifeng stepped out of the room. Chen Sini had prepared a late-night snack for him. Meanwhile, Sun Zhonghai stumbled home, reeking of alcohol. As he entered, his face was beaming with excitement. Wife! Something amazing happened today. The Chen family actually gave me a prime piece of land. Do you know how valuable this land is? I'm telling you, it will be worth at least 5 billion in the future. Hiccup! I'm so happy, I drank a bit too much. Chen Sini's face turned red with anger upon seeing how drunk he was. But when she heard it was business-related, she held back her temper. Sun Zhonghai then turned to Yifeng. Yifeng, how was your first day at work? Look at you, so grown up, and yet you ended up as a security guard. Muqing is always surrounded by rich young heirs, and you're just a lowly security guard. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Sun Zhonghai's words were particularly harsh. Chen Sini couldn't stand it any longer. Weren't you just a regular worker when you were his age? Yifeng has suffered so much these past years. Instead of being understanding, you're belittling him? If you have such a problem with him being a security guard, then get out of this house and never come back. I don't want to see you. After scolding Sun Zhonghai, she turned to Yifeng with a warm smile. Yifeng, don't take it to heart. Your godfather is just drunk. It's okay, godmother, Yifeng replied with a calm smile. Sun Zhonghai would never have imagined that the fortune gifted to their family was all thanks to Yifeng. The next day, Yifeng packed his things and left the Sun family. Today was finally the appointed time. It was time to take Zhang Longhu's life. At this moment, in the Zhang family's main hall, Zhang Longhu was lounging comfortably on the sofa. Ha! Today is already the third day. Where is the Tianjun group? Didn't they say that their young master was coming to wipe out my Zhang family? I'm right here waiting. At the corners of the high courtyard walls, several machine guns were firmly mounted. In addition, a few snipers lay on the rooftops with heavy sniper rifles. The Zhang family's security team, consisting of hundreds of men, was fully armed, each one vigilantly watching the surroundings. Seeing this setup, Zhang Taigang was also delighted. If that so-called young master of the Tianjun group dared to come, he would be riddled with bullets. Inside the Zhang family's hall, not only were all the Zhang family members present, but there was also a mysterious group of fighters. 24 martial artists stood in 2 rows. Excluding the 4 who had been sent to assassinate Yifeng, there were still 20 of them in the hall. These men were Zhang Longhu's trusted subordinates, men who had climbed mountains of blades and walked through seas of fire. They were ruthless killers, addicted to bloodshed. This was the gift Zhang Longhu had prepared for the Tianjun group. He was full of confidence and arrogance, showing not the slightest fear of the so-called young master of the Tianjun group. A mighty dragon cannot crush a local snake. In Longcheng, he was the king. Did the Tianjun group really think they were the emperors of Longcheng, deciding who lived and who died? I think the Tianjun group isn't coming today. They must have heard about the defenses we set up and got scared. Ha ha ha. Zhang Longting, the Zhang family's second eldest, sneered with disdain. Suddenly, inside the Zhang family's hall, there was a crisp crack sound as 4 of the 24 longevity tablets shattered. Zhang Taigang shuddered in fear. These tablets had been specially placed in the hall by a master at Zhang Longhu's request. They were meant to honor the 24 martial artists under Zhang Longhu. The master had said that if a tablet shattered, it meant its owner had died. This meant that the 4 martial artists who had gone out had been killed. The remaining 20 warriors all frowned in unison. For those who had stepped into the martial path, ordinary people were no match for them. Unless the opponent was also a martial artist. Father, could it be that the Tianjun group has sent people to kill them? What should we do? The longevity tablets are broken, those men must be dead. Just moments ago, Zhang Taigang had been full of arrogance, but now he had deflated like a punctured balloon. Sure enough, the Tianjun group was coming for them. Zhang Longhu shouted sternly, "Calm down. Those 4 might not have been killed by the Tianjun group." Suddenly, Zhang Taigang seemed to remember something. Right. Father, it was Yi Feng. That brat is a martial artist. I completely forgot. But no matter how skilled he is, he's just at the body tempering stage. How could he possibly take on 4 people at once? Zhang Taigang refused to believe that Yi Feng could have done it alone. What he didn't know was that, 10 kilometers away, Yi Feng was already speeding toward the Zhang family alone. Zhang Longhu frowned deeply. Could that brat have accomplices? Killing my martial artists sooner or later, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. Son, don't worry. Once these 3 days are over, I'll personally take action and wipe out Yi Feng. Zhang Longhu's face was filled with a chilling murderous intent. Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in to report. Boss. Someone is approaching from 3 kilometers away. How many people? Zhang Longhu was startled. Only 1. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu almost burst into laughter. Just 1 person? Is the Tianjun group looking down on me, Zhang Longhu? Or maybe that so-called young master got scared and sent someone to beg for mercy? Zhang Longhu sneered. So the Tianjun group was nothing but a paper tiger. At this moment, Yi Feng was only a few hundred meters away from the Zhang family. From a distance, he could see several black gun barrels aimed directly at him. Yi Feng was completely unfazed. Now that he had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan stage, his protective energy could easily deflect bullets. He walked toward the gate, completely unbothered. Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost. This isn't a place you should be. However, before the man could finish his sentence, a silver needle sliced through the air. Before the machine gunner could react, his head was pierced through. Seeing someone go down, the remaining men didn't hesitate and immediately pulled their triggers. Fire! Fire! Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bullets rained down like a storm. Yi Feng remained fearless. A powerful surge of inner energy erupted from his dantian, instantly forming an invisible barrier around his body. The bullets couldn't even get close to him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had already reached the Zhang family's gate. Hearing the gunfire, Zhang Longhu's expression darkened. Damn it! What's going on? Didn't I say not to fire unless absolutely necessary? Who the hell opened fire? Boss! That brat broke in. A subordinate stumbled down from the wall in panic. At the same time, countless eyes turned toward the gate. With a thunderous crash, the half-meter-thick solid wood door was blasted into splinters. Yi Feng stepped inside, his aura filled with overwhelming hatred, coldly locking eyes with Zhang Longhu. Zhang Longhu. 3 days are up. I've come to take your life. With each step, Yi Feng drew closer. Seeing his face, Zhang Tiegan's mind went blank, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Father! It's Yi Feng. That bastard is Yi Feng. He's the one who crippled me. Seeing Yi Feng again, Zhang Taigang was still terrified. But with his father and so many martial artists present, he quickly regained his confidence. He glared at Yi Feng viciously. Yi Feng! You reckless fool! How dare you come here on your own? Today, I'll make sure you suffer 100 times worse than I did. Zhang Taigang was furious. Because of Yi Feng, he was no longer a real man. How could he not be enraged? Zhang Longhu, on the other hand, was shocked. This kid had managed to charge in despite all the gunfire. His strength was obvious. But he was really alone. Zhang Longhu sneered. Kid, you came alone? You must be tired of living. You crippled my son, didn't you? Yi Feng walked toward Zhang Longhu without a hint of hesitation or fear. Yes, I crippled him. Zhang Longhu, today is the day your Zhang family meets its end. Hearing this, not only Zhang Taigang but everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Arrogant fool. Who the hell do you think you are? If the Tianjun group hadn't threatened me, I would have killed you in a second. But Yi Feng simply smiled. I am the young master of the Tianjun group. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. After a moment, the crowd reacted as if they had just heard something unbelievable. Zhang Longting burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Why don't you just say you're the Jade Emperor? The young master of the Tianjun group? If you're the young master of the Tianjun group, then that makes me his father. At the same time, Zhang Taigang also looked at Yi Feng with an expression of utter disbelief. Did this guy take the wrong medicine or something? Kid, you killed my men, didn't you? I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and I'll spare your life. From now on, you can follow me, Zhang Longhu. I'll even give you the position of a hall master. How about that? Zhang Longhu, at the peak of the body tempering stage, had already noticed that this kid was no ordinary person. At that moment, more than 20 martial artists had already surrounded Yi Feng, and with the firepower from the rooftop, even if Yi Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape death today. Zhang Longhu. 3 years ago, you wiped out my Yi family. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the 100 lives of the Yi family. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Longhu was stunned for a moment. Then, an indescribable fear surged into his eyes. Zhang Longhu staggered backward, his body trembling. You're that kid from the Yi family? You're still alive? Zhang Longhu carefully examined Yi Feng's face. There was no mistake, he looked almost exactly like that person. Hearing his words, everyone in the Zhang family was shocked beyond belief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Back then, they had heard that one survivor had escaped from the Yi family. They never expected that in just 3 years, he would return. And with a level of strength that was completely unknown. Yi Feng's cold gaze locked onto Zhang Longhu. Taking a single step forward, his presence was like that of a fierce beast. Damn it! Yi Feng. So it really is you. I should have finished you off back then. Since I didn't, today I'll make sure you die again. 3 years ago, Zhang Longhu had sent men to hunt down Yi Feng. But in the end, Yi Feng had been sent to prison, which had saved his life. Zhang Longhu had assumed that the last survivor of the Yi family would rot away in prison, never to see the outside world again. But this kid had managed to survive and return. Humph. Do you really think you're that capable? At this distance, let's see how you dodge bullets. Martial artists, no matter how strong, were still flesh and blood. Even a peak body tempering martial artist like Zhang Longhu couldn't possibly dodge so many bullets. This kid dared to walk in here alone, today, they would turn him into a sieve. If you dare take another step forward, I'll make sure you die with no place to be buried. Zhang Longhu waved his hand. Click, click, click. Over a dozen gunmen disengaged their safeties. However, Yi Feng acted as if he didn't hear a thing. He continued walking toward Zhang Longhu, step by step. Zhang Taigang panicked. Was this lunatic really not afraid of bullets? Even a peak body tempering martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand so many bullets at this range. Yi Feng smirked coldly. Today was the anniversary of his parents' death. Today, he would make Zhang Longhu experience true fear. Seeing Yi Feng getting closer, Zhang Longhu finally lost his patience. His face twisted with murderous intent, and he shouted, You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Open fire. Bang! 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 With his command, countless bullets rained down once more. But Zhang Longhu had not seen what had happened earlier, Yi Feng effortlessly stopping the bullets. If he had seen it, he never would have given the order to fire. But then, the unimaginable happened. As dozens of bullets approached Yi Feng, he simply raised his hand. And the bullets froze in midair. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets then dropped to the ground, one after another. Zhang Longhu wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. The 20 martial artists gasped, staring at Yifeng as if they had seen a ghost. My God! How is this possible? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yifeng, unable to utter another word. This had completely shattered their understanding of reality. Zhang Longhu had lived for decades, but he had never seen anything like this. You? Zhang Longhu's face was filled with terror. But before he could say another word, Yifeng moved like lightning, charging straight toward him. Zhang Longhu panicked. Stop him! Stop this brat! It was as if he had completely forgotten about fighting back. The 20 martial artists rushed at Yifeng together. Dozens of powerful internal energy strikes erupted, surging toward Yifeng like volcanic eruptions. Even a single hit from one of them could reduce an ordinary person to dust. But Yifeng merely clenched his fists and released a powerful burst of energy. His fists collided with the attacks. And in the next instant, all 20 martial artists coughed up blood and were sent flying. Is he even human? Zhang Taigang was scared out of his wits. He began to regret everything. Zhang Longhu lifted his head, staring at Yifeng in sheer terror. Yifeng waved a finger at him. Zhang Longhu, I heard you're a martial artist too? I'll let you have 3 moves. Yifeng's playful tone drove Zhang Longhu into a frenzy. Ah! I'll kill you! Zhang Longhu gathered all his energy and charged at Yifeng. At the peak of body tempering, Zhang Longhu had pushed his physical body to its limit. But his internal strength was nothing compared to Yifeng's. Seeing Zhang Longhu coming at him, Yifeng finally unleashed his fury. At this moment, Zhang Longhu finally felt what true fear was. Back then, if Yifeng hadn't been lucky enough to find a master in prison, he would have never escaped Zhang Longhu's assassination attempts. Zhang Longhu's attacks were fierce, but he couldn't even touch Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even need to move a finger. And Zhang Longhu was already exhausted. Moments later, 3 moves had passed. I gave you 3 moves. Now it's my turn. Yifeng's expression turned cold. He lunged forward like a tiger and grabbed Zhang Longhu's arms. Rip! With one powerful motion, he tore off both of Zhang Longhu's arms. The horrifying scene sent the entire Zhang family into a state of panic. The 20 remaining martial artists turned pale with fear. In just one move, Yifeng had crippled Zhang Longhu. And Zhang Longhu had been the strongest among them. Just as Yifeng was about to step forward and finish Zhang Longhu off, an elderly figure emerged from the side. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Yifeng frowned. You need something? The old man replied coldly. I am Li Song, head of the Li family in Longcheng. I come on the orders of Wang Wu, the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the Southern King. Young man, you have already crippled Zhang Longhu and his son. For the sake of the Southern King, spare their lives. Yifeng sneered. The Southern King? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if he came in person, if I want to kill them, I'll kill them. This is none of his business. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Yifeng laughed coldly. The so-called Southern King? Zhang Longhu destroyed the Yi family. And he still wanted to live? What a joke! Hiss. Inside the grand hall, everyone gasped sharply, their bodies going numb as they looked at that figure. This kid had such an arrogant tone, he was truly insane. The Southern King was the overlord of the entire Nanjiang province, and the entire region was under his rule. His subordinates numbered in the tens of thousands. Among them, the Black Dragon Guards were the elite troops under the Southern King's command, with a total of 10,000 soldiers. Li Song had come to the Zhang family on the orders of Wang Wu, the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. Yet, Yifeng didn't give him any respect at all. Did he really not fear death? What audacity! The Southern King is the supreme authority in Nanjiang, and Chief Instructor Wang Wu commands 10,000 Black Dragon Guards. Even if someone wanted to kill Zhang Longhu, they would need the Southern King's approval. What qualifications do you have? Li Song sneered coldly. This Yifeng was truly reckless, daring to ignore even the Southern King. He had come here today under Wang Wu's orders. In private, Zhang Longhu had given Wang Wu many valuable gifts. How could he possibly just sit back and watch his money tree get cut down? Get lost. Smack. Yifeng swung his palm, and Li Song's body flew out like a dead dog. While still in midair, he was already spewing blood. He tumbled several times across the ground before finally stopping at Zhang Tiegang's feet, completely motionless. Zhang Taigang was dumbfounded. Yi Feng actually dared to kill anyone. He even slapped the old ancestor of the Li family, Li Song, to death. Zhang Longhu had invited Li Song over specifically to deal with the Tianjun group, hoping to rely on the Southern King's backing so that he wouldn't have to fear them. But now, not only the Zhang family, but also many powerful figures who had come here today were all doomed. Ha ha ha. Such nerve! You actually dared to kill my man. In Nanjiang province, I have never seen such an arrogant brat before. If you dare to touch even a single hair on his head, I will wipe out the entire Yi family. Suddenly, outside the Zhang family's gates, a domineering figure rushed inside. He was clad in heavy armor, his face exuding an air of experience and hardship. But despite that, he reeked of alcohol, clearly heavily intoxicated. Upon seeing him, Zhang Longhu clutched at this final lifeline. Master Wang, you must save me. Who are you? Yi Feng asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over the man. Who am I? I am Wang Wu, chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards under the Southern King. I don't care what grievances you have with Zhang Longhu right now, leave my sight immediately. As soon as Wang Wu spoke, everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. They had all heard of Wang Wu before. It was said that the Southern King had 4 top experts under his command, and Wang Wu was the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. He commanded over 10,000 men. No matter how strong this Yi Feng was, he absolutely could not stand against Wang Wu. Wang Wu wielded immense power, and in Nanjiang province, no one dared provoke him, just like how no one in Longqing dared to provoke Zhang Longhu. Zhang family patriarch, don't worry. With me here, no one can kill you. If he dares to make a move, it means he is defying the Southern King himself. Hearing this, Zhang Longhu regained a sliver of hope for survival. Yi Feng glanced at Wang Wu and said indifferently, "You want to die too?" As soon as these words left his mouth, even Wang Wu looked at Yi Feng as if he were a fool. This was the first time he had met such a bold young man. His arrogance even surpassed his own, as if he didn't fear the Southern King at all. Wang Wu waved his hand. Black Dragon Guards, seize this brat. As his command rang out, over 100 elite soldiers stormed in through the Zhang family's gates. Like Wang Wu, they were clad in heavy armor and wielded steel blades. The sheer aura of these 100 men was so oppressive that the entire Zhang family found it hard to breathe. Even the martial artists present were shocked. This was the Black Dragon Guard. Their aura alone was terrifying beyond words. 100 men, all of them martial artists. No matter how strong this brat was, there was no way he could stand against so many. The first few Black Dragon Guards lunged toward Yi Feng, aiming to smash their fists into his face. But this completely infuriated Yi Feng. With a sudden burst of energy, he gathered his strength in his palms. As soon as the dozen guards reached him, he unleashed 2 devastating strikes. 2 terrifying waves of energy swept out like crashing tidal waves. The dozens of Black Dragon Guards at the front were sent flying in unison. In the next moment, Yi Feng was like a flash of lightning as he charged into the crowd. Within moments, the 100-man squad was thrown into complete disarray. Men in armor scattered across the ground. Yi Feng walked up to Wang Wu. Wang Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Even if he had personally fought against these 100 men, he wouldn't have lasted more than 30 moves. But Yi Feng had single-handedly crushed all of them. Master Wang, that brat caught dozens of bullets with his bare hands. Also, my 20 family martial artists weren't even able to withstand a single move from him. Zhang Taigang trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier? Before Wang Wu could even finish his sentence, Yi Feng slapped him across the face. Chief instructor? So that's all you amount to? In reality, Wang Wu was indeed stronger than Zhang Longhu, but he was still only at the peak of the body tempering stage. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already reached the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan stage. Not to mention 100 Black Dragon Guards. Even if there were 1,000, Yi Feng wouldn't be afraid. It would simply take a little longer to deal with them. Zhang Longhu had lost both arms, and his aura had weakened to the extreme. Only now did he truly feel the presence of death. You! Take your Black Dragon Guards and get out of the Zhang family. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yi Feng glared at Wang Wu, who lay on the ground. Never in his life had Wang Wu been humiliated like this. As the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards, when had he ever been afraid of anyone? Wang Wu hurriedly got up from the ground. You want to kick the Black Dragon Guards out? Keep dreaming. You're looking for death. Before Wang Wu could even summon reinforcements, Yi Feng grabbed him by the throat. Crack! With a single motion, Wang Wu's neck snapped. In the terrified eyes of Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang, Wang Wu lost all signs of life. Even in death, his eyes remained locked onto Yi Feng. A chilling fear swept over Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang. Zhang Taigang, witnessing Yi Feng's overwhelming display of power, completely lost his composure. Lord Yi, please, spare me. I don't want to die. Zhang Taigang knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Even though Zhang Longhu seethed with hatred, he couldn't stop it. Yi Feng grabbed Zhang Longhu by the throat and lifted him into the air. Tell me, was it you who destroyed my Yi family 3 years ago? Speak. Tell me everything, or I will wipe out the Zhang family completely. The suffocating grip around his neck shattered the last shred of resistance in Zhang Longhu's heart. Now, he understood Yi Feng had the power to end the Zhang family. Finally, he believed what Yi Feng had said at the very beginning. Yi Feng was indeed the hidden young master behind the Tianjun group. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Zhang Longhu struggled in terror. If I tell you, will you spare my wife and children? Zhang Longhu trembled as he spoke. Do you still think you have the right to negotiate with me? Yi Feng released Zhang Longhu, then kicked his knees. With a loud crack, his bones shattered, and Zhang Longhu's limbs were completely crippled. The entire Zhang family was in misery. The armed guards, upon seeing Yi Feng, felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they threw down their weapons. Some were so terrified by Yi Feng's gaze alone that their legs gave out, causing them to collapse from the rooftop. You killed the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards. Below, 100 Black Dragon Guards roared in unison. Their voices, like rolling thunder, echoed throughout the grand hall. Their eyes burned with hatred, as if they wanted to tear Yi Feng apart. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get lost. If you take one step forward, Wang Wu's fate will be yours. Yi Feng's voice was ice cold. This was a blood feud between the Yi family and the Zhang family. No one was allowed to interfere. Yet, with just one sentence from Yi Feng, all 100 Black Dragon Guards stopped in their tracks, none dared to move. Didn't you hear me? Get lost. A single explosive shout, infused with powerful inner force, sent the 100 Black Dragon Guards vomiting blood as they collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the 100 men fled like stray dogs, scrambling and stumbling away without looking back. In the courtyard, only the Zhang family's guards, its members, and Zhang Longhu's trembling son remained. Yi Feng towered over Zhang Longhu, looking down at him like a god. It was me who slaughtered your Yi family back then, but I was only following orders. This was orchestrated by the Azure Dragon War God. I was just a pawn like everyone else. Please, spare my family. Zhang Longhu knew that he was doomed today. But if he could trade his own life for a chance for his family to survive, he would be satisfied. Hearing his words, Yi Feng's eyes turned blood red. As expected, this matter was far more complicated than it seemed. Tell me, who else? Yi Feng asked coldly. There were 2 other supreme martial masters. Both of them have long since left Longcheng. I only know that they are grandmasters from Jiangnan, and killing me would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken for them. Grandmasters. Yi Feng frowned. Martial grandmasters in Nanjiang were as rare as phoenix feathers. You could count them on one hand. Longwei revered martial arts. Throughout history, there had been countless hidden aristocratic families and ancient martial clans. Among ordinary people, reaching the Kaiyuan realm meant being able to dominate Longcheng. Above the Kaiyuan realm was the realm of grandmasters. Back when the Yi family was at its peak, they also had martial artists and grandmasters overseeing them. Yi Feng had always known that Zhang Longhu alone couldn't have wiped out the Yi family overnight. So, the Azure Dragon War God and ancient martial grandmasters had been involved. You can die now. Yi Feng struck with his palm. A powerful force, carrying an unstoppable killing intent, smashed Zhang Longhu's head into pulp. No matter if it's the Azure Dragon War God or those ancient martial grandmasters, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, I will find them. The Zhang family members were utterly shocked, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. The Emperor of Longcheng, the infamous Zhang Longhu, had just been slapped to death. Father! Zhang Tiegan's eyes were filled with rage and grief. You killed my father. I'll fight you to the death. Blinded by fury, Zhang Taigang charged at Yi Feng, no longer thinking about fear. You can die too. Yi Feng punched Zhang Taigang square in the chest. Zhang Taigang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, dead from just one punch. Thud! At that moment, the remaining hundreds of people in the courtyard all dropped to their knees, trembling in fear. "Grandmaster, please spare us. We had nothing to do with this. Please, let us go." The Zhang family's guards, along with the 20 martial artists, all lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to meet Yi Feng's gaze. "Don't worry. Those who didn't stain their hands with my Yi family's blood, I will spare them. As for the rest, not one will be left alive." Yi Feng coldly scanned the room. In an instant, the kneeling martial artists began pointing fingers. Within half a minute, over 10 martial artists and dozens of guards were identified. "All of you, go to the grave and accompany my parents and sister." Moments later, the Zhang family was filled with screams of agony. That day, blood flowed like a river. The noble Zhang family, along with its underground emperor Zhang Longhu, ceased to exist. On that day, the skies over Longqing seemed to be stained red. And a man, drenched in blood, walked away from the Zhang residence alone. Stepping out, Yi Feng changed into a new set of clothes and left without looking back. The Azure Dragon War God, ranked 8th on Longhua's War God list, had already reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. He once led 100 men and killed 10,000 foreign suicide assassins, earning worldwide fame. Longhua had seen 8 generations of war gods. Though the Azure Dragon War God ranked 8th, he had the backing of an ancient martial family, wielding immense power. In Longchang, at the Tianjun Group headquarters, Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A figure hurriedly entered the room. "Young Master Yi." The newcomer was Zhao Fu. Moments ago, Zhao Fu had received the news. The Zhang family had been wiped out. There was no doubt about it. It had been done by young Master Yi. "Investigate the martial grandmasters of Nanjiang and the forces behind the Azure Dragon War God for me." As soon as Yi Feng said this, Zhao Fu's heart shook violently. He hadn't expected the Zhang family's destruction to be linked to martial grandmasters and the Azure Dragon War God. Zhao Fu obeyed and quickly left. 10 minutes later, he rushed back into the office. "Young Master Yi, there are a total of 4 martial grandmasters in Nanjiang. South Fist Wu Shui, North Hongmen Zhang Yongshan, Haicheng Zhao family's Zhao Wuji, and Yun City's Grandmaster Chen Shouan. 2 of them visited Longqing a few years ago, but then mysteriously disappeared." Hearing this, Yi Feng turned sharply, his gaze as cold as ice. "Who were those 2? Zhang Yongshan and Zhao Wuji. Got it." Yi Feng silently engraved their names in his heart. The news of Zhang Longhu's annihilation spread like a thunderclap throughout Longcheng. Zhang Longhu's limbs were destroyed, and he died with his eyes wide open. The most arrogant rich heir of Longcheng, Zhang Taigang, was brutally killed in his own home. Dozens of Zhang family members were all slaughtered. Like a tidal wave, this news spread across the entire city. The aristocratic families of Longcheng were all shaken. Inside the Li family's grand hall, Li Zihong's eyes widened in shock. Crash! The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "You're saying my father is dead?" Li Zihong stared in horror at his subordinate. "Master, it's true." Yi Feng entered the Zhang family alone. Even Chief Instructor Wang Wu was killed by him. Hearing the report, Li Zihong collapsed into his chair. An hour ago, his father, Li Song, had gone to the Zhang family under orders to protect Zhang Longhu from the Tianjun group. Now, not only had he failed to save Zhang Longhu, but even his own father had perished. Yi Feng. Yi Feng has returned for revenge. Li Zihong's face was filled with fear. The Li family's guards risked their lives to retrieve the news from the Zhang family, so there was no doubt it was true. Behind Li Zihong, a young man in his 20s with a delicate and pale face frowned. "Dad! Who exactly is this Yi Feng?" After a moment of shock, Li Zihong finally snapped out of his daze. "He is the bastard child left behind by the Yi family 3 years ago. The sole survivor who slipped through the cracks. He actually survived, and now he's back. He even killed Zhang Longhu and Zhang Taigang," Li Zihong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Xiaotian was utterly shocked. The Li family had reached its current status by dividing up the Yi family's assets. Yet, no one in Longqing ever spoke about the Yi family's destruction, nor did anyone dare to discuss it. Li Xiaotian had never heard his father, Li Song, mention it. Could it be that the Li family was involved in that incident as well? Without hesitation, Li Zihong immediately dialed a phone number. "Patriarch Lin, go invite Elder Lu here for a discussion. Yi Feng has returned." There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time before a response finally came. "I understand." Before long, two men dressed in luxurious attire arrived at the Li family villa. One of them appeared to be in his 50s, with slicked back hair, a gold chain around his neck, and yellowed teeth. A deep knife scar ran across his face. The other was leaning on a dragon-headed cane, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. His aura was calm yet imposing. Though his hair was gray, his spirit was vibrant. From time to time, waves of overpowering inner strength emanated from his body, indicating that he was a martial artist. This man was none other than the Li family's grand elder, Lu Qishan, while the other was Lin Jin, the head of the Lin family. Upon entering the room, Li Zihong waved his hand, dismissing all guards and servants. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. Only then did Li Zihong reveal a deep sorrow. "Father, may your spirit in heaven protect our Li family. Humph. If that brat dares to come knocking on our door, we'll just wipe him out." Lin Jin said grimly. "Wipe him out? Even Zhang Longhu was killed by that brat. Wang Wu also died at his hands. And those 100 black dragon guards were so terrified by his roar that they fled in disgrace. How can our three families possibly be his match?" Li Zihong said anxiously. "Then what do you suggest? Should we just sit here and wait for that brat to wipe us out?" Lin Jin's eyes were filled with rage. The knife scar on his face was a wound he received 3 years ago at the Yi family estate. Beside them, only elder Lu Qishan remained indifferent, his gaze unwavering. The Black Dragon Guards were elite soldiers under the Southern Warlord's command. The Zhang family had dozens of martial artists, along with Chief Instructor Wang Wu and the Black Dragon Guards. With such formidable forces, they could have dominated all of Longcheng. Yet, they still perished at the hands of that brat. Li Zihong dared not imagine just how powerful Yi Feng had become. That Yi Feng is now a martial grandmaster. There are no other grandmasters in Longcheng. Even if our three families join forces, we will only be marching toward our own destruction. If we really have no other choice, I am willing to offer half of the Li family's wealth in exchange for Yi Feng's forgiveness and to ensure the survival of our family. Hearing Li Zihong's words, Lin Jin immediately lashed out. "I refuse. Does that mean my Lin family also has to give up half our wealth to Yi Feng? We never even participated in the events of the past. We only took a portion of the Yi family's assets. Now you want us to give up half of our fortune? If we do that, won't my Lin family fall to the level of a third-rate clan? Besides, even if we surrender our wealth, do you think that brat will spare us? He dared to kill both Wang Wu and Zhang Longhu. Is there anyone in Longcheng he wouldn't dare to kill?" Lin Jin flatly refused. And he wasn't wrong. If they handed over their wealth, they would become fish on Yi Feng's chopping block, left at his mercy. But if they united and fought back now, there might still be a sliver of hope. Besides, they still had the powerful southern warlord backing them. And there were 2 martial grandmasters in Jiangnan protecting them. Right now, they were all in the same boat. "Dad, that's impossible, right? Isn't Yi Feng younger than me?" Li Xiaotian frowned. "That's right. If Yi Feng really did all this, then he's only 24 years old this year. Impossible. A 24-year-old grandmaster? Even the number 1 war god on the 8 great war gods list, the Azura war god, is only at the grandmaster level. Back then, when the Azura war god defended the northern border and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, he was only at the body-tempering realm in his 20s. He was considered the most talented person in all of Longhua. What does Yi Feng count as?" Lin Jin scoffed, refusing to believe Yi Feng had reached the level of a grandmaster. "If he's not a grandmaster, how did he destroy the Zhang family?" Li Zihong argued. "I don't believe he did it alone. Did you see it with your own eyes? Maybe there's some powerful master backing Yi Feng." Lin Jin sneered. Lu Qishan shot them a cold glare and scolded, "Enough arguing. Someone immediately investigate this brat's background for me. Also, I will personally go see the Southern Warlord. A mere stray dog dares to kill the chief instructor of the Black Dragon Guards in broad daylight. He's got some nerve." Lu Qishan's eyes narrowed into slits, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Lin Jin and Li Zihong looked at him and fell silent. Lu Qishan carried immense weight in their eyes because he had once studied martial arts under a grandmaster. Although he lacked talent, decades of training had allowed him to reach the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was only one step away from breaking into the revered Kaiyuan Grandmaster realm. In the past 30 years, no Grandmaster had emerged in Longcheng. We will follow Elder Lu's lead. Since that brat dares to kill in Longcheng, we will make sure he never returns. We must eliminate him, root and stem, to prevent future trouble." Lin Jin said excitedly. After leaving Tianjun Group, Yifeng returned to the Sun family. At the Sun family villa, Sun Zhonghai and Chen Sini were deeply worried. Just moments ago, they had heard from Sun Muqing about the assassins Zhang Longhu had sent. Sun Zhonghai had been so frightened that he was at a complete loss. Chen Sini checked the time. Fomer had been gone for half a day and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? She had promised his parents she would take good care of him. If something happened to him, how could she continue living? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Yifeng walked in. Seeing Yifeng, Chen Sini finally felt a weight lift off her heart. Fenger, where have you been? You worried me to death. Zhang Longhu didn't do anything to you, did he? Chen Sini grabbed Yifeng's arm and looked him up and down. Godmother, I'm fine. From now on, there is no more Zhang family in Longcheng. Hearing this, Sun Muqing and Sun Zhonghai's eyes widened in shock. Yifeng had finally taken revenge on his first enemy. But in the future, more dangers would surely follow. He didn't want to drag his godmother's family into it. This time, he had come to say goodbye. Back then, I personally witnessed my enemies slaughter my entire Yi family, hundreds of lives lost. My younger sister died tragically in my mother's arms. I fled for 3 days and 3 nights, seriously injured. Later, I was imprisoned and managed to escape disaster. Zhang Longhu's hands were stained with my parents' blood, and today, I have finally avenged them. Godmother, I want to pay my respects to my parents. Yifeng told his godmother about personally killing Zhang Longhu. This was something that could not be hidden. Hearing this news, Sun Zhonghai was completely dumbfounded, his whole body trembling. Fenger. After a moment of silence, Chen Sini did not refuse but instead gave a slight smile. All right. I'll go with you. She immediately grabbed Yifeng's hand, ready to leave. When the Yi family was exterminated, she had erected a memorial tablet for Yifeng's parents. Their burial site was only a few kilometers away. At that moment, Sun Zhonghai suddenly stood up, his expression becoming extremely serious. You're not allowed to go. If he wants to go, let him go alone. Sun Zhonghai. Chen Sini was furious. Wife. Do you even know who Zhang Longhu was? Do you know how many powerful figures and martial masters from Nanjing were backing him? How could Sun Zhonghai not know about what happened to the Yi family back then? Even if he only heard bits and pieces, he understood enough. But over the years, everyone in Longcheng had buried this matter deep in their hearts. No one dared to speak about the Yi family. It was precisely because Zhang Longhu had mysterious and powerful forces behind him that no one dared to say a word. Back then, when Chen Sini insisted on erecting a tablet for the Yi family, she and Sun Zhonghai had a huge argument. He feared it would bring disaster upon the Sun family. And now, Yifeng had returned, saying he had exterminated Zhang Longhu's entire family. Sun Zhonghai could no longer hold back his fear. Godfather. Today, I have also come to say goodbye to you. Yifeng placed a sum of money on the table. This is a little something to show my respect for you both. The Yi family's matters have nothing to do with you. Thank you, godmother, for erecting a tablet for my parents and sister. With that, Yifeng turned around and left without looking back. Chen Sini could no longer contain herself. She shouted at Sun Zhonghai, Sun Zhonghai. Even if this family falls apart, I'm going today. Fenger is my godson. His business is my business. If you have a problem with that, then we'll get a divorce. Furious, Chen Sini also stormed out. She got into the car and drove away with Yifeng, leaving the villa behind. Sun Muqing watched her mother's departing figure, her emotions mixed. But what shocked her even more was what Yifeng had just said. Could something really have happened to the Zhang family? Her shock was overwhelming, but soon, the news spread like wildfire, reaching her ears like an erupting volcano. A few kilometers outside Longcheng, in a cemetery, Yifeng knelt on both knees, his face full of sorrow. Father! Mother! You can rest in peace now. Your son has avenged you today. But it's not over yet. I will make sure your souls can truly rest. Sister! I brought your favorite fruits. Yifeng carefully placed the offerings. A man should not shed tears easily, but at this moment, he could no longer control himself. His tears flowed freely. Chen Sini stood silently beside him, watching. After a few minutes, Yifeng heavily kowtowed 3 times before the tombstone. Godmother! I'm leaving. Where are you going, Fenger? Chen Sini's face was filled with sadness. But Yifeng did not answer. His gaze turned deep and icy as he walked away from the cemetery without looking back. This time, he was going to find those two grandmasters. At the same time, the Li family's grand elder, Lu Qishan, had personally driven to the entrance of a massive estate. From afar, the estate was magnificent, stretching beyond sight. Around it, 2 rows of armored guards stood in formation. These were none other than the Black Dragon Guard's elite warriors under the command of the southern warlord, Su Tsang. Inside the grand hall, a middle-aged man, 8 feet tall and clad in a battle robe, sat with fury in his eyes, staring at the Black Dragon Guard squad leader kneeling before him. Master! That brat killed Instructor Wang and wiped out the entire Zhang family. We couldn't stop him at all. The squad leader was terrified, prostrating himself on the ground. Report! Master, Lu Qishan, the Grand Elder of the Li family in Longcheng, seeks an audience. Suddenly, another subordinate rushed into the hall. Su Tsang's face darkened, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Let him in. Before long, Lu Qishan hurriedly stepped into the hall. Lord of the South. I am Lu Qishan. That brat, Yifeng, exterminated the Zhang family, slaughtering people in broad daylight. He even killed the Grand Elder of the Li family and your subordinate, Wang Wu. Please, my lord, uphold justice and rid Longcheng of this Yi family remnant so we can restore peace. Lu Qishan had long known the southern warlord. Back then, when they divided the Yi family's assets, the Lu, Li, and Lin families, along with Zhang Longhu, had agreed to pay tribute to the southern warlord every year in exchange for protection. Now that the Zhang family had been wiped out, even the southern warlord's trusted general had been killed. Lu Qishan had already expected that he and the other 2 families would need to beg for an audience. A mere bastard child dares to cause chaos on my turf? Someone! Deliver my command, summon Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan at once. Among the 4 martial grandmasters of Nanjing, Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were the honored guests of the southern warlord. Back then, it was the Azure Dragon war god who ordered the southern warlord to exterminate the Yi family. And it was the southern warlord who sent those 2 men to do the deed. What he hadn't expected was that the sole survivor of the Yi family had returned alive and had even annihilated the Zhang family, killing one of his most trusted generals. What outrageous audacity! He dares to kill my people? I will make sure that brat never leaves Longcheng alive. Hearing this, Lu Qishan finally revealed a smile. With 2 grandmasters of Nanjing taking action, that brat was as good as dead. His only mistake was provoking people he should never have crossed. Yifeng, however, knew nothing about this. At that moment, he was driving toward Haicheng. Haicheng's Zhao family was in a festive mood, lively and bustling. Today was Zhao Wuji's grand celebration. 5 years ago, Zhao Wuji had stepped into the Kaiyuan realm and attained the title of Grandmaster. Back then, he swore that he would not marry until he became a Grandmaster. Now, at 50 years old, today was not only his birthday but also his wedding day. At the Zhao family's entrance, rows of guards were receiving congratulatory gifts from Haicheng's elite families. Just then, a black Mercedes suddenly sped up and came to a screeching halt at the Zhao family's gate. All eyes turned toward Yifeng. Yifeng stepped out of the car, his gaze locked onto the large plaque of the Zhao family. His eyes burned with overwhelming murderous intent. Zhao Wuji! Get out here and face your death! His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the crowd and forcing them to back away. Inside the grand estate, countless guests turned toward the entrance, staring at Yifeng in shock. Who the hell is this fool? How dare he demand that Grandmaster Zhao come out? The elite families of Haicheng were stunned by the sight of the young man standing before them. Among the guests approaching the entrance, their expressions were filled with disbelief. This is the Zhao family of Haicheng. Where did this mangy dog come from, daring to cause trouble in front of a Grandmaster's house? A wealthy playboy sneered at Yifeng, sizing him up. But before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng slapped him across the face. The playboy flew straight into the Zhao family estate, crashing heavily onto the ground, already dead beyond saving. This sudden turn of events instantly shocked all the wealthy families of Haicheng. Today is Grandmaster Zhao's joyous occasion, and yet someone has come to stir up trouble? Who is this brat? How arrogant! He dares to kill someone in front of Grandmaster Zhao? Countless figures stared in shock at the young man's face, but soon, waves of laughter erupted. Looks like someone wants to challenge a Grandmaster's authority. I've seen plenty of fools like this before. Just wait, he's going to end up as another soul under Grandmaster Zhao's blade. Martial artists compete, and injuries or death are common. Zhao Wuji's name is not only well known in Haicheng but also throughout all of Nanjing. The number of challengers who have died under Zhao Wuji's hands is already countless. Everyone assumed Yifeng was just another reckless fool. They all looked at him with disdain. At this moment, in the Zhao family's grand hall, a middle-aged man in a suit with a sallow complexion walked out. A closer look revealed that an overpowering energy emanated from his body, and his powerful internal force was unintentionally leaking out. Just by standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura. From a distance, the man saw Yifeng at the entrance. "Brat! Today is my wedding day. If you have something to say, wait until after today. If you don't come out, I will slaughter your entire Zhao family today." Yifeng's icy voice reached Zhao Wuji's ears. The moment these words fell, countless guests shuddered in fear. This brat was truly arrogant. He actually dared to claim he would wipe out the entire Zhao family? Ha ha ha. I, Zhao, have no sons or daughters, no parents or relatives. I am alone. If you want to slaughter someone, then come and slaughter me. Such audacious words. If not for today being a day of celebration, Zhao Wuji would have rushed out and cut this brat down already. But today, he truly did not want to spoil the occasion. The dozen or so guards at the entrance all sneered coldly. Did this brat really think he could do whatever he pleased here? Since you've come looking for death, I'll cripple you on behalf of my master today. These men were all Zhao Wuji's disciples. Ever since Zhao Wuji had stepped into the Grandmaster realm, countless people had flocked to Zhao's doorstep, begging to become his apprentices. Among his peers, Yifeng, just a young brat, naturally wasn't taken seriously by anyone. The dozen or so martial artists charged at Yifeng like a tidal wave. Each of them wanted to take him down and earn Zhao Wuji's favor. However, Yifeng merely raised his hand slightly. A dozen silver needles shot out. In the blink of an eye, the martial artists collapsed like harvested wheat, their bodies littering the ground. Blood stained the floor. The wealthy families of Haicheng felt as if an invisible hand had clenched their hearts. Before even making a move, he had already killed more than 10 people. This brat was a true killing god. If you don't want to die, get lost. A single thunderous shout instantly scared dozens of people into retreating. Yifeng stepped into the Zhao family's courtyard. The entire estate was adorned with bright red decorations, but in Yifeng's eyes, they all looked stained with blood. Some people still refused to give up and charged at Yifeng, but they all fell one by one. Finally, Yifeng stood just 10 meters away from Zhao Wuji. Behind him lay a field of corpses. A terrifying atmosphere completely enveloped the Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally realized that something was wrong. Brat? What exactly do you want? Yifeng's face was unfamiliar, and Zhao Wuji was confident he had never met him before. But the terrifying aura Yifeng exuded faintly suppressed Zhao Wuji himself. Even the protective energy surrounding his body involuntarily leaked out. That overwhelming sense of oppression made Zhao Wuji's heart tremble. Longqing's Yi family, Yifeng. Yifeng spoke coldly. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank. You're from the Yi family? Impossible. The Yi family was completely wiped out. Zhao Wuji instinctively took several steps back. The Grandmaster of Haicheng was actually being forced to retreat by a young man. Countless wealthy heirs and powerful figures of Haicheng were all shaken to the core. Just moments ago, they thought Yifeng was walking to his death. Now, however, his bloodshot eyes had terrified them into silence. Wiped out? I am the lone survivor of the Yi family. Were you the one who killed my parents? Yifeng questioned coldly. From Zhao Wuji's reaction, Yifeng finally confirmed that he had been one of the culprits. These murderers had been living so freely all these years. He had already let them live far too long. Just as Yifeng was about to strike, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. The man appeared to be around 30, wearing a long robe and holding a sword in his hand. He glared at Yifeng with a cold expression. Brat, how dare you cause trouble on my uncle's wedding day? You must be tired of living. Kneel now and break your own arms, and I'll ask my uncle to spare your pathetic life. Zhao Yuanchuan looked at Yifeng as if he were already a dead man. He was Zhao Wuji's biological nephew and had recently mastered sword energy. Zhao Yuanchuan practiced ancient martial arts and was the most talented disciple in the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji had even predicted that, in a few decades, Zhao Yuanchuan's achievements would surpass his own. Because of this, countless wealthy heirs in Haicheng had tried to curry favor with Zhao Yuanchuan. Having long regarded himself as the #1 genius of the younger generation, Zhao Yuanchuan was infuriated when Yifeng completely ignored him. Seeing Yifeng disregard him, Zhao Yuanchuan flew into a rage, raising his sword and thrusting it toward Yifeng. Yuanchuan, stop! Zhao Wuji tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Earlier, he had carefully examined Yifeng and sensed that the young man's internal energy was like a bottomless abyss. In ancient martial arts, even at the same realm, the difference in techniques could be as vast as heaven and earth. With his mid-stage Kaiyuan realm strength, Zhao Wuji was already an unrivaled powerhouse. Yet, he could not see through Yifeng at all. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Yifeng extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the tip of Zhao Yuanshuang's sword. With a crisp snap, the steel blade shattered. Zhao Yuanshuang's face turned pale with horror. Yifeng flicked his wrist, and the broken sword tip shot through the air, slitting Zhao Yuanshuang's throat. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering all over Zhao Wuji's body. With just one move, the number 1 genius of Haicheng was dead. You killed Yuanshuang. I will kill you. Zhao Wuji could no longer contain his fury. He let out a hysterical roar. The countless noble heirs who witnessed this scene were utterly terrified, backing away frantically. This brat! He's also a grandmaster! In the chaos, someone shouted, and all eyes locked onto Yifeng. You will die too! Yifeng punched forward. Zhao Wuji's body exploded like a balloon, shattering into countless pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. The entire Zhao family estate was filled with screams of terror. No one dared to stop Yifeng as he walked away. From that day onward, Haicheng no longer had a grandmaster named Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Lu Qishan had just left the southern warlord's mansion when the warlord received shocking news. What did you say? Zhao Wuji is dead? The southern warlord was stunned as he listened to the voice on the phone. How did he die? The southern warlord widened his eyes in disbelief. He had just sent someone to notify Zhao Wuji, and in less than an hour, the man was dead? I don't know. The voice on the other end of the phone trembled. Damn it! Investigate this immediately for me. This was madness, utter madness. In such a short time, not only had the Zhang family of Longqing been wiped out along with his most trusted subordinate, but now even Nanjing's grandmaster Zhao Wuji had died within a single day. Could it really be that bastard from the Yi family? Impossible. That was a grandmaster. Even the southern warlord found it hard to believe that Yifeng had managed to kill Zhao Wuji. Within minutes, another subordinate rushed in with a report. Master, we have confirmed it, Zhao Wuji was killed by someone named Yifeng. Boom! Upon hearing this, the southern warlord stood frozen in place. A Nanjing grandmaster, a distinguished guest of the southern warlord's manor, had truly been killed by Yifeng. That meant this kid's strength was at least on par with a grandmaster? The southern warlord was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, but moments later, an indescribable fury consumed him. Someone, come! Summon the 3 great commanders immediately. If this kid isn't eliminated, he will become a major threat in the future. Pass down my order, we must hunt him down with all our strength. The southern warlord's manor was instantly thrown into a state of urgency. Meanwhile, the news of Zhao Wuji's death spread like lightning to Zhang Yongshan. At the main hall of the northern Hong sect, a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe suddenly shot up from his chair upon hearing the news. Zhao Wuji is dead. This is impossible. Master, the southern warlord has asked you to go to his manor immediately to discuss this matter. A young man in his 20s whispered beside him. Zhang Yongshan's face darkened. Zhao Wuji and he had been very close. Although the 4 grandmasters of Nanjing operated separately and dominated different regions, he had always been at odds with Southern Fist Grandmaster Wu Shui and Yun City Grandmaster Qin Shouan. Only Haicheng's Zhao Wuji had been on good terms with him, they could even be called brothers. Because of this, the 4 grandmasters had maintained a long-standing balance of power that was difficult to break. Now that Zhao Wuji was dead, that balance was gone. Zhang Yongshan was now alone. If Wu Shui and Shan Shouan joined forces against him, he would not stand a chance against the 2 of them alone. For the northern Hong sect, this news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Without hesitation, Zhang Yongshan handed over all sect affairs to his trusted disciple Shi Yong. He then got into his Rolls-Royce and sped out of the northern Hong sect's headquarters. Meanwhile, after leaving Haicheng, Yifeng immediately called Zhao Fu. Zhao Wuji is dead. Young Master Yi. Zhao Fu had been waiting at Tianjun Group for Yifeng's news. Such swift and decisive action left Zhao Fu speechless with shock. This was the true power of the Tianjun Group's young master. His respect for Yifeng deepened immeasurably. Yifeng then revealed more details. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were responsible for exterminating my entire family. They were both under orders. And now, Zhao Wuji is dead, only Zhang Yongshan remains. I heard that the Northern Hong sect has deep roots in Nanjing? Yi Feng asked. Yes, young Master Yi. The Northern Hong sect is one of the oldest forces in Nanjing. Their martial artists are spread throughout the entire province, with branch halls everywhere. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were very close. Everyone in Nanjing knew that. The two of them joined forces to counter the other two grandmasters. Also, these two were distinguished guests of the Southern Warlord's manor. Which means, after I kill them both, the Southern Warlord will come after me? Yi Feng sneered. Zhao Fu remained silent, but Yi Feng was completely unfazed. He had dared to kill Wang Wu, why would he fear the Southern Warlord coming after him? Now that Zhao Wuji was dead, Zhang Yongshan would undoubtedly receive the news soon. Let them come find me themselves. I, Yi Feng, will be waiting for them in Longcheng. With that, Yi Feng hung up the phone, letting Zhang Yongshan live for a few more days. At this moment, in Longcheng's Yin family, Yin Tianqi was ecstatic. He had just received the news Zhang's family had been wiped out by the mysterious figure behind Tianjun Group. His previous worries had suddenly vanished. He immediately called Sun Muqing. Muqing, do you know? Zhang Longhu is dead. I'm safe now. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianqi laughed smugly. On the other end of the call, Sun Muqing was unsure how to respond. She already knew from Yi Feng that the Zhang family was destroyed by him. She also knew that the Zhang family had been responsible for wiping out the Yi family decades ago. Everything Yi Feng had done was for revenge. However, Sun Muqing also remembered that Yi Feng had saved her from those martial artists. Even though she didn't like Yi Feng and thought he was arrogant, now that he was gone, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Is that Tianqi? I've heard Muqing mention you often. Why don't you come over for dinner sometime? Sun Zhonghai spoke enthusiastically after hearing Yin Xiaoping's voice. Uncle? Great. Great. I'll head over right now. Hearing Sun Zhonghai's voice, Yin Xiaoping became even more excited. He immediately changed into a suit, packed 2 cases of fine wine and tea, and drove toward the Sun family's house. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Dad, why did you invite him over? Sun Muqing frowned. What do you mean, why? Yin Xiao has always been very kind to you, what's wrong with having him over for dinner? Besides, now that Yi Feng is gone, you two should take this opportunity to develop your relationship. I think highly of Tianqi. The Yin family is a second-tier family in Longcheng, and their strength is on par with ours. I'm trying to find you a good match. Sun Zhonghai said directly. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's face turned red with anger. She snapped back, I have no interest in Yin Tianqi. I only appreciate him because he saved me, that's all. She glared at Sun Zhonghai. Call Mom. She hasn't been back since noon. Chen Seni had been gone all day, and Sun Muqing was getting worried. However, Sun Zhonghai just sighed and joked bitterly, it's all because of Yi Feng. If not for him, your mother wouldn't be mad at me. Muqing, don't bring up the Yi family's affairs again. He thinks just because he's got some skills, he can make a name for himself. You'll see soon enough, the trouble he's caused will come back to haunt him. Sun Zhonghai warned. He had no idea where Yi Feng had learned his martial arts or how he had managed to survive Zhang's heavily guarded estate. But deep down, he was growing increasingly displeased with this godson. The Sun family couldn't afford to keep him around, otherwise, Yi Feng would only bring disaster upon them. Yin Tianqi drove his luxury car to the entrance of the Sun family home. As soon as he arrived, Sun Zhonghai saw his figure through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Without hesitation, he rushed out excitedly. Tianqi! Oh, you didn't have to bring so many gifts. You're too polite. Sun Zhonghai quickly took the gifts from Yin Tianqi's hands. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi kept scanning the villa, searching for a certain figure. Seeing this, Sun Zhonghai frowned. Muqing. Our guest has arrived. Why aren't you coming out to greet him? With no choice, Sun Muqing finally walked out of the villa. She smiled faintly at Yin Tianqi. Muqing. Where's Yi Feng? Yin Tianqi asked, puzzled by the absence of a certain person. He went out. Next time, don't bring gifts, Sun Muqing replied. She didn't want to owe Yin Tianqi any favors. The one she already owed, she planned to repay slowly. She blamed her father for trying to match them up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Yin Tianqi over. All right. Tianqi, come in quickly. Muqing prepared a whole table of dishes for you. You've never tried her cooking, have you? My daughter's cooking is amazing. Sun Zhonghai looked at the expensive tea Yin Tianqi brought, then thought of the cheap tea Yifeng had given him. His favor toward Yin Tianqi grew even more. How could someone like Yifeng compare to the Yin family? As the head of the Sun family, every decision he made was for their benefit. Now that Sun Muqing was getting older, it was time for her to find a good boyfriend, someone who could keep her in check. Yin Tianqi seemed like the perfect candidate. Once inside, Sun Zhonghai held onto Yin Tianqi's arm, chatting happily. Come on, Muqing, toast to Tianqi. You two need to spend more time together. Stop hanging around like Yifeng kid. Sun Zhonghai's words delighted Yin Tianqi. He quickly raised his glass and toasted Sun Zhonghai. Young Master Yin, let me toast you as well, Sun Muqing said, raising her glass and taking a few sips. The three of them drank late into the night before Yin Tianqi finally left, whistling as he walked out. Just as Yin Tianqi stepped out of the Sun residence, he saw a figure approaching from the distance. Their eyes met. Yin Tianqi was startled at first, but in the next second, he sneered. Oh? Isn't this the great young Master Yi? What are you doing here again? This is the Sun family, not your Yi family. My future father-in-law has already said that Muqing will be betrothed to me. He even told us to spend more time together and to stop hanging around with you. He also said that as an orphan of the Yi family, you're not even worthy of carrying my Yin family's shoes. And it's true, isn't it? Yifeng, what do you have to compare with me? Resources, connections, money, wealth, you'll never be good enough for Sun Muqing. She can only be mine. Drunk and arrogant, Yin Tianqi continued mocking Yifeng. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Sini emerged from behind Yifeng, her face dark with fury. She stepped forward and, without a word, slapped Yin Tianqi across the face. Yin Tianqi, is it? Let me tell you something, no matter what your status or strength is, as long as I am alive, you will never step foot into my Sun family. I will never let my daughter marry a scumbag like you. Now get out of my sight. Chen Sini's voice was loud and furious. The sheer volume of her scolding startled Yin Tianqi out of his drunkenness. Only then did he clearly see Chen Sini's face. For a moment, his expression turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a few flies. But this was Sun Muqing's mother, his supposed future mother-in-law. Yin Tianqi suddenly found himself speechless, unable to refute her words. Looking at Yifeng's cold, murderous gaze, Yin Tianqi quickly turned and fled. After Yin Tianqi left, Yifeng looked at Chen Sini with concern. Godmother, Yin Tianqi is not a good person. That night at the class reunion, I suspect he spiked Muqing's drink. I'm worried that Muqing and Godfather might be deceived by him. Technically, this wasn't Yifeng's business, and even if he ignored it, no one could blame him. But since his godmother had always treated him well, he had to ensure her safety. Hearing this, Chen Sini's face darkened. That useless husband of mine. If he dares to marry our daughter off to that bastard, I'll make his life miserable. Fomer, thank goodness you were there to protect Muqing. You should stay home. After what you did, I'm worried. Chen Sini held Yifeng's hand, her eyes filled with concern. But Yifeng didn't want to stay any longer. He had more important things to do. Godmother, don't worry. The Yi family will reclaim its place in Longcheng. I'll be in Longcheng for a while, I won't be going anywhere. If anything happens, just call me. After leaving a few instructions, Yifeng hurried away. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqi returned home and, in a fit of rage, kicked over the tea table in his living room, shattering it to pieces. That damn Yifeng ruined my plans. I won't let him get away with this. Sun Muqing is mine. You can't escape from me. Just as Yin Tianqi finished speaking, a cold, skeletal hand suddenly wrapped around his throat from the shadows. In the dim light, Yin Tianqi saw a figure draped in a black robe, its face resembling a skull, staring straight at him. A chilling aura of death swept over him. Ghost! There's a ghost. He. If you scream again, I'll turn you into a puddle of blood. The skeletal man let out a bone-chilling laugh. Are you human or a ghost? Yin Tianqi was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Aren't you planning to kill that boy? Don't you want to marry the Sun family's young lady? I can help you. The skeletal man tossed Yin Tianqi to the ground. Then, he pulled out a talisman stained with fresh blood, flickering with eerie red light. Place this on Sun Muqing's body, and your wish will come true. The man's voice was sinister. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi was stunned. Who are you? Why should I trust you? It's simple. If you refuse, I'll kill you. You want to die, or do you want to live? Gulping hard, Yin Tanchi nervously nodded. Alright, I'll do it. The next morning, in Longcheng, at the ruins of the Yi family estate, Yi Feng stood before the abandoned ancestral home. This was once the Yi family's residence. Now, it was a pile of rubble. Today, Yi Feng would rebuild his family here. Longcheng, Yi family, Yi Feng, have returned. Dozens of luxury cars lined up in a long procession outside the Yi family estate. Zhao Fu arrived with a large group of men. Yi Feng turned around, his gaze resolute. Tell everyone, starting today, the Yi family of Longcheng will take over all of Zhang family's businesses. As orders were issued one after another, all media outlets rushed to report this shocking news. The news that Yi Feng was planning to restore the Yi family's former glory in Longcheng spread like a thunderclap across all the major families. What shocked them even more was that the Yi family had openly declared their intention to take over all of Zhang Longhu's assets. It was well known that over the years, Zhang Longhu had amassed an enormous fortune, both through legitimate and illicit means. Among the top families of Longcheng, no one had the power to rival him. Now, the Yi family was attempting to take over Zhang Longhu's assets? Inside the Zhang family's main hall, the Zhang family's patriarch and other members sat with angry expressions. Zhang Tao read the news and slammed his fist onto the table. Humph! Grandpa! Who does this Yi Feng think he is? A mere orphan of the Yi family, a convict who just got out of prison, dares to claim he will take over the Zhang family's assets? He must be tired of living. Li Yaqing was also in the hall. Upon hearing the news, she was initially shocked, but soon, her face twisted with scorn. That Yi Feng is a complete fool. Jumping out at a time like this, does he really think he's invincible? The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Xiang, said coldly. All the major families in Longcheng had business ties with Zhang Longhu, including our Zhang family. And now this kid dares to declare he's taking over Zhang Longhu's forces? He clearly doesn't take the rest of us seriously. Zhang Xiang was furious. Zhang Tao immediately jumped up and added resentfully. Grandpa! I don't know what tricks Yi Feng used, but somehow, he got into Chen family's good graces. A few days ago, the land that the Chen family promised to sell to us, I suspect it was that brat's doing. Chen turned around and gave it to Sun Muqing instead and even beat me up. And because of him, the Chen family completely severed ties with our Zhang family. Pa! Zhang Xiang smashed the teacup on the table, shattering it into pieces. Outrageous! If he dares to challenge the Zhang family, I'll make sure he disappears from Longcheng. Many other prominent families in Longcheng shared the same sentiment. No one wanted Yi Feng to suddenly emerge and take a slice of the pie from them. They certainly weren't willing to hand over their own interests to him. Just as Zhang Xiang was preparing to convene with other families to crush Yi Feng's arrogance, a Zhang family guard rushed in, carrying a red invitation letter. Report! Patriarch! This is an invitation personally sent by Yi Feng. He invites us to a banquet. The guard handed the invitation to Zhang Xiang. Looking at the letter, the expressions of the Zhang family members grew even darker. Very well. Then I will go and meet this boy myself. I'll make him realize his place. Shortly after, a fleet of cars set out from the Zhang family estate, heading toward the Yi family's ancestral grounds. At the same time, almost every major family in Longcheng received an invitation from the Yi family. In the Chen family estate, Chen Zifeng and Chenin looked at the golden invitation in their hands. Their eyes burned with indescribable excitement. Son! Heaven is on our side. Hurry and gather all our people. We must prepare the most valuable gifts and personally visit the Yi family. Chenin dressed in his finest attire, slicking back his hair until it shone. Moments later, Chenin sneered. Zhang Longhu brought this upon himself. I've suspected for years that he was behind what happened back then. Son, do you believe me now? Chen Zifeng was also thrilled, his admiration for his father growing even stronger. If not for him, he might have led the Chen family to ruin. Even the once invincible Zhang Longhu had been wiped out overnight. Besides the mighty Tianjun group and young Master Yi, who else could have done it? I'll go notify my uncle and aunt, as well as the other family members. Chen Zifeng hurried out. At the Sun residence, Sun Muqing also received an invitation. Looking at the two characters Yi Feng written on it, she felt an indescribable emotion rise in her heart. Muqing, hurry and get dressed. We're going to see Fenger. Go where? Stay put. Do you all want to throw your lives away? Yi Feng is making such a big spectacle of himself, he's just asking for death. Let him play the hero all he wants. We're not going. Sun Zhonghai was firm in his stance. Sun Zhonghai, you ungrateful man. Back then, the Yi family gave you their full support. And now, when Fomer is rebuilding the Yi family, not only do you refuse to congratulate him, but you also sit here talking nonsense. Chen Sini was deeply disappointed in him. Sun Muqing was torn between her parents, her mother on one side, her father on the other. Who should she listen to? At that moment, a sports car screeched to a stop outside the Sun residence. Yin Tianqi stepped out of the car. Upon seeing him, Chen Sini immediately grabbed Sun Muqing's hand and pulled her into the bedroom. Uncle Sun. Tianqi. Come in, come in. Yin Tianqi was nervous, but after taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. When Sun Muqing finally emerged in a changed outfit, Yin Tianqi immediately stood up. Muqing, if you're going to the Yi family, I'll go with you. Get lost. Chen Sini nearly slapped Yin Tianqi across the face. Yin Tianqi looked incredibly embarrassed, but he had no choice but to endure it. Chen Sini grabbed Sun Muqing's hand and led her outside. Come back. Hey. Uncle Sun, don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect Muqing. Yin Tianqi said, feigning sincerity. Hearing this, Sun Zhonghai quickly pushed him forward. Go. Follow Muqing. Yin Tianqi reacted swiftly, immediately chasing after them. Seeing him follow, Chen Sini turned around angrily. Yin Tianqi quickly hid behind Sun Muqing. Auntie. Yi Feng and I had a little misunderstanding. Please don't be angry with me. Look, Yi Feng even sent me an invitation. He wants me at the banquet. I warn you, stay away from my daughter. Chen Sini pointed at Yin Tianqi, her voice filled with rage. Seeing this, Sun Muqing spoke up in his defense. Mom, young Master Yin is actually a good person. Taking advantage of this moment, Yin Tianqi swiftly slipped a mysterious talisman into Sun Muqing's bag. After doing so, he pretended as if nothing had happened. Good. You can never truly know someone's heart. If you continue associating with him, then don't call me your mother. Chen Sini pulled Sun Muqing into the car and drove away without looking back. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi quickly followed after them. Meanwhile, dozens of servants thoroughly cleaned the Yi family residence. Inside and out, the estate was bustling with activity. 3 years ago, when the Yi family was destroyed, their grand estate remained standing. Because of the massacre that took place there, no one dared to buy the so-called cursed house. Rumors even spread that the place was haunted at night. As a result, no one wanted it. Now that Yi Feng had returned, it was only natural that he reclaimed it. Chen family, arriving. A loud voice echoed. Everyone turned to look. In the distance, a convoy of over 10 luxury Rolls-Royces drove toward the Yi family estate. The Chen family vehicles soon came to a stop. Chenin and Chen Zifeng stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Chenin couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed forward as if meeting his own father. Young Master Yi. Congratulations on reclaiming the Yi family. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Chun family. Please accept it. Chenin waved his hand, and 2 men dressed in black slowly carried a large chest forward. The chest was covered with a red cloth. Chenin grabbed the cloth and pulled it away, instantly drawing everyone's gaze to the object underneath. It was a jade thousand-hand guanyin, entirely emerald green, shimmering under the sunlight with an enchanting glow. Everyone was shocked by the sight, including Yi Feng. Young Master Yi. This is the guanyin statue that used to be enshrined in your family's ancestral hall, and it was also your mother's favorite item. Not long ago, I redeemed it from an old friend. Today, I am returning it to its rightful owner. Consider this my congratulatory gift to you. Unfortunately, your parents are no longer with us. If they could see you return, they would be overjoyed. This statue had cost Chenin 80 million, but he did not feel the slightest regret. He knew exactly how much this object meant to Yi Feng. Everyone present couldn't help but envy Chenin, silently admiring his wisdom. He knew that young Master Yi would be moved by this object, so he spared no expense in acquiring it. Sure enough, when Yi Feng saw the jade guanyin statue, his eyes grew moist. Master Chun, you have my gratitude. I will never forget this kindness. Hearing these words, Chenin was overjoyed. He smiled so widely that he could barely keep his mouth closed, like a child receiving candy. Young Master Yi, you are too kind. Housekeeper, receive the guests. With Yi Feng's order, the Chen family members presented their invitations. The housekeeper personally led them inside with great respect. Before long, another convoy approached the Yi family estate. Yi Feng soon saw familiar figures in Tanchi, Sun Muqing, and the Zhang family, along with the heads of Longqing's top families. Zhang family patriarch has arrived. A loud voice rang out as the Zhang family members stepped out of their cars and strode toward Yi Feng. Li Yaqing held onto Zhang Tao's arm. Yi Feng, the Zhang family patriarch is here. Why aren't you stepping forward to welcome him? Beside the Zhang family patriarch, a towering bodyguard glared at Yi Feng with a cold expression. Chen Zifeng, who was just about to enter the estate, heard the commotion behind him and quickly tugged on Chen An's sleeve. Chen An saw the Zhang family patriarch approaching and frowned. But when he noticed a mere bodyguard speaking disrespectfully to young Master Yi, Chen An immediately stepped forward and slapped the bodyguard across the face. Where did this dog come from, daring to speak to young Master Yi like that? The Zhang family, what do you think you are? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen An's actions instantly enraged the Zhang family members. The Zhang family patriarch knew that Yi Feng had gained the Chen family's support, but he never expected their relationship to be so close. Chen An didn't hesitate for a second before striking his personal bodyguard. Chen An! Don't go too far, the Zhang family patriarch glared angrily at Chen An. Chen An sneered, Zhang Xiong, I think you're getting old and senile, daring to let your people spout nonsense here. What the Zhang family says is none of your concern. You hit my grandson, and I haven't even settled that score with you. The Zhang family patriarch had not intended to create hostilities with the Chen family. But now, the Chen family was repeatedly humiliating them. Humph. If I see that unfilial grandson of yours again, I'll beat him to death. Chen An sneered. When Elder Lu arrives, you'll pay for this. Hearing this, Chen An froze for a moment. The Elder Lu he referred to was naturally Lu Qishan, the patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Qishan was highly respected. Now that Zhang Longhu was dead, the Lu family had become the most powerful force in the city. Moreover, Lu Qishan was a true martial arts expert, only one step away from breaking into the Kaiyuan realm. If he succeeded, the Lu family's prestige might even surpass Zhang Longhu's former dominance. After all, reaching the Grandmaster level meant one could walk unhindered throughout Nanjiang. Then let's wait and see. After finishing his words, Chen An ignored the Zhang family patriarch and walked inside without looking back. All eyes from the Zhang family then turned toward Yi Feng. The Zhang family patriarch, holding his head high with arrogance, walked into the estate. The housekeeper checked their invitation and immediately changed his expression. He led them toward a corner of the courtyard. What is this? Damn it, why are we being placed in some corner? Zhang Tao looked at the grand hall, where Chen An and the others were seated, and his face darkened with anger. Regular invitations are only seated here. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. The front hall is for golden invitations, while the grand hall is reserved for purple gold invitations. These are young Master Yi's orders. You can sit here. The housekeeper spoke indifferently. The Zhang family members were furious. Li Yaqing felt humiliated, and the Zhang family patriarch's chest heaved with rage. They never expected the invitations to have different rankings. For those who were not on good terms with Yi Feng, he had only sent regular invitations. Soon, more guests arrived at the Yi family estate. Even the Lu, Li, and Lin families had no choice but to attend. They were afraid of Yi Feng seeking revenge. In all of Longcheng, only a handful of families had received the prestigious purple gold invitations. Among them was the Chen family. Seeing the others being humiliated, Chen An felt immense satisfaction. The banquet began. Yi Feng's cold gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Lu Qishan. Today, the Yi family is taking over Zhang Longhu's assets. Additionally, everything my family lost back then, I will reclaim it all. Lin Jin, Li Zihong, and Lu Qishan all trembled slightly. None of them dared to speak, because they alone knew that the man before them was a true harbinger of death. Humph. Yi Feng, do you really think we're here just to attend your banquet? The Zhang family's assets aren't yours to claim. Suddenly, Zhang Tao jumped out. He pointed at Yi Feng's face with a sneer in his eyes. The Zhang family patriarch smirked mockingly. The Yi family of Longcheng is nothing but a joke. Yi Feng, you are not qualified to take over Zhang Longhu's territory. A mere orphan of the Yi family, your parents couldn't even do it while they were alive. What makes you think you can? Exactly. What nonsense about restoring the Yi family's glory? Ha ha ha. You should look in a mirror first. Scornful laughter erupted in the room. These people had no idea just how powerful Yi Feng was. They didn't realize that Yi Feng had crushed the Zhang family as easily as stepping on ants. Yi Feng frowned slightly and said, I am informing you, not asking for your opinion. Moreover, insulting my Yi family and disrespecting my parents deserves death. Murderous intent surged in Yi Feng's gaze. He leaped high into the air, bringing his palm down toward the Zhang family patriarch's head. A terrifying force swept across the hall. The Zhang family patriarch's expression changed drastically. But all that awaited him was death itself. Boom! With a single strike, Zhang Xiying bled from all 7 orifices. His eyes stared wide open at Yi Feng. The sudden scene sent the Zhang family into a state of sheer panic. Grandfather! You killed my grandfather! Zhang Tao gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes glaring at Yi Feng. He insulted my Yi family, insulted my parents, so he deserved to die. Yi Feng said coldly. The Zhang family had brought dozens of people to the gathering. Seeing their patriarch killed by Yi Feng over a single sentence, each of them glared with fury, wishing they could tear him apart. The Yi family has gone too far. There are so many of us here, if you have the guts, why don't you kill us all? Zhang Tao pointed at Yi Feng's face. The heads of the Lin, Li, and Lu families were both shocked and angry but dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Even Lu Qishan, usually regarded as highly esteemed, did not dare to speak. The entire Yi family estate was filled with an intense atmosphere. Who would have thought that this previously unknown Yi Feng would suddenly emerge and slaughter the Zhang family patriarch? Such ruthless methods were on par with Zhang Longhu back in the day. The heads of second and third tier families were all terrified. Zhang Longhu was dead, but now Longcheng had another figure even more ruthless than Zhang Longhu. Seeing that no one was speaking on his behalf, Zhang Tao furiously shouted, Yi Feng, from this day forward, my Zhang family will not rest until you are dead. Zhang Tao's father, Zhang Jinyue, also stepped forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent toward Yi Feng. Everyone, look at what kind of person this Yi family bastard is. In the future, if any of you disobey him, he will surely kill and silence you. Are you all willing to be bullied by this little bastard? Is there no one in Longcheng brave enough to stand up? His words immediately stirred up emotions among many families. They whispered among themselves, looking at Yi Feng as if he were a wild beast. That's right. He killed someone, call the police. Send this bastard to prison. A little bastard who kills at will, does he think everyone in Longcheng is afraid of him? For a moment, the gathered families united in opposition to Yi Feng. Longwei revered martial arts. Wherever martial artists went, they were admired. Among the Nanjiang grandmasters, who hadn't stained their hands with blood. Among these families, many had been ruthless, bullying the weak. Without strength, who could ever send a martial artist to prison? Yi Feng looked down at the crowd, memorizing their faces. Chenin, seeing these people dare to speak to young Master Yi in such a way, sneered coldly. 3 years ago, Longcheng changed overnight. The Yi family was wiped out in a single night. Back then, why didn't any of you step forward and send the culprits to prison? And now you suddenly want to act like good people? What a bunch of hypocrites. These people were beyond shameless. Chenin had never seen such blatant hypocrisy. Most of them had likely coveted the Yi family's wealth at some point. But after the tragedy, Zhang Longhu and others divided up the Yi family's fortune, leaving nothing for the rest. Now that Zhang Longhu was dead, these people saw an opportunity and jumped in to attack young Master Yi, truly shameless to the extreme. But Chenin wasn't worried about these people stirring up trouble. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. Zhang Jinyue, seeing others attacking Yi Feng, hurriedly turned to Lu Qishan. Elder Lu. You must help the Zhang family get justice. These words made Lu Qishan's eyelids twitch. These Zhang family fools, if they wanted to die, why drag him into it? Lu Qishan said calmly, Patriarch Shang, I believe Mr. Yi has a point. This is the Yi family estate, you should be more respectful. Then Lu Qishan stood up and, maintaining his composure, smiled at Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, I agree with you taking over all of Zhang Longhu's assets. I have long disliked Zhang Longhu. He committed countless sins, his death was well deserved. Hearing this, the Lin and Li family heads were shocked. But as if realizing something, they quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Elder Lu is right. We also agree. Lin Jin said with an awkward smile. Yi Feng sneered. Agreeing or not, did it even matter? These three were ridiculous. At that moment, two figures hurried into the Yi family estate, Chen Sini and Sun Muqing. Feng godmother. Seeing Chen Sini, Yi Feng's cold expression disappeared. He immediately stepped forward to welcome her and Sun Muqing into the grand hall. Just then, two more figures rushed inside, Sun Zhenghai and Yin Tianqi. By now, nearly all of Longqing's elites had gathered. Seeing the scene, both Sun Zhenghai and Yin Tianqi were stunned. But Sun Zhenghai's face quickly turned cold. Was Yi Feng insane? Godfather. Yi Feng stepped forward to greet him. But Sun Zhenghai didn't want to acknowledge him. Patriarch Sun, you have a golden invitation. Please proceed to the Grand Hall. The housekeeper quickly approached and gestured for Sun Zhenghai to enter. Forget it. I'll just sit here. I won't go inside. Sun Zhenghai didn't want to enter and instead found a corner to sit with Yin Tianqi. Seeing this, Yi Feng said nothing. He knew Sun Zhenghai didn't support him. But at least his godmother had come. An occasion like today wouldn't be complete without her. Patriarch Sun. You have truly raised a fine son. Lu Qishan approached with a fake smile. In the past, he would never have cared about the Sun family. But now, with Yi Feng here, they naturally had to show respect. Once Xin Nan Wang and the two grandmasters arrived to kill Yi Feng, who would care about the Sun family then? Today, aside from taking over Zhang Longhu's assets, there is another matter that must be settled. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes locking onto Lu Qishan, Lin Jin, and Li Zihong. When my Yi family was destroyed, Lu Qishan, was it you three who conspired with Zhang Longhu to divide up my family's fortune? Yi Feng got straight to the point. Am misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, we were deceived by Zhang Longhu into accepting Yi family properties. Yi Feng sneered. Oh? A misunderstanding, is it? In that case, you three can return everything, with interest. Not too much, not too little, 20 billion each. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. 20 billion. While Lu Qishan had money, taking out 20 billion in cash at once was impossible. And he would never willingly hand over such a sum. Lin Jin and Li Zihong were even worse off, they weren't as wealthy as the Lu family. At best, they could scrape together 10 billion. If they sold off their family assets, they might eventually raise the full amount. But if they did, their families would struggle to survive in Longcheng. Impossible. Lin Jin, already furious, immediately refused. Lu Qishan gritted his teeth. He had expected Yi Feng to demand a few billion at most. But 20 billion each? That was a death sentence. It's absolutely impossible for my Lin family to come up with 2 billion all at once. Yi, why don't you just go rob someone? Back then, most of the Yi family's assets ended up in Zhang Longhu's hands. We only got a small share. Now you're asking for 2 billion? How do you expect us to agree? Lin Jin said with a displeased expression. Meanwhile, Lu Qishan and Li Zihong remained silent, carefully observing Yi Feng's expression. The Zhang family members, seeing the argument between Lin Jin and Yi Feng, immediately fanned the flames. I think this Yi Feng is just here to extort money. Don't think that just because you learn some martial arts, you can act recklessly in Longcheng. There's always someone stronger out there. If we all unite, what can Yi Feng possibly do? Exactly. You want to take the Zhang family's assets all for yourself? Impossible. Zhang Longhu still owes my Wang family 1 billion. That's right. The Zhang family has unresolved financial disputes with us. How can you just take over as you please? In an instant, a wave of anger surged as countless people voiced their dissatisfaction toward Yi Feng. In the distance, Yin Tianqi grinned widely. The only reason he had come to this banquet was to watch Yi Feng suffer humiliation. Sure enough, this brat really thought he was invincible and disregarded everyone else. Yi Feng ignored the noise and instead fixed his gaze on Lu Qishan and the other two. Hand over the money, then get lost. Yi Feng, don't push us too far. Lin Jin shouted. Lu Qishan, seeing that things were getting out of control, quickly grabbed Lin Jin's arm. Master Lin, calm down. Young Master Yi, I agree to this, but I don't have the ability to gather 2 billion on the spot. Even if I liquidate assets, I need time to do it. Give me a few days to collect the money. Hearing this, Yi Feng did not press them further. Fine. You have 3 days. Deliver the money in 3 days. Otherwise, I will have to personally come and collect it. A murderous glint flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. He had already given these three enough leeway. If they failed to comply, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless at that point. 2 billion wouldn't be enough to settle the matter. All right. I'll go gather the money right away. With that, Lu Qishan wasted no time and stormed out of the Yi residence without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Jin and Li Zihong had no choice but to leave as well, their faces filled with resentment. Once they were gone, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Qishan's eyes. Meanwhile, the Zhang family, realizing that their backers had left, suddenly lost confidence. Yi Feng. Just you wait. We're leaving. Zhang Jinyue led the Zhang family members out without looking back. They knew that even if they all teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Feng. Li Yaqing watched Yi Feng's imposing figure, her heart filled with both regret and frustration. But soon, those emotions faded away completely. Humph. Offending so many powerful forces in Longcheng, Yi Feng, you're doomed. Let's see how much longer you can stay arrogant. Soon, more and more people left the Yi residence. By the end, only a few families remained. Some people were still undecided, while others, like the Chen, Su, and Sun families, had chosen to stay. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Mooching over to sit with her. Mooching. This Yi Feng is way too arrogant. It's understandable for young people to have some ambition, but trying to dominate Longqing's major families just with pure guts? That's just overestimating himself. Young Master Yin. Come, let's have a drink. Su Chanxian pulled Sun Mooching along and started drinking with Yin Tianqi. Sun Zhanghai also sat beside Yin Tianqi, completely ignoring Yi Feng as they enjoyed their drinks. Feng. Congratulations. From now on, you can be considered the head of a family. As your mother, I'm truly happy for you. I got this protective talisman for you at a temple. Keep it with you. Chen Sini took Yi Feng's hand and placed a golden talisman into his palm. A warmth flowed through Yi Feng's heart as he accepted it. Godmother, thank you. Zhao Fu of Tianjun Group congratulates you. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed as Zhao Fu led a large group of people into the Yi residence. Seeing Zhao Fu, Yin Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Even Tianjun Group had shown up? Sun Mooching also stared in disbelief at the dozens of people Zhao Fu had brought. The remaining guests were equally stunned. No wonder Yi Feng was so bold. Did he have the backing of Tianjun Group? Zhao Fu's arrival was meant to make it clear to those present where they should stand. As long as they didn't oppose the Yi family, no one would make things difficult for them. But if anyone had sinister intentions against the Yi family at this crucial moment, they would have to face the wrath of Tianjun Group. Realizing this, Sun Zhanghai was utterly shocked. Since when did he get acquainted with the chairman of Tianjun Group? If Tianjun Group was supporting Yi Feng, then everything suddenly made sense. No wonder. So that's how it is. Sun Zhanghai's attitude toward Yi Feng subtly shifted. Inside the grand hall, Chen Sini looked at Zhao Fu, then at Yi Feng, puzzled. Fenger, you. Godmother. Elder Zhao and I have some connections. If you ever have any trouble in the future, you can go to him for help. Hearing this, the Chen father and son looked at Yi Feng with admiration. The Sun family truly had good fortune, yet they failed to appreciate it. Especially Sun Zhanghai, choosing to side with a second-rate family's young master instead of giving respect to young Master Yi. But Chenin knew better than to interfere in Sun Zhanghai's affairs. He simply minded his own business. As the banquet continued, the Yi residence was soon filled with a lively atmosphere. The only person preoccupied with thoughts was Yin Tianqi. The skull-masked man had given him a talisman specifically to deal with Yi Feng. It seemed that this brat had provoked something he shouldn't have. Yin Tianqi was certain that the skull-masked man possessed terrifying power. And he was here for Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Sun Mooching continued drinking, completely unaware of the impending danger. Thin wisps of red mist quietly seeped out from Sun Mooching's handbag, slipping into her body without anyone noticing. Her pupils seemed to take on a reddish hue, and her lips became even more vividly colored. Only Yin Tianqi was aware of what was happening. Watching Sun Mooching's state, he knew the red talisman was working. At the same time, in an estate 10 kilometers outside Longcheng, an old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes. The soul control Gu curse is complete. He immediately sat cross-legged, forming complex hand seals while muttering strange incantations. Behind him stood a stunningly seductive woman, silently watching. Moments later, the skull-masked man stood up, his face filled with excitement, as if he had just witnessed something incredible. What a magnificent soul! Suddenly, the gray-robed man took several steps back in shock. This is the 5-ing mysterious body? Senior brother, what did you just say? The woman looked at him in surprise. The Yi residence, late at night. After bidding farewell to Yi Feng, Chenin and his son left with the rest of the Chen family. Mr. Yi. I'm heading out now. Before leaving, Zhao Fu also greeted Chen Sini. Once everyone had departed, only Intanchi and the 3 members of the Sun family remained. Intanchi lingered, reluctant to leave, his eyes fixed on Sun Mooching. Mooching! Walk young Master In out. Sun Zhonghai gave Sun Mooching a gentle push. With vacant eyes, Sun Mooching nodded, stood up, and, to everyone's surprise, took Intanchi by the hand and led him outside. This sudden action left Intanchi dumbfounded. As he looked into her slightly reddened eyes, he swallowed nervously. An indescribable chill emanated from Sun Mooching, mixed with a murderous aura. Intanchi felt as though she had become a completely different person. Outside the Yi residence, Sun Mooching's expression abruptly changed. She reached out and grabbed Intanchi by the throat. Cold sweat poured down Intanchi's face. Mooching, what are you doing? Let me go. Despite his struggles, Sun Mooching flung him to the ground. Intanchi, remember, from now on, you are nothing more than my dog. Yes, yes. I am your dog. Intanchi kowtowed repeatedly, his back drenched in sweat. Just now, he had felt the presence of death itself. He was certain that if Sun Mooching had applied just a little more force, he would already be a corpse. What had that mysterious man done to Sun Mooching? Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the man in the gray robe smirked as he controlled Sun Mooching, making her turn back and re-enter the Yi residence. Senior brother. The 5-in mysterious body is of great importance. Should we inform the main sect leader about this? Junior sister. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can refine this body into a divine pill, I'll finally be free from this wretched state. Her soul is the purest I've ever encountered. And that fool Intanchi dared to taint such a perfect vessel? He deserves to die. The seductive woman hesitated upon hearing this but soon smiled with satisfaction. Who would have thought this girl possesses the rarest of constitutions, the 5-in mysterious body? Her entire being is a priceless treasure. Senior brother, if you absorb her, your cultivation will reach perfection. Even the main sect leader won't be your match. Sinister laughter echoed through the villa. Back at the Yi residence. As soon as Sun Mooching stepped through the doors, Shinsini eagerly pulled her forward. Mooching! You didn't even congratulate Fenger today. He's always been concerned about your safety. That Intanchi is up to no good, why did you escort him out? Mom! I have never liked Intanchi. Brother Yi Feng. Congratulations! Sun Mooching smiled and reached out to shake Yi Feng's hand. The moment their palms met, a strange sensation surged through Yi Feng's mind. His brows furrowed. An ominous energy coursed through Sun Mooching's body, sending a chill down his spine and unnatural, suffocating coldness. Moreover, Sun Mooching had never addressed him this way before. Subtly, Yi Feng grasped her wrist, using the opportunity to check her pulse. The sinister energy became even more apparent. Alarmed, Sun Mooching quickly withdrew her hand. The soul control Gu curse. Yi Feng was utterly shocked. He had never encountered such a dark and insidious spell before. It was said that the soul control Gu curse originated from Southeast Asian sorcery. Once afflicted, the victim's mind would be forcibly controlled, and the Gu toxin would penetrate their very soul. This kind of curse was notoriously difficult to break. Any attempt to forcibly dispel it could damage the soul, leaving the victim in a state of eternal unconsciousness. How was this possible? Someone had secretly cast such a cruel curse on Mooching? A wave of unease washed over Yi Feng. It was clear that someone had set their sights on the Sun family. Who are you? Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Sun Mooching's arm. This abrupt action left Shinsini and Sun Zhonghai stunned. Brother Yi Feng. What are you doing? You never call me brother. Such ruthless methods. To cast the soul control Gu curse on Mooching right under my nose. If I find out who did this, I'll make sure they die without a corpse left to bury. Yi Feng's grip tightened as he interrogated the Sun Mooching before him. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man's expression turned to shock. He actually recognized my soul control Gu curse? He. But without me, no one in this world can break my spell. If he dares to forcefully lift the curse, she will die. The man showed no concern about Yi Feng breaking the spell. Sun Zhonghai, seeing Yi Feng restraining Sun Mooching, erupted in fury. Yi Feng! What do you think you're doing? Let go of my daughter. Godmother. Godfather. Someone has placed a curse on Mooching. Yi Feng's voice was as cold as ice. But neither Sun Zhonghai nor Shinsini understood what he meant. Sun Mooching, meanwhile, writhed in pain, struggling. Let me go. Yi Feng, you're hurting me. Despite her struggles, Yifeng refused to release his grip. Now that the enemy knew he had uncovered their scheme, if he let Sun Muqing go, they would immediately take full control of her. Worse still, they might have already discovered her 5-yin mysterious body. Muqing, forgive me. With that, Yifeng swiftly pulled out 3 silver needles. With a flick of his wrist, the needles pierced through the air and embedded themselves in Sun Muqing's chest. 2 more followed, striking her Baihui acupoint. Sun Muqing's vision darkened, and she collapsed into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng, what did you do to my daughter? You bastard! Sun Zhonghai, his face flushed red with anger, lunged forward and snatched Sun Muqing from Yifeng's grasp, glaring at him furiously. Godmother, godfather, please trust me. I only sealed several of Muqing's acupoints to temporarily render her unconscious. You must believe me. Muqing is in grave danger right now. Yifeng looked at Sun Muqing with deep concern. The soul control goo curse needed to be dispelled as soon as possible. If left too long, it would affect both her nerves and soul. But right now, he was still missing a crucial medicinal ingredient. Sun Zhonghai's anger boiled over. Get out! Never come near my daughter again. My daughter was perfectly fine. You're just making things up. Seeing Sun Zhonghai's fury, Chen Sini stepped forward and delivered a firm slap across his face. Calm down. I trust Fenger. He would never harm Muqing. Sun Zhonghai was momentarily stunned. The slap seemed to bring him back to his senses. He quickly checked Sun Muqing's breathing and, seeing it was steady, turned to glare at Yifeng. If anything happens to my daughter, I will never forgive you. Chen Sini helped lay Sun Muqing down on the bed. Yifeng did not blame Sun Zhonghai for his reaction. However, his expression darkened. Someone had dared to harm the Sun family. No matter where they hid, he would hunt them down. If they laid a hand on his loved ones, they deserved only death. Without hesitation, Yifeng called Zhao Fu. Send a team to guard the Yi residence. Before long, dozens of men surrounded the Yi estate. A night passed, the Yi family remained safe. The Yi residents remained safe throughout the night. Yifeng knew that the enemy would not reveal themselves so easily. Now that they had control over Sun Muqing's life, they were certain that he wouldn't be able to break the soul control goo curse. Muqing, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Yifeng made a call, then hurriedly left, driving away at full speed. Where can I find a pharmacy in Nanjiang? I need to locate a rare medicinal herb. Yifeng directly called Zhao Fu. Young Master Yi. Nanjiang has many famous doctors, but the most well-known family is undoubtedly the Chen family from Yuncheng. The Chen family? Yifeng frowned slightly. Yes. The Chen family has been practicing medicine for generations. Their family head, Chen Shouan, is the current master of Nanjiang. He is not only the most renowned doctor in Nanjiang but also the head of the Nanjiang medical sect. The Chen family has access to all kinds of medicinal herbs, but ordinary people can't even step through their doors. If anyone has what you're looking for, it's them. Hearing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. Then I must meet this renowned doctor. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng sped toward Yuncheng. Yuncheng, a city of herbal medicine. Yuncheng was situated near the mountains, and many families there had lived off herbal cultivation for generations. Legend had it that Yuncheng was once home to ancient medical clans. However, over time, those clans vanished except for the Chen family, which remained. Some even speculated that the Chen family was a martial arts clan with deep ancestral roots, which was how they had survived to the present day. Regardless, everyone in Nanjiang respected Chen Shouan, as he was known for his righteousness and hatred for evil. Following the address given by Zhao Fu, Yifeng arrived at a large pharmacy with a distinctly traditional Chinese architectural style. Shenong Hall? Quite the bold name. Looking at the plaque above the entrance, Yifeng chuckled. Anyone who dared to use such a name had to possess extraordinary medical skills. Pushing the door open, he entered. The pharmacy was vast, filled with people. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated the air, and shelves lined with hundreds of different herbs stood in the background. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Don't you know you need an appointment to see a doctor at Shenong Hall? A young man in his 20s blocked Yifeng's way. I'm here to see Chen Shouan. The moment he said this, the hundreds of people inside the pharmacy turned to look at him with strange expressions. Soon, a burst of laughter erupted. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who Dr. Chen is? You think you can just meet him like that? Even the richest families in Yuncheng have to wait in line to see him. Did you take the wrong medicine or something? This kid must be seriously ill. The crowd mocked Yifeng. A mere young man had walked in demanding to see Master Chen Shoan. It was nothing short of an insult to the esteemed doctor's reputation. Inside the pharmacy, the commotion caught the attention of a middle-aged man inside the inner hall. He sized up Yifeng before frowning. This is Shinong Hall, a place for medical treatment. My father doesn't see patients. If you have a medical concern, speak to me instead. The man wore glasses and appeared to be around 40 years old, holding a few silver needles in his hand. On a nearby bed lay an elderly man with graying hair. Yifeng immediately noticed that the old man had internal injuries. Without saying a word, Yifeng watched as Chen Huayan performed acupuncture. Chen Huayan skillfully inserted 2 silver needles, deeply piercing the old man's back. Put! In the next second, the elderly man coughed up a mouthful of blackened blood. The procedure completed, Chen Huayan helped the old man sit up. Mr. Huang, you can remove the needles in half an hour. Undergo this treatment once a week for 49 days, and you will recover. I will also prepare a few medicinal prescriptions for you to take in the meantime. The old man coughed a few times before cupping his fists in gratitude. My body doesn't have many days left, but to receive personal treatment from you makes this trip worthwhile. You're too kind, Mr. Huang. My father was occupied, so he entrusted me with your treatment. Rest assured, I will cure your illness. Chen Huayan responded with a smile. Yifeng silently observed. The acupuncture technique used was the 12 paths of pure yang needles. No wonder the Chen family was renowned as Nanzhong's top medical family. This needle technique had long been considered lost, with only 8 of the original 12 needles still known. Coincidentally, Yifeng had mastered all 12 needles. A medical debate. Pure yang needle technique is effective for internal injuries. It promotes circulation and unblocks meridians. But with such severe internal damage, this method will only prolong life, not cure the ailment. Just as the elderly man was about to leave, Yifeng suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Chen Huayan was taken aback. Kid, how do you know I used the pure yang needle technique? Yifeng didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand. 3 golden needles, emitting a chilling aura, shot through the air and embedded themselves into the elderly man's chest. Chen Huayan was stunned. Even he wouldn't dare manipulate needles through the air like this. Was this young man some kind of hidden master? Before the old man could react, Yifeng placed his palm on his back, channeling energy into his 5 internal organs. Put! Another mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, and the old man's breathing suddenly changed. A surge of powerful internal energy nearly made him lose his balance. His heart pounded in fear. Just now, he had sensed an immense force, like a vast ocean. How could someone so young possess such terrifying internal power? Had he already reached the Grandmaster realm? The 9-turn divine needle. Yifeng withdrew the 3 golden needles. They had lost their luster. These needles were passed down by his master and were called the 9-turn divine needles. Each time they were used, they had to be soaked in medicinal herbs for 3 days and 3 nights to fully absorb their potency. The old man immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for saving my life. May I know your name? Yifeng. I am Huang Yin. Master Yi, if you ever have time, please visit the Huang family as my honored guest. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Rest for 2 days, and your injuries will naturally heal. An invitation from the Chen family. Chen Huayan's attitude had completely changed. He quickly invited Yifeng into the inner hall. The onlookers who had mocked Yifeng earlier were now speechless. Their faces burned with embarrassment. Following Chen Huayan, Yifeng entered a guest room. Only then did Chen Huayan turn to face him. Sir, you said earlier that you wished to see my father. He is currently at the Chen family's main residence. I can take you there shortly. But, your needlework was extraordinary. Could you explain it to me? Ha ha. Didn't you just use it yourself? I was using the pure yang needle technique. But I used the last 4 needles of the 12 paths of pure yang. Yifeng spoke casually. Chen Huayan's eyes widened in shock. The 12 paths of pure yang had been lost for centuries. Even the 8-needle version was a cherished secret of the Chen family, passed down for generations. Yet this man knew all 12? Immediately, Chen Huayan knelt, only for Yifeng to stop him. Enough with the formalities. I came here to find a medicinal herb. Master, whatever medicinal herb you need, just tell me. If I have it, I will definitely give it to you. The 12 paths of pure yang needle technique was of great importance. Let alone a mere medicinal herb if necessary, Chen Huaiyan would even give up half his life without hesitation. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled. This herb is extremely rare. I'm afraid your Chen family might not have it. I need a 100-year-old earth essence plant. Upon hearing this, Chen Huaiyan was instantly shocked. A 100-year-old earth essence plant could only be found deep in uninhabited mountain forests. This herb was highly favored by physicians for its ability to nourish the soul, calm the mind, and replenish vitality. A 50-year-old earth essence plant was already considered top-tier and incredibly rare. A 100-year-old specimen was even more unimaginable. As the most prestigious medical family in Nanjing, the Chen family was revered as a sanctuary for renowned doctors. Even so, they had only ever obtained 200-year-old earth essence plants by sheer luck. One had already been used when Chen Shouwen broke through in cultivation. Now, only one remained, carefully stored within the Chen family's treasury, something that ordinary people weren't even allowed to lay eyes on. Master Yi, you've come to the right place. My Chen family happens to have this herb, but I need to inform my father first. This herb isn't stored at Shenong Hall. Please, follow me to the Chen family estate. Chen Huaiyan said respectfully. Yi Feng was overjoyed, he had indeed come to the right place. He hadn't expected the Chen family to possess such a rare treasure. With this herb, he could cure sun mooching and break the soul control gu curse. Alright. Journey to the Chen family estate. Under Chen Huaiyan's guidance, the two of them left the pharmacy and drove toward the Chen family's residence. About 20 minutes later, a luxurious estate came into view. Chen Huaiyan excitedly got out of the car and opened the door for Yi Feng. Sir, please follow me. They entered the Chen family's grand courtyard, passing through a serene landscape of mountains and water, followed by a bamboo forest, before finally reaching the main hall. From afar, Yi Feng spotted a spirited elderly man seated in the center of the hall. Opposite him sat another elderly man dressed in a black robe. Brother Gu, it's your turn. Chen Shouwen said with a faint smile. The situation in Nanjing is as unpredictable as this game of Go, the black-robed elder remarked while placing a black stone firmly on the board. Instantly, a cluster of black stones formed an encirclement, killing off most of the white pieces. In your opinion, Brother Chen, is the Chen family the black stones or the white ones? Chen Shouwen furrowed his brows slightly. It doesn't matter whether you are black or white, the one playing the game is what matters. The future of the Chen family depends on your decisions. Yesterday, I observed the celestial signs. The Azure Dragon of the East is rising, something major will happen in Nanjing soon. The Chen family is like a lone boat in the vast ocean, your choices will determine its fate. The black-robed elder sighed, while Chen Shouwen's expression grew solemn. It seems we have a guest, Chen Shouwen said, putting down his go piece and standing up, locking eyes with Yi Feng. A clash of masters. The moment Yi Feng laid eyes on Chen Shouwen, he was secretly impressed. Chen Shouwen was nearly 70 years old, yet his energy was robust, and his internal strength was immense. With just one glance, Yi Feng could sense his overwhelming power, his eyes held the force of crashing waves. This man was far stronger than Zhao Wuji. At the same time, Chen Shouwen was even more shocked. 30 years ago, he had already reached the Grandmaster level. At this stage, a single glance was enough to discern any warrior's true strength. Yet now, he couldn't see through Yi Feng at all. Yi Feng's internal energy was completely stable, he had mastered the breath control technique to perfection. Unless his emotions fluctuated, no one could perceive his true power. This young man surprises me. So young, yet so composed and restrained. Huaiyan, who is he? Chen Shouwen asked with a smile. Chen Huaiyan quickly replied, Father. This is Master Yi. You won't believe it, he cured Elder Huang's injuries with just 3 needles. Moreover, he used our Chen family's pure yang needle technique. The moment these words fell, Chen Shouwen was shaken to the core. The pure yang needle technique was a secret art of the Chen family. For generations, only the family head was allowed to learn it. Yet this young man somehow knew it? Oh? Young man, you know the pure yang needle technique? Chen Shouwen asked, half in disbelief. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Old master, have you completely forgotten the legacy of your ancestors? Does your Chen family really only know 8 out of the 12 needles? This question rendered Chen Shouwen speechless, and his heart trembled. What did you say? You used the 12 paths of pure yang needle technique? Chen Shouwen asked urgently. Before Yi Feng could respond, Chen Huaiyan interrupted. Father! Didn't you always say that our Chen family only has 8 needles? Chen Shouan took a deep breath to calm himself before sighing. Huayan, our family indeed only knows 8 needles. The pure yang needle technique originally had 12 paths, but the last 4 were lost long ago. Decades ago, Chen Shouan had searched all over the country in hopes of recovering the lost 4 needles before the end of his lifetime. But after all these years, he had found no clues whatsoever. So, the Chen family had continued to use only 8 needles, passing them down through generations. Never did he imagine that after over a century, the complete 12 paths of pure yang needle technique would resurface. And in the hands of a young man. Without hesitation, Chen Shouan humbly asked, "Young master, this pure yang needle technique was a legacy of my ancestors. Would you be willing to teach it to my Chen family? If there is ever anything you need, my Chen family will serve you without question." A trade. Yi Feng laughed and shook his head. "Ha ha ha. I can teach you the technique, but in exchange, I want 100-year-old earth essence plant." Yi Feng had great respect for Chen Shouan, which was why he was willing to pass on the final 4 needles. Truthfully, the Chen family was getting an incredible deal. Even if Yi Feng demanded all their rare medicinal herbs, Chen Shouan would never refuse. Once the 12 paths of pure yang were restored, the Chen family would dominate the medical field not just in Nanjiang, but in the entire country. "Quick, Huayan! Go get it!" Chen Shouan urged. Moments later, Chen Huayan returned carrying a box. When he opened it, a thick, arm-sized root came into view. Indeed, it's a 100-year-old earth essence plant. Such a massive one. This herb grew extremely slowly, and even after a century, it had only reached this size. "Master Yi." Chen Huayan respectfully handed the box to Yi Feng. "Thank you, old Master Chen." Yi Feng accepted it. "Now, I will teach you the final 4 needles. Watch closely, I will only demonstrate them once." Night Wind demonstrates the 12 paths of pure yang needles. Yi Feng suddenly pulled out 12 silver needles. His hands moved rapidly, the needles infused with powerful internal energy. The first 8 needles of the 12 paths of pure yang are relatively simple. With enough practice, most people can master them. But the last 4 needles require strong internal energy to control. During the needlework, a continuous flow of internal energy must be injected, merging with the silver needles as they enter the body. Chen Huayan was dazzled by Yi Feng's demonstration. Seeing Yi Feng's precise needle techniques again, his excitement only grew. On the other side, Chen Shouan stared intently at Yi Feng's wrist, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. With a loud boom, the 12 silver needles, carrying fierce qi, shot forward and embedded themselves into a nearby pillar. This technique can be applied to the Ren and Du meridians, covering all acupuncture points. Each path follows a sequential needle insertion pattern. Once mastered, all 12 needles can be used simultaneously. However, achieving precise control over 12 needles, ensuring each one lands exactly on the acupuncture points, depends on your level of internal energy control. After finishing his demonstration, Yi Feng turned to see Chen Shouan completely stunned, his mouth slightly agape. Even as a martial grandmaster, Chen Shouan knew he couldn't control 12 silver needles with such extraordinary precision. Both father and son looked at Yi Feng as if he were a monster. It took them half a day to recover from their shock. "Huayan! Hurry and thank the master for his teachings. Sir, do you have any disciples? I would like my son to become your apprentice." Chen Shouan asked respectfully. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Chen Huayan was already in his 40s, yet they wanted him to become Yi Feng's disciple? If word got out, what would people think? Let's forget about that. I believe Elder Chen is more than capable of teaching his own son. Consider this needle technique my gift to you. Yi Feng declined without hesitation. Chen Shouan was slightly disappointed. Given Yi Feng's demonstrated skills, he was more than qualified to be his own teacher. However, unwilling to overstep, he had instead suggested making Yi Feng his son's master. But since Yi Feng had refused, he had no choice but to let it go. An unexpected guest. The black-robed elder, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke. A young hero indeed. You may be young, but your skills are exceptional. The future belongs to your generation. He looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Only now did Yi Feng realize he had been so focused on Chen Shouan that he had completely overlooked this elder. There was something mysterious about him. Yi Feng was shocked. Clearly, the Chen family had many hidden experts. Not only was Chen Shouan formidable, but this black-robed elder was at least a martial grandmaster as well. Such people usually stayed low profile and would never reveal their strength unless absolutely necessary. Huayan. Prepare tea for the master. Chen Shouan hurriedly instructed. Yi Feng politely declined. I still have urgent matters to attend to. I'll visit again another day. He carefully stored the century-old earth essence root. Now, he needed to rush back and cure Sun Muqing. There was no time to waste. Seeing this, Chen Shouan didn't insist. Master, if you ever have time, please visit the Chen family. I will personally welcome you. Huayan. How much did you understand from the master's demonstration? Chen Shouan asked with his hands behind his back. Chen Huayan looked embarrassed. Yi Feng's hand movements had been too fast. Many of the needle techniques and energy control details had been impossible to see clearly. Scratching his head, he admitted, Forgive my ignorance, father. I only grasped about 30 or 40% of it. Sigh. Forget it. I'll teach you again later. Remember, this 12 paths technique can only be mastered by those with strong internal energy. Right now, your priority is to improve your internal strength. Chen Shouan sighed in frustration. The Chen family had lacked a true prodigy for decades. If someone like Yi Feng had been born into the Chen family, he would have considered it a blessing. But regardless, now that they had the complete 12 paths of pure yang needle technique, the Chen family would undoubtedly flourish. Soon after, Chen Shouan personally escorted Yi Feng to the gate. Without delay, Yi Feng left and rushed toward Longcheng. Returning to the Yi residence. Yi Feng was deeply worried about Sun Muqing. Although he had sealed several of her key acupuncture points with silver needles, keeping her in a deep sleep. If those needles were not removed in time, she might never wake up. Upon entering the Yi residence, he saw that the grand hall was filled with people. Sun Zhonghai and Chen Sini stood anxiously by a nearby bed, their faces full of concern. Sun Muqing lay motionless, her pale complexion resembling an ice sculpture. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, gathering his energy to force out the silver needles from her heart meridians. Stop! A loud voice interrupted him. The man was startled. Who are you? Yi Feng frowned as he sized him up. Hearing his voice, Sun Zhonghai turned around. Seeing Yi Feng, Sun Zhonghai immediately erupted in anger. Yi Feng, how dare you come back? It's been a full day and night, and my daughter still hasn't woken up. I invited Master Chen Tong to treat my daughter. Who do you think you are, yelling like that? Sun Zhonghai glared at Yi Feng with hostility. Master? Where did this fraud come from? Daring to call himself a master? Yi Feng said coldly. Luckily, he had returned just in time. Had he arrived even a few minutes later, this fraud would have forcibly removed the silver needles from Sun Muqing's body. She would have died instantly. The silver needles needed to be carefully withdrawn with strong internal energy. But before that, Yi Feng had to administer medicine first. Chen Tong frowned. Seeing that the interruption came from a young man, he scoffed. So, you're the one who sealed Miss Sun's heart meridians? If not me, then who? Yi Feng waved his hand, handing the century-old earth essence root to the steward. Grind this into powder, brew it with these medicinal ingredients, and bring it here immediately. The steward nodded and quickly left with the herbs. Chen Tong sneered. Where did this brat come from, acting so arrogant? Do you even know that sealing the heart meridians for too long can be fatal? I just checked Miss Sun's pulse. There is an impure energy within her body that must be expelled immediately. You sealed her meridians, how is she supposed to release it? Chen Tong lectured, looking down on Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no interest in arguing with this fraud. Ignoring him, he walked straight to Sun Muqing and grabbed her wrist. Her condition was stable. He finally relaxed. Godmother, I already told you Muqing was cursed. Why did you bring in just anyone to treat her? If I had been even a moment late, no one would have been able to save her. You claim Miss Sun was cursed? Chen Tong scoffed even harder. Ridiculous nonsense. In today's world, where do you think curses come from? Clearly, Chen Tong had never even heard of such things. And indeed, the Soul Control Gu curse was a sinister Southeast Asian technique. Few in Manhwa had ever encountered it. Naturally, Chen Tong was oblivious to its existence. Kid, get out of the way immediately. If you delay my treatment any longer, Miss Sun might never wake up. Chen Tong did have some medical knowledge, but he was far from being a great doctor. A few years ago, after causing the death of a wealthy man in Yunqing, his reputation was completely ruined. As a result, he was forced to leave Yunqing and settle in Longcheng. Just now, he had sensed a strange and indescribable energy inside Sun Muqing's body, which was sealed by Yifeng's silver needles. That was why he had planned to remove the needles, thinking it would help expel the impure energy. But what he didn't realize was that this wasn't just any impurity, it was the evil aura produced by the soul control Gu curse. This evil aura wasn't just harming Sun Muqing's body, it was also continuously eroding her mind. Yifeng had sealed her heart meridian with 3 silver needles precisely to protect her heart from being corrupted by the evil energy. Chen Tong had nearly ruined everything just moments ago. A heated confrontation. Yifeng, what are you doing? Move aside right now. Sun Zhonghai shouted. I personally invited Dr. Chen here. He is a famous doctor in Longcheng, he will definitely cure Muqing. Yifeng sneered. A famous doctor? More like a quack. Godfather, you don't have to trust me, but at the very least, you shouldn't let just anyone treat Muqing. I already told you, I am the only one who can break this curse. Yifeng turned to Chen Tong and glared at him coldly. You, get out. Right now. Such a fraud only harmed people. The fact that Yifeng hadn't punished him yet was already giving him enough face. You? Chen Tong was furious. Being reprimanded by someone 20 years younger than him made him feel utterly humiliated. His face turned red with rage. Master Sun, is this how you treat me? You invited me here, but now you're letting some kid insult me? I refuse to treat her. Chen Tong's revenge. Let your daughter fend for herself. I doubt this brat can save her. Let me tell you the truth, I already examined her condition. Miss Sun's soul has been damaged. Even if she wakes up, she will become an idiot, losing all her memories. You'll see for yourselves. Chen Tong flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Earlier, Sun Zhonghai had promised him a $1 million reward for curing Sun Muqing. Now, his business was ruined because of Yifeng. This brat was destroying his livelihood. If that was the case, he wouldn't let Yifeng have it easy either. Seeing Chen Tong about to leave, Sun Zhonghai panicked. He nearly jumped up in desperation and rushed forward, grabbing Chen Tong's arm. Master Chen, please don't go. You're the only one who can save my daughter. I'll give you 2 million. I'm begging you, just save her. Then he turned to Yifeng and roared, Yifeng, you bastard, get out. Trust and doubt. But Yifeng ignored him. If he really left, then perhaps Chen Tong's words would come true. Even if Sun Muqing woke up, she might become an idiot. Or worse, she might never wake up at all. You think you know medicine? You just want to drive me insane. Enough. Sun Zhonghai, stop yelling and let Fenger treat her. Chen Sini said coldly. Sun Zhonghai was so furious that he couldn't even form words. You really trust him to treat her? Yifeng had been in prison for 3 years. Now, after being out for barely a month, when did he learn medicine? Sun Zhonghai refused to believe that Yifeng knew anything about medical treatment. To him, Yifeng was just spouting nonsense. Meanwhile, Chen Tong casually sat down on a chair, planning to watch Yifeng fail. Once Yifeng inevitably failed, he would step in and take the credit. Then, he would collect the reward and walk away, leaving Yifeng to take the blame. Chen Sini firmly pulled Sun Zhonghai aside. I believe in Fenger. He wouldn't say something like this unless he was certain. Fine. You trust him but not Master Chen? Yifeng, if you fail to cure my daughter, you will pay with your life. After leaving those harsh words, Sun Zhonghai stormed out of the hall. He couldn't bear to watch. All he could do now was pray for his daughter's safety. The treatment begins. Yifeng took a deep breath. About 10 minutes later, the steward entered with a bowl of herbal medicine. Yifeng took the bowl, lifted Sun Muqing up, gently parted her lips, and carefully fed her the medicine. As soon as the medicine entered her body, her pale complexion immediately became rosy. As expected of a century-old earth essence root. The medicinal effects are incredibly potent. With its immense restorative properties, the earth essence root could protect Sun Muqing's soul from the evil energy. This was something ordinary people could never obtain. Even Chen Shouan, during his breakthrough, had relied on another earth essence root to stabilize himself. That alone proved how powerful this medicine was. Shock and fear. Chen Tong, who had been watching with amusement, suddenly felt his heart tremble. A century-old earth essence root? Wasn't that the Chen family's greatest treasure? As someone originally from Yunqing, Chen Tong knew only the Chen family had such a thing. Where did this brat get his hands on one? Before he could react, Yifeng channeled his internal energy. A terrifying force surged as he slammed his palm onto Sun Muqing's back. With a whoosh, a silver needle flew out from Sun Muqing's chest. Chen Tong's heart nearly stopped. How does this brat have such powerful internal energy? Sweat began to form on Chen Tong's forehead. That wasn't just an ordinary palm strike. As someone at the early body refinement stage, Chen Tong knew that if that strike had landed on him, he wouldn't have survived it. One by one, Yifeng extracted the remaining silver needles. Sun Muqing suddenly coughed up fresh blood, staining the floor red. Finally, the last silver needle was removed. Sun Muqing's eyes slowly opened. Her gaze had returned to its usual clarity, and traces of red evil energy seeped out of her body, dissipating into the air. Yifeng checked again. All the evil energy was gone. The silver needles had now turned completely black. A daughter's recovery. Seeing her daughter wake up, Chen Sini burst into tears. Muqing, how do you feel? Feng Godmother, don't worry, Muqing is completely healed now. Yifeng smiled. Mom, what's happening? Sun Muqing murmured. She felt warm all over, and as the medicinal power coursed through her body, a sense of unparalleled comfort washed over her. As the last remnants of the medicine were absorbed, her complexion fully recovered. She even seemed to radiate a newfound vitality. Outside the door, Sun Zhanghai heard the commotion and rushed in, stumbling over himself. Muqing, you're awake. You really woke up. Oh my god, I was so worried. Seeing Yifeng, guilt crept into Sun Zhanghai's heart. He lowered his head, feeling embarrassed about his earlier accusations. Sun Zhanghai, if you ever dare to doubt Fenger again, I will never return home. Chen Sini scolded. Yes. Honey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things about Fenger. Sun Zhanghai quickly apologized. Fenger, it was my mistake. Please don't take it to heart. Muqing, how do you feel? Sun Zhanghai nervously held Sun Muqing's hand, anxiously waiting for her response. Sun Muqing had no idea what had happened. She only remembered drinking, then suddenly feeling as if she had been possessed. After that, everything was a complete blur. Chen Tong, who had looked down on Yifeng earlier, now felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had never expected this young man to be such a hidden master. His medical skills and internal energy were probably even superior to Chen Shouwen, the Chen family's great elder. I was blind. This gentleman is truly a divine doctor. Please, sir, forgive my ignorance. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Chen Tong bowed deeply to Yifeng, apologizing profusely. Yifeng wasn't angry. Getting mad at someone like Chen Tong wasn't worth the effort. Seeing that Yifeng wasn't holding a grudge, Chen Tong didn't linger any longer and quickly left the Yi residence. Gratitude and relief. Dad, I'm fine. Muqing, you probably don't know this yet, but Fenger was the one who saved you. Chen Sini held her daughter's hand tightly. Hurry and thank him properly. Sun Muqing turned to Yifeng and gave him a sweet smile. Thank you, brother Feng. Seeing that she had fully recovered, Yifeng finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. A mysterious connection breaks. Meanwhile, in a secluded manor several kilometers away, the gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed. He clutched his chest in pain. Senior brother. What's wrong? The woman beside him furrowed her brows. Put. The gray-robed man spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his face twisting in agony. Ah! That brat actually broke my soul control goo curse? With the curse shattered, the severe backlash caused serious internal injuries. This curse had been crafted with his own blood essence and goo insects. If it was forcefully broken, the caster would suffer a devastating recoil. He had never imagined that a mere 20-year-old boy could break a curse he had painstakingly placed in less than a day. Reassurance and suspicion. Back at the Yi residence, after seeing Sun Muqing get out of bed, Sun Zhanghai and Chen Sini finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sun Zhanghai had wronged Yifeng earlier, he was now more shocked than anything else. When had Yifeng learned such incredible medical skills? Fenger. Muqing may be a bit careless and naive, but she has a kind heart. If she has ever offended you, please don't take it personally. Daughter, Fenger now has the ability to protect you. With him by your side, I can finally feel at ease. But that Yin Tianqi. Ever since you fell ill, he has been completely nowhere to be found. Chen Sini had always felt that Yin Tianqi was a cunning and deceitful person. Yifeng had even warned her to be cautious of him. Yin Tianqi? Right. Godmother, Muqing was definitely cursed by someone close to her. If this person hadn't been near Muqing, there's no way they could have placed such a powerful curse on her. A cold killing intent flashed across Yifeng's face. What? You mean someone around Muqing did this? Chen Xinyi was stunned. For the past 2 days, the only people who had been around Sun Muqing were herself, Sun Zhonghai, and Yin Tianqi. Could it be that Yin Tianqi was the culprit? I suspect it was him. Sun Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat. Other than them, the only person with access to Muqing was Yin Tianqi. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? That bastard Yin Tianqi. He tried to harm my daughter? I will tear him apart. Sun Zhonghai clenched his teeth in fury. Just a few days ago, he had treated Yin Tianqi so well, even considering marrying his daughter to him. If that had really happened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hunting down Yin Tianqi. If it was him, I'll find out soon enough. Yifeng stormed out and drove straight to the Yin residence. At that moment, Yin Tianqi was waiting for news from the great-robed elder. Pacing anxiously in the living room, he suddenly heard a loud bang. The front door of the Yin family was kicked open. Yifeng, his face filled with murderous intent, charged straight toward him. Yifeng? What are you doing here? Yin Tianqi was so scared that he nearly lost control of his bowels. Without a word, Yifeng slapped him across the face. Smack! Why do you think I'm here? Tell me, was it you who placed the curse on Muqing? Yifeng didn't give him any chance to resist. A desperate struggle. The loud commotion startled Yin Jiangwo, who stumbled out of his room. Seeing his son being beaten, Yin Jiangwo immediately shouted for the family guards. Kill him! More than a dozen Yin family guards rushed toward Yifeng. But Yifeng barely moved. 3 punches, 2 kicks. And all the guards were sent flying, collapsing on the ground, groaning in pain. Yin Tianqi was terrified. Talk, or I'll cripple you. I don't know what you're talking about. Yifeng, let me go. This is the Yin family. You may be strong, but... Before he could finish, Yifeng stomped on his knee. Crack! A bone-shattering scream echoed through the Yin residence. Are you going to talk or not? Father, save me. Yin Tianqi still refused to confess. He knew that if he admitted everything, Yifeng would never let him live. Yin Jiangwo, usually a drunkard who ignored his son, sobered up immediately upon seeing Yifeng's terrifying strength. Kill him, he roared. But in the blink of an eye, all of his guards were already defeated. Yifeng grabbed Yin Tianqi by the collar and dragged him away. A confession at the Yi residence. Yifeng drove back to the Yi residence, dragging a beaten and terrified Yin Tianqi into the courtyard. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Yin Tianqi immediately started begging for his life. Please. I swear I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me. Yifeng threw him onto the ground. Sun Muqing, Sun Zhonghai, and the others all came out. Seeing Sun Muqing, Yin Tianqi crawled toward her, clutching her leg and begging. Muqing, save me. Father-in-law, please help me. Yifeng wants to kill me. Pa! Sun Zhonghai spat on him in disgust. Don't call me father-in-law. You bastard. How dare you curse my daughter? Yifeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He grabbed Yin Tianqi's throat. I'll count to 3. If you don't confess, you die. A moment later, a strong stench filled the air. Yin Tianqi was so scared that he peed himself. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. A mysterious man ordered me to place the curse on Sun Muqing. If I didn't, he said he would kill me. Please, spare me. Everyone was shocked. Especially Sun Muqing. She had always thought Yin Tianqi was a good person. But he had actually betrayed her. And that night? Tell the truth. It was me. I drugged Muqing's drink. I did everything. I'll leave Longcheng forever. Just let me go. Hearing this, Sun Muqing turned pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. All this time, she had wrongly blamed Yifeng. Sun Muqing's realization. Sun Muqing lifted her head and looked at Yifeng. Remembering all the things she had said to him in the past, she lowered her head in guilt. It turned out that Yifeng had been protecting her all along. He was the one who saved her and Su Chanxian from Zhang Taigang. He was the one who sent her home safely. And Zhang Longhu had come after Yifeng, not her. Everything finally made sense. Yin Tianqi. A dog will always eat shit. I almost got fooled by you, you scumbag. Yin Tianqi, with his legs crippled, was kneeling on the ground, looking utterly wretched. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Yifeng glanced at him indifferently. Muqing, how do you want to deal with him? Hearing this, Im Tianqi desperately grabbed onto Sun Muqing's leg and begged. "Muqing, please, I beg you. Spare my life. I know I was wrong. For the sake of the years we've known each other, let me go." With just one word from Sun Muqing, Yifeng could erase Im Tianqi from existence in an instant. Sun Muqing waved her hand in disgust. "Just leave. From now on, never appear in front of me again." Hearing this, Im Tianqi felt as if he had been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled and crawled out of the Yi residence. Sun Zhonghai remained silent. Earlier, he had completely misunderstood Yifeng, yet Yifeng never held it against him. Instead, he saved his daughter's life twice. This was a debt the Sun family could never fully repay. A marriage proposal. "Your mother was right after all, Muqing. I think Fenger is a fine young man. Why don't we pick an auspicious day and have you two get married?" Sun Zhonghai spoke seriously. Yifeng had outstanding medical skills, and if he chose to pursue a career in medicine, his future would be limitless. After all, renowned doctors could earn millions with just a flick of their hands. The famous doctors of Nanjing were all legendary figures, respected everywhere. Sun Muqing's face instantly turned red. "Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense?" Sun Zhonghai chuckled. "Your mother and I got our marriage certificate first and only fell in love later. Feelings can be nurtured over time." Sun Muqing blushed even more, her face as red as an apple. She glared at her father before hurriedly running off in embarrassment. A shopping trip. That girl? Sun Zhonghai shook his head helplessly. "Fenger. Hurry and go after her. Make sure she doesn't wander off alone." Chen Sini pushed Yifeng forward. Yifeng scratched his head awkwardly but still chased after Sun Muqing. Outside, Sun Muqing called Su Chanqian and asked her to go shopping with her. After everything that had happened recently, her mind was a complete mess. Yifeng followed a short distance behind her. A gentle breeze lifted Sun Muqing's hair, revealing her delicate, sculpted profile. For a moment, Yifeng was entranced. Quickly shaking his head, he snapped out of it. Just then, a beautiful woman in a white short dress walked out of a nearby shopping mall. As soon as she stepped outside, her gaze landed on Yifeng and Sun Muqing. An old acquaintance. Xiao Xiao, look over there. Is that him? Chang Zhao's eyes were immediately drawn to Yifeng's handsome face. 3 years had passed. How was he doing now? She stood there staring at him, lost in thought until her friendly Xiao Qin tugged on her arm, snapping her back to reality. "Xiao Xiao. Look at you, completely love-struck. What's so special about Yifeng that you like him so much?" "Yes. I do like him. I like his kindness, his genuine nature, and his handsome face. But she was born poor. How could someone like Yifeng ever look at someone like her?" Yifeng and Sun Muqing walked together, a perfectly matched couple. Seeing Sun Muqing, Chang Xiao instinctively lowered her head. But Yifeng and Sun Muqing had already noticed them. A high school reunion. Chang Xiao? Li Xiaoqin? What are you two doing here? Sun Muqing exclaimed in surprise. Chang Xiao and Li Xiaoqin had been their classmates in high school. Later, Chang Xiao was admitted to Longjiang University with excellent grades, but for some unknown reason, she dropped out after just 1 year. That same year, Yifeng's family fell apart, and he was sent to prison. Longjiang University was the only aristocratic school in Longcheng. Almost all wealthy children, including Sun Muqing, studied there. Even if a student's grades weren't great, as long as their family donated a large sum, they could easily gain admission. But Chang Xiao had gotten in purely on her academic achievements. Due to her family's financial struggles, she couldn't even afford the 50,000 yuan tuition fee. Back in high school, Yifeng often helped Chang Xiao, and even paid her first-year tuition. Memories of the past flooded Chang Zhao's mind. She smiled and walked toward Yifeng and Sun Muqing. "Muqing! What a coincidence! I was just out shopping." Her gaze naturally fell on Yifeng. Chang Xiao never hid her feelings for him. A difficult past. "It's been a long time. How have you been these past years?" During Yifeng's imprisonment, Chang Xiao had wanted to visit him, but the prison's security was too strict, and she had been unable to get inside. "I'm doing well. What about you?" Yifeng smiled at her. "Me? After I dropped out, I just started working to support my mother. Her health hasn't been great." "Yifeng, I heard about what happened to your family. So, did those criminals ever get punished?" Chang Xiao asked with concern. "Punished?" This girl was still as naive as ever. If the laws of Manhwa actually worked, then Yi Feng's family never would have fallen apart in the first place. In this world, the strong make the rules. Martial artists, in particular, were beyond the reach of the law. Bringing those criminals to justice wouldn't be easy. But Yi Feng wasn't fazed. He had his own methods to settle the past. An unwanted interruption. As they spoke, a luxurious Ferrari sped down the street, kicking up a cloud of dust before screeching to a halt right in front of them. A young man, dressed in a black shirt and sunglasses, stepped out. The moment Chang Xiao saw him, her expression changed. "Xiao Xiao, have you made up your mind? I've waited all day for your answer. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll make you the general manager of Huachen Group." "Mr. Shin, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm sorry, I can't accept." "Yi Feng. I'll see you next time." Chang Zhao's eyes flashed with unease as she tried to pull Li Shaoqin away. Shen Zichen took off his sunglasses and clipped them to his shirt. He scanned Yi Feng from head to toe before sneering. "Kid, let me warn you, stay away from Xiao Xiao. If you dare get close to her again, I'll break your legs." After speaking, he turned to grab Chang Zhao's shoulder. But before he could touch her, a cold voice rang out. "Oh? You're going to break my legs? Then let me warn you, if you keep bothering Chang Xiao, I'll destroy you." Yi Feng's eyes turned icy cold. Hearing this, Shen Zichen froze. Then, his face twisted in anger as he snapped. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" "I don't know." Yi Feng stared at Shen Zichen, making him feel uneasy. "What's going on? This punk just looked at me twice, and I'm already feeling a strange fear? How could I be scared of a loser like him?" Shen Zichen's face darkened with anger. "I am the chairman of Huachen Group. Shen Hongyuan is my father. Believe it or not, with just one word, I can make you disappear from Longcheng." He grabbed Yi Feng's collar aggressively. "Shen Zichen! What are you doing? Let go of him." Chang Xiao panicked and rushed over, grabbing Shen Zichen's wrist. Yi Feng's heart warmed slightly. She's still the same girl as before, never afraid of rich and powerful people. A dangerous confrontation. "Xiao Xiao. Tell me, is it because of this guy that you're rejecting me? Who paid for your mother's medical bills? You work for my company, yet you dare to flirt with this pretty boy behind my back?" Seeing Chang Xiao and Yi Feng exchange even a single glance, Shen Zichen had already felt jealous. Now that she wasn't denying it, he became even more convinced. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Nobody dares to take what belongs to me." Yi Feng laughed coldly. This Shen Zichen was truly ridiculous. He was the one harassing Chang Xiao, yet now he was acting like the victim? Yi Feng also realized something else: Chang Xiao hadn't been doing well these past few years. She had to work while also taking care of her seriously ill mother. Sun Muqing intervenes. "Xiao Xiao. Let's go. Don't get involved." Li Shaoqin nervously pulled on Chang Zhao's sleeve, urging her to leave. Sun Muqing also felt uneasy. She had heard of Huachen Group. It belonged to Shen Hongyuan, the wealthiest man in Yuncheng. Huachen Group controlled 30% of Longcheng's real estate market. In Longcheng, the Shen family's influence was unmatched. She never expected to meet Shen Zichen, the heir of the Shen family, here. And judging by the situation, Shen Zichen was obviously pursuing Chang Xiao. A warning ignored. "Young Master Shen, nice to meet you. I am Sun Muqing from the Sun family. Chang Xiao is my classmate. For the sake of my family, please let them go." Sun Muqing spoke politely, but Shen Zichen laughed mockingly. "Sun family? What the hell is a Sun family? You think you can talk to me? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." His tone was filled with arrogance and disdain. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. "You think your Shen family is impressive?" He grabbed Shen Zichen's wrist and squeezed. A sharp pain shot through Shen Zichen's arm, making him grimace in agony. "What the hell? Where did this bastard get such strength?" Yi Feng flung his hand away, making Shen Zichen stumble backward. Looking down, he saw his arm turning purple and swollen. "You? Get lost," Yi Feng said icily. "Or I'll make sure you crawl back home. A dangerous enemy." These words completely enraged Shen Zichen. In his 20-plus years of life, nobody had ever dared to speak to him like this. "You punk! What's your name?" Shen Zichen growled. "Yi Feng. Good. I, Shen Zichen, will remember you." Shen Zichen turned to leave, but Yi Feng blocked his path. "From now on, Chang Xiao won't be working at your company anymore. As for her mother's medical bills, I'll pay for them." Shen Zichen's face turned ashen. He turned to Chang Xiao, his eyes filled with resentment. So that's how it is? You found yourself a rich sugar daddy, huh? Now you don't need me anymore? Chang Xiao's plea. President Shen, it's not like that. I will pay back everything I owe you. I just ask that you don't cause trouble for Yifeng. Chang Xiao knew exactly how powerful the Shen family was. If Shen Zichen wanted to deal with Yifeng, who could stop him? Shen Zichen didn't respond. He simply gave Chang Xiao one last glare, then drove off in his sports car. Huachen Group A call for revenge. 10 minutes later, at Huachen Group headquarters, Shen Zichen kicked open the office door, his face burning with rage. That bastard Yifeng dared to steal my woman. I want him wiped off the map. Inside the office, a middle-aged man smoked a cigar, lazily crossing his legs. Seeing his son furious, he frowned. What happened, son? This man was Shen Hongyuan, the richest man in Yunqing, Shen Zichen's father. He had just arrived in Longqing to handle a few business contracts, only to see his son storming in like a madman. Dad! That punk Yifeng told me to get lost. And he was flirting with Xiao Xiao right in front of me. You have to send people to kill him. Shen Hongyuan's expression changed slightly. What's his name? Yifeng. Why? Do you know him? Hearing this, Shen Hongyuan froze for a moment, then chuckled coldly. Ha! So Yifeng is that Yi family brat who was destroyed back then. I heard that he's been making a lot of noise lately. He even demanded 20 billion each from the Lu, Li, and Lin families. What? He's the Yi family's young master? Shen Zichen was shocked, but in the next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I thought he was someone important. So it's just that worthless Yi family bastard. Longqing is leaderless now. If Huachen Group wants to rise, we need to establish dominance. This kid is making enemies everywhere. Let's get rid of him first. Calm down, son. Shen Hongyuan patted his shoulder. A ruined young master isn't worth your anger. Then, he made a phone call. A moment later, several men in black suits walked into the office. Their arms were covered in tattoos, and the man leading them wore an eye patch. A powerful aura of violence radiated from him. Go. Break both his legs. Understood. Dad. I want to go too. I want to humiliate that punk in front of Chang Xiao. Shen Zichen grinned and followed the group of men in black out the door. Yifeng's concern for Chang Xiao. Meanwhile, back on the street, Yifeng watched Shen Zichen leave. Only then did he ask, Xiao Xiao, how's your mother's health? She's been bedridden for 2 years. The doctors said she can only speak, but the rest of her body is paralyzed. My mother raised me alone, working tirelessly for years, and now she has this rare disease. All I can do is ease her suffering. Chang Zhao's eyes filled with sorrow. Enough talk. You need to leave. Shen Zichen will come after you. I know him, he won't let this go. Chang Xiao didn't want to drag Yifeng into trouble. She knew what had happened to his family, and she couldn't bear to cause him any more pain. She turned to leave, but Yifeng grabbed her wrist. Xiao Xiao. Here's 5 million yuan. Take it. Once I settle things, I'll personally visit your mother. Chang Xiao was stunned. Brother Yifeng. Where did you get so much money? Don't ask. Just take it. Yeah, Xiao Xiao. Take it. That Shen Zichen is no good. Come work at our company instead. Sun Muqing smiled warmly, holding Chang Zhao's hand. Chang Zhao's desperate plea. Chang Xiao looked at the two of them with deep gratitude. Just then, a black van sped toward them. Yifeng's brows furrowed. A moment later, more than a dozen men in black suits jumped out of the van. At the same time, a red Ferrari roared up to them again. Shen Zichen is here. Brother Yifeng. You need to leave now. He won't dare do anything to me. I can't accept this money. Chang Xiao pushed the bank card back into Yifeng's hand and gave him a shove. Sun Muqing's face also turned pale. Before they could say anything, a loud, arrogant laugh broke the silence. Ha ha. Leave? Let's see where you can run. Do you think you can escape? Shen Zichen bit down on a cigarette, his expression unbearably arrogant. He pointed at Yifeng. Break his legs. A fight breaks out. Brother Yifeng. Run. Hurry. Chang Xiao shielded Yifeng and Sun Muqing behind her. They won't let you go. Seeing Chang Xiao protecting Yifeng like a mother hen, Shen Zichen's anger boiled over. Xiao Xiao. Why? He's just a fallen young master. Why are you protecting him? How am I inferior to him? If you choose me, I'll give you a lifetime of wealth and luxury. With Shin Zichen's status and background, countless women desperately tried to enter the Shin family. Yet, for some reason, he was obsessed with Chang Xiao. But Chang Xiao didn't care about money or power, her heart had always belonged to Yi Feng. For years, she had buried those feelings deep in her heart. Yi Feng's counterattack. What are you waiting for? Attack! With a single command from Shin Zichen, the black-suited thugs swung their metal clubs toward Yi Feng's head. The onlookers screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Yi Feng's gaze turned ice-cold, his killing intent erupting like a volcano. Shin Zichen, you're courting death. Whoosh! Yi Feng's figure vanished like a flash of lightning. At the same time, the thug's baseball bat suddenly snapped in half, shattered by a surge of terrifying internal energy. A martial artist? The one-eyed man leading the thugs narrowed his eyes in shock. Within seconds, all 10 of Shin Zichen's men had their arms broken, their blood splattering onto the pavement. Pathetic nobodies. You dare touch me? Shin Zichen stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Within a single cigarette's time, everyone except him and the one-eyed man had been eliminated. Panicking, he dialed his father's number. Dad! This guy knows martial arts. Send reinforcements now. Crack! Before he could finish, Yi Feng's palm smashed into his face, sending him flying. His phone shattered upon impact. Yi Feng towered over him, staring down coldly. Just now, you said, you were going to break my legs? A warning from Beihong sect. Kid! If you touch him, Beihong sect won't let you live. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to encounter someone from Beihong sect here. He turned to the one-eyed man. Oh? You're with Beihong sect? Now you understand. The Shin family's young master is under Beihong sect's protection. I'll give you 3 seconds, kneel and kowtow 100 times to young Master Shin, then break both your arms yourself. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will hunt you down and kill you. The one-eyed man's aura was fierce, his presence intimidating. Yi Feng could tell this guy was at the peak of the body refinement stage. That level of strength would allow him to dominate Longcheng. Unfortunately for him, he had met Yi Feng. Not only that, Beihong sect's leader, Zhang Yangshan, was one of Yi Feng's mortal enemies. Uncle Li! Kill this brat for me! Shin Zichen shouted. Yi Feng! If you kill a Beihong sect member, you're dead. Destruction begins. Annoying! Yi Feng stomped down, shattering both of Shin Zichen's legs. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the streets. Shin Zichen writhed on the ground, howling in pain. The one-eyed man's face turned to ice. He never expected Yi Feng to cripple Shin Zichen without hesitation. More than that, Yi Feng had completely ignored Beihong sect's warning. You bastard! You're dead! The one-eyed man threw a punch at Yi Feng. This fist could easily shatter a stone pillar. But just as it neared Yi Feng, it felt as if it had hit a cloud. Yi Feng caught it with one hand. The one-eyed man panicked. Why you? Crack! With a flick of Yi Feng's wrist, the man's arm snapped like a twig. Chang Xiao covered her mouth in shock. Who are you to Beihong sect? I'm the Vice Hall Master of Long Hall. If you kill me, my boss will. Boom! Before he could finish, Yi Feng slapped him across the head, sending him flying over 10 meters. His skull cracked open, brain matter splattered across the pavement. The Vice Hall Master of Beihong sect, and you dared to act tough in front of me? Fool! The remaining Beihong sect members collapsed in fear. Tell Zhang Yangshan. I'll come for his life soon. After that, Yi Feng turned back to Shin Zichen. Shin Zichen, terrified beyond words, desperately crawled away. Get lost. *** if you ever bother Xiao Xiao again, I'll wipe out your entire family. The arrival of Shin Hong Yuan. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce roared down the street, followed by an entire convoy of cars. Within moments, over 10 luxury cars surrounded them. Son! What happened? Dad! My legs! Shin Zichen sobbed as he turned to his father, Shin Hong Yuan. Shin Hong Yuan's eyes burned with fury. You crippled my son? Yi Feng's face remained expressionless. He wanted to break my legs. Should I have just let him? Shin Hong Yuan had never even laid a finger on his own son. Yet today, Yi Feng had destroyed him. Without hesitation, Shin Hong Yuan pulled out a gun and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Chang Xiao and Sun Muqing screamed, closing their eyes in fear. As the gunfire subsided, they opened their eyes. Yi Feng stood there unharmed. He hadn't even moved. In his hand, he held the bullet. With a squeeze, the bullet crumbled into dust. Shen Hongyuan's heart trembled. This. Is he even human? Slap. Yi Feng's palm struck Shen Hongyuan's face, making him cough up blood. Dozens of bodyguards froze in fear. Not one dared to step forward. Your Shen family is nothing compared to Zhao Wuji. Shen Hongyuan trembled violently. I killed Zhao Wuji. Now tell me, can I kill you too? Shen Hongyuan's soul nearly left his body. His legs shook uncontrollably. Shen Hongyuan's fear. It was as if Shen Hongyuan had suddenly realized something. Without even caring about his son Shen Zichen's life, he hurriedly crawled to Yi Feng's feet. Grandfather. I was wrong. I was blind and offended a great master. I deserve to die. Shen Hongyuan never could have imagined that the legendary Zhao Wuji had died at Yi Feng's hands. And yet, he had thought of using Yi Feng as an example, planning to step on him to expand Huachen Group, making it the most powerful family business in Longcheng. Get lost. Yi Feng spat out a single word. Shen Hongyuan dragged his crippled son away, fleeing in disgrace. Only Chang Xiao and the others remained, staring in shock at their retreating figures. It wasn't until they were completely gone that Chang Xiao snapped back to reality. Brother Yi Feng. You? I'm fine. I'm sorry I scared you all. Xiao Xiao, keep this card. I don't lack money. Yi Feng once again placed the bank card in Chang Zhao's hand. Chang Zhao's eyes filled with tears. She never expected that in just 3 years, the boy she once knew had grown into such a powerful man. He wasn't afraid of the wealthiest man in Yuncheng, and he had crippled Shen Zichen without hesitation. Looking at Yi Feng's commanding presence, she finally understood. He must have gone through unimaginable hardships in these 3 years. After saying their goodbyes, Yi Feng and Sun Muqing walked away together. Sun Muqing's suspicion. Xiao Xiao seems to like you, Sun Muqing suddenly said as they walked. Ha? Like me? Yi Feng was caught off guard. Of course. Women understand women best. I could tell from the way she looked at you just now. She must have been worried about you all these years. As Sun Muqing spoke, a strange emotion rose in her heart. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. I've always seen her as a little sister. She's had a tough time these past few years. A dinner invitation. As they walked, Sun Zhanghai suddenly called Sun Muqing. The moment she answered, his cheerful laughter filled the phone. Muqing. Where's Fenger? Bring him home for dinner tonight. Your mom is already cooking for you too. You two need to spend more time together. Young people should talk and bond. Once you're done, hurry home tonight, we men will have a drink together. Sun Muqing sighed. Got it, Dad. Her father was truly unpredictable. One moment he didn't like Yi Feng, and the next, he was pushing them together. A shocking bank balance. Earlier, Shen Sini had tried to check the balance of the bank card Yi Feng had given them. She thought it would be a small amount, but when she saw the actual number, she nearly jumped out of her skin. The bank card contained a staggering 1 billion yuan. Hearing this, Sun Zhanghai leaped off the couch. Shen Sini insisted on returning the card to Yi Feng, and Sun Zhanghai regretted how he had treated Yi Feng before. Who would have thought that after leaving home, Yi Feng would leave them such a massive sum of money? Shen Sini hid the card, planning to return it to Yi Feng when he came home for dinner that night. A sinister plot unfolds. Meanwhile, in Longhu Manor, a dark figure sat cross-legged on the ground, healing his wounds. Suddenly, the grey-robed man's eyes snapped open, filled with venomous hatred. That little brat ruined my plans. I will throw him into the furnace and turn him into a dried corpse. He stood up abruptly and strode toward the gates of Longhu Manor. Dozens of figures stood respectfully, not daring to make a sound. Report. Come in. A subordinate hurried forward. Sir, that brat is currently walking with the Sun family's young lady not far from here. The grey-robed man's eyes gleamed with excitement. My injuries are almost fully healed. This time, I will make sure he has no place to be buried. Summon everyone. With his command, dark figures emerged from the shadows, carrying a strong scent of blood. A sinister black mist spread through the manor, making the underlings break out in cold sweat, trembling in fear. A deadly ambush. If Yi Feng had been there, he would have recognized the people standing behind the grey-robed man. The heads of the Liu, Li, and Lin families. Old Liu. This time, Yi Feng has nowhere to run. Let's see who can save him now. Ha ha. He shouldn't have offended the Southern King. Now, his head is worth 5 billion yuan. Lin Jin and Li Zihong exchanged glances. Only after the gray-robed man left with his men did they dare to speak. Lu Qishan smirked triumphantly. Once that brat is dead, we can show our loyalty to the Southern King. With the Southern King's support, we'll take all of Zhan Longhu's assets. As long as we continue offering tribute, we can rise to power. Yi Feng is just an insignificant bug compared to the Southern King. Lin Jin and Li Zihong nodded in agreement. A sudden attack. At that moment, Yi Feng and Sun Muqing were strolling through the park. Suddenly, Yi Feng's hair stood on end. For the first time in a long while, he felt a real sense of danger. Whoosh! More than a dozen hidden weapons shot toward Yi Feng's vital points. What shocked Yi Feng the most was that he hadn't sensed them until the last second. He quickly activated his internal energy, forming a protective aura to block the attack. Boom! A loud explosion sent Sun Muqing flying backward. Brat! If you don't want to die, surrender now. From behind a large tree, a skeleton-masked figure emerged, gripping Sun Muqing's neck. A gray mist seeped into Yi Feng's body, making his head spin and stomach churn. Poison. That's right. You've been poisoned. Without the antidote, you will dissolve into a puddle of toxic water within 7 days. The gray-robed man laughed wildly. This woman's body belongs to me now. He knocked Sun Muqing unconscious. Yi Feng hurriedly forced the poison out of his body, but at that moment, more than 10 black-clad assassins charged at him with weapons drawn. You're asking for death. Yi Feng moved at lightning speed, dodging every attack. The gray-robed man gave off a dangerous aura, his body filled with disgusting dark energy. Yi Feng struck down 2 assassins before rushing toward the gray-robed man. I wouldn't move if I were you. Or I'll kill her on the spot. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. Who are you people? Didn't you know? Your head is worth 5 billion yuan. I'm just here to collect my reward. But I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised. This woman is a 5-in mystic body. Ha 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 ha. The gray-robed man's eyes filled with greed as he stared at Sun Muqing's body. You disgusting demon. If you dare touch a single hair on her head, I will wipe you all out. Yi Feng sealed several of his own acupoints and swallowed a black pill. The pill entered his body, and all the evil energy was completely expelled by Yi Feng. Within just a few breaths, he stood up unscathed. Back in the day, in the Black Abyss prison, the fifth master would use his own body to refine medicine day and night. As a result, Yi Feng's body had long become immune to all poisons. And this pill was given to him by the fifth master. Once consumed, Yi Feng's cultivation would surge for a short period. 5 poison powder? Does something like this still exist in today's world? But using this against me, that's not enough. Yi Feng had a slight smile on his lips, while the man in the gray robe stared at him in shock, eyes wide open. The 5 poison powder was refined from 5 of the deadliest toxins. In the modern world, no one could possibly neutralize such a poison. Yet, this brat not only broke free from his soul control goo curse but also instantly dispelled the strongest poison he had concocted. Was he even human? Before he could think further, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Yi Feng channeled his internal energy, and a silver needle, wrapped in an indescribably terrifying force, tore through the void in an instant. Ah! The gray-robed man's right arm was instantly pierced by Yi Feng's silver needle, leaving a bloody hole. The intense pain contorted the gray-robed man's expression, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had already leaped in front of him. Blood Demon Palm. The gray-robed man struck toward Yi Feng, and in the void, a massive blood-red palm print appeared, as if hell itself had descended. Yi Feng's brows furrowed. This palm strike successfully slowed his offensive, giving the gray-robed man the opportunity to see Sun Muqing and turn to flee. This brat is actually this strong? He had used this very blood demon palm to slaughter countless grandmasters, yet against Yi Feng, it seemed completely ineffective. Yi Feng endured the strike head-on and, like a ghost, charged at him once again. This is truly a demonic technique. Yi Feng was astonished. That blood demon palm exuded overwhelming evil energy. It was a genuine demonic art. In today's world, even ancient martial families were rare, let alone such demonic martial arts, which were universally condemned and exterminated. To think that such a demonic force still existed in the Dragon Nation. I don't care if you're a demon or a human, if you provoke me, Yi Feng, I'll make sure you vanish into dust. Sun Muqing possessed the Yin 5 mystic physique, so Yi Feng wasn't worried about the gray-robed man harming her. The man had already been injured by him, and Yi Feng was certain he wouldn't last much longer. Watching Yifeng relentlessly pursue him, the gray-robed man's expression finally turned grim. Damn it! This brat's strength is no less than that of a grandmaster. Our intel was wrong. If you want my life, then I'll take this woman down with me. After a chase spanning over 10 miles, the gray-robed man could no longer endure it. Dragging his injured body, he suddenly stopped. With his left hand forming a blade, he slashed towards Sun Muqing's neck. A shame about this five mystic physique. If I can't have it, then no one else can. Just as his palm was about to strike, a sonic boom rang out. In the next instant, Yifeng effortlessly intercepted the gray-robed man's attack. You! What kind of terrifying speed was this? The gray-robed man was horrified. In all his years, he had never witnessed such inhuman speed. In that brief moment, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yifeng's shadow. The gray-robed man attempted to withdraw his hand, but Yifeng's grip was like an iron clamp, locking his wrist in place. You actually broke my soul control goo curse. You're no ordinary brat. But now, do you want to save her, or that unfortunate couple? A sinister smirk spread across the gray-robed man's face. The next second, his arm suddenly exploded into countless fragments. Damn it! A diversion tactic. Yifeng snapped back to his senses. He swiftly wrapped an arm around Sun Muqing's waist, dodging the violent shockwave. Yifeng hadn't expected that the gray-robed man would willingly sever his own left arm to escape. Watching his disheveled figure retreat into the distance, an uncontrollable rage surged within Yifeng. He quickly dialed Zhao Fu. Days ago, Yifeng had assigned people to guard Sun Zhonghai's family around the clock. He knew all too well that his enemies wouldn't give up on targeting Sun Muqing so easily. He hadn't expected to fall for their schemes so soon. The call connected, and an anxious voice came through. Young Master Yi, bad news. Something's happened to the Sun family. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Yifeng crushed his phone in a flash. Minutes later, on the outskirts of Dragon City, a helicopter swiftly descended and landed beside Yifeng. Zhao Fu and 2 bodyguards jumped out of the aircraft. Yifeng's expression was terrifyingly cold. He helped Sun Muqing onto the helicopter before turning to Zhao Fu. Have you found out? Who are these people? Young Master Yi, we've got the information. 3 days ago, someone issued a black gold bounty on the dark web. I hired a top hacker to infiltrate their address. The bounty was posted from Yun City. Someone in Yun City is specifically targeting you. They want you dead. Zhao Fu reported with his head lowered. Who? Yifeng's eyes gleamed with a crimson glow. The king of Jinan. As Zhao Fu uttered those words, a bone-chilling cold surged through Yifeng's body. Hearing that name, Yifeng's fingers dug deeply into his flesh. So, it was that treacherous dog. If not for him, Sun Muqing's family wouldn't be in danger. There was no doubt that the gray-robed man was an assassin sent by the dark web. 3 years ago, the Yi family vanished from Dragon City overnight. After being released from prison, Yifeng had vowed never to let his loved ones suffer again. Head to the Jinnan King's residence. Young Master Yi. Just the few of us? Zhao Fu shuddered. Yifeng didn't reply. Zhao Fu instantly understood and ordered the helicopter to speed toward Yun City. Inside the grand hall of the Jinnan King's residence, several figures stood in a row. At the center, Su Tsan leisurely sipped from a cup of fine tea. Suddenly, a dozen men rushed in, escorting 2 captives. Su Tsan glanced at them briefly, then set down his teacup. Where is that brat's head? Soon, the blood fiend envoy will deliver it. What should we do with these 2? A man in black yanked off their hoods. The captives were none other than Sun Zhonghai and Chen Sini. Both were covered in wounds, their breathing weak. It was clear they had been tortured. Kill them all. The Jinnan king smirked. Just as the black-clad men were about to execute Sun Zhonghai, a helicopter dived toward the residence. From over 100 meters in the air, Yifeng fearlessly leaped from the aircraft. Alert! Alert! The Jinnan king's estate erupted in alarm. Thousands of black dragon guards looked up in shock. An ordinary person would be crushed into pulp from such a height. However, the expected scene never occurred. Instead, the concrete ground below shattered into countless fragments from an immense force. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, eyes radiating boundless killing intent. At this moment, several luxury cars stopped at the gate of the Jinnan King's residence. Manhwa, who had just stepped out of the car, looked utterly terrified. Then, he saw hundreds of black dragon guards surge into the Jinnan King's residence like a tide. Who has the audacity to fly a helicopter and barge into the Jinnan King's residence? Han Nangwa had come today at the invitation of the Jinnan king. The moment he arrived, he was met with this shocking scene. Two men in military uniforms hurried to his side, shielding him. Ignoring everything else, Han Nangwa quickly followed the black dragon guards inside. Outside the grand hall of the Jinnan king's residence, Yifeng advanced step by step toward the Jinnan king. "You treacherous dog! It was you who spent 5 billion to take my life?" Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to Yifeng. This brat, how dare he? Not only had he intruded into the Jinnan king's residence, but he also dared to call the Jinnan king a treacherous dog to his face. "You insolent fool! Do you even know where you are?" To the left of the Jinnan king, a man clad in armor with a massive blade on his back stared directly at Yifeng. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a burly build and several deep scars etched across his face. His dark eyes exuded a chilling killing intent. This man was none other than Shui Kai, the Jinnan king's left guardian and a general commanding 10,000 troops. A few days ago, upon receiving orders from the Jinnan king, Shui Kai had rushed from the southern border without rest. The Jinnan king never expected that Yifeng would dare to storm his residence alone. This kid truly had no sense of fear. "Yifeng, I didn't think you'd actually come?" "That's right, I sent people to kill you. But what a pity, those useless fools failed to finish the job. I never imagined you'd actually dare to come. Do you think my Jinnan king's residence is a place you can just waltz into? Since you're here, leave your life behind today." With a wave of his hand, the Jinnan king commanded the dense ranks of black dragon guards to completely encircle Yifeng. With so many men surrounding him, even a fly wouldn't escape, let alone Yifeng. To ensure Yifeng's death, the Jinnan king had gathered his 3 elite guardians. Not only that, but the Grand Master of Nanjiang, the leader of the Northern Hong sect, Zhang Yangshan, and numerous powerful figures and aristocratic families of Nanjiang were also present. The Azure Dragon War God had promised that once Yifeng was dead, he would give the Jinnan king 1,000 of his elite guards. The combat strength of those 1,000 men was equivalent to 50,000 troops. Each one of them was a battle-hardened warrior with an illustrious record. These 1,000 elite guards had once borne a resounding name, Dragon Soul Army. Yifeng's gaze swept across the room as countless people curiously observed this arrogant young man. The next second, a middle-aged man in a long robe stepped out of the hall. "You are Yifeng?" The man stared at him coldly. "And you are?" "Grand Master of Nanjiang, Zhang Yongshan." Their eyes met. The Black Dragon Guards and even Han Nangwa, who had just entered, were all stunned. The title of one of the 4 Grandmasters of Nanjiang was widely known, and Zhang Yongshan's domineering Thunderbolt fist had shaken the martial world. 3 years ago, did you slaughter all 138 members of my Yi family?" Yifeng asked coldly. "Ha ha ha ha. Who would have thought that coward Yi Qingtian would give birth to such a gutsy son? Back then, he knelt before me, begging me to spare your life. That's the only reason you're still alive today. I never expected that after 3 years, you'd grow this strong. Grandmaster Zhang. Kill him." The Jinnan king only wanted Yifeng dead as soon as possible. Only when this brat was truly dead could he finally rest easy. "Good. Today, I will settle both old and new grudges at once." Yifeng took a step forward, releasing his full internal energy without restraint. The concrete beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Feeling the indescribable pressure, everyone instinctively took a step back. "You dog, today I will use your blood to honor my parents." Han Nangwa and his 2 guards stared in shock. This kid is also a grandmaster. By the time Han Nangwa and the hundreds of Black Dragon Guards processed what was happening, Yifeng had already charged forward. Zhang Yongshan dared not be careless. He channeled powerful internal energy into his palm and struck with his hand. Like a thunderclap, his thunderbolt fist burst forth, its speed like a raging storm, making it nearly impossible to defend against. However, just as Zhang Yangshan's fist struck out, it was instantly overwhelmed by an immense wave of energy, as powerful as a raging tide. Yifeng's aura was so oppressive that Zhang Yongshan struggled to breathe. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the void, sending shockwaves that made countless people stagger backward. What's going on? This brat actually dared to face a Grandmaster's strike head-on? Shui Kai and the other 2 generals were stunned. The Jinnan king's heart pounded. This was the first time he had seen Yifeng's full power. Not long ago, Yifeng had taken a pill that pushed his internal energy past the opening origin realm, reaching the Qi movement stage. The power of this punch was at least twice as strong as Yifeng's peak strength before. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. Zhang Yongshan's arms completely vanished, his body spurting blood as his aura plummeted below even that of a mid-stage body-tempering martial artist. Kneel. Yifeng stepped forward, and the immense pressure from his internal energy forced Zhang Yongshan to his knees. No one had expected that the Grandmaster of Nanjiang wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move from Yifeng. No wonder this brat dared to fly in on a helicopter and storm the Jinnan King's residence in broad daylight. It turned out that in these 3 years, he had grown unimaginably powerful. Protect the king! Protect the king! The Jinnan King no longer dared to be careless. At his command, hundreds of guards surrounded him. The Black Dragon Guards had never encountered such a scene before. Many of them trembled as they held their weapons. Tell me, are you a dog? Yifeng kicked Zhang Yongshan in the chest. Ha 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 ha. Yifeng, even if I die, you'll go down with me. Your only mistake was being born into the Yi family. Zhang Yongshan laughed maniacally. Moments later, blood gushed from his mouth. Before everyone's eyes, he bit off his own tongue and died. The powerful figures of Nanjiang presence swallowed hard, with many even contemplating fleeing the Jinnan King's residence. Yifeng, I refuse to believe you can take on all of us alone. No matter how strong you are, so what? Black Dragon Guards, attack! Kill him! The Jinnan King ordered his men to charge at Yifeng. Either get lost or die. Yifeng remained fearless. Yifeng stood not far ahead, while Zhao Fu and 2 bodyguards stood alone behind him. The 3 of them had come despite their fear. They weren't here to help Yifeng, just not being a burden to him was already a blessing. Zhao Fu glanced at Sun Zhanghai and Chen Seni beside him. Ignoring the dozen black-clad assassins, he rushed forward and untied the ropes binding them. Patriarch Sun, are you alright? I'm fine. Sun Zhanghai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, trembling as he looked at the overwhelming army before him. Could this disaster have been orchestrated by the Jinnan King? Zhang Yongshan was the very man who had killed Yifeng's father. At this moment, Sun Zhanghai finally understood why the once prestigious Yi family had been annihilated overnight. So, it had been the work of a Nanjiang Grandmaster and the Jinnan King. Feng leave now. Don't worry about us. Take Muqing and go. Chen Seni broke free from the ropes. With a helicopter present, as long as Yifeng wanted to leave, these people would never be able to stop him. But with his enemy standing right before him, how could Yifeng possibly walk away? Enough talking. Get on the helicopter. Zhao Fu urgently pulled Sun Zhanghai and Chen Seni back. Leave? Wishful thinking. Kill them both, the leader of the black-clad assassins ordered. Immediately, a dozen assassins brandishing sharp blades charged toward Sun Zhanghai and Chen Seni. Seeking death. Yifeng's figure flickered, blocking their path. With a single whip kick, the heads of 2 assassins exploded on the spot. The terrifying display of power froze the remaining killers in their tracks. Before they could react, a shadow moved among them. In an instant, all dozen assassins were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Attack together. From the dense crowd, the leader of the Black Dragon Guards mustered his courage, gripping a tang saber and slashing toward Yifeng. In an instant, countless battle cries echoed through the Jinnan King's residence. You all want to die? Then don't blame me. Yifeng advanced step by step, and with each step, a dozen people fell into pools of blood. The once mighty Black Dragon Guards were like sheep thrown into a den of wolves, collapsing one after another. Yifeng's entire body was drenched in blood, looking like a demon of carnage. Go! Kill him! Kill this brat! The Jinnan King was terrified, his eyelids twitching wildly. This brat wasn't human, he was a god of death. His most elite Black Dragon Guards couldn't even withstand a single person's assault. Minutes later, the Jinnan King's residence was drenched in rivers of blood. The aristocrats present trembled in fear. The next moment, someone threw down their weapon and bolted toward the exit. I'm done. I quit. Manhwa had never imagined that coming here today would mean witnessing such a hellish massacre. The corpses of countless Black Dragon Guards lay stacked in piles. At the other end of the human mound, the Jinnan King stood trembling, flanked by his 3 generals. Stop! Manhwa's voice boomed, and the remaining Black Dragon Guards finally ceased fighting, turning to look at him. Brother, you've killed so many. That should be enough to vent your anger. There's no need to stain your hands with more innocent blood. Manhwa stared at Yifeng. Hearing this, Yifeng slowly turned and looked at him. The Jinnan King slaughtered my entire family. Did he ever think this day would come? Colonel Hong. Save me. Hearing Hong Angwa speak, the Jinnan king clung to him like a lifeline, hurriedly hiding behind him. I am Colonel Hong Angwa of the Southwest War Zone, commander of the Dragon Soul Army's 3rd Squad. For the sake of the Azura War God, please stand down. At these words, Yi Feng frowned. He hadn't expected this man to have such influence, even invoking the name of the Azura War God. The Azura War God was hailed as the #1 war god of the Dragon Nation and the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul Army. Hong Angwa, as the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Dragon Soul Army, was undoubtedly a formidable figure. The Jinnan King might have 50,000 troops, but compared to the Dragon Soul Army, they were nothing. Hearing Hong Angwa plead on his behalf, the Jinnan King finally felt his heart settle. Even if this brat was powerful, he wouldn't dare act recklessly upon hearing the name of the Dragon Soul Army. Colonel Hong. This brat, the Jinnan King started speaking, but Hong Angwa cut him off. Silence. Whatever grievances exist between you two, I do not care. But if the higher-ups learn that such chaos has erupted in Nanjiang, no one will be able to protect you. Hong Angwa's words sent chills down the Jinnan King's spine. His meaning was clear: if this escalated any further, even the Azure Dragon War God wouldn't be able to save him. Yi Feng glanced at Hong Angwa indifferently. Even if the Azura War God himself were here, I would not give him face. A life for a life, a debt must be repaid. That is the law of nature. The Jinnan King must die. His words left Hong Angwa speechless. Just then, his gaze fell upon Yi Feng's right hand. A silver ring gleamed on Yi Feng's finger, intricately carved with a lifelike dragon's head. Under the sunlight, the silver-white dragon ring emitted dazzling brilliance. A storm raged in Hong Angwa's heart. You? Where did you get that ring? Beads of cold sweat appeared on Hong Angwa's forehead. Oh? You recognize this? Yi Feng smirked. The Panlong ring, his master had given it to him. Before Yi Feng was released from prison, his master had told him that this ring had the power to command 800,000 troops stationed on the northwest border. Yi Feng had never imagined that someone would recognize it. How? How could I not recognize it? That is the Panlong ring. Hong Angwa's face paled. The Panlong ring was the personal emblem of the Dragon Soul Hall's lord. Legend had it that the former lord of the Dragon Soul Hall had died for his country, vanishing along with the Panlong ring. For 100,000 Dragon Soul Army warriors, this ring was their sacred relic. Seeing it was equivalent to seeing their lord. The lord's emblem, why was it in this brat's hands? The Panlong ring was passed down to me by my master. What? Do you want it? Yi Feng teased. Thud. Before the stunned eyes of the Jinnan King, Hong Angwa fell to his knees, bowing deeply at Yi Feng's feet. Seeing the Panlong ring is like seeing the Lord himself. The 100,000 Dragon Soul Army warriors await your command, my lord. I was ignorant, please forgive me. The Jinnan King staggered back in horror, collapsing to the ground. Rise, Yi Feng said, helping Hong Angwa up. Hong Angwa's eyes reddened, overwhelmed with emotion. My lord, the Dragon Soul Army warriors and the Azura War God have been waiting day and night for your return. The Panlong ring was the faith of the Dragon Soul Army. The former lord had personally trained the Azura War God. Everyone had assumed that the Azura War God was his successor. No one had expected that the lord had vanished along with the ring, later declared a martyr. But now, the Panlong ring had returned, signifying that the lord had found his rightful heir. How could Hong Angwa not be overjoyed? You? The Jinnan King's terror was beyond words. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, as if he had seen a ghost. Not so fast. I still have questions for this treacherous dog. Yi Feng stepped forward, stomping on the Jinnan King's chest. With that single step, the Jinnan King's internal organs shattered completely, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Yi Feng pressed his foot down slightly. If he applied any more force, the Jinnan King would be crushed to death. Jinnan King, tell me, was the Azure Dragon War God the one who ordered what happened back then? At this moment, the Jinnan King finally understood the kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. The Panlong ring, the emblem that commanded 100,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers and 700,000 border troops, was actually in Yi Feng's hands. Yes. It was the Azure Dragon War God who ordered it. I was forced. Colonel Hong, please, save me. I don't want to die. Hong Angwa glanced at the Jinnan King indifferently. You slaughtered the Hall Master's entire family, and it's already a mercy that I don't kill you myself. And now, you expect me to plead for you? His eyes seemed to ask, do you even deserve it? Yi Feng sneered and shook his head. Did my parents want to die that year? Did my sister want to die? Did my Yi family, over 100 lives, want to die? Azure Dragon War God. Such prestige. But since you killed my parents, I'll make sure you pay for it in blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng kicked the Jinnan King square in the chest, killing him on the spot. The remaining Black Dragon guards dropped their weapons and fled in panic, leaving behind only the 3 elite guardians, who knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. With a single palm strike, Yi Feng obliterated the Jinnan King's entire force. From this day on, Nanjiang no longer had a Jinnan King. Only after finishing this did Yi Feng finally turn around. Sun Zhonghai and Shen Sini had already passed out from their injuries during the battle. Yi Feng immediately administered 3 acupuncture needles to stabilize them, then carried them onto the helicopter. Master! Hong Anhua looked at Yi Feng expectantly. The northwestern border was now unguarded. 5 years ago, though the Azura war god led the Dragon Soul army to rout the foreign invaders, an even greater conspiracy had been brewing in the shadows ever since. If the Hall Master returned to guard the nation, the Dragon Kingdom would never be threatened again. I still have unfinished business. Once it's settled, I'll return. Do not reveal my whereabouts. Yi Feng gave a final command. Hong Anhua understood immediately but couldn't hide his concern. Master! The Azure Dragon War God now commands the entire southwest region. Since my return from the northwest, I am technically under his jurisdiction. He commands hundreds of thousands of troops, holds supreme authority, and his strength is unfathomable. Yi Feng patted Hong Anhua's shoulder. Don't worry. Even if he rules the heavens of the southwest, I'll tear that sky apart if I have to. After giving a few more instructions, Yi Feng boarded the helicopter and left the Jinnan King's residence. All that remained was a battlefield soaked in blood and an empty, ruined estate. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed in the courtyard of the Sun family villa. Yi Feng carried Sun Muqing off the aircraft, while Zhao Fu transported Sun Zhonghai and Shen Sini to the nearest hospital. No one could have imagined that the once mighty Jinnan King had perished at Yi Feng's hands, along with 2 of Nanjiang's grandmasters. Wiping out the Jinnan King had fulfilled part of Yi Feng's vengeance. In the bedroom, Yi Feng took a quick hot shower and changed into clean clothes. Just as he finished dressing, he heard Sun Muqing calling his name from the bed. Brother Yi Feng. Save me. Don't worry, I'm right here. This girl must have been terrified. Yi Feng touched her forehead and suddenly realized it was burning hot. A fever? He quickly lifted Sun Muqing up. On her back, there was a 1-inch-long wound, still seeping dark blood with an eerie, sinister aura. Yi Feng's expression darkened. That skull-masked man. He hadn't even noticed that Sun Muqing had been injured during the battle. As time passed, her complexion worsened. Brother Yi Feng. Don't move. I'll treat you right now. Saying that, Yi Feng unbuttoned her top, exposing her smooth, fair skin. His face turned red. To treat her wound, he would have to remove her clothes. He had never done anything like this before, and suddenly felt completely at a loss. Muqing, I swear I'm only taking off your clothes for medical treatment. Tomorrow morning, don't be mad at me. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. With one eye closed, Yi Feng gently removed her shoulder strap. As the strap slid down, a flash of snowy white entered his vision, causing Yi Feng to panic and quickly turn off the lights. The bright moonlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. When he reached out again, he accidentally touched something soft and warm. His face flushed even redder. Hurriedly, he turned Sun Muqing over, took out 3 silver needles, and inserted them into her back. Then, he applied medicinal powder to the wound. This medicine can heal any external wound. Tomorrow, you'll be fine. After bandaging the injury, Yi Feng quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, he exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat off his forehead. To be honest, he had never been this close to a girl before. He just hoped that when she woke up, she wouldn't misunderstand. Locking the door, Yi Feng sat cross-legged and began to absorb the qi from the Yuan Yang Earth vein. Gentle streams of energy swirled above his head before flowing through his body's 7 apertures, nourishing his internal organs. Suddenly, he felt something loosen inside him. Was he about to break through? He immediately focused his mind and began attacking his last internal barrier. The Yuan Yang Earth vein's power surged through him over and over. Unknowingly, dawn arrived. The Jinnan King's death was like a bolt of lightning, shaking all of Nanjiang. Countless aristocrats gazed in horror toward the direction of his residence. At the Liu family estate in Dragon City, Liu Qishan stumbled and fell to the ground. The Liu family members had never seen their patriarch in such a state. The Jinnan king is dead. It's absolutely true. The entire Liu family gasped in shock. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate in Yun City, two elderly men in robes rose to their feet, their eyes filled with terror. The Jinnan king is dead. There's no need for us to continue hunting that brat. The two elders exchanged glances. In the hall behind them, a shadowy figure radiated a sinister killing intent. Looking closely, both of his arms were missing. Boom! With a single kick, he shattered a nearby table. That brat ruined me. You think I'll just let this go? Hearing this, the two gray-robed elders frowned. This matter has nothing to do with our Nanyang holy altar. Blood Fiend Envoy, don't forget why you came here. I never expected it. That brat actually dared to kill the Jinnan king. His strength is far greater than I imagined. The gray-robed man narrowed his eyes dangerously. He was reluctant to give up on that body so easily, but with Yi Feng protecting Sun Muqing, even he couldn't snatch her away unscathed. You two, return and report to the Grand Altar Master. Tell him I've encountered some trouble in Nanjiang and won't be able to return for 3 months. Blood Fiend spoke in a sinister tone. I will go into seclusion here to heal. I must prepare to break through the final layer of my demonic technique. The day I break through will be the day our holy altar establishes itself in Yun City. Hearing this, the two elders' expressions shifted. Blood Fiend was already at the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. With the enhancement of his demonic arts, ordinary grandmasters were no match for him. If he succeeded in breaking through the final layer, he would be invincible beneath the grandmaster realm. If that happened, who in Nanjiang could stand against him? The two elders exchanged glances and smiled. Blood Fiend, we understand. Stay here and cultivate in peace. We will return immediately to inform the altar master it is time to spread the might of our holy altar in the Dragon Kingdom. After bidding farewell, the two elders turned and left the estate without looking back. At dawn, Yi Feng sat up in bed, shirtless. After refining his energy all night, he felt as if he had stepped beyond the limits of ordinary men, yet an invisible barrier still blocked his path. As expected, breaking into the Qi movement realm is even harder than I imagined. Right now, I've only barely set one foot into it. Yi Feng was unbothered by his lack of a breakthrough. After the Kaiyuan realm, every step forward was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this era of declining martial arts, with the world's spiritual energy nearly exhausted, even earth veins were incredibly rare. Most martial artists spent their entire lives reaching the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, some couldn't even break through the body tempering stage. Compared to them, Yi Feng was already far beyond the average grandmaster. The Yuan Yang earth vein was almost fully absorbed. By his estimation, in 15 more days, the earth vein would dry up and by then, his breakthrough would be inevitable. 50 years ago, my master was already at the peak of Qi movement, feared across the land. Compared to him, I still have a ways to go. Yi Feng looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. From a distance, his body looked like a flawless piece of jade, lean, sculpted muscles and perfectly defined lines, exuding strength and elegance. He quickly got dressed and prepared to leave. Just then, a piercing scream came from the bedroom across the hall. Ah! In a flash, Yi Feng kicked open Sun Muqing's door and rushed inside. There, he saw Sun Muqing staring blankly at her own body. Beside her lay blood-stained clothes, and she was wrapped in white bandages. Yi Feng had thought something was wrong. In the panic, he accidentally saw her completely exposed once again. He quickly turned around and awkwardly walked out. Muqing, I swear I didn't see anything. I promise. You. Sun Muqing's face turned as red as an apple. That damn Yi Feng. That shameless Yi Feng. He had already seen everything, yet he pretended otherwise? He took off all her clothes. Had he done anything inappropriate to her? No. Impossible. Yi Feng wasn't that kind of person. But then, did he really have no feelings for her? Or, did he like men instead of women? Was she really that unattractive? In just a few seconds, Sun Muqing's mind spiraled into an entire drama scenario. After Yi Feng left the room, Sun Muqing glanced at her reflection. She wasn't that bad looking, right? Ack! What am I even thinking? She patted her cheeks to snap herself out of it. What was wrong with her? Yi Feng had always been kind, protected her repeatedly, and never taken advantage of her. As she recalled what happened yesterday, a skeletal, emaciated man had knocked her unconscious. When she woke up, she was already back home. So, was that man targeting her specifically? Ow. She turned to check her back. She gently peeled off the white bandages, revealing a 1-inch long scar. Yet, miraculously, the wound had already scabbed over and was nearly healed overnight. It only ached slightly, so she quickly changed into fresh clothes and headed outside. Dad! Mom! Where are they? Sun Mooching asked anxiously. They were frightened yesterday, but they're fine now. They're in Dragon City's first hospital. I'll take you to see them. Sun Zhonghai and Shen Sini were safe, but they had been traumatized. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Sun Mooching arrived at the hospital. On the third floor of the inpatient department, Sun Zhonghai and Shen Sini sat in wheelchairs. Mr. Sun, you only suffered minor injuries. Take your medicine and rest for a few days, and you'll recover. Thank you so much. In that case, I'll get discharged today. Sun Zhonghai, worried about his daughter, had his bodyguards handle his discharge procedures. Dad! Mom! Hearing her voice, Shen Sini and Sun Zhonghai turned around, their eyes instantly welling with tears. Mooching! We were so worried about you. It's good that you're safe. That's all that matters. Shen Sini sobbed, while Sun Mooching gently wiped her tears away. Yesterday, it had felt like they were on the brink of death, believing they would never see their daughter again. Luckily, Yi Feng had arrived in time to save them. After that, they knew nothing of what had happened. Sun Zhonghai vividly remembered Yi Feng charging into a crowd of enemies alone. Now that Yi Feng wasn't here, he asked anxiously. Where's Fenger? Is he safe? Why isn't he with you? Dad, don't worry. He's waiting for us downstairs. Let's go home first, and we'll talk later. At this moment, Yi Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. His eyes darkened coldly. After a moment, he dialed a number. 3 days have passed. I gave you a deadline. Since the Liu, Li, and Lin families have decided not to send the money, I'll just go collect it myself. Meanwhile, Lu Qishan was in full panic mode, sweating profusely as he packed his belongings. Hurry! Damn it! Sell everything we can sell. Ever since he heard that the Jinnan king was dead, Lu Qishan had been terrified out of his mind. There was only one thought in his head: escape. The Liu family's real estate in Dragon City was worth about 2.5 billion yuan, and they had another billion in cash. That was everything Lu Qishan owned. He had already made up his mind he would flee Dragon City and move to Tiandu. Although 3 billion yuan wasn't enough to make him a tycoon in Tiandu, it was more than enough to live a life of luxury. Before that brat arrives, I must leave quickly. Lu Qishan didn't even notify Lin Jin and Li Zihong. At the Lin family estate, a figure slumped lifelessly into a chair like a deflated ball. King of Jinnan is also dead. It must have been that brat. It must be him. What should we do? Lin Jin's face was filled with panic. 2 billion, he could gather 2 billion, but if he gave it away, the Lin family would have no place left in Longcheng. Suddenly, Lin Jin thought of something and hurriedly made a phone call. Moments later, a clumsy Chinese voice came from the other end. Oh. Mr. Lin, why are you calling me? On the other end, a blonde foreigner held a cigar in his mouth. His desk was piled with US dollars, and the bed beside him was covered with a thick layer, forming small mountains of cash. Honorable Mr. Gustav, I need your help. Hearing Lin Jin's words, the man's lips curled into a greedy smile. I knew it, Mr. Lin, you would agree. As long as you sell me that mine, I will give you a lot of money. No, that belongs to the Yi family. Yi Feng will definitely take it back. Mr. Gustav, please lend me 2 billion. Lin Jin gritted his teeth. Now, he had no other way out. The foreign man before him was from the William family, the wealthiest and most powerful family in Northern Europe. To expand their influence, the William family had sent representatives to the Dragon Country, eager to amass more wealth. And as soon as they made their move, they acquired a 50% stake in all banks in Longcheng. That amounted to over 100 billion in funds. Lin Jin had no choice but to borrow money from this man to resolve the crisis. Oh my god! 2 billion! You know our way of doing things. Within 6 months, you must repay 3 billion. If you can't repay it, you know the consequences? The man took a puff from his cigar. Lin Jin clenched his teeth. 3 billion, he could repay it as long as the Lin family's funds kept circulating normally. For the Lin family, for survival, he had no other choice. Lin Jin couldn't think of a better solution. On the other side, after settling Sun Zhanghai and his wife, Yifeng prepared to go out and settle accounts with those three scumbags, Lu Qishan and his men. Brother Yifeng. Where are you going? Sun Muqing anxiously called after him. Muqing, don't worry. I'll be right back. Hearing this, Sun Muqing bit her lip. Then I'll prepare a meal and wait for you at home. Sun Muqing showed Yifeng a sweet smile. She didn't know when her feelings for Yifeng had changed. Maybe it was when he saved her twice. Or maybe it was just last night. Either way, he gave her an unprecedented sense of security. From childhood to now, except for her father, she had never felt this way before. Beep beep beep. Sun Muqing's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she saw that it was Su Qianqian. Muqing, are you free tonight? I want to invite you and Yifeng to dinner. Sun Muqing smiled, sure. Once he's done, we'll go out together. Su Qianqian hung up the phone. That day, after hearing the whole truth from Sun Muqing, she barely slept that night. The next morning, when she woke up, she found out that antagonist had been crippled. She never expected that she was the real clown all along. It had always been Yifeng protecting her and Sun Muqing. She had even slandered him so much before. Thinking of this, Su Qianqian wanted to crawl into a hole out of shame. Meanwhile, Yifeng drove directly to Lu Qishan's villa. At the Lu family estate, Lu Qishan had sold everything that could be sold. What couldn't be sold, he planned to throw away. Father! Are we really leaving Longcheng? Our Lu family has worked so hard to reach this status. Lu Zicheng, dressed in a black suit, couldn't hide his reluctance. That's right. I have a few mercenaries. Why not just get rid of him quietly? Hearing Lu Zicheng's reckless words, Lu Qishan almost collapsed in anger. Do you know who that brat is? Do you think he's taking over Zhan Longhu's assets so openly just because of the Tianjun group? Do you think knowing a few gunmen is enough to kill him? I'm telling you, the Zhang family was wiped out by that brat. And just last night, I got news, the king of Jinnan is dead. I suspect that brat did it. Lu Qishan didn't know exactly how the king of Jinnan died, but deep down, he had a feeling it was that brat. That's why he was so desperate to escape Longcheng. Even his own son, Lu Zicheng, and daughter-in-law, Lin Xiu, couldn't understand his actions. Father! No matter what, our Lu family is a top-tier family in Longcheng. Isn't Yifeng just one person? What are you afraid of? Yeah, Dad, I think you're overthinking it. Lu Zicheng and Lin Xiu looked indifferent. That Yifeng dared to demand 2 billion from the Lu family. Did he really think the Lu family was made of clay? And as for the king of Jinnan, their father claimed that brat Yifeng had killed him. That had to be nonsense, right? How many people did the king of Jinnan have under his command? 50,000 soldiers. Even if they all spat on that brat, they could drown him. Are you two trying to drive me to my grave? Hearing their words, Lu Qishan was so enraged that he almost slapped them. Lu Zicheng had never seen Yifeng before, he had only been hearing the name repeatedly lately. Now, with Lu Qishan trying to sell off the family assets, he felt displeased. Before long, when Lu Qishan grew old and unable to manage things, wouldn't Lu Zicheng be the one to inherit everything? So, he just thought that Lu Qishan had grown senile and was overthinking things. He didn't take Yifeng seriously at all. Father! Don't worry. If that brat dares to come, I'll make sure he suffers. Lu Zicheng said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The Lu family gates were kicked open, shattering into pieces. A figure walked in with his hands behind his back, his face icy cold. Seeing that face, Lu Qishan's heart sank. Is this heaven's way of dooming the Lu family? It's over. It's over. Everything Lu Qishan had worked for his whole life was about to be handed over just like that. His son was an arrogant good-for-nothing. Even if he inherited the Lu family's assets, he wouldn't be able to hold on to them. Mr. Yi! I'll give you 2 billion. I only ask that you spare my family. The matter from back then had nothing to do with us. Lu Qishan didn't dare meet Yifeng's eyes. The 3-day deadline is over. Now, 2 billion is not enough anymore. I want 4 billion. Yifeng coldly stared at Lu Qishan. What? 4 billion? Lu Qishan's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. The 2 bodyguards beside him quickly stepped forward to support him. Hearing this, Lu Zicheng almost burst into laughter. Did this brat really think he could treat their family like an ATM? Demanding 4 billion just like that? Had he lost his mind? Enough, Dad. You should rest for now. Leave the rest to me. Yi Feng, what did you just say? You want 4 billion from my Lu family? Ha ha. Kneel down right now, lick my shoes clean, then kowtow to me 3 times and call me grandpa. If you do that, I'll give you 4 billion. How about that? Lu Zicheng laughed arrogantly. How could his father be so terrified of a mere brat? As soon as he finished speaking, several foreign mercenaries in military gear emerged from a hidden passage. They were fully equipped with the latest combat gear. 2 of them wore black armbands, embroidered with the letters SSS. In the international mercenary world, S-level represented the highest rank. Only the strongest mercenary commanders were qualified to wear the SSS armband. The SSS badge symbolized power and also the identities of the 3 men standing before Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng frown slightly, Lu Zicheng felt even more proud. Brat, do you know what these guys are? These are SSS rank international mercenaries. If you don't want to die, get on your knees and beg. Lu Zicheng calmly walked up to Yi Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at him with pity. I'll give you 3 minutes to gather 4 billion. If not, you die. Lu Qishan, what a pathetic, hypocritical man. Back then, when the Yi family was in crisis, Lu Qishan joined others to crush them financially. Later, when the Yi family was destroyed, he took advantage of the situation, looting their assets and building his own fortune on their blood. That was how the Lu family rose to the top of Dragon City's elite. And now, he dared to speak to Yi Feng like this? Arrogant fool. You want to die? Then I'll send you to meet your ancestors. You want my Lu family's money? Keep dreaming. Kill him. At Lu Zicheng's command, the 3 mercenaries raised their military battle axes and swung at Yi Feng's head. These axes were made of the hardest refined steel, capable of splitting stone and cutting metal. If struck, death was certain. But Lu Zicheng didn't realize that standing before him was a peak Kaiyuan realm warrior. Yi Feng was only 1 step away from reaching the Qi movement realm, where anyone below a grandmaster was nothing but an insect. How could mere axes harm him? If you want to die, then go ahead. Yi Feng shifted slightly, effortlessly dodging the lethal attacks without even moving his left foot. The mercenaries' axes missed completely, and their faces flushed with embarrassment. They immediately drew their daggers and lunged at Yi Feng. But in the next second, bang, 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 the 3 mercenaries flew through the air like fallen leaves, crashing to the ground. Lu Zicheng was horrified. Before he could react, Yi Feng's slap landed on his face. Put! Lu Zicheng spat blood as his body flew backward, landing heavily next to Lu Qishan. Don't kill my son! Just as Yi Feng was about to finish him off, Lu Qishan dropped to his knees, begging bitterly. I'll give you 4 billion. Please, I beg you. Just spare my son. Dad! Lu Zicheng was on the verge of collapse. But even now, he refused to give up. He signaled to the 2 SSS mercenary commanders nearby. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The mercenary commanders grinned, their gun speed was unmatched, almost invisible to the naked eye. Put! A wisp of gun smoke rose into the air. Lu Zicheng, mouthful of blood, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful you are, you're still dead. As long as my mercenaries are here, you won't survive. He clutched his face and tried to stand up. Lu Qishan's hope surged. Had it worked? Boom! The next second, everyone's smiles froze. The 2 mercenary commanders collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from under their arms, staining the floor red. You're not dead? I already gave you a chance. Yi Feng grabbed Lu Zicheng by the throat and lifted him into the air. Crack! With a single twist, he snapped his neck. Son! Lu Qishan screamed in despair. I'll kill you. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Qishan lunged at Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng kicked his kneecap, shattering it instantly. Lu Qishan collapsed, screaming in agony. The remaining mercenaries were terrified out of their minds. Without hesitation, they fled the Lu estate, scrambling for their lives. Please. Don't kill me. I'll give you the money. I beg you, please spare me. Lu Qishan knelt on the ground, trembling. Yi Feng stared down at him coldly. With shaking hands, Lu Qishan made a phone call. Moments later, Yi Feng's phone vibrated, a message notification. 35 billion received. Yi Feng finally nodded in satisfaction. The remaining 5 billion I expect it by today. I won't be coming back a second time. Yi Feng never intended to kill unnecessarily. But Lu Zicheng tried to take his life, so he had no choice. Leaving behind only cold corpses and a lifeless Lu Qishan, Yifeng walked away without looking back. Not long after, the heads of the Lin and Li families, each holding a bank card, drove to a skyscraper. This was the Dragon City headquarters of Tianjun Group. At this moment, Yifeng sat in an office on the top floor. A tall, curvaceous woman stepped into the room, holding 2 bank cards. President Yi, this is the money from the Lin and Li families, a total of 4 billion. She placed the bank cards on the desk. Her eyes were clear, her skin fair, her lips crimson. Even her white blouse couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. But her gaze never left Yifeng, who sat at the desk. She was Yi Lingyan, the regional head of Tianjun Group in Tiandu. Not only was Yi Lingyan breathtakingly beautiful, but she also possessed exceptional intelligence and business acumen. Tianjun Group's current dominance, at least half of it, was thanks to her. Countless elite young men had pursued Yi Lingyan, but her cold and distant nature kept them all at bay. Even billionaire heirs had no chance of meeting her. But now, all that pride and coldness had vanished. Standing in front of Yifeng, she was as docile as a kitten. Good. Take care of the funds. For now, you're in charge of all business in Dragon City. Yifeng remained expressionless, not even glancing at her. Yi Lingyan's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Could it be that he really wasn't interested in her? I understand, President Yi. Regarding the Chen family's property, should Tianjun Group collaborate with the Sun family to develop it? Yi Lingyan cautiously asked. Yifeng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let the Sun family handle all collaboration projects with Tianjun Group. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up in front of Tianjun Group's headquarters. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped out of the car. She was holding a document and hurriedly walked toward the building entrance. Li Yaqing? Yifeng's gaze turned cold. Li Yaqing hadn't slept all night. After hearing that President Yi of Tianjun Group was coming to Dragon City for a business deal, she had stayed up all night preparing a detailed business proposal. Inside that folder was the Zheng family's last hope. If she could secure a partnership with Tianjun Group, then the Chen family and Yi family would be nothing compared to them. Now that Yi Lingyan, the executive of Tianjun Group, was in Dragon City, Li Yaqing was confident that her proposal would impress her. Yifeng was nothing more than an acquaintance of Director Zhao. Once this deal was sealed, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes. Brimming with confidence, Li Yaqing arrived at the entrance, only to be stopped by 2 security guards. Hold it! Who are you? The guards coldly examined Li Yaqing. These were Tianjun Group's security personnel. She knew she couldn't afford to offend them. Quickly, she put on a friendly smile. Officers, I am Li Yaqing from Zhang Group. I have a few business proposals and would like to meet President Yi. May I go in? She nodded and bowed respectfully. President Yi is in a meeting with the young chairman. She has no time for you. Hearing this, Li Yaqing was stunned. The chairman of Tianjun Group was here? Not long ago, she had heard rumors about a mysterious chairman. It was said that the Zhang family's sudden downfall was related to this powerful figure. She wanted to see who this chairman really was, but she knew she was too insignificant to be granted such a meeting. Please, could you at least inform them? Feeling embarrassed, Li Yaqing refused to give up. She had worked all night on this proposal, she couldn't just leave empty-handed. But the 2 guards glared at her with disdain. On the top floor, Yifeng and Yi Lingyan watched the entire scene unfold. President Yi, should we let her in? Yi Lingyan's lips curled into a cold smile. She had heard rumors that Li Yaqing divorced Yifeng for money. She was curious what kind of woman could throw away Yifeng so easily. Let her in. Yifeng's tone was indifferent. Moments later, the security team received a call. Yes, President Yi. I'll let her up right away. After hanging up, the guards stepped aside. President Yi has granted you entry. Li Yaqing's eyes lit up with joy. President Yi was willing to meet her. She had made the right choice coming here. Overcome with excitement, she hurried into the elevator and went up to the top floor. Soon, Li Yaqing stepped into the office. Yifeng stood by the window, gazing over the skyline of Dragon City. Looking at his back, Li Yaqing froze for a moment. That silhouette seemed strangely familiar, but she couldn't remember why. Yi Lingyan studied Li Yaqing carefully. She had assumed that Li Yaqing must have been extraordinarily beautiful, far superior to herself. Otherwise, Yifeng wouldn't have married her back then. But to her surprise, Li Yaqing was utterly ordinary. and she reeked of cheap vanity and materialism. Just by standing there, Yi Lingyan outshone her completely. Looking at Li Yaqing, Yi Lingyan found it laughable. Had she really compared herself to this woman? She was nothing special. Why would President Yi ever have been interested in someone like her? Li Yaqing felt uneasy under Yi Lingyan's gaze. Quickly, she handed over her documents. President Yi, I am Li Yaqing from Zhang Group. I heard that you arrived in Dragon City, so I worked all night preparing these proposals. Our Zhang family owns several commercial real estate projects in the city. President Yi, if you choose to collaborate with us, I promise you won't regret it. Li Yaqing's attitude was humble. Standing before her was a high-ranking executive of Tianjun Group, the person in charge of their operations in Tiandu. Tiandu was a place full of hidden elites, a city dozens of times bigger than Dragon City. It was home to countless aristocratic families. Even though the Zhang family had assets worth billions, they were only a second-rate family in Dragon City. In Tiandu, they wouldn't even be considered a ninth-rate family. Oh? You're quite confident? Yi Lingyan flipped through the proposal. Li Yaqing's heart filled with joy. This was a good sign. Perhaps President Yi was interested in these projects. As long as she could secure this partnership, she was willing to pay any price. With Tianjun Group as her backing, she was certain she would rise to power. After finishing, Yi Lingyan threw the stack of documents onto the desk. Her expression turned icy cold. You really think your little business proposal is worth my time? What capital does your Zhang family have to qualify for a partnership with Tianjun Group? You think you can impress me with a few sheets of paper? With that, Yi Lingyan tore the documents into pieces and threw them into the trash. Li Yaqing felt like she had been punched in the heart. Her face turned red with shame and humiliation. President Yi, please, give me a chance. I swear. Yi Lingyan cut her off coldly. From today on, all Tianjun Group projects will go to the Sun family. Also, let me ask you something, why did you divorce him? Yi Lingyan's lips curled in amusement. Who? Li Yaqing frowned. Are you talking about Yi Feng? The divorce? It happened. He was never worthy of being my man. Slap. Before she could finish, Yi Lingyan's palm struck her face. You think you're someone important? You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Li Yaqing's face burned with humiliation. She felt like the entire world was collapsing around her. Suddenly, from the window, the silhouette she had ignored all this time turned around. Li Yaqing's eyes widened in horror. She stumbled backward, falling to the floor. Yi Feng. Why are you here? Why is he here? He's my direct superior. Tianjun Group belongs to him, why wouldn't he be here? With just one sentence, Yi Lingyan left Li Yaqing speechless. Tianjun Group was his? He was Yi Lingyan's boss, the mysterious chairman behind Tianjun Group? At that moment, Li Yaqing's mind went completely blank. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You're all working together to deceive me. I refuse to believe this. Her eyes filled with despair, and she kept repeating those words in her mind. Yi Feng had long since seen through her. Even now, as Li Yaqing knelt there like a lost soul, his heart remained calm, completely indifferent. Seeing Yi Feng stay silent, Li Yaqing became even more frantic. She pushed herself up, grabbed onto his collar, and shouted hysterically. Yi Feng! Tell me this isn't true. How could you possibly be the chairman of Tianjun Group? Li Yaqing couldn't accept it. The man she had looked down on and discarded was now standing at the very top, ruling over everything. She had desperately wanted to marry into a wealthy family, to rise to the highest level of society. But she had never imagined that Yi Feng himself was that wealthy elite. No, not just an elite, he was above all elites, crushing them beneath his feet like insects. This realization shattered the last remnants of her pride. How dare you? Yi Lingyan, disgusted, grabbed Li Yaqing's wrists and forcefully pulled her hands away. Li Yaqing! Watch your place. Otherwise, I'll make sure the Zhang family disappears from Dragon City. Yi Lingyan's cold warning snapped Li Yaqing back to reality. This wasn't a joke. No one had the right to question the owner of Tianjun Group. Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his deep, dark eyes piercing through Li Yaqing like a bottomless abyss. For the first time, she realized she never truly knew him at all. After a long silence, Yi Feng finally spoke. That's right. I am the young master of Tianjun Group. I was the one who killed Zhang Longhu. I was the one who killed the Jinnan king. Everything that has happened until now, it was all my doing. What you desperately fought for, to me, is as worthless as dirt. You wanted so badly to marry into the Zhang family and become some rich man's wife. But the truth is, I never even considered the Zhang family worth my time. Every word stabbed like a knife into Li Yaqing's chest. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she staggered backward, bumping into the desk behind her. She didn't even feel the pain. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. Yi Feng's words were crystal clear. If he had wanted to, he could have wiped out the Zhang family long ago. The day he killed the Zhang family patriarch, it had been a warning. The day he declared the return of the Yi family, claiming Zhang Longhu's assets, it had been rightfully his all along. You tossed me aside like garbage, so I'm giving you the freedom you wanted. If not for our past, do you really think you'd still be standing here, talking to me? Yi Feng's voice turned cold. Stop talking. Ha 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 ha. Li Yaqing laughed hysterically, gripping her hair. Moments later, she had messed herself up completely, looking like a madwoman. Yi Feng ignored her. Instead, he picked up a pen, signed a check, and casually tossed it to the ground. You like money, don't you? Consider this a handout. And also a refund for every penny you ever spent on me. It was as if he had smashed her face into the dirt. Mine. This is all mine. This was supposed to be mine. Ha 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 ha. Li Yaqing fell to the floor, grabbing the check like a desperate beggar. She caressed it, then stared around the office, touching everything as if she could claim it. Crazy woman. Yi Lingyan looked at her with pure disgust. Li Yaqing had gone insane, unable to accept reality. She had completely lost her mind. Without hesitation, she crawled out of the office and disappeared. Yi Feng remained unmoved. This was her own doing, her own karma. Young Master Yi, should we ignore her? Start preparing to take over all Zhang family assets. And one more thing, everything the Yi family lost, take it all back. Yi Feng ordered Yi Lingyan, then headed downstairs. As soon as he reached the ground floor, Yi Feng received a call from Sun Zhanghai. This was the first time Sun Zhanghai had ever called him directly. Yi Feng quickly answered. Over the phone, Sun Zhanghai's cheerful voice rang out. Feng are you done with work? Mooching made a big feast for you, we're all waiting for you to come home. And today, we have a special guest over. Hurry up and come. Yi Feng smiled. All right. I'm on my way. Yi Feng got in his car, grabbed 2 bottles of fine liquor, and hurried back to the Sun family residence. As he approached, he noticed a Mercedes Maybach pulling up outside. A middle-aged man stepped out. He had slick back hair, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in a luxurious suit. A Rolex worth over 1,000,000 yuan gleamed on his wrist, and his Hermes belt screamed extravagance. Sun Zhanghai came outside upon hearing the car. Seeing Yi Feng, his face lit up with joy, as if he was welcoming a long-lost son. Feng come, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu Huaxiang, the Vice President of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. You may not know, but Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is one of the top business associations in Nanjing. Mr. Lu has been wanting to meet you for a long time. President Lu, this is my godson, Yi Feng. Sun Zhanghai shook hands warmly with Lu Huaxiang. It's an honor, Mr. Yi. I've heard many stories about you from my friends. A true young hero. Handsome and brilliant. You have what it takes to support the entire Yi family. Lu Huaqiang enthusiastically flattered Yi Feng. But deep down, he was shaken. This young man couldn't be more than 20-something, and yet, he had turned Dragon City upside down. Even powerful families bowed before him. It was unbelievable. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. Sun Zhanghai grinned ear to ear. President Lu, let's go inside. We can talk over dinner. Inside the Sun family villa, Sun Mooching had prepared a grand feast. The rich aroma filled the entire living room. Yi Feng placed 2 bottles of liquor on the table while Sun Zhanghai brewed tea for them. But as Lu Huaqiang glanced at the tea, his eyes widened in shock. This tea. Feng brought it. I haven't tried it yet. Sun Zhanghai had no idea. This wasn't just any tea. It was a special supply from Tianjun Group, a gift from the elite families of Tiandu. Then today, I must be in for a real treat. Ha ha ha. Lu Huaxiang quickly stepped forward and took the teacup from Sun Zhanghai's hand. Mr. Yi, may I ask where you bought this tea? I don't have many hobbies, but I love drinking and collecting fine tea. Lu Huaqiang wasn't just anyone, he was one of the most influential businessmen in Nanjiang. Countless people had gifted him tea, but he could instantly tell that this tea was extraordinary, something that couldn't be found anywhere in Nanjiang. "Heh, a friend gave it to me." Yi Feng gave a casual reply. Hearing this, Lu Huaqiang's heart trembled. A gift from someone else? He took a closer look at the packaging, and on the back, he spotted some tiny, barely noticeable words. Imperial Tribute of the Heavenly King's Mansion. Lu Huaqiang's hands began to shake. This is a special supply of the Wang family in Tiandu. This tea is never sold to the public. It's the rarest of the rare, something only the highest elite of Tiandu can even dream of tasting. How? How is this possible? Lu Huaqiang's shock only deepened. The Manhwa Chamber of Commerce had been involved in tea trading for years, and he was incredibly knowledgeable about rare teas. Those 4 words signified the origin of the tea. It was said that the Wang family of Tiandu had once been imperial relatives, and centuries ago, all tribute tea for the emperor was produced by their family. Lu Huaqiang knew exactly what those words meant. This was a top-tier imperial tribute tea, reserved only for the highest aristocrats of Tiandu. How could such a thing appear here? At that moment, Lu Huaqiang's gaze toward Yi Feng completely changed. With utmost care, he placed the tea bag back onto the table. Yi Feng was also a little surprised. This Lu Huaqiang really had sharp eyes, he hadn't expected him to recognize the tea. "Mr. Yi, if you're free tomorrow, would you consider visiting the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce? I'd like to host you properly." Lu Huaqiang's attitude was extremely humble. If this tea was something Yi Feng casually received, then he had to dig deeper into his background. The elite families of Tiandu were untouchable powerhouses. If Yi Feng really had connections with the Wang family, then no matter what, he had to form a relationship with him. Lu Huaqiang had already made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would find out everything about Yi Feng. But his subtle expressions and movements didn't escape Yi Feng's sharp eyes. What a cunning old fox. No wonder he was able to secure his position in the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. "I'll think about it." Hearing this, Lu Huaqiang became anxious. "Mr. Yi, as long as you come tomorrow, I promise you'll receive a huge surprise." "Oh?" Yi Feng gave a faint smile. "What surprise?" "I believe Mr. Yi is interested in expanding the Yi family's influence, correct? Years ago, when the Yi family was wiped out overnight, our chamber's president acquired 40% of the Yi family's real estate assets. Of course, if you wish, I can speak to the president on your behalf. I'm certain he would be willing to sell those properties back to you at their original price." At some point, Lu Huaqiang had already changed the way he addressed Yi Feng. He didn't believe for a second that Yi Feng would turn down such an offer. 40% of the Yi family's real estate, worth billions. If Yi Feng took it back, the Yi family could return to the peak within a few years. It would be only a matter of time before they reclaimed their status as one of the top families in Dragon City. Hearing this, Yi Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The Yi family once owned the largest stone quarry in Dragon City, as well as several large-scale processing factories. "Sell it to me at the original price?" Yi Feng let out a cold laugh. That property already belonged to the Yi family. Taking it back was rightfully his. Back then, the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce had acquired those assets without paying him a single cent. How could they have the nerve to sell them back to him? "I want to know who is the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce." Yi Feng didn't need Lu Huaqiang to get those assets back. Upon seeing the sharp, piercing look in Yi Feng's eyes, Lu Huaqiang felt a chill run down his spine. Was this man really only in his 20s? From those deep, dark eyes, Lu Huaqiang saw an unfathomable depth and wisdom. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Huaqiang finally said, "The current president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is Su Cheng'an." Boom! Hearing that name, Yi Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Su Cheng'an. That name was far too familiar. In just 3 years, he had risen to become the president of Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. Immediately, Yi Feng's expression darkened. "Mr. Yi, is something wrong?" Lu Huaqiang noticed Yi Feng's shift in mood and quickly asked with concern. "It's nothing. I'll go with you tomorrow." Yi Feng agreed immediately. Lu Huaqiang was overjoyed. Laughing, he quickly opened a bottle of liquor and poured a drink for Yi Feng. "It seems Mr. Yi knows our chamber's president. Funny thing, our president didn't actually spend much money to acquire those properties. Rest assured, I have a good relationship with him. I'll handle this matter for you." Lu Huaqiang had no idea. Yi Feng's heart was already boiling with killing intent. Upon hearing that Su Cheng'an barely spent anything to acquire the Yi family's properties, his expression turned ice cold. Years ago, Su Cheng'an was nothing more than a shoeshiner on the streets of Dragon City. By pure chance, the Yi family took pity on him and brought him in. They helped him at every turn. And yet, on the night the Yi family was destroyed, Su Cheng'an quietly fled. Later, he bought up the Yi family's assets for nothing and rose to power. He received nothing but kindness from the Yi family, yet he betrayed them and profited from their downfall. Yi Feng had long known about this. But he had more important enemies to deal with first. Now, Su Cheng'an had climbed even higher. Yi Feng steadied his emotions, burying his hatred deep inside. After dinner, Sun Zhenghai nudged Sun Muqing. "Go sit with the young ones. I'm going to drink with your Uncle Lu." Giving her a knowing look, Sun Zhenghai signaled for Sun Muqing to sit beside Yi Feng. Her face turned red, but she obediently moved next to him. "Brother Yi Feng, Shanshan asked me to thank you. She also said we should meet up with her later." "Let's go together then." Sun Muqing smiled sweetly. "You're always running around outside. When will you learn?" Sun Zhenghai scolded her playfully. He. "But I have brother Yi Feng to protect me." Sun Muqing stuck out her tongue mischievously. Chen Sini, watching the warm atmosphere, felt her eyes well up. She had always hoped that her daughter would end up with Yi Feng. Now, Muqing finally realized who truly cared for her. As the night went on, they drank and chatted happily. At 8 p.m., Lu Huashan, slightly drunk, left the Sun family villa. "All right, let's go." Sun Muqing drove Yi Feng to the city's lively bar district, where Su Chanshan had already booked a table at a Western-style restaurant. It was the weekend, and college students dressed in black silk JK mini skirts were walking arm in arm, occasionally entering the bars nearby. The entire bar street was buzzing with excitement. When it came to the most popular spot for young people in Dragon City, this street was unmatched. However, Yi Feng had little interest in this world of bright lights and wild parties. Not far away, two young men with dyed yellow hair noticed Sun Muqing driving a luxury car and immediately whistled at her. But as soon as they saw Yi Feng beside her, their faces fell in disappointment. "Why are you looking around like that? Do you like those kinds of girls?" Sun Muqing pointed to a girl in black stockings standing nearby. "I wasn't looking at anything. And besides, you're way prettier than them." Yi Feng chuckled. Sun Muqing was wearing a white short dress, and her long, slender legs were impossible to ignore even without black stockings. She could turn heads wherever she went. And with a car like that, what man wouldn't want a rich woman like her? Just as they finished talking, Su Chanshan suddenly appeared from behind and patted Yi Feng's shoulder. "Yi Feng. Muqing. Finally, you're here. I've been waiting forever. Come on, let's go in." As she spoke, Su Chanshan took Sun Muqing's arm and even linked her other arm around Yi Feng's, pulling both of them into the restaurant. That was just her personality. After previously misunderstanding Yi Feng, she had felt guilty. But now, everything was back to normal. She treated Yi Feng as a good friend again. "Shanshan, where are you taking us?" "Just follow me and you'll see. Tonight, I'm being extra generous. I booked the entire rooftop. I don't want anyone disturbing us during our dinner." The Western-style restaurant was quite large, and inside, there were many foreigners. However, those foreigners all looked at Yi Feng and the girls with disdain, as if they were judging them through a colored lens. Some of them were sitting with university girls, their intentions clearly impure. Most of the girls who came to eat with foreigners were nothing more than gold diggers. Soon, Yi Feng and Sun Muqing followed Su Chanshan to the rooftop. The rooftop was a beautiful sky garden, illuminated by white candles, creating an exquisite atmosphere. A table was set up in the center, close to the building, with expensive champagne and white wine already opened. Even before the food arrived, Su Chanshan poured Yi Feng a glass of wine. "Yi Feng, I was wrong about you before. I want to apologize. I misjudged you. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. With that, Su Chanshan downed a glass of whiskey in one go. But Yi Feng didn't really care about all that. Seeing that he was still so calm and indifferent, Su Chanshan felt even more embarrassed. "It's fine. I never care what other people think about me." As for Yin Tanchi, he got exactly what he deserved. Yi Feng smiled at Su Chanshan. That smile completely erased any lingering misunderstandings between them. Suddenly, Su Chanshan looked at Yi Feng with curiosity. "Yi Feng, where did you learn to fight like that? Can you teach me someday? You want to learn martial arts?" Yi Feng glanced at Sun mooching beside him. Honestly, before learning about her special physique, he had never thought about teaching anyone. In reality, Sun mooching was far more suited for martial arts than even he was. As for Su Qianqian, I learned all my skills in prison. Do you believe me? Yi Feng gently swirled the white wine in his glass. I don't believe you. Ha ha ha. Su Qianqian laughed and took another sip. After 2 drinks, her fair cheeks were already flushed red. Who learns martial arts in prison? Of course, Yi Feng wasn't about to tell them about his 5 powerful masters. As the 3 of them were drinking, the elevator suddenly opened in the distance. A man in a white dress shirt, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked in. Behind him were 2 women in revealing outfits and 4 bodyguards built like tanks. Here it is. Tonight, the rooftop belongs to me, young Master Li. The man had his arms wrapped around both women, and he walked straight toward Yi Feng's table. Before he could even open his mouth, 2 of his bodyguards stepped forward, glaring at Yi Feng. You heard young Master Li, he booked the entire rooftop for tonight. Get out, now. These 2 men were a full head taller than Yi Feng. Compared to them, he looked like a small chicken. Su Qianqian frowned. I already reserved this place. If you want to eat, go to the next floor. Just as she finished speaking, the restaurant manager rushed over from the elevator. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Su Qianqian's ear. Miss Su, this guy is trouble. If necessary, I can move you to another floor. Li Fei? Su Qianqian felt like she had heard that name before. After a moment of thinking, she suddenly remembered. Li Fei, the young master of the Diamond Pavilion. The Diamond Pavilion was the most luxurious business club in Dragon City. Su Qianqian had seen him before back when she was studying at Longjiang University. You know young Master Li's name, so why aren't you leaving already? One of the bodyguards grinned menacingly. Why should we leave? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can boss people around. I'm not leaving, what can you do about it? Su Qianqian's face darkened in anger. Li Fei suddenly smirked. Miss, I never said you had to leave. I only want this kid to leave. Li Fei pointed at Yi Feng, then turned his lustful gaze toward Su Qianqian. His eyes shamelessly scanned her body, making her feel disgusted. Yi Feng instantly saw through him. His dark circles, his unsteady breathing, this guy was clearly drained from overindulgence. Now, seeing Yi Feng with 2 beautiful women, he couldn't control himself. You heard him, get out. The bodyguard looked down at Yi Feng, commanding him. If anyone's leaving, it's you. I'm giving you 3 seconds. If you're still here, I'll throw you off the rooftop. Yi Feng's voice turned cold. His words made the 2 women next to Li Fei giggle. Fei Ge, did you hear that? He says he's gonna throw you off the building. Ha ha. Well then, I'll throw him off first. Li Fei signaled to his bodyguards. One of them lunged at Yi Feng. But in the next instant, his face twisted in agony. Boom! Yi Feng kicked him straight in the crotch, blood spilled down his legs. In a flash, Yi Feng grabbed Li Fei by the collar and lifted him into the air. Shoving his head over the edge, he let the cold wind blast against his face. Why you, what are you doing? Li Fei's voice trembled in fear. You said you'd throw me off this rooftop, right? Yi Feng's smile turned icy cold. I am the young master of Diamond Pavilion. Before Li Fei could finish his sentence, Yi Feng lifted him with one hand, dangling his entire body in midair. From over 100 meters up, Li Fei was so terrified that he nearly soiled himself. As he looked down at the ground, his body went limp with fear. His 3 bodyguards were also petrified. Just as they were about to rush forward, Yi Feng smirked coldly. If you take another step, I'll drop this idiot right now. From this height, if Yi Feng let go, Li Fei would undoubtedly turn into a pile of minced meat. Gulp! The bodyguard swallowed hard, freezing in place. Li Fei was the young master of Diamond Pavilion. If anything happened to him, Third Master Li would never let them off the hook. No! No! Don't let go! Sir, let's talk this out. I'm the young master of Diamond Pavilion. Third Master Li is my father. This is just a big misunderstanding. Li Fei forced a nervous smile, trying his best to appease Yi Feng. A misunderstanding? Then if I throw you down, would that be a misunderstanding too? Yi Feng loosened his grip slightly, causing Li Fei to scream in terror. Grandpa! No! I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. I'll do whatever you say. I'll apologize. I'll apologize to the 2 beautiful ladies. Li Fei begged desperately. Seeing him this scared, Su Chanxian finally felt satisfied. But Li Fei's father was a notorious figure in Dragon City's underground world. It would be unwise to provoke him too much. Yi Feng, let it go. Don't make an enemy out of Third Master Li. Su Chanxian grabbed Yi Feng's arm, hoping to defuse the situation. Hearing this, Yi Feng suddenly let go. Li Fei flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing hard onto the floor. I don't care who your father is, whether it's Third Master Li or King Li. Now, apologize and get lost. Li Fei, scared out of his wits, scrambled to his feet and bowed repeatedly to Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please, don't be angry. I'll leave right away. Then, he slapped one of his bodyguards across the face. What the hell are you looking at? Move. You useless idiots. Tonight, he had come to flirt with college girls near Longjian University. But instead of scoring, he humiliated himself completely. His bodyguards quickly picked up their injured companion and ran. Inside the elevator, Li Fei's expression darkened. Bastard! Bastard! That little punk dared to mess with me? I'll make sure he dies. You useless fools, you can't even handle one guy. Why does my father even keep you around? Young master, that kid isn't normal. We're not his match at all. Li Fei was over 140 pounds, yet that guy lifted him with one hand like it was nothing. None of them could ever do that. That kid clearly knew martial arts, his moves were straight out of a professional combat style. Their basic skills were completely useless against him. Li Fei's face twisted in anger. So he's a fighter, huh? Damn it! I love dealing with fighters. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. They had all witnessed what just happened. However, they didn't realize that the man dangling off the rooftop was actually Li Fei himself. Some people chattered excitedly. Why is young Master Li coming out? I swear, I just saw someone hanging from the rooftop. The whispers only made Li Fei angrier. If people found out that he was the one dangling for his life, his reputation would be ruined forever. Without another word, he got into his car with his two female companions and sped away from the bar street. Back on the restaurant rooftop, Su Chanxian looked uneasy. Third Master Li is bad news. Yi Feng, however, was completely unfazed. What, is he stronger than Zhan Longhu? Don't worry, Chanxian. Sun Muqing patted her shoulder. Yi Feng is here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Li Fei was in the wrong. We did nothing wrong. But Su Chanxian still looked concerned. Muqing, Third Master Li has been a major underworld figure since his youth. In recent years, he's recruited a lot of ex-convicts, forming a private gang. On top of that, he's close with the Special Law Enforcement Squad captain. He's helped reduce sentences for a lot of people. My dad used to do business with him. Third Master Li controlled Dragon City's biggest casinos and nightclubs. Naturally, he had many connections in law enforcement. Su Chanxian's father had cut ties with him after a business fallout, but she still remembered what kind of man he was. Muqing, maybe we should just leave. I don't want Li Fei coming back for revenge. If he comes, then he comes, Yi Feng said calmly. The restaurant manager gave Yi Feng a strange look. Did this guy really not know who Third Master Li was? What family is he from, to dare provoke the Li family? Miss Su, I won't charge you for the drinks. But please leave now. I beg you, find somewhere else to eat. The manager pleaded awkwardly. If Li Fei came back, this entire restaurant would be trashed. Who didn't know about the temper of the Diamond Pavilion, young master? Bars and restaurants all over this area had been smashed by him before, and no one could stop him. Su Chanxian was clearly upset, but she didn't want to make things difficult for the manager. She sighed and dragged Yi Feng and Sun Muqing toward the exit. Forget it, Muqing. It's not worth the trouble. Let's go somewhere else. Just as they reached the street, a police car raced toward them. At the same time, a large crowd gathered, following closely behind. Move. Move aside. Leading the group was a man in uniform, holding a baton. Behind him were 10 armed officers, all wearing bulletproof vests. They looked intimidating and fully prepared for action. The surrounding crowd quickly stepped aside. The captain, Duan Shirda, looked serious as he spoke. I received a report someone is causing trouble here. A law enforcement officer pointed directly at Yi Feng. Captain. Young Master Li said it's these two women and that man. Duan Shirda narrowed his eyes at Yi Feng. So, you're the one making trouble in my territory? Cuff him. Take him away. Click. Before anyone could react, Yi Feng's hands were already in handcuffs. The crowd gasped. Yi Feng laughed coldly. Good one, Li Fei. And a good captain too, arresting people without even investigating. Clearly, they thought he was an easy target. What are you laughing at? Hey! You little punk! Were you the one who just threatened young Master Li, saying you'd throw him off the building? Duan Shirta saw that Yi Feng was an unfamiliar face and immediately questioned him with an interrogative tone. It was me. So what? Yi Feng let the law enforcement officers cuff his hands without resistance. Good. As long as you admit it. Threatening young Master Li and saying you'd throw him off the building is considered attempted murder. That's 10 years in prison, guaranteed. A cold smirk flashed across Duan Shirta's face. This was the first time he'd seen someone this reckless. Clearly, this kid had no idea who he was dealing with. Since the brat confessed so easily, things would be much simpler. All it would take was one word from him, and this guy would rot in prison for 10 years. Of course, if he turned out to be some rich family's young master, his family could pay a hefty ransom to bail him out. At that point, it would depend on his mood. If Li Fei insisted on sending this kid away, he could still milk him for some money. Duan Shirta already had a perfect plan in mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't hold back his grin. Su Chanxian had never imagined that a simple dinner outing would end up involving law enforcement. 10 years in prison? Are you kidding me? She hurried forward, furious, and questioned them. On what grounds are you arresting him? What crime did he commit? It was Li Fei who started the fight. If you don't believe me, ask the restaurant manager. We were just here to eat, but Li Fei tried to grope me and even tried to kick us out. Just then, a cold voice interrupted the commotion. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever lay a hand on you? A group of men in black suits marched over in an imposing formation, forcing the surrounding crowd to step aside. Beside Li Fei stood a short-haired, well-built middle-aged man, wearing a gold watch and exuding a thuggish aura. The moment people saw him, gasps filled the air. It's Third Master Li. Even he showed up? So it was young Master Li who had a conflict with that guy? That kid is screwed. Third Master Li is a major figure in Dragon City. Even the director of the Supervision Bureau has to show him respect. I heard his nephew is an officer in the Southwest Military Region. Duan Shirta's expression changed instantly when he saw Third Master Li. He immediately put on a flattering smile and rushed forward. Third Master Li. What an honor to see you. Old Duan. Someone dared to hit my son. Of course, I had to come see for myself. Third Master Li's voice was icy cold. Normally, he wouldn't bother with trivial matters like this. After all, as long as Duan Shirta was handling it, things would be taken care of. But earlier, Li Fei exaggerated the situation, claiming he was attacked by a martial artist, so naturally, Third Master Li had to come personally. And this time, he brought his men, making the atmosphere even more intense. Yes. Third Master Li. How about I hand this kid over to you first, and then formally detain him? Duan Shirta knew how ruthless Third Master Li was. This kid dared to hit his son. At best, he'd lose a leg. Duan Shirta might officially be a law enforcement captain, but in reality, he was just a bootlicker who sided with the highest bidder. Over the years, thanks to Third Master Li, Duan Shirta had bought himself a luxury villa. With his salary, he could never afford such a house, not even if he saved every penny for 100 years. Seeing how obedient Duan Shirta was, Third Master Li patted his shoulder approvingly. Old Duan, in a few days, I'll put in a good word for you with Director Chen. Hearing this, Duan Shirta nearly jumped for joy. This was huge. If he could catch the director's attention, his career would skyrocket. And if the old director retired, he might even take his position. Duan Shirta was already dreaming of his bright future. Bring the kid over. What are you doing? Do you have no respect for the law? Sun Muqing furiously protested. Hearing this, Li Fei sneered arrogantly. The law? In Dragon City, I am the law. Tell you what, ladies, if you spend the night drinking and playing with me, I'll let him go. Li Fei's eyes gleamed with lust as he stared at Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian. These two were stunning, even better than the girls he'd been with before. His intentions were clear to everyone. Even Duan Shirta could tell that Li Fei wanted to have his way with them. So, he quickly played along. Ladies, if you want me to let him go, you need the victim's forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll have to send him to prison. In other words, they had to please Li Fei if they wanted Yi Feng to be released. And clearly, this wasn't just about having a drink. Dragon City's law enforcement, how powerful you are. And you, Li family, what big words. Yi Feng coldly stared at Li Fei. Then, he scoffed at Duan Shirta. I suggest you remove my handcuffs right now and make him apologize. Otherwise, things won't be so simple. The crowd erupted in shock. But Duan Shirta only laughed. Li Fei sneered in disdain. You little bastard, do you even know what you're saying? In all my life, I've never met someone as arrogant as you. Break his legs. Li Fei lit a cigarette. Beside him, Third Master Li remained silent, clearly approving of his son's decision. The onlookers gasped in horror. Even in front of law enforcement, they dared to cripple someone? This was Third Master Li's influence. Two bodyguards, holding iron rods, approached Yi Feng. With a whooshing sound, they swung down at his knees. The spectators instinctively covered their eyes. Too brutal. This kid's biggest mistake was provoking Third Master Li's son. But then, crack! A sharp snapping sound rang out. Yi Feng's handcuffs shattered into pieces. Bam! Bam! Two agonizing screams echoed. The bodyguards flew backward, blood splattering onto the ground. Duan Shirta's face paled in terror. You! The entire crowd was stunned. Yi Feng's aura was terrifying. You call yourself a law enforcement captain? Abusing your power, ignoring justice? You didn't even investigate before trying to imprison me? And now you want to cripple me? You call yourself law enforcement? Yi Feng's voice was thunderous. Duan Shirta trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't an ordinary man. This was a king among men. Duan Shirta kept retreating. A man who couldn't even be restrained by iron handcuffs, what kind of freak was he? Brother Yi Feng. Maybe we should just let it go. Sun Muqing, afraid that something might go wrong, hurriedly tugged on Yi Feng's arm. After all, Duan Shirta was the captain of Longqing's law enforcement team. His rank wasn't high, but he had people above him. The onlookers were all shocked. This scrawny young man actually had such strength? Even handcuffs couldn't hold him? Before they could recover from their astonishment, they saw Yi Feng slap Duan Shirta across the face. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and two of Duan Shirta's front teeth flew out. In just a moment, his face had swollen up like a pig's head. He even dares to hit the law enforcement captain. Are you tired of living, you little punk? Li Fei shouted. Yi Feng took a swift step and suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Fei was so startled that he instinctively tried to back away, but before he could react, Yi Feng's foot had already landed between his legs. Ah! Kill him! Dad, kill him for me! Li Fei clutched his legs, his face twisted in agony. Since you love lust so much, I'll destroy you, so you'll never be near women again. You should have never come back. Yi Feng's eyes locked onto Li Fei, his body emanating a terrifying aura of bloodlust, making Li Fei retreat in fear. Get him! Kill that brat! With a command from Li San, over a dozen henchmen charged at Yi Feng. Stop! Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Right after, the director of the supervision department hurried onto the scene, flanked by two uniformed officers. The director strode straight toward Duan Shirta. You son of a bitch! If I hadn't been notified, I wouldn't have even known you were up to this kind of shady business. Half an hour earlier, Director Chen Guanyuan had received a mysterious call informing him that his subordinate, Duan Shirta, was abusing his power, taking bribes, and conducting entrapment operations. If word got out that someone like this was under his command, it would ruin his own chances of promotion. He immediately ordered an investigation, and it didn't take long to uncover that Duan Shirta had recently purchased a mansion worth 10 million. Not only that, but a large amount of cash was also found in his home. Even he had never handled that much money before, yet a mere law enforcement captain had dared to commit such crimes. Director Chen. When Li San saw Chen Guanyuan, he quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Take Duan Shirta back with me. San. What's with all these people you've brought? Chen Guanyuan glanced at the thuggish men, then at Yi Feng and Li Fei, who was writhing in pain on the ground. This brat hurt my son. I want him dead. Li San's face was full of murderous intent. Chen Guanyuan frowned upon hearing this. That's under my jurisdiction. It's inappropriate for you to take action, San. How about this, hand him over to me, and I'll make sure justice is served. Yi Feng hadn't expected this director to be just like Duan Shirta, no better than scum. It seemed that Li San had a lot of influence, even making the director give him face. No one here can judge me. With that, Yi Feng ignored Chen Guanyuan and walked straight toward Li San. You see that, Director Chen? It's not that I don't respect you. It's this brat who doesn't respect you. Get him. Kill him. In an instant, the air was filled with shouts of battle. Over a dozen men swung steel pipes at Yi Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Yet, in just a single exchange, all of these well-trained men, many of whom had even served time in prison, had their kneecaps shattered. Bone fragments mixed with blood covered the ground. What just happened? What's going on? Shock and confusion filled Li San's mind. He had known this brat was a martial artist, so he had specifically chosen skilled fighters. These men could have easily taken down even a peak body-tempering martial artist, yet in the blink of an eye, they had all been defeated. Even Chen Guanyuan's heart pounded. Just who had Li San provoked? The spectators' attitudes toward Yi Feng completely changed. Those who had just been mocking and pitying him were now dead silent, unable to say a word. A mere dog dares to bark wildly here. Are you the law in Longchang? Yi Feng kicked Li San in the stomach. Put. Blood spurted from his mouth. This brat not only refused to show respect to the director but even dared to beat Li San. Terrifying. Overbearing. Li San and his son were scared out of their wits. Who exactly are you? This kind of strength, he was undoubtedly a grandmaster. Li San had seen enough to know that Yi Feng's kick had shattered his dantian. Even if Li San didn't die, he was severely injured. The only reason he could still kneel and talk was that Yi Feng had only used a fraction of his strength. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Li San's pupils widened like lanterns. He was Yi Feng? Suddenly, Li San laughed. Ha ha ha. Today, I admit defeat. If you want to kill us, just do it. Li San had at least some backbone. Yi Feng didn't strike again. Instead, he looked at Director Chen and spoke as if scolding a subordinate. Just now, it was this guy who provoked me first. Can I leave now? Yi Feng had no interest in dealing with Chen Guanyuan. He turned to leave, but Chen Guanyuan quickly blocked his path. You killed people. And now you want to just walk away? What are you waiting for? Cuff him. The dozen law enforcement officers hesitated, trembling, not daring to step forward. Are you sure you want to cuff me? Yi Feng calmly dialed a number and handed the phone to Chen Guanyuan. Tell him yourself, do you have the authority to arrest me? Director Chen of the Longcheng Supervision Department wants to cuff me. You decide what to do. Yi Feng handed the phone over. At that moment, Manhwa was dining with high-ranking officials. When he received Yi Feng's call, he jumped up in shock. Chen Guanyuan, if you dare to touch him, you can answer for it with your life. I am Manhwa, commander of the 3rd Division of the Longhun Army in the Southwest War Zone. His words scared Chen Guanyuan so much that he almost dropped the phone. Lowly one deserves to die. Chen Guanyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With just one phone call, this brat had managed to summon Manhwa himself. Who exactly was he? Manhwa even issued such a severe warning for his sake. The two officers beside him seemed to realize something as well. Without a word, they dropped to their knees before Yi Feng with a loud thud. We deserve to die for our offenses, my lord. Please forgive us. Ignorance is not a crime. You too may rise. As for these others, I hope Director Chen knows how to handle this wisely. With that, Yi Feng left the scene without looking back, taking Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian with him. Only the bystanders remained, gazing in admiration at the disappearing figure in the crowd. Take them all away. Chen Guanyuan ordered, and over a dozen law enforcement officers tied up Li San and his men before loading them into vehicles and driving off. After such a spectacle, Yi Feng and his companions lost their appetite for food. Instead, they found a quiet bar and started drinking. Yi Feng, do you know some big shot? Why was Director Chen so scared? Su Chanxian, now like an excited fangirl, was full of curiosity about Yi Feng. Ha ha. I just happen to have a friend here in Nanxiang. Yi Feng casually brushed off the question. Mysterious as always. Before long, the three of them clinked glasses again and again, avoiding any further discussion about what had just happened. After this incident, however, Su Chanxian's admiration for Yi Feng grew even stronger. As for Li Fei, it was doubtful he'd dare act so arrogant again in the future. They drank until 2 a.m. before Yi Feng and Sun Muqing, both tipsy, finally returned home. When Yi Feng went upstairs to absorb the energy of the Yuan-Yang ley line, Chen Sini quietly entered Sun Muqing's room. Over the past few days, after everything that had happened, Chinsini seemed to have aged by over a decade, with a strand of white hair now visible. She gently held Sun Muqing's hand and said, "Muqing, what do you think of Feng?" "Mom! Why are you suddenly asking this?" Sun Muqing turned her head shyly. "A mother's intuition is never wrong. Feng has always been a good child since he was young. He has an indescribable aura about him. Here, take this, one for you and one for Feng. I just want you two to get married soon." As she spoke, Chinsini took out a jade pendant. The pendant was pure white, translucent, and exquisitely beautiful, engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns that shimmered brilliantly. This was a pair of jade pendants that Chinsini had obtained from a master artisan at a high cost. She had kept them hidden for years, and now she was finally giving them to Sun Muqing. "Are you even listening to me?" Chinsini tugged at Sun Muqing's arm. "Mom, I get it. Yi Feng is a good person." Her mother was truly something else. She didn't understand her daughter's feelings at all. Sun Muqing had never been good at expressing herself. However, she did have a growing fondness for Yi Feng now. "I'll give it to him tomorrow, alright? Alright. I'm going to bed now. You can leave," Sun Muqing said, pushing Chinsini out of the room. Once Chinsini had left, Sun Muqing carefully placed the two jade pendants into a box. "Who says I'm giving this to that blockhead? I'll give it to him when I feel like it." Time passed quickly, and morning arrived. Yi Feng had just finished his meditation when he noticed several missed calls on his phone. Without even looking, he knew they were from Lu Huaxiang. He changed his clothes and left the house without rushing. The Manhwa Business Association was located at the intersection of Longcheng, Yunqing, and Haicheng. After several years of development, this area was now filled with towering skyscrapers. As a hub for resource distribution across 3 provinces, the place attracted many business people. After a half-hour drive, Yi Feng arrived at a large building. From a distance, he saw several foreign cars parked at the entrance of the Manhwa Business Association. As he was about to enter, someone hurriedly walked out of the door. It was Lu Huaxiang. "Dear Lu sir. Oh my god, it's been days, and you're looking younger and more handsome as ever." A blond middle-aged man enthusiastically approached Lu Huaxiang for a hug. "Mr. Gustav, you flatter me." Lu Huaxiang forced a fake smile as he exchanged pleasantries with them. These people were direct members of the William family, controlling a large portion of the banking sector in Longcheng. For the Manhwa Business Association to operate smoothly, they had to maintain good relations with these people. After all, the William family held the economic lifeline of Longcheng, and the Manhwa Business Association's monthly cash flow reached billions. They couldn't afford to offend these people. Although Lu Huaxiang disliked these foreigners, he had no choice but to deal with them warmly. "We Nordics enjoy doing business with people like you. Our last collaboration was a pleasure. My family was very satisfied and even invited me to bring you over to visit someday. Let's go upstairs. I'm here for President Su today." As Gustav spoke, he grabbed Lu Huaxiang's hand and prepared to go upstairs. However, just as Lu Huaxiang turned around, he saw Yi Feng, and his expression changed dramatically. "Mr. Yi, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you all morning. I tried calling you earlier, but you didn't pick up." Lu Huaxiang shook off Gustav's hand and completely ignored the foreigners, running enthusiastically toward Yi Feng. The William family, as the wealthiest in Northern Europe, didn't take kindly to being snubbed by a Chinese person. Their faces immediately darkened. "Chinese people are such rude creatures. How dare they ignore us," muttered a young man beside Gustav. Lu Huaxiang didn't care at all. He'd long been annoyed by these foreigners, but since President Su was close to them, he had to endure their presence. "Who are they?" Yi Feng frowned. "Oh, them? Mr. Yi, they're members of the William family. They've been in China for some time now." "The William family?" Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter the William family here. Yi Feng knew about them. They had once ruled several European nations and were renowned for their business acumen. Even Tianjun Group had done business with the William family, and they had become a symbol of prestige. In the Chinese business world, everyone knew of the William family. "Let's go," Yi Feng said, ignoring them, and walked forward with Lu Huaxiang. "Mr. Yi, President Su will arrive shortly. Let me show you around first. Mr. Gustav, please join us." Lu Huaxiang gestured politely. Soon, Lu Huaxiang led Yi Feng to a nearby street for a walk. Yi Feng couldn't help but notice that the area was filled with foreigners. It seemed the William family's business ventures had attracted many of them. Mr. Yi, the Manhwa Business Association has been growing rapidly in recent years. If you're interested in doing business with us, I'll make sure you receive the best support. Of course, the scale of the business depends on your connections, Mr. Yi. Lu Huaqian smiled. This guy was trying to pry into Yi Feng's background, but Yi Feng wasn't an ordinary person. With Yi Lingyan running Tianjun Group, he had no need for a small business association like Manhwa. Soon, at an intersection, several foreigners and a middle-aged man came into view. When Yi Feng saw a familiar face, his expression immediately darkened. At this moment, Su Cheng'an no longer looked as shabby as before. He was dressed in luxurious clothing, with a watch worth millions on his wrist. As soon as their eyes met, Su Cheng'an's pupils dilated instantly, shock flooding his heart. But he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Seeing his calm demeanor, Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After a few years, Su Cheng'an had become so smooth and composed. It seemed that society had polished him anew. Su Cheng'an. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. The moment Su Cheng'an heard his name, he immediately put on an excited expression and grabbed Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng, my nephew. Is it really you? I never thought I'd see you again in this lifetime. These past years, have you been well? Where have you been? I had people searching everywhere for you, and I never expected to run into you here. Su Cheng'an acted like he was seeing a long-lost son, gripping Yi Feng's arms and scanning him from head to toe. This old fox was really putting on quite the show. If he had actually been looking for him, how could he not have known that Yi Feng had spent the last 3 years in prison? Thanks to you, I've been doing just fine these past years. Yi Feng grasped Su Cheng'an's hand tightly. With just a slight increase in force, pain surfaced on Su Cheng'an's face. He tried to pull his hand back, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was like it was clamped in an iron vise, completely immobile. Mr. Su, what's wrong? The two foreign men beside him immediately looked puzzled upon seeing Su Cheng'an's strained expression. Ha ha. And nothing. This is my long-lost nephew. I just got a bit too excited running into him here. Su Cheng'an forced out a stiff smile. Inside, he was in shock. How did this scrawny monkey-looking brat have such terrifying strength? And wasn't the Yi family supposed to have been wiped out? Was this kid a man or a ghost? Where had he come from? Just last night, he had returned from a vacation in the Maldives with 2 women. He had no idea about the earth-shattering events that had occurred in Longchang. Today, I have personal matters to settle with President Su. The rest of you can leave now. Yi Feng's gaze swept across the foreigners, a cold killing intent in his eyes. They were startled by his look. Lu Huaxian, sensing that something was off, quickly stepped forward, trying to understand the situation. Mr. Yi, what's going on? This has nothing to do with you. Just stand back and watch, Yi Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Huaxian was taken aback. Today, he had invited Yi Feng for 2 reasons. First, to fulfill his promise of selling the Yi family's assets back to him. Second, he wanted to introduce Yi Feng to Su Cheng'an. He knew that anyone who could afford Wangfu tribute tea was no ordinary person. If he could use his connection with Yi Feng and Su Cheng'an to open up a financial path for himself, he could rise to great heights. But now, it seemed that Su Cheng'an and Yi Feng already knew each other, and from their conversation, there was something unclear and unresolved between them. He prayed that this wouldn't turn into a disaster and stepped back slightly. The 2 foreigners were instantly furious that Yi Feng had the audacity to tell them to leave. Fuck! Who do you think you are, telling us to leave? The members of the William family also looked displeased. They were already irritated because Lu Huaxian had ignored them because of Yi Feng earlier. Gustav lit a cigar arrogantly and scoffed. I was invited here by President Su to discuss business. You can step aside. Lowly inferior being. Didn't you hear what our boss said? Get lost, go back to wherever you came from. The tall, burly man beside Gustav pointed at Yi Feng's nose and shouted. However, Yi Feng completely ignored them. Instead, he stared at Su Cheng'an and furrowed his brows deeply. I heard 40% of the Yi family's real estate assets are under your management? Chapter 66, Taking Back What Belongs to the Yi Family. What were you doing on the day the Yi family was destroyed? Yi Feng, my nephew, please loosen your grip. I'll explain everything to you in detail. Su Cheng'an's face turned red from pain, but Yi Feng only tightened his grip. I'll talk. That day, I happened to be out discussing business. You know, I was grateful to the old master's kindness and just wanted to start a small business. Su Cheng'an's face twisted in agony. Oh, really? Crack. A crisp sound echoed. With a slight increase in force, Yi Feng crushed Su Cheng'en's hand, shattering the bones completely. Bone fragments scattered onto the ground. The sudden and brutal act shocked Lu Huaxiang. The foreigners were utterly horrified, retreating in fear. Ah! My hand! Yi Feng! Su Cheng'en never expected that in just 3 years, Yi Feng would become so terrifying. Back then, you betrayed the Yi family and sold us out to Zhang Longhu. My father treated you like a brother, took you in, and this is how you repaid him? You sold out the Yi family for a little money. You thought I wouldn't know? I'm not just here today to take back what belongs to the Yi family, I'm here to take your life as well, as an offering to my parents' spirits. A chilling, murderous aura filled the air. The bone-piercing cold shot straight through Su Cheng'en's skull. Those eyes told him Yi Feng wasn't joking. After 3 years, he hadn't died. Instead, he had been reborn, transformed into someone entirely different. The oppressive presence Yi Feng exuded made it clear that his strength was terrifying beyond belief. Just one glance from those icy eyes made Su Cheng'en feel like he had fallen into an abyss of freezing despair. Yi Feng grabbed Su Cheng'en by the shoulder, his overwhelming pressure making Su Cheng'en's legs feel as if they were filled with lead. Thud! With a loud crash, Su Cheng'en fell to his knees before Yi Feng. Stop! At this moment, Gustav finally couldn't hold back any longer. President Su is my friend. Brother, please do my William family a favor. As soon as he spoke, all the foreigners looked to him as their pillar of support. You should know, the William family is the #1 financial group in Northern Europe, Chinese man. Gustav's words carried a clear warning. Save me, Mr. Gustav. At this moment, Su Cheng'en also clung to him like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Yi Feng. It's true that I took over some of the Yi family's real estate, but I had nothing to do with what happened back then. I swear on my honor. I deeply regret the master's death. If you want money, I can give it to you right now, 1 billion. I'll give you 1 billion. Su Cheng'en, enduring the pain radiating from his shattered hand, looked desperately at Yi Feng. This old bastard? He shamelessly took over 40% of the Yi family's real estate and now wanted to get rid of him with just 1 billion? Seeing Yi Feng's expression darken, Su Cheng'en quickly changed his offer. And no. I'll give you 5 billion. Is 5 billion enough? Su Cheng'en swallowed nervously. Yi Feng sneered coldly. How much do you think your life is worth? Crack. Ah. Yi Feng kicked Su Cheng'en's knee, shattering it. Fear and the shadow of death engulfed him. Stop. Brat, if you kill him, the William family will never let you go. The blond burly man beside Gustav threatened. 5 billion is enough for you to enjoy a lifetime of luxury. If you dare make another move, you'll have to deal with my guards first. Gustav declared arrogantly. Gustav had come today to buy the real estate under Su Cheng'en's name, especially the mine. But he never expected that the young man he ran into today would have such a deep connection to Su Cheng'en's properties. He wasn't sure what had happened, but one thing was certain: what the William family wanted, they would never let slip away. If the William family wanted to protect someone, no one could stop them. As long as this kid knew what was good for him, he wouldn't dare go against Northern Europe's #1 financial group. Sure enough, Yi Feng slowly loosened his grip, then turned around. The killing intent on his face turned into a smile. The strength of Northern Europe's top financial group was no joke. The name of the William family alone was enough to intimidate him, or so these foreigners thought. But in the next second, a fierce gust of wind swept through the air. In just a fraction of a second. Smack! Yi Feng's hand landed hard on Gustav's face, sending him flying like a dead dog. His cigar fell to the ground, crushed under Yi Feng's foot. I already told you to leave. If you don't want to walk, then roll out of here. And another thing, this is China, not Northern Europe. You don't get to act arrogant here. His words sent chills down everyone's spine. Such an overbearing attitude mercilessly crushed the pride of Northern Europe's so-called top financial group. Well said. These arrogant foreigners needed a lesson. Lu Huaxiang cheered in his heart. At the same time, he finally pieced together the connection between Su Cheng'en and Yi Feng. So, President Su had a deep history with the Yi family. And those assets? Su Cheng'en hadn't spent a single penny to acquire them. Which meant that back then, Su Cheng'en wasn't just a bystander, he was involved. Brat! You dare hit our boss? I'll kill you. Suddenly, 2 muscular men beside Gustav charged forward. The force of their punches sent a gust of wind so strong that Lu Huaxiang stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. Boom! As their fists met, the two men were shocked to their core. Both of Gustav's bodyguards weighed over 200 pounds and had trained in boxing and martial arts for decades. Their strength was enough to stand against even grandmasters in China. Yet now, with just a single move, Yifeng had forced them back. The two guards stumbled back more than 10 meters before losing their balance and falling to the ground. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The guards around Gustav weren't just anyone, they had been selected from over 1,000 elites to serve as personal bodyguards for the William family's direct descendants. In Northern Europe, men of their strength could walk around unchallenged. Yet Yifeng had knocked them both back with a single strike. This level of power was unheard of. Was he a monster? The two bodyguards exchanged glances. Yifeng turned and grabbed Su Cheng'an by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Spare me! Please, Yifeng. It was all Zhang Longhu. I had nothing to do with it. I was just blinded for a moment. Zhang Longhu gave me those properties. I really didn't do anything. Mr. Gustav, save me." Su Cheng'an's face turned red, struggling to breathe. At the same time, he desperately looked toward the foreigners for help. I'll have the William family use the cruelest punishments on you. I'll make you wish you were dead. Chinese boy, you've made an enemy of the William family. We'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Let him go right now." Gustav's eyes were bloodshot. He was the youngest of the William family's direct descendants. His grandfather, William Paul, had once been the captain of the Nordic Pope's personal guards. At just over 30 years old, Gustav had mastered swordsmanship by the age of 15 and trained extensively in combat techniques. 5 years ago, he had already ranked among the top S-class fighters in Northern Europe. By China's standards, he had been a grandmaster for 5 years. Yet now, he had been sent flying by a single slap from some young punk. How could he not be furious? Gustav sprang up and swung a punch at Yifeng, but to Yifeng, his movements were 10 times slower than normal. This so-called Nordic boxing had no technique, it relied purely on brute strength to increase punching power. Compared to Yifeng's ancient martial arts, it was trash. You think your Nordic boxing can compete with China's ancient martial arts? It's worthless. Get lost. With a single roar, Yifeng unleashed a surge of internal energy like an erupting volcano. The force was even stronger than before. Yifeng countered with a punch of his own, colliding directly with Gustav's fist. A miserable scream rang out. Gustav's arm dangled like a broken twig, completely shattered. That one punch had utterly crushed the arrogance of the foreigner. The onlookers had never seen such a shocking sight, especially these Nordic men, who always looked down on the Chinese. They had never expected this young man to be so terrifying, to the point where even the strongest warriors of the William family were no match for him. As they stood in shock, Yifeng kicked Su Cheng'an in the chest. His body flew backward like a fallen leaf, crashing a dozen meters away before coming to a stop. Yifeng then stomped on Su Cheng'an's face, leaving a deep footprint. Su Cheng'an screamed in agony. For 3 years, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had fought his way up from shining shoes to becoming the president of the Manhwa Business Association. He was supposed to be enjoying wealth and status, respected by all. Yet with Yifeng's return, all his dreams were shattered. Fear and unwillingness filled his heart. But that foot pressing down on his face felt like a mountain, suffocating him. Don't kill me. Yifeng, my nephew, I don't want to die. I'll return all of the Yi family's assets to you. Please, spare me. I'll serve you for the rest of my life. I'll be your most loyal dog. Just let me live. I beg you. Tears and snot ran down Su Cheng'an's face as he pleaded in terror. Su Cheng'an, your biggest mistake was betraying the Yi family. You think I, Yifeng, came here just for money? Killing intent spread as Yifeng exerted force. Crack! Su Cheng'an's head was crushed under his foot, brain matter splattering all over the ground. The sight sent chills down everyone's spines, filling them with terror. Too horrifying. This guy wasn't human. Lu Huaqian swallowed nervously. He had thought Yifeng was relying on the Yi family's name to climb the ranks of some elite family in Tiandu. But now, he finally understood just how terrifying Yifeng really was. No wonder he dared to challenge so many powerful families in Longcheng, this was the foundation of his confidence. In the face of absolute power, even the wealthiest clans were nothing but ants. However, these foreigners belonged to the William family, a terrifying force. Rumor had it that the William family wasn't just rich, they secretly maintained a powerful organization dedicated to securing their dominance. They frequently assassinated those who stood in their way. Now that Yifeng had offended them, the William family would never let him go. What to do? Lu Huashan didn't dare offend either side. Su Cheng'an was dead, now he had to choose. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Huashan hurriedly ran up behind Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng. And no. Grandmaster Yi. These foreigners are not to be trifled with. I think we should just teach them a lesson and let it be. Otherwise, they'll keep coming after you. I know that behind the William family, there's a secret assassination organization. If you offend them, they won't stop hunting you down. Leave this to me. I know these people love money, everything can be solved with money. Yifeng couldn't help but develop a slight appreciation for Lu Huaqiang. At this moment, he didn't choose to flee but instead stood by his side, even offering to handle the trouble with the William family. He was cunning, but not inherently bad, far better than someone like Su Cheng'an. However, Yifeng had never needed others to interfere in his affairs. He had no interest in owing anyone favors. The William family? Are they really that powerful? If they dare to act recklessly in China, then I'll go to Northern Europe and flatten the William family myself. Whoever offends China shall have their entire clan exterminated. One sentence made Lu Huaqiang's eyelid twitch violently. It's over. Completely over. The William family wasn't even afraid of the aristocrats in Tiandu. How could they possibly fear the threats of one man? To them, this would only sound like foolish arrogance. Lu Huashan hadn't expected Yifeng to be so hot-headed, insisting on confronting these foreigners head-on. He was touched, but his own life was more important. He knew better than to gamble on this. Yifeng, I admit you're strong, but don't be too arrogant. The William family will avenge me. Just wait for your death. Gustav spat out these words viciously, then turned to leave. But in the next second, a surge of killing intent locked onto him. Gustav felt as if a ferocious beast had set its sights on him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. If you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first. With a sharp whoosh, Yifeng shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Quick! Stop him! Gustav panicked and ran. The two assassins beside him, still enduring their pain, rushed to intercept Yifeng. Bang! Bang! Courting death. In an instant, Yifeng's fist struck both men square in the chest, sending blood spurting out. The sight sent the remaining elites fleeing in terror. Call for backup. Now! Gustav frantically pulled out his phone while running, just as a shadow flashed before him, blocking his path. What do you want? What do I want? Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Gustav backed away step by step, fear filling his eyes. For the first time in his life, he truly understood what it meant to be terrified. He had lived for over 30 years and never imagined that one day, he would be reduced to such a pitiful state. Why Yifeng? The William family is powerful. We have wealth and influence. If you let me go, I'll make you the #1 elite in Nanjiang province. Just pretend I never said those things earlier. How could I dare go against you? From now on, you'll be our friend. Gustav forced an awkward smile, suppressing his terror. Lu Huaqiang's eyes widened. Nanjiang's #1 elite? Such an offer would drive any ordinary person insane with greed. It was the William family, after all. If Gustav truly meant what he said, Yifeng could easily rise to the ranks of Tiandu's elite, let alone Nanjiang. But Lu Huaqiang also knew that for these foreigners, helping an outsider become an elite was nothing but a fantasy. In their eyes, all non-Europeans were meant to be dogs serving the William family. Hearing Gustav's words, Yifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh? Is that so? Such an offer is tempting, but I, Yifeng, don't need it. Die. Yifeng's palm struck down toward Gustav's head. And no. You can't kill me. Gustav frantically called for help. Just as Yifeng's palm was about to land, a steel blade sliced through the air toward him. The blade was pitch black, engraved with intricate spiral patterns. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the blade intercepted Yifeng's strike and embedded itself firmly into the ground. Stop! From a distance, a man with long golden hair, dressed in a black robe, stepped into view. When Gustav saw this figure, he looked as if he had been reborn. Commander Hughes! Save me! The newcomer exuded a sacred aura, as if bathed in divine light. A pitch-black cross was tattooed on the back of his hand. The cross emitted a scorching heat, making him seem almost otherworldly. Yifeng and Hughes locked eyes, and Yifeng couldn't help but be surprised. This man possessed an overwhelming energy. His strength was at least at the level of a grandmaster, perhaps even at the peak of the grandmaster realm. Shoo! Before Yi Feng could process his thoughts, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows. They were all dressed in black robes, faces covered except for their piercing eyes. Each held a cloud-patterned steel blade, radiating a chilling aura. The Death Guard Legion. This is the William family's elite Death Guard Legion. That Chinese man is in trouble now. Several foreigners nearby immediately recognized them. Ha 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 ha. Brat. Dying at the hands of the William family's most elite Death Guards, consider it an honor. Gustav suddenly regained his arrogance. Kill him. No matter how strong he was, what could he do? Hughes, the Holy Commander, was ranked 11th on the Northern European S-Class power rankings. And with the Death Guard Legion joining the fight, there was no chance of escape. Every single Death Guard was an elite among elites. They were selected from Assassin Corps, then further trained by the William family through years of ruthless slaughter. Not only were they highly obedient, but they also possessed a fearless, death-defying spirit. Chinese brat. I am Hughes, the Holy Commander. Your cultivation is hard-earned. If you submit to my legion, I will spare your life. You can follow me, be bathed in the blessings of the Almighty, and attain eternal salvation. As long as your faith is sincere, the Almighty will surely protect you. Hughes smiled like a missionary and took out a thick Bible, staring at Yi Feng as he waited for his answer. What bullshit, Almighty! Either leave or die. Yi Feng was completely unfazed, even showing a mocking expression. A bunch of fools, did they really think this was a grand cathedral? Hearing this, Hughes' eyes flashed with killing intent, and he began chanting a series of incomprehensible incantations. In the next instant, golden light erupted from his body. If you refuse the blessings of the Almighty, then I, Hughes, the Holy Commander, will send you straight to hell. God! Almighty, you are the one true God, the King of all gods, the Lord of all creation. We come from you, and through you, we become holy. As he chanted, Hughes slowly advanced toward Yi Feng. A powerful aura instantly enveloped everyone present. For a moment, it felt as if they were bathed in divine light, receiving a sacred blessing. I command you, in the name of the Almighty, kill this heretic. At his command, countless Death Guards raised their steel blades and slashed at Yi Feng. Blades flashed wildly as Yi Feng dodged each strike. However, these men were using an unfamiliar battle formation to trap him within their encirclement. Today, I will carry out divine judgment. I will annihilate all of you. Suddenly, a blade grazed Yi Feng's neck. He sidestepped effortlessly and caught the blade with one hand. Bang! With a single side kick, he shattered the skull of a Death Guard. Kill! 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 Holy Commander, we must not let this brat go. He just killed 2 of our guards. Gustav shouted from the sidelines. God! Don't worry. No one can save him. As golden light spread outward, Lu Huaxiang suddenly felt his soul ascending, and before he realized it, he had involuntarily knelt before Hughes. Many others affected by the sacred light also fell to their knees, prostrating as if worshipping a deity. Northern European sorcery. Brainwashing tricks. So the William family associates with these cultists? A bunch of scum. Yi Feng could tell that Lu Huaxiang had been mentally influenced by the chanting, his consciousness beginning to waver. It took several minutes before Hughes finally stopped reciting. Looking at Yi Feng, he smirked. The conditioning is working well. Stop resisting. This brat cannot withstand the power of the Bible. He walked straight up to Yi Feng and looked down on him like a god. God! Kneel! But as soon as he spoke, Yi Feng remained motionless, staring straight into Hughes' eyes. The Almighty commands you to kneel. Hughes frowned. This was the first time the power of the Bible had failed. It seemed this brat's cultivation was terrifyingly strong. Even after Hughes personally recited the scriptures, he hadn't managed to control him completely. But in the next second, Hughes suddenly realized something. You're courting death. Boom! A surge of violent energy erupted, lifting Hughes' robe into the air. Before he could react, Yi Feng's foot smashed his kneecap. Ah! You? How can you resist my control? Hughes screamed in agony. The pain nearly made him collapse, but what shocked him even more was that Yi Feng had completely broken free from his control. This had never happened before. He had in his possession a fragment of the Black Bible of the Dead. Even a single page of it contained terrifying power, and even grandmasters from China had been unable to escape its grasp. Die! Yi Feng's fist shot toward Hughes' forehead. If this punch landed, Hughes would die on the spot. You can't kill me. I am protected by the Almighty. Hughes suddenly flicked out a hidden blade from his sleeve, thrusting it toward Yifeng's heart. The tip of the blade gleamed with a sinister black light. Sensing danger, Yifeng dodged at the last moment. The hidden blade pierced through the air and stabbed into a nearby death guard instead. In the next second, a searing black flame consumed the man, reducing him to ashes. These Northern European cultists, they really did have some tricks. Even Yifeng had to admit it. But so what? No matter how strong they were, he would crush them with a single punch. In a flash, Yifeng sidestepped and delivered a devastating whip kick. Hughes was forced to raise an arm to block. The sheer force of the wind from Yifeng's strike tore through the air with a deafening roar. Gustav, standing nearby, was in absolute terror. Could it be that even Hughes, the Holy Commander, wasn't this brat's match? Impossible. Hughes was ranked 11th among the strongest in Northern Europe. There was no way he would lose to this kid. Hughes barely managed to block Yifeng's strike and staggered backward. He was fast, but Yifeng was faster. A fist rapidly enlarged in Hughes' vision. He panicked and crossed his arms to block, but he had completely underestimated Yifeng's strength. The sheer force of Yifeng's punch compressed the air into a shockwave. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air, blocking everyone's view. A moment later, a figure was sent flying from the dust cloud. You? Hughes looked down at his chest in horror. There was a gaping, bloody hole. 3 moves. Hughes, the Holy Commander, ranked 11th among Northern Europe's strongest, was dead. This terrifying sight left everyone in complete shock. Thud. Hughes' body hit the ground heavily. The man who had once slain multiple grandmasters had been killed just like that. You killed the Holy Commander. At this moment, Gustav had only one thought: run. He abandoned the death guards and other foreigners, fleeing desperately. Bang! In the next second, his body was sent flying, crashing onto the pavement. Even in death, his eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. If he had a chance to do it all over again, he would have never come here. And he would have never provoked Yifeng. He had killed the William family's representative in Longcheng, as well as Hughes, the Holy Commander, ranked 11th on the Northern European S-Class power rankings. The foreigners swallowed nervously, their scalps tingling with fear. The scene of Yifeng killing Hughes with a single punch, something they had never witnessed in their entire lives. That Northern European powerhouse, a godlike figure towering above them all, had now turned into a corpse. The moment Hughes died, Lu Huaxiang and the dozen Chinese men who had been under the Bible's influence finally regained their senses. What happened to me? I clearly saw God just now. Lu Huaxiang rubbed his head in confusion. But when they saw the ground littered with corpses, they snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the domineering figure in the distance. Grandmaster Yi. You killed them? Yes. You were all under the control of that cultist just now, losing consciousness and being manipulated. You should be fine now. Yifeng fixed his gaze on the remaining death guards. As expected of the William family's trained assassins, despite Gustav and Hughes being dead, they still assumed combat stances. Clearly, these people were fearless killing machines, shaped through years of training and slaughter. They had lost all human emotion and only knew how to obey orders. Attack! Dozens of death guards charged toward Yifeng once again. This time, without Hughes interfering, Yifeng rushed into the crowd like a wolf among sheep. One by one, bodies dropped to the ground, stiff and lifeless. Not a single one of them surrendered, even in death. The slaughter only ended when Yifeng twisted the last death guard's neck. The remaining foreigners, seeing the massacre unfold before them, fled in terror like frightened dogs. When everything was over, only Lu Huaxiang and the others remained, still lost in the intensity of what had just transpired. Mr. Lu, what are you standing around for? Let's go. Yifeng walked away with his hands behind his back. Lu Huaxiang snapped out of his daze and hurried after him, his attitude now more respectful than ever. Mr. Yi, I'll send people right away to clean up all the bodies. With that, Lu Huaxiang quickly dialed a number. Asen. Get rid of those bodies immediately. Yes, Brother Lu. I'll handle it right away. Asen was a subordinate Lu Huaxiang had taken in. Dealing with corpses was his specialty. Something this big couldn't possibly be covered up. The only thing Lu Huaxiang could do now was silently pray. Pray that he could keep his life. Yifeng entered the headquarters of the Manhwa Business Association and walked into an office. Lu Huaxiang, reacting quickly, rushed to pull out a contract. Grandmaster Yi. This is the transfer agreement. The Yi family's real estate, I am returning it to you, completely untouched. Lu Huaxiang handed the contract over with both hands. Good. Su Cheng'an is dead. From now on, you are the president of the Manhwa Business Association. Make this call, and someone will come to handle everything. Yi Feng signed his name on the document, then walked out without looking back. Lu Huaxiang sat in a daze in the office, watching Yi Feng's departing figure. This young man didn't even take the William family seriously. Who in Nanjiang would dare challenge him now? However, the William family's influence in China ran deep. Provoking them was like provoking a hungry tiger. The only question was, when two tigers fought, who would emerge victorious? Lu Huaxiang didn't dwell on it. He quickly dialed another number. Soon, a seductive voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? This is Yi Lingyan from Tianjun Group. What do you need? What? Yi Lingyan, the CEO of Tianjun Group? Chapter 70, Monster. How did this happen? How did his call reach Tianjun Group? Lu Huaxiang was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. He quickly checked the number, there was no mistake. Yi Feng had given him Tianjun Group's direct line? For a moment, his mind went blank. But he quickly calmed himself and explained everything to Yi Lingyan. Wait there. I'm coming immediately. As soon as she heard the situation, Yi Lingyan put down everything she was doing and rushed to the Manhwa Business Association. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, several of the city's wealthiest figures were gathered, discussing the major events of recent days. Suddenly, a man burst in from outside, his face filled with shock. Everyone turned to look, immediately standing up in respect. It was none other than Wang Taisher, the tycoon of Haicheng. The president of the Manhwa Business Association is dead. William Conrad's younger brother has been killed. The William family's representative in China, the Holy Commander Hughes, has also been executed. What did you say? Boom! The news struck the room like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in utter shock. In just a few days, Grandmaster Zhao Wuji of Haicheng was killed. Zhang Yongshan, the leader of the Beihong sect, was eliminated. The entire Jinnan royal family was wiped out. And now, even the president of the Manhwa Business Association and the direct heir of the William family had been slaughtered. Nanjiang had plunged into complete chaos. Who did this? Who dared to challenge the William family's authority? We don't know yet. Wang Taisher's hands trembled as he gripped the chair. His family had deep business ties with the Manhwa Business Association. They had planned to use the William family's backing to expand their influence beyond Haicheng and dominate Nanjiang. Now, before they could even secure that alliance, their pillar of support had been torn down. Who was this person? In Yunqing, inside a lavish estate, Chen Shouan shot up from his chair in shock. What did you say? Another one dead? This time, it's the president of the Manhwa Business Association and members of the William family? This was madness. Within half a month, so many powerful figures had been killed. The Chen family had just sent people to negotiate with the Manhwa Business Association, hoping to expand their medicinal business. But as soon as they stepped out the door, news of this massacre arrived. Who did it? It was Yi Feng. Boom! Hearing the name, Chen Shouan collapsed onto his chair. All of them killed by Yi Feng. The sheer impact of this revelation was indescribable. That young man, did he truly have such monstrous power? Could he really have slain so many top-tier fighters? Even the Jinnan royal family had been wiped out by him. Could it be that the Eastern Azure Dragon that the elder had once spoken of was actually him? I don't know what kind of grudge Grandmaster Yi has against them. But from this day forward, I declare our Chen family will stand with Grandmaster Yi. There must be no conflict between us. Chen Shouan's voice echoed throughout the estate, heard clearly by hundreds of Chen family members. With the old master's decree, who would dare disobey? But one question remained. Who exactly was Yi Feng? What kind of monster had he become? At this moment, in a sprawling villa complex covering thousands of square meters in Longcheng, today was the 80th birthday of the Su family patriarch, Su Deyun. The entire Su family was bustling with excitement. It could be said that today was the most important day for the Su family. Su Chanxian was busy receiving guests, all of whom had come to offer their congratulations. Suddenly, from a distance, several military vehicles approached. Countless eyes immediately turned to the lead jeep. 3 men in military uniforms stepped out of the jeep. On their shoulders were armbands embroidered with a fierce white-striped tiger. Oh my God! Do you see that? That's Suchini, the eldest son of the Su family. I heard he was recently promoted to Major General. Not long ago, he even led a team on an overseas mission. He was awarded a first-class military merit medal. Countless young women gazed at the young man stepping out of the military vehicle, their eyes filled with admiration. Of course. 3 days ago, Suchini led the Flying Tiger Squad deep into the jungle and wiped out thousands of terrorists in one strike. He rescued hundreds of hostages from Southeast Asia. Did you see the emblem on his shoulder? He's the Special Operations Commander of the Flying Tiger Squad. Even the wealthy heirs present couldn't help but show their respect. The Su family was a second-tier aristocratic family in Longcheng, but it wasn't because they lacked strength, it was because they preferred to keep a low profile. One thing was undeniable, the Su patriarch had raised an exceptional grandson. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Chanxian immediately dropped the invitation she was holding and excitedly ran to the door. When she saw that familiar figure, her eyes turned red. Brother! Chanxian! I'm back! Suchini took off his hat and was about to hug his little sister. But Su Chanxian stepped forward, her eyes red as she stared into his. A moment later, a crisp slap rang out as Su Chanxian's palm struck Suchini's face. What the? She actually hit the Flying Tiger Squad commander? This is insane. The crowd was utterly shocked. This was the commander of the Flying Tiger Squad, the legendary Special Forces unit of the Southwest 4 provinces. Who would dare lay a finger on him? Probably only the eldest miss of the Su family. You still remember how to come home? It's been 5 years. Su Chanxian turned away, refusing to look at his face. For 5 years, the Su family had lived in constant fear for Suchini's safety because he was carrying out the most dangerous missions. Even though he was now a man of great prestige, second only to the highest ranks of the military, at home, he was just an ordinary man. Suchini looked at his little sister with heartache, gently pulling her into his arms. He stroked her hair tenderly, and Su Chanxian suddenly broke down into loud sobs. Everyone knew that Suchini had been away for 5 years, rarely contacting home. The only news the Su family ever received came through a few occasional letters. But Suchini had his reasons. He feared that if the Su family was linked to him, it would put them in danger. Alright, Chanxian, stop crying. I'll stay home for a few more days this time. I even brought your favorite snacks. Suchini said with a smile. At his words, the female soldier behind him quickly retrieved a large bag of snacks from the car. Miss Su, I'm Lin Xiaoqi, a senior military doctor from the Flying Tiger Squad of the Southwest War Zone. I came back with Captain Su this time to check on the old master's condition. Lin Xiaoqi was the most famous military doctor in the Southwest 4 provinces and a graduate of a top medical university. Not only was she stunningly beautiful with a curvy figure, but she had also accompanied the Flying Tiger Squad on countless combat missions. Her strength even surpassed that of many male Special Forces soldiers. The other man in uniform was Suchini's most trusted subordinate, the second strongest member of the Flying Tiger Squad after Suchini himself. Suchini had returned to the Su family with great honor, and this time, he was determined to find a cure for his grandfather. The Su patriarch had been in a wheelchair for 10 years. His greatest dream was to stand and walk again. Although the Su family was wealthy, no one had ever been able to cure his legs. Now that Suchini had brought Lin Xiaoqi with him, there was finally a glimmer of hope. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Suchini and his team entered the Su estate. I heard that Miss Su's brother is still unmarried? Is that true? They say he's only 30 years old? A few young women excitedly gathered outside, staring at Suchini. Forget it. There's no way he'd be interested in us. A man this perfect, I wonder what kind of woman he likes. Ah! Look at him. He's so handsome. With just a single movement, Suchini had captivated these young women, leaving them completely infatuated. Meanwhile, Yifeng had just pulled up to his house when he saw Sun Muqing waiting outside. Brother Yifeng. Where did you go? Ack. Today is Chanxian's grandfather's 80th birthday. I was looking for you all morning, but I couldn't reach you. Sun Muqing anxiously grabbed Yifeng's hand and pulled him into the car. Ha! I had something to take care of. Her grandfather's birthday? Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Such an important event, and he hadn't even prepared a gift. Su Chanxian hadn't mentioned anything to him last night. Let's just go. We'll figure it out when we get there. Sun Muqing quickly dragged Yifeng toward the Su family estate. As soon as they arrived, Yifeng noticed the military vehicles parked at the entrance. Soldiers are here? He frowned. You don't know? Chanshan's older brother is the Special Forces commander of the Southwest War Zone. You'd better be respectful when you meet him. I heard her brother, Suchini, was recently promoted to Major General. Sun Muqing pulled Yifeng inside. A Major General in the Southwest Military District? That means he serves under the Azure Dragon War God? All military forces in the Southwest 4 provinces were under the command of the Azure Dragon War God. Even the special forces fell under his jurisdiction. Yifeng wondered what kind of relationship did Suchini have with the Azure Dragon War God. Without overthinking it, Yifeng stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the armbands on 3 men's shoulders. The Flying Tiger Squad, just as I thought. The Flying Tiger Squad of the Southwest Military District was second in fame only to the Dragon Soul Army and the Azure Dragon War God. However, in terms of strength, the Flying Tiger Squad was on par with the Dragon Soul Army. The only difference was that the Flying Tiger Squad had fewer members, only about 1/10 the size of the Dragon Soul Army. Every single one of those elite soldiers had been personally trained by Suchini. Suchini's strength had already reached the late-stage Grandmaster level. In just a few more years, he would be able to break into the peak Grandmaster realm. At that point, in all of the Southwest 4 provinces, there would only be one person stronger than him, the Azure Dragon War God. Grandfather. Suchini took a step forward. Sitting in a wheelchair in front of him was an elderly man with a head full of white hair. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles. Although he could no longer stand, his energy and spirit were as strong as that of a man in his 50s. If not for his legs restricting his movement, Su Dian would not be in this condition. He had been in a wheelchair for 10 years and had already grown accustomed to this way of life. The Su family had searched all over Nanjiang for the best doctors, even inviting Grandmaster Chen Shoan, but no one had been able to heal his legs. As Grandmaster Chen once said, if anyone could cure Su Dian's legs, then that person would be worthy of the title Nanjiang's medical saint. Grandfather. I'm sorry for coming back so late. Bang! 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 With tears in his eyes, Suchini heavily kowtowed 3 times before Su Dian. 5 years had passed, and his grandfather had aged significantly. Shini. My good grandson, get up quickly. You have served the country well, that alone brings honor to our Su family. Remember, no matter what happens, the nation must always come first. You must never bring trouble to the country. The elderly Su Dian quickly helped Suchini up, gripping his arm firmly. This old man had once sent his own son to the battlefield, and now, he had sent his grandson there too. His son had died in battle, but today, Suchini had returned as a highly respected hero. People even said that among his generation in Nanjiang, Suchini was the #1 prodigy. But Suchini had never cared about such titles. Now that he was back, he had once again shocked all of Longcheng. Countless people marveled at his greatness, saying his future was limitless. Some even speculated that he might one day surpass the Azure Dragon War God. Xiaoqi. Quickly, check my grandfather's legs, can they be cured? Healing the old man's legs was Suchini's top priority on this trip home. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqi immediately nodded, took out a medical kit, and placed it beside her. She gently rolled up Su Dian's pant legs, revealing a pair of pale, bloodless legs. Lin Xiaoqi pressed lightly on Su Dian's legs and asked, Old master, do you feel anything? No. My legs lost all sensation 10 years ago. The doctors said it was muscle necrosis and nerve damage. It's as if my legs were amputated below the knees. Unless a miracle happens, there is no cure. Su Dian remained calm and indifferent. He had already come to terms with his condition. Whether his legs were cured or not no longer mattered. He was happy to live each day he had left, watching his grandchildren grow up. If he could see them live fulfilling lives, he could die in peace. Lin Xiaoqi frowned and pulled out 3 silver needles. Then, she carefully inserted them into specific points on Su Dian's knees. Dang! Miraculously, Su Dian's legs twitched slightly. Everyone watching was stunned. It was unbelievable. As expected from the top military doctor of the Southwest War Zone. The illness that countless renowned doctors couldn't cure seemed trivial in the hands of Lin Xiaoqi. The spectators gasped in amazement, their eyes filled with admiration for the top-tier military doctor. Grandfather. How do you feel? Su Qianxian asked cautiously. I feel a little something. TSSHH. Lin Xiaoqi inserted 2 more silver needles. Suddenly, Su Dian's legs turned red, then gradually darkened to a deep black, as if poisoned. There's hope. Dr. Lin is incredible. She's actually treating the old master's paralyzed legs. Of course. She's the top-tier military doctor of the Flying Tiger Squad. She's no ordinary doctor. Even Grandmaster Chen Shoan isn't necessarily better than her. Lin Xiaoqi's skills left the crowd in awe. Some men were even captivated by her beauty. A stunning woman, skilled in both medicine and martial arts, marrying her would be a blessing beyond measure. Unfortunately, none of them even had the qualifications to approach her. The Flying Tiger Squad. How could ordinary people even compare? How is it? Su Chenyi asked. Old master, how do you feel now? Lin Xiaoqi pressed down on Su Diyun's legs again, but he shook his head. No sensation. I don't want to trouble you any further. There's no hope for these legs. Lin Xiaoqi frowned. It seemed she had to use her ultimate technique. She placed her palm on Su Diyun's legs and struck down forcefully, then swiftly removed the 3 silver needles. A stream of thick black blood oozed from his legs. A sharp pain shot through Su Diyun's knees, as if a warm current was flowing through his body. But moments later, the sensation completely disappeared. Did I fail? How is that possible? Lin Xiaoqi could already tell from Su Diyun's expression that the treatment hadn't worked. Her best medical technique had failed to cure the captain's grandfather's legs. She had revived dying Flying Tiger Squad soldiers before. Before coming here, she had even sworn a military oath if she couldn't heal the old master's legs, she would willingly accept military punishment. Lin Xiaoqi's beautiful face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe what had just happened. I'm sorry, Captain, I failed. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Su Chenyi's face. As expected, not even the best military doctor could heal his grandfather's legs. I'll punish you when we return. Get up. Su Chenyi said calmly. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the crowd and frowned as he looked at Su Diyun's knees. Use 2 needles to pierce Taishi and Taichung points. 3 needles for Yang Lingquan, Kunlun, and Taishi points. 1 more needle for Yongquan and Fenglong points on the foot. Apart from that, stop applying medicine and take herbal medicine for 3 days. Finally, the old master needs to clear 2 major meridians Ren and Du. Once his yin and yang meridians are connected, his legs will fully recover. Yi Feng's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Who was this guy? What nonsense was he talking about? Some people who didn't know Yi Feng assumed he was trying to steal the spotlight and immediately sneered at him. But those who did recognize him broke into a cold sweat. Yi Feng. The god of death had arrived. The ones who knew him were all trembling in fear. Only those who didn't know him looked at him like he was an idiot. Brother Yi Feng. Su Chanxian exclaimed in surprise. Yi Feng? Hearing his sister call this man brother, Su Chenyi's expression changed instantly. Are you certain about what you just said? Su Chenyi took a step forward and asked Yi Feng directly. Try it and see for yourself. By the way, I have a question for you, Su Chenyi. What is your relationship with the Azure Dragon War God? The moment those words were spoken, the soldier standing beside Su Chenyi erupted with anger. Where did this brat come from? What kind of attitude is that? How dare you address the general by name? Stand before Major General Su and kneel at once. With that command, a terrifying pressure bore down on Yi Feng. The overwhelming force made the surrounding spectators stumble backward in fear. But his eyes were filled with hostility as he glared at Yi Feng. The Azure Dragon War God is my master. What? Do you know my master? Su Chenyi asked with a slight smile. What? Su Chenyi had actually become the disciple of the Azure Dragon War God? No wonder his strength had improved so rapidly. No wonder he had been promoted to Major General within just 5 years. This was incredible. It was said that the Azure Dragon War God had only ever taken 2 disciples, and the other one wasn't in the southwest 4 provinces. But Su Chenyi was his direct disciple. With this, the Su family was destined to rise to prominence under Su Chenyi's leadership. Yet this Yi Feng was bold enough to call the disciple of the Azure Dragon War God by name? The crowd was stunned, their hearts filled with envy toward Su Chenyi. However, Yi Feng's expression instantly turned ice cold. Of course, I know the Azure Dragon War God. And I'm sure he knows me too. I hope that when you return, you'll send him a message, tell him that Yi Feng misses him very much. What nonsense was Yi Feng spouting? He knew the Azure Dragon War God? Had he gone insane? Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll make sure to tell him. But I need to ask you, was what you said just now true? If there was even the slightest possibility, Su Chenyi would not let it slip away. But who exactly was Yi Feng? How did he know his master? The calmness in Yifeng's eyes just now was definitely not an act. This kid is too arrogant. Talking nonsense like that. Captain, do you want me to teach him a lesson? Lin Xiaoqi had been listening to Yifeng's words, feeling utterly disdainful. Even she couldn't heal the old master's legs. Did Yifeng really think he could do better? Did he seriously believe that his medical skills were superior to hers, a top-tier military doctor? Moreover, this brat had no manners at all. How dared he be so disrespectful toward the Azure Dragon War God and the commander of the Flying Tiger Squad? Before Su Chenyi could respond, Su Chanxian suddenly stepped forward, smiling as she grabbed her brother's arm. Brother! This is Brother Yifeng. I'm telling you, he's amazing. He even saved my life. The eldest miss of the Su family was so close to Yifeng? Seeing this, Lin Xiaoqi immediately suppressed her anger. It seemed there was no way she could teach Yifeng a lesson now. Believe it or not, I've already said my piece. The old master's energy is strong, which means he must have been taking a lot of tonics recently. If you're going to use acupuncture, do it now, because just now, this military doctor stimulated a key acupoint. If you don't take advantage of this moment for treatment, I fear the old master's condition may worsen. Yifeng turned and walked away. Su Chenyi was the disciple of the Azure Dragon War God, and Yifeng had an irreconcilable blood feud with that man. Of course, Yifeng wasn't going to cause trouble for Su Chenyi, because he wasn't involved in the past events. However, Su Chenyi was too arrogant, and his two subordinates were even more full of themselves. Brother Yifeng. What are you doing? Sun Muqing hurriedly ran after him. It's nothing, really. I just find these people's attitudes a bit annoying. Yifeng chuckled lightly. Don't worry about me, Muqing. Go have fun with them. I'll take a walk and be back soon. Yifeng whistled and walked away. Seeing this, Sun Muqing didn't press further and went back inside. But not long after Yifeng left, something went terribly wrong. Seated in his wheelchair, Su Diyun's face suddenly turned bright red. A surge of energy rushed upward from his legs. The next moment. Put! The old master vomited blood, and his aura instantly weakened to an extreme degree. What's happening? Lin Xiaoqi? Su Chenyi's voice was filled with rage, startling her. Lin Xiaoqi hurriedly stepped forward to check the old master's pulse. His pulse was erratic, and a massive surge of blood energy was clogging his chest. That brat had just left, and now the old master was in danger? Was what he said actually true? Grandfather! What's wrong? Whoa! Brother, do something. Su Chanxian grabbed Su Chenyi's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Today was supposed to be their grandfather's 80th birthday, why was this happening? Sister! Don't panic. Think of a solution. Su Chenyi urged Lin Xiaoqi. But cold sweat was already dripping down her face. What solution did she have? Earlier, she had used acupuncture to stimulate blood circulation in the old master's legs. But she had accidentally caused a reverse energy flow. His knees had trapped blood energy, and now it had surged directly into his heart, threatening his life. Chenyi, my grandson. Try what that young friend, Yifeng, suggested. Su Diyun clutched his chest, forcibly suppressing his condition. How can we do that? That brat isn't even a doctor. How can we listen to his nonsense? Lin Xiaoqi refused to believe it and reached out to administer another acupuncture treatment. Who would believe the words of some random kid? Not just Lin Xiaoqi, even Su Chanxian and Su Chenyi didn't believe him. Just try it. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chenyi made a firm decision. If they delayed any longer, his grandfather's life would be in danger. Ha! Alright, fine. Lin Xiaoqi didn't dare to question Su Chenyi's command. Recalling Yifeng's earlier instructions, she pulled out several silver needles, steadied her mind, and began inserting them again. As 2 needles were inserted, Su Diyun's face rapidly regained color. After another 3 needles, his legs suddenly twitched. When 2 more needles were placed in his foot acupoints, a surge of energy flowed through his entire body. The next second, he felt something he hadn't felt in 10 years. Pain. Hurry. Call that young man back. My legs can feel again. At those words, Lin Xiaoqi was utterly dumbfounded. Yifeng was telling the truth? That kid hadn't been lying? Grandfather, you can really feel your legs? Why would I lie to you? That young man is a miracle worker. For 10 years, my legs felt nothing at all. And today, with just a few simple treatments, they've improved. Not to mention, he also saved your sister. Go invite him back. The entire Su family estate fell into complete silence. All the doubt and mockery vanished. Yi Feng wasn't just a warrior, he was a divine healer as well. What kind of medical skill was this? Even the top-tier military doctor of the Flying Tiger Squad would have to call him master. Today, he had taught them all a lesson. Su Chenyi personally went out to invite Yi Feng back, while the crowd's awe and admiration grew. A few minutes later, Su Diyun's legs regained full circulation and began looking normal again. I think I can stand. I want to try walking. Supporting himself on his wheelchair, he slowly stepped onto the ground. Grandfather, be careful. Just sit down for now. Su Qianqian rushed to help him. But Su Diyun didn't stop. When his right foot touched the floor, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he almost cried. 10 years. Finally, he could stand again. Yi Feng was leisurely strolling along the street alone. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce sped up from behind and stopped directly in front of him, blocking his path. The door opened, and Su Chenyi stepped out of the car. Brother Yi. My grandfather asked me to invite you back. My two subordinates were disrespectful earlier. Please don't take it to heart. You healed my grandfather's legs. The Su family owes you a favor. Brother Yi, please. Su Chenyi made a polite gesture, inviting Yi Feng into the car. Since the old master's legs are fine now, there's no need for me to go back. You all enjoy yourselves. Yi Feng wasn't interested and turned to leave. Standing nearby, Zhang Peng felt a wave of irritation. What an arrogant brat. He didn't even give Major General Su Chenyi any respect? Even the richest man in Nanjiang had to wait in line just to meet Su Chenyi. Who did this guy think he was? He was given an opportunity, and instead of taking it, he publicly embarrassed Major General Su. Kid, do you even know who our Major General is? He's the commander of the Flying Tiger Special Forces in the Southwest War Zone. Second only to the war god himself, above tens of thousands of men. Zhang Peng sneered, his face filled with pride. Oh, Yi Feng responded indifferently. A major general? So what? Even if a marshal stood before him, Yi Feng wouldn't bow. You? Zhang Peng's anger surged. No one had ever dared to look down on the Flying Tiger Squad. Even fewer dared to disrespect Major General Su. Where did this brat get such audacity from? But before he could say anything, Su Chenyi raised a hand to stop him. This is not your place to speak. When we return, you will stand in punishment for 3 days. At Su Chenyi's command, Zhang Peng had no choice but to step back. Brother Yi, this was my fault. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. You know my master, which means you are my friend. You also saved my grandfather and my sister. I, Su Chenyi, will never forget this favor. Please come back with me. Miss Sun is still waiting for you at home. Su Chenyi had seen Sun mooching with Yi Feng earlier and knew they were close. So, he used that as an excuse to apologize again. Seeing Su Chenyi's sincere attitude, Yi Feng didn't refuse this time. He got into the car and sat in the back seat. Zhang Peng, however, gritted his teeth in frustration but said nothing. When they arrived back at the Su estate, Su Diyun was already walking with the support of Su Qianqian and Lin Xiuqi. The moment Yi Feng entered, the old master became so excited that he clapped his hands and rushed forward. In his excitement, he nearly stumbled and fell. Grandfather! Be careful! I'm just too happy. I never imagined I'd be able to stand again in my lifetime. Brother Yi, you truly are a miracle doctor. Su Diyun beamed with joy, unable to stop smiling. At the same time, the wealthy elites of Longcheng and military Dr. Lin Xiaoqi all turned their gazes toward Yi Feng. The powerful families present looked at him with admiration. Yi Feng wasn't just a god of death, he was also a divine healer. He had cured the old master's legs. With this, the Yi family would rise to the top, now that they had Su Chenyi's support. However, Yi Feng remained calm and indifferent. I advise you not to move around too much. Right now, your two main meridians are still blocked. While your internal energy is strong, it cannot fully circulate through your body yet. If you move recklessly, your legs may never fully recover. The moment Yi Feng finished speaking, Su Diyun's eyes widened in shock. I knew it. Grandfather, you're not fully healed yet. Please don't try to walk yet. Su Qianqian looked at Yi Feng, her eyes sparkling. He wasn't just a martial artist, he was also a medical expert. How had she never noticed this before? Su Diyun quickly sat back down and chuckled. Yes. Dr. Yi is right. I'll wait until I'm fully recovered before walking again. But, Dr. Yi, when you mentioned the yin and yang meridians, what exactly does that mean? Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. The yin and yang meridians are commonly known as the run and do meridians. Any martial artist understands their importance. The ren and do meridians control the balance of yin and yang in the body. The old master's energy flow is blocked at two key acupoints, preventing full circulation. If those are opened, his entire body will be healed. Miss Lin Xiaoqi, aren't you a top military doctor? Then why don't you clear the ren and do meridians for the old master? Yi Feng smiled. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqi froze. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of Yi Feng's previous medical techniques. She was still trying to process the acupuncture method he had described earlier. This damn brat. Was he teaching her how to do her job? Who did he think she was? But, what he said wasn't wrong. Opening the run and do meridians could cure all ailments, this was basic medical knowledge. However, the question was which two acupoints needed to be opened. Lin Xiaoqi was stumped. Was this brat deliberately trying to embarrass her in front of everyone? Lin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth in frustration, her chest rising and falling sharply in anger. You do it. She handed her silver needles to Yi Feng. Me? Ha! What's wrong? Are you too afraid to try? Or do you simply not know how? Lin Xiaoqi's face turned bright red in embarrassment. She had come here hoping to impress Major General Su with her medical skills. Instead, she had ended up humiliating herself. Dr. Yi, please, you do it. I trust your medical skills, Su Diyun said. Brother Yi Feng. You know medicine, please heal my grandfather. If you succeed, I'll do anything you ask. Su Chanxian lightly bit her lip, her face turning red. She looked even more beautiful and captivating than before. The crowd instantly froze. What was going on? Was the eldest daughter of the Su family falling for Yi Feng? Insane. If Yi Feng married Su Chanxian, he would become Su Chenyi's brother-in-law. With such unparalleled status, how could a small city like Longcheng contain him? Countless men in the crowd felt a surge of jealousy. Su Chanxian's beauty and figure were more than worthy of someone like Yi Feng. How did this guy get so lucky? Meanwhile, Sun Muqing's face darkened, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Yi, if you can heal my grandfather, I will personally request my master to appoint you as an officer in the Flying Tiger Squad. Not just that, I will make you vice commander of the squad. You will be the Southwest War Zone's most famous divine doctor. Boom! The crowd fell completely silent. A moment later, shock waves rippled through their minds. Lin Xiaoqi and Jiang Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. Major General Su Chenyi was personally offering Yi Feng the position of vice commander of the Flying Tiger Squad? What an honor! If Su Chenyi made the recommendation, there was no doubt Yi Feng would get the position. Where did this brat get such immense luck? But in the next second, Yi Feng's expression turned cold. He frowned slightly and said, Sorry, not interested. The entire Su family compound erupted in exclamations of shock. This kid actually refused such a heaven-sent opportunity? Is he crazy? Does he not understand what Major General Su's words mean? My God! Everyone was so stunned that their mouths hung open in disbelief. That was the top unit of the Southwest Military Region. Apart from the Dragon Soul Army, the Flying Tiger team was the strongest force in the entire Southwest. The position of deputy commander of the Flying Tiger team, something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet, Yi Feng rejected it outright. Was he out of his mind? Lin Xiaoqi and Jiang Peng stood frozen like wooden statues. Su Chenyi looked completely dumbfounded. He had never expected Yi Feng to turn down such a great offer. Deputy commander, at the very least, that came with the rank of senior colonel. And it was for his very own Flying Tiger team. Apart from the Dragon Soul Army, the Azure Dragon War God, and himself, this was the highest-ranking position available. Even Jiang Peng wasn't qualified for it. Yet, Su Chenyi personally extended this incredible offer to Yi Feng, and the guy refused without even thinking about it. Lin Xiaoqi and Jiang Peng's expressions instantly turned cold. Who was this kid to deserve such a position? So what if he knew some medicine? Did he really think that made him qualified to be deputy commander? Not to mention, he had repeatedly refused Major General Su's goodwill. Who gave him the guts? Even Su Chanxian and Sun Muqing were shocked, but Yi Feng remained indifferent, completely unfazed. Brother Yi, have you thought it through? You really want to refuse my goodwill? Su Cheniai's tone carried a hint of displeasure. He truly valued Yifeng's medical skills. The Flying Tiger team was constantly fighting in the southwest rainforests, suffering heavy casualties. Having a miraculous doctor like Yifeng on their side could greatly reduce those losses. But Yifeng's face suddenly turned cold. He stared at Su Cheniai with a murderous gaze. The Azure Dragon War God? What kind of trash is that? He thinks he deserves to have me as his subordinate? Go back and tell him I'll visit him personally one day and take his damn life. Yifeng's eyes radiated an aura that seemed to dominate the entire world. He was overbearing, like a god standing above all. His sheer presence alone made everyone present feel oppressed. You brat! What did you just say? Boom! Zhang Peng jumped forward, unleashing the full force of his early Grandmaster-level aura, pressing it onto Yifeng. Get lost! Yifeng roared, not even moving an inch. With just that one shout, an immense pressure crashed down like a towering mountain. Zhang Peng almost collapsed to his knees. Thud! Ordinary people in the area couldn't withstand Yifeng's terrifying presence and dropped to their knees one after another. Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan stumbled back in fear, their faces pale with shock. Lin Xiaoqi was utterly terrified. She felt as though she was standing in front of a primordial beast. Just one look from him made her legs tremble. Even when facing the Azure Dragon War God, a giant of Jiangnan, she had never felt such an overwhelming force before. Among everyone present, only Su Cheniai managed to remain standing, enduring Yifeng's terrifying aura. Major General. This brat just insulted the war god to his face, he deserves to die 1,000 times over. Too arrogant. The Azure Dragon War God commands an army of hundreds of thousands, and you dare say you'll take his life? Who do you think you are? Zhang Peng's eyes burned with killing intent. Who was this kid to insult the Azure Dragon War God? Not to mention, the Azure Dragon War God was Su Cheniai's master. Su Cheniai was their master, which meant the war god was their grandmaster. Yifeng's words had essentially offended the entire Flying Tiger team and Su Cheniai. Too arrogant. Too outrageous. This Yifeng, what a damn show-off. In front of the war god's disciple, the commander of the Flying Tiger team, Su Cheniai, he outright declared he would take the Azure Dragon War God's life. That was one of the 8 great war gods of Dragon Country. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could crush Yifeng like an ant. And yet, Yifeng dared to say such bold words right in front of the war god's disciple. Su Cheniai's gaze instantly turned icy. Brother Yi, don't think that just because you healed my grandfather's leg, you can insult my master like this. You're the war god's disciple. What happened back then has nothing to do with you. I won't touch you, but the Azure Dragon War God I will never forgive. Hearing this, Zhang Peng and Lin Xiaoqi sneered, their eyes filled with ridicule. The other aristocrats present had their pupils contract in shock. Where did he get this kind of confidence? From Liang Jingru? He said he wouldn't attack Major General Su, as if he even had the ability to do so? He said he wouldn't forgive the Azure Dragon War God. Did he really think he was some divine being? Brother Yifeng. Don't. Sun Muqing trembled with fear and quickly grabbed Yifeng's arm. Su Chanshan also stepped forward and tugged at Su Cheniai's sleeve, terrified that they would start fighting right then and there. Your strength is strong. Su Cheniai frowned deeply. Good that you know, Yifeng replied indifferently, retracting his powerful aura. Su Cheniai didn't know what grudge Yifeng held against the Azure Dragon War God. But that was his master. In all of Dragon Country, only a handful of people dared to speak about his master like that. If it were anyone else, Su Cheniai would have already struck them down. But Yifeng was a benefactor of the Su family. He couldn't make a move. Besides, Su Cheniai wasn't sure if he could even defeat Yifeng. That terrifying pressure just now was enough to make anyone tremble. Now, Su Cheniai finally realized Yifeng wasn't just a doctor. He also hit a terrifying level of strength. No wonder he had the guts to refuse him outright. Chanshan, don't worry. Su Cheniai reassured Su Chanshan, holding her hand to calm her down. Ah, what a mess. Cheniai. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Do you have any idea? He is a great benefactor of our Su family. Elder Su spoke up. Su Cheniai hesitated. On one hand, there was his master. On the other, the benefactor of the Su family. He didn't know what to do. Only Lin Xiaoqi and Zhang Peng continued to glare at Yifeng in anger. At that moment, Yifeng finally spoke. Elder, there's no need to apologize. I will naturally heal your leg. Swish. 2 silver needles shot out, precisely piercing Su Diyun's abdomen and chest. In the next second, a warm energy flowed through his meridians, spreading throughout his body. The congestion around his heart instantly vanished without a trace. Moments later, Su Diyun's complexion improved dramatically. It's done. Elder, just rest well. In 3 days, you'll be able to walk again. After saying this, Yi Feng turned and walked out of the Su family mansion, leaving behind a stunned crowd watching his departing figure. Humph, that bastard really thinks he's someone important? Commander! Why didn't you teach him a lesson just now? Lin Shaoqi snorted coldly. Not only had they been overshadowed by Su Fan today, but Yi Feng had even insulted the Azure Dragon War God. In the past, that would have been a crime punishable by death. If the War God were here, that kid wouldn't even know how many times he died by now. Jiang Peng, standing to the side, was also indignant, but he didn't dare make a move. Just now, he had been completely overwhelmed by Yi Feng's aura. Everyone shut up. From now on, do not mention this matter again. Also, no one is allowed to leak this to anyone. Understood? Su Chenyi ordered Lin Shaoqi and Jiang Peng in an unquestionable tone, his hands clasped behind his back. Understood. The two lowered their heads, not daring to defy Su Chenyi's orders. However, they couldn't understand why Su Chenyi was forbidding them from speaking about it. Was he not planning to report this to the Azure Dragon War God? Elder Su's legs had been healed, and his joy was beyond words. The entire Su family was immersed in a lively and festive atmosphere. On this day, no one spoke about Yi Feng anymore. Su Chenyi personally warned everyone present in the Su family that if anyone revealed this matter, they would not be forgiven. The Azure Dragon War God was his master. If word of this got out, where would his master's dignity be? That night, Su Chenyi had already decided he would personally seek out Yi Feng and get to the bottom of this. At the Su family banquet, Sun Muqing and Su Chanxian had lost interest in celebrating. Sun Muqing called Yi Feng. Brother Yi Feng. Where are you? Muqing, just enjoy yourself at the Su family. I'll be back later. Yi Feng hung up. The banquet continued until 9 p.m. before finally ending. As soon as it was over, Su Chenyi personally drove off from the Su family in a hurry. Qianqian, do you think something bad might happen? I'm a little worried about Yi Feng. Sun Muqing grabbed Su Chanxian's hand, and Su Chanxian reassured her, it's fine. I know my brother's temper. He won't do anything to brother Yi Feng. Chanxian, let's go find them. Su Chanxian knew her brother had gone to find Yi Feng, undoubtedly because of what happened during the day. The two quickly changed their clothes and left the Su family estate. At that moment, 2 kilometers from the Su family compound, beneath a large tree, over a dozen men in black stared intently at the Su family mansion in the distance. They wore identical outfits, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. The man leading them spoke in broken Chinese. Mr. Petrov, we've been watching all day. That dangerous man has left. What do we do now? A moment later, a surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. What? He laughed. Heaven itself is helping me. Capture those 2 women for me. With them in our hands, that kid will obediently surrender. He killed someone from the William family, and he still thinks he can walk out of Nanjing alive? I will use the cruelest methods to torture him. I will make him wish he were dead. The person on the other end spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, the men in black nodded. Understood. Mr. Viking. Should we proceed? As long as that kid isn't around, no one here is a match for you. Suddenly, from the darkness, a man holding a long spear emerged like a ghost. The moment he appeared, all the assassins dropped to one knee, crossing their arms over their chests with a look of devout reverence. The sheer pressure of his killing aura almost made the leader of the black-clad men wet his pants in fear. He was the king of assassins behind the William family. More than 50 Nordic powerhouses had died at Vikings' hands. Any one of them was at least as strong as Hughes, the holy commander. And yet, Viking had disappeared over a decade ago. Because he hadn't been seen for so long, he had even been removed from the Nordic S-class power rankings, where he had once been ranked second. He had another terrifying title, the Spear of God. That spear had been drenched in the blood of countless warriors. The reason Viking had remained in hiding for so long was that he now served the William family exclusively. He was their deadliest weapon. Whenever he struck, no one survived. Now, he had been ordered by the William family's higher-ups to come to Dragon Country and hunt down a mere boy. Viking found it laughable. A dragon countryman? A lowly race, what kind of powerhouse could they produce? The William family was pathetic, letting even their direct descendants be killed by someone from Dragon Country. And now, they wanted him to use such underhanded methods, kidnapping 2 women? This wasn't his style. But right now, he had no choice but to follow orders. Whoosh! A long spear tore through the air, carrying a destructive force as it flew forward. Su Chanshan and Sun Muqing were just about to get into the car when the spear instantly pierced through the Rolls-Royce, impaling the driver. Ah! Su Chanshan and Sun Muqing screamed in terror. Swish! Viking moved like lightning, covering Su Chanshan's mouth before she could react. Over a dozen figures leaped out from the distant underbrush, seizing Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan in an instant. You, what are you doing? Bastards! Let us go! Sun Muqing tried to shout, but with a sharp chop to the neck, Viking knocked her unconscious. Hurry! Take them away! At the leader's command, over a dozen men in black carried Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan away, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, in a mass grave on the outskirts of Dragon City, several figures were digging up 2 bodies from a pit. Brother! My brother! How could you die in a place like this? William Condé clutched a rotting corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside him stood 2 foreigners in suits, one looked to be in his 60s, the other in his 40s. A powerful aura occasionally surged from within both of them. The elder man was William Petrov, the William family's old steward and the biological uncle of Gustav. Petrov had lived in Dragon Country for over a decade and was the William family's main representative in Tiandu. An hour ago, Petrov and Condé had arrived in Dragon City to find the bodies of Gustav and Holy Commander Hughes. After much effort, they finally discovered that the 2 had been buried in this mass grave. A day had passed, and their bodies had already started to rot. Brother, I swear I will avenge you. Condé's eyes burned with killing intent, his body trembling with rage. Take their bodies back and give them the highest funeral rites of the William family. Meanwhile, in Dragon City, Su Chainyi parked his car in front of Yifeng. He stepped out, his face ice-cold, intending to confront Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, I want to know, what grudge do you have against my master? Tonight, I, Su Chainyi, will settle it once and for all. Yifeng's eyes turned cold. What he owes me, you are not qualified to settle. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant tone. If I defeat you, will this matter be settled? A mere boy challenging the Azure Dragon war god, this was an insult to a war god's dignity. Su Chainyi could not allow Yifeng to go after his master. I advise you not to waste your energy. I don't have time to play games with you. With just one sentence, it was like a slap across Su Chainyi's face. Was he, the mighty commander of the Flying Tiger team, a late-stage grandmaster, nothing more than a joke in Yifeng's eyes? Such arrogance. Boom! A powerful gust of energy lifted Su Chainyi's battle robe. Take this move first, then we'll talk. Su Chainyi threw a punch at Yifeng, and as his fist struck, it generated a powerful air cannon. The explosion was deafening. He wanted to personally test whether Yifeng was truly as formidable as people claimed. At that moment, even the heavens seemed to tremble. A late-stage grandmaster, although not yet at the peak of grandmaster level, was already enough to dominate all grandmasters in Nanjing. Even Master Chen Shouwen of the Chun family was only at the late-stage grandmaster level. But Su Chainyi was only 30 years old and had already reached such a terrifying level. No wonder he was called Nanjing's #1 prodigy, his strength was indeed worthy of the title. Then try it. Boom! Roar! In the next second, Yifeng's body emitted a series of dragon roars. Around him, his energy transformed into a massive dragon, soaring into the air. Then, with a fierce howl, it charged directly at Su Chainyi. What's going on? What kind of martial art is this? Panlong Fist. This was a technique taught by his master, and Yifeng had only cultivated it to the 3rd stage so far. Panlong Fist had 9 stages. At its peak, it could unleash the roar of 9 dragons, shattering mountains with a single strike. As Yifeng's comprehension deepened, his Panlong Fist was already approaching the 4th stage. By then, even a peak grandmaster could be killed with one punch. As the dragon rushed forward, Su Chainyi's face changed drastically, and he quickly countered with his fist technique. But how could his Hong Fist compare to Yifeng's power? Boom! With an overwhelming force, the dragon instantly shattered Su Chainyi's fist wind. In the next second, his body was sent flying, skidding nearly 50 meters before he finally came to a stop. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already withdrawn his energy. Terrifying. Su Chainyi realized that Yifeng had held back. If he hadn't, Su Chaney might not have survived even this one exchange. Who was his master? Could it be that his master was even stronger than the Azure Dragon War God? For a moment, countless shocking thoughts flooded Su Chaney's mind. Just then, Su Chaney's phone suddenly lit up. Young Master Su, something terrible has happened. Miss Qianqian and Miss Sun Muqing have been kidnapped by a group of mysterious men. What did you say? Su Chaney's expression changed dramatically. Someone in Dragon City dared to kidnap his sister? Was it the South Seas people, taking advantage of his return to target his family? Have you identified the kidnappers? Su Chaney's gaze turned icy. In an instant, he reverted to his cold and ruthless persona as the commander of the Flying Tiger team. Yi Feng was just about to leave when he heard the voice from the phone. His expression immediately darkened. Someone had attacked Sun Muqing and Su Qianqian at this exact moment. Those people were bold, knowing that Su Chaney was here, they still dared to act. He quickly dialed Zhao Fu's number. What's going on? What happened? Young Master Yi. It's a group of foreigners. They've taken Miss Sun and Miss Su toward the provincial capital of Nanjing. We're chasing them now. Yi Feng's eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent. Foreigners. The William family, who else could it be? In all of Dragon City, there weren't many foreigners who would dare make a move against him or the Su family. No doubt about it, it was the William family seeking revenge. And they were smart enough to strike when both he and Su Chaney were away. Stay on them. I'm coming now. Yi Feng ended the call. Shortly after, he received a location from Zhaofu 200 kilometers outside Dragon City. Let's go together. I won't let anything happen to my sister. Su Chaney looked at Yi Feng. The two of them got in the car and sped toward Jiangcheng, the provincial capital of Nanjing. At that moment, several black vans were racing toward Jiangcheng at 180 kilometers per hour. Inside one of the vans, two beautiful figures lay motionless, bound inside burlap sacks. An hour later, the vehicles arrived at a large building. Outside, multicolored flags fluttered in the wind. Above the entrance, a grand plaque bore the words Nanjing Provincial United Chamber of Commerce. This was the most powerful business association in Nanjing. It was jointly controlled by Nanjing's largest families and had investments from multiple countries. The William family alone held a 40% stake, representing Northern Europe. Young Master Condé. The people have been brought in. Inside an office, Petrov bowed slightly toward Condé. Good. Condé stood up and descended the grand spiral staircase. At that moment, the massive banquet hall was filled with elegantly dressed guests holding wineglasses, engaged in hushed conversations. As Condé stepped down the stairs, every guest turned to him with fawning smiles. Thud. 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 Dozens of black-clad assassins carried two sacks into the center of the hall and threw them onto the ground. Swish. Two men in black tore the sacks open. Everyone turned their eyes to the center of the hall, shocked. Shoo. Condé poured whiskey onto Sun Muqing's face, jolting her awake. Seeing the room full of foreign faces, she shuddered in fear. You, who are you? Where is this place? Let me go. Sun Muqing struggled, but two black-clad men held her down firmly. Was it your brother who killed my younger brother? Do you even know who we, the William family, are? Condé looked down at her with disdain. If you don't let me go, Brother Yi Feng will never forgive you. Sun Muqing glared at Condé in anger. Oh, really? Then later, I'll cut him apart, piece by piece, right in front of you. Take them away. At Condé's command, two black-clad assassins grabbed Sun Muqing and Su Qianqian and dragged them into a second-floor room. Mr. William, who is the fool that dared to kill your brother? A man in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a small mustache, approached. A small sun-shaped emblem was pinned to his chest. This was Kawashima Juinsho, the Japanese representative in the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce. The Kawashima family was one of the most powerful families in Greater East Asia, controlling trillions in international trade assets. Kawashima raised his glass, looking at Condé with an ingratiating smile. That brat is called Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Upon hearing the name, Kawashima's expression changed dramatically. In the past few days, that name had been mentioned more than once. People from the US, Japan, Korea, Russia, and the British Empire all turned their heads at the same time. Some looked amused, some sneered, some had dark expressions, and some were visibly shocked. Because in recent days, the name Yi Feng had been thunderous. He actually dared to kill a member of the William family. He must have been tired of living. Kawashima Juinsho swirled the wine in his glass, casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man in an expensive suit beside him. That single look was enough to send chills down the man's spine. Koizumi-kun. This is a mess caused by you Dragon Country people, so clean up your own mess. Kawashima Juinsho said coldly. Behind him stood two men wielding katanas, Yamada Gichi and Nichikawa Sai. 20 years ago, the two had risen to the rank of upper ninja in Japan, mastering katana techniques to perfection. Years ago, they had even slain a grandmaster from Tiandu. Their strength was enough to dominate all of Nanjing, and this time, they had specifically come to Nanjing to protect Kawashima Juinsho during this elite gathering. Why yes. Hu Yongquan bent at a 90-degree angle, bowing deeply to Kawashima Juinsho. That Yifeng had some nerve. Did he think Nanjing was a place he could do as he pleased? Hu Yongquan was the head of the Hu family, the #1 aristocratic family in Jiangcheng, the capital of Nanjing province. Today, he had come to the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce for an international trade association event with prominent families and foreign businessmen. He had no idea something so major had happened. That brat Yifeng had actually killed Mr. Konde's younger brother? Hu Yongquan had close ties with the Kawashima family. With Kawashima Juinsho's backing, the Hu family had been actively expanding its business between Tiandu and Nanjing in recent years, even preparing to enter Tiandu's market. Moreover, Kawashima Juinsho had given him an affectionate nickname, Koizumi Teru. What Hu Yongquan didn't know was that this name had once belonged to a dog owned by the Kawashima family. After the dog died, they had given the name to Hu Yongquan instead. In the eyes of the Kawashima family, Hu Yongquan was nothing more than their most loyal dog. Mr. William, I'll drink a toast to you. Koizumi-kun will take care of Yifeng for you. I trust Koizumi-kun won't let me down. Kawashima Juinsho raised his glass with a warm smile toward Konde. Although Hu Yongquan was the head of Jiangcheng's most powerful family, in front of the top-tier families of Greater East Asia, who held assets worth hundreds of billions, he wasn't even qualified to clink glasses with them. All he could do was stand behind them, nodding and bowing with a constant flattering smile. Mr. Konde, he's just a mere brat, why take him so seriously? Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Koizumi-kun's grandmaster will cut that kid down with ease. Yamada Gichi said with a faint smile. Nichikawa Sai, on the other hand, looked completely disdainful. A direct descendant of the William family had been killed by a mere Chinese? That only proved the William family was incompetent, bringing disgrace upon themselves in Dragon Country. Konde could clearly hear the mocking tone in the Japanese men's words. Hu Yongquan was just their dog. Letting a dog deal with the William family's enemy was an obvious insult to the William family. That brat, our William family will personally deal with him. No one else is allowed to interfere. Konde's eyes burned with killing intent. Very soon, Yifeng's name faded from the guests' minds. Who cared about some random brat? Even if he turned Nanjing into a bloodbath, in their eyes, it was just a group of useless Chinese killing each other, nothing more than a petty internal squabble. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Su Chaniai were speeding toward the Jiangnan United Chamber of Commerce in their military vehicle. Both of them had dark expressions. As the towering building and rows of luxury cars came into view, Yifeng slammed on the brakes. Screech! The tires left deep skid marks on the pavement. At the same time, at the entrance of the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce, wealthy second-generation elites and foreign guests turned to look in their direction. Bang! Yifeng shut the car door and strode toward the entrance along the red carpet. Who's that? Driving a military vehicle straight here? What does he think he's doing? A few people standing beside Hu Xiaotian frowned. Hu Xiaotian knew every aristocrat in Jiangcheng, but he had never seen Yifeng's face before. Could they be from out of town? Two armed security guards saw Yifeng approaching aggressively and immediately raised their hands. Stop right there. Show your invitation and ID. Get lost. Before the security guard could finish his sentence, he was slapped into the air. Blood dripped from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Guards! Someone's trying to break in. Another security guard quickly called for reinforcements, but Yifeng, already furious, couldn't care less about these nobodies. The security guard drew his gun and aimed at Yifeng, but before he could react, Yifeng grabbed the barrel. Crack! With one squeeze, the alloy gun barrel crumpled into pieces. Oh my god! Is that guy even human? A few wealthy young masters from Jiangcheng were so terrified that they instinctively stepped back. A martial artist. Hu Xiaotian had trained in Japanese martial arts and immediately recognized that Yifeng was a powerful fighter. Stop right there! He stepped in front of Yifeng. I am Hu Xiaotian, heir of the Hu family. Who are you? How dare you break into the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce? Do you not know there's an important reception happening here today? Hu Xiaotian was the most powerful young master in Jiangcheng. He had seen all sorts of big occasions. Everyone attending this reception was at least a grandmaster-level figure. And this Yifeng, who did he think he was? Even these rich second-generation elites had to wait outside, yet this guy thought he could barge in? Swish! Beside Yifeng, Su Chaniai pulled out his credentials. I am Major General Su Chaniai of the Jiangnan military region. My sister has been kidnapped, and I am conducting an investigation. All irrelevant personnel, stand aside. As soon as Su Chaniai spoke, the wealthy second-generation elites were stunned. This was Su Chaniai? He had already been promoted to Major General of the Southwest Military Region? Su Chaniai had arrived. What was going on? The young elites were in complete shock. No wonder they had come in a military vehicle. It was Su Chaniai. But instead of backing down, Hu Xiaotian smirked. Well, Su Chaniai, you drove a military vehicle and barged into the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce. And you even assaulted my men. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a major general in the Southwest Military Region. My father is currently meeting with the head of the Kawashima family. If you don't believe me, I can have him report you to Tiandu right now. Don't think your rank gives you the right to just beat people up here. Su Chaniai was taken aback. The Hu family had ties with the aristocrats in Tiandu, as well as close relations with the powerful Kawashima family from East Asia. If they really reported him to Tiandu, it might even implicate his master, the Azure Dragon War God. While Su Chaniai wasn't afraid of Hu Xiaotian, he was concerned that higher-ups might blame the Azure Dragon War God for failing to discipline his subordinate. Although the Azure Dragon War God commanded Jiangnan, he was still ranked at the bottom among the 8 great war gods. The other war gods all outranked him. Get lost. You're not even qualified to talk to me. If a single hair on Muqing's head is harmed, I will tear this entire chamber of commerce to the ground. His voice roared like thunder, shaking Hu Xiaotian to the core. Blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered back and collapsed to the ground. Too terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Who exactly was this young man? How could his strength be so terrifying? These were people who had seen the world among all the grandmasters in Nanjing, who could possess such power. You? Su Chaniai. You've got some nerve. Call the police. Hurry, call the police and have this thug arrested. Hu Xiaotian clutched his chest in panic, struggling to get up from the ground. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, 2 men in black rushed forward like arrows. Both of them had small mustaches, wore wooden clogs, and were dressed in Western-style samurai robes, with 2 katanas hanging from their waists. The moment Hu Xiaotian saw them, it was as if he had found his saviors. He nervously hid behind them. Master Yamamoto. It's him. This kid is trying to force his way in, he even attacked me. Quick! Take him down. Hu Xiaotian had never imagined that he would be frightened out of his wits by someone even younger than himself today. Losing face in front of all the wealthy second-generation elites made his expression darken instantly. The Japanese samurai named Yamamoto's expression changed. They had been placed in the Hu family by Kawashima Junsho as overseers and were also Hu Xiaotian's martial arts instructors. Moreover, to ensure today's security, Hu Yongquan had specially assigned them to handle security at the reception. 2 grandmasters, more than enough to ensure safety. Chinese pig. What are you doing here? I order you to get out immediately. Yamamoto Shinichi glared viciously at Yifeng, his eyes burning with fury. Get lost. Yifeng leaped high into the air, instantly soaring over 10 meters. Japanese scum, daring to be so arrogant on Chinese soil? A powerful gust of wind ripped through the air, accompanied by the fierce roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. The very air seemed to be torn apart by Yifeng's fist. Hu Xiaotian's legs trembled, his face filled with fear. This brat was actually attacking Master Yamamoto? And what was this aura? Could he have reached the Grandmaster realm too? Before Hu Xiaotian could even react, a dragon-shaped shadow descended with a roar. Boom! In an instant, Yamamoto Shinichi was smashed into a puddle of flesh and blood. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Fear, unease, and the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Even Su Chaniai, who had been watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned by Yifeng's full power attack. So this was Yifeng's true strength? Earlier, he hadn't even gone all out against him. Su Chaney thought to himself, if that punch had been aimed at him, would he have been able to withstand it? A Japanese grandmaster, just a worthless weakling, crushed with a single palm strike? Master. Gulp. Hu Xiaotian's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. The supposedly invincible Japanese grandmaster, powerful enough to destroy the Hu family, had been slaughtered in an instant by this young man. The brutality of the scene shattered the mind of the remaining Japanese fighter. You killed Master Yamamoto? Japanese dog. So what if I killed him? Dare to act arrogant on Chinese soil? Even if your emperor were here, he would still have to die. Those words were like a sledgehammer, pounding against everyone's chest. So arrogant. So badass. I love it. The young women present blinked their eyes in awe. Watching that unparalleled, domineering, impossibly handsome figure, their emotions surged like a tidal wave. Taking a Japanese as your master? You don't even deserve to be called human. Get lost. With a single kick, Yi Feng struck Hu Xiaotian's abdomen, shattering his dantian. Hu Xiaotian was sent flying over 10 meters, wailing like a dog before fainting completely. After finishing, Yi Feng strode straight into the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce's main hall. Behind him, the wealthy elites of Jiangcheng stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, the remaining Japanese fighter turned and bolted up the staircase without saying a word. He no longer had any courage to face Yi Feng. He sprinted up over 20 floors, finally bursting into the grand banquet hall. Kawashima clan leader. That kid is coming. Master Yamamoto was. Kamita Ryuto panted heavily, his face filled with terror as he looked at Kawashima Juinsho. Seeing his panic, Kawashima Juinsho's expression darkened. What are you panicking for? What happened? Before Kamita Ryuto could finish speaking, boom! A massive explosion echoed. The elevator doors, over 20 centimeters thick, had been kicked open by brute force. Two figures stepped out leisurely. Every foreigner in the room turned their gaze toward Yi Feng. William family. Come out and die. His voice rang through the hall, instantly silencing the entire banquet. William Konde, Petrov, and Kawashima Juinsho all looked stunned. In the next second, Kawashima Juinsho suddenly burst into wild laughter. Interesting boy. You actually dared to kill a warrior of my Kawashima family. Koizumi-kun. Your Chinese people really are something, aren't they? Kawashima Juinsho sneered, while Hu Yongquan shuddered under his gaze. Of all people, this brat had to provoke the Kawashima family? Even the top aristocrats of Tendu feared the Kawashima family. This reckless fool actually killed a Japanese grandmaster. Kid. I don't care who you are. Kneel down immediately and apologize to Mr. Kawashima. Otherwise, I will execute you in front of all these international guests today. Hu Yongquan threatened coldly. As he spoke, a white-haired elder in a Taoist robe slowly stepped forward. The Tai Chi Grandmaster, Li Changshang. Gasp! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is Li Changsheng standing with the Hu family? What's going on? Could it be that Master Li is part of the Hu family? Instantly, the heads of the top 10 aristocratic families of Jiangcheng were shocked beyond belief. Li Changsheng had spent 60 years mastering Tai Chi, now stepping into the peak Grandmaster realm. He was the most renowned Grandmaster in all of Tai Chi. Even the top aristocrats of Tiandu had invited him as a guest. Who could have imagined that the Hu family had actually recruited him? I have a message for you too. Tell that Japanese dog to kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will kill him on the spot. Today, Yi Feng hadn't planned to cause trouble for anyone else. His target was the William family. But since the Japanese and the Hu family had jumped in to defend them, he had no choice but to crush them as well. You dare say that? Ha 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 ha. You want Lord Kawashima to kneel? A Chinese pig will always be a Chinese pig. Arrogant beyond belief. Nichikawa Sai laughed hysterically. Beside him, Yamada Gichi let out a sinister chuckle. I'd love to see you try and kill Lord Kawashima. The two of them stood like gatekeepers beside Kawashima Juinsho. Their formidable aura exploded. Both were peak grandmasters. Their presence alone surpassed even Li Changshan. I just want to know, did the William family capture 2 women? Those 2 are my sister. Release them immediately. Otherwise, I, Su Chaney, will not spare a single member of the William family. Su Chaney's anger surged uncontrollably. Even in the face of the powerful William family, Su Chaney showed no fear. However, he could sense more than a dozen strong auras in the room, at least half of them were Japanese. With his current strength, dealing with 2 grandmasters was already his limit. If more enemies appeared, he knew he wouldn't be able to hold them off. If the Japanese intervened, not only would rescuing Chanxian and Sun Muqing become uncertain, but even escaping unharmed would be a problem. Yi Feng was strong, but could he really handle 4 grandmasters at once? Su Chanyi didn't want to provoke the Japanese further. He pulled Yi Feng's shoulder. "Brother Yi. They have numbers on their side. We shouldn't get involved with the Japanese. I'll call in the Flying Tiger team for backup." With that, Su Chanyi dialed a number. However, Yi Feng stepped forward and blocked Su Chanyi's path. To deal with a few Japanese dogs. Why would we need backup? Just sit back and enjoy some tea, watch the show. Baka Yoru. Bushido must not be defiled. A Japanese ninja drew his blade and, in a flash, dashed toward Yi Feng. His sword strike was swift, smooth, and precise. The blade slashed straight toward Yi Feng's forehead without hesitation, aiming to take his life in one strike. "You're seeking death." Boom! Yi Feng punched directly at the blade. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. A terrifying pressure, like a roaring tidal wave, surged forward. What was this kid doing? Fist against a katana? Was he insane? Did he not realize the power of the Kawashima family? These swords were crafted from special alloys. Each one was worth at least $100,000. They could cut through metal and stone with ease. And this mortal was using his bare fists to clash against a samurai sword? Wouldn't he just be chopped into pieces? However, something unimaginable happened. The moment the blade met Yi Feng's fist, it shattered into pieces. The punch didn't lose any power and slammed straight into the samurai's head. Boom! Like a bursting watermelon, the Japanese grandmaster's head exploded into fragments. Yi Feng casually pulled out a tissue and wiped the blood off his hands. Bushido? What a joke! Trash! Kawashima Juincho's face burned with humiliation, while Nichikawa Sai and Yamada Gichi were in complete shock. This kid truly had some skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to barge in here alone. Stop! Yi Feng! This is the Nanjing United Chamber of Commerce. How dare you break in and kill people? Do you think this place is your playground? Hu Yongquan roared in anger. Beside him, the Tai Chi Grandmaster had already taken his stance. The moment Hu Yongquan gave the order, he would strike and kill Yi Feng. What kind of place? You serve the Japanese dogs, you've completely disgraced your ancestors. I'm here today to settle the score with the William family. As for the lives of the Japanese? I'll deal with them later. When I'm done with the William family, I'll come back for you. With that, Yi Feng took a step forward toward Conde. Brat! You're too arrogant. How dare you kill recklessly here? I, Li Changsheng, a Tai Chi Grandmaster, will carry out justice and exterminate you. Li Changsheng stepped forward. His robe fluttered without wind, giving him the aura of a sage. His movements were fluid, his body leaving afterimages on the ground. Although his aura wasn't overpowering, it held a vast, ocean-like depth. Tai Chi emphasized softness overcoming hardness, waiting for the right moment to strike. It adapted to all attacks, soft against soft, hard against hard. This combination of soft and hard techniques was the best counter to a reckless brute like Yi Feng, who relied only on raw power. By using Yi Feng's own force against him, he could be subdued easily. Li Changsheng had already foreseen Yi Feng's defeat. Old dog! Do you really think I won't kill you? Li Changsheng struck Yi Feng's chest with a palm. No matter how strong Yi Feng was, Tai Chi's clever use of force would neutralize his power. But he underestimated Yi Feng's strength. Tai Chi could redirect force, but only to a certain limit. Beyond that limit, it became useless. Boom! Yi Feng unleashed 100% of his inner power in a single punch. The ground beneath him cracked apart. What? Li Changsheng quickly crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to deflect the force. But he only managed to absorb 10%. The remaining 90% hit him like a speeding train. Ah! Li Changsheng, the Tai Chi Grandmaster, was sent flying like a broken kite. His internal organs ruptured under the sheer impact, turning into a bloody pulp. You? Li Changsheng crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. A Tai Chi Grandmaster killed in a single punch. Cold sweat poured down everyone's backs. Was this guy even human? This kid was a death god. Hu Yongquan trembled violently, nearly dying from shock. He had spent 1 billion to hire a Tai Chi grandmaster. And he was instantly slaughtered. You killed Masterly. Yi Feng. You. Before Hu Yongquan could finish, Yi Feng flashed forward and slapped him across the face. You Japanese dog. Get lost. Hu Yongquan flew across the room, crashing at Kawashima Juinsho's feet. He clutched Kawashima's leg, his mouth full of blood, as if begging for help. Moments later, he passed out, his fate unknown. Ah! Kill him. Kill this bastard. Swish! More than a dozen samurai emerged from the shadows. They surrounded Yi Feng in a tight formation. Among them, 4 were mid-stage grandmasters. Nichikawa Sai and Yamada Gichi drew their katanas and charged at Yi Feng. At this moment, the wealthy elites of Jiangqing finally realized just how terrifying Yi Feng was. This young man had stormed into the southern king's palace and killed him. He had slain a Tai Chi grandmaster in a single punch. He killed a Japanese grandmaster like squashing a bug. And how old was he? 23? Maybe 24? At such a young age, he was already this terrifying. Who in Nanjing could stand against him? For the first time, panic appeared in Kawashima Juinsho's eyes. Quick! Attack! Baka! Kill him! Kawashima Juinsho hid behind the samurai, screaming orders. 1 slash! Iato! Rip! 2 blade shadows tore through the air, slashing toward Yi Feng from both sides. Nichikawa Sai had once studied swordsmanship under Miyamoto Oichiro, the most formidable samurai of the Miyamoto family. At the age of 6, he began training in martial arts. At 8, he wielded a sword. At 10, he comprehended the way of the sword. At 12, he slew a late-stage body-tempering realm warrior. At 14, he mastered sword aura. At 16, he was capable of slaying a grandmaster. For decades, he roamed Japan undefeated except for 1 loss, against Miyamoto Oichiro himself. And now, he was going all out against a young man 20 years his junior. A suppressed rage burned in his heart. If he couldn't kill this brat today, he would commit seppuku, dying to uphold his samurai honor. The tip of his blade grazed Yi Feng's abdomen, tearing open a 1-inch-long cut in his clothing. Realizing his attack failed to wound Yi Feng, Nichikawa Sai became even more furious. Baka! Chinese brat, do you only know how to dodge? Do you dare face me head-on? With that, he slashed again. But in the next second, he saw a grinning face rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Yi Feng was faster than lightning. His sword was swift, but Yi Feng was faster. In an instant, Yi Feng grabbed Nichikawa Sai's sword-wielding arm. Rip! Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream sent shivers through everyone in the hall. With one hand, Yi Feng tore off Nichikawa Sai's entire arm. The samurai sword clattered to the ground, echoing through the silent hall. Too terrifying. Too gruesome. My hand. Nichikawa Sai howled in agony, reaching out with his remaining hand to grab Yi Feng's throat. Boom! Yi Feng's foot slammed into his stomach. A shattering sound came from within, his dantian had been destroyed. Nichikawa Sai coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed straight to the ground. In less than 3 moves, he was completely crippled, a peak grandmaster, utterly ruined. A chill of death shot through Kawashima Juinsho's body. He's not human. Kawashima stammered, rambling in terror. At that moment, a spear-wielding figure appeared right in front of Konde. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, a sinister chill emanating from him. Even the Japanese samurai felt a deep fear because they could smell the scent of death radiating from this man. This was the stench of blood, a presence born from years of endless slaughter. Even if they all combined their strength, they wouldn't match the terror of this one man. The spear of God Viking has arrived. Viking eyed Yi Feng with interest, then let out a chilling laugh. Kokik! No wonder Mr. Konde called me all the way from Northern Europe. So, you're actually a skilled warrior. Beside Konde, Petrov stood as a shield, his body trembling. Having lived in China for over a decade, mastering martial arts, even Petrov had never witnessed such an overwhelming scene. These grandmasters, each stronger than the last, had all been slaughtered by this one man. No matter how many warriors they had, no one could remain calm. Yi Feng, you killed my brother. I'll give you one chance. Destroy your cultivation right now, and I will spare those 2 women. Bring them up. At Konde's command, 2 men in black dragged Sun Muching and Su Chanxian into the hall. Behind them, Viking's spear lightly pressed against Sun Muching's neck. With just a flick of his wrist, she would die instantly. Brother Yi Feng. Run! Let them go! Or I will not forgive you. Yi Feng's eyes turned ice cold, locking onto Viking in Condé. Sun Mooching was his reverse scale, and those who touched it died. Kneel! Did you hear me? Viking's fingers twitched slightly. A thin line of blood trickled from Sun Mooching's neck. Fine. I'll kneel. Now let them go. Yi Feng halted. Sun Mooching screamed in panic. No! Brother Yi Feng. These people will never let me go. Don't kneel. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Brat, I admit you're strong, but today you will die by my hands. The William family loves torturing strong warriors. Especially ones as young as you. Condé grabbed a fallen blade and lunged straight at Yi Feng's heart. Swish! 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 In the next second, 3 silver needles shot through the air. The first pierced Condé's forehead. You! The other 2 stabbed into Viking's shoulders, a sharp pain instantly spreading through his body. A dark stain spread across Viking's shoulders. Poison! Viking's face twisted in fury. He quickly pulled out a knife, slicing open his wounds. Inky black blood dripped from his arm. Despicable Chinese! You dare injure me? Die! Viking hurled his spear, but in the next moment, a powerful hand caught it midair. Their eyes met. Yi Feng lashed out with a whip-like kick. Viking tried to retreat, but the spear was stuck. He couldn't pull it free. Realizing he was trapped, Viking leapt backward, widening the distance. You call me despicable? Ha! And what about your own dirty tactics? You should die too. Yi Feng threw the spear forward. It pierced straight through Petrov's body, then hurtled toward Viking. The poison overwhelmed Viking, causing his vision to blur. Without Yi Feng's antidote, it was incurable. Viking smashed through a window, leaping from a skyscraper dozens of meters high. Clang! The spear embedded itself in a nearby wall. The remaining William family assassins no longer dared to fight. They fled in terror, throwing away their weapons in panic. Minutes later, a new group rushed into the hall. At the front stood a man in his 30s, his sharp gaze scanning the room. Beside him were 2 elderly men, both peak grandmasters. Stop! Seeing the newcomers, Kawashima Juinsho clung to them like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Young Master Shao! Save me! Kawashima Juinsho grabbed the man's leg, begging for mercy. This brat killed so many of us. He's terrifying. The Japanese samurai bowed deeply, lowering their heads as they faced the newcomer. Young Master Shao! It was clear this man held immense power. Even Kawashima Juinsho himself had to beg for help. A regal aura radiated from the man, his eyes filled with disdain. You're Yi Feng? I am Shao Runhuang, of the Tiandu Shao family. His voice carried a crushing force, pressing down on Yi Feng. Kneel before the heir of the Shao family. Boom! An elder beside him stomped the ground. The entire floor trembled. Tiandu Shao family, Shao Runhuang. The foreigners and Jiangcheng elites present felt their scalps tingle and gasped in shock. Runhuang, in all of Dragon Country, there was only one man's grandson who dared to use such a title. No one had expected that such a seemingly minor reception in Nanjing would attract such a powerful figure. Compared to this young master, even the wealthiest families in Jiangnan were nothing more than ants. The terror and power of the Shao family were beyond anything these so-called aristocrats could ever comprehend. The 2 elderly men standing beside him exuded a pressure so overwhelming that the crowd felt their legs go weak, unable to stand properly. Yi Feng frowned. I kneel only to the heavens, my parents, and my master. Who do you think you are to deserve my kneeling? What? The Runhuang of Tiandu, the young master of the Shao family, accompanied by 2 formidable warriors, had arrived in dominating fashion. Yet Yi Feng actually said that Shao Runhuang was nothing? Such words, not just Yi Feng, but no one in Tiandu would have dared to say them aloud. Even Kawashima Juinsho was left completely dumbfounded. The Shao family of Tiandu was one of the top 10 aristocratic clans, a supreme force. Even the Kawashima family wouldn't dare to speak disrespectfully to Shao Runhuang. Yet this brat, how dare he? The 2 elderly men beside Shao Runhuang turned ashen-faced, their rage nearly bursting forth. They were just about to attack when Shao Runhuang stopped them. With his hands clasped behind his back, he took a step forward, and in that instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire hall. The very air seemed to crush down upon Yi Feng. Beside him, Su Chenyi struggled to withstand the force. Thud! Unable to bear the pressure, he fell to one knee. Su Chenyi's heart pounded in terror. How powerful was Shao Runhuang? Even as a late-stage grandmaster, he couldn't endure Xiao Runhuang's aura. This man was too strong. Thud. 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 The Japanese samurai standing too close were overwhelmed by the invisible force, dropping to their knees one by one. Kawashima Juinsho's pupils shrank in horror. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. A deep sense of awe toward Xiao Runhuang arose within him involuntarily. Xiao Runhuang, born a king. One fury could shake heaven and earth. So terrifying. Even more frightening than Yi Feng. This is Xiao Runhuang, the #1 prodigy of Tiandu's aristocratic families. Kawashima Juinsho's chest tightened. Before, he had merely seen the Xiao family as equals to the Kawashima clan. He had even looked down on the people of Dragon Country, thinking they were nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. But today, this was the second time he had witnessed Xiao Runhuang's power. The first time was 1 year ago, at his grandfather's 70th birthday banquet. In just a single year, Xiao Runhuang had grown this strong? No wonder the Xiao family's genius was feared. Though he was also a peak grandmaster, Xiao Runhuang's aura alone was stronger than 10 Japanese grandmasters combined. At the same time, Kawashima Juinsho felt ecstatic. With Xiao Runhuang here, Yi Feng was definitely dead today. Young Master Xiao is mighty. Please, avenge us Japanese. This Yi Feng killed 3 of our grandmaster warriors. Unforgivable. Arrogant beyond reason. You must bring justice. Yamada Gichi bowed at a 90-degree angle, his face filled with devotion. But Xiao Runhuang merely glanced at him coldly. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Kneel when you talk. Boom. Xiao Runhuang slammed his palm onto Yamada Gichi's shoulder. It felt like a 10,000-meter mountain had fallen upon him. Crack. Yamada Gichi's legs sank deep into the floor, nearly buried alive. Death loomed over him. He knew that with just one more movement, Xiao Runhuang could crush him to dust. This was not an illusion. Moments later, only 3 people remained standing in the hall. Yi Feng, Xiao Runhuang, and the 2 elderly warriors beside him. Kawashima Juinsho felt utterly humiliated. As the head of the Kawashima family, he had never suffered such disgrace. One of his strongest warriors had been slain by Yi Feng. And now, another one was crushed to his knees. The dignity of the Kawashima family, a top East Asian clan, had been completely trampled upon by these Chinese. But he didn't dare say a word. Xiao Runhuang took 1 step forward toward Yi Feng. Immediately, the pressure between them erupted into an invisible clash. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Su Chaniai, standing between them, felt like he was about to suffocate. A bitter smile formed on his face. Was Xiao Runhuang truly this strong? Had he really thought that he could stop Yi Feng from going after his master with his own strength? Boom! The ground cracked apart, unable to withstand the force. The building itself trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. Xiao Runhuang frowned slightly. This kid had withstood his pressure? For the first time in years, someone had dared to stand against him head-on. What's going on? That brat actually endured young Master Zhao's oppression? How is this possible? Even the 2 elderly warriors beside him were stunned. Xiao Runhuang had been raised within an ancient martial family, and now at just 25 years old, his power had already shaken the world. When he was born, his presence triggered a celestial phenomenon, summoning a holy light that left ancient martial families in awe. Since childhood, he had trained in the Xiao family's supreme cultivation technique, the Emperor's Cannon. Every martial art he practiced was of the highest level. His innate kingly aura alone was enough to suppress any warrior of the same realm. Yet now, against Yi Feng, his kingly aura had failed? Yi Feng had resisted it. The hall fell into complete silence. All eyes were fixed on Yi Feng's unshakable figure. Could he really be on par with Xiao Runhuang? Do you know who I am? Xiao Runhuang glared at Yi Feng with disdain. Yi Feng smirked coldly. No. So what? Ha 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 ha. I am the young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Xiong is my grandfather. A name that every person in Dragon Country knows. Cloud Sky War God. Boom. The Zhongcheng aristocrats nearly collapsed from fear. They had known that Xiao Runhuang was from Tiandu's elite families, possessing unfathomable power. But this was the first time they realized he was the grandson of Cloud Sky War God. Yi Feng was in serious trouble. Xiao Runhuang's voice turned cold. You shouldn't have killed the Japanese. And you shouldn't have killed anyone else either. Yi Feng's expression remained calm. Oh? So you mean, if they try to kill me, I shouldn't kill them? Xiao Runhuang sneered coldly. That's right. If the Japanese commit crimes, my Xiao family will deal with them. But since you've already killed them, commit seppuku. Atone with your life. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng scoffed. Cloud Sky War God? Tendu aristocrats? Such arrogance. Get lost. Boom. Xiao Runhuang's right foot involuntarily retreated. At that moment, Yi Feng's aura had overwhelmed his. Shock, fury, disbelief, waves of emotion surged through Xiao Runhuang's heart. This brat actually withstood my kingly aura and even forced me back a step? How dare he? You're seeking death. Boom. Dragon seizing hand. Suddenly, Xiao Runhuang's right hand shot out like a dragon's claw, reaching for Yi Feng's throat. The sky darkened, and everyone dropped to their knees, their legs trembling. They feared that the terrifying force would rip them to shreds. Even Yi Feng was surprised. This man was unlike any grandmaster he had ever faced before. Every move carried overwhelming power, his inner energy taking physical form. Yi Feng threw a punch, aiming directly at Xiao Runhuang's palm. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air. The next second, both figures were sent flying back at the same time. Yi Feng staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before steadying himself. At the same time, Xiao Runhuang also retreated 7 or 8 steps. Their strength was evenly matched. What? Kawashima Juinsho's eyes widened in horror. Even the 2 old warriors beside Xiao Runhuang were shocked speechless. That was the Xiao family's heir, the #1 prodigy of Tiandu. How was this possible? How could this brat withstand young Master Zhao's attack? Ancient martial expert. Kaiyuan realm. 9th stage. A sharp pain radiated from Xiao Runhuang's palm. Dragon seizing hand was a 4th stage technique from the Emperor's Cannon, a move with brutal and unpredictable angles. The Emperor's Cannon was the Xiao family's supreme martial art, the most powerful secret scripture of their lineage. Even his grandfather, Xiao Xiong, had only reached the 5th stage. For someone his age, reaching the 4th stage was already unbelievable. At the same level, anyone below the 9th stage of the Kaiyuan realm was no match for him. Yet Yi Feng not only blocked his attack, he forced him back. Who the hell was this guy? Kawashima Juinsho and Yamada Gichi were utterly terrified. They hurriedly hid behind Xiao Runhuang, their faces pale with fear, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. The spectators' eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Kaiyuan 9th stage? What is that? Most of the Jiangcheng elites had never even heard of these ancient martial arts rankings. To them, anyone who reached Kaiyuan was called a grandmaster, with only early, mid, and late stages. But in ancient martial families, the ranking system was much more detailed. Martial arts were divided into 9 heavens, with each level having a massive power gap. And Kaiyuan 9th stage was the absolute peak of the Kaiyuan realm. These ordinary people had never encountered the legendary world of ancient martial families. The moment Xiao Runhuang clashed with Yi Feng, he immediately sensed his true cultivation level. That raw, domineering inner energy was equal to his own. This brat was also a 9th stage Kaiyuan realm warrior. Yi Feng remained unfazed, stepping forward and pointing at Xiao Runhuang. Get lost. Brat! How dare you? The 2 old warriors lunged at Yi Feng, launching a palm strike from midair. Yi Feng charged his fists and struck back with 2 direct punches. Put! In an instant, both old warriors were sent flying, spewing blood in midair. You old fools! If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me! Yi Feng glared at them coldly. Only now did Kawashima Juinsho realize they had been facing a complete monster all along. If Xiao Runhuang hadn't arrived in time, they would have already been corpses. You are no match for him. Stand down! Xiao Runhuang stopped the 2 elders. They scrambled to their feet, hurriedly wiping the blood from their mouths. Meanwhile, Sun Muqing and Su Chanshan stared at Yi Feng's figure, their hearts racing, their bodies trembling with emotion. Yi Feng had shocked them over and over again. Even when facing the heir of Tiandu's elite families, he showed no fear? This power was his confidence. Yi Feng, you dare defy my Xiao family? Xiao Runhuang's eyes burned with fury. Why wouldn't I? Yi Feng's voice was thunderous, showing zero respect for Xiao Runhuang. What? Are these Japanese dogs under the Xiao family's protection? Is that why you're defending them? His words shook the audience to their core. Was no one able to stop this monster? Could it be that even Tiandu's #1 prodigy wasn't his match? Leave these 2 Japanese behind. The rest of you, get lost. Yifeng stepped forward again, charging toward Xiao Runhuang. Madman! This guy is insane. Run! The Jiancheng elites didn't dare stay a second longer, fleeing downstairs. The battle between two ninth-stage Kaiyuan warriors shook the entire building. In mere seconds, Yifeng and Xiao Runhuang had clashed over a dozen times. A prodigy. Another monstrous prodigy in Dragon Country. Quick! Report this to Cloud Sky War God. The two old warriors panicked, abandoning Kawashima Junsho as they ran outside. Japanese scum. Die. As for the Xiao family, what can you do about it? Yifeng took another step forward, his aura pressing Kawashima Junsho to the ground. Kawashima couldn't even lift his head. Yamada Gichi gritted his teeth, drawing his sword and charging at Yifeng, hoping to save Kawashima. But before he even reached him, Suchenii blocked his path. Boom! Patriarch! Yifeng's foot stomped down on Kawashima Junsho's skull, crushing it to pulp. You killed the Kawashima Patriarch. The Japanese will never forgive you. Someone will avenge us. Shing! Yamada Gichi fell to his knees, thrusting his sword into his own abdomen. His guts spilled onto the floor. He had performed seppuku. Before Xiao Runhuang's eyes, this Japanese warrior had taken his own life. Now, in the entire Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, only a few people remained. Xiao Runhuang's fists clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Today, he had been humiliated by this brat. His rage burned like a wildfire. He, the number one prodigy of Tiandu, had lost to a nameless nobody. Xiao Runhuang wanted nothing more than to rip Yifeng to pieces. No one has ever humiliated me like this. Yifeng! One day, I will personally kill you. Xiao Runhuang spat out his final words and stormed off. Xiao Jingshan slumped into his chair. Kawashima clan's patriarch had been slain in Longwa. The Kawashima clan would surely launch a frenzied retaliation, which could greatly impact the entire Xiao family. Although they had the war god backing them, the Xiao family had once promised that no member of the Kawashima clan would come to harm on Longwa's territory. It was precisely because of this promise that business between the Kawashima clan and the Xiao family had flourished to this point. Who was it? Find out for me immediately. Which bastard killed Kawashima Junsho? Damn it! I won't let him get away with this. Xiao Jingshan wasn't heartbroken over the deaths of those Easterners. What he truly cared about was the Xiao family's money. The Xiao family was one of the top 10 families in Longcheng, but they had yet to reach the level of immeasurable wealth or stand at the pinnacle of Tiandu. The reason they had chosen to collaborate with the Kawashima clan was because of their immense financial resources. In fact, the Kawashima clan was even wealthier than the Xiao family. Someone had just cut down their cash cow. How could Xiao Jingshan not be furious? Yes. Patriarch, I understand. The subordinate nodded repeatedly. A cold and fierce gleam flashed across Xiao Jingshan's eyes. Furthermore, tell Huanger to return immediately. For now, no unnecessary wandering around. Focus on breaking through. In 1 month, the ancient martial sect tournament will be held. This time, our Xiao family must take first place. That item, our Xiao family must obtain it. At that moment, Xiao Runhuang was driving toward Tiandu. Two elderly men sitting in the back of the Rolls-Royce had their eyes closed, focusing on healing their injuries. Young master, could that kid be from an ancient martial clan? The martial arts technique he practices is no ordinary one. He's barely in his 20s, yet he has already touched the threshold of the Qi dynamic realm. Such cultivation talent would be considered monstrous even within an ancient martial clan. A deep and intense killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. Both of them were at the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm and were elders of an ancient martial clan. Yet, when they faced Yifeng, they had been defeated in a single move. If word of this got out, they would become the laughingstock of the entire ancient martial community. If this boy isn't eliminated, he will become a great threat in the future. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Xiao Runhuang picked up the phone. As he listened to the response on the other end, his brows immediately furrowed. The ancient martial sect tournament? All right. I understand. Soon after, Xiao Runhuang hung up the phone. The two elders, upon hearing his words, seemed to realize something, and both opened their eyes in shock. The ancient martial sect tournament, held once every 10 years. Could it be they're holding it ahead of schedule? This time, I will enter seclusion for a month. Once I emerge, I will personally slay that boy. A mere speck from Jiangnan dares to compete with the bright moon of Tiandu? Longwei cannot accommodate two prodigies. Meanwhile, Su Chaniai was driving toward Longcheng with Su Chanxian and Yi Feng in the car. At this moment, the entire Su household had been tightly surrounded by military vehicles. Hundreds of soldiers, all clad in the same special operations uniform, were patrolling inside and outside the Su residence. Major Su. You finally returned. Salute. A dark-skinned figure carrying a broadsword saluted Su Chaniai. Immediately afterward, over 100 members of the Flying Tiger unit followed suit and saluted. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of joy on Su Chaniai's face. His sister had been kidnapped. As her elder brother and the Flying Tiger unit's commander, he had personally led the rescue mission and had barely made it back alive. If not for Yi Feng, he wouldn't have even known how to rescue Su Chanxian from those people. Enough! The situation here is under control. You no longer need to stand guard. Zhang Peng and Lin Xiaoqi rushed out from the Su family's main entrance the moment they saw Su Chaniai return. Both immediately dropped to one knee. Commander! We just received news that you were in trouble. As Su Chaniai's personal guards for this mission, if something had happened to him, they would have been held accountable. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Fortunately, both Su Chaniai and the eldest Miss Su were safe. Brother Yi. My Su family owes you far too much. A wave of unprecedented defeat washed over Su Chaniai's heart. Everything that happened today felt like a dream. Even the direct descendant of the Tianduxiao family, the grandson of the Cloud Sky War God, had nearly lost to Yi Feng. Moreover, Xiao Runhuang gave off an unfathomable aura. And as for the so-called 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, could Yi Feng actually be a Kaiyuan 9th level ancient martial grandmaster? Then who exactly was his master? How powerful must his master be? Yi Feng gave a faint smile. This matter started because of me. You don't need to thank me. I see great potential in you. You're quite a promising talent. It's just that the Azure Dragon War God failed to recognize it and ended up burying your potential. If you have nothing else to do, I can teach you a couple of moves. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back, scrutinizing Su Chaniai's physique like a grandmaster. He noticed that when Su Chaniai channeled his energy, a faint impurity would seep out of his body. Though the impurity was subtle, it did not escape Yi Feng's sharp eyes. In the ancient martial path, the most crucial step was to unblock the Ren and Du meridians. Balance yin and yang body refinement was secondary. Su Chaniai was like an unpolished gem, yet something seemed to be clogging his dantian. The impurity appeared to be leaking from there. What? Upon hearing these words, every single member of the Flying Tiger unit reacted as if they had just seen a ghost. Zhang Peng and Lin Xiaoqi's eyes widened in utter disbelief as they stared at Yi Feng. A moment later, anger flared in their eyes, as if they wanted to tear Yi Feng apart. What the hell? This brat actually called their commander a promising talent? Where did this nobody come from? Was he just forcing himself into the spotlight? And now he wanted to personally guide the commander? Did he seriously think he was a martial arts grandmaster? My God! Where did he get the nerve? You've insulted our commander again and again. You little bastard, are you tired of living? This time, not just Zhang Peng, but even the newly arrived Flying Tiger unit members all had killing intent in their eyes. A murderous aura instantly enveloped the scene. Zhang Peng swung his palm at Yi Feng, but before his hand could land, another palm intercepted it. You insolent fool! Smack! Su Chaniai's slap landed directly on Zhang Peng's face. Apologize to Brother Yi. Su Chaniai knew that being able to address Yi Feng as Brother Yi was already a courtesy extended by Yi Feng himself. Even the grandson of the Cloud Sky War God had been beaten by Yi Feng. What did that make him? Just the disciple of the Azure Dragon War God. Moreover, Yi Feng's strength was absolutely terrifying. He even suspected that not even his master was a match for Yi Feng. For Yi Feng to teach him was more than generous. However, since he was already the Azure Dragon War God's disciple, he could not acknowledge another master. Otherwise, he would have been the first to kneel and bow to Yi Feng as his master. Zhang Peng was left sprawled on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Sorry. A deep sense of humiliation surged within Zhang Peng. He had always been fiercely loyal to Major Su, risking his life for the Flying Tiger unit, and yet, for the sake of this brat, Major Su had struck his loyal subordinate? All of you, leave. From now on, anyone who disrespects Brother Yi disrespects me. With that, Su Chaniai turned and walked into the house, leaving a stunned Lin Xiaoqi and the other Flying Tiger unit members standing there, dumbfounded. What exactly did that kid do to Major Su? Why did every member of the Flying Tiger unit look like they had seen a ghost? Brother Yi Feng. Come quickly. Stay at our Su family estate tonight, don't go back. My grandpa and my brother want to drink with you until we're all drunk. Su Qianshan flashed an incredibly sweet smile, her gaze filled with unconcealed enthusiasm. Yi Feng was just about to agree when he suddenly felt a murderous glare directed at him. Turning around, he saw that Sun Muqing was lightly pinching his forearm. The sharp pain immediately snapped Yi Feng back to reality. Ouch, ouch. Miss Su, I won't stay. I still have things to do, I need to go back with Muqing. Saying that, Yi Feng pulled Sun Muqing along and walked straight out of the Su family estate. A look of disappointment flashed in Su Qianshan's eyes. Seeing this, Su Qianyi let out a helpless sigh. Qianshan. Don't tell me you've fallen for Yi Feng? Brother! What nonsense are you talking about? Su Qianshan's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Brother Yi Feng is indeed a fine man. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll personally visit his house and propose marriage for you. Su Qianyi half-jokingly patted Su Qianshan's head. Yi Feng was indeed impressive, but the question was whether he would even look at his little sister. With his strength, if he really did marry into the Su family, it would be the Su family that was climbing up the social ladder. Brother! Don't mess around. My life is my own decision. Su Qianshan ran off, leaving Su Qianyi standing alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. After a long silence, Su Qianyi shook his head helplessly. Sister, oh sister! Do you even realize? He is a dragon among men. One day, he will soar into the sky. How could our small Su family ever be a match for him? At the Sun family villa, Yi Feng closed the door and quickly sat cross-legged on the floor. Xiao Ranhuang. I never expected him to be from an ancient martial clan. For the first time, Yi Feng felt such an immense sense of pressure. If he hadn't spent all this time absorbing the energy from the Yuan Yang Earth vein, he would never have been a match for Xiao Ranhuang. The Tiandu Xiao family was indeed profoundly powerful. But what exactly was their connection to the ancient martial clans? Before beginning his meditation, Yi Feng made a phone call to Yilingyan. Look into all the details about the Xiao family for me. And find out if they have any ties to the ancient martial clans. You've been in Tiandu for a long time, I trust you can handle this. On the other end, Yilingyan was wearing a lace dress, her voluptuous figure fully accentuated. Hearing that it was Yi Feng calling, her breathing quickened slightly. Young Master Yi, why are you suddenly so interested in the Xiao family? As far as I know, the Tiandu Xiao family has inherited the legacy of an ancient martial clan. However, compared to true ancient martial clans, they still fall short. What? The Tiandu Xiao family isn't on par with the ancient martial clans? Yi Feng was surprised. The Xiao family was a prestigious clan in Tiandu, and they had the Cloud Sky War God as their backing. Yet, even with such strength, they were still inferior to the ancient martial clans? Yilingyan nodded softly. That's right. Young Master Yi. The ancient martial clans are far beyond what you imagine. They reside deep in the mountains, isolated from the secular world, never revealing their strength in public. Unless you provoke someone from an ancient martial clan, they will never expose themselves. Xiao Ranhuang is known as Tiandu's greatest prodigy. Naturally, some ancient martial clan must have taken notice of his talent. I'm certain that Xiao Ranhuang is now a disciple of an ancient martial clan. Yilingyan knew all of this because the Yi family had once been a renowned ancient martial clan in ancient times. However, their ancestors had offended a powerful figure and were relentlessly hunted down. With no other choice, they fled and took root in Tiandu. Now, their former glory was gone, and their strength had diminished to almost nothing. The Yi family could only live in Tiandu under assumed names, indulging in a life of pleasure and luxury. Hearing this, Yi Feng had already grasped the bigger picture. Understood. Keep investigating. With that, Yi Feng hung up the phone. In the past, my Yi family was destroyed by the Azure Dragon War God, and the ancient martial clans had a hand in it. I never imagined that the ancient martial clans were this powerful. Once I fully absorb the Yuan Yang Earth vein, it will be the Azure Dragon War God's day of death. Yi Feng closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy of the Earth vein. The priority now was to break through the Kaiyuan realm and step into the Qi dynamic realm. At that point, even if he encountered an ancient martial clan, he might not be able to win, but at least he could protect himself. Soon, Yi Feng entered a mystical state. His dantian seemed like a dark vortex, frantically absorbing the energy from the Yuan-Yang earth vein. High above the Sun family villa, a vortex-shaped cloud flickered with lightning. Streams of energy spiraled toward Yifeng's rooftop, finally surging into his body through the crown of his head. As he meditated, Yifeng silently recited the cultivation mantras his master had taught him. The spiritual energy of the earth vein completely flowed into his dantian. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through Yifeng's mind. His consciousness abruptly entered a vast and boundless space. He saw a colossal dragon, thousands of meters long, soaring into the sky. Its body was as massive as a mountain range, and its claws were the size of an entire mountaintop. This is the fourth stage of Panlong Fist. Con Long Yu Hui. The hidden dragon regrets. The dragon spiraled downward, its shadow transforming into a blur as it charged toward another mountain peak. Before Yifeng's eyes, boulders crumbled, the heavens and earth changed color, and an entire mountain peak was flattened in an instant. The dragon's roar sent terrifying ripples through the air. The next second, Yifeng, still in meditation, was abruptly startled awake. It was too terrifying. The dragon seemed capable of obliterating the entire world. Yifeng felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The dragon's roar alone could shatter him. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes flickered as he quickly focused on sensing the Yuan-Yang earth vein. Gone? Has the Yuan-Yang earth vein been completely absorbed by me? Yifeng expanded his perception to the maximum but could no longer sense the presence of the Yuan-Yang earth vein. Only then did he realize it had been completely depleted. He immediately checked his cultivation level. In the next second, a wave of shock surged through his heart. What's going on? I'm still at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, 9th level? Yifeng was dumbfounded. He had assumed that absorbing all that spiritual energy would allow him to easily reach the first level of the Qi dynamic realm. But now, after completely absorbing the earth vein's energy, he was still at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Was breaking into the Qi dynamic realm truly this difficult? Or was he just one step away? I have already mastered the profound meaning of the fourth stage of Panlong Fist, the hidden dragon regrets. Now, I can start learning the fifth stage, Dragon Soars the Nine Heavens. This technique requires an immense amount of internal energy and true Qi to support it. Once mastered, I will be able to traverse the void and fly by controlling Qi. At the same time, this fifth stage technique can enhance my defense, making my body as tough and resilient as an ancient true dragon. Of course, this was what my master had told me. Yifeng had yet to test it himself. Once he broke through to the first level of the Qi dynamic realm, he believed mastering this fifth stage wouldn't be difficult. His consciousness wandered through his body, and Yifeng noticed that his internal organs and meridians were glowing with a faint white light. The absorbed Yuan-Yang earth vein energy had unknowingly strengthened every inch of his skin and bones. His body felt swollen, as if an immense power was expanding within him. Yifeng didn't think too much about it. Perhaps he hadn't fully digested the earth vein's spiritual energy yet, and soon, he would naturally break through into the Qi dynamic realm. After taking a bath, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, outside the Sun family villa, a Mercedes Maybach was parked at the entrance. As soon as Yifeng stepped outside, he saw a familiar face getting out of the car. Chen Shouan? Yifeng was slightly taken aback. Two attendants, holding luxurious gifts, stood respectfully at the Sun family's doorstep. Chen Shouan had rushed over early in the morning from Yun City. He bowed deeply to Yifeng and smiled. Mr. Yi, here's the thing. Tomorrow, Nanjiang will be hosting its annual appraisal conference and auction. Many prestigious families will be attending. I made a special trip from Yun City just to invite you to join me at this appraisal conference. Chen Shouan humbled himself greatly because he was well aware of the commotion Yifeng had stirred up in Nanjiang over the past few days. Deep down, Chen Shouan felt that the Chen family needed to make a decision soon. Otherwise, in this stormy situation, they would inevitably plummet. That's why he had come to Yifeng at the first opportunity. For someone like Chen Shouan to personally visit, there were few in all of Nanjiang, let alone Longcheng, who could receive such treatment. Take the gifts inside. At Chen Shouan's command, the two attendants immediately carried the carefully selected gifts into the villa. Sun Zhonghai, seeing the visitors outside, was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. You, what is this? Ha ha. Master Sun, I am Chen Shouan of the Chen family from Yun City. Chen Shouan greeted Sun Zhonghai politely with a nod. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhonghai was so startled he nearly jumped. The head of the Chen family? Yun City's Grandmaster, Chen Shouan? Good heavens, wasn't he also the master of the Divine Doctor sect, the medical saint of Nanjiang? Sun Zhonghai was at a loss. The Chen family's reputation and power were far beyond the Sun family's. Hurriedly, he took the gifts from the attendants and thanked Chen Shouwen. Master Chen, you're too kind. Look at this, you came all this way and even brought so many gifts. These things are too valuable. I can't accept them. Sun Zhonghai tried to refuse. Master Sun, you're being too polite. The Chen family owes Mr. Yi a great debt of gratitude. These small gifts are nothing. Inside are 200-year-old ginseng roots, good for nourishing the body. Next time we meet, I'll bring you something even better. Chen Shouwen smiled warmly. When he learned that Yifeng was Sun Zhonghai's godson, he specially brought out 2 ginseng roots that had been treasured for over a decade. Each of these ginseng roots was worth tens of millions. To express his sincerity, Chen Shouwen didn't mind parting with such treasures. Nanjiang Appraisal Conference? Master Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm busy these days and might not have time to attend. Without even thinking, Yifeng rejected Chen Shouwen's invitation. Right now, he was at a critical moment before his breakthrough and didn't want to leave. He had no interest in these appraisal conferences organized by the wealthy families. Seeing Yifeng refuse outright, Sun Zhonghai was even more surprised. Feng Master Chen came with good intentions, and coincidentally, tomorrow, Muqing needs to go to Jiang City for a contract signing. Why don't you both go together? Young people should go out and see the world instead of staying cooped up in a room all day. Sun Zhonghai nudged Yifeng's arm, hinting that he shouldn't decline. Chen Shouwen quickly added, Mr. Yi. This appraisal and auction event will feature many valuable treasures. Even people from Tiandu will be attending. Don't you want to take a look? Hearing the words valuable treasures, Yifeng's eyes flickered slightly. Ha ha! The 8 refined pleasures of life, burning incense, playing the qin, playing chess, tasting tea, picking flowers, listening to the rain, drinking wine, and exploring the unknown. Besides, I heard that this year's Nanjiang auction has a rare treasure that has drawn interest from Tiandu's aristocratic families and major ancient martial clans. Mr. Yi, if you miss it, don't regret it later. With that, Chen Shouwen turned and left on his own, no longer pleading with Yifeng. Yifeng was slightly startled. Ancient martial clans and Tiandu aristocratic families would be attending? This meant the appraisal conference would be quite the spectacle. The question was, would the Nanjiang auction have anything that could truly catch his interest? Wait! Yifeng called out to Chen Shouwen. Hearing this, Chen Shouwen's face lit up with joy. As expected, he knew that once Yifeng heard those words, he wouldn't refuse. Now, the Chen family could travel together with Yifeng. And they would have the chance to build a closer relationship with him. I'll go to the appraisal conference. When do we leave? Yifeng smiled faintly. Chen Shouwen quickly responded, We're leaving now, my old friends are already waiting in Jiang City. Mr. Yi, Miss Sun, this way, please. The attendants immediately opened the Maybach's car doors. Yifeng went upstairs to change his clothes, while Sun Muqing changed into a white body-hugging dress. Her slender legs, curvy figure, and perfect proportions were all on full display. Even her clothes couldn't conceal her stunning figure. The two got into the car, and the Chen family's chauffeur drove toward Jiang City. Unexpectedly, after just returning from Jiang City, they were heading back again. Last time, he had beaten up the Hu family's 2 Japanese lapdogs. He wondered if the Hu family would come looking for trouble. Soon, a convoy of cars set off toward Jiang City. At the Zhou family estate in Jiang City, the gates were wide open, and the atmosphere was lively. Hurry! Grandmaster Chen's convoy is arriving. Everyone, go out and greet him. A figure stepped out from the estate's entrance, followed by a dozen maids and guards. In the distance, a convoy of Rolls-Royces came to a stop at the Zhou family's gates. Yifeng stepped out of the car unhurriedly. Upon seeing this familiar figure, Zhou Tao was so frightened he nearly wet himself. What was going on? This harbinger of death? Why was he here? Wasn't this supposed to be Grandmaster Chen's convoy? Zhou Tao had been at the Nanjiang General Assembly's entrance that day. He had personally witnessed Yifeng kill the Hu family's grandmaster and beat Hu Shaotian half to death. Now, the Hu father and son were still lying in the VIP ward of the hospital, unable to leave. Young friend Zhou, it has been a while. Zhou Tao was the young master of the Zhou family in Jiang City, the son of Zhou Xingting. Uncle Chen. Zhou Tao, seeing Chen Shouwen step out of the car, immediately rushed forward excitedly. What was going on? Could it be that Uncle Chen had a close relationship with this kid? Waves of shock surged in Zhou Tao's heart. The Zhou family was the largest tea flower business in Nanjing. His grandfather had been very close to Chen Shouwen in the past. The Chen family primarily dealt in medicinal herbs, and over the years, under the influence of the Divine Doctor sect, they had also started venturing into the herbal medicine industry. If this kid had a good relationship with Uncle Chen, then who in Nanjing could still compete with the Chen family? Thinking of this, Zhou Tao dared not be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and, with excitement, greeted Yifeng with a bow. "I assume you must be Master Yi. Uncle Chen just mentioned you. Mr. Yi, from now on, whenever you come to Jiang City, please treat the Zhou family as your own home. I am Zhou Tao." Zhou Tao was very tactful. He suppressed his excitement and maintained a humble demeanor. As expected of a prestigious family in Jiang City, they truly knew how to conduct themselves. Yifeng nodded politely. "Mr. Yi, this is my nephew. Tomorrow morning's appraisal conference will also be held at the Zhou family's tea plantation. Once the conference concludes, the Nanjing mansion will invite us to attend the auction event. This time, I brought some medicinal herbs along to use the auction as an opportunity to raise the Chen family's reputation." Everyone knew that Chen Shouwen was known as the #1 divine doctor of Nanjing. Anything the Chen family put forward was guaranteed to be of extraordinary quality. However, no one knew that this title of #1 divine doctor now belonged to Yifeng. "Uncle Chen. Mr. Yi, please come in." With that, Chen Shouwen and Yifeng entered the Zhou family estate. Since the appraisal conference was set to take place at the Zhou family's tea plantation early the next morning, many aristocratic families from Jiang City had arrived in advance to prepare. Upon entering the estate, an enormous manor covering thousands of square meters came into view, with multiple villas rising high, showcasing the Zhou family's wealth. "Mr. Yi, this way, please." Soon, they arrived at a grand hall capable of accommodating over 1,000 guests. The hall was already filled with people. Arrange for Mr. Yi and Uncle Chen to be seated at the innermost section. The front row was the VIP section. Tonight, a banquet would be held here, and only the most prominent families of Nanjing and the elite aristocracy from Tiandu would have the privilege of sitting in this area. One by one, people turned their gazes toward Yifeng and Chen Shouwen. "My God! Am I seeing things? Yifeng! That's Yifeng!" Someone muttered, and instantly, the gazes of all the wealthy figures in Jiang City locked onto Yifeng like spotlights. "Yifeng? That kid who has turned Nanjing upside down recently?" In the first row, on the far right, a stunningly beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback. A moment later, a sweet smile curved her lips. She wore a simple cyan dress, her figure tall and graceful, with crimson lips and pearl-white teeth. Her eyes carried a hint of ethereal charm. Every slight movement and expression made her seem as though she had stepped out of a painting. Too beautiful. Countless people gasped. The young heiresses of wealthy families, standing beside her, instantly seemed plain and unremarkable in comparison. "Who is that beauty?" Some rich second-generation heirs couldn't help but ask, glancing toward the stunning woman seated at the far right. "I heard her name is Jiang Lingxian. But no one knows which family she belongs to. Could she be from Tiandu?" "Rubbish! There's no Jiang family among the aristocratic families of Tiandu. Then she must be a fairy, descended from the heavens." The wealthy heirs whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with intense jealousy. In the entire banquet hall, she was the most eye-catching presence, yet she remained distant, unapproachable. "Sister Jiang. What's the matter? What's so special about that guy?" Beside Jiang Lingxian, a woman in a red dress furrowed her brows. He was nothing more than an arrogant brat, causing chaos in Nanjing by killing people indiscriminately. Even if the aristocratic families couldn't deal with him, the ancient martial clans wouldn't let him off. Lately, he had been going too far. "It's nothing." Jiang Lingxian turned her head away. But her eyes flickered slightly. She couldn't explain it, but Yifeng gave her an inexplicable sense of mystery and familiarity. "Did you guys hear? Something earth-shattering happened at the Nanjing General Assembly yesterday. Hu Xiaotian's master, the Japanese grandmaster, was killed. Several other big figures were also slain. I heard that kid was the one who did it." "Nonsense! I saw it with my own eyes." Yifeng slapped Hu Xiaotian into the air, then killed a grandmaster with a single palm before heading upstairs. A young man in LV attire stared at Yifeng as if looking at a deity. "And then?" A few young men beside him cautiously asked. "And then, I ran the hell away. Whatever you do, don't mess with him." As Yifeng arrived, the banquet hall full of Jiang City's wealthy elites turned into a nest of frightened birds. Just then, a dozen figures suddenly stormed in from the hall's entrance with overwhelming momentum. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a white cloud-patterned robe. His long hair draped down his back, making him look like a Taoist. "Yi Feng! Get out here and face your death!" A powerful aura erupted, making everyone in the room shudder. Who was this now? Another powerhouse coming to challenge Yi Feng? Cloud patterns? Robe? Someone from the Taiji sect? Chen Shouan frowned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's smiling face immediately darkened. He stepped forward and blocked the newcomers. "Li Deyuan! This is not a place for you to cause trouble. Get out! Get lost!" Slap! A crisp sound echoed. Zhou Tao's body was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the floor. You dare hit me?" Zhou Tao clutched his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Li Deyuan was the young master of the Taiji sect, and his father was Li Changsheng. Just half a day ago, Li Deyuan had learned that Yi Feng had killed his father. Furious, he gathered dozens of men and stormed the Nanjiang General Assembly. The entire Taiji sect was seething with rage, vowing to tear Yi Feng apart. Upon hearing that Yi Feng had arrived at the Zhou estate, Li Deyuan immediately brought his strongest disciples and rushed over. "Li Deyuan, this is the Zhou family. Are you trying to make enemies with us? Surround him!" Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and sporting slick-back hair stormed in from outside. He was none other than Zhou Tai, the current head of the Zhou family. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of Zhou family guards immediately surrounded the members of the Taiji sect. "Ha ha ha! Just these few weaklings, and you dare stop me? Zhou Tai! My father is dead. That bastard killed him. If you dare stop me from avenging him, I'll report this to the Japanese, then your Zhou family can prepare to die." Li Deyuan's face was filled with malice. Hearing this threat, the Zhou family members trembled. The Japanese were not people they could afford to provoke. Those Japanese martial artists kill without blinking an eye. Moreover, Li Deyuan was closely associated with the Kawashima clan, a behemoth that could crush the Zhou family with just the flick of a finger. The Taiji sect has gone too far. Coming straight to our door to seek revenge, and even hitting me. "Uncle Chen, you must stand up for me." Zhou Tao crawled up from the ground, wiping his tears and snot as he tearfully complained to Chen Shouan. Chen Shouan hadn't expected that Yi Feng had actually killed the sect master of the Taiji sect. No wonder the Taiji sect had come knocking, and in front of so many prestigious families of Nanjiang, completely disregarding the Zhou family's face. This was no longer a situation that could be resolved with words alone. If he didn't intervene, the Taiji sect would not let this go. "Li Deyuan, take your people and leave. Settle your grudges after this auction event is over. Otherwise, I, Chen Shouan, will be forced to take action today." Chen Shouan stood in front of the disciples of the Taiji sect, and it seemed that at any moment, a massive battle could erupt. Countless gazes turned toward that young figure. These people were all powerful martial artists of the Taiji sect, and among them were 4 great elders. The strength of those 4 elders even surpassed that of Li Deyuan himself. The Taiji sect has come to Jiang City for one purpose: to execute this murderous fiend. This has nothing to do with anyone else, but if anyone dares to stand in our way, our sect master will stake his life to ensure mutual destruction. Humph. Chen Shouan, just because you're a grandmaster, don't think we fear you. You think our Taiji lineage has no one capable of standing against you? Boom! A white-bearded elder suddenly leaped into the air, and as he did, Chen Shouan sent out a palm strike. The force of the palm howled through the hall, causing a commotion among the guests. A Taiji sect elder had made his move. The momentum was overwhelming. This was undoubtedly the power of a grandmaster. Chen Shouan, however, did not back down. He stood firm, flicked his sleeve, and sent out a gust of energy. The overpowering force nearly sent the Taiji sect grandmaster flying. Thud! 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 The elder staggered backward for over 10 meters before he could steady himself. With just one move, the 3rd elder of the Taiji sect was unable to withstand the force. The reputation of Chen Shouan, the grandmaster of Yun City and the head of the Divine Doctor sect, was well deserved. Everyone was utterly shocked. Many had never seen Chen Shouan's true strength before. Now that they had, they felt the sheer pressure of his power. It was terrifying. But in contrast, Yi Feng, who had recently built up such an impressive battle record, seemed hesitant to make a move against the Taiji sect. Could it be that all his legendary feats were exaggerated? I think this Yifeng isn't as amazing as people say. He has to rely on Grandmaster Chen to stand up for him. If he was truly that powerful, why isn't he stepping up to defend himself? A rich heir sneered at Yifeng. What, killing the southern king, slaying Li Changsheng, and defeating the Japanese grandmaster? All nonsense. How could a mere young man be so overpowered? If he was really that strong, he should be able to take down all the Taiji sect elders himself. This guy was obviously just a fraud. There was no way those rumors were true. The southern king commanded tens of thousands of soldiers. How could one person possibly kill him? Why not just claim that he killed the Azure Dragon War God too? Wasn't the Azure Dragon War God still alive and well? Exactly, Brother Cohen. I'd bet anything this kid is just a paper tiger. Look at how skinny he is. I swear, if I fought him, he'd be on his knees begging me to spare him in under 3 minutes. Two men in black suits sneered beside Zhang Cohen. Zhang Cohen was the second son of the Zhang family, a well-known playboy in Zhang City. Many young heirs from other families didn't dare to provoke him because he had studied martial arts under a master in his early years. He had some skill, and often beat up the sons of lesser aristocratic families until they were bruised and swollen. At this moment, Yifeng coldly stared at the members of the Taiji sect. These people had actually come all this way seeking revenge for Li Changsheng. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I'll handle this matter for you. I'll take care of it. Chen Shouan noticed Yifeng's expression darkening and quickly bowed, inviting him to sit down. If Yifeng lost his temper, the Zhou family would not be able to avoid a bloodbath tonight. Many of the aristocrats present had business dealings with the Taiji sect. If Yifeng killed them all in anger, it would undoubtedly make enemies of those families. Moreover, the appraisal conference was happening in the morning. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong tonight. The Taiji sect could be taught a lesson, but things couldn't be pushed too far. You handle this matter as you see fit. If you can't, I don't mind killing a few more people. Li Changsheng had supported the Hu family and had tried to kill him. Should he have just stood there and let himself be executed? That old dog deserved his fate. Yifeng never killed without reason, but if someone came looking for trouble, he would never show mercy. What kind of attitude was that? This kid dared to talk to Grandmaster Chun like that? Zhang Cohen and his lackeys were dumbfounded. This guy was really putting on a show. Zhang Cohen suddenly leaped from his seat and pointed at Yifeng's nose. Where the hell did this punk come from? You think you can just kill people here whenever you want? Zhang Cohen. What are you doing? Zhou Tao roared in anger. Throughout the hall, countless aristocrats from Jiang City were so shocked their eyelids twitched violently. Several rich heirs who had personally witnessed Yifeng's power that night nearly fell out of their chairs in disbelief. Where did Zhang Cohen come from? Was he in a rush to get himself killed? I just can't stand this punk acting tough. I want to teach him a lesson. Without another word, Zhang Cohen stormed toward Yifeng. It was over. It was over. Not only Chen Shouan, but everyone else also gasped in horror and covered their eyes. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst into the hall from outside. His face was full of terror and urgency, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Stop! Dad? What are you doing here? Zhang Cohen, seeing his father, grinned even more arrogantly. His father was the underground emperor of Jiang City. No one dared lay a finger on him. That was why Zhang Cohen had grown up so arrogant and overbearing. Dad! I was just about to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Now that you're here, you should do it instead. Zhang Cohen laughed. Those words nearly scared Zhang Yuanbiao to death. He rushed forward, swung his hand, and slapped Zhang Cohen across the face. The force sent Zhang Cohen flying. Dad! Why did you hit me? Mr. Yi! I have failed in my discipline. This unfilial son nearly caused a catastrophe. Zhang Yuanbiao's legs trembled. He almost knelt, but remembering his status as Jiang City's underground emperor, he barely managed to steady himself. I'll beat you to death, you worthless mutt. I'll kill you. Slap. 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 Zhang Yuanbiao landed several heavy slaps directly on Zhang Cohen's face. Moments later, the once arrogant brother Cohen, known throughout the city, had his face swollen like a pig's head. Dad! Stop hitting me! I know I was wrong. Zhang Cohen cried as he fell to his knees. This was his own father, yet today, in front of so many people, he was beating him mercilessly over an outsider. And with such ruthless force. Who exactly was this kid? Mr. Yi. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Yuanbiao panted heavily. No. Yifeng looked at him coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanbiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Crack! Zhang Yuanbiao stomped down on Zhang Kuan's right leg. With that one step, he completely shattered his son's leg. Ah! A miserable scream echoed throughout the grand hall. The spectators, who had been watching as if it were a show, now wore expressions of sheer terror. This was his own son, yet without a second thought, he had crippled one of his legs. Just how terrifying was this young man before them, to make Zhang Yuanbiao act like this? Mr. Yi, are you satisfied now? Zhang Yuanbiao trembled. No. That single word sent chills down everyone's spine. Chen Shouen's pupils contracted. Zhang Kuan's face turned pale as he stared at Yi Feng in disbelief. Thud. Mr. Yi, I beg you to spare my son's life. I am willing to offer 500 million just to keep my son alive. Zhang Yuanbiao kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the floor with audible thuds. The entire banquet hall resonated with the crisp sounds of his desperate pleas. Beside him, Zhang Kuan was so terrified that he fainted on the spot. Mr. Yi. Chen Shouen was about to speak when Yi Feng stood up. Take your son and get lost. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanbiao felt as if he had been granted a royal pardon. He grabbed Zhang Kuan like a dog and fled the scene. After dealing with Zhang Kuan, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the members of the Taiji sect. His sharp eyes locked onto Li Deyuan like an eagle targeting its prey, sending a chill down Li Deyuan's spine. Swish! Before Li Deyuan could say a word, a single leaf, carrying an overwhelming force, sliced through the air. It instantly severed a strand of Li Deyuan's hair. What? What just happened? Countless people stared at Yi Feng in terror. He hadn't even moved, had he? The sudden shift in the atmosphere made the three elders of the Taiji sect instinctively take a step back. In that moment, it felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon them. Not far away, Jiang Lingxuan's heart trembled, her cherry lips slightly parted. Plucking flowers and flying leaves. Killing without a trace. His internal strength has reached such a terrifying level? Two elegant women in plain robes stood beside Jiang Lingxian, their eyes filled with shock. Even Jiang Lingxian herself couldn't perform such a feat. Those were three grandmasters, yet Yi Feng had forced them to retreat with just a single leaf. If that leaf had hit any one of them, they would already be dead. Shock, fear, and panic loomed over the three elders of the Taiji sect. Young master! We are no match for him. We should retreat. They understood well that a wise man knows when to back down. If the four of us go all out, what are our chances? Li Deyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Less than 30%. What did you say? Among the four of them, Li Deyuan was the weakest grandmaster. He had only broken through to the grandmaster level 6 months ago. And even then, it was only after the Taiji sect poured countless resources and medicinal herbs into him. Had it not been for Li Changsheng's wealth, Li Deyuan might have never reached this stage in his lifetime. At first, when he heard that his father had been killed by a 20-something-year-old kid, he didn't believe it. He assumed someone else must have been involved. But now, he finally realized this kid was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Retreat! Quickly! Li Deyuan hadn't lived long enough yet to throw his life away. Besides, with Li Changsheng dead, he had just secured his position as sect master. We'll wait for the Japanese to arrive, then we'll deal with this brat. Besides, I heard there's a treasure at tomorrow's auction. We can't forget the reason we came here in the first place. The Taiji sect's grand elder reminded Li Deyuan, and he quickly nodded. Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, Li Deyuan and his people turned and walked straight out the door. They ran? A single leaf had scared the Taiji sect into fleeing? As the Taiji sect disappeared from the Zhou family estate, the conflict temporarily came to an end. But within the hall, countless people felt as if they had just survived a roller coaster ride. Thankfully, that young man hadn't gone on a killing spree. Mr. Yi, on behalf of the Zhou family, I thank you. Zhou Tai bowed deeply to Yi Feng, as envious eyes from the crowd turned toward him. There's no need for thanks. Yi Feng reached out to support Zhou Tai's arm. Your son's meridians are damaged. Let him come over. Hearing this, both Zhou Tai and Zhou Tao were shocked. 3 years ago, Zhou Tao had suffered severe injuries to his muscles and bones. Doctors had told him he would never be able to practice martial arts again. Mr. Yi, can you cure my son? Zhou Tai held onto his last glimmer of hope as he looked at Yi Feng. Swish! 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 Before he could finish speaking, several silver needles pierced into Zhou Tao's body. In the next second, a gentle internal energy flowed through his organs and meridians. Zhou Tao was utterly shocked. Moments later, he hurriedly knelt before Yi Feng. "Thank you, Master Yi, for giving me a second chance at life. Plucking flowers and flying leaves to take a life. Using a single needle to restore severed meridians. Years of hidden injuries healed in an instant." The father and son duo were overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to find words to express their emotions. They could only kowtow repeatedly in thanks. "Rise. Serve tea to Mr. Yi immediately." This time, Yi Feng took the central VIP seat. No one objected, only admiration and reverence filled their gazes. Soon, the hall was filled with the rich aroma of fine tea. These teas were the highest of their kind, served as a prelude to the appraisal conference. Of course, to Yi Feng, these teas were nothing. Compared to the tributes of the Tiandu wine family, these were insignificant. Throughout the banquet, people continuously tried to toast Yi Feng with wine, but he refused each time. Meanwhile, several luxury cars approached from the direction of Tiandu. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Zhou estate. Two figures stepped out of the car. One was a woman with striking red lips, dressed in black silk, with a voluptuous figure. The other was a man with a cold, handsome face, bearing a slight resemblance to Xiao Renhuang. The two walked arm in arm into the Zhou estate. Yi Feng was sipping his wine in the banquet hall when he saw the man. His gaze instantly turned cold. "Xiao Renhuang?" "No, that's Xiao Renjie, Xiao Renhuang's half-brother," Zhou Tai explained. "Xiao Renhuang's half-brother?" "Yes. Mr. Yi, the Xiao family has many direct descendants. Xiao Jingshan has 3 concubines, and his 3 sons are Xiao Renhuang, Xiao Renjie, and Xiao Renling. Among them, Xiao Renhuang is known as the #1 prodigy of the Xiao family." When Zhou Tai saw Xiao Renjie appear, he immediately became tense. Although Xiao Renjie wasn't as domineering and heaven-defying as his elder brother Xiao Renhuang, he was the most business-savvy among the 3 brothers. He also managed the largest financial group under the Xiao family's name, making him one of the wealthiest young heirs in Tiandu. In terms of financial power, no one present could compare to Xiao Renjie. "Mr. Yi, please excuse me. I must go and greet him." Zhou Tai didn't dare be negligent. He put down his teacup and hurried toward Xiao Renjie. At the same time, with Xiao Renjie's arrival, the entire Zhou family estate was instantly electrified with excitement. Everyone's gaze was drawn to Xiao Renjie. The second young master of the Xiao family in Tiandu, Xiao Renjie, had arrived as well. My God, it was just a small auction in Nanjiang, yet so many major figures had gathered. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with exclamations of shock. There were many wealthy families in Nanjiang, but before the Xiao family, they were nothing. They weren't even worthy of carrying the Xiao family's shoes. "Young Master Xiao, you've arrived? Please come in. I've specially prepared 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite for you. Please enjoy them." Zhou Tai lowered his head like a mere servant and waved his hand. Moments later, 2 maids crouched down, carefully carrying the wine over on trays. Yet, Xiao Renjie never even spared Zhou Tai a glance. "Put it down." He had long grown tired of such wine. Standing high above the crowd, he swept his gaze across the hall until it landed on a particular graceful silhouette. Tap, tap, tap. 2 middle-aged men dressed in black robes followed closely behind Xiao Renjie. They were grandmasters assigned by the Xiao family to protect Xiao Renjie. In that brief instant, both of them sensed a chilling, bone-piercing killing intent. But just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The 2 grandmasters glanced around warily, but everything seemed calm and peaceful. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Kaiyuan Realm, 6th level. A moment ago, he had mistakenly thought that Xiao Renhuang had arrived, causing him to unconsciously release a surge of killing intent. Thankfully, it was only Xiao Renjie. But he was curious, what was the relationship between the 3 Xiao brothers? In the grand families of Tiandu, it was common to marry multiple concubines to expand their lineage. From among the many descendants, only the most outstanding one would be chosen to inherit the family's power. The Xiao family of Tiandu was filled with exceptional talents. All 3 young masters had their own strengths, each so extraordinary that it would make anyone envious. As Yi Feng pondered, a graceful figure in a long cyan dress, holding a glass of red wine, walked lightly toward him. "Sister Jiang, are you really going to approach that guy?" The 2 young women behind her frowned. "I just want to test him out. I simply want to know where he comes from. What if he's actually a young master from one of the ancient martial clans? A faint smile played on Jiang Lingxuan's lips. Among all the tribes in the world, ancient martial clans were revered as immortals. For the past century, no true prodigies had emerged from these clans. Only one person from the Shao family had been considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius, even by ancient martial clan standards. And now, another young man had appeared, one with talent and power equal to that of Xiao Runhuang. If that was truly the case, it would be worth getting to know him. With that thought, Jiang Lingxian gracefully approached Yi Feng, holding her wine glass. "Young Master Yi. I am Jiang Lingxian." Her eyes were as clear as water, pure and untainted. The cyan gown she wore accentuated her beauty to perfection. Many wealthy heirs in the room had been unable to take their eyes off her from the moment she entered. Everyone marveled at her beauty, something so rare it seemed otherworldly. What's going on? Why is Goddess Jiang approaching Yi Feng? Instantly, countless men felt their hearts twist in agony, as if they had been stabbed. Goddess Jiang is too beautiful. If she looked at me just once, I could die happy. Ah! The rich second-generation heirs of Jiang City burned with jealousy. But none of them dared step forward, because that was Yi Feng, a god of slaughter. Yi Feng turned and saw an exquisite face before him. "Do you need something?" Yi Feng asked indifferently. At those words, the entire room fell silent. That tone. Was this guy serious? The red-dressed girl behind Jiang Lingxian fumed with anger. This was their senior sister. How dare Yi Feng be so dismissive of her? He was truly outrageous. Another girl clenched her small fists tightly. It's nothing. I was just curious, what kind of ancient martial master trained a monster like you? Kaiyuan realm, 9th level. Just one step away from breaking through to the Qi dynamic realm. And you're only 24? The Yen family? The Nangong family? The ancient clans? Or perhaps the Ji family? Jiang Lingxuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Yi Feng's heart trembled slightly. This woman. Was she also from an ancient martial clan? You've been investigating me? Yi Feng's brow furrowed. There's no need to investigate. In the past few days, your actions have made you known to everyone in Nanjiang. Jiang Lingxian exuded an ethereal presence, her every movement radiating elegance and grace. Sensing no hostility in her gaze, Yi Feng finally relaxed. At that moment, a figure rushed forward. He stepped between Yi Feng and Jiang Lingxian, extending his hand with a friendly smile. "I heard that Goddess Jiang was here, so I, Xiao Renjie, have come to pay my respects." Xiao Renjie glanced at Yi Feng with a hint of disdain. Where did this country bumpkin come from, thinking he could cozy up to a beauty like Jiang Lingxian? Xiao Renjie had once seen Jiang Lingxian at an auction in Tiandu. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Ever since then, he had spared no effort in trying to track her down. Yet, strangely, it was as if she had vanished from the world. No one in Tiandu could find a trace of her. Then, just last night, he received news that Jiang Lingxian would be attending an auction in Nanjiang. Without hesitation, Xiao Renjie boarded his car and rushed here overnight. This time, he was determined to win her over. With a confident smile, Xiao Renjie raised his hand. But in the next second, Jiang Lingxian effortlessly sidestepped him. She walked straight to Yi Feng and flashed him a sweet smile. "Mr. Yi, if you find this place too noisy, why don't we move to a private room for a quiet chat? It offers excellent privacy." What? Did I just hear that right? Goddess Jiang actually invited that guy to have a private conversation? And in a secluded room? The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Everyone's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Hearing those words, the smile on Xiao Renjie's face instantly froze. He felt a burning pain on his face, as if someone had just slapped him twice. "I am the second young master of the prestigious Shao family of Tiandu, controlling hundreds of billions in assets. And yet, I am being compared to this nobody in plain clothes? What gives him the right to receive such high regard from Jiang Lingxian? Shame. Embarrassment. Jealousy." A storm of emotions erupted within Xiao Renjie like a volcanic eruption. He turned around coldly and stared at Yi Feng with a sinister look. "Miss Jiang, what's so special about this guy? Are you saying that in your eyes, I, Xiao Renjie, am not as important as this nobody?" His words made Jiang Lingxian frown slightly. The second young master of the Shao family of Tiandu? Not bad. But compared to Yi Feng, this monstrous genius, he wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Only Xiao Runhuang could rival Yi Feng. As for Xiao Renjie, he was just another wealthy playboy, nothing more. In an instant, Xiao Renjie's status in Jiang Lingxuan's eyes dropped several levels. Yes. You're indeed inferior to him. And not just by a little, by an unimaginable margin. Jiang Lingxian found it amusing. It was the first time she had spoken so bluntly, but Xiao Renjie's arrogance had crossed the line. Her words stabbed into Xiao Renjie's heart like a needle. I'm not as good as this punk? The Xiao family owns assets worth hundreds of billions. My grandfather, Xiao Xiong, is a war god of the Dragon Nation. I, Xiao Renjie, am the second young master of the Xiao family and control a financial empire worth hundreds of billions. Even the young masters of the Greater East Asia Consortium bow their heads before me. And now, she dares to say, in front of all these people, that I am not as good as this ordinary nobody? Why? What gives him the right? At that moment, fury blazed in Xiao Renjie's heart. At the same time, the entire banquet hall was left in stunned silence. The hands holding their wine glasses began to tremble. It was over. The second young master of the Xiao family had just clashed with that demon. This was a collision of titans. This was no longer like the Taiji sect, those weaklings were nothing compared to this. This was the young master of the Xiao family. If he so much as stomped his foot, the entire Nanjiang region would shake. All the wealthy families of Zheng City swallowed nervously. At the same time, they were all seething with envy. Yi Feng had the luck of the gods. Zhang Lingxian, the goddess Zhang, had never acknowledged any young master from any family. Even the richest heirs in Tiandu weren't qualified to pursue her. Someone once offered 100 billion just for a private meeting with Zhang Lingxian, and she still refused. She was like an untouchable ice mountain. But today, this ice mountain was melting for Yi Feng. Could it be? The pure and unattainable goddess Jiang had a preference for someone like Yi Feng? Some people's eyelids twitched violently. Some trembled. Some were consumed with jealousy. And some were utterly heartbroken. Among them was Xiao Renjie. He directed all his anger at Yi Feng. It was only then that Yi Feng spoke calmly. I have no time to talk to you. Nor do I have anything to say to you. Without hesitation, Yi Feng rejected her offer. Not only did he dislike the ancient martial clans, but he also had no intention of revealing anything about himself. Especially to this woman, she gave him an unsettling feeling. He refused? Oh my god. He actually rejected Goddess Zhang's invitation? That was Zhang Lingxian. Some called her the most beautiful woman in Nanjiang. Nonsense, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the entire Dragon Nation. Yet this guy turned her down without even thinking. What was going through his head? The spectators wished they could swap places with him. But the truth was, they didn't even have the courage to approach Zhang Lingxian. If even the second young master of the Xiao family was dismissed as nothing, what chance did they have? Zhang Lingxian hadn't expected Yi Feng to reject her so directly. For the first time, she felt a strange sense of defeat. Perhaps it was her natural pride, she felt somewhat humiliated by Yi Feng's indifference. Many so-called prodigies from ancient martial clans had pursued her, yet she never cared. And yet, now, her heart was inexplicably racing. What an arrogant brat! Xiao Renjie's face darkened, his heart filling with murderous intent. If this kid wasn't interested in Zhang Lingxian, fine. But if he dared accept her invitation right in front of him, then today, Xiao Renjie would make sure Yi Feng never walked out of the Zhou estate alive. He had already made up his mind. Standing behind Yi Feng, Sun Muqing had been overwhelmed with emotions. Moments ago, she had felt like crying in frustration. She knew she was beautiful, but compared to Zhang Lingxian, she felt utterly inferior. Zhang Lingxian was simply too stunning. But fortunately, Yi Feng had refused her invitation. As Sun Muqing's thoughts raced, she suddenly felt a large hand grasp hers. Muqing, don't worry. If you find this place noisy, let's go for a walk. I'll accompany you. Yi Feng gently stroked Sun Muqing's head. Her cheeks instantly turned red. He's holding my hand. Sun Muqing's mind was in complete chaos. She wanted to pull away but also didn't want to let go. A tingling sensation spread through her body. At that moment, she was sure she had completely fallen for Yi Feng. Oh, okay. She stammered. As Yi Feng was about to take Sun Muqing outside, the two girls behind Zhang Lingxian gritted their teeth in frustration. This arrogant brat. How could he be so dismissive? Did he even realize who had invited him? If he knew, he'd be scared to death. Sister Jen. Forget it. I think this guy is just trying to humiliate you. He's probably dying to meet you in private but is pretending otherwise. The girl in the red dress glared at Yifeng with hatred. Xiao Ro. Shut up. I'm sure Yifeng has a connection to Grandmaster Tai. Jiang Lingxian whispered into the red-dressed girl's ear. What? He? Sister Jiang, are you sure? How could he possibly know Grandmaster Tai? In an instant, sweat drenched the backs of the two girls. I just scanned his body with my divine sense. He carries an item belonging to Grandmaster Tai. I have to talk to him and confirm this. With that, Jiang Lingxian quickly chased after Yifeng. The two girls stood there in shock, completely at a loss for words. What was going on? Why was Goddess Jiang still chasing after Yifeng? Did she really like him that much? My heart is shattered. Seeing Jiang Lingxian running after him, many wealthy young men felt as if their souls had been crushed. One after another, they threw down their wineglasses and rushed toward the door. As soon as Yifeng stepped outside, a graceful figure darted forward, blocking his path. Wait! Young Master Yi! Yifeng frowned. This woman was really annoying. Why are you following me? Young Master Yi, I have something important that I believe you will definitely like. As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian removed a jade pendant from her waist, exquisitely carved, pure white. The moment Yifeng saw the character on the pendant, his pupils shrank slightly, and his expression wavered for the first time. But before he could react further, Jiang Lingxian quickly put the jade pendant away. Two young women rushed out of the hall behind her. This time, their gazes toward Yifeng had completely changed. The anger in their hearts had vanished, replaced by shock and deep confusion. Young Master Yi! Please, come inside and speak with me. There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Jiang Lingxuan's tone was humble, and her eyes carried a hint of pleading. All right. I'll go with you. Muqing, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Yifeng gently patted Sun Muqing's forehead. Sun Muqing was a bit puzzled, but seeing Yifeng's brief moment of distraction, she realized that Jiang Lingxian must have some connection to him. Though reluctant, she nodded. All right, brother Yifeng, I'll wait here for you. This young lady, is she young Master Yi's girlfriend? She's very beautiful. Jiang Lingxian complimented. Hearing Jiang Lingxian refer to her as Yifeng's girlfriend, Sun Muqing was clearly taken aback. No, I'm not his girlfriend. You're mistaken. Sun Muqing averted her gaze, but Jiang Lingxuan's praise still made her heart race with a mix of embarrassment and joy. Jiang Lingxian smiled knowingly. This girl clearly liked Yifeng. They were so close, yet she still insisted she wasn't his girlfriend? For a brief moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a strange sense of relief. Such an extraordinary man, who in this world could truly be worthy of him. Without saying anything else, she turned and walked into the hall. Yifeng followed her, their steps perfectly in sync. The onlookers scrambled to make way for them, their expressions filled with unease. He actually accepted Goddess Zhang's invitation. My youth is over. Countless people groaned in despair. Inside the hall, Xiao Renjie, who had just been humiliated, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Unyielding fury boiled inside him. Suddenly, Xiao Renjie saw Jiang Lingxian enter the room and immediately turned his gaze toward her. Master Zhou. May I speak with young Master Yi in private? Jiang Lingxian smiled. Hearing this, Zhou Tai was as nervous as a startled bird, but he quickly forced a smile. Of course. Miss Jiang, it is an honor for the Zhou family to have you here. That private room over there is empty. You two may use it. Zhou Tai hadn't expected Jiang Lingxian to be so direct. A man and a woman, alone in a dimly lit room, who knew what might happen. However, someone was certainly not going to be happy about this. Zhou Tai actually thought Yifeng and Jiang Lingxian made a great pair, a perfect match of talent and beauty. But with Xiao Renjie here, even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare say such a thing aloud. Young Master Yi, please. Jiang Lingxian gestured for Yifeng to enter first. Sister Jiang, should we go in too? The red-dressed girl and the plain-robed girl looked eager to follow. If Yifeng truly knew Grandmaster Tai, then he might have information about the master's whereabouts. They had been waiting 5 years for this moment. Jiang Lingxian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You two may come in as well. Master Zhou, guard the door. No one is allowed in without my permission. What? Did I hear that right? No one is allowed inside? 3 women and 1 man, was this brat really worthy of such fortune? The wealthy elite of Jiang City looked on as if they had just seen a ghost. Jiang Lingxuan's words completely shattered Xiao Renjie's last bit of self-control. Just as Yi Feng was about to enter, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking up, it was none other than Xiao Renjie. Was the real show about to begin? There was no way someone as prideful as Xiao Renjie would tolerate such humiliation. Tonight was truly thrilling. I'm curious to see who will ultimately win the goddess's heart. A wealthy heir from Jiang City chuckled. Yi Feng is powerful. But going against a top-tier family like the Xiao family of Tiandu? He's still far from their level. Another rich young man shook his head, as if already pitying Yi Feng. You don't know anything. If he can kill a grandmaster with a single slap, why would he be afraid of a mere powerful family? Unless the Xiao family puts everything on the line, they won't be able to take him down. There's another possibility. A young man stroked his chin as the surrounding rich heirs leaned in. What possibility? There's a chance that this guy belongs to an ancient martial clan. In that case, even the Xiao family wouldn't stand a chance. Gasp! Hearing this speculation, the crowd collectively sucked in a breath, their expressions filled with shock. Could the legendary ancient martial clans really exist? Was that why Yi Feng was so powerful? They had never seen one before, but they had heard stories any ancient martial clan could easily dominate Tiandu. Such an existence was beyond their reach. In an instant, Yi Feng became a mythical figure among the younger generation. But Yi Feng himself remained completely unaware of the rumors surrounding him. At this moment, his gaze met Xiao Renjie's. Xiao Renjie's eyes were burning with rage. Brat! I don't care who you are. Right now, get the hell out of here. If you dare step into that room with Jiang Lingxian, I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. A blatant threat. Xiao Renjie's two grandmaster bodyguards stepped forward as well, flanking him on either side. Seeing things escalate, Zhou Tai quickly intervened, hoping to mediate. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Either one could wipe out the Zhou family in an instant. Young Master Xiao, perhaps you could speak with Miss Jiang after young Master Yi finishes? Get lost. Xiao Renjie's voice was so cold that Zhou Tai nearly dropped to his knees in fear. Seeing Xiao Renjie trying to pick a fight, Jiang Lingxian immediately stepped in front of Yi Feng. Her face turned as cold as eternal ice. Xiao Renjie. What are you trying to do? Step aside immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. An icy aura erupted from Jiang Lingxuan's body. The faint release of her internal energy was enough to terrify Xiao Renjie's two grandmasters. Such a terrifying presence. Why was her internal energy so cold? Seeing Jiang Lingxian standing up for Yi Feng, Xiao Renjie's fury intensified. Miss Jiang! You shouldn't reject my good intentions. What does he have that I don't? Xiao Renjie pointed at Yi Feng. A spoiled brat from the Xiao family dares to tell me what to do. If you don't move, I'll cut you down where you stand. Boom! A thick layer of frost spread across the floor beneath Jiang Lingxuan's feet. The icy aura, like a raging snowstorm, carried a terrifying force. With a thud, Xiao Renjie fell to his knees. The second young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Renjie, had knelt? That immense pressure overwhelmed him completely. Xiao Renjie wasn't even a martial artist. Against Jiang Lingxuan's Kaiyuan realm 8th level strength, he had no ability to resist. Ice true qi? As expected of an ancient martial clan. Such an overpowering force. This woman was an absolute prodigy. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but beneath her stunning appearance hid such terrifying power. Yi Feng's evaluation of Jiang Lingxian immediately rose by several levels. At the same time, he was surprised by the martial techniques she cultivated and the deep foundations of the ancient martial clans. This type of inner power gave an overwhelming advantage over opponents of the same level. Without exceptional talent and a strong body, an ordinary person could never reach Jiang Lingxuan's level. You dare! The two grandmasters beside Xiao Renjie launched a simultaneous palm strike at Jiang Lingxian. Just as she was about to counter, a hand grasped her arm. In the next instant, a figure shot out like a bullet. Boom! Boom! Ah! My hand! Before the crowd could react, two figures were sent flying. Moments later, the two grandmasters' arms dangled like broken tree branches, completely shattered. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Countless people's pupils shrank. Their mouths hung open in shock. They had seen Yi Feng move, but he was too fast, they couldn't see what had happened. What just occurred? In a single move, two grandmasters had been blown away. And these weren't just any grandmasters, they were from the Xiao family of Tiandu. Their strength alone was enough to make others tremble in fear. Yet, they were severely injured in an instant. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even Jiang Lingxian was stunned. She hadn't seen Yi Feng's movements at all, and his inner power remained completely stable. As if he hadn't exerted any effort. How strong was he, exactly? The Xiao family members are all so arrogant. A few days ago, I fought one named Xiao Runhuang. Today, I don't mind crippling another one. Yi Feng took a step forward, raising his foot toward Xiao Renjie's chest. He only used 10% of his strength. Whether Xiao Renjie could survive depended on his luck. What? Yi Feng fought Xiao Runhuang? Did that mean they had already clashed? Some people's eyes widened in shock. Even Xiao Renjie's mind was shaken. His face filled with disbelief. Who exactly was this guy? Had he really met his older brother? Had they really fought? Just how strong was he? His brother hadn't managed to kill him? Xiao Renjie knew how powerful his older brother was. He refused to believe it. No one from the younger generation in the entire Dragon Nation could defeat his brother. Even fighting to a draw was impossible. You brat, how dare you? The two injured grandmasters charged forward. Seeing Yi Feng showing no mercy, fear finally crept into their hearts. Xiao Renjie absolutely could not be harmed, otherwise, the Xiao family would never let them live. Realizing they wouldn't make it in time, they desperately threw themselves in the way of Yi Feng's kick. Boom! Yi Feng's foot landed on one grandmaster's chest. Put! The grandmaster was sent flying, sliding dozens of meters across the ground before finally stopping. You! That grandmaster's face was filled with unwillingness and rage before his head slumped to the side, unconscious from his injuries. Xiao Renjie was petrified. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying young man. A single punch and a single kick. And his personal guards, grandmasters at the Kaiyuan realm's 6th level, were left gravely injured and near death. Had that kick landed on him, he would be crippled, if not dead. Young Master Yi. Disciplining the Xiao family members is fine, but let's not take it too far. Jiang Lingxian quickly stepped in to stop Yi Feng. Xiao Renjie's face twisted with self-mockery, while the woman who had accompanied him was already trembling in fear. She was an Eastern Islander, a plaything given to Xiao Renjie by the Kawashima family's wealthy heirs. Her mind was blank. She had only one thought left. The people of the Dragon Nation are insane. Yi Feng looked down coldly at Xiao Renjie. On Miss Zhang's account, I'll spare your pathetic life. Ha! Miss Zhang, is this your way of pitying me? Xiao Renjie laughed bitterly. Jiang Lingxian remained cold and indifferent. It was as if her smile was reserved only for Yi Feng. You brought this upon yourself. You have no one else to blame. With that, Jiang Lingxian walked past Xiao Renjie and entered the private room. The two young women following her also went inside. Yi Feng didn't even glance at Xiao Renjie. With his hands behind his back, he stepped in as well under the gaze of countless stunned onlookers. The entire hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The young elites of Jiang City and the powerful families of Nanjiang. All were left in complete shock. Xiao Renjie had nearly been killed by Yi Feng. Who else in the entire Dragon Nation had such courage and dominance? Xiao Renjie clenched his teeth, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Without looking back, he left through the main doors, taking his remaining grandmaster with him. As soon as Yi Feng entered the room, Jiang Lingxian closed the door and drew the curtains. Young Master Yi, please have a seat. All right. The room was spacious, furnished with a sofa and a tea table. Yi Feng sat down. Jiang Lingxian wasted no time getting to the point. You possess my grandmaster's token. Who exactly are you? Where is my grandmaster? Jiang Lingxian looked visibly anxious. Yi Feng didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a token. It was forged from gold, meticulously engraved with the image of a 9 heavens phoenix. 3 bold characters were etched into the surface. 1,000 flower token. Ha! No need to ask. My master passed this to me. Said I should go out into the world and find the valley of 10,000 flowers. Yi Feng smiled slightly. By now, he had already guessed the identities of these 3 young women. We pay our respects to the sect master. Thud. Jiang Lingxian immediately knelt before Yi Feng. The 2 women beside her also dropped to their knees, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. To see the 1,000 flower token was to see the sect master himself. Everyone from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers was bound to obey Yi Feng's commands. Their grandmaster had entrusted this sacred token to Yi Feng. By hierarchy, he was their martial uncle. And now, with the 1,000-flower token in his hands, he was the supreme leader of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. A storm surged in Jiang Lingxuan's heart. She had never imagined that Ji Feng was actually the heir of their grandmaster. She knew this token well. There was no way it was a fake. Initially, she had only wanted to befriend this monstrous genius. But she never expected Yi Feng was actually their grandmaster's chosen successor. In an instant, Jiang Lingxian felt both shocked and overjoyed, overwhelmed with emotion. Rise! Yi Feng put away the 1,000-flower token. Yes, sect master. Forgive us for our previous disrespect. The red-dressed girl lowered her head. Moments ago, she had been arrogant and overbearing. But now, she was like a meek little kitten. From now on, do not call me sect master in front of others. Just call me by my name. Yi Feng spoke calmly. Jiang Lingxian was astonished. She hadn't expected Yi Feng to be so approachable, completely devoid of arrogance. My grandmaster. Where is she? Jiang Lingxuan's expression turned sorrowful as she asked. Your grandmaster is doing well, Yi Feng said with a smile. Hearing this response, Jiang Lingxian and the other two finally relaxed. Since leaving the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, this was the first good news they had received. Then, did my grandmaster tell you when she will return? The Valley of 10,000 Flowers had remained relatively safe for decades because of the terrifying master who protected it. However, with the grandmaster missing for so long, unrest had begun to stir within the sect. Some malicious ancient martial clans had already started secretly inquiring about the whereabouts of the previous sect leader. If they found out that the great master of the valley was absent, greedy hands would surely reach for them. Not because of anything else, simply because the Valley of 10,000 Flowers was made up entirely of women, each one a stunning beauty. For years, the valley upheld the rule of accepting only women, never men. Over the past 5 years, countless young heirs of ancient martial clans had come to propose marriage. But with the deterrence of the Grandmaster, those men had remained cautious. Yi Feng could see the disappointment and worry in Jiang Lingxuan's eyes. As the senior disciple of the valley, she bore the greatest responsibility and pressure. Taking a step forward, Yi Feng patted Jiang Lingxuan's shoulder and smiled. My master wishes to stay in seclusion for a while. She won't be returning anytime soon. But don't worry. If anything happens, you can come to me. Since I have accepted the 1,000-flower token, then as Yi Feng, I will naturally protect all of you. Understood, sect master. Jiang Lingxian said with gratitude, bowing respectfully. Why are you still calling me sect master? Just call me Mr. Yi. Or Brother Yi works too. That won't do. Since you have inherited the Grandmaster's legacy, you are now the sect master of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Even if we don't perform the formal rites outside, it would still be improper. From this moment on, no one in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers will dare to be disrespectful to you. After Jiang Lingxian finished speaking, the red-dressed girl beside her nodded in agreement. They had already broken the sect's rules by being disrespectful to the sect master earlier. The fact that Yi Feng hadn't punished them was already an immense act of mercy. None of them dared to show any further disrespect. Yi Feng sighed, pressing his forehead with his palm. Were all people from ancient martial clans this stubborn and rigid? Fine. Then as sect master, I command you all. From now on, call me Mr. Yi Feng or Brother Yi Feng. No more calling me sect master. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yi Feng exuded an invisible but overwhelming aura. The red-dressed girl instinctively dropped to one knee. Yes, sect master. This subordinate obeys. She was utterly terrified by the pressure Yi Feng's presence emitted. Yi Feng scanned the two women beside Jiang Lingxian with his spiritual sense. Their cultivation levels were merely at the Kaiyuan realm 4th or 5th level. Let's go. Muching is still waiting for me outside. By the way, what are your names? Xiao Jiang, how long have you been outside? Aren't ancient martial clans supposed to remain hidden deep in the mountains, disconnected from the world? Yi Feng fired off several questions in a row. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, then smiled. Mr. Yi, these two are my junior sisters. The one in red is Ning Hongyan, and the one in white is Chu Xiaoxiao. We have been out for 3 months now. Although ancient martial clans rarely appear in public, they still maintain some contact with modern society. Many prominent families today have cooperative ties with ancient martial clans. For example, the Xiao family. Jiang Lingxuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. That monstrous genius, he was an insurmountable mountain standing in their path. Jiang Lingxian was born with extraordinary talent, hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers in the past century. Yet even she knew she had no chance against Xiao Runhuang. Xiao Runhuang had become the goal for countless ancient martial clan disciples and young talents to pursue. Moreover, according to the information Jiang Lingxian had gathered, Xiao Runhuang was deliberately suppressing his own cultivation and delaying his breakthrough. If not for that, he would have stepped into the Qi movement realm 6 months ago. That man was terrifyingly strong. And Yi Feng had already fought Xiao Runhuang before. Indeed, Xiao Runhuang was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The reason we have been out for so long is partly to search for news about our grandmaster. But also, the ancient martial clans have been searching for something. We've been attending various auctions for the sake of acquiring that item. Jiang Lingxian spoke without reservation. Yi Feng frowned. What is it? Could it be some kind of treasure? Yi Feng had heard rumors about a rare treasure appearing at the auction, just as Chen Shouan had mentioned. What kind of treasure was so valuable that even the ancient martial clans were fighting over it? You could call it a treasure. It's said to be a fragment of a spiritual weapon. And not just any fragment, a heavenly grade spiritual weapon fragment. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was stunned. A spiritual weapon? His 5 masters had told him before. In martial arts, weapons are secondary, the body is the foundation. A martial artist's strength with a spiritual weapon versus without one was a completely different matter. Weapons were ranked in 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Heavenly grade spiritual weapons were among the most powerful. In the modern world, resources had become scarce, making it nearly impossible to forge new weapons, especially of heavenly grade. Even a single broken fragment was enough to make the ancient martial clans drool with greed. If someone could restore a broken heavenly grade weapon, their entire clan or sect would experience an immense power boost. No wonder. Yi Feng suddenly understood why Jiang Lingxian had brought her 2 junior sisters along, attending various auctions. If they found a true treasure, they would be the ones profiting. Of course, auctions often had all sorts of bizarre items. Some people even sold rare elixirs and martial techniques like they were worthless junk. Because in modern society, few people could recognize true treasures. This time, we're in for a good show. Let's go. Yi Feng decided to learn more from the 3 of them later, as they were clearly well informed. You 3 are so beautiful, why don't you have boyfriends? The Valley of 10,000 Flowers doesn't forbid romantic relationships, does it? Yi Feng smirked playfully. The valley was full of stunning women. Surely, they didn't all remain single for life? As soon as he said this, Jiang Lingxuan's cheeks turned uncharacteristically red. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers doesn't prohibit relationships. We are free to find partners whenever we wish. But I haven't found anyone who meets my standards. Not just Jiang Lingxian, Chu Xiaoxiao and Ning Hongyan both blushed as well. As the 4 of them stepped outside, Jiang Lingxian and her 2 junior sisters followed behind Yi Feng. The moment they appeared, countless eyes locked onto them. They were out. That brat had just walked out with Goddess Jiang. Exactly 25 minutes and 37 seconds. Many people had been timing it since they couldn't see what had happened inside. Wait, why is Goddess Jiang blushing? The wealthy young heirs stared in shock, their eyes burning with jealousy. Damn it! Damn it all! What exactly had this brat done to Goddess Jiang? And the other 2, why were they also blushing? In an instant, the entire hall erupted. Everyone clenched their teeth, consumed by bitter frustration. Jiang Lingxian didn't care about the looks from those people. Being able to follow behind Yi Feng was already a great honor for them. And with his talent, no one in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers would ever refuse him as their sect master. Goddess Jiang. My Goddess Jiang. She's been defiled just like that? Why is fate so cruel to me? A few rich heirs pounded their chests in despair, nearly crying. Their voices reached Sun Muqing's ears, and her delicate face showed a trace of panic. Did they really do that kind of thing? Impossible. Brother Yi Feng isn't that kind of person. Sun Muqing shook her head firmly. She knew Yi Feng's character, he would never do such a thing. But then again, they had been inside for such a long time. What exactly were they doing? Jiang Lingxian keenly noticed Sun Muqing's expression change. This girl is overthinking things. Muqing, little sister. I was just discussing some business with Mr. Yi. It was about tomorrow's auction. Don't let your mind wander, Jiang Lingxian reassured her. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's face finally brightened a little. She smiled. It's fine. You're too polite. I wasn't thinking too much about it. Mooching, little sister, now that we've met, Mr. Ye's matters are also our matters. Whether in Tiandu or Nanjing, if you ever have trouble, just call this number. With that, Jiang Lingxian pulled out a business card and handed it to Sun Mooching. Many people were shocked as they looked at Jiang Lingxian. Her business card was worth a fortune. It was said that in all of Tiandu and Nanjing, there was nothing Jiang Lingxian couldn't handle. I wonder which powerful family Miss Jiang comes from in Dragon Country. She has such terrifying strength, and she's also stunningly beautiful. A few wealthy heirs whispered, discussing the mysterious power backing Jiang Lingxian. For her to treat the Xiao family's second young master like this, I guarantee that the force behind her is even stronger than the Xiao family. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped. Indeed, for someone to openly say they'd kill the Xiao family's second young master in front of so many wealthy families. What did that mean? It meant Jiang Lingxian wasn't afraid of the Xiao family. She wasn't even afraid of the war god of Yunxiao. Everyone envied Sun Mooching's luck. She had actually gained Jiang Lingxuan's personal protection. At that moment, Zhou Tai approached with a wineglass in hand. Mr. Yi, I offer you a toast on behalf of the Zhou family. For tomorrow's auction, we've already arranged the best front row seat for you. Also, I heard Miss Sun is in Jiangqing for business? Zhou Tai was doing all this with the future of the Zhou family in mind. Sun Mooching nodded. Yes. Master Zhou, we want to expand our business into Jiangcheng. Zhanghai Group plans to establish an operational headquarters here. And we also want to get involved in the herbal medicine and tea trade. These two industries were guaranteed to be profitable in all of Nanjing. After all, the Zhou family's tea business was famous across 4 provinces in Jiangnan. Thanks to tea, the Zhou family made billions in profit every year. Their tea even got exported overseas, selling in Southeast Asia and the East Asian island nations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai's eyes flickered with interest. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately said, "The Zhou family will handle this matter for Miss Sun. We officially announce that we will gift Miss Sun a commercial building. In addition, we will invest 1 billion yuan as startup capital for our collaboration. I hope Miss Sun finds this satisfactory." Zhou Tai's words stunned the entire hall. Countless eyes turned toward Sun Mooching. Suddenly, a man in a Zhongshan suit hurried over with an excited expression. Grabbing Sun Mooching's hand, he said, "Miss Sun, the Yi family will invest 1 billion yuan into Zhanghai Group. Any villa in Jiangcheng, take your pick, and it's yours." What? What the actual fuck? These two old foxes, had they gone insane? A single sentence, and they were throwing out billions? This wasn't just about pleasing Miss Sun, this was clearly about pleasing Yi Feng and Jiang Lingxian. Hurry! 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 2 more people shot up from their seats, completely ignoring everyone else's reactions. They walked straight over to Sun Mooching and handed her bank cards. The Li family will invest 1 billion, wishing Miss Sun's business great success. The Zhang family 1 billion. The Qian family of Jiangcheng 1 billion. The Wang family 1 billion. The Sun family of South City 1 billion. Miss Sun, we're family after all. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Every top family in Jiangcheng rushed to express their goodwill towards Sun Mooching. Jiang Lingxian watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. Then I, Jiang Lingxian, will gift Miss Sun 10 billion. Just as a small token of goodwill. Holy shit! Jiang Lingxuan's words nearly made Zhou Tai drop his wineglass. 10 billion? Even if the Zhou family stopped spending money and paying wages for years, their total profit would only be around 10 billion. She had just casually handed out their entire fortune? Gulp. Those who had just thought their 1 billion yuan offers were impressive suddenly felt like peasants. Miss Jiang, this is way too generous. Several first-class family heads held their breath as they gazed at her stunning figure. A full 30 seconds passed before anyone could recover from their shock. Miss Sun? What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Lingxian asked. Sun Mooching was completely dumbfounded. I don't know what to say. Miss Jiang, this is too much. I can't accept it. 10 billion? That could buy several Zhanghai groups. Where the hell did all this money come from? Sun Mooching felt like she was dreaming. She had originally planned to spend 1 billion just to secure a deal and rent an office building. Who would have thought that in less than a day, she'd become a billionaire herself? She didn't even need to spend money anymore. The sheer amount of funds she now had was so overwhelming that she didn't even know how to use it. That was why she had been standing there in stunned silence, looking like an idiot. "Miss Sun, this amount is nothing. Just take it. Consider it a welcome gift." As a sect from the ancient martial world, money meant nothing to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Any random treasure from them was worth tens of billions. Martial techniques, secret manuals, spiritual weapons, these weren't things that could be measured in money. Zhang Lingxian didn't lack wealth. "Xiao Jiang. I'll cover this 10 billion for you." Yifeng suddenly pulled out a black card and tossed it to Sun Muqing. The card was engraved with intricate patterns. It had inscriptions in several languages, Dragon Country's characters, the island nation's script, English, and even some unknown symbols. The money in that card was more than Yifeng could ever spend in a lifetime. Since leaving prison, he had only used a little over 10 billion so far. How can that be? "Mr. Yi, I'll pay for this myself." Zhang Lingxian was shocked by Yifeng's wealth. But now that he was the sect master of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, everything in the valley already belonged to him. "Yours is mine, isn't it?" That single sentence sent waves of emotion through the gathered family heads. "Xiao Jiang? Yours is mine?" Only Yifeng could say something like that. Zhang Lingxian saw that Yifeng had made up his mind and could only nod helplessly. He was the sect master, whatever he said was final. Since Yifeng wanted to pay, then let him. The Zhou family's banquet continued until midnight. Zhou Tai arranged the most luxurious rooms for Yifeng and Sun Muqing. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxian and the other two followed Yifeng and didn't plan on going anywhere else. This made Zhou Tai a bit nervous. For women and one man, 2 rooms, how would they arrange this? Could it be that Miss Zhang and the others planned to stay with Yifeng? Zhou Tai's old face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, Yifeng spoke first. "Master Zhou, just arrange any room for me. The 4 of them can share 2 rooms, that should be enough, right?" Only then did Zhou Tai realize he had misunderstood Yifeng's meaning. Yes. Mr. Yi, there are plenty of rooms. I'll arrange it for you right away. Servants, prepare a guest room for Mr. Yi." Afterward, Zhou Tai asked Zhang Lingxian and the other 2 about their preferences. "I'll share a room with Miss Sunday. 6th junior sister, little junior sister, you 2 can stay together." The 2 nodded. After bidding farewell to Sun Muqing, Yifeng returned to his room and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yifeng got up from bed. He didn't know when, but Zhang Lingxian and the other 2 had already gotten ready and were waiting outside his door. "The appraisal event is about to start. Mr. Yi, let's go." "All right." As soon as they stepped out, Sun Muqing also exited her room, already prepared. For women and one man, with Yifeng walking in the center, they formed an eye-catching sight. Zhou family's tea mountain was packed with people today. The entire mountainside was crowded with visitors from all over, eager to attend this grand appraisal event. Yifeng and his group took the Zhou family's private vehicle to the foot of the mountain. "Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. This mountain grows Longjing tea, that one over there has Maojian, and those distant hills are for black tea and rock tea." As they walked, Zhou Tai cheerfully explained the layout of the tea plantations. Yifeng's appearance immediately caused a stir. Many people had already heard about what happened last night and came specifically to see what kind of godlike figure this young man was. "Come, Mr. Yi, let's head up." Zhou Tai led Yifeng up the stone steps toward the mountaintop. But just as they were about to climb, several Rolls-Royces suddenly roared in, kicking up clouds of dust. Right behind them, several Maybachs came to a stop. From the lead Rolls-Royce, 2 middle-aged men in tang suits stepped out. With a loud swish, over a dozen men in black sunglasses got out of the cars. "Mr. Miyamoto, how does wearing Dragon Country attire feel?" The short-haired, scar-faced man sneered. "When in Dragon Country, do as they do. The clothing is acceptable. After all, this outfit was custom-made for me by Elder Shao." Everyone turned their heads toward the men in black. "What's going on? The islanders are here? They came from Tiandu. I've seen that man before, he's the head of the Miyamoto family from the island nation." The crowd was in an uproar. They knew that some of Tiandu's prestigious families would attend the auction today. But they never expected islanders to show up. And it wasn't just them. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of figures stepped out of the Maybachs behind them. These men all opened their trunks in unison and pulled out gleaming katanas. "What's happening?" Zhou Tai panicked. These men had clearly come with a purpose. Could they be from the Shao family in Tiandu? After all, only the Shao family had such close ties with the islanders. Realizing something was wrong, Jotai quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. But before he could dial, swoosh! A chilling swordlight, filled with immense killing intent, cut through the air and shot straight toward them. Yi Feng, come out and die. A loud voice echoed across the entire area. From behind the vehicles, a familiar figure stepped forward. Yi Feng's brows furrowed. Xiao Renjie. It's Xiao Renjie. He's here for revenge. And he brought the islanders with him. I knew it, how could he possibly swallow last night's humiliation? Suffering such disgrace in public isn't Xiao Renjie's style. The crowd quickly scattered in all directions, making room for the confrontation. Xiao Renjie. Last night, I spared your pathetic life. And now you dare to come here seeking death again? Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as he stared at the islanders. The Xiao family had repeatedly joined forces with the islanders to trouble him. All of them deserved to die. Ha ha ha. Let's see how you get out of this alive today. Mr. Miyamoto, kill him for me. Xiao Renjie was brimming with arrogance. This time, he hadn't come alone, he had brought the Miyamoto family's patriarch with him. And along with him, 10 martial arts masters of the Miyamoto family. Each one had the strength of the 7th layer of the Kaiyuan realm. No matter how strong Yi Feng was, facing so many opponents at once was impossible. Xiao Renjie was confident, smug even. Miss Jiang, you think I'm inferior to this guy? Then watch as I trample his life under my feet. I will repay last night's humiliation 100-fold today. Xiao Renjie could already picture Yi Feng's dead body lying before him. But upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxuan's beautiful eyes instantly flashed with a killing aura. Xiao Renjie, do you even know who you're talking to? If any of your people dare to lay a finger on Mr. Yi, I guarantee that your Xiao family won't be able to withstand the consequences. This was her final warning. The wrath of an ancient martial sect was not something the Xiao family could endure. Xiao Renjie's eyes burned red with rage. Jiang Lingxian was actually protecting Yi Feng? What exactly was their relationship? His face twisted with malice. He waved his hand violently. Kill him. Miyamoto Oda glanced at Yi Feng indifferently. His expression held nothing but contempt. Xiao Renjie had asked him, the patriarch of the Miyamoto family, to personally deal with a mere young man? Was this an overestimation of the opponent? Or an insult to the Miyamoto family? As the head of the island nation's most powerful samurai clan, Miyamoto Oda had trained countless martial arts masters. His warriors were spread across the entire nation. How could he possibly take a mere dragon country brat seriously? Kill him. Miyamoto Oda's tone was cold, like an executioner passing judgment. Boom! 10 martial arts masters attacked Yi Feng simultaneously. Their blades flashed like lightning, and their killing intent was so overwhelming that the spectators' legs turned weak with fear. They frantically fled in all directions. You dare? Jiang Lingxuan's hands struck out, sending 2 islander masters flying. The 2 landed dozens of meters away, shivering as icy energy invaded their very souls. Their faces filled with horror. A dragon country woman possessed such terrifying strength? They had no idea what kind of monstrous genius they were up against. Jiang Lingxuan's figure was graceful as she lightly stepped on the ground. With a leap, her elegant body soared dozens of meters into the air. Her movement carried an extraordinary charm, leaving everyone on the mountaintop stunned. This was no mere mortal, she was like an immortal. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet beneath that beauty was an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Senior sister is angry. So terrifying. These islander martial artists are doomed. Although Jiang Lingxian was only at the 8th layer of the Kaiyuan realm, Xu Xiaoxiao and Ning Hongyan weren't worried at all. Senior sister has already cultivated Ice Profound technique to the 6th level. At this level, even an ordinary grandmaster could be frozen into an ice sculpture. The Ice Profound technique was a martial arts manual passed down exclusively to the senior disciples of Wanawagu. Moreover, cultivating this technique required extreme talent and a special physique. One had to endure the agony of frozen meridians and spend years training on cold jade beds. Aside from the grandmaster and Jiang Lingxian, not a single one of Wanawagu's 1,000 disciples could master this technique. Kill. The 2 islander grandmasters were stunned that Jiang Lingxian had attacked them first. They immediately called upon the others to charge at her together. Courting death. Jiang Lingxian, still suspended in the air, flipped her palm downward. In an instant, the temperature of the entire area dropped by over 10 degrees. At the height of summer, snowflakes began falling at the foot of the mountain. This single palm strike made the islander martial artists turn pale with fear. A terrifying force, carrying the pressure of a superior being, instantly crushed two islander grandmasters into pulp. With just one move, she annihilated two 7th-layer Kaiyuan realm grandmasters. Not far away, Xiao Renjie, who had been grinning confidently, was now frozen in shock. "Miss Sun, stand behind us. We'll protect you." Ning Hongyan positioned herself in front of Sun Muqing, while Chu Xiaoxiao stood by her side, forming a protective barrier. "Oh, okay." Sun Muqing's face was filled with fear. Seeing his subordinates slaughtered by a mere young woman, Miyamoto Oda's eyes burned with rage. "Go kill that woman," he commanded the scar-faced man. The middle-aged man locked his gaze onto Jiang Lingxian, exuding an invisible killing intent. But just then, Yi Feng spoke. "Little Jiang, step back." Yi Feng calmly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Jiang Lingxian. "You islander dogs. I already killed plenty of you a few days ago." His words stunned all the islander martial artists, including Miyamoto Oda. One of them, visibly shaken, muttered, "Kawashima Toshihide was killed." That news already reached the island nation. Over the past few days, the Kawashima family had sent out countless men, desperately searching for Yi Feng. They had assumed he had fled. But not only had he not run, he was now boldly attending an appraisal event in Jiangcheng. "Yi Feng. He's the one who killed Kawashima Toshihide." Miyamoto Oda's expression turned ice-cold. "Master Miyamoto, he didn't just kill Kawashima Toshihide. He also slaughtered several of our grandmasters." The nearby Miyamoto Shinzo suddenly spoke, "Kid, surrender to Master Miyamoto. I can let you become one of my personal guards." Miyamoto clan? Countless people looked at him in horror. These men were all warriors from the Miyamoto clan? Miyamoto clan was the strongest samurai family in the island nation. And that middle-aged man, he was the patriarch of the Miyamoto clan? The Miyamoto clan's status in the island nation was equivalent to the ancient martial families in the Dragon Nation. Their name had existed for over 1,000 years. Their power was beyond doubt. Yet, while the crowd was still reeling in shock, Yi Feng moved. Like a bullet, he rushed forward without hesitation. His actions spoke louder than words. Miyamoto Shinzo placed his hands on his waist. With a sharp whoosh, dozens of shurikens shot out. Each shuriken was coated with deadly poison. A single scratch would be fatal. But they were simply too slow for Yi Feng. Yi Feng moved like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Miyamoto Shinzo. "Kid, I forgot to tell you. When it comes to fighting, I prefer close combat." Miyamoto Shinzo's veins bulged as he threw a powerful punch at Yi Feng. In the island nation, he was feared far and wide under the title, the Scorpion. Not only was he a master of poison, but he was also a close-quarters combat specialist. Among the Miyamoto clan's direct bloodline, he was considered a one-of-a-kind anomaly. Boom! Yi Feng's fist collided directly with Miyamoto Shinzo's. "What?" Miyamoto Shinzo immediately felt a terrifying force surge through his arm. In the next second, crack! His arm snapped like a twig. Miyamoto Shinzo let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes filled with fear. Where did this monstrous strength come from? Impossible. This kid was far too young, how could he be so powerful? Miyamoto Shinzo instinctively retreated, trying to put some distance between them. But Yi Feng would never give him that chance. Islanders. Not even worthy of being my dogs. Die. Yi Feng's fist slammed into Miyamoto Shinzo's chest. A bloody hole instantly appeared, leaving the onlookers horrified. Too strong. No one here could stand against Yi Feng. Xiao Renjie stood frozen in terror. Was this guy even human? Bakayaro. Miyamoto Oda launched a powerful whip kick toward Yi Feng, his strike compressing the very air. Yi Feng frowned slightly. This Miyamoto Oda seemed stronger than the rest. About the 9th layer of the Kaiyuan realm. But that was all. Yi Feng casually reached out and, to everyone's shock, grabbed Miyamoto Oda's leg with one hand. You! Crack! A sickening bone-breaking sound echoed. Miyamoto Oda's shin bone was completely crushed in Yi Feng's grip. Like a deflated balloon, his aura instantly plummeted. I am the Miyamoto clan's patriarch. You dare harm me? Miyamoto Oda collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Yi Feng sneered. I'm not just going to hurt you. I'm going to kill you. Miyamoto Oda's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Feng stomped down on his other leg, shattering his kneecap into dust. Xiao Renjie's scalp tingled as his legs gave out beneath him. And no. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Miyamoto clan's assassins will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Let me go. I'll serve you from now on. Please spare me. Miyamoto Oda begged for mercy. But, too late. Yi Feng's foot slammed down on his head. Splat. Like a crushed watermelon, blood splattered everywhere. Run. Xiao Renjie scrambled into a luxury car, shaking uncontrollably. He's a demon. He's a demon. The Miyamoto clan patriarch was dead. Shock, fear, and rage filled the minds of the islanders. You dared to kill the Miyamoto clan patriarch? You're dead. The samurai of the Miyamoto clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Several islander grandmasters exchanged glances, their hands gripping their swords trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Yi Feng remained as indifferent as if he had merely stepped on an ant. I killed the Kawashima clan patriarch, and now I've killed this so-called Miyamoto clan patriarch as well. Just a bunch of the same filth. Any islander who dares to provoke me, I will slaughter them all. The islander grandmasters were filled with both shock and terror. Run! They threw down their weapons and turned to flee. Miyamoto Shinzo was dead. Miyamoto Oda had his skull crushed by Yi Feng. At this point, they had no reason to stay. Xiao Renjie wasn't worth sacrificing their lives for. Instead, these islander grandmasters suppressed their anger and shifted all the blame onto Xiao Renjie. If not for this idiot, would the Miyamoto clan patriarch have died here? You think you can run? Not a single one of you islander dogs will leave here alive. Kill them all. With Yi Feng's command, Jiang Lingxian and the other two immediately understood. Ning Hongyan charged forward first, gripping a long sword in her hand. Even before she unsheathed her blade, the sword aura had already surged around her entire body. In the next second, as the sword left its sheath, a freezing swordlight slashed toward the necks of two islander grandmasters. Xu Xiaoxiao was not far behind, engaging an islander grandmaster 2 levels above her. She showed no fear. Because of the difference in martial techniques, these islander grandmasters' combat ability was far inferior to ancient martial grandmasters. At the same time, Yi Feng's gaze locked onto Xiao Renjie, who was crawling into a car. Whoosh! Yi Feng darted toward him like a flash of lightning. Stop him! Hold this brat off! Around 10 bodyguards in black suits rushed forward, but these low-tier martial artists were nothing in front of Yi Feng. Bang! 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 Before they could even react, 2 of them exploded into a mist of blood. Shit! Start the car! Hurry the fuck up! Xiao Renjie was drenched in cold sweat, his whole body trembling as he frantically turned the key and slammed the gas pedal. But just at this moment, the car refused to move, as if completely broken down. Rumble! Just as the engine finally started, a familiar face appeared in front of Xiao Renjie, growing larger and larger in his pupils. Weren't you trying to kill me? I'm right here, why do you look so scared? Boom! Yi Feng smashed his fist through the car door, grabbing Xiao Renjie by the throat. With one powerful pull, he ripped Xiao Renjie and the car door out together. Xiao Renjie gritted his teeth through the pain, his face twisted in terror. Yi Feng! What are you doing? Let me go! I'm the second young master of the Xiao clan. Slap! Before he could finish, a heavy slap landed on his face, sending 2 of his front teeth flying. Too terrifying. In just a few minutes, all of Xiao Renjie's grandmasters have been completely annihilated. This is the power of Yi Feng. He killed 2 top islander figures and beat Xiao Renjie like this. Is he not afraid of the Xiao clan's revenge? That was the Xiao clan's second young master, the biological brother of Xiao Runhuang. Even though they weren't born from the same mother, there was real brotherly affection between them. Because Xiao Runhuang had left home at age 6 to train in an ancient martial family, only returning at 18. From that moment, he became famous in a single battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Renjie had always been a smart and shrewd businessman, growing up within the family business and showcasing astounding commercial talent. Everyone was in absolute shock, eager to see. What would Yi Feng do with Xiao Renjie? At the same time, Jiang Lingxian struck with her cold nether palm. One of the remaining islander grandmasters, filled with fear and unwillingness, was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Each of her attacks took a life. Before long, all of Xiao Renjie's forces had been slaughtered. Now, only he remained, shaking uncontrollably. The sea of corpses around him carried a dense aura of death. The Zhou family members, watching from the sidelines, felt their scalps go numb. But none of them dared to speak. Yi Feng! Don't kill me. I'll give you all my assets in exchange for my life. Please. Please spare me. Sob, sob. I know I was wrong. I'm just a dog. If you let me live, I swear to follow you faithfully. I have money. 400 billion. I have 400 billion yuan. Xiao Renjie knelt on the ground, pressing his head to Yifeng's feet. He wished he could lick Yifeng's shoes, just for a chance to survive. No matter how much money he had. If he died, he wouldn't be able to spend it. Only if he stayed alive could he make more. Yifeng smirked coldly. Money? I don't need money. You can die in peace now. Yifeng raised his palm, preparing to slam it down on Xiao Renjie's skull. No! Lord Yi. I know a huge secret. About your true origins. You can't kill me. Yifeng's powerful palm stopped in midair, just 10 centimeters away from Xiao Renjie's head. His eyes flickered with intense emotion. Tell me everything you know. If you lie to me, I will not spare you. Yifeng withdrew his palm. Xiao Renjie had just walked through the gates of hell and was drenched in cold sweat. He knelt there, pleading desperately. If I tell you, will you let me go? Boom! Yifeng lifted his hand, preparing to strike again. Grandfather! I'll talk. I'll talk. Tears mixed with snot dripped down Xiao Renjie's face. He was completely terrified. Yifeng enveloped them both in an inner energy barrier, ensuring only the two of them could hear. Xiao Renjie, trembling, spoke. Lord Yi. You were actually born into one of the top families in Tiandu, the Yi clan. Yi Qingtian is your biological uncle. Years ago, a rumor spread that the Yi clan had birthed a demon. The one who massacred your entire family is an incredibly powerful figure. The one who knows the most about this is Azure Dragon War God. My grandfather, Cloud Sky War God, heard it from him. I found out last night while investigating you, and my grandfather confirmed it. Boom! Yifeng's mind shook violently. He almost lost his balance. The parents who raised him for over 20 years weren't his biological parents? The Dragon City Yi clan wasn't where he was actually born? This information hit him like a tidal wave. For the first time, Yifeng felt lost. Why hasn't he made a move? Could it be that he fears the Xiao family's retaliation? What are they talking about? Some people tried to get closer to listen, but the conversation between the two could not reach their ears. Keep talking. Tell me everything you know. Yifeng said coldly. Master Yi, I really only know this much. You need to find the Azure Dragon War God for this matter. Back then, he was the one who led people to your home. As for the truth about the Yi family, we outsiders don't know anything. Xiao Renjie pleaded bitterly. Yifeng closed his eyes, and after a long time, his turbulent emotions finally calmed down a little. Get lost. Hearing this, Xiao Renjie felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He kowtowed to Yifeng a few times, then scrambled into his car and sped away. Only when Xiao Renjie's car disappeared from sight did Yifeng open his eyes again. Yi Qingtian. He is my biological uncle. My sister, she is his biological daughter. For over 20 years, he treated me like his own son and never once told me the truth. Was he protecting me? Yifeng was heartbroken and, for a moment, could not accept this revelation. If Xiao Renjie hadn't told him, he might have remained in the dark forever. It doesn't matter whether they are my biological parents or not, I will treat them as if they were. Yifeng's gaze was firm as he buried the sorrow on his face. In the distance, the onlookers shook their heads. Sigh. This god of slaughter let Xiao Renjie go. Looks like he fears the Xiao family's power. Yeah. He doesn't dare to kill Xiao Renjie. In the entire Dragon Nation, no one dares to kill the young master of the Xiao family. They had no idea what had really happened. They assumed Yifeng was afraid of the Xiao family when, in reality, Yifeng did not consider the Xiao family a threat at all. As the saying goes, if others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. But if they do, I will slaughter them without mercy. Yifeng ignored the murmurs around him. Brother Yifeng. Are you okay? Sun Muqing grabbed Yifeng's arm anxiously. Muqing, I'm fine. You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Sun Muqing buried her head in Yifeng's chest, like a frightened child. When she finally calmed down, she let go of Yifeng. Jiang Lingxian and the others blinked at her, grinning mischievously. Sun Muqing's face turned red. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Zhou Tai, clutching an injured arm, approached. A few servants had already bandaged his wound. Just moments ago, that man from the east had terrified Joe Tai. Luckily, he dodged in time, otherwise, it wouldn't have been his arm that was cut but his throat. Those damned Japanese devils. Pa! They're worse than pigs and dogs. And they dare to act arrogant on our dragon nation's soil? Mr. Yi, well done. Yes. Well done. Well done. They need to see the might of our dragon nation. The crowd was in high spirits, cheering for Yi Feng. Soon, this small episode came to an end. Zhou Tao led a team of dozens to clean up the mess completely. At the foot of the mountain, not a single trace of the battle remained, as if nothing had ever happened. Let's go. Since this is a tea appreciation event, I should at least taste the Zhou family's tea. Under Zhou Tai's lead, Yi Feng and his group ascended the tea mountain. At the tea mountain's summit, everyone automatically cleared a path for Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I will personally brew tea for you. Zhou Tai hurried to a table and picked up 2 packages of rare tea leaves. These were top-grade teas exported abroad, some were even reserved for foreign presidents. Some had long been kept as collector's items, packaged solely for display. But with Yi Feng's arrival, Zhou Tai spared no expense, opening all those rare treasures. Even the big shots of Jiangcheng were set aside. Of course, at this moment, they were just like Zhou Tai, eager to personally serve Yi Feng tea. Unfortunately for them, Zhou Tai had already seized the opportunity and was thoroughly enjoying it. The tea mountain was filled with tables, while more guests from outside continued climbing the stone steps. Mr. Yi, this is a tribute tea from the British royal family. Please have a taste. Zhou Tai respectfully presented a cup of tea. This tea is interesting. A refreshing fragrance filled Yi Feng's body, invigorating his very core. Good tea. No wonder the Zhou family was the largest tea merchant in Nanzhong. This tea even caused fluctuations in Yi Feng's internal energy. In the past, only special medicinal herbs had such an effect. The properties of this tea were on par with some low-tier elixirs. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Feng's praise, Zhou Tai felt a sense of pride. He lifted his head and laughed. This tea is cultivated using a special method and nourished with medicinal liquids. Our Zhou family has always collaborated with Master Chen. We also grow many medicinal herbs. Tea produced this way not only refreshes the mind but also nourishes the body and strengthens health. This is pure medicinal tea. 1 tea leaf is worth 100,000 euros. And even so, foreign buyers are scrambling to get it. Hiss. The visitors gasped, eyes widening as if they had seen a ghost. 1 leaf worth 100,000 euros. No wonder the Zhou family earned billions annually. It turned out they were making money off foreigners. And yet, those foreigners were still grateful for it. Business was truly ruthless. Some wealthy merchants were already planning to secretly acquire the Zhou family's cultivation secrets. This wasn't just a tea mountain, it was a mountain of gold. I see. Yi Feng couldn't help but admire Zhou Tai's business acumen. Soon, the tea appreciation event reached its peak with the arrival of some Tiandu figures. Of course, this was only a prelude to the real highlight, the auction. The tea event continued until noon, at which point Zhou Tai personally packed 2 large bags of tea for Yi Feng. Zhang Lingxian glanced at her watch. It's getting late. The auction should be starting soon. Mr. Yi, let's go. Prepare the car. Escort Mr. Yi and the ladies to the Genoa pavilion. Zhou Tai waved his hand, and a few bodyguards immediately drove a Rolls-Royce to the entrance. Genoa Pavilion was a luxury venue built by several of Jiangcheng's elite families for the auction event. Half an hour later, Yi Feng's car arrived at the entrance of Genoa Pavilion. At this moment, the place was filled with unfamiliar faces. As soon as Yi Feng stepped out of the car, he sensed more than a dozen powerful auras. Some wore hats and masks, some were dressed in expensive suits, while others donned long robes. Looks like this auction will be lively. Yi Feng smirked. Ancient martial arts families have come from afar. The competition will be fierce. I just wonder, is that item real or not? Zhang Lingxian followed behind Yi Feng, her gaze wary as she observed the masked figures. Zhou Tai got out of the car in a hurry and walked toward Yi Feng. Many people turned around, looking surprised. Who is that? The head of the Zhou family is actually greeting him with such an attitude. Some people didn't recognize Yi Feng. They thought he was some young master from Tiandu since many influential figures from Tiandu had arrived today. Among them was a giant of the Wang family in Tiandu, Wang Chong, the heir of the Wang family. Wang Chong was the second son of the Wang family. He had an older brother named Wang Tang. Wang Chang is here. Look! Look! It's really him. My God! Could it be that there's some treasure at today's auction? If there really is a treasure, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete with this man. Countless eyes turned to look into the distance. There, a figure appeared, handsome and elegant, with stylishly tousled bangs and hands tucked into his pockets. His whole demeanor exuded both grace and extravagance. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding girls let out waves of excited screams. Ah! So handsome! The noble young master of the capital, unparalleled in the world. Young Master Wang, look at me. Many rich daughters of Jiangcheng rushed over like fangirls, asking for autographs. Wang Chong was indeed strikingly handsome, possessing a slightly delicate and androgynous charm that particularly captivated young girls who had little experience with the world. Yi Feng had just stepped through the door when he suddenly heard the commotion behind him. He paused and turned slightly. His calm eyes swept over Wang Chong in the distance. Humph! A Wang family member. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Tai was puzzled. Nothing. Yi Feng paid no further attention to Wang Chong and followed Zhou Tai into Jinhua Pavilion. At the same time, a chilling gaze locked onto Yi Feng from afar. The figure then pulled down the brim of his hat and quickly entered the building. Ha! Heaven has eyes. I never expected to run into this brat here. This time, let's see how you escape my grasp. Beneath the mask, a face resembling a skull was faintly visible. Blood Fiend Worshipper. Do you know that kid? Beside him, two men in long robes from the Nanyang region looked at him in confusion. More than just know him. This brat is the one who injured me. And this time, he even brought the Chun family's grandmaster. I'll kill them all together. I'll spread the glory of my holy altar. A dangerous smirk appeared at the corner of the Blood Fiend Worshipper's lips. The two Nanyang envoys exchanged shocked glances. That kid is Yi Feng? The one who killed the king of Jinnan? The one who also killed many grandmasters of Nanzhong? After a brief moment of surprise, both of them burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! Blood Fiend Worshipper is right. This brat has been making waves lately. If we kill him and announce to all of Nanzhong that it was the Nanyang holy altar that took his life, it will greatly boost our reputation. By then, who in Nanjiang wouldn't respect our holy altar? Yi Feng was the perfect stepping stone for the Nanyang holy altar to expand into the Dragon Nation. Once they took Nanjiang as their base, they could establish branches across the entire country. When the time was right, the Nanyang holy altar could dominate the Dragon Nation and look down on the world. Brilliant! Simply brilliant! The two holy altar envoys cast respectful glances at the Blood Fiend Worshipper. Just 2 days ago, the Blood Fiend Worshipper had finally recovered from his injuries and emerged stronger than ever. His power was now terrifying. By the standards of the Dragon Nation, he had already reached the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Very few could stand against him. And now, with his demonic arts perfected, as long as he could absorb the life force of a few peak grandmasters, he could break through to the next realm, entering the Qi movement realm. At that point, unless the ancient martial arts clans of the Dragon Nation intervened, no one would be his match. Let's go! First, we'll participate in the auction, secure that treasure, and then kill the brat. The Blood Fiend Worshipper concealed his aura completely, and the group entered Jinhua Pavilion. Yi Feng followed Zhou Tai to the VIP seating area at the very front of the stage. There was also a second floor nearby, filled with private rooms offering excellent privacy. Mr. Yi, how is this seat? Are you satisfied? Zhou Tai asked respectfully. Jiang Lingxian hesitated. Mr. Yi, should we go to a private room on the second floor? It's much more discreet there. She knew that many influential figures were present today. If they successfully bid for a treasure, it might attract unnecessary trouble. In a private room, no one would know their identities. That's a good suggestion. Master Zhou, please arrange a private room for us upstairs. Yi Feng smiled. All right. Is Mr. Yi getting addicted to private rooms? But how could Zhou Tai refuse his request? Someone, take Mr. Yi to a private room upstairs. With Zhou Tai's command, 2 courteous maids quickly arrived and escorted Yi Feng upstairs. Since a capital verification was required to participate in the auction, Zhou Tai took Yi Feng's black card to the front desk. At the Jinhua auction's reception desk, an old man with silver hair sat quietly. He was meditating, but upon hearing approaching footsteps, his eyes snapped open. A formless pressure made a drop of cold sweat trickle down Zhou Tai's forehead. Master Shen, capital verification. Hand me the card, the old man said indifferently. This was Shen Tianyi, the most powerful steward of the Shen family. Rumor had it that he came from an ancient martial arts clan and had reached the terrifying 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Shen Tianyi was also the head manager of Jinhua Pavilion, while his granddaughter, Shen Yanran, was the general manager of the pavilion. Today's auction was being hosted by his granddaughter. On the surface, the Shen family relied on this grandmaster for their prestige. However, since Shen Tianyi rarely revealed his strength, his reputation had only grown more legendary over time. Zhou Tai respectfully handed over Yi Feng's black card. Suddenly, Shen Tianyi's pupils shrank rapidly, and he looked as if he had seen something horrifying. Where did this card come from? His hand, holding the black card, trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Tai was stunned. Wasn't this just Yi Feng's black card? Why was Shen Tianyi reacting like this? It belongs to my master, Zhou Tai lied outright. Hearing this, Shen Tianyi staggered, nearly fainting from shock. I must meet this esteemed lord in person. That black card. Dear heavens, it had appeared. After disappearing for over a decade, it had resurfaced. The entity behind this black card was an unimaginably terrifying financial group. And every holder of this black card was one of the most fearsome beings in the world. Shen Tianyi didn't dare to delay. He immediately got up. By now, Yi Feng had already entered the private room, led by the two maids. Zhou Tai was baffled. Master Shen, I'll go ask for his permission. With that, Zhou Tai took the black card and walked toward the second-floor private room. Shen Tianyi broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly followed. Inside Jinhua Pavilion, countless people watched in astonishment. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Tai knocked and entered. Mr. Yi, Master Shen of Jinhua Pavilion wishes to meet you. Yi Feng frowned. Why? I'm not sure either. When he saw this black card, his expression changed. He said he must meet you and even addressed you as my lord. Zhou Tai relayed the message truthfully. Yi Feng furrowed his brows. This card was given to him by his master. Anyone who recognized it was certainly no ordinary person. He wasn't sure what the other party's intentions were. I refuse. Yi Feng rejected the meeting outright. Zhou Tai hadn't expected him to refuse so directly. That was the chairman of Jinhua Pavilion. Zhou Tai nodded and stepped out. At that moment, Shen Tianyi was anxiously waiting outside. Seeing Zhou Tai emerge, he quickly approached. My master says he doesn't want to see you. What? Countless people stared at the second floor in shock. Who was this person? He had the audacity to refuse a meeting with Master Shen Tianyi. Absolutely. Otherwise, no one would dare speak to Shen Tianyi like that. For a moment, many people on the first floor speculated about the identity of the mysterious figure inside the private room. Inside the VIP private room, Yi Feng looked outside through the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The glass of this window was a two-way mirror. Those inside could see everything outside with perfect clarity, but people outside couldn't see anything happening inside. Jinhua Pavilion was enormous. The entire first floor could accommodate up to 10,000 people bidding simultaneously, while the second floor was entirely composed of private rooms. Anyone who wanted to bid only needed to give their price to the maid beside them, who would then immediately use an electronic remote to send the bidding information to the large screen on the first floor. Mr. Yi, I just sensed a terrifying killing intent. I wonder if you noticed it too. Just as they entered, Jiang Lingxian keenly felt an ominous and evil aura locked onto her. Yi Feng nodded. You felt it too? That's right. We're being watched. And this aura reminds me of a disgusting person. Last time, I didn't kill him, and he managed to escape. A figure flashed through Yi Feng's mind, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was that person. If it was just a similar aura, then so be it. The real concern was if the enemy was lurking in the dark, waiting for Yi Feng and Jiang Lingxian to lower their guard before striking. Especially Sun Muqing, she didn't know martial arts and wouldn't even be able to protect herself in danger. It seems I must teach Muqing some self-defense. Yi Feng's eyes emitted an invisible killing intent. He originally didn't want Sun Muqing to step onto the martial path. Once she did, her life would be in constant danger. Moreover, due to her unique physique, she would become a target of jealousy, particularly among the ancient martial families. If they couldn't lure a potential genius to join them, they might go to any lengths to kill Sun Muqing instead. Ha? Brother Yi Feng, what are you talking about? Sun Muqing was startled. Silly girl. Of course, I'm going to teach you some martial arts so you can protect yourself in the future. Yi Feng affectionately patted Sun Muqing's forehead. Her face turned red. How could I possibly learn martial arts? My arms and legs are so weak. He. But if I did learn martial arts, I'd beat up all those bad guys and make sure no one dares to trouble brother Yi Feng again. Sun Muqing waved her small fists, making everyone around her smile. Zhang Lingxian couldn't help but glance over with envy. The bond between the sect master and Miss Sun was truly deep. In the grand hall of Jinhua Pavilion, streams of people continued to pour in from outside. The two front rows near the stage had been left vacant, reserved specifically for the prestigious figures from Tiandu's noble families. Meanwhile, many hooded and masked figures ascended to the second floor. Most of them were disciples from ancient martial families. Wang Chong has arrived. Quick, make way. Everyone on the first floor immediately stepped aside to clear a path for Wang Chong. Under the guidance of two maids, Wang Chong walked toward the spot where Yi Feng had previously been sitting. This was the best seat in all of Jinhua Pavilion. Additionally, every VIP client would receive a 5% discount on their total bid after the auction concluded. The powerful families from Jiangcheng could only sit in the third or fourth rows, as far too many influential figures were present today. At this moment, Shen Tianyi was still standing at the door of Yi Feng's private room. Since the esteemed guest doesn't wish to see me, I'll just wait here. Shen Tianyi's heart pounded wildly. He didn't even care about the auction anymore. He just wanted to meet this mysterious figure in person. Even just catching a glimpse of them would be an immense honor for him. If he could establish a closer relationship with this person, the Shen family's rise to glory would be within reach. Master Shen, you still need to maintain order at the auction. Once the auction is over, you'll get to see my master in person, Zhou Tai said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Tianyi was momentarily stunned. Then, Master Zhou, please deliver this business card to your master for me. Today, he is our most distinguished guest at Jinhua Pavilion. Shen Tianyi handed his business card to Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai nodded and then turned to enter the room. Only then did Shen Tianyi reluctantly leave the second floor. Who were the people who just entered private room 888? He asked the maid who had led them in. Master Shen, just now, 1 man and 3 women entered. The women were young and beautiful, and the man was handsome, looking to be in his 20s. After hearing this, Shen Tianyi froze in shock. A 20-something-year-old holding that black card? How was that possible? His mind was utterly shaken, and it took him a long time to recover. All right. I understand. You may go back to work. Shen Tianyi had already made up his mind, no matter the cost, he had to establish a relationship with that mysterious figure. Young master. The auction is about to start. Wang Chong sat with his legs crossed, attracting countless gazes. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 50s. The man leaned down respectfully and spoke. Is the money ready? Wang Chang asked. It's ready. Just as they finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared below the stage. She took small, delicate steps, wearing 10-centimeter high heels as she walked forward. She was dressed in black silk, wearing a slit qipao, her curvy figure accentuated perfectly. Her hair was adorned with a simple, ancient-style hairpin, giving her a classical elegance mixed with modern allure. As soon as she appeared, all the men in the hall had fiery gazes. It's Shen Tianyi's granddaughter, Shen Yanran. She's absolutely stunning. Some men were practically drooling. Shen Yanran walked onto the stage, the spotlight shining on her, making her look even more dazzling. She smiled sweetly at the audience in the grand hall. Everyone, quiet down. Welcome to this year's annual grand auction in Nanjiang Province. I am honored to be your host today. Now, let me announce the rules of the auction. She adjusted the microphone, while Shen Tianyi sat below the stage, calmly observing the guests. First, all items in the auction will go to the highest bidder. Payments can be made backstage after the auction ends. Second, no fighting or causing trouble is allowed. Third, Jinhua Pavilion will charge a 5% service fee from each guest. Fourth, Jinhua Pavilion values confidentiality above all else. We guarantee that we will not disclose any information about buyers or sellers. Now, I officially declare the auction open. With her alluring voice, the entire auction hall instantly erupted in excitement. That's right. Miss Shen, your Jinhua Pavilion is wealthy, yet you won't even offer us buyers a discount. If that's not possible, at least introduce us to a girlfriend. Below the stage, several noble young masters stared greedily and lewdly at Shen Yanran's curvy figure. Alright. If you want a discount from Jinhua Pavilion, let's see what kind of strength you have. Of course, if you're looking for a girlfriend, then you've come to the wrong place. This is an auction house, not a brothel. Shin Yenran sneered. How could she not see through their petty schemes? Hearing this, the smiles on the noble young master's faces instantly froze. Miss Shen, we came here sincerely. If there's no girlfriend, then can I at least invite you to dinner after the auction? Invite Shin Tiany's granddaughter to dinner? Good grief, these guys must be from out of town. Do they not know where they are? Or do they not know Shin Yenran's temper? Are you finished? Shin Yenran's expression turned icy. We're finished. As long as Miss Shin agrees to dinner, I'll make sure to buy more things today. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed arrogantly, as if he was already imagining himself having dinner with Shin Yenran. Who knew that in the next second, a cold voice rang out, "Guards! Throw him out! Jinhua Pavilion does not welcome troublemakers." With just one command from Shin Yenran, 2 guards immediately rushed toward the back row and grabbed the young man's arm. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Why are you throwing me out? Shin Yenran, what do you mean by this? The other 2 young men stood up and blocked the guards. What do I mean? Aren't you looking for a girlfriend? Wanting someone to have dinner with you? I'm simply following the rules and asking you to leave. That's reasonable, isn't it? Escort them out. With Shin Yenran's command, the 3 young men's faces instantly filled with rage. I'm from the Wang family of Jiling. Shin Yenran, do you dare throw me out? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin Jinhua Pavilion's reputation? Oh my god. The Jiling aristocratic family, these guys clearly weren't ordinary people. No wonder they spoke with such arrogance and underlying threats. The Jiling aristocratic family? What does that have to do with me? Get lost. Shin Yenran's single word was like a hammer striking everyone's heart. Forcing a young master from the Jiling aristocratic family to leave, probably only this lady dared to do such a thing. After all, she was Shin Tiany's beloved granddaughter and the general manager of Jinhua Pavilion. Hearing this, the 3 young men looked utterly humiliated, their faces turning livid. Shin Yenran, do you think you're some kind of saint? You're just a cheap woman flaunting yourself. I invited you to dinner as a courtesy, don't be so shameless. Countless eyes turned in shock toward the young man. At that moment, 2 powerful figures radiating an oppressive aura stood up from their seats. I am a grandmaster of the Wang family from Jiling. Let's see who dares to throw our young master out. Do you really think the Jiling aristocratic family can be bullied so easily? The 2 grandmasters released a terrifying aura of the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm. At this moment, in the 2nd floor private rooms, many people smirked with amusement. Inside one of the VIP rooms, 2 figures exchanged knowing smiles. The people from Jiling are too arrogant. That old man, he's strong. Meanwhile, in the 1st floor hall, Shin Tiany's brows furrowed, and a cold killing intent filled his eyes. With a boom in less than a fraction of a second, he appeared before the 2 Jiling grandmasters. With both palms striking out, the 2 Jiling grandmasters were instantly terrified. Bang! Bang! Their bodies shot through the air like broken kites. While still mid-air, they spat out blood violently before crashing heavily to the ground, their auras immediately weakening. How dare you insult my granddaughter? Causing trouble in my Jinhua Pavilion. You must be tired of living. Get out! A voice filled with terrifying power rang in the ears of the 3 Jiling young masters, making them cough up blood. They were completely dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? A Wang family grandmaster was severely injured in a single move. Clutching their chests, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, scrambling toward the door in a panic. I'll say it again, this is an auction house. I don't care who you are. Once you step in here, you follow my rules. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the grand hall, countless people were filled with shock. Many had only heard rumors of Shin Tiany's strength, but they had never imagined it would be at such a terrifying level. Could it be that Shin Tiany truly came from an ancient martial sect? The elite families of Jiangcheng instantly raised their evaluation of him by several levels. Even the arrogant noble heirs who had been acting so high and mighty quickly straightened up. Shin Tiany smiled faintly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. By making an example out of them, the others would think twice before causing trouble in Jinhua Pavilion. No one dared to show Shin Yenran any more disrespect. Alright. That was just a minor incident. Everyone, don't mind it. Now, let's welcome our first auction item of the evening. As the sound of music played, the atmosphere of the auction quickly became lively again. Two maids carefully carried a tray covered with a red cloth onto the stage. Today's first auction item is a red jade. Starting bid, 20 million. Swish. Shin Yenran lifted the red cloth, revealing a fist-sized red gemstone. The white spotlight shone on the red jade, instantly reflecting dazzling beams of crimson light. It was stunning. A red jade of this size was incredibly rare. A starting bid of just 20 million? If someone could win it at that price, it would be a huge bargain. Inside the private room, Yifeng glanced at Sun Mooching's smooth neck. Mooching, do you like this red stone? I'll buy it for you as a birthday gift. You need a necklace anyway. Brother Yifeng. I don't need anything. Don't waste your money. Sun Mooching had already received a massive investment thanks to Yifeng, and she was more than satisfied. It's fine. As long as you like it, I'll get it for you. Money? I have plenty. Yifeng didn't care about money at all. Soon, people started bidding. 30 million. 35 million. 40 million. I bid 50 million. In less than a minute, the price of the red jade had already soared to 50 million. This was already a very high price. If it went any higher, it might exceed the stone's actual value. Moreover, only half of the red jade was exposed, while the other half remained hidden within its rough shell. Without knowing the stone's quality and internal structure, it was difficult to determine its true worth. Beep. 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 Private room 666 has bid 80 million. Hiss, the entire first floor hall collectively gasped. Was someone really treating money like it was worthless? 80 million. With that kind of money, who knew how many raw red jade stones one could buy? It seemed that the VIP guests in the second floor private rooms were the true protagonists of today's auction. This stone is indeed quite good. Buying it for fun isn't a problem. But 80 million is a bit too high. Wang Chong shook his head, showing no interest. His Wang family had plenty of such stones, and each one was even bigger, reaching the level of collectibles. He had come today because he had received some information. There was said to be a real treasure appearing in this auction. There was no need to waste money on such trivial things. Private room 666 has bid 80 million. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid? The first floor hall remained silent. 80 million, whoever raised the bid would be a fool. Were they crazy? Did they really want to push the price to 100 million? Shin Yenran scanned the room. To be honest, this stone had started at 20 million, and for it to reach this price was already beyond her expectations. The seller had specifically invited Genoa Pavilion's top appraisers to evaluate the stone. Even if it were cut open, the highest quality red jade inside would at most be worth 50 million. This transaction had already brought Genoa Pavilion a huge profit. 80 million, going once. 80 million, going twice. 80 million, go. 100 million. Boom! Before Shin Yenran's hammer could fall, a voice shattered the silence. Private room 888 has bid 100 million. Yifeng chuckled. I'll buy it to make necklaces for you and godmother. This one's mine. 100 million? Damn! Are they insane? Spending 100 million on a rock? Who the hell has that much money? If they have that much, why not sponsor me a little? Down below, people whispered among themselves, calling the bidder a fool for spending 100 million on a stone. Meanwhile, in another private room just dozens of meters away from Yifeng, a middle-aged woman's face was filled with rage. Ah! Which bastard is competing with me? Miss Rome, don't worry. I have a good relationship with Master Shin of Genoa Pavilion. Later, I'll have him sell you this stone. At the price of 80 million. Let them fight over it. In the end, it'll still be yours. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a floral tie, bowed slightly with respect. Hearing this, the fury on the woman's face faded significantly. The next second, her face lit up with a smile, full of wrinkles. With Mr. Qin saying this, I'm relieved. 100 million. After a long silence, Shin Yenran finally dropped the hammer. The first auction item was sold just like that. Below the stage, Shin Tianyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. 100 million. That distinguished guest had finally made a move. Here, no one could compete with those few esteemed figures. The money in that card was enough to buy anything in the world. Congratulations, Miss Sun. Mr. Yi has great taste. This stone suits you perfectly. Jiang Lingxian smiled. Brother Yifeng, Stop spending money recklessly on me. Sun Mooching pouted. She really didn't want to owe Yifeng too much. How would she ever repay him? One by one, new auction items were presented, 7 or 8 stones, each larger than the last. Yifeng only glanced at them. Today's red jade was one of a kind, and it was more than enough to make necklaces for his godmother in Sun Mooching. In less than half an hour, Jinhua Pavilion had already completed transactions worth billions. And this was only a third of today's auctioned items. Xinyanran was very satisfied with the atmosphere today. Moreover, she had deliberately spread the news that this year's Nanjiang auction would feature some once-in-a-lifetime treasures. That was what had attracted many noble families from Tiandu and ancient martial sects to attend. Though ordinary people may not find them useful, for a martial artist, they are priceless treasures. Xinyanran had hyped it up in advance, and this time, she even personally stepped down to carry a red tray. Miss Shen. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just show us the item already. As long as I, Sue, like it, I'll buy it all. A man sitting at the edge of the first row showed an impatient expression. Who is that guy? First row, he must be some big shot. He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Some people frowned and stared at the figure. Master Su, don't rush. Second Masterine hasn't spoken yet. When it comes to martial artists, Filon Hall will take them all. Jinnan Martial Hall, stay out of this. Second Masterine sneered coldly. Hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Jinnan Martial Hall, Jiangnan's most renowned martial arts hall. That man was Su Jinan. I remember now. I've seen him on TV. He's the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Those who had been in a daze suddenly snapped to attention, utterly shocked. Humph. Let's see who has more money, Jinnan Martial Hall or me. Jinnan Martial Hall had disciples all over 4 provinces in Jiangnan, and Su Jinan was a distinguished guest of many noble families in Jinling. His financial power surpassed that of the entire Jinling aristocracy combined. After all, Jinnan Martial Hall had tens of thousands of martial artists, and countless families paid hefty sums to hire them. Su Jinan had every right to be confident. His opponent wasn't simple either. Filon Hall was the most mysterious and powerful force in the northern territories. Rumor had it that they were connected to the Russian mafia and Japan's Yamaguchi Gumi. Everyone held their breath, suppressing their shock. These two were about to fight over the next treasure. Anyone with sense would step aside. Xinyanran carried a tray onto the stage and carefully placed it on the table. This item was entrusted to us by a mysterious elder. Swish! Xinyanran lifted the red cloth, revealing a small white jade bottle. This bottle contains a spirit pill. What? A spirit pill? Many family heads showed doubtful expressions. This was the 21st century. Were they joking? Could it be that this bottle contained some kind of legendary elixir? Some people who had never seen such things covered their mouths, laughing secretly. Some even took photos of the bottle and posted them online, sparking waves of ridicule. Miss Shen. I know Jinhua Pavilion is rich and powerful, but you can't fool us with something like this. It's the modern era. A spirit pill? Why not call it an immortal pill? Ha 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 ha. The entire banquet hall erupted into laughter. But no one had ever heard of such a thing as an elixir. Wasn't that something that only appeared in movies? Was Jinhua Pavilion joking? Had they gone crazy for money? What could eating this thing do? Could it make someone immortal? Miss Shen. Are you saying that consuming this elixir will grant immortality? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I'd sell everything I own just to buy it. Exactly. Stop with these ridiculous things. Hurry up and take it away. Bring out the next item, the next one. Some people in the crowd sneered and jeered, while others rubbed their chins with puzzled expressions. Some had already lost interest and were playing on their phones. Only Xinyanran remained composed, standing there with a smile in her eyes. I told you. This item is useless to ordinary people, and they've never seen it before. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are many things in this world that ordinary mortals cannot comprehend. This item is called a Padao Dan, Breaking Dao Pill. If a Kaiyuan realm martial artist consumes it, they can immediately advance by one minor realm. If a grandmaster at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm consumes it, it will significantly increase their chances of breaking through. To ordinary people, it's nothing but trash, but to Kaiyuan realm martial artists, this item is a priceless treasure that cannot be measured in money. The mysterious man who provided this item said, you can believe it or not. The starting bid for this item is Shen Yanran paused briefly, then softly uttered two words, 10 billion. Each bid increment must not be lower than 500 million. What? 10 billion? Gulp. Some people swallowed hard. Others stared at Shen Yanran on the stage, their eyes wide like lanterns. 10 billion, just for the starting bid? And every bid had to increase by at least 500 million? Holy shit, this is insane. Yi and Su Jinan exchanged glances, sparks flying in their eyes. Although they were martial artists, they had never heard of such a thing. An elixir? Could this be a scam? What kind of era was this? How could such a thing possibly exist? But at that moment, in several private rooms on the second floor, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures suddenly stood up from their seats, their bodies trembling, their minds in absolute turmoil. All of their eyes were locked onto that small bottle, as if trying to see through it to determine whether its contents were real or fake. Even Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock. Padao Dan? Senior sister. My god. If this is really a Padao Dan, it cannot be measured in money. Senior sister. If it's real, we must get it. We absolutely can't let anyone else take it. Ning Hongyan was even more excited than Zhang Lingxian and Yi Feng. Her entire body trembled, as if she had been struck by lightning. Only those from ancient martial sects truly understood what a Padao Dan was. And what it meant to them. If this was real, just consuming it could instantly push them to the next realm. If Zhang Lingxian took it, she could immediately break through to the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm and step into the 9th level. That demonic genius from the Shao family was only at this level right now. At that point, senior sister could even challenge Shao Runhuang. Even if she couldn't win, with her talent, she definitely wouldn't lose. Right now, both Ning Hongyan and Chu Xiaoxiao stared at the small bottle, their eyes burning with excitement. Mr. Yi, we must get this. If you consume it, you will definitely break through to the next level. For the first time in a long while, Zhang Lingxuan's usually calm eyes rippled with excitement. Senior sister. Ning Hongyan and Chu Xiaoxiao were deeply moved. They hadn't expected that the first person senior sister thought of wasn't herself, but the sect master. Indeed, if either of them took it, it would benefit them greatly and push their strength forward. But if a Kaiyuan Realm 4 or 5 martial artist took it, it would completely waste this priceless treasure. Yi Feng smiled slightly. I got it. I'll bid later. If anyone knows the value of this thing, they will go all out to raise the price. Let's wait and see. Yi Feng wasn't in a hurry. The hall was filled with whispers and murmurs, but no one placed a bid yet. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shen Yanran's eyes. Did they not understand how valuable this treasure was? Or did they simply not believe in its worth? If Shen Yanran hadn't been entrusted with this item, she would have bought it herself to give to her grandfather. Although Shen Tianyi had strictly instructed her to follow the rules and conduct the auction, she was still tempted. Is there really no one who wants to bid? Shen Yanran scanned the room. Just then, a voice came from a private room on the second floor. 15 billion. Boom. The entire audience was thunderstruck. My god. Someone bid. Who the hell is this fool? 15 billion? Are they crazy? Wasn't each bid supposed to increase by 500 million? How did it jump by 5 billion? Countless people were shaken to their core. In the first row, at the center, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Buy this for my brother. No matter the cost. We must get it. Wang Chang's gaze was locked onto the bottle. Understood, second young master. Tiandu Wang family, 20 billion. A middle-aged man beside him calmly raised his bidding sign, as if money meant nothing to him. They bid. The Tiandu Wang family made a move. This was the first time Wang Chang placed a bid since entering the auction, and he raised the price by 5 billion. 25 billion. 30 billion. 35 billion. 40 billion. In a private room on the second floor, Shueisha Gongfeng's eyes turned blood red as he clenched his teeth. Damn it! How dare they bid against me? With a furious slap, he shattered the entire table in front of him. He was one step away, just one step from breaking through during his closed-door cultivation. But that final step felt like an invisible shackle holding him back, preventing him from advancing. This Padao Dan, he had to get it. If anyone tried to take it from him, they would die. This was madness. Absolute madness. Wang Chong and the mystery bidder in the second-floor private room were fighting to the death over this item. Neither was willing to back down. 50 billion. This time, the middle-aged man beside Wang Chong stood up, staring at the second-floor private room. Hisses. The entire auction house gasped in shock. In just a few minutes, the bid had soared to 50 billion? Did these people think money grew on trees? You're courting death. Shueisha Gongfeng's chest heaved violently, his fists clenching tightly. He had only brought 50 billion, that was his limit. If he wanted to bid higher, he'd have to ask the main sect for more funds. But that was impossible. By the time he received the money, the auction would be over. Just then, on the giant screen, a new bid appeared. Private room 888. Bid, 500 billion. 500 billion. Shen Yanran's legs trembled, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, shocking everyone in the venue into standing up. Her hand, holding the microphone, shook slightly as she instinctively looked toward the second-floor VIP private room 888. Who on earth was it? Who would bid 500 billion in one go? 10 times the current price. She hurriedly picked up her phone and dialed a number. The next second, inside Yifeng's private room, the phone beside the maid started ringing. The maid hurriedly picked it up, her hands trembling. President Shun. What's going on? Did the guest in private room 888 make a mistake with the price? I need to confirm this immediately. The maid looked at Yifeng in shock. Just now, Yifeng had calmly placed a bid of 500 billion. She was certain she hadn't misheard. 500 billion. That amount could easily buy Jinhua Pavilion itself. It could even create several first-class noble families in Jiangcheng. And yet, this young man had casually placed a 500 billion bid. Moreover, his expression remained completely relaxed, as if he had only spent 500 yuan, completely unfazed. Was this even real? Even the maid started to question everything. Sir, President Shen needs to confirm the bid with you. Did you really bid 500 billion? The maid asked Yifeng respectfully, her voice shaking. Yifeng nodded indifferently. Was there a mistake? It's exactly 500 billion. If that's not enough, I can add more. Money. I have plenty of it. Jiang Lingxian felt her scalp go numb, and Ning Hongyan was completely dumbfounded. Inside the private room, only Yifeng remained calm. Everyone else looked as if they were dreaming. 500 billion? Mr. Yi, you. Jiang Lingxuan's face was filled with disbelief. Yifeng simply waved his hand, signaling her to stay silent. No matter the price, he was determined to get this Badao Dan today. Hearing Yifeng's firm response, the maid immediately turned back to the phone and reported. President Shun. The guest in private room 888 did not make a mistake. The bid is confirmed at 500 billion. The entire auction house fell into complete silence. Even though the phone call was quiet, everyone had heard it clearly. Private room 888, 500 billion. Who is this person? Which powerful figure is inside? Even the noble families of Tiandu wouldn't dare bid like this. Su Jianan and Yin Yi were stunned. Just moments ago, they were still debating whether the Padao Dan was real or not. But in less than a few minutes, the price had skyrocketed to 500 billion. Both of them had only brought 100 billion each, thinking it would be more than enough. Yet someone actually spent 500 billion on an unknown elixir? This was pure madness. Countless faces turned blank, their eyes filled with terror. When Shen Yanran finally confirmed the bid from private room 888, everyone snapped back to reality. Who was this mysterious powerhouse? Spending 500 billion on a single pill as if it were nothing. It couldn't possibly be the noble families of Tiandu, because everyone from those families was already known. Even Wang Chong, the heir of the Wang family, had only bid up to 50 billion. This was beyond terrifying. At that moment, Wang Chang's face was pale, his entire body frozen in disbelief. Second young master. What do we do? That person actually bid 500 billion. This is completely absurd. The middle-aged man beside him had a grim expression. Wang Chong furrowed his brows deeply. This person is either a complete fool or filthy rich. Even if the Padao Dan is real, it's not worth this much. Then, what should we do now? The middle-aged man was still unwilling to give up. Wang Chong shook his head. The Wang family cannot afford that price. I'm more curious to find out who would dare bid so recklessly. At Jinhua Pavilion, every winning bid must be paid in full. I'd like to see if they can actually pay that amount. That was true. The reason Shen Yanran double-checked the mysterious bidder's price was to avoid any mistakes. Humph. Second young master, once the auction is over, we should go meet this person. We must take the Padao-dan. The middle-aged man clenched his fist. Wang Chong remained silent, lost in thought. At the same time, Shueisha Gongfeng's expression was as dark as a storm. His rage nearly consumed him. Shueisha Gongfeng. Arg. Who placed that bid? Shueisha Gongfeng gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. It was private room 888. I think that's where that kid is staying. What did you say? Upon hearing the Holy Altar envoy's words, Shueisha Gongfeng froze in place. That kid, wasn't it Yifeng? Could it really be him? No way. Impossible. How could that brat possibly be this rich? Did he pluck money from the air? Shueisha Gongfeng refused to believe it, but his killing intent surged uncontrollably. His terrifying aura sent chills down the maid's spine. She felt like she was standing in front of a grim reaper instead of a human. There was no other choice. Now that Private Room 888 had won the auction with a 500 billion bid, they could only wait until the auction was over to figure out their next move. Shen Yanran took a deep breath and raised her microphone. Does anyone wish to place a higher bid? Higher bid? Higher your damn head. 500 billion? Who could possibly go higher? The hall fell into complete silence. Seeing that no one else bid, Shen Yanran smiled and announced, "Congratulations to Private Room 888 for winning the Padao-dan with a bid of 500 billion. The mysterious seller has stated if the pill is fake, the buyer will not have to pay a single cent." Hearing this, everyone's eyes trembled. So, Genoa Pavilion came prepared. If the Padao-dan turned out to be fake, the mysterious person in Private Room 888 wouldn't have to pay anything. But if it is real, no matter the cost, the full amount must be paid immediately. Genoa Pavilion does not allow credit. Many people nodded. This was Genoa Pavilion's standard auction rule. If the deal went through, the money had to be paid in full. Otherwise, Genoa Pavilion would never let the bidder walk away, no matter who they were. 500 billion, sold. Let's just hope someone isn't all talk, or they'll be humiliated when they can't pay up. Exactly. Who even has that much money? Isn't this just nonsense? Some people who had never seen true wealth laughed mockingly, waiting to see Private Room 888 make a fool of themselves. Many who were previously shocked now looked disdainful. Ha! If that person couldn't pay, they wouldn't be leaving Genoa Pavilion standing upright. A single Padao-dan had already brought Genoa Pavilion an enormous fortune. The only question was, did that mysterious old man have more of such treasures? In today's world, was there anyone who could still refine such powerful elixirs? It was unimaginable. If someone truly possessed the ability to refine elixirs, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps even the ancient martial grandmasters of the Dragon Nation would have to call him an immortal. Shintiani sat in his chair, completely unfazed. Ever since he had seen that black card, he knew. Today's auction belonged to Private Room 888. That master inside lacked everything except for money. The auction continued, and they had now reached the 19th auction item, with more than 10 grand finale treasures still waiting to be unveiled. A maid walked onto the stage, carefully carrying a tray. Shen Yanran swiftly lifted the red cloth, revealing a small golden box inside. The audience couldn't clearly see what was inside the box. This 29th auction item is also something special. I believe those who have studied medicine will recognize this item. Shen Yanran gently turned the box toward the camera, displaying an exquisitely engraved golden dragon pattern. The next moment, 9 slender silver needles came into view. Needles? Wow, yet another unique item. Aren't these just silver needles used by doctors? The needles looked somewhat special. The rear half of each needle emitted a faint golden glow, while the front half gleamed with a pure silver sheen. 9 silver needles, neatly arranged inside the box. These silver needles were left behind by a divine doctor. It is said that after using these needles to save lives, the divine doctor left them behind. And along with them an ancient medical book. Of course, the medical book is only an additional item, one of the treasures collected by Genoa Pavilion. Starting bid for these 2 items, 12,500 million. What? A few needles, and the starting bid was even higher than that of the Padao-dan? But at that moment, those who understood medicine were visibly shaken, as if they had recognized something. These are the legendary needles used by the immortal doctor of the Dragon Nation. I heard that the immortal doctor is young but possesses unparalleled medical skills that no one can match. The immortal doctor rarely reveals himself. He saves lives with silver needles, but he also kills with silver needles. He is ruthless against evil yet carries great ambition. In the center of the first floor, an elderly man, well into his 70s, trembled as he gazed at the silver needles with an expression of devotion and awe. Wasn't that the legendary divine doctor of Jinling, Elder Zhangjun? Could it be that he recognized these needles? Elder Zhang, is there something special about these needles? Special? These needles are priceless treasures. They can absorb medicinal liquids and store their properties. When used with the techniques of a divine doctor, they can bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh and bones. Moreover, these particular silver needles have been used by the immortal doctor. Even so, for those of us in the medical field, they are still beyond value. I must have these needles. No one should compete with me. Meanwhile, in private room 888, Yifeng stared at the 9 silver needles, completely stunned. Weren't these the low-tier 9-turn divine needles he had used before? What the hell? Hadn't he thrown them away? How had they ended up here? Just as Yifeng was trying to make sense of it all, his phone rang. Mr. Yi, where are you? I finally arrived. At the entrance of Jinhua Pavilion, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Elder Qin Shoan quickly got out and rushed toward the entrance. Earlier that morning, due to an urgent matter, he had returned to Yuncheng. He never expected that by the time he finished his business and returned to Jiangcheng, it would already be 1:30 p.m. He had almost missed the auction. Luckily, he had made it in time. Elder Chen, we're on the second floor, private room 888. Come in. This old man. Yifeng hung up the phone. Meanwhile, as Qin Shoan stepped through the entrance, his eyes suddenly locked onto the 9 silver needles in the distance. His eyelids twitched violently. Wait, wasn't that the legendary 9-turn divine needles? How did they end up here? Impossible. Chen Shoan was so shocked that he nearly tripped. He stared intently at the 9 needles, his mind racing. The 9-turn divine needles were a legendary set of needles, said to surpass his family's 12 paths of pure yang acupuncture. They had been lost for generations. Chen Shoan knew exactly what these needles represented. He studied them carefully for a long time. Something seems off? Legend has it that the 9-turn divine needles were personally forged by the immortal doctor. Their entire bodies glow golden and possess godly powers, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Ancient records describe their complex forging process. Even a single needle would be classified as a spiritual artifact. If they were truly spiritual artifacts, how could they end up in an auction house? Chen Shoan immediately dismissed his own suspicions. These 9 needles must be fakes. Still, their craftsmanship was exceptional. Who had created them? Without wasting time, he rushed upstairs and knocked on the door of private room 888. Come in. Mr. Yi. Chen Shoan bowed respectfully toward Yifeng. Elder Chen, no need to be so formal. Why are you only back now? Yifeng smiled faintly. Sigh. Elder Gu was severely injured. I heard he was ambushed. I rushed back early in the morning to treat his wounds. Chen Shoan looked deeply worried. Elder Gu? The mysterious old man I saw at your house that day? That old man had given Yifeng a strange feeling. He had seemed far from ordinary. Yes. But Elder Gu's injuries are extremely serious. I've never seen such a bizarre wound before. No matter how many rare herbs I used, nothing worked. Even using the 12 paths of pure yang acupuncture could only stabilize his condition, preventing it from worsening. Elder Gu has done so much for my family, I must find a way to heal him. Chen Shoan seemed to have made up his mind. He glanced once more at the 9-turn divine needles displayed downstairs. Could these needles actually help heal Elder Gu's injuries? They're so intricately crafted. If nothing else works, maybe I should buy them and try? Perhaps, there's a slim chance? Silver needles were only auxiliary tools. If combined with the 12 paths of pure yang acupuncture, the effects might be even better. As he pondered, Yifeng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Elder Gu's injuries. Leave them to me. Also, those 9 needles. I made them. I just didn't like how they turned out, so I threw them away. No idea how they ended up in Jinhua Pavilion as some so-called treasure. Ha! What did you just say? Chen Shoan was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his seat. Mr. Yi. Yi? These 9 needles, were they forged by you? Chen Shoan widened his eyes, standing there in shock. What? Impossible? Would I lie? No, no, no. Mr. Yi, I was rude. Chen Shouwen steadied his emotions. This beggar's edition of the Nine-Turn Divine Needles was forged by Yi Feng using his master's technique. His master had passed down the 9 needles to him, but those couldn't be used casually, lest they cause panic. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Feng planned to forge more. Unexpectedly, after several attempts, they all failed. He wasn't sure if the Nine-Turn Divine Needles reached the level of spiritual artifacts, but he did know that his master once used them to kill a peak Qi Motion Realm expert. That was a true Qi Motion Realm master, one of the most powerful beings in this world. Chen Shouwen knew that Yi Feng was formidable, but he never expected that the legendary medical immortal was actually him. This news had already spread across the medical world. However, at the time, no one paid much attention to it. Because no one had ever seen Yi Feng perform the Nine-Turn Divine Needles, even if they believed that the medical immortal was young, they never associated him with Yi Feng. Soon, the beggar's edition Nine-Turn Divine Needles stirred great excitement. Dr. Zhang, although you are the revered divine doctor of Jiling, I absolutely cannot let you have this item. I bid 1.5 billion. A middle-aged man stood up, with only a few sparse strands of hair on his head, clearly an old traditional doctor. As soon as he made his bid, the venue erupted. It started. These medical practitioners are fighting over the medical immortal's treasure. Is it really that miraculous? Exactly. Voices of doubt arose from the crowd. More than miraculous. I can feel that these 9 silver needles still contain a terrifying power. It's as if the medical immortal himself is standing right beside me. I bid 2 billion. I want them too. A young man in glasses raised his bidding paddle. Of course, these silver needles and medical books attracted renowned doctors and prestigious medical apprentices from all directions. Among them were even descendants of medical aristocratic families, all gazing at the silver needles with the utmost reverence. Seeing the bidding war, Shen Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there were indeed people willing to buy the medical immortal's belongings. She had almost thought the auction would fail. As long as the final price wasn't lower than 1.25 billion, the Genoa Pavilion would make a profit. Young man, take my advice, you can't handle these silver needles. Zhang Jin clenched his fists and warned the young man behind him. Ha! Elder Zhang, should I thank you and just hand over these 9 needles to you? Such a rare treasure, I'd be willing to keep them even just as a collection. Since these were left behind by the medical immortal, I'm willing to pay a fortune even if it's just to preserve them for future generations. The young man stood firm, ready to go head-to-head with Zhang Jin. I bid 2.5 billion. Zhang Jin gritted his teeth. 3 billion. 3.5 billion. 4 billion. 4.5 billion. 10 billion. The young man suddenly stood up furiously, his face filled with defiance as he stared at Zhang Jin. Holy hell! These people were fighting like mad over a few silver needles. To those who like them, they are priceless treasures. To those who don't, they are worthless. Let's see who has more money. A few young men whispered among themselves, enjoying the spectacle. Young people these days are incredible. My old master gives up. This needle, 10 billion, it's yours. Zhang Jin was unwilling, but his opponent was simply too wealthy, so he had to back down. Shen Yanran was grinning from ear to ear. What was this needle even made of to be worth so much? She had thought selling it at all would be a miracle, but now it seemed she had completely underestimated its value. Who exactly was this medical immortal? Could a few silver needles really be worth this much? Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the 29th treasure of today's auction. Inside a private box, Yi Feng almost burst out laughing. This beggar's edition 9-turn divine needles, weren't they just defective products? How did they become so legendary? Since when had he become the medical immortal of the Dragon Nation? Chen Shouwen was visibly excited. Mr. Yi, they're all scrambling for your needles. Ha ha ha. When he forged these needles, he lacked a key component. If he could truly reach the level of his master's craftsmanship, he wouldn't have discarded them. However, that kind of forging technique was extremely difficult, likely due to the scarcity of natural spiritual energy. Anything that reached the level of a spiritual artifact was nearly impossible to forge. Unless one possessed exceptionally rare forging materials. Yi Feng didn't dwell on it. If people liked them, let them fight over them. He checked his watch. The auction had reached the grand finale, and the remaining items were bound to be spectacular. Sure enough, Shen Yanran announced, the next items are the treasures of this auction. Please welcome the 10th last auction item. Amidst gasps of amazement, the climax of the auction officially began. The first item to appear was an extremely rare medicinal herb brought by Old Master Qin Shoan. In the first round of bidding, the price soared to 3 billion. In the end, Yifeng secured it for 5 billion. Right now, he was in urgent need of medicinal herbs. He wouldn't pass up a good opportunity. Looks like Old Master Chen's family has some real treasures. If you have more medicinal herbs to sell in the future, just come to me. I have a preference for the finest goods. Chen Shoan was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. From now on, all of the best goods from my Chen family will be reserved for you. At the same time, a bold guess formed in Chen Shoan's mind. Could it be that Yifeng truly knew the 9-turn divine needles? Otherwise, how could he possess such forging skills? His emotions surged like a roller coaster. The following auction items included gems imbued with special spiritual energy, incomplete martial arts manuals, and all kinds of priceless treasures. The most unique item was a fragment of jade. It seemed to transcend time and space, coming from ancient times. The first round of bidding exceeded 10 billion instantly, and in the second round, many of the top aristocratic families got involved. Ultimately, Yifeng won it decisively, leaving Jiang Lingxian and Chen Shoan with pounding hearts. How rich was their sect master exactly? From the start of the auction until now, he had already spent nearly 80 to 90 billion. He was practically a walking money printing machine. Damn it! Is box 888 here just to stock up? I've been bidding all night and haven't won a damn thing. All the good stuff is being taken by him. Some people looked furious, questioning whether box 888's bids were even real. Jinhua Pavilion quickly responded, confirming that all transactions were legitimate and valid. Second young master. We only managed to win a single stone. And we don't even know if it's useful. Wang Chang's face darkened. The mysterious VIP box had completely overshadowed everyone else at this auction. Once the auction was over, he would have to meet that guy no matter what. Some are happy, while others are troubled. Among them were the Blood Fiend devotee in the second-floor private box and a group of ancient martial arts grandmasters. Young master. This guy is going too far. That piece of ancient jade is most likely that thing. We came here specifically for it. In a private box, several figures dressed in robes and wearing masks revealed their fury. A terrifying aura spread through the box, suffocating and oppressive. The soul jade fragment should emit soul fluctuations, but just now, I didn't sense any fluctuations. This jade might be fake. This is the final item. If it truly is a fragment of a heaven-tier spiritual artifact, no matter the cost, we must acquire it. If necessary, we can use certain means. A young man stood with his hands behind his back, his cold gaze concealing a raging storm. Today, we have reached the final, most precious treasure of the Jinhua auction. I cannot determine its price. Even the mysterious seller doesn't know its true value. After evaluation, Jinhua Auction House has determined its worth at 10 billion. Today's starting price, 10 billion. Bring the item up. Soon, two maids carried a large chest onto the stage. The chest was extremely worn, bearing the marks of countless years, with its wooden surface rotting away. Bang! Xin Yanran opened the chest. A broken blade appeared before everyone's eyes. The object was covered in rust, as if it had endured thousands of years. The blade was about half a meter long. Xin Yanran lifted it, her eyes filled with confusion. What was that gentleman thinking? Selling this pile of scrap metal and for no less than 10 billion? In reality, Jinhua Pavilion had never evaluated it. No one could determine its value. Xin Yanran had personally asked her grandfather, and he said that the object was most likely a spiritual artifact, but it was far too deteriorated. Moreover, after countless years, its artifact soul was probably long gone. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy inside. Calling this thing a spiritual artifact, wasn't that a joke? Yet the seller insisted on this price and entrusted it to them for auction? To create an atmosphere of great value, Xin Yanran had no choice but to claim that experts had authenticated it. It's here. Second young master. Is this really a fragment of a spiritual artifact? A middle-aged man asked telepathically. Wang Chong stared at the object, his gaze flickering. At the same time, in the second-floor private box, Yifeng and Jiang Lingxian were equally stunned. How should we assess this item? Mr. Yi, I don't sense an artifact soul. An artifact soul is a spirit that naturally forms when a spiritual artifact is forged. Just like humans, an artifact soul resonates with its wielder. If a warrior and an artifact soul establish harmony, they can even summon the weapon remotely. For a spiritual artifact, The artifact soul is of utmost importance. Especially for a heaven-tier spiritual artifact, its artifact soul would have likely developed intelligence. If it were a complete heaven-tier artifact, it could rival a great power in strength. Such an item could protect an entire sect or clan, deterring any invaders. Because once an artifact soul recognizes a master, it will defend them to the death. What a pity! The artifact soul must have perished. But the material of this item alone is priceless. A heaven-tier spiritual artifact carries its wielder's terrifying aura. When the aura is dormant, the artifact does no harm. But if the aura awakens, it can destroy heaven and earth. Zhang Lingxian had her own unique perspective. This object was incredibly ancient, perhaps even older than their Wanawago sect. The engravings on its surface carried an indescribable sense of history. It was as if beneath the rust and markings lay the blood of a destroyer. Heaven-tier spiritual artifacts, during ancient times, they had undoubtedly slain the greatest powerhouses of this world. And their wielder had been a mighty force, yet for some unknown reason, they and their weapon had both been lost to time. Just how terrifying must the being who could kill the wielder of a heaven-tier artifact have been? That realm existed only in legends. No one could confirm it, those from the ancient martial sects could only look up to it with reverence. In another private box, a young man's body trembled for a long moment before he finally came to his senses. Take it. I can feel an overwhelming power within it. Even if it cannot be restored, it can be reforged. When the time comes, who will dare oppose my clan? Beside him, two elderly figures revealed a price to the auction house maid. 15 billion. Someone had placed a bid. My god, an instant 5 billion increase. Wang Chong sneered, 20 billion. The ancient martial clans are bidding? That indirectly proves the item is real. A heaven-tier artifact fragment. This time, the Wang family had to secure it. The elder beside Wang Chong immediately raised his paddle, continuing the bid. Young Master Wang has placed a bid. But isn't this just a pile of scrap metal? He raised it by 5 billion in one go. Hiss. Gasps of shock filled the auction hall. 25 billion. 30 billion. 35 billion. 40 billion. 45 billion. 50 billion. In the blink of an eye, the bidding price had soared to 50 billion. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. 50 billion was no small sum. 50 billion could even shake the very foundation of the Wang family. But for this item, any amount was worth it. 50 billion. It had already reached the price of the Breaking Dao pill auctioned earlier in private box 888. At this price, few at the auction could afford to bid any higher. Does anyone dare challenge my Wang family? Boom! A figure burst out of the second-floor private box, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent waves of fear through the crowd. With a single punch, the walls of the private box shattered into pieces. Wang family? Just you? Jinhua Pavilion. No disturbances allowed. Shintiani suddenly stood up, and two monstrous forces collided in midair. The masked elder's aura was actually on par with Shintiani's. Who was this terrifying powerhouse? Just how many formidable figures had gathered here tonight? Did they really think so little of the Wang family? Humph. Boy. Hand it over to us. The masked elder looked down with an air of absolute dominance. So, it was someone from an ancient martial clan. Wang Chang's heart pounded. His elder brother, Wang Tang, also practiced ancient martial arts, so he understood just how powerful these people were. The Wang family's only advantage was Wang Tang's exceptional talent, but even Wang Tang alone could never match an entire ancient martial sect. These ancient martial artists were simply too domineering. Wang Chong gritted his teeth in fury, but he didn't dare resist. Outside the Jinhua Pavilion, no one could stand against them. Fine. I'll concede. Wang Chong suppressed the anger in his heart. Shintiani frowned, feeling displeased. At the Jinhua auction, the highest bidder wins. This is not a place for you to threaten others. If you can't afford to bid, then don't participate in the auction. Shintiani said coldly. His stance was firm, he showed no weakness even in the face of ancient martial family experts. If you dare cause trouble in my Jinhua Pavilion, I have the right to throw you out. You dare. The old man's oppressive aura suddenly intensified. Shintiani stomped his foot on the ground, and the concrete floor cracked inch by inch. Stand down. Since the Wang family wants to bid, let them bid. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from a second-floor private box. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned toward the source. There, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him, another person stood silently, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura beneath a mask. Shin Tiany's heart trembled. These two had strength on par with his own. If it were just one of them, he could put up a fight. But against both? He wasn't confident. Fortunately, the mysterious young man intervened in time. Otherwise, a fight might have broken out right here. Humph. The old man let out a cold snort and leaped straight onto the second floor. Wang Chong broke into a cold sweat. 500 billion, that was already the highest amount they could afford. Any further bidding would require approval from the Wang family's higher-ups. Moreover, with ancient martial grandmasters involved, this item was a hot potato. It could even lead to assassinations. Wang Chong shook his head. I give up. Ha ha ha. Since Mr. Wang has given up, then we will take this item for 501 billion. In the second floor private box, the masked elder burst into laughter. A heaven-tier artifact fragment was absolutely worth this price. Even if it wasn't a complete heaven-tier artifact, just reforging this material into an earth-tier artifact could make it a sex-treasured heirloom. This was a massive gain. 501 billion, was the deal sealed? Who exactly were these people? They dared to threaten even the second young master of the Wang family. Judging by Shin Tiany's expression, he clearly didn't want to provoke them. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Shin Yenran scanned the audience. Bid? Who would dare? These men were definitely grandmasters from some mysterious family. Offending them, who would walk out of Jiang City alive? Besides, at a price of over 500 billion, who else but the Wang family could afford it? 501 billion, going once. 501 billion, going twice. 501 billy. Just as Shin Yenran was about to drop the gavel, a voice interrupted. Box 888. 550 billion. What? He can still bid? This. How is this possible? Countless people turned to stare at Yifeng's private box, their minds reeling in shock. Box 888 had already spent nearly $1 trillion. And now they were bidding again? Was he really going to buy even this pile of scrap metal? On the second floor, the smiles beneath the two elders' masks froze. Bastard! Who the hell dares to compete with us? A chilling, killing intent spread, making the people on the first floor break out in cold sweat. Shin Tiany smirked. It seemed that the mysterious master was making his move again. But would these ancient martial families dare to go head-to-head with him? The previous holders of that black card were all among the most terrifying beings in the world. Even with their immense power, the ancient martial families were insignificant before him. Young master! What do we do? Keep bidding. The young man remained calm. All right. 600 billion. 650 billion. Yi Feng sneered. Since they wanted to play, he would play with them to the end. 700 billion. 750 billion. 800 billion. The old man in the robe looked utterly grim. 1 trillion. Inside the private box, Sun Muqing's mouth fell open in shock, her mind going blank. Yi Feng, however, remained completely relaxed. After all, it wasn't his money. It made no difference to him. Ah! These brats have a death wish. The veins on the robed elder's forehead bulged with rage. 1 trillion. They hadn't brought nearly that much money. The ancient martial families had never imagined that anyone could bid this high. The entire auction hall fell into an eerie silence. A long moment passed before people started gulping nervously. This is terrifying. 1 trillion. My God. On the second floor, the young man's face beneath the mask darkened. They couldn't match that bid. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a phone rang next to Shin Yenran. Shin President, that person said if 1 trillion isn't enough, they can go higher. What did you just say? Shin Yenran's eyelid twitched violently. Box 888 had called, saying they could bid even higher. Where was this person getting all this money? Her hands trembled as she hung up the phone. 1 trillion. Does anyone wish to bid higher? The distinguished guest from Box 888 said they can keep bidding. What kind of day was this? What kind of monsters had come here today? Shin Yenran speculated about the identities of the mysterious guests in Box 888. Even among the greatest aristocratic families, no one spent money like this. If someone can afford it, we'll step back. But let's see if they have the ability to hold on to this hot potato. Young master. The robed elder could no longer contain his fury and was about to charge into Yifeng's private box. But the young man stopped him. If someone buys this many treasures at once, others will surely target him. There's no need to panic. Once he steps out of Jinhua Pavilion, no one will be able to protect him. The young man suppressed his anger. Amid gasps of astonishment, the auction finally came to an end. Shen Yanran's heart pounded violently. Congratulations to the guest in box 888 for purchasing this treasure at the price of 1 trillion. I hereby announce the successful conclusion of today's auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the front desk for payment. Although the auction was over, not a single guest left. Everyone wanted to see who was this mysterious powerhouse that had dominated the Jinhua auction. Who had spent nearly 2 trillion on so many items? Inside the private box, Yifeng smiled faintly. I'm quite satisfied with today's haul. Mr. Yi, the ancient martial families have interfered. We might be in trouble. Jiang Lingxian was both excited and worried. They had offended so many people. Would they even make it out of here in one piece? Oh? Is that so? Then I really want to see what these people plan to do. Yifeng strode confidently out of the private box. Yanran! Quick! Come with me to greet that esteemed gentleman. Below the stage, Shintiani didn't bother with anything else and hurriedly stood up from his chair. What? Grandpa? What are you talking about? Shin Yanran thought she had misheard, greet that esteemed gentleman? She knew her grandfather's personality better than anyone. Even if someone from Tiandu came, he would never lower his stance to personally welcome them. What was going on with the old man today? What are you standing there for? Of course, I want you to come with me to greet the esteemed guest from box 888. Hurry up! Shintiani directly grabbed Shin Yanran's hand and rushed upstairs. At that moment, Yifeng happened to step out of the private box, with Jiang Lingxian and the other 2 women following closely behind. In an instant, tens of thousands of eyes locked onto Yifeng. Why is it just a young man? What? What's going on? Could it be that this whole time, the one making those insane bids was this kid? Many people stared at Yifeng with shock, confusion, and disbelief. It's Yifeng. I recognize him. Last night, at the Zhou family banquet, he slapped a grandmaster from the Xiao family to death. He stomped on Xiao Rengjia's face and rubbed it against the ground. It was him. I'd never mistake that face. My God. Why is it him, this god of slaughter? Those who recognized Yifeng felt their scalps tingle, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Not only was he a god of slaughter, he was this rich? Where did he get so much money? Staring at his silhouette, many people stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Shintiani had just pulled Shin Yanran upstairs when he looked up and saw Yifeng and Jiang Lingxian stepping out of the private box. It felt like a bolt of lightning struck his heart. Shock spread through his mind. So young, he was the mysterious VIP of box 888? The old master of the Zhou family was following behind him like a servant? This young man was the owner of that mysterious black card? Grandpa, what's wrong? Shin Yanran noticed something was off in her grandfather's expression. Even if the man was wealthy, there was no need to react like this, right? In the past, her grandfather never flattered rich people. It's nothing. Shintiani tried to suppress his emotions. This esteemed gentleman looked no more than 20-something, about the same age as his granddaughter. A bold idea suddenly sprouted in Shintiani's mind. Esteemed gentleman, I am the chief director of Jinhua Pavilion, Shintiani. It is an honor for Jinhua Pavilion to have you at our auction. Yanran, greet the esteemed gentleman. Shintiani spoke sternly and quickly shot Shin Yanran a look. He was the distinguished guest from box 888? The mysterious tycoon? So young? Why was her grandfather addressing him as esteemed gentleman? A wave of shock surged in Shin Yanran's heart. For her grandfather to show such respect, this young man was far more than just rich. Shin Yanran had met countless people in her life. She knew exactly what her grandfather meant. Yanran greets the young master. Shin Yanran bowed slightly like a blooming flower, her posture elegant and refined. The hem of her qipao slightly lifted as her legs bent in a graceful bow toward Yifeng. May I ask the young master's name? Shin Yanran smiled lightly. Yifeng. What? You're Yifeng? Shin Yanran's beautiful face was filled with shock. What? Do I not look like him? Yifeng replied indifferently. And no. Not at all. Apologies, young Master Yi, I was being rude. Realizing her mistake, Shen Yanran quickly apologized to Yi Feng. So this young man was Yi Feng? The one who had turned the entire South Jiang upside down? Rumor had it that the number of grandmasters who had died at his hands was beyond count. Even the king of Jinnan and the patriarch of the Kawashima family from Japan had been killed by him. At such a young age, he had already accomplished a series of earth-shattering feats. Xintiani was so shocked he couldn't speak for half a minute. So, you are Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, forgive my lack of hospitality, I failed to greet you upon your arrival. Xintiani bowed deeply to Yi Feng. In the first-floor hall, the onlookers stood frozen like statues. The mysterious tycoon was Yi Feng. And Xintiani had just bowed to him. It was the first time they had ever seen Xintiani treat a young man like this. Even when Wang Chong arrived earlier today, Xintiani had never acted this way. Mr. Yi, you may proceed to the front desk to swipe your card and take home the treasures you won at auction. For you, Genoa Pavilion will not charge a single cent in handling fees. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. This kid, what incredible luck! And the women beside him, how were they all so stunning? Any one of them could outshine the top actresses of Jiang City. Envy and jealousy spread through the hall like wildfire. Just then, a man and a woman suddenly walked out from box 666. Ms. Rong. I'll go talk to Elder Shen right now and have him set aside that red jade for you. Qin Defo wore a flattering smile as he spoke to a middle-aged woman with bright red lipstick. She wore an enormous pigeon egg-sized ruby on her finger, and her neck was adorned with a diamond-studded ruby necklace. Every piece of jewelry she wore was worth a fortune. Any single item was enough to sustain Qin Defa for a lifetime. The only reason Qin Defa had managed to enter with this woman was because he claimed to have connections. He promised he could pull some strings at Genoa auction house. After all, Xintiani was his uncle. Qin Defa had been working as a manager in a subsidiary of the Genoa group for years. With just one word from Xintiani, the red jade would be his. If he could win over this wealthy woman, he would be set for life. The two had only taken a few steps when they suddenly spotted Xintiani and Shen Yanran. Uncle! What are you doing here? I was just about to find you. Qin Defa walked over without hesitation. His eyes suddenly landed on Yi Feng's group. Seeing how young Yi Feng was, Qin Defa didn't take him seriously at all. Uncle, here's the thing, Ms. Rome has taken a liking to a piece of red jade from our auction. Since it's me asking, could you set it aside for her? Ms. Rong is willing to pay 50 million for it. Qin Defa grinned, completely oblivious to the fact that Xintiani's expression had darkened. That item has already been purchased by Mr. Yi. Do you not understand Genoa auction house's rules? Xintiani was irritated. He had just been chatting with Yi Feng, and Qin Defa barged in without any tact. Besides, the red jade was something this esteemed guest had chosen, giving it away? What nonsense! Xintiani had never been satisfied with this nephew. If it weren't for his mother's dying wish, he would have let him fend for himself long ago. This brat is the VIP of box 888? How is that possible? How old is he? Where did he get so much money? Uncle! I'm your real nephew, and Miss Rong has taken a liking to this item. You can't disregard family ties just for a bit of money. Besides, how many things has this brat bid on today? Can he even afford to pay? Miss Rong is an esteemed guest of our Genoa group, a VIP. You should just let her have this item. Qin Defa looked at Yi Feng with a mocking expression. Where did this yellow-haired brat come from? Did he not know that Xintiani was his real uncle? And with the way he's dressed, looking so shabby, where did he get the money? This brat was definitely just talking big. Soon, he'd be in for a disaster. Xintiani broke into a cold sweat. This rebellious fool, how dare he? Did he want to get him killed? The man in front of them was someone who, even if they couldn't curry favor with, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. What the hell was this disgraceful idiot trying to do? Slap! You bastard! Do you think this is a place where you can speak? Kneel down. Apologize to Mr. Yi. Xintiani slapped Qin Defa so hard that he flew 2 meters away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged noblewoman beside him was startled. Uncle! Why did you hit me? Who the hell is this brat? You want me to kneel to him? Did I say anything wrong? I said he couldn't afford it, was I wrong? So much money, even if he sold himself, he probably couldn't pay. Qin Defa, looking aggrieved, pointed at Yi Feng's nose, full of defiance. His own uncle actually hit him over some brat. And he hit him so hard. Shin Defa had wanted to make a good impression in front of Miss Rong. But he never expected Shin Tianyi to directly slap him in the face. "You bastard! You still dare to talk back? Apologize to Mr. Yi. Or from today onward, get the hell out of my Genoa group." Shin Tianyi was so furious his chest heaved, his entire face flushed red. He quickly glanced at Yi Feng's expression. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't seem particularly angry. Hearing these words, Shin Defa turned pale and sat on the ground, terrified. Fired? His own uncle wanted to fire him? If he got fired, he, Shin Defa, would probably have no place to settle in this vast Jiangcheng. Moreover, he had just taken on a huge loan to buy a villa. "Kneel. Did you hear me?" With a loud boom, a terrifying pressure descended on Shin Defa. He was so scared his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly knelt before Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I don't want the red jade anymore. Please forgive my words just now." Bang! 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 Shin Defa knocked his head hard against the ground 3 times toward Yi Feng. Only then did Shin Tianyi's anger subside slightly. He quickly turned and bowed his head toward Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, please forgive this fool for what he did. Our Genoa pavilion never breaks the rules. You two, get out of my sight." Shin Tianyi's voice carried authority. Shin Defa and Miss Rong were so frightened that their legs nearly gave out. "I'm a VIP of your Genoa pavilion. Genoa pavilion, you're just too much. Is this how you treat your customers?" Miss Rong said angrily. No one believed Yi Feng could afford to pay such a huge amount, including her. For Genoa Pavilion to offend such big clients over a brat, they were playing with fire. Shin Tianyi couldn't even be bothered to look at her. He said indifferently, "From today onward, Rong Guilan is blacklisted from Genoa Pavilion. All future collaborations are cancelled. Get out." The people downstairs were completely stunned. Shin Tianyi found it amusing. So what if he offended all of Jiangqing's elites for Yi Feng's sake? Even 100 so-called big clients were nothing compared to Yi Feng. Shin Defa got up from the ground in a miserable state. His gaze toward Yi Feng had completely changed, from disdain to pure terror. Without another word, he grabbed Rong Guilan and hurriedly left Genoa Pavilion. Swipe the card. Yi Feng took out a black card from his pocket, covered in foreign characters. Shin Tianyi's pupils contracted. He took Yi Feng's black card with both hands, his expression full of reverence. "Yanran. Go with Mr. Yi to process the payment." Shin Yanran was utterly shocked. Swiping the card, so he really hadn't been bluffing. Soon, Shin Yanran and Yi Feng headed downstairs. Everyone instinctively made way for them. Even Wang Chong, the second young master of the Wang family, could only stand to the side, completely ignored. "Wait!" A sudden voice rang out, and Yi Feng and Shin Yanran stopped. On the second floor, 3 masked figures slowly descended. "What do you want?" Yi Feng frowned. "This young brother, our young master, would like to speak with you in private." "What do you say?" An elderly man in a long robe walked straight up to Yi Feng, a mysterious, unreadable smile under his mask. "I'm not interested." Yi Feng directly ignored him. Shin Yanran was shocked Yi Feng actually dared to speak to them like that. That masked old man had strength comparable to her grandfather's. And all 3 of them were extraordinary. Especially the young one in the middle, his status must be extremely high. For 2 powerful figures to treat him with such respect, he had to be a big shot from an ancient martial family. She had heard her grandfather talk about such families before. "You dare disrespect my young master. And who the hell is your young master? Why should I give him face?" Yi Feng said coldly. "You're asking for death." Suddenly, a large hand reached for Yi Feng's shoulder, an overwhelming pressure making the surrounding people tremble in fear. "Get lost." Boom! Yi Feng struck out with his right palm, colliding directly with the old man's hand. A powerful shockwave blasted through the room, sending everyone flying. The old man's face changed drastically as he stumbled back 20 to 30 meters before managing to steady himself. When he came to his senses, his face was filled with terror. Yi Feng's eyes locked onto him like an eagle eyeing its prey. The old man had intended to suppress Yi Feng with his aura, forcing him to kneel. But he never expected this brat to be anything but ordinary. Who are you?" A young man in his 20s, yet his inner power was as deep as an abyss. In that single clash, the old man instantly realized the vast difference between them. A gap as insurmountable as heaven and earth. This was absurd. Even a genius from an ancient martial sect wouldn't be this terrifying. "Young master, This brat! What terrifying pressure! The old man's arm felt like it had just collided with a speeding train. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his arm would have been broken in an instant. Xiao Jiang, accompany Miss Shin to process the payment. I have some business to settle with these people. Yi Feng's expression was as cold as ice. Just because they're from an ancient martial sect, they think they can act so recklessly? If he hadn't been strong enough, he would have been forced to kneel before these people just now. How were they any different from the Japanese devils he had killed? Thinking that just because they were from an ancient martial family, they could use their strength to bully the weak? Who gave them the courage and audacity? Yi Feng stepped forward, 1 foot at a time, toward the masked young man. With each step, his aura grew stronger. His dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss, making people tremble uncontrollably. Swish! 2 old men leaped forward, blocking the young man. They had sensed a murderous intent, a killing aura coming from this brat in front of them. Shen Tiany's expression was serious. This was already the second time today that these 3 had caused trouble. And this time, they had provoked Yi Feng. The people from the ancient martial families, how arrogant! If they dared to attack Yi Feng, he would not stand idly by. Shen Tiany was already prepared to make a move. He was confident he could hold off one of them, and as for the other 2, even if Yi Feng couldn't defeat them, he could definitely protect himself. Did your man just threaten me? Kneel down. Apologize. 10 meters away from the young man, Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. The ice-cold killing intent filled the entire hall. What? He was telling someone from an ancient martial family to kneel and apologize? Shen Tiany was dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. These 3 were from an ancient martial family, people that even the elite of Tiandu wouldn't dare to provoke. And yet, Yi Feng had just given them a direct order to kneel. For an ancient martial family, this was an extreme humiliation. Shen Tiany wanted to step forward and stop him. Offending an ancient martial family had serious consequences. He knew better than anyone how powerful these clans were. 50 years ago, when he was still young, he had trained in the Yen clan due to his talent. Back then, he had been expelled by the clan leader for breaking the clan's rules. He didn't know exactly which ancient martial sect these people belonged to, but his instincts told him that they were not to be provoked. Mr. Yi, I think maybe we should. Shen Tiany had just started to speak when a voice interrupted him. Master Shen, you'd best not get involved. You may not understand Mr. Yi's strength, but I do. Zhou Tai stepped in front of Shen Tiany. Shen Tiany frowned, looking helpless. What was wrong with the Zhou family head? What the hell did he understand? The ancient martial families couldn't be provoked, offending them could easily lead to death. Zhou Tai and Chen Shouan had absolute confidence in Yi Feng's strength. That confidence was etched into their very bones. The young leader of the ancient martial clan burned with rage beneath his mask. Kneel? You're telling me to kneel and apologize? This brat, he actually told him to kneel and apologize? What a joke! Did he think he was somebody important? No one in this world had ever made an ancient martial family kneel. And no one had ever dared to say such words to him, Ji Changfeng. I'm telling you, in this world, there are some people you simply cannot afford to offend. Do you even know who our young master is? The old man behind Ji Changfeng looked at Yi Feng with a mocking gaze. And who is he? Isn't he just someone from an ancient martial family? If I tell him to kneel, he kneels. Yi Feng's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ancient martial family? Could these people really be from the legendary ancient martial clans? The entire hall was filled with stunned expressions. If these were truly members of an ancient martial family, then today they were dealing with something serious. Yi Feng was a monster. The ancient martial families were powerful, but there were only 3 of them. And just now, that old man had already suffered a loss. What did that mean? It meant they weren't even Yi Feng's match. Ji Changfeng had never suffered such humiliation before. It felt like someone had slapped him hard across the face. The next second, a figure shot forward like lightning, carrying an overwhelming force as it charged at Yi Feng. They had made their move. A member of an ancient martial family had finally attacked. What terrifying power! The dignity of an ancient martial family could not be insulted. Since Yi Feng had dared to humiliate them, he had to pay the price. A price that Yi Feng surely couldn't afford. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, shaking the hall and making everyone's internal organs ache. Those closest to the explosion coughed up blood and were sent flying. Ha! This brat dared to face young Master Ji head-on? He was asking for death. Young Master Ji was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Even they couldn't compare to him. And he was cultivating the most terrifying technique of the Ji clan. A mere brat who hadn't even fully matured, did he really think he could challenge an ancient martial family? The foundation of an ancient martial family was not something just anyone could rival. However, before they could even finish their thoughts, the smiles on the two old men's faces suddenly froze. Bang! Thud! 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 Ji Changfeng's body was sent flying. He landed on the ground, stumbling back more than 10 steps before he could steady himself. Meanwhile, Yifeng hadn't moved an inch. He stood in place like an unshakable pillar. How could this be? Ji Changfeng felt like something inside him had been ignited. As the young master of an ancient martial family, he had actually lost to a mere brat. Kneel when you speak. Boom! Yifeng stepped forward, pressing his hand down on Ji Changfeng's shoulder. A terrifying pressure bore down on him, and Ji Changfeng couldn't withstand it. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Young master! Let go of our young master. The two old men were livid, their eyes burning with rage. Come any closer, and I'll cripple his cultivation. Yifeng stood beside Ji Changfeng. With just one step, he could turn him into a cripple. You! Ji Changfeng was drenched in cold sweat. His shoulder felt as if it was being crushed under a massive mountain. The overwhelming pressure left him completely immobilized. No one had expected that Ji Changfeng wouldn't even last a single round against Yifeng. The two old men's eyes were filled with utter shock. Apologize. Yifeng said coldly. Ji Changfeng's expression twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth, unwillingness and humiliation spreading through his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. For the first time in his life, he was kneeling before someone. And it was because his strength was inferior. I'm sorry. It was my fault for failing to discipline my men. I shouldn't have provoked you. You too, apologize to him. Ji Changfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Yes, sorry. We were blind and failed to recognize you. Please, let our young master go. The two elders of the Ji family knelt on one knee and apologized to Yifeng. Get lost. Yifeng kicked Ji Changfeng 2 meters away. Shintiani didn't dare to utter a single word from start to finish. He hadn't expected Yifeng to handle the situation with such thunderous methods. Let's go. Ji Changfeng got up from the ground in disgrace, flung his sleeve, and walked toward the door. The two old men didn't dare to linger either, fleeing in fear. They're from the Ji family. Mr. Yi, I saw the Ji clan's token on the young master's waist. Shintiani whispered to Yifeng. Ji family? The same Ji family that Xiao Jian mentioned? Yifeng was momentarily surprised. Zhang Lingxian should know about these ancient martial families. As for the background of this Ji family, Yifeng planned to ask Zhang Lingxian later. At that moment, Zhang Lingxian had finished processing the payment and was walking over from a distance. Xin Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and her attitude toward Yifeng had changed again. Grandfather! The money has been transferred. A total of 183 billion had been deposited into Jinhua Pavilion's account. Xin Yanran had waived all service fees, following her grandfather's instructions. At the same time, she was shocked just how much money was in that black card. She handed the black card back to Yifeng, who casually accepted it. Mr. Yi, I will have the items delivered to you. Would you have time tonight to grant me the honor of a meal? I'd like to invite you on behalf of the Xin family. Shintiani humbled himself completely, not daring to expect anything in return. If Yifeng agreed to dine with him, it would be a great honor. The Ji family had been forced to kneel. Compared to that, what did he, an old housekeeper of the Xin family, amount to? No need. Tonight, I might head straight back to Lancheng. If there's another chance in the future, I'll invite old Master Xin to a meal instead. Yifeng politely declined. A few minutes later, 2 maids arrived carrying an exquisite box and approached Yifeng. Mr. Yi, here is your auction item. Please accept it. Countless eyes focused on the box as Yifeng took out the pill and placed it into his storage. He handed the fragment of the heaven-grade spiritual artifact to Zhang Lingxian for safekeeping. There was also a broken jade piece whose purpose was still unknown. Yifeng put everything away. Seeing Yifeng decline his dinner invitation, Shintiani looked slightly disappointed. In that case, very well. I will escort you out. Mr. Yi, I assure you, no one in Jiangcheng will dare to target you. Anyone who dares to have bad intentions toward you will be my enemy. After Shintiani finished speaking, he scanned the room. His words seemed like a warning to everyone present. Before trying anything against Jifeng and Zhang Chang, they had better consider whether they had the guts. Many people felt that Shintiani's words were unnecessary. Who would dare to target this god of slaughter? Unless they were utterly foolish. Even if Yifeng walked down the street with all his valuables on display, no one would dare to lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, several figures hidden in the dense crowd were watching Yifeng from a distance through their masks. Blood Fiend Commander. Did you see that? This brat is unbelievably strong. What do you think? The two southern sect envoys beside the Blood Fiend cautiously inquired. I don't care how strong he is. I want all the treasures on his body. Once he's out of Jiangcheng, no one will be able to interfere. As long as you two can keep the others occupied, I guarantee I can finish him off in 1 minute. Really? The two envoys' eyes widened before sinister smiles spread across their faces. Excellent. With you taking action, Blood Fiend, I feel reassured. That brat is covered in treasures, and he's already offended so many people. I'm sure there are plenty of people eyeing him. But with you leading the charge, this matter is already halfway done. The three men grinned wickedly. Meanwhile, Yifeng bid farewell to Shintiani and walked toward the exit without looking back. At that moment, two more figures also followed him with dark expressions. It was none other than Wang Chong and his bodyguard. As soon as Wang Chong got outside and pushed through the crowd, he saw Yifeng about to get into his car. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and blocked Yifeng's path. Brother, I am Wang Chong from the Wang family. May I have a word with you? No matter what, Wang Chong intended to try. At worst, he would be humiliated by Yifeng. For the sake of his Wang family and his elder brother Wang Tong, he had to try and obtain the Padao pill, even though he knew his chances were slim. Wang Chong? What's the matter? Your father didn't come in person? He sent you alone to handle this? Yifeng chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Chang's heart pounded. What was going on? Did he know his father? Say what you need to say here. I don't mind. Yifeng's tone seemed much more relaxed than before. Wang Chong was puzzled, but since Yifeng had given him the chance to speak, he got straight to the point. Sir, would you be willing to sell that Padao pill to my Wang family at a high price? If you agree, I guarantee that from now on, you will be the most esteemed guest of our Wang family. I am willing to buy it at the original price. Wang Chong gritted his teeth. Even though it exceeded the pill's original price, he didn't want to give up. So you're here for the Padao pill? No matter how much you offer, I won't sell it. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare ask me that. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's body trembled. He really does know my father. Who exactly is this man? Powerful and young, wealthy and mysterious. You know my father? May I ask who you really are? Wang Chang asked. Yifeng transmitted a message to him. Upon hearing it, Wang Chong trembled and nearly fell to his knees before Yifeng. I deserve to die. I didn't know that you were here. Wang Chong broke into a cold sweat. He was the master of Tianjun Group? That was a colossal figure towering over the Wang family. His father had a good relationship with Yi Linyan, the head of Tianjun Group. Tianjun Group was one of the most powerful financial conglomerates in the entire Dragon Nation. And the man before him was the young master of Tianjun Group. Even Wang Chang's father would have to bow before him. Yifeng had turned Nanjing upside down, killed so many grandmasters. And all of it was because he was the master of Tianjun Group. At that moment, Wang Chong finally understood. Mr. Yi, if you ever have time, please visit the Wang family as our guest. With that, Wang Chong hurriedly got into his car with his bodyguard and drove away without looking back. The second young master of the Wang family ran away faster than a rabbit. Before the onlookers could even react, Wang Chang's car had already vanished from the entrance of Jinhua Pavilion. Let's go too. Yifeng got into the car, while Shintiani and Shinyanran stood in the distance, gently waving goodbye. Sigh. My dear granddaughter. This man has limitless potential. If we can form a connection with him, what would the Shin family have to fear from now on? Even if the ancient martial sects come knocking, I wouldn't be afraid. Shintiani's gaze was solemn, and Shinyanran was immediately shocked. Grandfather, do you really think so highly of him? Is he really that powerful? Granddaughter, you must trust your grandfather. I don't know if Mr. Yi is married, but if he isn't, I would gladly arrange for you to marry him. Shintiani stroked his beard and smiled. What? Marry him? Grandfather, what are you saying? Shinyenran felt like she had seen a ghost. Her grandfather was acting completely out of character today. She admitted that Yifeng was quite capable and very wealthy. But Shinyenran had never cared about those things. Was her grandfather's evaluation of him really that high? Today, Yifeng had so many beautiful women around him who knew what their relationship was. At first glance, he seemed like just a slightly wealthier playboy, nothing more. Could she really spend her life with a playboy? No matter how rich he wasn't her type. Granddaughter. I'm not joking. You should start thinking about your future. But whether Mr. Yi would be interested in you is another matter entirely. I hope we can meet him again. Shen Tianyi watched as Yifeng's car disappeared into the distance. Only then did he turn away, unwillingly. Countless people looked on with envy and jealousy. Who was Shen Tianyi's granddaughter? One of the most beautiful women in Zhongcheng. Her figure and looks were absolutely stunning, surpassing even top models and famous actresses. Who wouldn't want a wife like that to hold every night? Even spending just one night with her would be worth dying for. But for them, it was nothing more than a dream. Meanwhile, Yifeng was riding in a Rolls-Royce, accompanied by several beautiful women. Chen Shouwen's convoy followed behind him. Xiao Jiang. The Ji family, do you know them? How strong are they? Yifeng asked curiously. Zhang Lingxuan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly. The Ji family? They're very powerful. They're on par with my Manhwa Valley. But now that our grandmaster is absent, we might not even be their equal. What did you say? Manhwa Valley has so many people, yet they're not even a match for the Ji family? Yifeng was a little surprised. Manhwa Valley was filled with talented and stunning women. Even a few of them could dominate Nanjing. Yet such strength was only on par with the Ji family? The foundation of ancient martial clans was indeed unfathomable. Of course. Mr. Yi, the Ji family is an ancient clan. Their ancestors were once the most terrifying powerhouses in this world. Even though the Ji clan has declined, they should never be underestimated. That said, they tend to keep a low profile. But since you've offended their young master, they won't let this go easily. Zhang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her bright eyes fixed on Yifeng. They were the ones who provoked me first. I spared that brat, I already showed mercy. Yifeng said indifferently, completely unfazed. As expected of a sect master. So domineering. He didn't even take the Ji family's young master seriously. Zhang Lingxian, Ning Hongyan, and Chu Xiaoxiao all looked at Yifeng with admiration. Wanhua Valley had always acted discreetly and humbly, but with Yifeng around, they suddenly became more assertive. Zhang Lingxian was still immersed in that feeling. Perhaps this was actually a good thing for Wanhua Valley. It could reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. She was starting to like Yifeng's way of doing things more and more. Mr. Yi, they've suffered a loss today, so they'll definitely go back to regroup. Besides, the ancient martial sect conference is happening soon, so they probably won't show up again. Before the conference, all the young geniuses from the various clans would go into seclusion. Because the once-in-a-decade sect conference was far too important for them. Not only was it a chance to earn fame and status for their sects, but it was also about the supreme treasures that appeared during the conference. The last conference featured a rare Earth-grade spiritual artifact and an ancient martial technique. And rumors suggested that this year's treasures would be even rarer than ever before. Zhang Lingxian was eager to see them. If not for the auction, she would have gone into seclusion herself, and Ji Changfeng wouldn't have shown up either. What angered the Ji family the most was that Yifeng had swooped in and taken the treasures they wanted at the auction. Since they had suffered a setback at Yifeng's hands, Ji Changfeng would probably enter seclusion as soon as he returned home. Hearing Jiang Lingxuan's words, Yifeng's eyes flickered. What did you say? Ancient martial sect conference? What's that? This was the first time Yifeng had heard of it. So the ancient martial clans actually held a sect conference? Yes. The ancient martial sect conference is held once every 10 years. Every time, it attracts thousands of martial clans. Almost all the ancient martial families, big or small, participate. First, to increase their prestige. Second, for the treasures that appear at the conference. The winner of the conference will obtain the supreme treasure. Zhang Lingxian explained. Yifeng nodded. I see. Since the ancient martial sect conference was happening, Wanhua Valley would definitely participate. As the sect master of Wanhua Valley, it seemed he had to make an appearance. Where is the conference being held? Kunluni mortal platform, Jiang Lingxian said softly. Kunluni mortal platform. Yi Feng was startled. Legend had it that Kunluni mortal platform was the ascension ground of ancient times, where powerful martial artists broke through their limits and ascended to immortality. Even now, it was regarded as a holy land by ancient martial clans. He never expected that the once-in-a-decade ancient martial sect conference would be held there. Was there still a sect residing in Kunlun immortal territory today? Rumors spoke of an ancient martial immortal sect, where masters could split mountains, stir oceans, and wield unimaginable power. Many legendary figures had once passed away on Kunlun immortal platform. But no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. It was all just legend. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Zhang Lingxuan's voice pulled Yi Feng back from his thoughts. Nothing. Xiao Jiang, take this Padao pill and use it. Yi Feng took out a small bottle containing the Padao pill and smiled. Zhang Lingxuan's expression changed. How can I accept this? Mr. Yi, this Padao pill is rightfully yours. Yi Feng was the sect master of Manhwa Valley, and she knew that his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. She understood exactly what this Padao pill meant. Just take it. This Padao pill is useless to me, Yi Feng said firmly. How is this possible? Jiang Lingxian was shocked. The Padao pill could instantly help a cultivator in the Kaiyuan realm break through a minor realm. Yi Feng was already at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. If he took it, his chances of breaking through would increase significantly. Once he reached the Qi movement stage, no one in his generation would be his match. No matter what, Jiang Lingxian could not accept this Padao pill. No. I can't take this. Mr. Yi. Jiang Lingxian waved her hands repeatedly, refusing. I feel like my realm has stagnated. If I could break through, I would have already done so. If I take this, it would be a complete waste. You should keep it. The best choice is for you to use it. Yi Feng tossed the pill bottle to Jiang Lingxian. If she could break through, she would have done so already. Of course, the Padao pill might have some effect on him. But right now, Yi Feng was in no hurry. The path of cultivation required patience and discipline. The worst mistake was being too eager to break through. Jiang Lingxian caught the pill bottle, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. This pill was extremely valuable to them. The Padao pill was a true spiritual pill, completely free of side effects. Its medicinal properties had been perfectly balanced, making it easy for martial artists like them to absorb. In today's world, there were almost no alchemists capable of refining such high-grade pills. Before long, the Rolls-Royce left Jiangcheng, speeding toward Longcheng. Mr. Yi. We're being followed. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Lingxian noticed a black car trailing behind them. She had already spotted it before they even left the city. You all take Mu Qing and return first. Since their target is me, I'll play with them for a bit. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce convoy successfully entered the Longqing border. Yi Feng got out of the car and walked into a nearby alley. Blood Fiend Enforcer. The kid got out of the car. What should we do? Inside the black sedan trailing behind, two envoys spoke in a sinister tone. Blood Fiend Enforcer's eyes were filled with killing intent as he sneered, You two, go capture that girl, Sun Muqing. I'll personally take care of this brat. As soon as Yi Feng entered the alley, Blood Fiend Enforcer, his face covered, quickly got out of the car and ran into the depths of the alley. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Shouan had no idea what was happening until he received a text message. After reading it, he immediately ordered his convoy to follow Sun Muqing. Good. They actually dared to target Miss Sun. Protect her at all costs. Chen Shouan commanded coldly. Yi Feng continued deep into the alley. Then, with a sudden flash, he disappeared at the alley entrance, concealing his aura. A few minutes later, Blood Fiend Enforcer arrived alone. Are you looking for me? With a whoosh, Yi Feng shot out like lightning. A fierce fist strike carried the sound of a dragon's roar as it surged toward Blood Fiend Enforcer. You're courting death. Boom! Blood Fiend Enforcer struck out with a palm, colliding with Yi Feng's fist. The terrifying force sent Blood Fiend Enforcer flying back over 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. Your strength has increased again. Blood Fiend Enforcer's eyes widened in shock. Not long ago, he had emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Kaiyuan 9th level, this was a realm where an ordinary Kaiyuan Grandmaster could kill someone with a single palm strike. Yet Yi Feng had taken his attack head-on without a scratch and even sent him flying. How terrifying! Coo. Brat. Don't think you can beat me, I was only using 50% of my strength just now. If I go all out, I can kill you with one move. Hand over everything you have. I'll let you die with an intact corpse. He was confident that with his demonic techniques, he could instantly kill Yifeng in one strike. Oh? You can defeat me in one move? Yifeng smiled. To Blood Fiend Enforcer, that smile looked like pure mockery. Blood Fiend Enforcer was enraged, clenching his fists tightly. You're asking for death. Boom! Blood Fiend Enforcer stomped on the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. A thick, bloody aura filled the alley. After I kill you, I'll refine that woman into a dark pill. When the Dan City ritual begins, it will mark the Nanyang Holy Altar's invasion of Longwa. Blood Fiend Enforcer smirked, throwing a punch at Yifeng's face. Hearing these words, a surge of fury erupted in Yifeng's heart. Nanyang Holy Altar. So they were planning to invade Longwa. And they dared to target Sun Muqing. How audacious. Roar! A dragon-like shadow coiled around Yifeng's body, his fist covered in a layer of shimmering scales. A torrential wave of internal energy surged from his dantian into his fist, transforming it into what looked like a dragon's claw. What kind of technique is this? Blood Fiend Enforcer suddenly felt as if he was facing not a human, but a primordial dragon. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated him. It was the aura of a supreme being, like a bloodline suppression. His demonic energy surged, capable of driving any ordinary person insane with rage and violence. Yet against Yifeng, it was completely ineffective. Boom! Yifeng's punch struck like a void-shattering force. A dragon's shadow soared into the sky before slamming into Blood Fiend Enforcer. Thud! 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 Ah! Blood Fiend Enforcer's arm was instantly blown apart into fragments. The dragon's roar shattered his eardrums, causing blood to seep from his ears. Yifeng had already comprehended the 5th level of the coiling dragon fist. That day, after absorbing the Yuan Yang Earth Vein, his coiling dragon fist had become even more ferocious. Below the Grandmaster level, he was absolutely unrivaled. Impossible. My demonic techniques. How could I lose to a brat? No. Blood Fiend Enforcer's eyes were filled with blood as his tattered clothes fluttered in the wind. Bang! Bang! Yifeng darted forward and kicked his knee, shattering his kneecap into dust. No! You can't kill me. I'm an enforcer of the Nanyang Holy Altar. If you kill me, the Nanyang Holy Altar won't let you go. Yifeng. Blood Fiend Enforcer's eyes were filled with terror. For the first time, he felt the fear of death. If the Nanyang Holy Altar dares to invade, I will slaughter them all. You dared to target Muqing, so you deserve to die. Boom! Yifeng struck Blood Fiend Enforcer's head with a palm, shattering it like a watermelon. Even in death, Blood Fiend Enforcer's eyes remained wide open. He couldn't understand why was this brat so powerful. After killing him, Yifeng searched his body and found a token that had fallen from his collar. What is this? Holy Altar token. Yifeng paused for a moment before collecting everything and swiftly leaving the scene. At the same time, Sun Muqing and Jiang Lingshuan's convoy had just entered the city center. Suddenly, a black sedan sped forward and blocked the Rolls-Royce. Coo. I saw a lot of pretty girls in this car just now. Let's have some fun with them first, then take them back. 2 envoys from the Nanyang Holy Altar stepped out of the car with perverse smiles. Jiang Lingxian opened the door and got out. When Chen Shouan saw the 2 envoys, his mind instantly froze. These outfits look familiar. It's them. They're the ones who injured Elder Gu. A wave of fury surged in his heart. Both of these Nanyang envoys were at the peak of the Kaiyuan 7th level, on par with Chen Shouan. Miss Jiang. Be careful, these people use dark arts. Chen Shouan watched them cautiously. Master Chen, the Nanyang Holy Altar offered to take your Chen family under its wing, yet you refused to appreciate our kindness. That brat has already been killed by Blood Fiend Enforcer. You'll never see him again. When the Nanyang Holy Altar marches into Nanjing, your Chen family will be the first we destroy. Kneel now and accept the Holy Altar's decree. If you do, I will appoint you as a Holy Altar Enforcer, granting you supreme power. One of the old men stood arrogantly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Chen Shouan's answer. Spit. You want my Chen family to be your dogs? Dream on. Mr. Yi will return. But before he does, I will kill you first. Clang. Chen Shouan was the first to charge forward. The smiles on the two Nanyang envoys' faces instantly disappeared, replaced by cold malice. Chen Shoan. You dare seek death? Chirp! Chirp! One of them swung out a dagger, its pitch-black blade glistening as if stained with fresh blood. The other waved his hand, summoning a soul-summoning banner. Instantly, the air was filled with eerie wails and howls. My soul-summoning banner recently absorbed 1,000 resentful souls. These were the spirits of children, sacrificed in Blood Enforcer's dark rituals. Each had died filled with deep hatred, their lingering resentment greatly amplifying the power of the soul-summoning banner. SSSHH. Ghostly wails charged at Chen Shoan. Chen Shoan's face changed dramatically. How vicious! He struck out with a palm and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the black dagger. But dozens of vengeful spirits came shrieking straight at him. Die! Once you're dead, your Chen family will be our puppets. I'll trap their souls in my soul-summoning banner forever. The Holy Altar envoy grinned wickedly. Pooh! The attack was too fast. Chen Shoan felt his soul tremble as if countless vengeful spirits had invaded his mind. This was a soul attack, nearly impossible to evade unless one's strength far surpassed these two envoys. Otherwise, resisting the soul-summoning banner was extremely difficult. In just one exchange, Chen Shoan coughed up blood and suffered severe injuries. I never thought there would be demonic cultivators in Manhwa. Nanyang Holy Altar, huh? Daring to appear before us ancient martial sects have the right to execute you. Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, frost swirling around her palms. What? An ancient martial sect? This woman was from an ancient martial sect? The two Holy Altar envoys were completely dumbfounded. You're from an ancient martial sect? They never expected Jiang Lingxian to be one of them. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Jiang Lingxuan's body. The chilling aura made the two Nanyang envoys feel as if they had been thrown into the Arctic. The ground beneath their feet instantly froze over with thick layers of ice. Kill her! With no other choice, the two envoys gritted their teeth and charged. Hundreds of vengeful spirits surged forward like a tidal wave, filling the sky with shrieking ghosts. Jiang Lingxian leaped into the air and struck out with both palms. A mighty pressure descended, her palm winds tearing through the void. The freezing aura instantly froze the soul-summoning banner. Ah! The hundreds of spirits were eroded by the frost and dissolved into nothingness. What? One of the Holy Altar envoys broke out in cold sweat. His soul-summoning banner had become completely useless. They had severely underestimated Jiang Lingxuan's strength. Too powerful. The ancient martial masters of Manhwa were this strong? Run! The two turned and fled. But two palm winds landed just half a meter behind them, sending them flying. They spat out blood, their eyes filled with terror as they looked back at Jiang Lingxian. Suddenly, thud! They both crashed into a figure. When they looked up, they saw a familiar face. Yi Feng. You're still alive? Where is Blood Fiend Enforcer? The two envoys staggered, nearly collapsing in fear. I'm alive. Surprised? Blood Fiend Enforcer? You mean that skeleton-looking guy I just killed with one slap? His words made the two men's legs tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with panic. Blood Fiend Enforcer was dead? This brat actually killed Blood Fiend Enforcer? My god! Blood Fiend Enforcer was at Kaiyuan 9th level, how did he fail to kill this brat? Thud! Both envoys dropped to their knees. Moments later, they started kowtowing frantically. Please, spare us. We were forced by Blood Fiend Enforcer. We swear we'll never set foot in Manhwa again. Just spare our worthless lives. Whoa! They continued kowtowing, their heads hitting the ground so hard they started bleeding. I'll ask you once, what is the Nanyang Holy Altar planning? Ah? The two envoys froze in place. But when they saw the killing intent in Yifeng's eyes, they instantly deflated like punctured balloons and confessed everything. Master! I don't know anything. We're just low-level grunts. The Holy Altar Lord never tells us his orders. Boom! Yifeng struck down, instantly turning one of the envoys into a pile of flesh. The other was so terrified that he nearly fainted. Speak! If you don't, you die. Yifeng said coldly. I'll talk. Master, the Holy Altar Lord plans to use Nanjing as a foothold to invade Manhwa. The Nanyang Holy Altar has an agent in Yun City. It's Su Charlie from the Su family in Yun City. We're setting up a base there to slowly take over the major families. We want to turn them all into puppets of the Holy Altar. Hearing this, Chen Shoan broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected these Nanyang sorcerers to have such an earth-shattering scheme. No wonder they had approached him and injured Elder Gu. Elder Gu had been attacked by Blood Fiend Enforcer. It was all part of the Holy Altar's conspiracy. Master, please spare me. I'm just a dog. Die. Yifeng showed no mercy and smashed his skull with a single palm strike. After dealing with the two Nanyang envoys, Yifeng wiped the blood off his hands. This must be reported to Longgua's authorities immediately. Yifeng's expression was solemn. Mr. Yi. Cough, cough. Chen Shouan coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't move. I'll treat your injuries. Yifeng took out several golden needles, making Chen Shouan's eyelids twitch wildly in shock. Whoosh! 3 golden needles landed on the acupoints on Chen Shouan's head. A cool and mysterious energy instantly made his complexion look much better. This is the 9-turn divine needle. My god! Chen Shouan nearly jumped up in excitement. Yifeng was clearly using the legendary 9-turn divine needle technique. Even if Chen Shouan wasn't an expert, he had seen this mysterious acupuncture method recorded in ancient texts. The 9-turn divine needle, bringing the dead back to life and regenerating flesh and bones. It was an unmatched acupuncture technique, never before seen in history. Mr. Yi is truly the heir of the 9-turn divine needle. How powerful must his master be? Chen Shouan didn't dare imagine. Even Jiang Lingxian was shocked. But after spending time with Yifeng these past 2 days, she had already seen so many incredible things that she was no longer easily surprised. Done. After finishing the acupuncture, Yifeng put the needles away. Mr. Yi, the Nanyang Holy Altar is a mysterious and powerful organization. They have forces spread across foreign lands. I know Su Charlie. He does business in Nanyang, but I never thought he would dare to collude with the Holy Altar and scheme something this big. If the Nanyang Holy Altar's forces invade Longhua, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Shouan knew how serious this matter was. If those Nanyang sorcerers invaded, it would bring disaster to countless people. Luckily, they had discovered it early. Humph. The Azure Dragon War God commands the 4 southwestern provinces, yet such things are happening right under his nose? Looks like I need to have a little chat with him. A chilling murderous intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. The Azure Dragon War God owed the Yi family a debt, one that needed to be repaid. Mooching. Go home first. I have something to take care of. When I'm done, I'll come find you first. Yifeng stepped forward and bid farewell to Sun Mooching. He was going to settle things with the Azure Dragon War God. Jiang Lingxian and the others were worried. Mr. Yi, let us go with you. Yifeng was their sect master. His matters were Manhwa Valley's matters. Jiang Lingxian couldn't just stand by. I'll handle this myself. You 3, go back first. Use this time to train well. The Padao pill, Jiang Lingxian needed to take it as soon as possible. Before the ancient martial sect conference began, she had to reach the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. At that point, she would be considered a true powerhouse. Sun Mooching held Yifeng's hand reluctantly. Brother Yifeng. Come back soon. Take care of yourself. She knew that Yifeng wouldn't rest until he had settled everything. All she could do was support him. As long as she didn't slow him down, that was enough. Alright. I'll be back soon. Let's go, Elder Chen. First, to Yun City. We need to heal Elder Gu. Hearing this, Chen Shouan was overjoyed. He immediately opened the car door. Mr. Yi. Please. With the 9-turn divine needle, Elder Gu's injuries would definitely be cured. There was no need for Chen Shouan to even try treating him anymore. Miss Sun. We're leaving now. Chen Shouan and Yifeng got in the car and left, leaving the 4 women behind, their eyes filled with reluctance. Miss Sun, let us escort you home. Jiang Lingxian and the others offered. Sun Mooching nodded and did not refuse. 1 hour later. Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the Chen family estate. As soon as he got out of the car, something felt wrong. He looked up at the sky. A thick deathly aura loomed over the estate. Dark clouds gathered above the entrance, as if a terrifying storm was about to descend. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Elder Chen? Are you sure nothing strange has happened in the Chen family recently? The sky is covered in dark clouds, and the air is filled with death energy. If something ominous has occurred, it is a sign of great calamity. Yifeng's words nearly made Chen Shouan fall over. A great calamity in the Chen family? Elder Gu had just said something similar a few days ago. Could this be connected to the Nanyang sorcerers? Mr. Yi, is there a way to resolve this? Chen Shouan now saw Yi Feng as the Chen family's savior. If Yi Feng told him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Yi Feng had confirmed Elder Gu's previous warning. Elder Gu was skilled in divination arts and had once saved the Chen family from disaster. But this time, even Elder Gu had been unable to see through the omen. There is a way. But the key to solving this problem is inside your Chen family. Let's go inside first. Yi Feng said no more and entered the Chen family estate. Chen Shouan followed closely behind without hesitation. The last time Yi Feng was here, everything had been normal. But now, something was seriously wrong. It seemed that the problem had come from inside the Chen family. Someone had likely cast a spell within the estate. And this spell was no less sinister than the soul control Gu curse that had once afflicted Sun Muqing. Yi Feng was certain that the Nanyang sorcerers were involved. As they walked through the courtyard into the inner estate, the deathly aura grew stronger. Even the temperature in the yard had dropped noticeably. Did anyone disturb the soil in this courtyard recently? Disturb the soil? Chen Shouan was stunned. He thought for a moment and shook his head. No, Mr. Yi. We haven't. You're sure? Yi Feng frowned. If anything was disturbed, it was half a month ago. My second son bought some stones to renovate the fish pond. Hearing this, Yi Feng smirked. That's it. The fish pond. Yi Feng walked straight toward the pond. Sure enough, the soil had been disturbed, and a seemingly ordinary stone lay deeply embedded on one side of the pond. Yi Feng squatted down and touched the stone with his fingers. A bone-chilling cold surged into his body, as if it came from the depths of hell, piercing straight into his soul. Yin Spirit Stone. How ruthless. What? Chen Shouan was confused. This Yin Spirit Stone was used to set up a gathering Yin formation. As the formation's core, your entire ancestral home has likely been turned into a massive Yin gathering formation. And this is only the beginning. Yi Feng pushed aside the dirt pile, revealing several blood-stained stones beneath. These stones radiated intense evil energy, resonating with the Yin Spirit Stone's dark aura. If no one had dug up the soil, it would have been nearly impossible to notice them. Chen Shouan's old body trembled violently. This was too sinister. He had never seen these stones before. He had no idea when they had been buried in the estate. Someone is planning to sacrifice everyone in the Chen family. Once the Yin gathering formation accumulates enough Yin energy, these bloodstones will activate. Don't let anyone touch them. What did you say? Chen Shouan was so terrified that he nearly collapsed. A live sacrifice, hundreds of people from the Chen family. Someone had laid a vicious formation to sacrifice them all. It's those Nanyang sorcerers. Mr. Yi, your kindness is beyond repaying. Chen Shouan immediately knelt before Yi Feng in gratitude. Mr. Yi, our Chen family has no connection with those Nanyang sorcerers. They came to our door several times, but Elder Gu and I drove them away. How could such an evil formation be placed here? Chen Shouan gritted his teeth in anger. Those Nanyang sorcerers were truly vicious. Although Chen Shouan was a grandmaster, he knew nothing about such sinister formations. If Yi Feng hadn't come today, he wouldn't have even known that such a disaster was brewing in the Chen family. Once the Great Yin Gathering formation was activated, the Chen family would be completely wiped out from Nanjing. Didn't I just tell you? This formation wasn't placed by them, it was done by someone within your own family. Hearing this, Chen Shouan froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. No. Impossible. I refuse to believe that anyone in my family would dare to harm me. Chen Shouan stared at Yi Feng, shaking his head repeatedly. Yi Feng sneered. Elder Chen, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing. Some people will do anything for their own selfish gains. The Nanyang Holy Altar wouldn't dare openly invade Longguo without thorough preparations. They knew they couldn't get to you directly, so wouldn't they try to reach someone close to you? For the sake of personal interests, which family heir wouldn't fight to the death? Who knows what kind of benefits the Nanyang Holy Altar promised your second son? I highly suspect he is the one who placed this Great Yin Gathering formation. Yi Feng's words shattered Chen Shouan's illusions, pulling him back to cruel reality. His own son had done this? His own flesh and blood had colluded with the Nanyang Holy Altar to destroy the entire Chen family, even betraying Longguo itself. The Chen family had always lived honorably, preserving the heritage of ancient medicine, even being regarded as one of the most prestigious medical families in the country. Yet right under his own nose, a traitor had appeared. And that traitor was his own son. Chen Shouan was devastated, nearly fainting. Fortunately, Yi Feng reacted quickly and caught his arm. That ungrateful bastard. I will tear him to pieces. He actually colluded with the Nanyang sorcerers and plotted something this vile. I will personally deal with him. Suppressing his overwhelming fury, Chen Shouan turned to storm off toward his second son. His second son managed the largest pharmaceutical company in Yun City. Chen Shouan had entrusted him with all of the Chen family's businesses. Meanwhile, his eldest son, Chen Huayan, managed the Shini sect and the Shinon Hall, carrying on the family's medical legacy. Chen Shouan had never played favorites, he had raised both sons fairly. So why would this beast commit such unforgivable treason? Hold on. Elder Chen, if you go now, you'll alert him. Someone in the Chen family is already watching your every move. Also, the Nanyang Holy Altar just lost Blood Fiend Enforcer. This is a major event, the Su family has likely already heard the news. Elder Gu was injured, wasn't he? Spread the word that Elder Gu's injuries are severe. Say that although you managed to kill Blood Fiend Enforcer, you were gravely wounded and are on the verge of death. Then, immediately call for a Chen family clan meeting. At that time, everyone's true colors will be revealed. The Su family will definitely take this chance to strike against the Chen family. They are the dogs of the Nanyang Holy Altar, they won't be able to sit still any longer. Yi Feng laid out his entire plan. Hearing it, Chen Shouan's mind flashed with understanding. Brilliant idea. Mr. Yi, I will do exactly as you say. Yi Feng pulled out a small bottle from his robe, poured out a round pill, and handed it to Chen Shouan. This is a breath-concealing pill. It can completely suppress your aura, making it impossible for others to sense your true condition. In dire situations, it can even hide your pulse. Take it, its effects will kick in within an hour. Chen Shouan was shocked. Yi Feng even had breath-concealing pills? Where did he get such things? In reality, Yi Feng had several of these pills, made by his master. However, they were not particularly useful to him. Under normal circumstances, Yi Feng never needed them, which is why he had always kept them on hand. Now, it was finally coming in handy. Back when he studied alchemy under his master, he was always a little lacking in skill. Later, his master told him that his cultivation level was too low and that he needed a proper pill furnace. If he had the right furnace, he wouldn't just be able to make breath-concealing pills, he could even refine Padao pills. Unfortunately, pill furnaces were nearly impossible to find in today's world. Without hesitation, Chen Shouan swallowed the breath-concealing pill. Then, he pulled out his phone and made a call to Elder Gu, explaining the plan. Afterward, he called Chen Huayan, telling him that he was seriously injured and to immediately convene the Chen clan meeting. Meanwhile, at Shinong Hall, Chen Huayan was treating a patient when he suddenly received the call. Hearing the news, he threw his silver needle aside. Quick! Prepare the car. Dr. Chen, what about my treatment? Move. Out of my way. Don't block the road, damn it. Chen Huayan shoved the patient aside without a second thought. Father is in danger. His father was the pillar of the family, how could something happen so suddenly after returning from Jiangcheng? The Chen family had been in chaos for several days. Now, upon receiving this news, Chen Huayan's heart burned with anxiety. Soon, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up, its doors opened by the servants. Chen Huayan, in a state of panic, rushed inside. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Su Charlie sat with a dark expression, sipping tea. Beside him sat several robed men. If one carefully observed, they would notice that each of them was a grandmaster. Their expressions were fierce and murderous. Blood Fiend Enforcer's soul plaque has shattered. He was a high-ranking enforcer of the Nanyang Holy Altar. Someone killed Blood Fiend Enforcer. Not only that, but 2 Holy Altar envoys were also executed. Who did this? A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood in the hall. The moment the Nanyang sorcerers asked that question, his face visibly twitched. Su Charlie turned his gaze toward Chen Huairan. Mr. Chen, Blood Fiend Enforcer went to Jiangcheng for an auction. He even sent a message saying that he encountered Grandmaster Chen. I think it's obvious Chen Shouan is behind this. As soon as these words were spoken, cold sweat drenched Chen Huairan's back. He immediately refuted, impossible. My father's strength, there's no way he could defeat Blood Fiend Enforcer. Suddenly, a messenger rushed into the hall in a panic. El Lord! Breaking news! Chen Shouan killed Blood Fiend Enforcer, but he was seriously injured and is on the verge of death. The Chen family is currently holding a clan meeting. What did you say? Su Charlie shot up from his chair. The Nanyang Grandmasters exchanged stunned looks. Then, the next moment, sinister smiles spread across their faces. Su Charlie grabbed the subordinate by the collar and lifted him up. Is this true or false? This is absolutely true, boss. I just came from the Chen family estate. Old Master Chen is barely hanging on, and everyone from the Chen family is rushing home right now. The subordinate shivered in fear. Su Charlie loosened his grip, his face nearly bursting into a grin. This is perfect. Chen Huiran, do you have anything left to say? Blood Fiend Enforcer was killed by your father, don't forget what you promised. Two Nanyang Grandmasters stood up and patted Chen Huiran on the shoulder, signaling him not to panic. Mr. Chen, since Blood Fiend Enforcer is dead, we won't pursue this matter further. The Nanyang Holy Altar will hold the highest level funeral to honor Blood Fiend Enforcer. But Chen Shouan is gravely injured, this is the perfect opportunity. Once he's dead, the entire Chen family will belong to you. As long as you cooperate with us and make a good impression on the Holy Altar Lord, we will not treat you unfairly. When we take over Nanjing, the Chen family will be our closest ally. Chen Huiran nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile onto his face. Lords of the Holy Altar. I will make sure to handle this matter properly. But I'll need your support. Otherwise, I'm afraid some in the family might oppose me taking the Patriarch's position. No problem. I'll go with you. A few Nanyang sorcerers grinned wickedly. Chen Shouan was the Grandmaster of Yun City. Once he died, there would be no obstacles left for the Nanyang Holy Altar in Yun City. With the Chun family's and Su family's influence, the Holy Altar could quickly expand. In one swift move, they would dominate all of Nanjing. Su Charlie also put on a fake smile. Mr. Chen, from now on, will be the closest of allies. But when the time comes, make sure to take care of anyone who gets in our way. Ha ha ha. Su Charlie laughed heartily. Soon, the group marched out of the Su estate, got into their cars, and sped toward the Chen family. Meanwhile, in Yun City, the shocking news spread like wildfire. Everyone in the Chen family rushed home. Some people felt pity for Chen Shouan. As the Grandmaster of Yun City and leader of the Shini sect, he was highly respected. For years, the Chen family had contributed greatly to Yun City. Chen Shouan and his eldest son, Chen Huiyan, had saved countless lives. Others, however, celebrated the news, hoping for Chen Shouan's death. To them, the Chen family was a mountain in their way. If Chen Shouan fell, the balance of power would shift, and Yun City would no longer be ruled by a single family. Inside the Chen family hall, two figures lay on hospital beds in the grand hall. Yifeng stood silently next to Chen Shouan, his sharp gaze scanning everyone in the room, as if observing their every expression. On the other bed, Elder Gu lay unconscious. A bloody palm print was visible on his chest, the wound he had suffered from Blood Fiend Enforcer's strike. Suddenly, Chen Huiyan rushed into the hall. His eyes immediately landed on Yifeng. Then, a moment later, his gaze shifted to the hospital bed. Dad! Dad, what happened? It's me, Huiyan. Mr. Yi, what's going on with my father? Chen Huiyan couldn't believe what he was seeing. He rushed forward, placed his fingers on Chen Shouan's wrist, and checked his pulse. A second later, his face turned pale, his entire body trembling. He couldn't feel a pulse. Just a few days ago, they had been laughing and talking together. Now, Chen Huiyan's eyes turned red. Mr. Yi, please, save my father. I beg you, if you can bring him back. I'll do anything you ask. Lying in bed, Chen Shouan felt warmth in his heart. Luckily, he remembered Yifeng's warning, he had to act until the very end, never showing a single flaw. Even to his most trusted son, he couldn't reveal the truth. Sigh. There's nothing I can do for old Master Chen. He was gravely injured during his fight with Blood Fiend Enforcer. This kind of wound has no cure. I'm powerless to help. Yifeng closed his eyes and shook his head. Chen Huiyan collapsed to the ground, looking utterly broken. Yifeng watched his genuine grief and confirmed that Chen Huiyan was innocent. Soon, a dozen more people rushed into the hall. Among them were Chen Huiyan's second uncle, second aunt, Chen Shouting, and Jiang Qingyu. The moment they entered, they burst into tears. Chen Shouting grabbed Chen Shouan's hand and cried loudly. Big brother! What happened? We haven't seen each other for a few months, and now you're like this? Someone! Call a doctor! Tears streamed down Chen Shouting's face. Hearing this, Chen Huiyan's face darkened. Call a doctor? How could they even say that? It was too fake, too hypocritical. Chen Huayan's second uncle had always been at odds with the Chen family. More than a decade ago, he had a falling out with Chen Shouan over family disputes. In recent years, as Chen Shouan grew older, he wanted family harmony. So, he gave a large sum of money to reconcile with Chen Shouting. Even after receiving billions in assets, they never even said thank you. To them, it was their rightful inheritance. They even believed the family patriarch position should have belonged to Chen Shouting all along. Watching their terrible acting, Yi Feng nearly laughed out loud. As expected, in powerful families, there was no such thing as love, only greed. Suddenly, another figure walked in from the entrance. It was a young man in a suit, wearing a white mourning flower on his chest. He strode in confidently, his face full of smugness. I heard that uncle died, so I rushed back to pay my respects. Chen Qi. Shut your mouth. My father isn't dead yet. Chen Huayan sprang to his feet, his face filled with rage, pointing directly at Chen Qi. This arrogant man was Chen Shouting's only son, spoiled since birth, known for being reckless and aggressive. Years ago, he had lived abroad, only returning in recent years. Chen Huayan never expected him to say something so vile. Ha! I just heard the news. If he's not dead yet, he's probably almost there, right? When grandfather passed away, he said that the family head position should go to the most capable person. Now that uncle is gone, shouldn't my father take over? Chen Qi knew that if his father became the family head, then the entire Chen family would eventually be his. So no matter what, he had to seize this chance for his father. The Chen family was truly a mess. More and more people were coming to fight for power. Yi Feng sighed. Looks like things were about to get even more interesting. Chen Qi, get out of here. This is not a place for you to cause trouble. Chen Huayan pointed at him angrily, ready to drive him out. Stop. Suddenly, Chen Shouting spoke. Enough. This is the ancestral hall, not a family shrine. If you have something to say, we will discuss it at the ancestral hall. With just one sentence, he silenced both of them. Chen Shouting took a deep look at Chen Qi. Although he came today to fight for power, it was still not the right time. Many prominent figures from Yun City who had come to observe the gathering revealed expressions of amusement. They hadn't even started the family meeting yet, and already, the air was filled with tension and hostility. This was going to be entertaining. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the hospital bed. Son, take me to the ancestral hall. I want to hold the Chen family ancestral meeting. The moment those words fell, Chen Qi instinctively took a few steps back, nearly losing his balance. That old bastard. He wasn't dead yet? Why was he still alive? If he died, the entire Chen family's power would belong to his father. Although these thoughts raged in his mind, he didn't dare to say a word. Chen Shouan was still a top grandmaster in Nanjing. What if, in his dying moments, he suddenly jumped up and slapped him to death? Dad, please don't talk. I'll have someone carry you right away. Chen Huayan, worried, wiped his tears and signaled his men. Several Chen family guards quickly stepped forward, lifting the hospital bed and heading toward the ancestral hall. Chen Huayan hurriedly followed. As soon as they left, Chen Shouting dropped his fake sorrowful expression. Ha ha ha. Son, why are you in such a rush? Look at him. He won't last half a day before he dies. Once he's dead, who else can fight us for power? The position of the Chen family head is mine. Let's wait. Once he dies, we'll make our move. Chen Shouting wasn't in a hurry to act. What if Chen Shouan miraculously survived? Saying that, the father and son hurried toward the ancestral hall as well. Meanwhile, outside the Chen estate, almost all of the Chen family members had arrived, except for Chen Huayan's younger brother, Chen Huairan. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. That Chen Qi is too much of a coward. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to set up a dark formation like this in the Chen family. Chen Shouting and Chen Qi were both cowards. That meant, without a doubt, Chen Huairan was the one responsible for the formation. Suddenly, a convoy of cars arrived at the Chen family estate with great momentum. As the leading vehicle stopped, 2 figures stepped out and entered the Chen family courtyard. Su Charlie and 4 or 5 Nanyang grandmasters exited from the back seats. Mr. Zhakuan, please, come inside. Su Charlie gestured respectfully, inviting the leading figure, Zhakuan, forward. It was as if he considered the Chen estate his own home, completely disregarding the reactions of the surrounding people. A few Chen family guards quickly approached, noticing their foreign attire, and blocked their path. Stop right there. Who are you? Get lost. Pa! Su Charlie slapped one of the guards so hard that he flew backward. Su Charlie was also a martial artist, having trained under Nanyang grandmasters. But his cultivation level was too low. After 5 or 6 years, he was still only at the body refining stage. However, against a few Chen family guards, he could easily overpower them. Didn't you see Mr. Chen coming? We are Mr. Chen's friends, we are here to pay our respects to old Master Chen. Inside the ancestral hall. At this moment, the ancestral hall was already full of people. Some had tears streaming down their faces, others looked expressionless, as if waiting for something. Huayan. Is everyone here? Chen Shouan asked weakly. Dad. Everyone is here except for my younger brother. Just then, a figure strode into the ancestral hall, followed by Su Charlie and the Nanyang grandmasters. Stop right there. Second brother. Who are these people? The moment Chen Huayan saw Su Charlie, his expression turned hostile. The robes they were wearing were too familiar. That day, Blood Fiend Enforcer had been wearing the exact same robes. I am Su Charlie. I heard that old Master Chen is dying. So I came to pay my respects. Su Charlie curled his lips into a smirk. Our Chen family does not welcome you people. Get out. Chen Huayan said fearlessly. Get out? We came here out of kindness to visit old Master Chen, yet you're telling us to leave? Mr. Jakuan, this brat is being rude, please teach him a lesson. Su Charlie bowed at a 90-degree angle, showing his utmost submission to Jakuan. Jakuan scanned Chen Huayan from head to toe, his face darkening in anger. Boom! A terrifying pressure exploded from Jakuan's body, creating a shockwave that sent 2 Chen family guards flying. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Too terrifying. This overwhelming pressure, they had only felt it before from the family patriarch. Who were these people? How were they so powerful? For a moment, the entire hall was dead silent, everyone staring fearfully at the Nanyang grandmasters. Honored guests, this is the ancestral hall. Please show me some respect. Let me finish the family meeting first. Chen Shouan spoke weakly. The Nanyang grandmasters all turned their eyes toward Chen Shouan, expressions of shock flashing across their faces. Jakuan used his spiritual sense to scan Chen Shouan's body. He felt his weakened life force and his fading pulse. Instantly, joy filled his heart. As expected, Chen Shouan was about to die. There was no need to rush. They just needed to apply some pressure, let these Chen family members realize who they should be obeying. Just then, Chen Shouan waved his hand weakly. Mr. Yi, please come inside. Mr. Yi? The entire Chen family turned their heads, scanning the room. Which Mr. Yi? At that moment, a young and handsome figure casually walked into the ancestral hall. A mysterious smirk lingered on his lips. The Chen family members all frowned. Who is this person? He's not part of our Chen family. If he's not a member of the Chen family, then he has no right to enter our ancestral hall. Guards! Throw him out. Chen Shi looked displeased. Why were so many people showing up today? Did they think the Chen family was so easy to push around that anyone could just walk into their ancestral hall? Enough! Chen Shouan spat out 2 words, making Chen Shi instantly tense up. Mr. Yi is a great benefactor to our Chen family. If I allow him to enter, then he can enter. I'm not dead yet. This is still not your place to speak. Chen Shouan's sharp gaze locked onto Chen Shi, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Yi Feng strode into the ancestral hall without hesitation. Many people glared at him with anger, feeling that Chen Shouan had broken tradition by allowing an outsider in. This was an insult. Who did this brat think he was? What qualifications did he have to be here? Their displeasure was written all over their faces. But the most frustrating part? Yi Feng didn't even acknowledge them. He completely ignored their glares and walked in as if they didn't exist. Old Master Chen. By now, you should already know who is responsible for this. Yi Feng stood beside Chen Shouan, his expression calm. The Chen family members looked at each other in confusion. What was this kid talking about? If you have something to say, speak up. I don't have much time left. I just want to hear your true thoughts. Chen Shouan closed his eyes, his weak appearance making him seem like a dying candle, waiting for his final moment. Fine. Then I won't hold back. Uncle, over the years, my father and I have endured so much humiliation, surely you're aware of that? Now that things have come to this point, I believe you should step down from the position of family head. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Chen family erupted in an uproar. Dozens of eyes turned toward Chen Qi and his father. Chen Qi! You ungrateful traitor! I, Chen Huaiyan, am still alive. How dare you even think of taking the family head position? You want to ruin everything our ancestors built? Chen Huaiyan glared at Chen Qi furiously. Big brother! It's time for you to step aside. I believe I can lead the Chen family well. Chen Shouting seized the moment to add pressure. Exactly. My father is just as capable as anyone else, isn't he? Chen Shouan felt deeply disappointed as he looked at the father and son duo. The Chen family appeared united on the surface, but without him holding everything together, it would crumble into pieces. Ha ha ha. Chen Qi. Do you think this place is a playground? I am still here. The position of the family head is not up for grabs. Chen Huairan stood confidently, a triumphant expression on his face. He acted as if he had already secured victory, not caring about anyone else's opinions. Brother Chen, congratulations! Once Mr. Jakuan returns, he will report to the Grand Altar Master and officially appoint you as a Holy Altar Envoy. The Chen family members' eyes widened in shock. Their expressions changed as if they were on a roller coaster. Even Chen Huaiyan stood frozen in place, looking as if he had lost his mind. All right. This farce should come to an end. Didn't you hear? From now on, Brother Chen is the new family head. Does anyone have a problem with that? Su Charlie spoke mockingly. Suddenly, the Chen family members understood everything. Bullshit. Since when does the Chen family have anything to do with you? Su Charlie, this is our ancestral meeting. Get out of here. Chen Shouting's face burned with fury. This Su Charlie was audacious beyond belief. And Chen Huairan, he always seemed harmless, but his ambition had now been fully exposed. The Chen family's influence hadn't even weakened yet, and already, Su Charlie dared to act so arrogantly. If Qin Shouan really died, they would trample the Chen family underfoot. Swoosh! The moment Chen Shouting finished speaking, a shadow flickered through the air. Boom! A thunderous impact rang out. Chen Shouting was sent flying, crashing onto the ground, coughing up blood. Obey, and you will thrive. Defy us, and you will perish. Anyone who refuses to listen to Chen Huairan will be crushed by the Nanyang Holy Altar. Jakuan sneered viciously, releasing a suffocating aura. Several Chen family members nearly collapsed to their knees under the pressure. The fear in the hall was palpable. Jakuan's dominance had shaken them all. Father! Rest in peace. I will lead the Chen family to new heights. Yun City is too small to contain us. Chen Huairan grinned, but to the Chen family, his smile felt completely foreign. Suddenly, Chen Shouan's eyes snapped open. He sat straight up from the hospital bed. Unfilial son. Today, I will personally eliminate this disgrace from our family. Father? How are you still alive? Chen Huairan's mind went blank. His eyes widened like lanterns, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Shouan. The entire Chen family fell into chaos. Chen Qi and Chen Shouting's faces paled with horror. They almost wet themselves in fear. I am very much alive. Were you hoping for my death? Was it you who conspired with these Nanyang dogs to set up the ingathering formation in my home? Chen Shouan grabbed Chen Huairan by the collar, his heart filled with disgust. He wanted nothing more than to crush him on the spot. The Nanyang Grandmasters all turned their heads, stunned. Chen Shouan was still alive? How could that be possible? Blood Fiend Enforcer's corpse had already been sent back. Had Chen Shouan killed him and survived unscathed? Impossible. Su Charlie's legs trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He took a step back, hiding behind Jakuan. The aura radiating from Chen Shouan was overwhelming, he could easily crush him like an insect. Jakuan frowned. Something felt off. Chen Shouan's cultivation seemed equal to his own? His aura only reached the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. How was that possible? Someone at this level should never have been able to kill Blood Fiend Enforcer. The Nanyang Grandmasters exchanged glances, Jakuan's expression turning grim. I know Blood Fiend Enforcer's strength. There's no way you killed him. Indeed, I didn't kill him. Did you really think it was me? Chen Shouan smirked coldly. Smack! 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 3 hard slaps landed on Chen Huairan's face, knocking out several teeth. Father! Please, spare me. Spare you? If I do, how will the Chen family survive? Chen Shouan swung his palm again, sending Chen Huairan flying over 20 meters, crashing onto the ground in a spray of blood. But this was his own son. Chen Shouen's right hand hovered in the air for a long time, unable to come down. If this slap landed, with his strength, Chen Huairan would instantly be reduced to a pile of flesh. Yet, Chen Shouen couldn't bring himself to do it. Get lost. From now on, you are expelled from the Chun family. Leave Yun City and never appear before me again. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Chen Shouen's voice was harsh, his overwhelming aura making Chen Huairan collapse to the ground. Father! No! Please spare me. I know I was wrong. I beg you, give me another chance. Bang! 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 Chen Huairan knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically. Jakuan sneered. Mr. Chen! If the Chen family won't accept you, why not join my Nanyang holy altar? Come here. Once I kill him, you will still be the head of the Chen family. Jakuan didn't take Chen Huairan seriously at all. His strength was about the same as his own, but here, there were 4 Nanyang grandmasters. Chen Shouen alone was no match. If he just lifted a finger, he could erase Chen Shouen from existence. The Nanyang grandmasters smirked arrogantly, their expressions full of mockery. Nanyang sorcerers! You dared to set up a gathering formation in my Chen family. You plan to sacrifice hundreds of my family members alive. Such cruelty! I, Chen Shouen, am irreconcilable with you vile sorcerers. Whoosh! Chen Shouen flashed forward like lightning, charging straight at Jakuan. A fierce palm strike blasted forward, sending his robes fluttering. His mighty aura made the Chen family members struggle to breathe. Seeing the attack, Su Charlie's eyes widened in shock. You're seeking death. Jakuan did not back down. He retaliated with a palm strike, meeting Chen Shouen's attack head-on. Boom! The impact of their clash exploded in the air, and both Chen Shouen and Jakuan were sent flying backward. Neither had managed to hurt the other. Chen Shouen's expression changed. These Nanyang grandmasters were indeed formidable. His strike had failed to wound Jakuan. Ha ha! All of you, attack and kill him. At Jakuan's command, 2 grandmasters charged at Chen Shouen. Just then, a figure stepped forward, blocking their path. Old Master Chen, take a rest. These ants, let me deal with them. Yi Feng spoke, and Chen Shouen immediately felt the pressure lift. A flicker of joy flashed across his face. These Nanyang grandmasters were like ants before Yi Feng, not even worth his effort. Brat! Who are you? The Nanyang holy altar is handling business here. If you don't want to die, then get lost. One of the grandmasters glared at Yi Feng coldly. Who was this kid? Did he not know the consequences of interfering with the Nanyang holy altar? Even Jakuan looked puzzled. A 20-something-year-old youth dared to stand in their way? Do you have a death wish? Jakuan released his spiritual senses, trying to gauge Yi Feng's cultivation. Yet, he couldn't sense a thing. 3 seconds later, a smug smile crept onto Jakuan's face. This brat was too weak. His power was so insignificant that Jakuan couldn't even detect it. A mere body-tempering stage fighter. Kill him. Jakuan ordered casually, as if he were swatting away an insect. Hearing this, the lead grandmaster clenched his fist and hurled a punch at Yi Feng. A violent gust of wind swept through the ancestral hall. Yi Feng also punched forward, meeting the attack head-on. Is this kid asking for death? Can he even take that punch? Everyone in the Chen family, including Jakuan and the other grandmasters, thought Yi Feng was digging his own grave. A 20-year-old brat dared to face a grandmaster's punch head-on? If that fist landed, it would crush him into pulp in an instant. Jakuan shook his head, smiling in disdain. These young men from Dragon Country, were they all this arrogant? Did they really think Nanyang grandmasters were pushovers? Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out before anyone could react. The grandmaster's face contorted in horror. You? Before he could even process what had happened, an overwhelming force surged into his body like a raging tide. Bang! His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, covering Jakuan and Su Charlie, drenching them in red. How is this possible? Jakuan's face twisted in shock, while Su Charlie's expression was one of utter terror. You're a grandmaster too? No, who the hell are you? Jakuan's voice trembled. The Grandmaster Yi Feng had just obliterated had been at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Yet, one punch from Yi Feng had reduced him to dust. How powerful was Yi Feng? Even Jakuan himself wouldn't have been able to do that. Jakuan's face turned grim, while the remaining 2 grandmasters instinctively took a step back, their expressions full of fear. Jakuan, sir, This kid is too terrifying. We should attack together. They no longer dared to fight him alone. Humph. When has the Nanyang Holy Altar ever feared anyone? Brat, state your name. Once the Holy Altar investigates you, we will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Jakuan was confident. As long as they didn't provoke the ancient martial sects of Dragon Country, there was nothing to fear. He believed that once Yifeng heard the name of the Nanyang Holy Altar, he would be terrified. Yet, Yifeng remained calm and indifferent, as if he had just squashed a bug. With this level of strength, you dare to act arrogant? You're not even close to Blood Fiend Enforcer's level. What? The Nanyang Grandmasters' faces went blank. Jakuan stiffened, his expression horrified. Why you killed Blood Fiend Enforcer? No. Impossible. Yifeng was only in his 20s. Blood Fiend Enforcer had been at the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan 9th stage, just a step away from breaking into the Chi Motion realm. In all of Dragon Country, there were fewer than 50 people at that level. Even the Nanyang Holy Altar had only a handful at that rank. How could Yifeng be stronger than Blood Fiend Enforcer? Unless he was from an ancient martial clan? The Nanyang Holy Altar has repeatedly challenged Dragon Country's authority. You even dared to target my sister multiple times. You all deserve death. The next second, Yifeng flashed forward. His fist shot toward Jakuan's head. Jakuan hurriedly crossed his arms to defend himself. Yifeng had only used 70% of his strength. For someone like Jakuan, this was already more than enough. Crack! Jakuan's arms shattered instantly, bending at unnatural angles. My arms! Stop him! Stop him! Jakuan staggered backward, his eyes filled with fear. Su Charlie watched in horror, on the verge of passing out. Run! He had to escape. The Chen family had someone 100 times more terrifying than Chen Shoan. A man who could kill grandmasters with a single punch. Yifeng was a monster. Chen Shoan gave an order, and the Chen family's guards drew their weapons and tightly shut the main gate. Master Chen, this is a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Let me out. I am the young master of the Su family. Su Chana is my sister. His sister was renowned in Nanyang, even having been personally received by the president. At the same time, Su Charlie's sister was also the 6th enforcer of the Nanyang Holy Altar. Her strength was terrifying. Whoosh! Just as Su Charlie finished speaking, a figure moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing right in front of him. A misunderstanding? Then if I beat you to death, would that also be a misunderstanding? Slap! Chen Shoan delivered a ferocious slap, sending Su Charlie flying like a leaf. The Chen family and the Su family have always minded our own business. Yet you dare to conspire with these Nanyang people against us. Chen Shoan's rage erupted, while Su Charlie lay trembling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Yifeng stood calmly, completely unfazed. The two remaining Nanyang grandmasters, however, did not dare to make a move. Arg! The Nanyang Holy Altar will never let you go. At that moment, Jakuan pulled out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a thick, blood-red aura enveloped his body. Even his eyes turned completely red, as if he had gone mad. At the same time, a terrifying force engulfed the entire Chen family ancestral hall. Countless people stared at Jakuan in horror, while Yifeng noticed that his aura was escalating at an astonishing speed. Kaiyuan 8th level. Kaiyuan 9th level. Kaiyuan peak. In just a few breaths, his power had skyrocketed to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Violent winds howled through the Chen family estate, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Blood transformation pill. Jakuan has taken a blood transformation pill. This was a sinister pill refined by the alchemists of the Nanyang Holy Altar. By consuming it, a Nanyang Grandmaster's strength could surge several levels in just a few breaths. However, this was not a true elixir, its side effects were extreme. After the effects wore off, the user would suffer severe backlash at best, a complete loss of cultivation, at worst, instant death. Unless absolutely desperate, they would never use such a pill. But now, Jakuan had taken it without hesitation. Clearly, he had been driven into a corner by this young man from Dragon Country. The other two Nanyang Grandmasters exchanged glances and likewise swallowed their own pills. In an instant, their cultivation also soared to the Kaiyuan 8th level. However, their eyes turned blood red, and they lost all rationality, transforming into mindless killing machines. Brat! You dared to hurt me. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Whoosh! Jakuan was the first to charge at Yifeng, leaping high into the air. He then struck downward with his palm, unleashing a violent blood-red force, forming a gigantic palm print that crashed toward Yifeng. Yifeng stood his ground without fear. A dragon's roar echoed, and Yifeng countered with a single punch. The Chen family members had never witnessed such a battle before. The terrifying force and pressure felt like the scythe of death hanging over their heads. "I'm out. This has nothing to do with me. I quit." The next second, several Chen family members tried to flee. Boom! 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 But just as they stepped forward, a palm strike landed on them, reducing their bodies to blood mist in an instant. When gods battle, mortals suffer. Their minds went completely blank, their only thought was to escape at all costs. At that moment, Yifeng's fist clashed with Jakuan's palm attack. A deafening explosion shook the air, followed by the sound of space shattering. Jakuan, who had been floating mid-air, fell like a stone, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dragon roars resounded as Jakuan's aura rapidly weakened. "Why you? How can you be this strong?" Jakuan clutched his chest, unable to believe what had just happened. Yifeng sneered. Did these Nanyang fools really think that artificially boosting their strength could defeat him? Yifeng had cultivated step by step, refining his power through sheer effort. If not for lacking a breakthrough opportunity, he would have already reached the Qi motion realm half a month ago. But through constant battles, he could feel that moment drawing closer. He was in no hurry to break through. But for these Nanyang sorcerers, it was over. Jakuan was far weaker than Blood Fiend Enforcer had been. The remaining two Nanyang Grandmasters lunged at Yifeng. Bang! Bang! Yifeng kicked both of them in the chest, causing their ribcages to collapse inward. The two men spat blood but, under the influence of the blood transformation pill, felt no pain and continued attacking. Die! Yifeng clapped both palms down, striking the tops of their heads. Both Nanyang Grandmasters instantly perished. Blame yourselves for offending the wrong person. Anyone who dares to touch my sister, dies. Yifeng pulled out a handkerchief and casually wiped the blood from his hands before striding toward Jakuan. Jakuan was now a broken shell of his former self. He was the only one who had retained a shred of rationality after taking the blood transformation pill. Don't kill me. I'm already crippled. I beg you. Spare me. Yifeng's expression remained cold and indifferent. He glanced at Jakuan with no emotion. Now you beg for mercy? Too late. No. Yifeng stomped down. Jakuan's skull exploded into a bloody pulp, ending his life. Nanyang scum should be killed on sight. As for Su Charlie, Old Master Chen, I'll leave him to you. Yifeng turned his gaze to the terrified, trembling Su Charlie. Master Chen, please spare me. My sister, Su Chana, will offer you endless wealth. No matter how much you want. Su Charlie was terrified beyond belief. Yifeng hadn't killed him yet, which was a miracle in itself. He had never seen such a monstrous young man before. Now, his only hope was his sister. He believed that the Chen family would fear Su Chana's revenge and let him live. However, when Chen Shoan heard Su Charlie's plea, his killing intent intensified. Then let your sister come collect your corpse. You tried to kill me, so I will kill you. Boom! Chen Shoan's palm struck down mercilessly, crushing Su Charlie to death on the spot. They're dead. They're all dead. Chen Shoan was alive and well, while all the Nanyang Grandmasters had been slaughtered. Chen Shouting and Chen Shi stared in horror, witnessing the most terrifying scene of their lives. The entire Chen family had never seen such a bloody massacre before. But these Nanyang men deserved to die, and their deaths only made Chen Shoan feel relieved. Now, all that remained was the Chen family's internal affairs, something Yifeng had no interest in interfering with. He walked straight to the bedside of Elder Gu, who was still severely injured. Fortunately, Chen Shoan had used the pure yang needle technique to seal his acupoints, preventing any immediate life-threatening danger. Yifeng took out a set of silver needles and, with a casual flick, a few needles landed precisely on Elder Gu's chest. Visible to the naked eye, a dark, malevolent energy seeped out from his internal organs. The blood palm print on his chest gradually faded. After about 3 minutes, the print had completely disappeared. Elder Gu's eyes widened in shock. He could feel a mysterious energy flowing through his meridians, rapidly healing his injuries at an astonishing speed. The Chen family members were all dumbfounded as they watched Yifeng. Chen Huaiyan, in particular, was in absolute awe, his eyes locked onto Yifeng's hands. Who exactly was this man? Not only was his martial strength terrifying, but he could also cure injuries that even his own father couldn't heal. Put! Elder Gu suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yifeng retrieved the needles, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said calmly, "It's done. Take some medicine for a few days, and you'll make a full recovery." After Yifeng's treatment, Elder Gu could already stand on his own. He quickly knelt before Yifeng, his face filled with gratitude. "Young Master Yi, you are truly a divine healer. I thought I was surely going to die, but I never expected to receive such a blessing." Elder Gu stared at Yifeng deeply, his emotions surging. "Elder Gu, no need to be so formal. Your body is naturally strong. If it were someone else, they might have died already." This was the truth. Yifeng felt that Elder Gu was no ordinary man. It was highly likely that he came from an ancient martial family. After all, Jiang Lingxian had mentioned that the Gu family was part of the ancient martial world. Perhaps Elder Gu was indeed from the Gu family, but for some unknown reason, he had forged close ties with the Chen family. "Young Master Yi's talent is unparalleled, even within my clan. I am truly in awe." Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, as expected, his guess was right. Chen Shouan, seeing that Elder Gu had recovered, was ecstatic. His own cultivation level was far below Elder Gu's. Against someone like Blood Fiend Enforcer, Elder Gu had managed to hold his ground for hundreds of moves before being injured. If it had been Chen Shouan himself, he wouldn't have survived even a single attack. "Knight Master, I cannot thank you enough. Elder Gu is my dear friend. You didn't just save him, you saved my entire Chen family. Your great kindness, we can never repay." Chen Shouan bowed deeply to Yifeng in gratitude. Then, his expression darkened as he turned toward Chen Huairan, who was lying on the ground. "You unfilial son! I won't kill you today. From now on, you are expelled from the Chen family. Your name will be erased from the family records. And you, Chen Shouting, do you think I don't know about your little scheme with your son?" Chen Shouan's cold gaze made both men turn pale and lower their heads in fear. "Big brother. We were wrong. Punish us however you see fit, but please don't expel us from the family." If they were removed from the Chen family, not just in Yun City, but in all of Nanzhang, they would have nowhere to go. Without the Chen family's support, they would become nothing but insignificant nobodies, completely powerless. "Enough! Get out of my sight. From today onward, never set foot in Yun City again. All shares of the Chen family businesses will be reclaimed." With just a few words, Chen Shouting and Chen Shi lost everything, their fate no better than Chen Huairan's. Chen Shouan didn't even bother mentioning money, only ordering the retrieval of their shares, which was already a great mercy. Chen Shi helped his father up, and the two fled in disgrace. Chen Huairan, too, covered his face and crawled away in humiliation, never daring to linger in the Chen household again. Soon, peace returned to the Chen estate. At the gate, a group of Yun City's wealthy elites had gathered, watching with shock and curiosity. "The Chen family now has an extraordinary figure. That young man, at such an age, already has such terrifying power. I doubt there's anyone in all of Nanzhang who could be his match. Honestly, how many people in the entire country could reach that level at his age?" The elites of various powerful families swallowed nervously. News of this would spread through Yun City in no time. The spectators who had been waiting to see a joke now remained silent, too afraid to speak. After handling the Chen family's affairs, Yifeng prepared to leave. "Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Knight Master, stay for a meal. Just one meal before you leave." Chen Shouan and Elder Gu tried to persuade him, but Yifeng refused. "I still have important matters to take care of." With that, Yifeng left the Chen estate, while Chen Shouan watched with deep reluctance. After leaving, Yifeng drove toward his next destination. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he answered, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Brother Yi. I heard you caused another big scene in Zhang City." The caller was none other than Su Chini, who was currently seated in a military vehicle, heading toward the Nanzhang military district. Hearing this, Yifeng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Even Su Chini had caught wind of it. "I just killed a few Japanese men, that's all." "Just that?" Hearing this, Su Chini nearly dropped his phone. "Do you even know who those men were?" "For the past 2 days, the Japanese consulate has been filing complaints to the Dragon Nation's top officials, demanding a nationwide manhunt for you. You're in serious trouble." It wasn't just the head of the Kawashima family who had been killed. Even the Miyamoto family's warriors and clan leader had been slaughtered. This had escalated into an international crisis. Just last night, Su Chenyi had received word that the war god of Yunxiao had personally declared, "If Yi Feng dares to step foot in Tiandu, I will personally lead a team to capture him." At the same time, a national-level warrant had been issued, designating Yi Feng as an SSS-level fugitive. The Nanjiang authorities had received direct orders: within half a month, the Azure Dragon war god must capture Yi Feng. Su Chenyi relayed all of this information to Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled coldly. "Is that so? The Azure Dragon war god wants to hunt me down in Nanjiang? Perfect. I'm heading to the Southwest Military District right now. No need for a warrant, I'll go find him myself." "What did you say?" Su Chenyi was so shocked he nearly dropped his phone. "Brother Yi, this is not a joke. The reason I'm telling you this is..." Before Su Chenyi could finish, Yi Feng cut him off directly. "Major General Su, I appreciate your concern. But things between me and the Azure Dragon war god aren't over. No need to say anything more." Beep, beep, beep. Yi Feng hung up the phone without hesitation. "Azure Dragon war god, Yi Feng, am coming. You dare to issue a warrant for my arrest?" Yi Feng received a set of coordinates and drove straight toward them. The Southwest Military District Command was located in Linzhou City, hundreds of kilometers from Nanjiang. Yi Feng sped down the highway, pushing his car to 180 kilometers per hour. Within a few hours, he had already arrived at his destination. From a distance, an airport came into view, surrounded by patrolling soldiers and military vehicles. This place housed a massive army of 200,000 troops. As soon as Yi Feng's car approached the gate, the armed guards on duty immediately lowered the barricade, blocking his path. "Who are you? This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering." Two armed guards glared at Yi Feng, their expressions cold and stern. "Tell Azure Dragon war god to come out and see me immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking in." Yi Feng stepped out of the car, slamming the door shut. "What? You want the war god to come out and greet you? What arrogance! You brat, are you tired of living?" One of the guards stepped forward, ready to teach Yi Feng a lesson. Just then, screech! A military vehicle suddenly skidded to a stop at the entrance. A figure rushed out of the car, clearly in a panic. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two guards immediately straightened up and saluted respectfully. "Major General Su. Stand down. This man is my friend." The two guards exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes flicking back to Yi Feng. "This kid is Major General Su Chenyi's friend? But just moments ago, he insulted the war god. How is this not a crime?" However, since Major General Su had spoken, they had no choice but to step aside without further questioning. "Brother Yi, you shouldn't have come. Get in the car, I'll take you back. Let's pretend none of this ever happened." Su Chenyi pleaded. Yi Feng had saved the Su family before, so he couldn't just stand by and watch him throw his life away. Once Yi Feng entered this place, making it out alive would be nearly impossible. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could fight his way in and out unscathed. Moreover, Yi Feng was now an SSS-level fugitive in Dragon Nation. Capturing him would instantly earn someone a major military promotion, bringing glory and power overnight. "This has nothing to do with you. Either let me in, or I'll force my way through." Yi Feng's expression remained ice-cold, completely ignoring Su Chenyi's concerns. Behind Su Chenyi, Zhang Peng and Lin Xiaoqi widened their eyes. He really came? And he even threatened to break in? Where did this guy get such nerve? Although Zhang Peng and Lin Xiaoqi were shocked, neither of them dared to speak up. They had both been beaten by Yi Feng before. Moreover, Major General Su himself had told them to treat Yi Feng as they would himself. If even Major General Su couldn't stop him, who else could? "Brother Yi, are you certain you want to go in?" Su Chenyi asked again. Yi Feng nodded. Su Chenyi let out a deep sigh, his eyes wavering slightly. "Fine. Let him in." Since Yi Feng had made his decision, Su Chenyi could do nothing to stop him. He got back into his military vehicle, while the guards at the entrance, completely dumbfounded, lifted the barricade. Yi Feng drove straight into the base, where he could see thousands of soldiers training in the military compound. Helicopters took off and landed one after another. The soldiers stood tall and disciplined, each sporting a clean-cut military buzz cut. After driving a few hundred meters, a massive military tent appeared before Yi Feng. Around it, smaller tents were scattered, and in the distance, several high-rise buildings loomed. "Brother Yi, the war god is inside. I'll take you in." "No need. Yifeng got out of the car and, without waiting for Suchini, strode straight toward the main command tent. Inside the tent, 5 or 6 high-ranking officers were seated, their shoulders adorned with stars. Suddenly, a young figure burst into the tent. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward Yifeng. What's going on? At the center of the room, a stern-faced man sat upright. His rugged features, broad physique, and graying temples spoke of years of experience. Azure Dragon War God. Come out and face your death. The moment those words fell, all the generals sprang to their feet, staring at Yifeng as if they had seen a ghost. Did this kid just tell the war god to come out and die? Who the hell was he? Where did this arrogant brat come from? How dare he act so insolent in the war god's command tent? A uniformed officer suddenly rushed toward Yifeng. He swung his leg, aiming to kick Yifeng in the chest. Yifeng stood unmoved, casually raising his hand to catch the man's ankle. Then, bam! With a swift whip kick, the officer was sent flying, crashing onto the ground spitting blood. All the generals felt their scalps go numb at Yifeng's terrifying strength. This kid was unbelievably strong. No wonder he dared to challenge the Azure Dragon War God. But this was a military base, not a place for a lone martial artist to act recklessly. A 4-star general stood up, pointing at Yifeng. I don't care who you are. Get down on your knees immediately. Or I'll break your legs. Are you the Azure Dragon War God? Yifeng frowned, staring at the man. The 4-star general felt an overwhelming killing intent pierce through his soul. His body instinctively trembled as cold sweat dripped down his back. And no. Pa! Yifeng took one step forward and slapped him across the face. The general flew backward like a stray dog, collapsing on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. You! Before anyone could react, a figure raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Stand down. All of you. I am the Azure Dragon War God. Who are you? Azure Dragon War God's sinister eyes locked onto Yifeng. Yifeng walked toward him step by step, his presence radiating absolute confidence. Suddenly, swish! Swish! 2 blades flew through the air, slicing toward Yifeng from the shadows. Clang! Yifeng caught both blades between his fingers and casually flicked them back. The 2 hidden assassins who had attacked were slashed across the throat, collapsing lifelessly. Best not to move. Or don't blame me for breaking bones. The general's eyes filled with terror. Yifeng stared coldly at the war god. I am Yifeng. You were looking for me, weren't you? Well, I'm here. What? He is Yifeng? The SSS-level fugitive, personally hunted by the war god, had walked straight into the lion's den. The Yifeng? He really dares to come. This is the main base of the Southwest Military Department. He dares to break in alone? Is he not afraid of death? Kid, I admit you have some skills, but do you know where you are? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon War God signaled. Outside the military tent, figures clad in battle robes and wielding large blades surrounded the entire area. Ha ha ha. There are 200,000 soldiers here. These men are my most trusted and powerful subordinates. You think I don't know what you've done in Nanjing these past 2 days? Now, I declare that the SSS-level wanted criminal, Yifeng, be taken down. With an icy gaze, the Azure Dragon War God gave the order, and more than a dozen large blades slashed toward Yifeng's head like cannonballs. This was his elite guard, 1,000 soldiers, each a battle-hardened warrior. No matter how strong Yifeng was, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many opponents. The Azure Dragon War God wore a mocking expression. This kid really didn't take him seriously. However, in the next moment, all the generals widened their eyes in shock. Bang! 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 In less than a fraction of a second, over a dozen elite guards collapsed to the ground like wheat blown down by the wind. Yifeng moved like a ghost, and the blades couldn't even touch him. Each time he struck, an entire group fell. The generals couldn't even see how he was attacking, his speed was simply too fast. Kid! Kneel! Suddenly, a powerful force swept toward Yifeng. He stopped moving and focused his gaze. A guard in red armor blocked his path. Kaiyuan's 7th Realm. This man was the Azure Dragon War God's left guardian, only 35 years old. With this level of strength, he was a well-known figure in the entire Southwest War Zone. His arms were covered in intricate tattoos, and a scar about an inch long ran across his face. You? Worthy of making me kneel? Yifeng's face carried a chilling murderous intent. Ha! Won't kneel? Then I'll make you kneel. The scar-faced man suddenly kicked toward Yifeng's knee, his overwhelming strength creating a gust of wind. This kick was enough to shatter a boulder. However, just as his attack reached Yifeng raised his leg and kicked back. Crack! With a single blow, the scar-faced man's knee was shattered into pieces. Ah! A deafening scream filled the military tent as blood pooled on the ground, causing several generals to instinctively step back. I, Yifeng, am here to settle a score with the Azure Dragon War God. Everyone else, get lost. If anyone dares to stop me, they will die. Boom! With a single palm strike, Yifeng instantly killed the Azure Dragon War God's left guardian on the spot. A thick atmosphere of fear filled the tent. This kid. Was he even human? He was only in his 20s, yet his power was this terrifying. This was too damn horrifying. These generals, at most, were at the mid-level of the Kaiyuan realm. Other than the Azure Dragon War God, the strongest among them had just been killed. And yet, that level of strength couldn't even withstand a single move. Not only that, but this kid's methods were ruthless. He didn't waste words. Within minutes, he had already killed several people. The Azure Dragon War God's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Yifeng had just slaughtered his personal guard in front of him. This was no different from stomping on his pride and rubbing it into the dirt. The Azure Dragon War God spoke coldly. Yifeng, your strength is even greater than I imagined. I didn't expect this. No wonder you were able to kill the Kawashima family patriarch. Yifeng stepped forward, locking eyes with the Azure Dragon War God. His gaze carried an overwhelming killing intent. My Yi family, hundreds of people, were they slaughtered by your orders? The Azure Dragon War God seemed to have expected this question. He chuckled and shook his head. No. I had nothing to do with the Yi family's fate. Hearing this, Yifeng's expression darkened. He stomped on the ground, his body shooting toward the Azure Dragon War God like a cannonball. That year, weren't you the one who led the ancient martial family against the Yi family? You dare lie to me? Boom! Yifeng threw a punch at the Azure Dragon War God, a punch like an unstoppable tidal wave, filled with his boundless resentment and fury. Sensing the overwhelming power of Yifeng's strike, the Azure Dragon War God's face changed dramatically. He countered with a punch of his own. When the two fists collided, the Azure Dragon War God was sent flying. What? You! The Azure Dragon War God caught himself mid-air, but his arms trembled uncontrollably. His bones cracked and creaked, as if they were on the verge of breaking. Just how much power was this kid hiding? I, the Azure Dragon War God, have no reason to lie to you. As for who destroyed your Yi family, I can only tell you they are extremely powerful. I advise you to abandon your desire for revenge. The Azure Dragon War God's expression was firm. He stared at Yifeng for a moment before a smile slowly appeared on his face. Yifeng, your talent is unrivaled. As expected of that man's son, I'm not surprised by your abilities. I'll give you a chance. Right now, kneel down and bow to me 3 times. Become my disciple. I will immediately call the higher-ups and have your SSS level 1 status revoked. Even if the Celestial War God investigates, no one will be able to touch you. Standing with his hands behind his back, the Azure Dragon War God's eyes glowed with greed. Yifeng's talent made him envious. This kind of talent surpassed even the young prodigies of the ancient martial families. Only that monstrous genius from the Shao family could compare. If Yifeng became his disciple, the Azure Dragon War God's reputation would soar alongside Yifeng's rise in power. When he retired, Yifeng could inherit the title of War God. There were only 8 War Gods in the entire Dragon Nation. Such a position, such prestige, was nearly unmatched. If Yifeng was smart, he would never refuse. Outside the tent, Su Chenyi staggered backward in shock. His master actually wanted to take Yifeng as a disciple? If Yifeng became the Azure Dragon War God's disciple, who else would be worthy of the War God's position in the future? Even Su Chenyi had to admit his talent was nowhere near Yifeng's level. Inside the tent, the generals stared at Yifeng with jealousy in their eyes. Commanding an army of 800,000 as a war god, who would reject such an opportunity? These generals were merely subordinates of a war god. And this kid, what made him so special? But in the next moment, Yifeng raised his head and sneered coldly, his eyes full of disdain. You want me to be your disciple? You think you're worthy? What is he saying? Holy shit! This kid actually refused? Several generals widened their eyes in shock, staring at Yifeng. They thought they had misheard. A disciple of a war god had the right to inherit the war god's position. With his talent, he would undoubtedly succeed the Azure Dragon war god in the future. Yet, Yifeng rejected it outright without even thinking. His words were like slaps across the Azure Dragon war god's face. A nameless fury surged within him. In the next second, the Azure Dragon war god's aura turned ice cold, and his suffocating killing intent filled the military tent. Do you even understand what you just refused? Do you know how many people beg to be my disciple? Do you know how many people dream of taking the war god's position? Yifeng was currently an SSS level wanted criminal in the Dragon Nation. Becoming the Azure Dragon war god's disciple was like obtaining a death exemption medal. With the Azure Dragon war god protecting him, no one could touch him. Anyone with common sense would never reject such an offer. Yifeng sneered. The Azure Dragon war god wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. His master was the most terrifying existence in this world. And this so-called Azure Dragon war god? Not even qualified to be his master. The war god position? I don't care about it. Since you led the ancient martial plan to kill my parents. Then today, I will kill you. All grudges will be settled today. Yifeng charged toward the Azure Dragon war god, the air around him seemingly freezing in place. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, crashing down on the Azure Dragon war god. Humph. Yifeng, the road to heaven is open, but you refuse to walk it. Yet you insist on barging into hell. If you won't be my disciple, then I'll just have to capture you. The Azure Dragon war god leaped, unleashing a terrifying force. He threw a punch midair, generating a powerful gust that overturned tables. Kaiyuan realm. Peak level. Just one step away from stepping into chi circulation. As expected of a war god of the Dragon Nation. Earlier, he had merely been testing Yifeng. This time, he was going all out. Several 4-star generals were so terrified they fled from the military tent. Only the Azure Dragon war god and Yifeng remained, locked in battle. Boom! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the command tent, shaking the elite guards to their core. The Azure Dragon war god's eyes filled with shock as a dragon-shaped shadow surged toward him. Yifeng! This is an ancient martial technique. How do you know such a technique? Ancient martial techniques were the most powerful combat arts in the world. Even a low-level technique could cause a bloody massacre. The Azure Dragon war god had spent his entire life obtaining just one set of low-level ancient martial techniques. Yet, at the same level in cultivation, Yifeng's technique completely suppressed him. How had he obtained such an opportunity? How did he acquire such a powerful technique? Die! Yifeng's fist struck forward, the heavens and earth seemed to darken. The Azure Dragon war god felt the breath of death hovering above him. This punch! He couldn't block it. Ah! No! Yifeng, don't you want to know your mother's whereabouts? Your mother might still be alive. The force of Yifeng's punch stirred up a cloud of dust, stopping just 10 centimeters from the Azure Dragon war god's face. Cold sweat dripped from the war god's forehead. Just now, he was certain if that punch had landed, he would have been blown to pieces. This kid was only at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, yet both his internal energy and his mastery of ancient martial techniques completely crushed him. He was like a prehistoric beast. Yifeng's heart trembled. His mother might still be alive? Speak! Where is my mother? What really happened to the Yi family in Tiandu that year? Yifeng grabbed the Azure Dragon war god's collar and lifted him like a helpless chick. Thud! The Azure Dragon war god fell to his knees before Yifeng. That year, the ancient martial clans united to exterminate the Yi family. Your mother, Xiao, was the holy maiden of the demon sect. Demon blood flows within you. Back then, all the ancient martial clans joined forces to wipe you out. They believed you were a demon seed. I was merely forced by the ancient martial clans to lead the way. After the Yi family was destroyed, they set fire to the estate, burning everything to the ground. Your uncle took you and escaped Tiandu, settling in Dragon City. Later, when the assassins found out you were still alive, they ordered a hunt to kill you. Hearing this, Yifeng's body trembled violently. His mother was the holy maiden of the demon sect? Demon blood ran through his veins? If all of this was true, then those ancient martial plans were all his enemies. Are you telling the truth? Yifeng's overwhelming energy surged, suffocating the Azure Dragon war god. If I have spoken a single lie, you may kill me immediately. Good. Yifeng threw the Azure Dragon war god onto the ground. Where is my mother now? Yifeng demanded. I don't know, but I doubt anyone dared to kill her. Back then, a group of mysterious experts took her away. Those people carried demonic energy. I suspect they were from the demon sect. It's possible that the demon sect has imprisoned her. The Azure Dragon War God knelt, his eyes filled with reverence. Yi Feng, without a doubt, the true heir of the demon sect's holy maiden. He had perfectly inherited her bloodline. Such immense power. Back then, his mother was known as the strongest existence in the demon sect. With just a flick of her fingers, she could slaughter entire ancient martial clans. To protect Yi Feng, she had single-handedly annihilated several ancient martial clans in front of countless experts. And that was when she was already severely weakened. If not for the ancient martial clans taking advantage of her weakness, along with the intervention of demon sect experts who captured Shi Yao, no one could have stopped that terrifying existence. Hearing all this, Yi Feng seemed to grasp the truth. Even though you told me all this, you still shouldn't have sent people to kill my adoptive parents. You can die now. Yi Feng struck down at the Azure Dragon War God with his palm. Master! No! Please don't kill me. I had no choice. From now on, I swear my loyalty to you, Yi Feng. I will be your most devoted servant. Master! Please spare me. Master? Hearing the Azure Dragon War God call him that, Yi Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, a smirk appeared on his lips. Taking in a servant didn't sound too bad. Especially since this servant was one of the 8 war gods, the Azure Dragon War God. At the very least, he was somewhat useful. Fine. I accept you as my servant. If you ever disobey me, I will personally kill you. Yi Feng said with his hands behind his back. The Azure Dragon War God, feeling as if he had just been granted amnesty, immediately kowtowed 3 times before Yi Feng. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Rest assured, I, the Azure Dragon War God, have already sworn an oath and will never betray it. At his age, the Azure Dragon War God had already seen through the ways of the world. Besides, people like him never bothered to lie, and even if he did, it wouldn't benefit him in any way. If Yi Feng wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a flick of his hand. And most importantly, Yi Feng was that person's son. Even if the Azure Dragon War God had 10 times his current courage, he wouldn't dare to act against Yi Feng. With Yi Feng's current potential, given enough time, he might even surpass that person. By then, how many people in the entire Dragon Nation would be able to stand against Yi Feng? Perhaps one day, the Azure Dragon War God himself could become the most dazzling existence by staying by Yi Feng's side. With this mindset, the Azure Dragon War God wanted to form a master-servant contract with Yi Feng. Alright. I believe you. As a war god, I assume you have considerable authority in the upper ranks of the Dragon Nation? I want you to hand over all the records from that year. Yi Feng ordered the Azure Dragon War God. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon War God was utterly shocked. Yi Feng still wanted to pursue the events of that year? The ones who came to slaughter the Yi family back then were the most powerful ancient martial clans and sects. Among them were terrifying figures who had reached the Qi circulation realm. Yi Feng hadn't even broken through to Qi circulation yet he was asking for information on these people? If he went against them now, with his current strength, it would be a dead end. Master. I do have some authority, but if I may speak freely, your current strength is not enough to face those people. Moreover, you are still an SSS level wanted criminal. Your top priority should be increasing your strength and clearing your name. But I will hand over the records to you. The Azure Dragon War God bowed deeply to Yi Feng. Does the Yi family's ancestral home in Tiandu still exist? I want to go back and see if I can find any clues. Yi Feng had already made up his mind to go to Tiandu and see if his mother had left anything for him. The Yi family's main hall was burned to ashes, leaving only an empty courtyard. But I heard that the ancestral home is haunted. No one in Tiandu dares to go near it. Some believe there's demonic energy lingering there, so no one has dared to touch anything in the Yi family's estate all these years, the Azure Dragon War God respectfully replied. Good. Then I will go take a look. At this moment, outside the military tent, several 4-star generals were staring in horror at the command tent. Just now, a surge of dragon energy had descended, and then everything went silent. Could it be that the war god was killed by that kid with a single palm strike? It was entirely possible. That kid's aura was even more terrifying than the Azure Dragon War God's. Right now, the outcome inside was likely already decided. Su Chaniai, unable to contain his emotions any longer, finally rushed toward the tent. Swish! Just as he reached the entrance, the curtain was suddenly lifted, and two figures stepped out. Everyone's eyes widened at the scene. The kid was unharmed? The Azure Dragon War God was also fine? What exactly had happened inside? At this moment, the Azure Dragon War God followed closely behind Yifeng, looking like a subordinate. Master! I will go with you. If the Celestial War God dares to continue pursuing you, I will not sit idly by. The Azure Dragon War God was eager to prove himself to Yifeng. Moreover, if he accompanied Yifeng, it would certainly save a lot of unnecessary trouble. What? The War God just called that kid Master? The generals were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped, and their hearts pounded wildly. Some nearly collapsed to the ground. Seeing their stunned expressions, the Azure Dragon War God roared, "Do you not understand my words? From now on, Lord Yifeng is my master. And he is also your master. Disrespecting him is disrespecting me. I, the Azure Dragon War God, Su Yawu, will show no mercy." Thud. As soon as these words fell, the generals immediately dropped to their knees. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. What had this kid done to the Azure Dragon War God in just a few minutes? How had he suddenly become the War God's master? Enough! No need for such formality. I will go to Tiandu alone. You stay here and hold the fort. Recently, the Nanyang Sacred Altar has been preparing to invade Nanjiang. A while ago, I killed a few of their sorcerers and got some information from them. The Nanyang Sacred Altar plans to use Cloud City as their main base to invade the Dragon Nation. And you, as the War God of the Southwest Military District, don't even know that Nanyang forces are planning an invasion? What kind of War God are you? One sentence left everyone speechless. The Azure Dragon War God, as the commander of Jiangnan, was responsible for such matters. If the Nanyang Sacred Altar was openly invading, it meant that he had failed in his duties as a war god. Nanyang Sacred Altar? Damn it! Something like this actually happened? Not long ago, I sent people to Nanyang to rescue a group of Dragon Nation citizens. I've heard of the Nanyang Sacred Altar. They are the strongest force in Nanyang. Shani, I order you to immediately lead a team to investigate this matter. If any Nanyang Sacred Altar members are found within the borders of the Dragon Nation, kill them on sight. I will report this to the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation immediately. If they dare to invade, I, the Azure Dragon War God, will be the first to wipe out these damn Nanyang invaders. Cold sweat dripped down Su Chaniai's back. His master had actually become Yi Fang's subordinate. And now, he was being scolded and didn't dare to say a word. If this news spread, it wouldn't just shake Jiangnan, it would shake the entire Dragon Nation. Understood, Master. I will investigate immediately. Su Chaniai took a deep look at Yifeng before turning around and leaving. After settling everything, Yifeng got into his car and headed toward Tiandu. Tiandu, the largest metropolis in the Dragon Nation, was over 1,000 kilometers away from the Azure Dragon War God's base. From the Azure Dragon War God, Yifeng had learned the truth about the Yi family's destruction. A strange emotion surged in his mind. Could it be that my recent bloodthirstiness is due to the influence of demonic energy? Yifeng had also noticed this. Before, he hadn't given it much thought. It seemed that from now on, he needed to control his emotions lest he succumb to the urge to kill. Demon blood flowed through his veins, silently influencing him. Half a day later, Yifeng arrived in Tiandu by car. The Yi family's ancestral home in Tiandu was now nothing but scorched ruins. The great fire from 20 years ago still lingered in the memories of the people of Tiandu. Yifeng parked his car in front of a massive mansion. The area was overgrown with weeds, the gate in ruins, as if no one had entered for countless years. This is the Yi family's home. Without a second thought, Yifeng stepped into the charred entrance. The Yi family estate in Tiandu was vast, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. In the distance, palace-like buildings lay in ruins, with broken walls and shattered remnants everywhere, a land of scorched earth. The ground was paved with large slabs of white marble, engraved with dragons and phoenixes. At the front courtyard, 18 towering stone pillars, each dozens of meters high, stood in place. Even among the ruins and ashes, one could still imagine how grand and imposing the Yi family once was. These stone pillars bore intricate carvings of unknown symbols, along with deep marks left by shattered blades. It was as if the echoes of an earth-shattering battle still lingered. Yifeng gently touched one of the stone pillars. With a low hum, countless sword shadows pierced into his mind like needles. What terrifying sword energy! This stone pillar. Yi Feng observed closely. In his mind, a scene emerged: a group of figures, clad in long robes and wielding sharp blades, encircling a single person. That figure, flickering between illusion and reality, wore plain white robes, with long, flowing black hair. Sword energy and demonic aura intertwined around them. She stood in midair, looking down upon the crowd, like a deity above all beings. With a single palm strike, the heavens seemed to tremble. With one thrust of her sword, the very void shattered, and blood stained the sky. She held a baby in her arms. Yi Feng's eyes shook. After more than 20 years, his return to the Yi family estate had triggered this lingering vision of the past battle. His heart pounded violently. That figure, fighting against an entire army alone, how tragic and despairing. Mother! Yi Feng instinctively took a step forward, but the vision shattered in an instant, vanishing from his mind. His consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality. It was as if nothing had happened, yet at the same time, he had felt as if he had truly witnessed it. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Yi Feng's body. His mind had been shaken so violently that his body felt momentarily out of control. He quickly steadied himself. Back then, all the ancient martial clans of the world hunted my mother. She stood against them all alone. I can't even imagine the pressure she endured. Yi Feng's heart twisted in pain. It took him a full 30 seconds to suppress the raging fire inside him. His gaze returned to the carvings on the stone pillars. This is a sword technique. Yi Feng examined them carefully, and in an instant, an overwhelming sword aura surrounded him. Even his skin felt the sharp pain of it. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yi Feng was already at the half-step qi circulation realm. Even against a true qi circulation expert, he would not be afraid. Yet this stone pillar, merely through its carvings, could unleash such terrifying sword energy. It was beyond comprehension. Could it be that his mother had used this sword technique? Yi Feng immediately sat down cross-legged and began memorizing every detail of the sword technique carved on the stone pillars. His talent was extraordinary, unmatched across generations. With just a glance, he had already grasped the essence of the sword intent contained within the carvings. These stone pillars had remained untouched for years. Had no one realized their immense value? Before long, Yi Feng entered a meditative state. His mind was filled with the overwhelming presence of the sword intent. It felt as if this sword intent was piercing through his very soul, too terrifying, too powerful. A shadowy figure wielded a long sword, moving with an indescribable grace and mystery. In no time, an entire set of sword techniques had been fully deciphered, and the figure disappeared. Sweat dripped from Yi Feng's forehead. When he opened his eyes, sword energy radiated wildly around him. If an ordinary person encountered this sword intent, they wouldn't even be able to withstand it. If they couldn't endure it, their entire spiritual world would be shattered in an instant. No wonder no one has ever dared to touch these carvings. Yi Feng instantly understood. Most people wouldn't even be able to comprehend the chilling presence within these carvings. Even after studying them, Yi Feng had only grasped a third of the sword technique's true essence. To fully comprehend it, he would need to raise his cultivation by at least 2 major realms. Yi Feng walked across the courtyard paved with white marble, heading deeper inside. Before long, he arrived at the ruins of a grand hall. Only half of its walls remained. Yi Feng searched around but found nothing. He continued exploring, checking every possible place, but still found no clues. Strange. Could it be that apart from those stone pillars, there is nothing left here? Yi Feng returned to the stone pillars and examined them carefully once again. Suddenly, from the darkness, an invisible wave of energy surged. A chilling sensation ran down Yi Feng's spine. Who's there? Swish! Yi Feng flicked his wrist, sending several silver needles flying. Ding! 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 The needles struck a distant wall, producing crisp metallic sounds. What speed! The night was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds blocking the moonlight, making it impossible to see clearly. Yi Feng expanded his perception to the fullest. Just now, he had definitely sensed an unusual presence. It felt as if a demonic aura had been approaching him, yet now, it had vanished. Was the Azure Dragon War God right? Was demonic energy truly lingering here, haunting the Yi family estate? I don't care if you are human or ghost. Daring to trespass in the Yi family estate means death. Following the lingering trace of demonic energy, Yi Feng moved in an instant, his body shooting forward like a cannonball. With a stomp of his right foot, his figure soared into the air. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed his coiling dragon palm, striking toward the shadowy figure. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, carrying an overwhelming force. Don't kill me! Please, I beg you. A weak, pleading voice suddenly rang out. Yifeng withdrew his attack just in time. Boom! His palm force struck a nearby wall instead, shattering it into rubble. The shadowy figure knelt before Yifeng. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yifeng finally got a good look at the figure. It was a frail-looking silhouette, shrouded in demonic energy. Her hair was messy, her skin pale. She wore a tattered black robe that concealed her figure. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, but her malnourished state made her look even more pitiful. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around in my Yi family estate? Yifeng asked coldly. The girl froze upon hearing his words, her eyes filled with shock. You're talking nonsense. The Yi family has been completely wiped out. How could you possibly be from the Yi family? The shadowy figure clearly did not believe Yifeng. Just moments ago, she had been terrified by his palm strike. Now, seeing that he was just a young man, she was utterly stunned. Ha! Wiped out? Wasn't there still one young master who survived? How could you say the Yi family was completely wiped out? Who exactly are you? If you don't answer me now, I'll kill you. Yifeng raised his palm, ready to strike down. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The shadowy figure trembled in fear. You were my mother's maid? That means you're from the demon sect? Yifeng was shocked. Hearing these words, Yao Yao froze in place. She stared at Yifeng's eyes, examining them over and over. After a long moment, her eyes turned red as if she had suffered great grievance. Young master, is it really you? I have guarded this place for many years, just to repay the Holy Lady for saving me. I never thought I would see you again. I knew it. You had to be alive. Woo woo. Yao Yao burst into tears, and Yifeng quickly helped her up. I am indeed the young master of the Yi family. Yifeng. Hearing this confirmation, Yao Yao became even more emotional, while Yifeng remained deeply shocked. The demon sect, what kind of sect was it, really? The maid's body contained demonic energy, yet her consciousness seemed able to control it, merging the two into one. However, compared to others, Yao Yao's skin was paler, and her pupils were darker. Don't be afraid. I came back to see if my mother left any clues here. I must find her. I must also kill every last one of those who destroyed my Yi family. An invisible killing intent radiated from Yifeng's body, shaking Yao Yao to her core. Just how powerful had the young master become? Young master, it's enough that you're alive. All these years, I have been guarding the Yi family estate to prevent others from occupying it. The Holy Lady did leave something behind. They are all stored in the Yi family's secret chamber. I'm the only one who knows about it. I'll take you there. Yao Yao wiped away her tears, and without hesitation, led Yifeng toward one of the stone pillars. She stopped beside one of the pillars and moved the stone tiles beneath it. Boom! 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 The stone pillars trembled violently, and in the center, a secret passage slowly opened. Yifeng was stunned, so there was a hidden passage beneath the pillars. No wonder he had found nothing despite searching everywhere. Yao Yao lit a candle. Young master. When the Yi family was destroyed, your mother used a sound transmission technique to tell me the entrance to the secret passage before she was taken away. For over 20 years, I have followed the Holy Lady's command and never opened this passage. I was waiting for you to return. As they entered the passage and walked about 100 meters, a massive stone chamber appeared before Yifeng. The chamber was not very large, but there was a stone table inside. In the dim light, Yifeng saw two objects placed on the table. One was broken and rusted, resembling a piece of black copper. The other was pure white like jade, emitting a faint glow. What are these? Yifeng picked up the copper fragment, and suddenly, his consciousness was transported into a vast, endless space. A colossal palace loomed before his eyes. Yifeng stared at the scene before him. What was happening? Where was this place? How had he suddenly appeared here? Boom! 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 A deafening roar echoed through the space. Directly ahead, a pair of towering stone gates, over 100 meters tall, slowly opened from within. An immense pressure surged forth, so powerful that Yifeng couldn't keep his eyes open. After countless ages, someone has finally opened the immortal demon palace. Mortal! Kneel! A commanding voice boomed, making Yifeng's mind feel as if it were about to explode. His body was completely restrained by an unseen force, unable to move. Who are you? Yifeng was utterly baffled. He had merely touched the black copper fragment and was instantly transported into this world. And now, someone was demanding that he kneel? But where was this person? He could hear the voice, but there was no figure in sight. And they expected him to kneel? Who did they think they were? Yifeng had only ever knelt to his parents and the heavens and earth. He had never bowed to anyone else. Now, someone was trying to force him to kneel? Impossible. A surge of defiance and unyielding will filled Yifeng's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly. His small figure seemed ready to challenge the entire world. A mere ant, yet you can withstand my pressure? After all these years, this is the first time I've seen someone refuse to submit. Fine. Boy. Do you even know who I am? The immortal demon palace called out directly. I don't care who you are. Release me immediately. Otherwise, once I get inside, I'll flatten this damned palace. Yifeng's face was full of rage. What? Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Since ancient times, countless powerful beings have sought to enter the immortal demon palace and speak with me, yet none have ever had the qualification or opportunity. And not only do you refuse to kneel, but you dare to mock my authority? Where did this mortal get such audacity? If not for the fact that his soul had connected with me, I would have destroyed him on the spot. But after waiting tens of thousands of years, I've finally found someone who can communicate with me. Killing him now would be a waste. Mortal, I am the immortal demon palace, and the immortal demon palace is me. I will grant you an opportunity, allowing you to advance on the path of cultivation without obstacles, invincible across the world. From now on, I am your master. The voice rang out like a great bell, shaking Yifeng to his core. Yifeng was completely dumbfounded. Was this palace speaking to him? The immortal demon palace? That was its name? Had the black copper fragment just pulled his consciousness into this place? The immortal demon palace saw through all of Yifeng's thoughts. Hey! I am not some broken palace. I am the great immortal demon palace. Do you even understand how powerful I am? Throughout history, countless immortal emperors had fought over me, shedding blood for the chance to claim my power. Each time I appeared, the entire world trembled. And yet, this brat dared to call me a broken palace? This was nothing less than an insult to my name. Mortal, if you accept my inheritance, your body will belong to me from now on. As long as you sign a contract with me, all treasures within the immortal demon palace will be yours. You will become the strongest being in all of history. Listening to these exaggerated claims, Yifeng shook his head, full of disdain. Let me out. I'm not interested in this broken palace, and I don't want to sign any contract. Who knows what you might do? What if you try to possess my body? Yifeng had no intention of letting anyone control him. This so-called immortal demon palace wanted to take over his body? Dream on. The immortal demon palace nearly blacked out in rage. Did this brat even realize what kind of opportunity he was refusing? For countless ages, so many had begged to form a contract with me, yet I had rejected them all. Now, I had finally found someone worthy, and he rejected me outright? You brat, you. Fine. If you agree, I will listen to you and not take control of your body. Still no. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Yifeng refused again. I, the Great One, have no need to lie to a mere mortal. I can swear an oath. As long as you form a contract with me. It has been tens of thousands of years, and I also wish to get some fresh air. Once the contract is signed, my soul will be bound to yours, and I will be able to see everything in this world. The immortal demon palace sounded helpless. This kid had excellent physique and bloodline, yet his mind was so stubborn. All right. Immortal demon palace, is it? If you swear loyalty to me, I will sign the contract with you. Yifeng sneered. I already swore an oath. And you still doubt me? Do humans really distrust my integrity this much? Then let me go if you refuse to sign. Immortal demon palace, if you attempt to possess me, how can I defend myself? You're so powerful, I'm obviously not your match. What exactly was this immortal demon palace? Yifeng wasn't sure, but from its words, it seemed quite formidable. Of course, no matter how powerful it was, if it wanted to be his master, Yifeng would rather die than agree. Sensing Yifeng's thoughts, the immortal demon palace instantly deflated. This human, he would never submit. Damn it! I, the greatest immortal demon palace of all time, am actually going to become his servant? Sigh. It must be fate. My soul has been trapped in this space for too long. If I bind with you, then from now on, you, Yifeng, will be the absolute master of the immortal demon palace. Suddenly, the void trembled, and from above, a golden contract descended. Offer your blood. Drip it onto the contract. Yifeng looked at the glowing golden text, carefully confirmed it, then bit his finger and let his blood drip onto it. Boom! In an instant, his consciousness was pulled by a mysterious force. The next moment, the golden contract turned to dust and vanished, and Yifeng's body was released from all restraints. His awareness was transported directly into the vast immortal demon palace. The grand hall was incomprehensibly large. Inside, everything was magnificently decorated. The ground was littered with countless skeletal remains and weapons, each exuding an overwhelming pressure. These are. Yifeng was utterly shaken. The weapons scattered on the ground were all spirit weapons. My God! So many spirit weapons? I've struck gold. Yifeng excitedly picked up a long sword from the ground, and his consciousness connected with it. Spirit weapons? This is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. You actually think this junk is valuable? The immortal demon palace was speechless. This kid clearly knew nothing, such a country bumpkin. This thought instantly entered Yifeng's mind through their connection. Immortal demon palace, I am your master now. And you're talking behind my back? The next second, a bolt of divine lightning struck down directly onto the immortal demon palace. Master! I didn't mean it. The immortal demon palace cried out in fear. Sigh. I was telling the truth. This is just a pile of rusted junk. With me by your side, you don't need these things at all. Over countless ages, many have entered this place in search of treasure, yet none passed the test, they all perished. You are the first I have chosen. Of course, I have all sorts of treasures here. Whatever you need, you can use any time. But these weapons have endured endless years, so they might be unusable now. If you take them outside, they will turn to dust. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a bit disappointed. These were priceless treasures, and yet, they were all useless now? The immortal demon palace dismissed them, and he couldn't take them with him either. This pile of spirit weapons was proof of the palace's former glory. Fine, the palace was so vast, he would take his time exploring it. What kind of treasures do you have? Show me. Yifeng wanted to see if the palace was telling the truth. Humph. I have everything: ancient techniques, alchemy recipes, spirit treasures, divine materials. I even have former imperial artifacts and divine weapons hidden in the palace. But the previous master of the immortal demon palace sealed them away. With your current weak cultivation, you can't access them yet. As your cultivation grows, the treasures available to you will also increase. For now, everything you can use is already here in this hall. Yifeng was stunned. Damn, even as the palace's master, he was still restricted? Yifeng scanned the surroundings. In the distance, ancient books were neatly arranged on shelves, each radiating an ancient aura. What are these? Yifeng casually opened one and was immediately shocked by its contents. These are alchemy recipes. That section contains martial arts techniques. Over there are sword techniques. Further ahead, there are records of rare beasts and heavenly materials. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll find it for you instantly. This immortal demon palace, it had everything. It was basically a living treasure trove. Master. In the future, if you face danger, just call me. I can kill any enemy below the chi circulation realm. Now that Yifeng had signed the contract, the palace was bound to protect him. But from now on, it could finally observe the world again. Really? Of course. I am the immortal demon palace. Your soul cultivation is too low. Otherwise, forget chi circulation experts, even saints would be nothing before me. The immortal demon palace boasted, proud of its abilities. The strength of Yifeng's soul directly impacted its power. However, if Yifeng used the palace's power to kill a chi circulation expert, he would likely pass out for days. At that point, he would be extremely vulnerable. I see. Looks like I'll have to keep you as my hidden trump card. Immortal Demon Palace, send me back. With just a thought, the Immortal Demon Palace obeyed instantly. Yifeng's consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, Yao Yao was standing beside him. Young master! Young master? Are you alright? Yifeng had been standing still for a long time, and Yao Yao was so anxious that she was stomping her feet. Just then, Yifeng suddenly shuddered, startling her. I'm fine. Yao Yao. Oh. Yao Yao nodded. As long as you're okay, young master. Yifeng put away the jade pendant and kept the black copper fragment with him. Through Yifeng's senses, the immortal demon palace experienced the world for the first time. When it saw Yao Yao, it was startled. Ha! This little girl has demonic energy flowing in her blood. It seems to share the same origin as you. This world is strange. Why is there almost no spiritual energy left? Yifeng was shocked as well. He could sense it even more clearly than before. This was the power of the immortal demon palace. Its abilities were incredible. Indeed, this world had entered the age of the end of Dharma. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become pitifully scarce. She is from the demon sect. Naturally, demonic energy flows through her body. My mother was the holy maiden of the demon sect, so sharing the same origin is only natural. Yifeng communicated with the immortal demon hall through his consciousness. Due to his bond with the immortal demon hall, his perception had greatly increased. Not only could he sense the spiritual energy in the world, but he could also detect every slight movement within a few hundred meters. Yifeng was surprised to find that the spiritual energy of this world was actually converging toward him. Then, strands of spiritual energy were completely absorbed by him. Damn! Could it be that I can actively absorb this world's spiritual energy? Yifeng was shocked. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that whether he was eating or sleeping, he would be constantly absorbing the world's spiritual energy without even realizing it? Of course. I am the #1 immortal demon hall of all time. The world's spiritual energy is originally transformed from the primordial energy of heaven and earth. I was forged from this primordial energy, combined with various supreme treasures. No matter where I am, the world's spiritual energy will naturally flow toward me. Right now, your soul is weak. If you can summon my true form, you will be able to cultivate within me. Your cultivation speed will increase several times over, the immortal demon hall said proudly. Hearing this, Yifeng was completely shocked. Being able to increase his cultivation speed by several times was truly astonishing. The immortal demon hall exuded a vast and majestic aura, mixed with spiritual energy. This spiritual energy had been accumulated over countless ages, absorbed by the immortal demon hall from the world itself. A large portion of it also came from the martial arts powerhouses who had perished within the immortal demon hall. Their bodies dissolved into spiritual energy, stored within the hall. Over the ages, their numbers were beyond calculation. The sheer magnitude of that energy was unimaginable. Even if some of it had dissipated, the remaining amount was still immeasurable. So that's how it is. It seems that I not only need to advance my cultivation realm but also strengthen my soul. The so-called soul refers to both the mind and spirit. Yifeng's sea of consciousness was indeed still quite small. Cultivating soul power was extremely difficult. His master had told him that there was only one way to enhance the soul. Meditation, and not just any meditation, but a deep state of meditation. That state was called enlightenment. It was said that some mighty experts could meditate for 10 days or even half a month at a time. This was the only method to elevate one's soul realm. Besides that, some rare natural treasures could also nourish the soul, but in today's world, such treasures were nearly impossible to find. Yifeng followed Yao Yao out of the underground chamber. This girl didn't even have a clean set of clothes, so Yifeng had no choice but to go out, drive his car, and quickly buy her a set of clothes. No matter what, she needed to change. She looked like a beggar. Yao Yao, put on these clothes. Your clothes are already torn. Hearing Yifeng call her little sister, Yao Yao was momentarily stunned. Young master, I am already over 40 years old. Yao Yao's face turned slightly red. What? Over 40? Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. Yao Yao pursed her lips. She didn't look like someone over 40 at all, she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Seeing Yifeng's disbelief, Yao Yao quickly explained, people from the demon sect always look young. I've been following the holy maiden since I can remember. When I was 17, I came to the Yi family. Now, 24 years have passed. Based on the years, I am already 41. Yao Yao had guarded the Yi family for over a decade, waiting for Yifeng's return. The people of the demon sect were naturally like her, possibly due to the influence of demonic energy. Compared to modern people, Yao Yao looked just like a young girl. Yifeng stood there in a daze for a long time before finally snapping out of it. This little girl isn't lying, her fate cycle has turned 41 times, meaning she is indeed 41. The demon sect. Unbelievable. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet the demon sect still exists on this land. The immortal demon Hall let out a sigh. Yi Feng gave an awkward smile. Then should I call you Sister Yao Yao? She was his mother's personal maid, and since they shared the same origins, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with her. Yi Feng didn't mind calling her sister. You mustn't. Young master. Yao Yao knelt on one knee, her pupils trembling. Calling me Yao Yao is fine. The people of the demon sect have long lifespans. Though I am 41, if you place me in the demon sect, I am still just a young girl. Really? Yi Feng's mouth fell open slightly. Today, his understanding of the world had been completely reshaped multiple times. Just then, the immortal demon Hall spoke again. Don't be fooled by her age. The ancient demon sect elders could live for tens of thousands of years. You are the master, calling her little sister is perfectly fine. Yi Feng nodded. Finally, he no longer found it strange. There were still many things he needed to learn. Right now, he knew almost nothing about this sect. Yao Yao, put on the clothes. Yi Feng handed the clothes to her and then quickly stepped away. Ha ha! What are you running away for? The girl herself isn't even shy about it, the immortal demon Hall teased. Damn! This immortal demon Hall was nothing but a pervert. Now that it was bound to him, it could even sense everything around him through his soul. Although Yi Feng benefited greatly from this, in the future, would he have any privacy at all? Even when a girl was changing clothes, it wanted to peek. This was just pure perversion. Immortal demon Hall, I command you. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to spy on me in any way, nor can you use my soul to sense the outside world. Boom! 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 Several bolts of lightning struck down. An invisible force seemed to restrain the immortal demon Hall. Ha ha ha! That's better. Yi Feng laughed. Master, you can't do this. I just came out, and you, forget it, forget it. I am the #1 immortal demon Hall of all time. Why would I engage in such petty voyeurism? The immortal demon Hall looked completely helpless. After all, Yi Feng was its master. Although it could no longer spy on the outside world through his soul, it could still communicate with Yi Feng, and his perceptions would still be shared with it. Now, Yi Feng no longer had to worry about being watched all the time. Once Yao Yao finished changing, she no longer looked dirty and ragged. Her deep eyes contained endless darkness. Through his perception, Yi Feng realized that her body seemed to have suffered severe injuries. Her cultivation was only at the first level of the Kaiyuan realm. All these years, in order to prevent outsiders from invading the Yi family, she had used her demonic energy to scare people away, suffering countless hardships in the process. Whoosh! Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Yao Yao's wrist and inserted a few silver needles into her chest. The sudden movement made Yao Yao blush. That warm current surged into her lower abdomen, passed through her dantian, and then spread throughout her entire body. A surge of demonic energy raged around her. Yao Yao was terrified to discover that the injuries inside her body were healing at an astonishing speed. Young master! What are you doing? Yao Yao's eyes were filled with utter shock. You've had hidden internal injuries accumulated over the years. Don't move, I'm helping you heal. Soon, a mysterious force had almost completely healed the injuries inside her body. Her complexion and body seemed to have returned to how they were more than 20 years ago. This was too incredible. Oh my god. Yao Yao's mouth hung open in shock. These injuries were not ordinary wounds. Back then, in order to escape from the hands of a powerful expert from the demon sect, she had even endured the agony of the soul-severing nails. A powerful demon sect expert had brutally nailed 4 soul-severing nails into her palms and shoulder blades. To survive, Yao Yao took advantage of a moment when they were not paying attention and desperately broke free. Later, during her escape, she was struck by a powerful palm attack, leaving her crippled. Over the years, she had tried every possible method to heal her internal injuries, but nothing worked. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had completely healed the injuries she had carried for over 20 years. Yao Yao was deeply grateful to the young master for saving my life. She knelt on one knee, her face filled with emotion. The new dress she had just bought was stained with dirt, but she didn't care. Stand up. Your strength wasn't weak before you were around the 8th or 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. After healing, you should have recovered to about the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Take some time to rest and recuperate. Your body will fully recover soon. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Healing such injuries was no big deal for him. In this world, no injury was beyond Yi Feng's ability to heal. Yao Yao became even more respectful toward this young master. At the same time, she seemed to see a familiar shadow from the past. For a moment, her eyes turned red. All right. For now, you'll follow me. Also, your demonic energy is too conspicuous. I'll teach you a breathing technique. Once you learn it, you will be able to completely conceal your aura. Although Yao Yao could also suppress her energy and cultivation, it only worked against those weaker than her. If she encountered stronger opponents, they would immediately see through her. If she was exposed, not only would the demon sect come after her, but even the ancient martial experts of this world would not let her go. Many thanks, young master. Yao Yao bowed to Yifeng. The demon sect could no longer tolerate her, and she had nowhere else to go. She could only follow Yifeng. For that reason, she must not cause trouble for the young master. Very soon, Yifeng imparted the breathing technique to her. Yao Yao comprehended it quickly. In less than half an hour, she had already mastered the technique. She concealed her aura, and the two prepared to leave. Having obtained his mother's keepsake and the priceless treasure of the immortal demon hall, Yifeng was already quite satisfied. Although he still didn't know the purpose of the broken jade pendant, anything left by his mother was bound to be extraordinary. Wait! This place, such powerful sword energy. As they passed by a stone pillar, the immortal demon hall was suddenly shocked because it sensed an incredibly sharp sword aura intertwining around Yifeng. You do have a good eye. This is the sword technique my mother left behind. How is it? Impressive, right? Yifeng was proud. If even the immortal demon hall acknowledged the sword technique, then its power must be extraordinary. Wait a second, kid, look at this marble floor. The sword formation and the sword moves carved on the surrounding stone pillars complement each other. Practicing the sword here will allow for rapid mastery. With my talent, plus your assistance, one night is more than enough to master this sword technique. The immortal demon hall teased him, though in truth, it was only playing a supporting role. But this sword technique was truly exquisite and powerful. Missing out on it would be a great loss. Moreover, outside this sword formation, there might not be another place to gain such deep comprehension. If they missed this chance, who knew when they would achieve mastery? Really? Yifeng looked doubtful. He originally thought that he would need to advance at least 2 major realms before he could fully grasp this sword technique. Yet the immortal demon hall was so confident, saying it would only take 1 night. Why would I lie to you? First, demonstrate a set of moves. This sword formation will only activate when the sword techniques on the stone pillars are performed. Once activated, you will be engulfed in a storm of sword energy. This is your opportunity. By the way, your mother must have been an immensely powerful expert. Otherwise, how could she have engraved such an exquisite and unparalleled sword formation? Amazing! Absolutely incredible! The immortal demon hall kept praising it, making Yifeng feel a little embarrassed. He then picked up a branch from the ground and began executing the sword techniques carved on the stone pillars. Whoosh! As Yifeng continued demonstrating the techniques, an astonishing sword energy shot up into the sky. Yao Yao was so frightened that she retreated dozens of meters. Her pupils trembled violently, and her entire body shook. The demon-slaying sword technique. When did the young master learn the holy maiden's demon-slaying sword technique? Yao Yao recognized the sword technique. Her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The sword energy felt as if it would pierce right through her. It was utterly terrifying. This was the demon-slaying sword technique, personally created by the Holy Maiden. Yao Yao could never mistake it. Back then, the Holy Maiden wielded a single sword and wiped out several ancient martial clans at once using this very technique. This sword technique was her creation. The patriarchs and sect masters of those ancient martial clans couldn't even withstand a single strike from it. Even their souls were obliterated by the Holy Maiden. Yet now, the young master was actually using this sword technique. Yao Yao's eyes were filled with reverence. The powerful sword energy was so overwhelming that she almost collapsed to the ground in fear. It was only because the sword formation was reinforcing him, otherwise, Yifeng wouldn't have been able to unleash even 1/10,000th of this sword technique's power. Yao Yao had witnessed that battle with her own eyes and had never forgotten it. Excellent! Excellent! The sword formation has been activated. Our souls are now bound. Hold on tight, or else, even I, the #1 immortal demon hall of all time, will perish with you, the immortal demon hall said excitedly. The sword energy raged wildly. Strands of sword energy slashed through Yifeng's sleeves, and in no time, several cuts had appeared on his body. This sword formation is this terrifying? Yifeng suddenly regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have listened to that old thing, the immortal demon hall. He continuously performed the sword techniques, trying to deflect the incoming sword energy attacks. Swish! 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 But the branch in Yifeng's hand was instantly sliced apart by the sword energy. Kid, with just a thought, you can summon a weapon. Use this. Hearing the immortal demon hall's call, Yifeng's mind flashed with understanding, and a long sword flew out. It really works. The immortal demon hall was essentially an endless storage space, meaning Yifeng could summon any weapon available within it. The long sword rested in Yifeng's hand without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. But his eyes were fixed on the blade, staring in a daze. The sword weighed about 40 to 50 jin. Normally, the lighter the weapon, the better. Yet the sword's maker had forged it so heavy. Moreover, judging by the patterns on the blade, this sword had undoubtedly once been a spiritual weapon. Stop looking. This is a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. It's just that the weapon spirit has dissipated. Now, it's nothing more than a sword with slightly better material. Take it and use it. The immortal demon hall spoke, and Yifeng was utterly shocked. A heavenly grade spiritual weapon, this sword had once been of that level. This meant its previous owner must have been incredibly powerful. At the very least, they were likely the master of a great sect. Yifeng kicked the sword's tip, and with a loud clang, the entire sword spun into the air with strong momentum. Immediately, dozens of sword energies crisscrossed and shot toward Yifeng. He calmly blocked the attacks with the blade while simultaneously analyzing the sword techniques in his mind. The demon-slaying sword technique. Since my mother created it, I must master it. A resolute determination flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Just like that, the night sky above the Yi family residence became filled with swirling sword energy and crackling lightning. It was as if the heavens themselves were about to change. At that moment, not far from the Yi family, a shadowy figure was lurking, stealthily approaching. When he looked up and saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the Yi family, his scalp tingled with fear. A horrifying memory surged into his mind. No! Impossible! How could this sword energy appear in the Yi family? The black figure slipped and almost fell. Recalling the terrifying scene from over 20 years ago, his soul trembled uncontrollably. It was a fear that came from the depths of his being, from the very core of his soul. Could it be that the Holy Maiden has broken the seal and returned? No! Impossible! She was captured by the protectors. How could she possibly appear here? The black figure turned and hurriedly tried to escape. But after running just over 10 meters, he hesitated, turning back to look deeper into the Yi family estate. The Holy Maiden's sword energy was far more terrifying than this. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and like a ghost, he vanished into the void, swiftly heading toward the Yi family. Meanwhile, Yifeng continued training in the demon-slaying sword technique. The sword formation beneath his feet had been fully activated, leaving traces of blood on his body. As his blood dripped onto the sword formation, it seemed to trigger an even greater surge of power. An hour had passed since Yifeng entered the formation. His comprehension was improving at an astonishing speed. Even the seal within his body was showing signs of loosening, as if he could break through to the next level at any moment. The young master's talent is terrifying. Yao Yao's back was drenched in cold sweat. She didn't dare to get too close to the sword formation. She feared that the next moment, the sword energy might tear her apart. If the young master masters the demon-slaying sword technique, he could even battle those in the Qi movement realm. He might even be able to slay enemies beyond his level. As time passed, Yifeng felt himself gaining more control over the sword. Fully focused, he remained unaware of a shadowy figure sneaking into the Yi family's courtyard. When the black figure saw Yifeng, he almost exposed himself out of sheer shock. It was too similar. The eyes, the face, this boy bore a 9/10 resemblance to that person. I never expected this. Truly unexpected. Ha ha ha. Heaven never seals off all paths. To think I would run into this boy here. The black figure let out a wild laugh. Who's there? Yao Yao was the first to sense the disturbance in the distance. She kicked a nearby stone, sending it flying like a cannonball. Crack! The black figure caught the stone effortlessly and crushed it to dust. So, the Holy Maiden's bastard is actually here? Boy! He. That means, the item must also be with you. You've made us search so hard for you. With a whoosh, the black figure shot forward, his body vanishing into the void. From midair, he unleashed a palm strike, filling the sky with demonic energy as a massive imprint descended toward Yifeng. Courting death. Yifeng's sword twisted slightly, and with a surge of overwhelming sword energy, he thrust the blade directly at the center of the attacking palm. The sword energy he had accumulated over an hour condensed into a massive sword light, over 10 meters long, piercing through the void. What? You've already trained this sword technique to such a level? But you're only at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The black figure retreated rapidly, but the rising sword energy shattered his palm strike, leaving a gash several inches long on his shoulder. Who are you? Yifeng lowered his sword, and the sharpness of the sword formation gradually faded. Standing there, he resembled an unsheathed sword piercing the heavens. The black-robed figure's eyes were filled with shock. Young master! He's from the demon sect. We cannot let him escape. Yao Yao spoke anxiously. Without hesitation, Yifeng gripped his sword and charged at the shadowy figure. The black-robed man gave Yifeng a deep look before turning and running. Black blood seeped from his shoulder, dripping onto the ground. Yifeng thrust his sword, but the black figure disappeared into the void, his aura vanishing instantly. By the time Yifeng pursued him outside, the man had already fled far away. Such speed! Yifeng was astonished. Young master! Yao Yao followed him out. Who was that man? Do you know him? Yifeng frowned. He's the black demon, sent by the demon sect to hunt me down. And more than that, they must still be searching for the item the holy maiden left you. The black demon was at the 2nd level of the Qi movement realm. To evade him, Yao Yao had spent years in hiding, barely managing to avoid his pursuit on multiple occasions. What a shame! He got away. If he reports this to the demon sect elders, it will bring us trouble. Young master, we should leave here immediately. Yao Yao said worriedly. Yifeng nodded. He then drove off, taking Yao Yao away from the Yi family estate. That black-robed man was strong, but Yifeng's sword formation attack had injured him severely. He wouldn't dare appear again for a while. Unfortunately, they hadn't caught him, otherwise, they might have been able to extract information about his mother's whereabouts. Yifeng found a hotel. It was already late, so he decided to stay in Tiandu for the night and return early the next morning. Meanwhile, a black figure dragged his injured body into a sewer. So terrifying. Arg! A mere 9th level Kaiyuan realm brat dared to wound me. When I catch him, I'll make him suffer the agony of the soul nails. The black demon gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. In the hotel, Yifeng took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. Yesterday's sword technique, he had already mastered 80 to 90% of it. Complete mastery was just around the corner. Yifeng quickly got dressed. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Yao Yao waiting at the entrance. Young master! You woke up so early? Let's go. We're heading back. Yifeng took her downstairs. After what happened last night, Yifeng didn't dare to stay in Tiandu any longer. That man in black was very strong, and there was no guarantee that even stronger figures weren't lurking behind him. Moreover, he had 2 items left by his mother, and it was clear that the enemy had come with a purpose. Without hesitation, Yifeng drove straight to the airport, intending to take the first flight back. Half an hour later, at Tiandu International Airport, Yifeng parked his car and took Yao Yao inside. As soon as he entered, his eyes fell on a familiar figure. That person was momentarily startled upon seeing Yifeng. Then, with a wide smile, he quickly approached. Young Master Yi, what brings you to Tiandu? I was just about to head to Nanjing with my father's invitation to find you. The person was none other than Wang Chong. Seeing Yifeng again, he was overjoyed. I had some business here, Yifeng replied calmly. Wang Chong lowered his head respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, the Wang family is hosting an international exchange conference tomorrow, and my father would like to invite you to attend. Would you honor us with your presence at our home today? My father has maintained close cooperation with the Tianjun group over the years. He often says he misses you very much. The Wang family had a good relationship with the Tianjun group. In Tiandu, the Tianjun group was their biggest business partner. With the support of the Tianjun group, the Wang family's business had been thriving, making many people in Tiandu envious. Taking advantage of this international exchange conference, the Wang family hoped to strengthen their ties with the Tianjun group and secure a major contract. If Yifeng were to personally step in, it would eliminate many middlemen, making things much easier. Pass a message to your father, I won't be attending the exchange conference. If anything comes up, he can call Yi Lingyan directly. She will know what to do. Yifeng declined Wang Chang's invitation. Hearing this, Wang Chong looked slightly disappointed. Without Yifeng, The conference felt like it was missing something. However, he was also thrilled Yifeng had directed them to Yi Lingyan. How could he not know who Yi Lingyan was? This was undoubtedly a green light for the Wang family. Understood. Mr. Yi, allow me to see you off. Wang Chong followed closely behind Yifeng like a devoted attendant. In the airport hall, countless people cast curious glances. Who was that man? Why was he walking with Wang Chong? And why did Wang Chong seem so respectful toward him? Many people started speculating about Yifeng's identity. At the boarding gate, Yifeng took out his identification and handed it to the front desk staff. The moment the staff member saw the two characters on the ID, a cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Tiandu International Airport sounded the alarm. Quick! Capture the SSS International fugitive, Yifeng. Don't let him escape. Whoever catches him will receive a 10 billion bounty. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the airport's broadcast. Immediately, more than a dozen security guards armed with batons surrounded Yifeng. Wang Chong and his 2 bodyguards were completely stunned. SSS fugitive? Who? Yifeng? Young Master Yi? Wang Chong thought he had misheard. A black-clad bodyguard stepped forward respectfully and whispered, "Second young master, you heard correctly. It's really the SSS fugitive." What? Wang Chong was dumbfounded. The Wang family had no idea about Yifeng's status as an SSS fugitive. Although this news had already spread within the military, the war god Yunxiao had deliberately suppressed it to avoid alarming Yifeng. He feared that if Yifeng escaped, it would be impossible to quell the fury of the Dongying people. At this moment, no one could have expected that Yifeng was in Tiandu, boldly preparing to board a flight. The airport manager and security team immediately locked down the entire terminal. Yifeng, an SSS fugitive, must not be allowed to escape. Anyone listed as an SSS fugitive was incredibly dangerous and notorious. Capturing Yifeng would make someone a national hero of Manhwa, earning them a personal meeting with the war god Yunxiao and countless honors, skyrocketing their status. The security guards, all tall and burly, stared at Yifeng with eager expressions. Get him! Tie him up! The security captain, enticed by the 10 billion bounty, felt his heartbeat quicken. There was no fear left in him. There were more than a dozen of them, and Yifeng was alone. What kind of storm could he possibly stir up? He might be an SSS fugitive, but the security team wasn't to be underestimated either. Swish, swish, swish. Several burly men suddenly lunged at Yifeng, raising their batons to strike his head. They planned to knock him unconscious first. You worthless scum! How dare you! Slap! 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 Wang Chong stepped forward, his seemingly weak body instantly blocking the security guards. With a few swift slaps, 3 burly men flew backward and crashed onto the ground, unconscious. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him. I am Wang Chong. If you dare attack young Master Yi, you're declaring war on my Wang family. Take them down. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wang Chong commanded his 2 black-clad bodyguards, who instantly leaped into the fray. In less than 30 seconds, the dozen security guards were all severely injured and collapsed on the ground. The entire hall was thrown into chaos. He's Yifeng. He killed the Dongying people, and even wiped out 2 major clan leaders from the 2 island nations. Gulp! Some people couldn't help but swallow nervously. They instinctively averted their gazes, not daring to meet Yifeng's eyes. How many people in Longwa dared to kill the Dongying people? And not just any Dongying people, but the renowned heads of 2 great families. This news had long since spread. But since no one had ever seen Yifeng's face before, it wasn't until the broadcast identified him as an SSS fugitive that they finally realized. This guy dares to show up in Tiandu? Does he not know he's already on the SSS fugitive list? He's finished. In a few minutes, the war god Yunxiao will personally bring troops here. The murmuring of the crowd didn't concern Yifeng in the slightest. If it weren't for the fact that driving back to Dragon City would take too long, he wouldn't have even bothered taking a plane. Suddenly, the airport manager, exuding authority, led a group of men toward them. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the manager, Li Deli, hesitated and forced a smile. Young Master Wang, why are you here? This man is an SSS fugitive. War god Yunxiao has already issued orders. If Yifeng appears at Tiandu Airport, he must be detained immediately. Young Master Wang, please don't offend war god Yunxiao just for this fugitive. Li Deli directly invoked war god Yunxiao's name. While he didn't dare provoke Wang Chong, There was no way he would let Yifeng escape. After all, the bounty was 10 billion. Both the Dongying consulate and war god Yunxiao had personally issued the order. Such a massive prize, how could they possibly let it slip away? Trying to pressure me with war god Yunxiao? Young Master Yi is an esteemed guest of my Wang family. I, Wang Chong, stand firmly with him. Wang Chong immediately took out his phone and made a call. He knew that Yifeng had killed several Dongying people because he had learned about it after leaving the Jiangqing auction that day. But he hadn't expected that those people held such high status in Dongying. However, in Wang Chang's eyes, the identity of the Tianjun group's young master outweighed any Dongying scum. If they knew who Yifeng was, would they still dare to put a bounty on him? Li Deli was completely stunned. Wang Chong was actually standing against war god Yunxiao to defend a fugitive? Was this really his way of doing things? Wasn't the Wang family always driven by profit? Did Wang Chong not understand the consequences? Since young Master Wang refuses to step aside, then I, Li Deli, will have to offend you. The Li family was considered a second-tier upper-class family in Tiandu, controlling Tiandu International Airport. This was his territory. How to deal with Yifeng was up to him. Li Deli, are you looking for death? Wang Chong glared at him coldly. I'm not looking for death. Catching a fugitive is the duty of every Tiandu citizen. Take him down. With a wave of his hand, four martial masters leaped out from behind Li Deli. These were the Li family's enshrined elders, each around the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The Li family had spent a fortune hiring them. For against one, Li Deli was confident they could take Yifeng down. As soon as he finished speaking, two martial masters charged forward. Their fists roared through the air, creating powerful shockwaves that rushed toward Yifeng. To Yifeng, these nobodies weren't even worth a glance. You dare attack my young master? Courting death. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yao Yao beside Yifeng. Her pupils turned pitch black, radiating an endless dark glow. A surge of demonic energy swept out as her small frame unleashed an earth-shattering power. The cultivation method of the demon sect was vastly different from that of ancient martial artists. Their cultivation speed was incredibly slow, so even after decades, Yao Yao had only reached the peak of the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. However, within the same realm, a demon sect practitioner could easily fight against 3 opponents of equal strength. How could ordinary mortals comprehend the terror of the demon sect? Li Deli's legs went weak as he was overwhelmed by Yao Yao's aura, his eyes filled with shock. Is she even human? Stop her! Stop her now! Hiding behind his guards, Li Deli shouted in panic. Yao Yao's body turned into a black blur as she charged straight at the 4 martial masters. Little girl, how old are you? When I started cultivating, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms. One of the martial masters sneered at Yao Yao, who looked like she was only 17 or 18. He sent a palm strike toward her, shattering the stone floor beneath him. His eyes carried a hint of mockery, but when his palm collided with Yao Yao's hand, a cold, dark, and bloodthirsty energy shot straight to his skull. You! Ah! A scream echoed as the martial master was sent flying, his arm exploding into a mist of blood. Half of his body was completely shattered by a single palm strike. Even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. The remaining 3 martial masters were visibly horrified. That small figure was like a nightmare, sending chills down everyone's spine. This power. It's at least at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Yifeng was also surprised. However, this level of power could easily expose Yao Yao's identity. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to understand what they were dealing with. They only saw a little girl who was a ruthless killer and were completely terrified. Whoosh! Yao Yao rushed into the crowd again. The remaining martial masters weren't even able to last a single move against her. In the blink of an eye, they were nothing more than lifeless corpses. Wang Elder. Lu Elder. Who Elder? You killed all 4 of them. Li Deli stared at Yao Yao as if he had seen a ghost. Who the hell was this guy? Even his maid was this terrifying. I won't just kill them. I'll kill you too. Yao Yao lunged toward Li Deli, aiming a palm strike at his skull. She was so fast that Li Deli had no time to react. Protect me! Protect me! Li Deli desperately ran backward, his eyes filled with indescribable terror. Just then, a figure kicked open the hall doors. His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, intercepting Yao Yao's attack at the last moment. Boom! The terrifying energy blast sent the figure flying backward. Yao Yao was also forced to retreat several steps before she managed to stabilize herself. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Jingshan. My god! He actually came. The crowd's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Jingshan. Xiao Jingshan's arm throbbed with pain, and a streak of blood dripped from it. A single palm strike had actually injured him, a 9th-level Kaiyuan realm warrior. His eyes locked onto Yao Yao before shifting to Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng? You're the one who killed Kawashima Toshihida? And the leader of the Miyamoto clan? Do you have any idea that Miyamoto Toshihida was a guest of my Xiao family? The Dongying people in my Xiao family have business deals worth hundreds of billions. And you dared to kill him? It was Xiao Jingshan's first time seeing Yi Feng, and his face burned with rage. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. This Yi Feng was about the same age as his own son. Yet at such a young age, he had killed so many powerful figures and turned the entire Nanjing upside down. He was a true monster. Killed him? So what? Do I need a reason to kill someone? Yi Feng's expression was indifferent, completely unconcerned. His words shocked the entire audience, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. What arrogance! He regarded the lives of the Dongying people as worthless. He dared to say such words in front of Xiao Jingshan. Was he not afraid of the Xiao family? Xiao Jingshan's chest heaved with rage. At that moment, the sound of roaring car engines echoed through the airport hall. Screech! More than a dozen luxury cars screeched to a halt at the entrance. Immediately, a mustached man in a black suit stepped out. Before anyone could react, over a dozen Dongying warriors emerged from the Maybach behind him. They wore wooden clogs, carried katanas, and had murderous expressions. In an instant, they rushed into the hall and surrounded Yi Feng. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the Dongying warriors entered. Wang Chong frowned. The Xiao family, the Dongying people, they were all here. This time, young Master Yi was in trouble. Mr. Wakawa, you're here. Xiao Jingshan greeted the Dongying leader with a smile. Wakawa Kai, a top-tier Dongying ninja, was at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. He was responsible for the security of the Dongying consulate and had personally come to capture Yi Feng. Jingshan Kuan. Is this the Longwa man who killed clan leader Kawashima? Wakawa Kai's face was filled with killing intent. For the first time, a Dongying citizen had been killed on Longwa's soil. This was an unbearable humiliation. His mission from the consulate was clear: take Yi Feng back. The Dongying consul general had already planned that once Yi Feng was captured, they would publicly behead him in front of all of Longwa. And they would broadcast it live. This was meant to cleanse the shame that Yi Feng had brought to the Dongying Empire. The live broadcast would not only restore their honor but also serve as a warning to the people of Longwa. A dozen samurai simultaneously drew their katanas in unison. Each of them was at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Half of the island nation's elite warriors were now gathered here. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating. Xiao Jingshan nodded and said to Wakawa Kai, Mr. Wakawa, this kid is an SSS fugitive. He is already wanted by Longwa. Rest assured, I will make sure the Dongying people get an explanation. No matter what, clan leader Kawashima was a friend of my Xiao family. I cannot let his death be in vain. Xiao Jingshan spoke boldly, completely disregarding Yi Feng's expression. As long as he could appease the Dongying people's anger, the Xiao family would have a huge financial gain. Jingshan Kuan, later, hand this kid over to me. Hearing this, Xiao Jingshan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood something. Ha ha. I need to consult with Longwa's high-ranking officials first. But if they approve, I will hand over this fugitive to you without hesitation. Before handing over Yi Feng, the Xiao family would naturally take the opportunity to make a grand spectacle. This was a chance to boost their reputation. At the same time, they could gain the trust of the Dongying people. Alright. Yi Feng. Come with us quietly. If you cooperate, I'll make sure you suffer less. Of course, as for this woman, I'll personally execute her. Xiao Jingshan had been injured by a mere woman, and that woman was Yi Feng's subordinate. He had to kill Yao Yao to vent his anger. Are you done talking? I spared Xiao Renjia last time, yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If you do, I'll spare your life. Also, you must personally behead these Dongying dogs, or I will behead you. Yi Feng never looked for trouble, but he would never tolerate anyone stepping on his head. Whether it was the Xiao family or the Dongying people. His eyes carried an invisible killing intent. Hearing this, Wakawa Kai was briefly stunned. Then, the next second, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jingshan-kun, did you hear that? This brat isn't just insulting you, he's insulting me too. Very well. Uwakawa Kai's smile turned sinister, his eyes filled with the desire to rip Yifeng apart. As a high-ranking figure in the Dongying consulate in Tiandu, he had always been respected in Longwa. Even Longwa's ambassador wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Where did Yifeng get such arrogance? Xiao Jingshan also found it laughable. Kneel to Yifeng? And personally behead the elite guards of the Dongying consulate? Was this kid insane? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide, Yifeng said coldly. His gaze locked onto Xiao Jingshan, causing the latter to feel an unexpected sense of dread. How could he be intimidated by this brat? 1. Time's up. With an earth-shattering force, the ground beneath Yifeng cracked apart. Like a cannonball, he shot straight at Xiao Jingshan. You're courting death. Xiao Jingshan had been immersed in martial arts for over 40 years and had received guidance from the elders of ancient martial clans. Though he was a late bloomer, he had indeed reached the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Without hesitation, he threw a punch to meet Yifeng's attack. A terrifying shockwave exploded through the hall as their fists collided. The moment their punches connected, Xiao Jingshan's heart filled with dread. Not good. He immediately tried to retreat to disperse some of the force. But Yifeng's power was like an unstoppable tide, sending him flying backward. Ah! Xiao Jingshan's arm exploded on impact, and his body was sent hurtling 20 or 30 meters, crashing into the group of Dongying samurai. You! How is this possible? Several Xiao family martial masters turned pale. They rushed forward to help Xiao Jingshan up. How could Yifeng's strength be so terrifying? He was a martial artist too, a 9th level Kaiyuan realm warrior, so why? Xiao Jingshan couldn't comprehend it even as he lay injured. Young master! Shall I kill them all? Ya bowed her head, like an obedient maid, waiting for Yifeng's command. Kill them all? Shock, fear, and horror surged through the crowd. Xiao Jingshan quickly sealed his acupoints to stop his bleeding. The Dongying warriors all looked grim. Even Uwakawa Kai's eyes trembled. Mr. Uwakawa. Kill this brat for me. I'll go call for reinforcements. Ah! Xiao Jingshan had lost an arm and had been humiliated twice in front of so many people. Although ancient martial clan medicine could reattach his arm, the pain and humiliation were unbearable. Just then, a large group of people stormed into the hall. Leading them was a man in a black robe. Upon seeing him, Wang Chang's face lit up with joy. Father! The head of the Wang family, Wang Qingshan, had arrived. What was he here for? Wang Chong knew that Yifeng was powerful, he had killed Dongying martial masters. But he hadn't expected Yifeng to be this strong, crippling Xiao Jingshan's arm so easily. He even thought his father didn't need to come anymore. However, at this moment, expressing loyalty was more important. Adding flowers to a brocade was nice, but offering help in dire times was even better. Dozens of Xiao family guards stormed in, wielding assault rifles, and immediately surrounded the Dongying warriors. Guns! They have guns! Li Deli was so scared he nearly fainted. The Wang family had entered with guns drawn. What were they planning? Xiao Jingshan frowned. Patriarch Wang? What are you doing? Ha! What am I doing? Mr. Yi is an honored guest of my Wang family. I should be asking you, what are you planning? Wang Qingshan smirked coldly. An honored guest? Xiao Jingshan was utterly confused. Wang Qingshan, do you even know? This brat killed Dongying people. He is an SSS fugitive in Longwa. My father, war god Yun Xiao, personally ordered his capture. If you go against us, are you looking for death? Xiao Jingshan roared in anger. However, Wang Qingshan remained indifferent. He chuckled disdainfully and said, I know. But, so what? Then do you know who Mr. Yi really is? Xiao Jingshan's face darkened. Him? He's a fugitive. He is the shame of Longwa. Bullshit. Wang Qingshan roared angrily. The crowd felt a chill down their spines, utterly shocked. Longwa men, your guns are useless against us. I will take this brat with me no matter what. Attack! At that moment, Uwakawa Kai gave the order, and over a dozen Dongying grandmasters charged forward. Seeing this, Wang Qingshan waved his hand. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets rained down on the Dongying warriors. Xiao Jingshan was utterly stunned. Was Wang Qingshan seeking death? That was the captain of the Dongying consulate's elite guards. An upper-rank ninja, Uwakawa Kai. And Wang Qingshan dared to fire at them? Did he want to start a war between the two nations? Damn! Xiao Jingshan cursed. The bullets, like a storm, poured down on the Dongyin Grandmasters. But they were completely ineffective. The Grandmasters didn't fear bullets. However, the act of shooting at them had completely ignited their fury. Swish! 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 Dozens of shuriken flew through the air. Within mere breaths, Wang Qingshan's men had fallen to the ground. A full-blown battle had erupted. People screamed in panic and scattered in all directions. Some hid behind cover, trying to avoid the attacks. The entire airport hall had turned into a gang war zone. Patriarch, be careful! 2 Wang family guards rushed to shield Wang Qingshan, blocking 2 deadly strikes. My son, Wang Tong, isn't here. If he were, these Dongyin Grandmasters would be nothing to fear. Wang Qingshan gritted his teeth, but by then, Yifeng had already plunged into the midst of the Dongyin warriors. With almost every punch, an enemy suffered broken arms and legs. Wakawa Kai's eyes burned with sinister fury. This is the strength of the Dongyin people? Weak, absolutely weak. Compared to ancient martial grandmasters, you're nothing but trash. What's the point of keeping such worthless warriors around? Yifeng's words stabbed straight into Wakawa Kai's sorest spot. Even among Dongyin martial artists, there were different ranks. The most powerful were the upper-rank ninja grandmasters. But training an upper-rank ninja took immense effort. Even with his great talent, Wakawa Kai had spent 30 years reaching the rank of upper-rank ninja. Now, Yifeng was calling him trash? How could he not be enraged? Bakana! Wakawa Kai lunged forward, flinging dozens of hidden weapons at lightning speed. The weapons were so fast that dodging even slightly too late would result in being wounded. Then, he unsheathed his katana and thrust it toward Yifeng. The blade carried a powerful force, and it even emanated a faint sword aura. The sword aura was sharp enough to tear through Yifeng's clothing. Yifeng quickly dodged, barely avoiding a fatal strike. A Dongyin warrior's honor is not something a brat like you can insult. Oh, really? In the next instant, Yifeng grabbed the blade with one hand. What? Was his body made of steel? Did he not fear the legendary sharpness of a Dongyin katana? The Dongyin grandmasters looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Boom! Yifeng swung his leg in a powerful roundhouse kick, aiming for Wakawa Kai's head. The terrifying force ripped through the air. Wakawa Kai blocked with his arm. But the impact was too strong. His body was sent flying to the side, stumbling backward, nearly toppling over from Yifeng's kick. The other Dongyin grandmasters raised their katanas and slashed toward Yifeng's head. But before their attacks could land, Yao Yao unleashed a powerful palm strike. 3 Dongyin grandmasters were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. In less than 100 exchanges, over half of the Dongyin grandmasters were either dead or gravely injured. Xiao Jingshan's face was filled with disbelief. His expression twisted through countless emotions. This brat is too strong. The Dongyin people will be defeated sooner or later. Call for reinforcements immediately. Xiao Jingshan's face was grim. He finally understood where Yifeng's confidence came from. This kind of power, this was his confidence. No wonder he dared to go against the Dongyin people head-on. No wonder he didn't even put the Xiao family in his eyes. Meanwhile, an armed military force was racing toward the airport in military trucks. They were the personal guards of war god Yun Xiao. These men carried a chilling killing aura, their armored vehicles clearing the way as they approached the airport. Inside the lead vehicle, an elderly figure sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a phone rang. The soldier in the front seat answered. What did you say? The Dongyin warriors are about to be wiped out? War god. The Dongyin consulate's forces are nearly annihilated by that brat. The soldier's face showed utter shock. Xiao Xiong's eyes snapped open, his gaze filled with deadly intent. Speed up. Otherwise, this will get out of control. If the entire Dongyin consulate's guard force was wiped out, even he wouldn't be able to contain the situation. Was that brat really this powerful? The military vehicles accelerated to 180 kilometers per hour, racing toward Tiandu International Airport. Back at the airport, the floor was soaked in blood. The scene was beyond horrific. Wakawa Kai panted heavily. He had exchanged more than 30 blows with Yifeng. Yet he hadn't even managed to land a single scratch on him. Yifeng, on the other hand, was still smiling. Wakawa Kai felt like a clown being toyed with by Yifeng. Kneel. Yifeng threw a devastating punch. Bakayaro. Wakawa Kai raised his katana and slashed at Yi Feng. A terrifying shockwave erupted with the sound of a dragon's roar, shattering Wakawa Kai's katana into pieces. For a brief moment, he seemed to see a massive dragon charging toward him. His blade had been utterly destroyed by that dragon's force. Ah! Boom! His body was slammed by the dragon's energy, causing him to spew blood. Defeated! The upper-ranked ninja, Wakawa Kai, had suffered a crushing defeat. Wakawa Kai stared at Yi Feng in disbelief. Yi Feng picked up a katana from the ground, then turned and tossed it to Xiao Jingshan. Kill him! Xiao Jingshan clutched his chest, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His heart pounded with fear, he was on the brink of panic. Everyone was dead. Yi Feng had slaughtered the Dongying grandmasters. Only 3 or 4 heavily injured warriors remained. Xiao Jingshan no longer had the courage to fight Yi Feng. He knew Yi Feng had both the strength and the resolve to kill him. No, Jingshan-kun. You can't do this. I'm your friend. I am the guardian of the Dongying consulate. If you kill me, how will the Xiao family explain themselves? Yi Feng stepped on Wakawa Kai's chest. Wakawa Kai tried to get up, but Yi Feng's presence was like a mountain, pinning him down. If you don't do it, then I'll kill you. Yi Feng. You're committing a crime. Xiao Jingshan stumbled backward in terror, refusing to act. Boom! Yi Feng shot forward. With a kick to Xiao Jingshan's abdomen, he sent him crashing to the ground. Without saying a word, Yi Feng raised his palm and struck down toward Xiao Jingshan's head. No! I'll do it! I'll kill him! I'll do it right now! Xiao Jingshan's pupils shrank in fear. He picked up the katana and slowly walked toward Wakawa Kai. He's a madman. He actually forced the head of the Xiao family to kill these Dongying guards. Everyone in the hall was terrified. Their nerves were stretched to the limit, and no one dared to look Yi Feng in the eye. Wakawa Kai was severely injured, completely out of strength to get up. The entire hall was filled with the stench of death. This wasn't a siege, it was a one-sided massacre by Yi Feng. Until now, as a Dongying upper ninja, he hadn't even managed to land a single hit on Yi Feng. Wakawa Kai's pupils widened in fear, his body trembling. Jingshan-kun. You can't kill me. I am the upper ninja guard of the Dongying embassy. This incident will start a war between our two countries. This brat is trying to sow discord. Don't. Wakawa Kai tried to crawl backward in terror, but when Xiao Jingshan glanced at Yi Feng's eyes, those eyes filled with killing intent, he dared not resist at all. No matter how valuable a Dongying person's life was, it was nothing compared to his own. If he didn't do it, Yi Feng would definitely kill him. Xiao Jingshan had no choice. Mr. Wakawa. Sorry. But I don't want to die either. With that, Xiao Jingshan raised his blade and slashed toward Wakawa Kai's head. No! Yi Feng, if you kill me, the Dongying ambassador will never let you go. Splat! Blood sprayed like a fountain. Xiao Jingshan's hands trembled, and the blood-soaked katana slipped from his grip, clattering to the floor. I killed a Dongying upper ninja. I've offended the Dongying embassy. Xiao Jingshan's face turned deathly pale. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this horrifying scene, Wang Chong and his father's hearts pounded violently. This was the young master of the Tianjun group. In front of him, the Xiao family and the Dongying people had lost all their previous arrogance, they weren't even worth as much as a dog. Very good. Daring to kill a Dongying person, you still have some conscience left. Yi Feng spoke casually. The entire airport hall was in ruins, looking like the aftermath of a brutal battlefield. At this moment, only Li Deli and a handful of Xiao family members remained standing in front of Yi Feng. Now, can I leave? Yi Feng asked indifferently. Why yes, you can. Li Deli forced out a strained smile. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Mr. Yi. How about this? You take my family's private jet. I'll arrange it right away. I'll send you out of Tiandu. Wang Qingshan bowed deeply to Yi Feng. It was his honor to be of service to Lord Yi. Seeing how persistent he was, Yi Feng thought for a moment and did not refuse. Then let's go. Go? I'd like to see where you can go today. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The next moment, over 100 fully armed soldiers in armor stormed into the hall. They lined up in formation, and 2 figures walked in from the entrance. The leader was an elderly man in his 70s, his temples graying, dressed in a golden robe. His entire presence exuded a domineering and powerful aura. His deep eyes were filled with the weight of time. A chilling killing intent spread outward from him, making everyone shudder. War God Yunxiao has arrived. A commanding voice rang out, and everyone in the hall turned toward the entrance. War God Yunxiao! It's really him. War God Yunxiao is here. And he brought his elite guards. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Countless gazes filled with reverence landed on War God Yunxiao. But he had no interest in enjoying their admiration. Father! Dad! You're finally here! Woo woo! They're all dead. Everyone is dead. The entire Donying embassy's guard force was slaughtered by Yifeng. Not only that, he even forced me to personally kill Wakawa Kai. Xiao Jingshan clutched his head, sobbing as if he had finally found an outlet for his despair. The elite guards of War God Yunxiao widened their eyes in disbelief. They had come here believing they were capturing an SSS fugitive. They had heard that this fugitive had killed many Donying martial masters and even injured War God Yunxiao's grandson, Xiao Renjie. But when they saw that it was just a young man in his 20s, their expressions were filled with shock. This brat forced the head of the Xiao family to kill a Donying martial master? And not just any martial master, one of the embassy's elite guards? This was lawlessness. Xiao Xion looked at the corpses scattered across the floor, his fury boiling over. So what if they're dead? This wasn't your doing. The deaths of the Donying people, this brat must take full responsibility. Xiao Xiong suppressed his rage and exhaled deeply. Father! You have to avenge me. You must avenge me. He even took my arm. The pain of losing my arm, I want this brat to pay with his life. Xiao Jingshan stood up, and Xiao Xiong pulled out a pill, handing it to him. Take this pill. Don't worry, today, none of them will escape. Surround them. Boom! The entire airport trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Outside the hall, armored vehicles rolled in, completely surrounding the building. Hundreds of soldiers poured out of the vehicles, and within minutes, Tiandu International Airport was under total lockdown. Under such tight security, even a fly wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Feng! You killed a Donying diplomat. You killed my Xiao family's martial masters. You even injured my grandson. Today will be your death day. Xiao Xian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Any one of these charges was enough to sentence Yi Feng to death. And more importantly, he was War God Yunxiao. No one in Tiandu dared to oppose the Xiao family. Because War God Yunxiao commanded all the elite guards of Tiandu. His duty wasn't just to protect Longgua's capital but also to safeguard all foreign embassies. Now, Yi Feng had openly slaughtered so many Donying martial masters right before the Xiao family's eyes, completely crossing the final line. The Donying consulate would never let this go. This incident had already disrupted diplomatic relations between the two nations. On an international level, this was a grave and catastrophic event. You severed my son's arm. I have never bullied the weak. Sever both of your arms and surrender yourself. I will personally hand you over to the Donying consulate for punishment. War God Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back, issuing his final ultimatum to Yi Feng. Ha! So, you're War God Yunxiao? Then let me warn you, take your men and get out of my sight immediately. If you do, I won't hold you accountable. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Yi Feng showed no fear and even had a mocking smile on his face. What did you say? War God Yunxiao's expression darkened instantly. Insolent brat! How dare you act so recklessly in front of the War God? Suddenly, the figure beside War God Yunxiao leaped forward, throwing a powerful punch at Yi Feng. Pa! Yi Feng caught the punch with one hand, holding it firmly in place. Get lost! A slap carrying terrifying force struck the figure's face. Zhang Tianyun's body was sent flying and landed heavily in front of War God Yunxiao. You! His head tilted to the side, and he passed out instantly. Zhang Tianyun was War God Yunxiao's subordinate, his personal disciple. He was also in charge of Tiandu's city defense, holding a position second only to War God Yunxiao himself. But no one expected that with just one slap, Yi Feng would knock Zhang Tianyun unconscious. That slap was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. War God Yunxiao's face darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. You refused to drink the wine of respect, so now you will taste the wine of punishment. Today, I will act on behalf of justice and cripple your cultivation. Boom! In an instant, War God Yunxiao's figure disappeared from where he stood. Before anyone could see what had happened, he was already in front of Yi Feng. His attack was like an incredibly sharp sword, stabbing straight at Yi Feng. At the same time, a surge of innate energy enveloped war god Yunxiao's arm. This was the external release of qi, a sign of mastery. It meant war god Yunxiao had honed his inner strength to an extraordinary level. Before his fist even landed, the pressure of his qi had already made it difficult for those nearby to breathe. Yi Feng frowned slightly. This war god Yunxiao's cultivation level was very close to that of the black figure from the night before. Moreover, he carried an aura similar to Xiao Renawang's, the presence of a true king. This kind of aura could suppress any opponent of the same level. Unfortunately for him, today he was facing me. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smirk. In Xiao Xiong's eyes, Yi Feng had no intention of retreating, he was even smiling. Yes, he was smiling at him. War god Yunxiao practiced the Xiao family's supreme technique, the Emperor's Sutra, and his inner strength was unmatched in all of Tendu. Logically, Yi Feng shouldn't have been able to withstand this pressure. What was going on? War god Yunxiao was still puzzled. His fist was aimed directly at Yi Feng's head. If Yi Feng didn't dodge, just one punch would be enough to turn him into mush. This man is at the first level of the Qi motion realm. His cultivation technique is quite strong. If you can't handle him, let me step in, I guarantee I can kill him with one punch. Just as Yi Feng was about to make his move, the immortal demon hall suddenly interrupted. Qi motion realm, first level? I don't need your help. Just as war god Yunxiao's fist was about 10 centimeters away from Yi Feng leaned slightly to the side, and Xiao Xiong's attack missed completely. Failing to land a hit, Xiao Xiong's face turned red with rage. You're looking for death. He steadied himself, formed a palm with his left hand, and once again struck toward Yi Feng's chest. Wang Chong clenched his fists in anxiety. At this point, they were already on the same boat as Yi Feng. If Yi Feng lost, given war god Yunxiao's personality, he would never let the Wang family off easily. As expected of war god Yunxiao. This brat can only dodge, he has no power to fight back. Li Deli, seeing Yi Feng at a disadvantage, started acting arrogant again. Die! Xiao Xiong roared, his powerful inner force surging out like a fountain. The floor beneath his feet cracked, causing gasps of shock. But this palm strike was once again narrowly avoided by Yi Feng. What was going on? Dodging once could be luck, but dodging twice, this was getting ridiculous. Your attack techniques are sharp. But what a pity! You've consumed too many pills, making your foundation unstable and your inner energy chaotic. Although Xiao Xiong appeared strong, Yi Feng had clearly noticed that his inner energy fluctuated wildly. The fluctuations weren't huge, but for a martial artist, they were enough to be fatal. How do you know that? Xiao Xiong was utterly shocked. On his 70th birthday, he had received several pills from an ancient martial sect. To extend his lifespan and live a few more years, he had swallowed them all at once. Those pills had allowed him to break through from the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm to the Qi motion realm in one go. But they had also thrown his inner energy into disorder, making his aura unstable. To hide this, Xiao Xiong had spent 3 months in seclusion to adjust his condition. Only the Xiao family and the ancient martial sect knew about this secret. How did this brat see through it? Xiao Xiong's face turned ashen. Without hesitation, he launched another punch. Now that this brat knew his secret, he had to kill him here. Afterward, he would hand over his corpse to the Dongying people as an offering. Yi Feng lightly tapped the ground with his foot and instantly leaped more than 10 meters into the air. Keep dodging. Let's see how long you can run. Xiao Xiong leaped after him. War god Yunxiao. You call yourself a war god, yet to appease the Dongying people, you issued an SSS bounty on me. Today, I'll show you the difference between you and me. A realm achieved through excessive pill consumption is nothing. Pills could be consumed, but not recklessly, and never in excess. Clearly, war god Yunxiao didn't understand this. Simply put, he had overdosed. Ha ha ha. Such arrogance. You think you can kill me? When I started cultivating, you weren't even born yet. A sharp-tongued brat, Xiao Xiong refused to believe that someone who hadn't even reached the Kaiyuan realm could truly harm him. Yi Feng threw a punch in mid-air, striking downward. Xiao Xiong had just reached out to grab his ankle when a violent, unstoppable force crashed down from above. What? The sheer power of the punch tore through the air. The terrifying force compressed the atmosphere, sending a crushing wave straight down at Xiao Xiong. Not good. Boom! A terrifying blast erupted as dust and debris filled the air, temporarily obscuring everyone's vision. Xiao Xiong's body plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground. A deep crater formed beneath him. As the dust settled, a battered figure clutched his chest, crawling out of the pit. War God. Protect the war god. Open fire. The turrets on the armored vehicles turned toward Yifeng. The elite guards were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. Who dares fire? Suddenly, a figure, draped in a battle cloak, leaped from a helicopter. His body landed heavily on the ground, drawing the attention of every soldier, including Xiao Xiong. A military helicopter? What's going on? Why is the military here too? Wang Qingshan's expression turned tense as he looked toward the entrance. The man who had just arrived was tall and imposing, walking forward with powerful strides. When Xiao Xiong saw him, he was momentarily stunned. War God Qinglong, Su Yaowu. What are you doing here? Xiao Xiong frowned. What am I doing here? Don't you see there are civilians here? You dare order your men to fire on civilians? Do you want me to report this to the higher-ups and have you punished? Su Yaowu sneered. Azure Dragon War God? This man was one of Longhua's 8 great war gods, the Azure Dragon War God? The commander of the 4 southwestern provinces, with hundreds of thousands of troops under his command? The Azure Dragon War God didn't seem to have come with good intentions. Su Yaowu. Yifeng, this SSS-class fugitive, is right here. Are you blind? Even if we open fire, it's to capture Yifeng. This has nothing to do with you. Flying a helicopter into Tiandu unauthorized is insubordination. Treason. You think you can judge me before I even judge you? Xiao Xiong roared in fury. As the war god of Tiandu, he had just been defeated by Yifeng in a single move. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. But Su Yaowu completely ignored him. He walked straight to Yifeng and suddenly dropped to one knee with a loud thud. Master! I have arrived late to protect you, please forgive me. What? What was going on? Everyone's eyes widened like lanterns, their mouths agape in shock. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Rise. Why are you here? Yifeng frowned slightly. I received news from here and immediately took a plane to get here. Rest assured. I've already sent people to fully investigate the Nanyang Holy Altar incident. The southwestern border is completely secure. I rushed over to prevent anyone from harming you. As Su Yaowu spoke, he glanced at Xiao Xiong beside him. The 2 war gods locked eyes, and the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. Su Yaowu. You dare call this fugitive master? You've completely disgraced the war god title. He killed the Danyang embassy's guards. If you shield him, you're asking for death. Xiao Xiong's chest rose and fell violently, his pupils filled with disbelief. Just a few days ago, he had issued the order to have Yifeng hunted down with full force. But now, in such a short time, this brat had somehow become the master of the Azure Dragon War God? The Danyang people dared to trouble the Lord. They deserved to die. I'm only telling you one thing, if you dare to open fire, you will lose your war god title. Xiao Xiong was already injured, and his aura was significantly weaker than before. If he fought Yifeng now, it would be suicide. His only reliance was the army under his command. But Su Yaowu was right, if civilians got caught in the crossfire, Xiao Xiong would definitely be stripped of his position. Xiao Xiong clenched his teeth, his fingers digging into his own flesh. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fury. Just then, a soldier rushed into the hall in a panic. He bent at a 90-degree angle and urgently reported to Xiao Xiong. War God, sir. The Danyang ambassador has arrived. And? The soldier trembled, not daring to continue. And who else? The Shura war god. What did you say? Xiao Xiong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Shura war god. The leader among the 8 great war gods, the commander of 100,000 dragon soul troops. Each soldier under him was an elite among elites. The Shura war god had been guarding the northwestern frontier for years and hadn't returned in a long time. Why had he suddenly appeared in Tiandu? Xiao Xiong didn't dare to be careless. He hastily straightened his uniform and ran outside. Several personal guards followed behind, and even Su Yaowu's face changed. The 8 great war gods each ruled over their own domain. But the Northwest was the most chaotic of all, filled with countless dangerous forces. Every year, numerous elite assassin organizations attempted to infiltrate Longwa from the Northwest. That place was known as the Gates of Hell. But as long as that man was there, the Northwest remained secure. Because the Shura war god's master was the most powerful existence in all of Longwa. He was the one who founded the Dragon Soul Army. And he personally trained the Shura war god. The Shura war god had even cultivated in Kunlun Mountains. No one knew how terrifying his strength had become now. Master! If the Shura war god gets involved, this situation is going to escalate. Su Yawu stood beside Yi Feng, his body trembling slightly. His mind was racing. Suddenly, a large hand patted Su Yawu's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm also curious, what kind of person is the Shura war god? Yi Feng smiled faintly, completely unfazed. Outside the hall, a figure stepped forward. His sword-like eyebrows and sharp eyes made him look imposing. His aura was deep and steady, his pupils carrying a profound, abyss-like black glow. He stood at nearly 1.8 meters, his hair neatly combed, and his entire presence exuded an immeasurable depth. Seeing him, Xiao Xiong immediately stepped forward and lowered his head in respect. Even he had to humble himself before this man because he was the Shura war god. Your Highness, Shura war god. What brings you here? But the Shura war god said nothing. He completely ignored Xiao Xiong and walked straight into the hall. Xiao Xiong was frozen in place. Behind him, a group of Dongying embassy personnel entered in an intimidating procession. The Dongying ambassador, a middle-aged man, shook hands with Xiao Xiong and said coldly, Mr. Xiao, I don't care what method you use, I just want that brat dead. Otherwise, this will not end well. The speaker was a man in his 50s, Yamada Teru, the Dongying ambassador. Mr. Yamada, don't worry, he won't survive today. No one can save him. I apologize for the deaths of the Dongying officials. But I will ensure this brat repays the debt 100 times over. After speaking, Xiao Xiong turned and entered the hall. When the Dongying officials stepped inside and saw the carnage, their smiles instantly vanished. Uokawa-kun is dead. That brat killed Uokawa-kun. The horrifying sight immediately ignited the Dongying ambassador's fury. Yamada Teru's eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Yi Feng apart. Shura war god, sir. Su Yawu saluted him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, afraid that one wrong move might offend him. But from beginning to end, the Shura war god's gaze was fixed only on Yi Feng. I will avenge my father. Kill him. Beside Yamada Teru, a beautiful Dongying woman in a tight black dress clenched her fists. Her cold eyes locked onto Yi Feng, and the two Dongying upper ninjas beside her charged forward. Miss Yoshiko. With two war gods here, do we still need to capture Yi Feng ourselves? I must avenge my father. Kawashima Yoshiko said with a chilling tone. She was beautiful, but after learning of Kawashima Toshihida's death, she had fallen into despair, even fainting for 3 days. As soon as she recovered, she took a private jet directly to Longwa. But just as the two upper ninjas moved, a frighteningly cold killing intent surged through the air. If anyone touches him, I will kill them. The Shura war god released a blood-red aura, like a terrifying mountain of corpses and ocean of blood. The two upper ninjas immediately froze in place, drenched in cold sweat. The overwhelming fear paralyzed Kawashima Yoshiko. Her legs trembled violently. Xiao Xiong stared at the Shura war god in horror, swallowing hard. This kid is not simple. Look at that blood aura, it's already close to forming a domain. Once the domain is fully formed, his strength will skyrocket. The immortal demon hall looked at the Shura war god in astonishment. Even Yi Feng hadn't expected the Shura war god to receive such high praise from the immortal demon hall. He was trained by my master. By logic, I should be calling him senior brother. Yi Feng smirked slightly. The azure dragon war god's eyes shifted subtly. When he saw the coiling dragon ring on Yi Feng's finger, he could no longer remain calm. Yi Feng, can we talk? The Shura war god smiled slightly. Of course. But first, let's find a place without all these people, they're an eyesore. Yi Feng agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Xiong immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands toward the Shura war god. Shura war god, this brat has killed dozens of Dongying martial masters. Not only that, he severed my son's arm and even injured me. You absolutely cannot let him go. Otherwise, relations between us and the Dongying nation will surely reach a freezing point. But as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of killing intent locked onto Xiao Xiong. Are you looking for death? Slap. Without warning, the Shura war god swung his hand, landing a powerful slap across Xiao Xiong's face. The slap sent him flying instantly. Xiao Xiong never imagined that the Shura war god would strike him directly. Trembling with fear, he scrambled to his feet in a panic. Longwa man, do you intend to start a war with us? The Dongying ambassador could no longer hold back. He couldn't believe that, for Yi Feng's sake, the Shura war god would dare act against him. Get lost. That single word was so powerful that Yamada Taro lost his balance and collapsed onto the floor. Countless people stared in shock at this scene. Could it be that the Shuro war god and Yifeng had some kind of relationship? To openly protect Yifeng in front of both the Yunxiao war god and the Dongying ambassador? Even Su Yaowu was dumbfounded. He had thought the Shuro war god came to cause trouble for Yifeng, and it had scared him for a moment. Now, it seemed that the Shuro war god was actually on their side. Well said. Ha ha ha. I've long been disgusted by these Dongying dogs. How dare they act arrogantly on our Longwa soil? They're simply courting death. Su Yaowu was overjoyed, especially after seeing Xiao Xiong get slapped. He couldn't stop sneering. Let's go. Xiao Xiong's face darkened to the extreme. He didn't say another word and led Xiao Jingshan and the rest of the Xiao family out of the hall. There was no point in staying any longer. The Shuro war god's attitude had made everything clear. Yifeng was untouchable. Xiao Xiong didn't even spare the Dongying people a glance before disappearing from sight. But Kana, this isn't over. Just you wait. Yamada Taro left a harsh parting remark and stormed off without looking back. Kawashima Yoshiko blared at Yifeng with resentment, but she buried her unwillingness deep inside. At the same time, she was astonished by the Shuro war god's strength. In all of Dongying, there were only a handful of people who could reach such a level. And then there was Yifeng. He had single-handedly killed so many Dongying martial masters. Just how powerful was he? Mr. Yi, let's go. Yifeng nodded, took Yao Yao with him, and left the hall in a grand fashion. Su Yaowu quickly followed. Who would have thought that his master even knew the Shuro war god? Could it be that they had known each other for a long time? That was impossible. The Shuro war god had been stationed at the northwest border for years. How could they have met? Su Yaowu couldn't figure it out. Outside the airport, a luxury car had been waiting at the entrance for some time. You should head back first. I'll come find you when I'm done. Yes, master. The Azure Dragon war god nodded. He was tactful, there was no need to ask too many questions. His only job was to follow Yifeng without hesitation. As for how Yifeng knew the Shuro war god, Su Yaowu didn't care. After watching Yifeng and the others leave, Su Yaowu boarded a helicopter and left Tiandu city center, in front of the Hilton International Hotel. A black sedan pulled up, and the Shuro war god stepped out. He walked to the back seat, bent slightly, and respectfully opened the car door. If anyone saw this scene, they would be utterly shocked. The highest ranking of Longwa's 8 great war gods, the Shuro war god, personally opening the car door for someone? The Shuro war god was older than Yifeng, but from his appearance, he still looked young. Yifeng got out with Yao Yao. Your Highness. I arrived late. Please punish me. The Shuro war god immediately kneeled on one knee before Yifeng, but Yifeng grabbed his arm. You were my master's disciple? Then that makes me your junior brother. No need to be so formal. Hearing this, the Shuro war god was clearly taken aback. Ha ha ha. Although that may be true, seeing the coiling dragon ring is the same as seeing the Lord of the Hall. From now on, you are my master. This was the rule. No matter how much authority the Shuro war god had, no matter how many troops he commanded, once he saw the coiling dragon ring, he had to kneel. It didn't matter if Yifeng was his junior brother. Let's go. Lord, tomorrow, I will personally escort you back. I have already booked a room tonight, please rest well. The Shuro war god led Yifeng upstairs. Yifeng casually observed his body. From time to time, a terrifying killing aura emanated from the Shuro war god. No doubt, he was a soldier who had slaughtered countless enemies on the northwest battlefield. His killing intent was almost tangible, the result of relentless training in combat. He truly lived up to the name Shuro war god. With his strength at the Chi activation realm, his power level was undeniable. Inside a private suite on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, the Shuro war god poured a full glass of wine for Yifeng. Raising his glass, he respectfully offered a toast. Lord, this first drink is for you. The Shuro war god downed the drink in one go, bold and forthright. This second drink is for the fallen warriors of the Dragon Soul Army. After finishing the second drink, a flicker of emotion passed through the Shuro war god's eyes. This third drink is for master. After 3 drinks, the Shuro war god's face showed a slight flush. Yifeng chuckled, lifted his own glass, and drank it all. As long as you hold the northwest frontier, Longwa will remain safe. Master is doing well, he just doesn't want to be disturbed. I believe that one day, you will meet again. Yifeng knew exactly what the Shuro war god was thinking. That one sentence instantly put the Shura war god at ease. I came here for two reasons: first, to report on the situation at the northwest border. And second, to see you. If those Donying bastards dare cause trouble for you, I will not let them off. Yi Feng smiled faintly. No need, I'll handle it myself. If the Donying people don't provoke me, then fine. But if they do, I won't let them leave alive. Shura war god nodded. He believed in the Hall Master's strength. He also knew that if Yi Feng wasn't an extraordinary genius, how could their master have passed the Hall Master's position to him? The Panlong ring was the master's greatest token of trust and proof. Hall Master, I heard that someone issued an SSS-level warrant for your arrest. Tomorrow, I will personally meet with the high-ranking officials. I want to see which fool dares to issue an SSS arrest warrant for my master. Who would dare to issue a warrant for the Lord of the Dragon Soul Hall? Those old fools, did they want to completely enrage the 100,000-strong Dragon Soul army? Shura war god's face was filled with killing intent. He would not let this matter rest. The SSS warrant doesn't matter to me. But the Shao family and the Donying people have repeatedly tried to court death. They can't blame me for what happens next. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yi Feng returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Yi Feng woke up, he saw several missed calls on his phone. He was momentarily stunned. He quickly called back. Mu Qing, did you call me? Brother Yi Feng. When are you coming back? On the other end of the line, Sun Muqing's delicate face carried a gentle smile. It's only been a few days, and you already miss me? Yi Feng teased. Hearing this, Sun Muqing's face immediately turned red. You're so annoying. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. I want you to come back early. Hearing this, Yi Feng was momentarily surprised. Sun Muqing's birthday. After so many years, he had forgotten when her birthday was. He had never even prepared a gift for her. This time, no matter what, he had to celebrate her birthday properly. He immediately agreed. All right, I'll come back right away. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng packed his things and quickly went downstairs. Outside the Hilton Hotel entrance, Shura war god and Yao Yao were already waiting for Yi Feng. Aside from them, the Wang family was also present. Wang Qingshan had driven over early in the morning and was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Yi Feng, Wang Qingshan could hardly contain his excitement. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Mr. Yi, the Wang family's private jet is ready. Let's go. Yi Feng was ready to leave by car. He believed that Shura war god would handle the rest of the matters. Just as they were about to leave, Shura war god stepped forward and blocked Yi Feng's path. Hall Master. 300 meters ahead, there's killing intent. Having fought in countless battles, Shura war god had an extremely keen sense for murderous intent. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Feng immediately spotted 2 figures hiding sneakily in the distant grass. No need to worry. Let's go. 2 body refinement realm martial artists. Yi Feng didn't take them seriously at all. There was no doubt these 2 had been sent either by the Shao family or the Donying people. Clearly, they were still unwilling to give up. We've been spotted. Damn it. Run. The 2 martial artists sensed something was wrong and immediately turned to flee. Hall Master. Should I kill them? Shura war god's face darkened. These 2 would surely report back. If the Wang family arranged for Yi Feng to leave on a private jet, it would not be safe. Because Yunshao war god controlled Tiandu's city defenses, he had fighter jets at his disposal. If an interception happened mid-air, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's do this. Hallmaster, I will personally escort you out of here. The military has special aircraft for escorting high-ranking officials. The Shao family wouldn't dare touch an official aircraft. Any plane used by the highest levels of Longhua's government, Yunshao war god not only couldn't attack it, but he would also be required to send fighter jets for protection. If Yunshao war god dared to make a move, even without Yi Feng's intervention, the higher-ups would make sure the Shao family disappeared from this world. Shura war god opened the car door and gestured for Yi Feng to get in. All right. I'll trouble you with this. Yi Feng got into the passenger seat. Since Shura war god had planned everything carefully, he would go along with it. After all, if fighter jets intercepted them at high altitude, he would have no chance of survival. All right then. Mr. Yi, have a safe trip. Next time you visit Tiandu, please let me know in advance so I can properly host you. Wang Qingshan bowed and watched as Yi Feng's vehicle disappeared into the distance before finally turning to leave. The car drove toward the heart of Tiandu, heading toward a towering building. At the entrance, colorful flags fluttered, and many foreign dignitaries and military personnel could be seen coming and going. Shura War God remained silent as the car passed the building, turned left, and drove down a wide avenue. After several more turns, a majestic structure came into view. In the courtyard behind the building, numerous military vehicles were parked, and in the distance, helicopters and military guards patrolled the area. This is the military headquarters. All orders are issued from here. Hall Master, come with me. Shura War God stepped out of the car, and Yifeng followed. Halt! What are you here for? Armed guards stopped Shura War God, but when he cast a single glance at them, the guards froze. Their hands, gripping their guns, trembled uncontrollably. That killing intent, it was suffocating. Who else could possess such a terrifying aura besides Shura War God? A familiar face flashed through the guard's mind. Shura War God. Why have you come? Beep, beep, beep. The guard swiped his black card against the gate scanner. A steel barrier instantly lifted. War God, please proceed. The guards bowed at a full 90-degree angle, as if wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. Without answering, Shura War God walked straight through the gate toward the grand building. Inside the war room, several high-ranking officials sat around a table. At the head of the table, an elder with white hair stared intently at the surveillance screen. Shura War God is here? Come with me to greet him. Wait. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood up, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the screen. Isn't that kid? Yifeng? SSS fugitive? What is he doing here? At his words, several figures exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Just then, a phone call came in. The white-haired elder picked it up. On the other end, Xiao Xiong's voice sounded. Elder Yang, the SSS fugitive Yifeng has entered the military headquarters. Please issue an order immediately to surround and capture this brat, lock him in death row and await further instructions. At that moment, Yun Xiao War God was seated in the Xiao family hall. He had just received a call from his men, who confirmed they had seen Yifeng enter military headquarters. Xiao Xiong immediately called Elder Yang. After all, it was he who had reported Yifeng and had personally issued the SSS warrant. Unexpectedly, this bastard had the audacity to walk straight into military headquarters. This time, no one could save him, not even Shura War God. I understand. If he dares to come, I will not let him go. Elder Yang hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Last night, I received a call from the Dongying ambassador, saying that Yifeng killed 23 members of their security team. I never expected that he would still dare to come. I don't know what relationship he has with Shura War God, but that's no excuse for his reckless killings. Marshal Qin, once he enters, capture him immediately. At Elder Yang's command, the middle-aged man in a military robe saluted. Understood. Meanwhile, Shura War God entered the military headquarters, took the elevator, and pressed 99. The elevator rapidly ascended to the 99th floor. From the entrance to this point, there had been security checkpoints every few steps, with 5 access control points along the way. Even Yifeng couldn't help but be impressed. This was indeed the military headquarters of Manhwa, with airtight security. When the elevator doors opened, Shura War God stepped out. Directly ahead was a massive command room spanning several hundred square meters. Officers in military uniforms moved through the corridors. As soon as Shura War God entered, several pairs of eyes immediately turned toward him. War God. Elder Yang stepped forward and extended his hand. He was the head of military and political affairs, highly respected, and carried considerable authority. But even so, he had to be polite when facing Shura War God. Not for any other reason, just because of sheer power. The 800,000-strong army in the northwest was the most formidable force in Manhwa. Especially the Dragon Soul Army, feared by enemies, unmatched in valor. Yang Qianjue. I am here for 2 reasons. First, to report the war situation to the national leader. Second, for another matter. Shura War God didn't even glance at Yang Qianjue, making his face burn with embarrassment. Retracting his hand, Yang Qianjue asked, slightly displeased, what matter? Did you issue the SSS arrest warrant? Shura War God finally looked at Yang Qianjue, his ice-cold killing intent surging like a tide. Yang Qianjue's face changed, but he forced himself to remain calm. Yes. The moment he answered, an overwhelming murderous aura erupted from Shura War God. Yang Qianjue's hair stood on end, and cold sweat drenched his back. This was genuine, bone-chilling killing intent. Was Shura War God really thinking about killing him? How could that be possible? Sure, a war god had been stationed in the Northwest for decades and had never acted this way toward him. Was it really because of this kid? Sure, a war god, this is headquarters. What are you trying to do? Marshal Chin's face darkened with anger as he pointed at Shura War God, questioning him. Boom! In the next second, Shura War God vanished from his spot. A single palm, carrying unimaginable force, landed on Marshal Chin's shoulder. Shock. Terror. Ah! It flooded everyone's minds, their eyes widened like lanterns as they stared at Shura War God in disbelief. This is not your place to speak. Thud. With a loud crash, Marshal Chin's legs buckled under the pressure and he collapsed onto his knees. You! Marshal Chin was young Qianjue's chosen successor, at the peak of the 9th stage of the Kaiyuan realm. While he wasn't as renowned as Shura War God, he was still a top military commander. Yang Qianjue had planned for Qin to take his place after retirement. But now, the man he had painstakingly groomed was kneeling before Shura War God. This was nothing short of a slap to young Qianjue's face, a deep humiliation that ignited his fury. Shura War God. Don't forget, I am the Minister of Military and Political Affairs. Do you intend to rebel? Yang Qianjue could no longer suppress his anger and glared at Shura War God. Rebel? Ha! I think, you're just tired of living. With a single step, Shura War God grabbed young Qianjue by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Yang Qianjue's eyes widened in terror, he nearly collapsed from sheer fear. What are you trying to do? Shura War God, I warn you, this is the military headquarters. You can't act recklessly. The others, seeing the situation, instinctively stepped back under the overwhelming pressure. Shura War God. If there's an issue, let's talk it out calmly. Please don't act on impulse. Elder Yang is our superior. What you're doing puts us all in a difficult position. A senior general tried to mediate, signaling Shura War God to calm down. So what? Yang Qianjue. You dare to issue an arrest warrant for the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall. Do you not fear the wrath of the 800,000 troops of the Northwest? And the 100,000 warriors of the Dragon Soul Army? If you want to die, I won't mind sending you on your way. Shura War God's killing intent became tangible, as if it was sucking the oxygen out of the room. Hearing this, Yang Qianjue was utterly stunned. Marshal Qin was equally horrified, staring at Shura War God in shock. The others, too, were left gaping, unable to utter a single word. Moments later, young Qianjue snapped back to reality, his voice trembling in disbelief. What did you just say? The Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall? When did I ever issue an arrest warrant for the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall? Even if you gave me 100 lifetimes, I wouldn't dare. The Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall, he was Shura War God's master, the founder of the Dragon Soul Army. The pinnacle of martial power in Manhwa, his abilities defied comprehension. He had disappeared years ago, his whereabouts unknown. How could Yang Qianjue ever dare to issue an arrest warrant for him? A man like that, just catching a glimpse of him would already be an immense honor. In all of Manhwa, who would dare lay a finger on him? Shura War God. Although I issued all the arrest warrants, I never issued one for the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall. You've wronged me. Yang Qianjue was nearly in tears. Shura War God wasn't just slandering him, he was outright making things up. Yang Qianjue. Never? The Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall is standing right here. And you say you didn't issue it? You must want to die. Shura War God slapped him hard across the face, sending Yang Qianjue flying. Shura War God actually dared to hit him? Was he insane? Blood trickled from Yang Qianjue's mouth as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes scanning the room. Where is the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall? His gaze landed on Yifeng, who was smiling slightly. Cold sweat poured down Yang Qianjue's back, his expression one of utter disbelief. Lord Hall Master. What should we do with this man? Even if I kill him, no one would dare to do anything to me. For issuing an arrest warrant against the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall, the Northwest is no longer worth defending. Being a war god is no longer worth it. Shura War God turned to Yifeng for instructions. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Marshal Qin and Yang Qianjue's expressions contorted in sheer disbelief. Yifeng, was the Lord of Dragon's Soul Hall? And Elder Yang had issued an arrest warrant for him? Everyone was stunned and took a long time to recover from the shock. Only when Yifeng spoke did they finally realize that Shura War God was right. Yifeng smiled slightly. Spare him. The Northwest border still needs you to guard it. Otherwise, Manhwa will never have peace. The northwest border was in constant turmoil and had witnessed earth-shattering wars in the past. None of the other war gods could hold the line there. Yifeng was right, Longwa could not afford to go a single day without Shura war god, without the Dragon Soul Army, without the Dragon Soul Hall. That was the national border, and besides him and his Dragon Soul Army warriors, no one else could defend it. Yang Qianjue was so frightened he nearly collapsed. It took him a long while to compose himself before he spoke in a panicked voice, his face filled with terror. Shura war god. This was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea that Yifeng, Mr. Yi, was the lord of the Dragon Soul Hall. Yang Qianjue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced an awkward smile at Yifeng. Xin Shui also got up from the ground and quickly apologized to both Shura war god and Yifeng. Your Excellencies. I, Xin Shui, was blind to the truth and acted disrespectfully. Yang Lao, you must immediately revoke the arrest warrant for the Hall Master. At the same time, you need to request punishment for Yun Shao war god from the national leader. That old bastard dared to do such a thing. Placing an arrest warrant on the Lord of the Dragon Soul Hall, does the Shao family have a death wish? Xin Shui's eyes burned with fury. If not for Yun Shao war god's meddling, none of this confusion would have happened. If the Dragon Soul Army were to be enraged, even 10 Shao families wouldn't be able to withstand their wrath. It would bring disaster upon all of Longwei. Yang Qianjue turned to Qin Shui and said coldly, "Gather your men and go to the Shao family, I will personally pay them a visit. This incident was my failure. And it is also a disgrace to our military. I will settle this score with Yun Shao war god myself. As for the Dongying ambassador, throw them out of Longwa. Otherwise, kill them without mercy." Yang Qianjue was truly furious. He was not only a high-ranking military minister but also the emperor's relative by marriage. Yun Shao war god had nearly gotten him killed. If not for him, how could he have mistakenly issued an arrest warrant for the Lord of the Dragon Soul Hall? Xin Shui accepted the order and was about to leave. Wait! Suddenly, a voice stopped him. Everyone turned their eyes toward Yifeng. This matter is not your fault. Yun Shao war god and the Dongying people, just give them a warning. You only need to send me back. Oh, and one more thing. Do not reveal my identity. Yifeng finished speaking, and Yang Qianjue froze for a moment before nodding. Understood. Hall Master, I know how to handle this. I will personally arrange a special aircraft to take you home. Yang Qianjue personally went downstairs, and Yifeng did not linger. The group moved toward the nearby airport. A private jet was waiting there, with a massive national flag painted on its exterior. Yao Yao had been waiting at the door for quite some time. When Yifeng finally emerged, she quickly followed. Let's go. Back to Longchang. Back to Longchang? How? Yao Yao was surprised. Of course, by private jet. Yifeng walked straight toward the aircraft, leaving Yao Yao completely shocked. This was one of Longwa's official jets. There were only a few in the entire country, typically used to transport foreign leaders or high-ranking officials. Was her master truly that powerful? Were they really escorting him home on a private jet? Soon, Yifeng and Yao Yao boarded the plane. Yang Qianjue and several high-ranking officers waved goodbye as the jet's door closed. 2 fighter jets took formation alongside them, and as the aircraft taxied down the runway, it gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. In Tiandu, 2 fighter jets roared through the sky, escorting the private jet. Meanwhile, at the Shao family residence, Shao Xiong sat in the Great Hall, sipping tea with a satisfied expression. This time, that brat is finished. Ha ha ha. Shao Jingshan sneered, "Father. With Yang Lao handling things, even Shura war god wouldn't dare to interfere. That brat is dead for sure." Shao Jingshan's severed arm had already regenerated, though his aura remained somewhat weak. With a month of recovery, he would be fully restored. The medicine had been a gift from an ancient martial family, a single pill worth a fortune, capable of regenerating severed limbs without issue. But whenever he thought of Yifeng's face, the humiliation burned even deeper. "Old Master Shao, Jingshan-kun, are you certain that boy has been taken down?" Yamada Taro stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Rest assured, Mr. Yamada. Tonight, we will hold a grand banquet and drink to our heart's content." Shao Xiong took another sip of tea. Just then, a panicked guard rushed into the hall. Thud! The guard stumbled and collapsed to the ground. "Master! Be bad news! Someone's coming!" Rumble! The ground of the Shao family estate trembled as fighter jets roared overhead. "What's going on?" Shao Xiong frowned. "I don't know. It's the military, sir. The military? Is it Elder Yang? Ha ha ha. Perhaps he's come to deliver the brat to us. Ambassador, let's go and greet them. Xiao Xiong put down his teacup and excitedly strode toward the entrance. From a distance, he saw a dense formation of soldiers approaching. At the front, a man in military robes wielded a warblade, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fighter jets continued to roar overhead. Yang Lao walked solemnly at the center, his face dark. Xiao Xiong hurried forward with a beaming smile. Elder Yang. That bastard Yi Feng, has he been captured? We were just about to invite you to the celebration banquet with the ambassador. Xiao Xiong puffed out his chest, his expression filled with pride. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lao's expression turned ice cold. Smack! Before Xiao Xiong could react, a heavy slap landed across his face. Yun Xiao War God! You actually dared to target him? Are you looking for death? Do you still think you can hold on to your War God title? The sudden slap nearly knocked Xiao Xiong to the ground. Before he could even respond, countless soldiers surrounded him and the Dongying ambassador. Elder Yang! What is the meaning of this? What is going on? Xiao Xiong was completely dumbfounded. The Dongying ambassador was so frightened that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Xin Shui glared at Xiao Xiong and spoke coldly. This is a direct order from the national leader. Yun Xiao War God, open your eyes and read this carefully. Xin Shui tossed a document in front of Xiao Xiong. As he read the words, Xiao Xiong's scalp tingled, and his face turned deathly pale. What is happening? Who is that brat, really? Xiao Xiong broke into a cold sweat. The national leader's decree was clear: anyone who dared to harm Yi Feng would be making an enemy of the entire Longhua. No matter how he looked at it, Xiao Xiong simply couldn't understand why. You can't figure it out? Then take your time thinking about it. But let me warn you, from now on, weigh your own identity and strength carefully. Your Xiao family is powerful, but in this world, there are people you cannot afford to provoke. Yang Qianjue's words completely shut Xiao Xiong down. The meaning was clear: Yi Feng was someone he could not afford to offend. Xiao Xiong's eyes widened like copper bells. The roar of the fighter jets overhead snapped him out of his daze. Ambassador Yamada, if you don't want to be expelled from the land of Longhua, then stay put and behave. Think carefully about what you should and shouldn't do. Yang Qianjue issued a warning to Yamada Taro. Yamada Taro bowed deeply at 90 degrees, showing great deference to Yang Qianjue. Suma Mason. We, the Japanese, are honest and only wish to do business peacefully in Longhua. As for what happened before, I deeply regret it. I will ensure they behave. When Yamada Taro said these words, his mind was filled with humiliation. He did not raise his head until Yang Qianjue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Only after Yang Qianjue had gone far did Yamada Taro finally lift his head. Along with Yang Qianjue's departure, the deafening roar of the fighter jets gradually faded. This was an extremely severe warning. Xiao Xiong stood frozen in place. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. If not for Xiao Jingshan stepping forward to support him, he might have fallen straight to the ground. Jingshan, remember this: our Xiao family must never lay a hand on that man again. Let's go. Xiao Jingshan gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. But the fact that even the ruler of Longhua had sent a direct order, and Yang Lao had personally come with an army, made the message clear. He now fully understood what this meant. Unexpectedly, even the ruler of Longhua was protecting that brat. At this moment, Yi Feng was sitting on the plane, enjoying a rare moment of peace. 2 flight attendants thoughtfully brought him an iced Americano. Yi Feng crossed his legs and gazed out the window, thinking about Sun Muqing's birthday. Yao Yao, what do girls like as birthday gifts? Yi Feng rarely gave gifts before. Gold and jewelry always seemed to fall short of expectations. But he didn't know what else to give, and he wasn't even sure what Sun Muqing liked. Young master, are you giving a gift? Is she your girlfriend? Yao Yao's words left Yi Feng momentarily speechless. No. Just a little sister. Yi Feng didn't know how to define his feelings for Sun Muqing. But as long as he was around, he would never let Muqing be bullied. Young master, I don't know what girls like, but I'm sure she will love your sincerity the most. Yao Yao smiled sweetly. This sentence seemed to say nothing, yet also seemed to say everything. Sincerity? Attitude? Yi Feng half understood. Moments later, he smiled. I get it now. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Longcheng Airport. At the airport entrance, several luxury cars were parked. Yifeng got off the plane, and Yao Yao followed behind him. Yifeng immediately called Yilingyan and asked her to arrange a villa for Yao Yao. Then, he drove alone to the Sun family home. Hearing that Yifeng had returned, Sun Muqing changed into a pure white dress, looking breathtakingly beautiful. After a brief greeting, she hurried out the door. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Yifeng driving toward her. Yifeng ji. Muqing. Get in. Where are you taking me? Sun Muqing smiled as she got into the passenger seat. Isn't today your birthday? We're going shopping. I'm going to take you to every major shopping mall in Longcheng. Yifeng grinned. Ha? Sun Muqing was momentarily stunned. Today, we'll go wherever you want. I haven't properly celebrated your birthday before. What gift do you plan to give me? Sun Muqing pouted. Anything. What do you want? Yifeng looked into her eyes. Sun Muqing's bright eyes, her willow leaf eyebrows, seemed to hold starlight. Sitting in the passenger seat, she revealed her long legs, her fair skin making Yifeng momentarily dazed. Of course, I just want you to spend time with me. You're always so busy. If you can shop with me, eat with me, and watch a movie together, I'll be really happy. Sun Muqing smiled softly. All right. Let's go. Yifeng took Sun Muqing to the largest shopping mall in Longcheng. They shopped like crazy, spending millions in just an hour. Then, he took her out to eat and watch a movie. Sun Muqing held Yifeng's hand, and the two of them looked just like a couple. For Sun Muqing, this was the happiest and most joyful day ever. Something as simple as a date, which other couples took for granted, was a rare luxury to her. For over 20 years, she had never been this happy with any other man before. At the back entrance of Longjian University, they unknowingly arrived there. Countless male students stared at Sun Muqing. Isn't that Sun Muqing, the former campus belle of Longjian University? My God, is she in a relationship? She's famous for having high standards. Who's that guy? Many younger students and seniors looked at Yifeng with jealous eyes. Some seniors, unable to hide their admiration, kept throwing flirtatious glances at Sun Muqing. But in Sun Muqing's eyes, there was only Yifeng. She held Yifeng's hand tightly, as if afraid he might run away. At that moment, across the street from a bar, a figure happened to glance in their direction. Yifeng? Chang Xiao was holding a cup of milk tea and hurried toward him. Yifeng ji. Try some ice cream. Sun Muqing handed her ice cream to Yifeng, signaling him to take a bite. Suddenly, a hand patted Yifeng's shoulder. He turned around and saw a familiar face. Yifeng ji. Miss Sun. Chang Xiao? Sun Muqing was surprised. When Chang Xiao saw them holding hands, a trace of panic flashed in her heart. It felt as if something precious had suddenly been taken from her. Yifeng ji and I are just strolling around. Are you here too? Yes. Miss Sun, I'm thinking of opening a shop near the university. Chang Xiao avoided eye contact, clearly nervous. A shop? Xiao Xiao, how is your mother? Yifeng asked. She's fine. Noticing Chang Xiao's hesitation, Yifeng frowned. Take me to see her. What's going on? Yifeng knew something was wrong. A while back, he had given her 5 million yuan. How was that money being used? Yifeng ji. You've already helped me so much, and I'm really grateful. You don't need to worry about my problems. Miss Sun is a wonderful person, you must treat her well. After saying that, Chang Xiao turned and left. Muqing. Let's follow her. Yifeng held Sun Muqing's hand and followed after Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao's home was about 5 kilometers away from the university district. She looked dejected, keeping her head down, lost in thought. Soon, Chang Xiao got into a taxi. Yifeng quickly hailed another cab and followed her. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle passed through the bustling downtown area, then through several residential neighborhoods, and finally stopped in front of a market. Chang Xiao bought some groceries and then walked into a hidden alleyway next to the market. Before entering, she carefully looked around, as if she was on guard against something. A few years ago, Xiao Xiao and her mother lived in Tianfu community. Their life was poor, but at least they had a small 60-square-meter apartment. When did they move? Yifeng frowned, thought for a moment, and quickly followed her. The alley next to the market was dark and deep, lined with old, run-down houses. A foul smell lingered in the air. More than a decade ago, this place had been the red light district of Longcheng. Now that living conditions had improved, almost no one lived here anymore. Yi Fengji. Xiao Xiao actually lives in a place like this? Sun Muqing was shocked. This place was damp, gloomy, and practically uninhabitable. Neither of them expected that after receiving such a large sum of money, Chang Xiao would still be living in such a dark, sunless place. Yi Feng and Sun Muqing followed Chang Xiao, taking several turns in the alley. Finally, they saw a small house with its lights on. Chang Xiao gently knocked on the door. A crack appeared as someone cautiously opened it. Mom! Xiao Xiao! Hurry inside. Don't let your cousin see you. A frail, pale figure whispered anxiously. Chang Xiao quickly stepped inside. Just as she was about to close the door, a large hand grabbed the handle. Chang Xiao looked up and was startled when she saw Yi Feng. Yi Fengji, how did you find this place? Chang Xiao looked panicked, not daring to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Xiao Xiao. What exactly is going on? Chang Xiao had something on her mind. Earlier, she had been so absent-minded that she hadn't even noticed someone following her. Don't hurt my daughter. If you want my life, take it instead. Chang Xiao's mother looked terrified, nervously shielding Chang Xiao behind her. Her body was incredibly frail, barely able to stand. Yet, she was still trying to protect Chang Xiao. Yi Feng felt a pang in his heart. Seeing Chang Xiao's mother reminded him of his own mother. Chang Xiao quickly held onto Lu Yunfang and explained, Mom, this is Yi Fengji. I told you about him before. Yi Fengji is not a bad person. That 5 million, it was from him. Previously, Yi Feng had saved Chang Xiao from the Shen family's young master and had given her 5 million. That money had saved her mother's life. It had covered the high medical costs, with a large sum still left over. It should have been more than enough for them to live a good life. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. Sadness filled Chang Xiao's eyes. Ah. So, you're the Yi Feng that Xiao Xiao told me about. Oh dear. Look at me, come in, please sit. The room was small, about 30 or 40 square meters. A dim yellow light bulb illuminated the space. Further inside was a small suite with 2 beds. Although the place was shabby, it was tidy and clean. There were many medicine bottles on the table. Lu Yunfang looked at Yi Feng with deep gratitude. Young Master Yi, thank you. You saved our lives. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Xiao Xiao is a kind-hearted girl, too naive and trusting. My greatest fear is that she'll be bullied by others. I'm old now and don't have much time left. Young Master Yi, when I die, please take care of my Xiao Xiao. I know you are a good person. Please, I beg you to agree to this request. With a thud, Lu Yunfang dropped to her knees in front of Yi Feng. Auntie, please get up. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of Xiao Xiao. But I don't understand, why are you living here? Did the 5 million get used up so quickly? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Yi Feng helped Lu Yunfang up. Chang Xiao lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Sigh. Her cousin borrowed money from us when I was in the hospital. After paying the medical bills, he took the remaining 4 million. Lu Yunfang sighed, her eyes dim. Chang Xiao's cousin was a gambling addict. When Lu Yunfang had been seriously ill at the end of last year, she had no choice but to borrow money from him. What? This happened? Yi Feng felt a surge of anger. There was no doubt that all the life-saving money had been stolen by her cousin. Yi Fengji. It's okay. I still have some savings I haven't touched. I plan to open a small shop nearby. As long as we can survive, it's enough. She didn't want to keep getting harassed by her cousin. As long as she could escape from him, she didn't mind struggling and working hard. Auntie, leave this to me. Let me check your health first. Yi Feng sat down on a chair and placed his fingers on Lu Yunfang's wrist to take her pulse. Young Master Yi, are you a doctor? Lu Yunfang looked surprised. I studied for a few years. Auntie, don't worry. You won't die. I want you and Xiao Xiao to live long and healthy lives. Yi Feng held his breath and carefully analyzed Lu Yunfang's pulse. Her pulse was extremely weak, and it felt as though her body had been corroded by poison. Her cells were deteriorating rapidly. Despite being only around 50 years old, her body was as fragile as someone in their 70s or 80s. Her overall condition was terrible. My mother has always been weak and sickly. Last time she was in the hospital, the doctors diagnosed her with cancer. They said there was no cure. Chang Xiao said sorrowfully. Both Lu Yunfang and Chang Xiao knew about it. At first, Chang Xiao had hidden it from her, but later, Lu Yunfang secretly asked the doctors. Their response was just one sentence: eat well, drink well, and leave the rest to fate. Maybe others can't cure it. Yi Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. Chang Xiao and Lu Yunfang were both stunned. From Yi Feng's eyes, they saw an unparalleled sense of certainty. Suddenly, Yi Feng took out a set of golden needles and infused them with his inner energy. Then, he pulled out a pill and handed it to Lu Yunfang. Take this qi-gathering pill. With this single pill, I can extend your life by 10 years. As soon as he said this, Chang Xiao and Lu Yunfang looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Just then, a voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind, Master. Someone is coming. 5 people. They are not very strong. The immortal demon palace immediately warned him. Yi Feng smirked, not even blinking. Ignore them. Let's focus on healing first. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, 4 or 5 young men dressed in black shirts and slicked back hair walked in. The leader, a man around 30 years old, wore a black vest, had a cigarette in his mouth, and had an over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo on his arm. Damn it! Is this the place? Chen Zihua covered his nose, looking annoyed. Hua Ji. It's absolutely true. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. I've been watching for 3 days and 3 nights. I saw your cousin come out of this place with my own eyes. If she's not here, then where else could she be? A lackey with shifty eyes crept forward, carefully feeling his way inside. This area was the slums of Longcheng, usually inhabited by homeless vagrants with nowhere else to go. Chen Zihua couldn't believe that his cousin would hide in a place like this with a sickly woman. Even if someone gave him 100,000 yuan, he wouldn't be able to endure staying here. Hua Ji. There's someone up ahead. Suddenly, 2 of the lackeys' eyes lit up as they stealthily moved forward. At this moment, Yi Feng was treating Lu Yunfang. The qi-gathering pill was a low-tier elixir, and Yi Feng only had 2 or 3 of them on him. These few pills had been painstakingly refined while he was in prison. For those at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm and above, the pill had little effect. Yi Feng merely used it to recover inner energy and nourish his body. However, for an ordinary person with a weak constitution and a severe illness, this pill was like an immortal elixir. A single one was enough to rejuvenate them, bringing their body back to full vitality. Young Master Yi. This. Lu Yunfang had lived most of her life but had never seen such a miraculous treatment method. Looking at the pill in Yi Feng's hand, she was completely bewildered. Even Chang Xiao held a skeptical attitude, not believing that this pill could be that effective. Yi Feng Ji. You're saying this is an elixir? An immortal pill? Chang Xiao blinked her big eyes. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's an immortal pill. Once your mother takes it, her body will recover. Yi Feng smiled. Chang Xiao's innocent expression was simply too adorable. Then this thing must be really valuable. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you. Chang Xiao turned to look at Lu Yunfang. Lu Yunfang quickly nodded. Young Master Yi, I think you shouldn't waste such a precious item. I have cancer. How could a single pill cure me? Besides, something so valuable, I can't accept it. You should keep it. Lu Yunfang didn't understand the specifics, but she was certain that anything Yi Feng offered must be priceless. Yi Feng had given them 5 million without hesitation. Why would he suddenly be stingy? This favor was something the mother and daughter could never repay in this lifetime. Auntie, if I run out of qi-gathering pills, I'll just refine more. Right now, your health is what matters most. External treatment with needles, internal treatment with medicine, this will cure you. Trust me. Just take it. Whoosh. Before she could respond, 3 silver needles shot out like bullets, embedding a third of the way into Lu Yunfang's body. A mysterious warmth surged through her meridians, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yunfang's complexion had visibly improved. Then you must tell me how much this costs. In the future, my daughter and I will do whatever it takes to work ourselves to the bone, sell everything we have to repay you. Lu Yunfang said gratefully. Ha ha. It's not worth much, just about this much. Yi Feng held up 5 fingers. Seeing this, Lu Yunfang nodded. 50,000? Good, good. As long as it's not too expensive, I feel relieved. With that, Lu Yunfang swallowed the pill in one gulp. Instantly, an immense surge of spiritual energy flooded her body. A few strands of white hair on her head darkened before their eyes. Next, the wrinkles on her face rapidly faded away. Her complexion became rosier, as if she had suddenly grown 20 years younger. The vast spiritual energy spread throughout her body, eradicating the cancer cells as if they had met their natural predator, causing them to disintegrate and perish. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Yunfang looked like a completely different person. What's going on? What happened to me? Lu Yunfang was stunned. She felt like her body had changed. The weakness had disappeared, and every cell in her body felt warm and full of energy. Yi Fengji, what did you do? Mom, how do you feel? Cheng Xiao grabbed Lu Yunfang's hand, overwhelmed with joy. I feel great. I'm full of energy. My body doesn't hurt anymore, and my legs feel strong. Saying this, Lu Yunfang stood up. Her previously hunched back straightened completely. When she saw herself in the mirror, she gasped in shock, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. Xiao. I think I've become younger. My body is healed too. This is amazing. This really is an immortal pill. Lu Yunfang screamed in excitement, while Chang Xiao cried tears of joy. The mother and daughter embraced, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Yunfang had suffered from illness all her life, but today, it was as if she had been reborn. And all of this was thanks to the young man in front of them. He was like a deity sent by heaven to save them. Young Master Yi. Yi Shenxian. Immortal Yi. You are my savior. I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Yunfang knelt down again, her body trembling, her eyes filled with tears. Auntie. Get up. I'll prescribe some more medicine for you. If you take it regularly for the next half month, you will fully recover. The qi-gathering pill was powerful, but Lu Yunfang was an ordinary person, never having trained in martial arts. For her body to fully absorb the medicinal effects, she would need more time. With a few additional herbal prescriptions, she would be completely healed. Oh, I almost forgot, this qi-gathering pill isn't worth 50,000. It's worth at least 500 million. Yi Feng grinned. Hearing this, Chang Xiao and Lu Yunfang froze on the spot. What? 500 million? Gulp. They swallowed hard, completely stunned. 500 million? How much money was that? Lu Yunfang had lived frugally all her life and had barely saved 500,000 after decades of hard work. Yet, the pill Yi Feng had just given her was worth 500 million. Even if they worked for 10 lifetimes, they wouldn't be able to earn that much. Seeing their horrified expressions, Yi Feng quickly reassured them, for those who need it, it's worth 500 million. You don't have to feel burdened. I can refine these anytime. Of course, as long as he had a furnace and the necessary herbs, refining low-tier qi-gathering pills wasn't difficult for Yi Feng. At this moment, outside the window, Chang Zhao's cousin, Chen Zihua, and a few of his lackeys were eavesdropping. When they heard that the pill was worth 500 million, Chen Zihua's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. 500 million. That was 500 million. He had never seen that much money in his life. But this brat had just given a 500 million yuan pill to that old woman. What a waste! Chen Zihua suppressed his anger, but he had just overheard that Yi Feng had more of these pills. He didn't know exactly how many, but one thing was certain, he had just stumbled upon a goldmine. Big brother. A $5 billion pill. We've hit the jackpot. This kid is basically a walking treasure. A few of the underlings' eyes shone with greed, itching to rush inside immediately. Such a huge sum of money, something they could never earn in multiple lifetimes of collecting protection fees. Chen Zihua had come here today purely for Chang Xiao. He had liked Chang Xiao for a long time and had persistently harassed her, refusing to let go. To escape his harassment, Chang Xiao had moved to this place. Moreover, Chen Zihua was a gambling addict. Not only had he taken several million from them, but he had also pawned off their only home. The money was long gone, completely lost in gambling. Now that he was broke, he turned his attention back to Chang Xiao. Whether it was her money or her, he had to take one of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't let it go. But Yi Feng was an unexpected bonus. Damn it! Keep your voices down. Get your weapons ready. In a moment, take that kid down for me. Remember, I want him alive. If anyone kills him, I'll make them pay. Chen Zihua issued his orders, and the underlings nodded in response. Xing. They all pulled out gleaming knives, the sharp blades reflecting a cold light. Chen Zihua was the boss of this area. The entire 10-mile radius paid him protection fees. Moreover, he had a rather prestigious identity. He was the top enforcer under the deputy hall master of the Beihong Sect's Dragon Hall. That identity gave him immense influence. No one in this district dared to mess with him. Inside, Yifeng wrote a prescription and handed it to Cheng Xiao, then made a call to Tianjin Group. He instructed them to prepare a villa worth no less than 10 million for Cheng Xiao and to assign a few bodyguards for her. After hanging up, Yifeng frowned slightly. He had heard everything happening outside loud and clear. He had just been pretending not to know. Now that the treatment was done, it was time to deal with those pests. Xiao Xiao. I'm going out for a moment. Yifeng stood up and walked to the door. In the dark alley, a knife suddenly stabbed toward his waist. The underling leading the attack was grinning widely. As long as they captured this kid, boundless wealth awaited them. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Yifeng, 2 fingers clamped down on the edge of the knife. In the next moment, Yifeng's face rapidly enlarged in the underling's vision. You thought I didn't know your little tricks? Kid. Hand over everything you have. Or else, I'll. Snap. Before he could finish speaking, the knife in his hand shattered with a crisp sound. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Yifeng. What the hell was this sorcery? A knife got snapped in half by just 2 fingers? What kind of strength was this? Before he could react, his body was sent flying, his front teeth shattered by the impact. He crashed heavily onto the ground, knocked unconscious. The commotion outside caught Cheng Zhao's attention. She rushed out and saw Yifeng facing off against Chen Zihua. Chen Zihua. So it really was you. I already gave you the money. What more do you want? Chang Xiao glared at Chen Zihua angrily. Xiao Xiao. My feelings for you are genuine. Back then, when your mother was sick and had no money for treatment, I was the one who lent you money. How could you forget your cousin's kindness? Who is this kid to you? Your new lover? Chen Zihua sized up Yifeng, his eyes burning with jealousy. Humph. I borrowed 300,000 from you, but you took all of our money. What more do you want? I never liked you. In fact, I find you disgusting. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Cheng Xiao pulled out her phone, ready to dial. Hearing this, Chen Zihua burst into laughter. Call the police? I'm with Beihong sect. If you call the police, do you think my boss won't come looking for you? Xiao Xiao, listen to me, just be with me. In the future, I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. I promise that if you agree, I won't cause trouble for this kid. Of course, he has to hand over everything he has. Especially that chi-gathering pill. Chen Zihua laid out his terms, while 2 underlings stood beside him, their expressions wary. They hadn't even seen Yifeng's movements earlier. One move had taken out a companion. This kid was definitely a trained fighter, possibly even a martial artist. But for 5 billion, they were willing to risk their lives. If they could take Yifeng down, even getting injured would be worth it. Chen Zihua, you. Cheng Xiao trembled with anger. At that moment, Lu Yunfang stepped outside. Chen Zihua. You still want to marry my daughter? I'd rather die than let her be with you. Young Master Yi is my savior. If you want to harm him, you'll have to kill me first. Lu Yunfang stood in front of Yifeng, confronting Chen Zihua head-on. Auntie. What are you saying? No matter what, I'm still with Beihong sect. I have a powerful boss backing me. If you follow me, I guarantee that no one will ever bully you again. Trust me, if you listen to me, I won't hurt anyone. After all, we're family. Chen Zihua grinned sinisterly. This time, he wouldn't let go of either the money or the person. Are you deaf? I told you to hand over everything. One of the underlings stepped toward Yifeng. After what had just happened, he was much more cautious. If Yifeng made a move, he planned to grab Lu Yunfang at lightning speed. That way, Cheng Xiao and Yifeng would have no choice but to obey. But it seemed like Yifeng had already read his mind. Before he could act, Yifeng's body disappeared from sight. A sudden gust of wind whooshed past. No one could see Yifeng's movements. In the next second, that underling was lifted like a chicken by Yifeng. Crack! With a single motion, Yifeng snapped his neck. You killed my guy? I didn't expect this, you're actually a fighter. Ha! But I haven't told you, I'm a martial artist too. Swish! Chen Zihua lunged forward, clenching his 5 fingers into a tight fist, throwing a straight punch at Yifeng. A smirk crept onto his lips, as if he had already won this fight. But when his fist met Yifeng, Yifeng caught it effortlessly. Martial artist? You think that makes you impressive? Crack! A scream of agony filled the alley as Chen Zihua's fist was crushed in Yifeng's grip. The excruciating pain made him jump and howl in torment. He quickly backed away from Yifeng. You're a martial artist too? Chen Zihua was only at the peak of the body-tempering realm. In Yifeng's eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. But Yifeng's realm was so high that Chen Zihua couldn't sense it at all. He had assumed Yifeng was just some rich kid with no real power. Only now did he realize how wrong he was. Kid, which group are you with? Hand over everything, and Beihong sect will let this slide. Chen Zihua was still trying to bluff. He took out his phone and dialed a number. It was his elder brother's number. In Longcheng, no one dared to provoke Beihongmen. Even more so, no one dared to injure a member of Beihongmen. Even if it were a grandmaster, Chen Zihua wasn't afraid. Because his leader had just recently broken through to the grandmaster level as well. Yifeng completely ignored Chen Zihua's words. He turned around, looked at Cheng Xiao, and said, Xiao, what do you think should be done with this person? Should I kill him? With just one sentence, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Lu Yunfeng and Cheng Xiao were so stunned that they didn't dare to speak. Cheng Xiao knew that Yifeng had the strength to do it. Chen Zihua was nothing more than a dog of Beihongmen. As long as Chen Zihua didn't keep pestering her, Cheng Xiao wouldn't bother with him. Kid, you think you can kill me just because you want to? What do you take me for? Chen Zihua glared at Yifeng with hatred. Noisy! Pa! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yifeng slapped Chen Zihua across the face. His body flew 30 meters away like a dead dog. Brother Yifeng. That's enough. Spare him. Yifeng was about to step forward when Cheng Xiao grabbed his arm. She was truly afraid that Yifeng might kill Chen Zihua if he wasn't careful. No matter what, they were still somewhat related. Chen Zihua might not have been a good person, but he had never harmed her. Alright. Xiao. I can spare him. But he must return the money with interest. 5 million, not a cent less. For every cent missing, I'll break one of his fingers. You can go borrow the money now. I'm giving you only 1 minute. Yifeng glanced at his watch. Chen Zihua lay beside him in a pitiful state, his face covered in blood. I'll borrow it. Sir, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I offended you. I'll pay back the money immediately. Chen Zihua hurriedly dialed his phone and started calling for money. He finally believed that Yifeng was truly capable of killing him and willing to do it. At that moment, more than a dozen enforcers rushed in from the depths of the alley. They were all dressed in identical black suits, holding large knives. The leader appeared to be in his 50s, with a muscular build, slicked back hair, and a cigar in his mouth. Brother Fei, save me. Woo. This brat killed my brother and injured me. Brother Fei, you have to avenge me. Chen Zihua crawled over, clutching Brother Fei's leg, crying pitifully. The middle-aged man named Brother Fei lifted his head and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng gave him a cold glance, sending a shiver down his spine. You're here to pay his debt? I won't ask for more 5 million. Hand it over. You have 30 seconds to think about it. Yifeng stared at the black-clad crowd. Kid, I am the second in command of the Dragon Hall of Beihongmen. Long Fei. You have some skills. Come work under me. I can give you the money. Brother Fei looked at Yifeng with admiration. Upon hearing this, Chen Zihua almost pissed himself in fear. Brother Fei was his boss, and now he wanted to recruit this brat as a subordinate? If this brat became his underling, wouldn't he trample all over him in the future? Yifeng frowned. You want me to be your subordinate? Are you even worthy? Even Zhang Yongshan isn't qualified for that. Beihongmen, is it? Do you believe I could make a single phone call and erase you from Longcheng? Yifeng's words struck Long Fei like a thunderclap. His expression was one of pure terror, and his cigar fell from his mouth. Cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. You're Yifeng? That face? I wouldn't mistake it. It's you. You're the one who killed the sect master. What? Chen Zihua collapsed onto the ground. He was really Yifeng? The infamous, ruthless Grim Reaper Yifeng? Get the money. Hurry. Hurry up. Fuck. Brother Fei went crazy, and his subordinates trembled so hard that they could barely hold their knives. 3, 2, 1. A powerful force tore through the air like a roaring tiger. Just as Brother Fei turned around, a fist struck his chest. His body flew backward, slamming into the wall, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Lord Yifeng. No, please don't kill me. I was blind. I'll give you the money, however much you want. Just please don't kill me. Brother Fei looked at Chen Zihua with pure hatred. Taking a direct hit from Yi Feng's punch, he felt like all his bones were about to shatter. Fine. Give me the money. I'll give you a chance. That punch was a warning. Yi Feng had no interest in cleaning up Bei Hongmen's remnants. But as for Chen Zihua, he would not let him go today. Yi Feng took a step forward, and Chen Zihua staggered backward. A strong stench of urine filled the air. Moments later, Chen Zihua lost control of his bowels out of fear. Lord Yi Feng. I'll never dare again. For Xiao Xiao's sake, please spare my pathetic life. I'll give you 5 million. I swear I'll never bother Xiao Xiao again. Just let me go. Chen Zihua had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now, knowing the person in front of him was Yi Feng, he desperately kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. Brother Yi Feng. He knows he was wrong. Let him go. Chang Xiao pleaded again, and Yi Feng finally let go of his killing intent. Soon, several subordinates arrived carrying 5 million in cash. Long Fei knelt, handed the money to Yi Feng, and heavily knocked his head on the ground 3 times. Lord Yi Feng. This money is my token of goodwill. I'll leave now. Long Fei struggled to his feet and, ignoring his men, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Only Chen Zihua remained, kneeling there dumbfounded. Scram! If you ever bother Xiao Xiao again, I will kill you. Yes. Yes. I'll go. I'll go. 2 subordinates helped Chen Zihua up and rushed him away. After dealing with the small fries, Yi Feng turned around and gave Chang Xiao a smile. Xiao Xiao. If anything happens in the future, call me. I've arranged a villa for you. Move out of here today. Chang Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, not knowing how to thank him. Lu Yunfang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Xiao. When things like this happen, don't be afraid. If you don't fight back, people will think you're easy to bully. Sun Muqing held Chang Xiao's hand, comforting her. Brother Yi Feng. From now on, my life is yours. No more words were needed. Yi Feng lightly patted Chang Xiao on the shoulder. Soon, several luxury cars pulled up at the alley's entrance. Yi Feng and his group got out. Yi Lingyan stepped down in high heels, wearing a black silk bodycon dress. Young Master Yi. Everything has been arranged. There's one more thing to report. Yi Lingyan bowed respectfully. What's the matter? Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Lingyan. It's about the ancient martial families. I've already gathered some information. Young Master. There were too many people around, making it an unsuitable place for conversation. Yi Feng understood Yi Lingyan's meaning. He gently patted Sun Muqing's head. Muqing, go ahead with Xiao Xiao first. I'll come find you later. Sun Muqing nodded slightly. Under the protection of bodyguards, the 3 of them got into a car, which then drove towards a luxurious villa district in Longchang. Yi Feng got into the front passenger seat of a Rolls-Royce, with Yi Lingyan following closely behind. After closing the car door, Yi Lingyan took out a file and handed it to Yi Feng. Young Master, this contains some information on the ancient martial families. Oh, information on the ancient martial families? Yi Feng glanced at it briefly and immediately noticed several prominent names. Ji Clan, Clan Leader Ji Wuya. Young Master Ji Changfeng. Gu Clan, Gu Changshu. Lu Clan, Lu Yuan. Morong Clan, Morong Su. Morong Qing. Morong Yu. Yen Clan. A list of ancient martial families appeared in the document. So many? Yi Feng was startled. He hadn't expected Yi Lingyan to gather so much information about the ancient martial families. He had already clashed with the Ji clan before. Ji Changfeng's strength wasn't particularly outstanding, but it was unclear how many hidden powerhouses the Ji clan still had. Young Master, many on this list are talented young elites from ancient martial families. I obtained this information through some personal connections. I don't know if any of them are your enemies. Yi Lingyan knew that Yi Feng was searching for those who had slaughtered the Yi family years ago. Among these names, it was possible that his enemies were hidden. However, Yi Lingyan had long since distanced herself from the ancient martial world. She hadn't heard any news about those hidden sects for over 10 years. Being able to gather this much information was already extremely difficult. Very good. Yi Feng nodded at Yi Lingyan. This list will be of great use to me. I wonder how the Azure Dragon War God's investigation is going. He knows exactly who those people were back then. I just need their identities. As long as any names match this list, I will personally seek them out. A faint killing intent emanated from Yi Feng. After securing the list, he immediately called the Azure Dragon War God. At this moment, the Azure Dragon War God was printing a document filled with densely packed names, dozens, possibly hundreds of them. Ring! Ring! His phone rang. Seeing Yi Feng's call, the Azure Dragon War God hurriedly picked up. Master, do you need something? He asked in a low voice. How's the investigation I assigned you? Master, it has all been thoroughly investigated. Even those lackeys from the ancient martial clans back then have been listed. On the other end of the call, upon hearing the Azure Dragon War God's words, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously. Send it to me. Yes. The Azure Dragon War God nodded. Soon, an extremely detailed document arrived on Yi Feng's phone. Tiandu's elite families, Shu Clan, Shu Feng, Lin Clan, Lin Chanqi, Tiandu Martial Hall, Hall Master Wang Yongchun. The first page listed the prominent elite families of Tiandu, along with powerful martial artists. Flipping to the second page, a chilling aura instantly filled the entire car. Yi Lingyan was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. Ji Clan Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder. Yen Clan Clan Leader. Taiching Sect 3 Guardian Elders. Hunyuan Sect Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, 3 Grand Elders. Jidao Sect Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, 6 Elders. Gu Clan Great Elder, Gu Outyen. Morong Clan Supreme Elder, Morong Yunlong. One name after another imprinted itself into Yi Feng's mind, igniting a deep-seated rage within him. So many ancient martial sects had acted against his mother back then. It was unimaginable. What kind of courage did a single woman possess to stand against so many powerful sects and families simultaneously? Among them, the Hunyuan sect's 3 Grand Elders had been killed on the spot, while its sect master and vice sect master had barely escaped death. As for the Jidao sect, everyone present that day had been slaughtered, leaving the sect severely weakened. The Azure Dragon War God had marked those who were already dead with a pen. Yi Feng's fingers dug deeply into his palm. All of these people deserved to die. Unfortunately, some were still alive. Although the Jidao sect had suffered great losses, its deep-rooted foundation allowed it to remain standing within the ancient martial world of Long Country. The Hunyuan sect's sect master and vice sect master were also still alive. Master, your mind is unstable. I can sense a demonic aura corroding your sanity. You must control it soon, or else you may fall into the demonic path and become a ruthless killer, the immortal demon Hall warned. Hearing the voice from his divine consciousness, Yi Feng slowly closed his eyes, stabilizing his emotions. Demonic heart, demonic blood, demonic seed, he was the son of the holy maiden of the demonic sect. This was why the ancient martial families wanted to exterminate the Yi family along with him. Fortunately, his mother had forcibly protected him, but the Yi family had been utterly wiped out. These so-called righteous ancient martial sects and families, how hypocritical, how cruel. This debt must be settled. Young master, are you all right? Yi Lingyan asked with concern. After a long pause, Yi Feng opened his eyes. His gaze had become even darker and deeper. A surge of demonic energy seemed to course through his veins. For a fleeting moment, Yi Lingyan suddenly felt that the man before her had become somewhat unfamiliar. I'm fine. You should head back. Yi Feng stepped out of the car and quickly disappeared into the night. Watching his departing figure, Yi Lingyan inexplicably felt a deep sorrow rise in her heart. Drive to Longwan Villa District. Yi Lingyan knew Yi Feng would definitely go to find Sun Muqing. No matter what, as the regional head of the Tianjun group, she had to ensure his safety. At the same time, Yi Feng walked alone towards Longwan Villa District. The ancient martial sects could wait. First, he needed to deal with their lackeys. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at the entrance of Longwan Villa District. As he stepped inside, a chilling killing intent suddenly locked onto him. 8 people? Swish, swish, swish. Several cold flashes of light shot toward Yi Feng at high speed, accompanied by an overwhelming evil aura. Directly ahead was the villa Yi Lingyan had arranged for Chang Xiao, her son, and Yao Yao. However, at this moment, the villa's lights were completely off. Yi Feng leaped into the air, dodging all the incoming blades. Who are you? Yi Feng frowned. In the darkness, 7 or 8 masked assassins dressed in black cautiously surrounded Yi Feng. Suddenly, the leader burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, it doesn't matter who we are, tonight is the night you die. Oh? Is that so? Just a bunch of worthless nobodies like you dare to think of killing me? Yi Feng said indifferently. We knew you were somewhat strong, but don't forget, you're alone, and there are 8 of us. Kill him. At the command of the man in black, the 7 assassins, armed with weapons, formed a bizarre formation, completely surrounding Yi Feng. Kid, this is the Blood Shadow 7 kill formation, you won't survive. Swoosh. 2 long swords stabbed toward Yi Feng, while the red evil energy surged toward him, enveloping him completely. Standing at the center, Yifeng felt dizzy, his vision obstructed. He quickly gathered his energy, forming an invisible barrier that blocked out the red evil energy. This energy not only disturbed the mind but also suppressed a warrior's internal power. The 7 experts at the 8th stage of Kaiyuan maintained the formation's operation. The last man in black, at the 9th stage of Kaiyuan, seemed to be leading them, closely watching Yifeng's every move, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Yifeng moved like a ghost, skillfully dodging the 2 sword strikes. But in the next second, 2 more swords thrust toward him. You like using swords? Perfect. I'll test the power of the demon-slaying sword technique. Today, you will be my test subjects. Yifeng connected with the immortal demon hall through his consciousness. A golden light flashed, and a massive sword appeared in his hands. The sword in Yifeng's hand was at least twice as wide as those held by the men in black, and its weight was several times heavier. The moment he gripped the sword, his entire aura changed. Is this guy out of his mind? Using a broken sword to challenge the Blood Shadow 7 kill formation? The leader of the black-clad assassins smirked wickedly, as if he could already see Yifeng being torn apart by the formation. Yifeng stomped lightly on the ground, his body soaring into the air. While in midair, a terrifying sword intent began to take shape. In the next second, he slashed his sword. The void itself seemed to split open. The immense sword energy instantly dispelled the surrounding evil aura. Demon-slaying sword technique. Buzz. A sword shadow, carrying an earth-shattering force, ripped through the sky. What's going on? Quick, kill him now. 2 of the black-clad men had their masks sliced open by the sword energy, their faces cut by an invisible force. In an instant, their swords, along with their bodies, were cleaved in 2. The Blood Shadow 7 kill formation collapsed with a loud crash. The assassin's momentum was completely suppressed by Yifeng. What kind of sword technique is this? The leader of the black-clad men had never seen such a terrifying sword strike before. He had to use his full internal power just to keep himself standing. Looking down, he saw that the ground had been split open, a crack over 10 meters long and several meters deep. Only now did they realize something was terribly wrong. And yet, the sword energy was still raging, growing even stronger. Yifeng's entire being resembled an indomitable sword standing in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura. The terrifying sword energy made it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. Die! With just that one word, the remaining 5 assassins at the 8th stage of Kaiyuan were sent flying backward. Blood gushed from their throats, dyeing the air red. It was terrifying. That sky-piercing sword intent made the leader of the assassins unable to stand. In all his years of life, he had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. Was this really just a kid at the 9th stage of Kaiyuan? Was he sure this wasn't an expert at the chi activation realm? With just a casual sword strike, he unleashed an unmatched force that was beyond anything they, as mere Kaiyuan realm warriors, could contend with. Tell me, who sent you? If you don't speak, I'll kill you. Yifeng landed steadily in front of the leader, plunging his sword into the ground. Humph. Yifeng, you've offended so many people, why don't you use your brain to figure out who we are? I admit, you're strong. But you're too arrogant, too conceited. That woman has already been taken. By the time you find her, she'll probably be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike landed brutally on his chest. His body flew out like a leaf in the wind, spewing blood midair. Where did you take mooching? Yifeng stomped on the assassin's chest, causing his mask to slide off, revealing a sinister face. Want me to tell you? Keep dreaming. Ha ha ha. You'll never find her. Someone will avenge me. Ah. Glug. The assassin let out a miserable scream, spat out black blood, and within moments, lost all signs of life. Yifeng frowned. These people were well trained, with poison hidden in their mouths. If captured, they would immediately commit suicide. However, their attack style was strikingly similar to that of the Blood Fiend Envoy and the Nanyang Holy Envoys. Clearly, they were almost certainly from the Nanyang Holy Altar. Yifeng immediately dialed the Azure Dragon War God. The Nanyang people kidnapped my sister. Didn't you say everything was under control these past 2 days? Where did these people come from? The Azure Dragon War God, who had been resting in his chair, was so startled by Yifeng's call that he jumped up, cold sweat drenching his forehead. Master, here's the situation. I received intel that the day before yesterday, a group infiltrated from the southwest rainforest. They were planning to meet with a Nanyang elder. I let them in, intending to capture them all in one go. I didn't expect this to happen. I'll immediately dispatch the Flying Tiger Squad to assist you in rescuing the young miss. The Azure Dragon War God had never seen Yifeng this furious before. Cold sweat dripped down his back. No need. Do you know the location of that Nanyang elder? Send me all the information. I will handle this myself, Yi Feng ordered, and the Azure Dragon War God immediately responded, yes, yes. Master, I'll send it to you right away. Soon, a message arrived on Yi Feng's phone. He quickly opened it, his brows furrowing. Suchana. Direct descendant of the Su family, Nanyang Elder. Height, 175 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, 9th stage of Kaiyuan. Suchana? Su Charlie's sister? Yi Feng suddenly recalled that during the Chen family incident, after he killed those Nanyang people, Su Charlie had warned Qin Shoan that he had an elder sister named Suchana. So, this was her doing. The Su family. Courting death. Yi Feng immediately got into his car and sped toward the Su family at 200 kilometers per hour. At the same time, in a mountainous cave in Yuncheng, Sun Muqing and Chang Xiao were tightly bound. Not far away, a cauldron emitted flames. 5 profound body. Senior brother, once I refine her into a pill and consume it, I will break through my limits. I will definitely avenge you. A sinister woman coldly stared at Sun Muqing, her eyes filled with hatred. Yunqing, Su family. A figure stepped out of the car. The night was dark, and the wind howled. The gates of the Su family were tightly shut. Boom! Yi Feng kicked forward, and the 20-centimeter thick wooden gates shattered into pieces. Suchana, get out here! The Su family estate was backed by mountains. The commotion startled Su Jun, the head of the Su family. Master! Bad news! It's Yi Feng. Yi Feng has broken in. A guard stumbled in, looking disheveled. Bang! Before he could finish his words, his body exploded into a mist of blood. In the Su family's grand hall, 3 figures were in discussion with Su Jun. Seeing such a terrifying scene, their eyelids twitched violently. Su Jun quickly got up, his face full of panic as he stared at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, what is the meaning of this? His grandson, Su Charlie, had been killed, and Su Jun had been handling overseas business. Because of this, he had taken a flight to Yunqing overnight to arrange Su Charlie's funeral. When he heard about what Yi Feng had done in Nanjiang, Su Jun completely abandoned any thoughts of revenge. He even planned to sell off the Su family's assets, leave Yunqing, and move to Nanyang. Over the past 2 days, he had packed up everything and was planning to leave early the next morning. But he never expected that Yi Feng would come back again. Meaning? Yi Feng took a single step forward. A fierce gust of energy surged out as he slapped Su Jun across the face. Su Jun's body flew through the air and crashed onto a table, shattering it to pieces. Suchana kidnapped my sister. What do you think I'm here for? Boom! 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 Outside the Su family's grand hall, several helicopters landed. A figure with an icy expression jumped down from one of them. Surround the Su family. Not a single person is allowed to escape. At Su Chinese command, 100 members of the Flying Tiger Special Forces surrounded the Su family, sealing off every exit. In the center of the grand hall, Su Jun's face turned deathly pale. His entire body stiffened in shock. Mr. Yi, Lord Yi, I had no knowledge of this. Suchana is my granddaughter, but I haven't seen her in years. Besides, how could I possibly order her to take revenge? Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare. Su Jun trembled violently, his heart pounding in fear. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stood up. Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your name. I can vouch that this matter has nothing to do with the Su family. For my sake, please spare the Su family head. This man was Yang Tiancheng, a powerful figure in Nanjiang and a guest of honor at the Martial Arts Association. All the well-known martial artists in Nanjiang knew him. Over the years, he had used his wealth to gain influence, even earning the respect of the Nanjiang Martial Arts Association's president. Since Yang Tiancheng had overseas business, he had a close relationship with Su Jun. Who the hell do you think you are? Do I, Yi Feng, need to give you face? Get lost! A thunderous shout shook Yang Tiancheng's soul, making him feel as if his internal organs had been struck by a sledgehammer. If Muqing so much as gets a scratch, I will slaughter the Su family to the last person. Yang Tiancheng's expression was filled with horror. He had not expected Yi Feng to be this domineering, completely disregarding his status. Yi Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Killing recklessly like this, are you not afraid of provoking public outrage? Yang Tiancheng clutched his chest and spoke viciously. Others feared Yi Feng, but he did not. He didn't believe this brat would dare attack him. Public outrage? Yi Feng slapped him, sending him flying. His body crashed to the ground, blood spurting uncontrollably. With a single slap, Yang Tiancheng was severely injured. Su Jun dared not say a word. At over 70 years old, he had barely endured one of Yi Feng's slaps. If Yi Feng struck him again, he would likely die on the spot. I'd like to see who dares to be angry. I'll give you 5 minutes. Suchana must return my sister unharmed. For every second she is late, I will kill one person. A chilling killing intent loomed over everyone. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Yes. I'll contact her immediately. Su Junyi dialed a phone number. It was his son Su Koen's number. Su Chana and Su Charlie were half Nanyang blood. Su Koen was their biological father and Su Junyi's eldest son. After a moment, the call connected. Unfilial son. What the hell did you do? Yi Feng has stormed into the Su family, demanding that Su Chana release his sister. Are you trying to get the Su family wiped out? Hurry and tell Su Chana to return the hostage immediately. Not even a single hair can be missing. There was no response from the other end of the line. Su Junyi's face turned red with rage. Su Chana was his granddaughter, and he knew she worked for the Nanyang Holy Altar. But he never expected her to provoke this demon. At the same time, in a villa 10 kilometers away, Su Koen's face darkened with killing intent. Tell Su Chana not to harm those women, for now. Understood, boss. Deep within a cave, Su Chana placed a large handful of selected herbs into a pill furnace. This furnace was used by her master to refine certain pills. The art of pill refinement had been lost in Long Country for many years, and ancient pill recipes were extremely rare. The Nanyang pill-making techniques were nowhere near as refined as Long Country's. Thus, the Nanyang people had to develop their own methods. Particularly in the Nanyang Holy Altar, the pills they created were highly toxic and had severe side effects. But now, Su Chana had found a supreme treasure, sun mooching. If she could refine sun mooching into a pill, there would be no side effects. Even sun mooching's blood could be used as a tonic. SSS. Su Chana took out a small knife and made a cut on sun mooching's arm. A drop of fresh blood trickled out. She dipped her finger into it, brought it to her lips, and licked it. Such a delicious taste. Ha ha ha. Su Chana fell into madness, her entire body trembling with excitement. At that moment, a subordinate rushed into the cave. Honored elder. The boss sent word, do not kill the woman for now. What's going on? Su Chana frowned. Yi Feng captured the Su family members and is demanding you return the hostage. If not, he said he will slaughter the Su family to the last person. Yi Feng? He's still alive? Su Chana's expression was filled with shock. 8 holy altar experts had failed to kill that brat? She had arranged for those assassins, knowing that Yi Feng would come. But she never expected that in just 2 hours, Yi Feng would fight his way back. Yi Feng? This grudge will never end. Let's go. Su Chana glared at sun mooching before transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the darkness. 2 minutes left. You'd better make sure she returns my sister safe and sound. Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Every word he spoke carried an overwhelming pressure, making it hard for Su Junyi to breathe. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, outside the Su family gates, Su Chini led a team rushing in. The Flying Tiger Special Forces began searching for the remaining members of the Su family. Just moments ago, Su Chini had received orders from the Azure Dragon War God to arrest all Su family members. The Su family had deep ties with the Nanyang Holy Altar, and they had even kidnapped Yi Feng's sister. This had already touched Yi Feng's bottom line, enraging the Azure Dragon War God. Brother Yi, I've already surrounded all of the Su family's locations in Yuncheng. We've captured over 50 people. These individuals will be dealt with under military law. Soon, the Flying Tiger members dragged the captured Su family members forward. Su Junyi's face turned deathly pale. Mr. Yi, my son said that they will bring her back safely right away. Please, I beg you, show mercy. He still didn't know Yi Feng's true identity, but when he saw the badge on Su Chini's shoulder, his scalp went numb, and his body trembled violently. Wasn't this the famous Flying Tiger Special Forces of Long Country? The Flying Tigers had completed hundreds of missions in Nanyang. Not just in the southwest provinces, but throughout Nanyang, they were widely feared. And the man with a major general's insignia must be a high-ranking figure in the Flying Tigers. If the Su family members were handed over to the military court, there would be no way out for them. Sirs, I swear, this has nothing to do with us. I hereby declare Su Chana expelled from the Su family. From this moment on, she is no longer one of us. She caused this, so she should bear the consequences alone. Mr. Yi, would this be acceptable? If you let me go, I promise to donate 1 billion to Long Country. Su Jun's mind raced, but when he looked at Yi Feng's face, he saw no trace of happiness, only endless cold indifference. 1 minute left. A chilling killing intent pressed down on everyone. Su Chini stood beside Yi Feng, his expression serious. Brother Yi, we've deployed helicopters and military units to search for mooching with full force. The Su family's ties to the Nanyang holy altar will not go unpunished. Let me take these people away. A proper interrogation might yield some valuable information. Men, take them away. At Su Chen's command, the soldiers were about to escort the captives away. Wait, Yi Feng suddenly spoke. I said that if Muqing isn't returned, I will slaughter the Su family. Time's up. A dense, suffocating killing intent loomed over the Su family members. The next second, Yi Feng struck down with his palm. 2 Su family members' heads exploded like watermelons. Blood splattered onto Su Jun, making him scream in terror as he collapsed. Report! Major Su, someone is approaching. Suddenly, from the distant courtyard walls, several dark figures leaped down and charged toward Yi Feng. At the entrance, a woman in a striking red dress with pale skin walked toward them at a leisurely pace. Behind her were 5 or 6 elderly men in long robes. 2 of them were at the 9th stage of Kaiyuan, while the others were at the 8th stage, true powerhouses. Yi Feng, let them go. Otherwise, you will never see that woman again. Su Chana's face was sinister. The Su family's influence in Nanyang was largely due to Su Jun's business acumen. If anything happened to Su Jun, her status in the Nanyang holy altar would take a huge hit. For this reason, Su Chana had no choice but to come personally. She knew well that Sun Muqing was her trump card, her shield. As long as she had Sun Muqing, Yi Feng would have to obey and wouldn't dare act recklessly. However, just as she finished speaking, a dragon's roar shook the ground. No! Yi Feng struck from midair, and 5 Su family members instantly turned into pools of flesh and blood. The horrifying scene shocked everyone. Was this guy insane? Was he really planning to exterminate the entire Su family? Even Su Chana and the Nanyang holy altar powerhouses were visibly shaken. Yi Feng, you. Su Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. The ones just killed included Su Jun's nephew, a business genius who had helped expand the Su family's market. But now, Yi Feng had crushed him with a single palm. This guy wasn't human, he was a demon. I told you to return Muqing unharmed, not a single hair missing. Old Master Su, did you not hear my request? Yi Feng's cold gaze locked onto Su Chana. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. Yi Feng, you killed my senior brother, and my Su family members. And you still expect me to return that woman safely? You're dreaming. I'll give you 3 seconds, kneel down now and destroy your cultivation. Otherwise, believe me, I'll have her killed. A threat. A blatant threat. Unfortunately, threats were the last thing Yi Feng feared. He turned and grabbed Su Jun off the ground. Did you hear that? Someone is threatening me. Shouldn't you die for that? No. Mr. Yi, don't kill me. Su Chana, get her back now. Do you want the entire Su family to die? Hurry. Release her. Su Jun was truly terrified. Yi Feng's aura was suffocating him. He believed that Yi Feng only needed to move his finger slightly to crush him. He wasn't joking. Stop. Yi Feng, don't you dare. Su Jun absolutely could not die. If he did, the Su family would completely collapse. I don't dare. With a loud boom, Yi Feng slammed his palm down toward Su Jun's head. The terrifying force made Su Jun's hair stand on end. His face was filled with horror, and his legs turned to jelly. No. I'll let her go. I'll release her right now. Su Chana's face darkened. Yi Feng's palm stopped just 5 centimeters above Su Jun's head. Then hurry up. Yi Feng sneered and tossed Su Jun to the ground. Su Chana dialed a number. Soon, a black SUV pulled up at the Su family's entrance. A man and a woman stepped out. The man was in his 40s or 50s and bore some resemblance to Su Chana. He was Su Chana's biological father, Su Kuan, and Su Jun's eldest son. Bring them inside. A woman in black opened the trunk and dragged Sun Muqing out. Chang Xiao and Yao Yao were lying unconscious in the back of the vehicle. Here they are. Now, release them, Su Chana said coldly. Brother Yi Feng. Muqing, are you alright? Seeing Sun Muqing safe, the raging fire in Yi Feng's heart finally subsided a little. Su Chani stood nearby, warily watching the Nanyang masters, especially Su Chana. This woman's aura was terrifying, her eyes resembled those of a venomous snake. A moment of carelessness could lead to a fatal bite. Untie her. Bring her to me safely, Yi Feng ordered. All right. Su Chana's face was ice cold as she grabbed Sun Muqing's arm and slowly walked toward Yi Feng. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. At this distance, she could launch a sneak attack on Yi Feng. A 90% chance of a lethal strike. As she neared, Su Chana's heartbeat accelerated. She could not fail. If she did, this brat would be completely enraged. She knew her senior brother's strength better than anyone. She had cultivated alongside him for years and had just recently broken through to the 9th stage of Kaiyuan. Even so, she wasn't absolutely confident that she could kill Yi Feng, because she had already thoroughly investigated this man's feats. Yi Feng had unimaginable trump cards, and his techniques were far superior to those of the Nanyang Holy Altar. Mooching, you're injured? Suddenly, Yi Feng noticed the wound on Sun Mooching's arm. A terrifying killing intent erupted like a volcanic explosion. This was the moment. Attack! Yi Feng, die! In an instant, Suchana's body transformed into a blood-colored shadow. Her blood shadow technique had reached its peak. Moving like lightning faster than the blink of an eye, the blood shadow technique could create two clones in addition to the main body. Illusion and reality interwoven, even grandmasters of the same level couldn't distinguish them. Furthermore, the clones carried half the power of the original body. Suchana's blade was aimed straight at Yi Feng's heart, striking fiercely. No! Seeing the blade about to pierce Yi Feng's body, Sun Mooching pushed him aside. The blade slashed through the air, cutting deep into Sun Mooching's shoulder. Blood oozed out, staining her white dress red. Suchana was stunned. She had never expected Sun Mooching to take the attack for this man. Mooching! Yi Feng caught her slender waist and swiftly retreated 30 to 40 meters. Flying Tiger Squad! Protect Yi Feng and Miss Sun at all costs. Shwa! 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 Dozens of flying tiger soldiers immediately surrounded Yi Feng and Sun Mooching. Mooching, how do you feel? Yi Feng pressed a finger against Sun Mooching's shoulder, sealing several acupuncture points. Then, he took out a pill and helped her swallow it. His heart burned with indescribable fury. His eyes turned pitch black. Brother Yi Feng. I'm fine. The attack had come too fast. Yi Feng hadn't even had time to react before Sun Mooching took the fatal strike for him. Yi Feng's heart felt like it was bleeding. Memories flashed through his mind. His mother had risked her life for him. His uncle had been massacred because of him. The bloodshed, the slaughter, it all played vividly in his mind. He had sworn long ago never to let his loved ones be harmed again. But today, he failed to keep that promise. A demonic aura surged from his heart, shaking heaven and earth. Above the Su family's estate, the sky turned dark, thunder roared like the end of the world. Even the heavens trembled under Yi Feng's fury. Ha 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 ha, Yi Feng. I never expected that woman to be willing to die for you. Did you ever think about this moment when you killed my senior brother? This dagger is coated with a deadly poison that I personally refined over 49 days. Unless a god descends, that woman is doomed to die. But it doesn't matter. Dead or alive, she will still serve my purpose. I can throw her into my flame furnace, it will be even more effective. Kill him. Suchana's expression was grim as she pulled out a talisman and flung it into the air. The talisman soared upward, shaking the heavens. In the Su family's grand hall, every single person, including the flying tiger soldiers, stared in horror. Some even collapsed to the ground, too terrified to move, afraid that a single bolt of lightning might strike them down. Dark clouds gathered, making the sky grow heavier and more oppressive. Moments later, the swirling storm condensed into a massive lightning dragon, its oppressive presence suffocating everyone. Honored Elder, are you summoning heavenly lightning? Do you want to kill all of us too? Several Nanyang Holy Altar masters trembled, their hair standing on end. Even a single bolt of lightning as thick as an arm would be enough to turn them into ashes. This was sheer madness. Was she really willing to sacrifice them just to kill this brat? This Fighting Thunder talisman took me great effort to obtain. Don't worry, I can decide when it strikes. Yi Feng, today is your death day. I will avenge my senior brother. Suchana's face twisted with insanity. No matter how strong Yi Feng was, could he possibly withstand the wrath of heavenly lightning? Take Mooching and go. Sun Mooching's face was deathly pale, she had fallen unconscious. Yi Feng gently picked her up and handed her to Suchini. Brother Yi Feng. You, go! Yi Feng's roar made Suchini's face turn white. A surge of invisible demonic energy mixed with killing intent exploded outward. Standing beside Yi Feng, Suchini felt his internal energy freeze. For a moment, he felt like he was standing next to a demon. Kill! 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 From the darkness, several sword lights shot toward him. Clang! 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 Yi Feng deflected them all, his gaze locked onto Suchana. Attack together. I refuse to believe that so many of us can't kill this brat. 3 9th stage Kaiyuan masters and 6 8th stage Kaiyuan masters charged at Yi Feng simultaneously. They formed a tight encirclement. Yi Feng stood alone, sword in hand, like a war god. You all deserve to die. Yi Feng swung his sword, a brilliant sword light over 10 meters long tore through the air toward them. Crack! What? Over 10 weapons shattered down the middle. The Nanyang experts were horrified. These swords were forged from meteorite iron, capable of cutting through gold and stone. How is this possible? Before they could react, another sword light slashed toward them. Retreat! This kid is no ordinary person. Two 8th-stage Kaiyuan masters failed to escape. A geyser of blood erupted, and their heads fell to the ground. Su Junyi turned and ran without hesitation. Die! Yi Feng's eyes were as cold as eternal ice. Su Jun had barely taken 3 steps when a palm strike landed on his back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Feng's single palm had crushed him to death. Honored Elder Su. This brat is too strong, we are no match for him. Hurry and summon the heavenly lightning to strike him down. 2 9th-stage Kaiyuan grandmasters retreated to Su Chana's side, their eyes filled with vigilance as they stared at Yi Feng. Now that their weapons had been shattered by Yi Feng, they were even less capable of fighting him. You go! Capture that woman! I will kill him myself. Su Chana pressed her palms together, forming a sword seal with her fingers, and began chanting an obscure incantation. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled. The lightning dragon rolled through the clouds, its massive 100-meter-long body diving in and out of the storm. Its enormous head locked onto Yi Feng below, radiating an aura of absolute destruction. At the same time, countless eyes turned toward the southwest. In Yunqing, inside the Chen family's ancestral estate, 2 grandmasters, Elder Gu and Elder Chen, suddenly stood up. Elder Gu's face showed shock as he quickly calculated the future using the Great Derivation technique. But suddenly, exclamation point! He spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His entire being trembled as he stared in terror at the sky in the distance. Impossible! I cannot foresee anything. The Great Derivation technique was a sacred art of the Gu clan. As long as it did not violate the will of heaven, it could predict countless fates, past, present, and future. Although Elder Gu's cultivation was shallow, he had never before suffered backlash from using it. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a situation. Someone, immediately investigate the southwest. Find out what is happening. At Chen Shouen's command, 2 guards rushed out. Hundreds of kilometers outside Yunqing, atop a mountain peak, 2 elders suddenly opened their eyes. Their immense internal force shattered a massive boulder beneath them. Their faces were filled with shock as they gazed at the distant sky. A heavenly tribulation is descending. Could it be that a grandmaster is breaking through? Whoosh! A figure leaped off a 1,000-meter-high cliff, heading straight for the source. On the outskirts of Yunqing, a black-robed figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat rushed toward the Su family estate. Demonic aura? Boom! In the distant sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the storm was clearly visible. Bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a vast web. Above, the lightning dragon coiled in the sky, its terrifying presence making the black-robed figure's scalp tingle with fear. He stood frozen in place. This is a void lightning tribulation. How can this be? His eyes narrowed into slits. No, this is not a tribulation. A breakthrough to the Qi activation realm would never trigger such an enormous lightning storm. What is that brat doing? Black Demon was in shock. He had been hiding in the shadows, monitoring Yi Feng ever since he was injured by Yi Feng's demon-slaying sword. All for the sake of retrieving 2 items left behind by the Holy Maiden. But he never expected to witness a lightning tribulation descend from the heavens today. He immediately rushed toward the Su family estate. Inside the Su family compound, countless people stared up at the sky in horror. Su Chana's body trembled uncontrollably. The 5-yin lightning talisman, an extremely powerful lightning summoning talisman, had been activated, but she never expected it to be this overwhelming, so powerful that even she couldn't control it. At the same time, she felt a twisted sense of delight. With such a terrifying lightning tribulation, how could that brat possibly survive? Once the lightning struck, everything within 10 miles would be reduced to ashes. Rise, thunder! At Su Chana's command, the 100-meter-long lightning dragon roared and descended from the heavens. The world changed colors, the sky split open, revealing cracks of endless darkness. A void that could swallow everything. Yi Feng, die! The lightning dragon, carrying the wrath of heaven, came crashing down. Many Su family members had already fled, their eyes wide with terror as they watched the scene unfold. Yi Feng lifted his head, his body surrounded by a protective barrier of pure energy, encasing him completely. A lightning tribulation? Perfect timing for my breakthrough. The lightning dragon opened its maw, its blinding radiance making it impossible to see. Everyone retreated except Yi Feng, who stood alone, using his bare body to face the attack. The Su family's grand hall collapsed into ruins, turning into scorched earth. A massive crater over 10 meters wide formed on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air, blinding everyone's vision. Exclamation point. Su Chana coughed up blood. She had used almost all of her strength to resist the lightning's backlash. The fighting lightning talisman could summon heavenly lightning, but it was a double-edged sword. It harmed both the enemy and the user. Unless one had broken into the chi activation realm, they could not withstand its effects. Anyone below that level would either be dead or severely injured. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng is dead. Not even ashes remain. Senior brother, I have avenged you. Honored elder. Several Nanyang masters knelt in reverence, staring in awe at Suchana. Had she not controlled the lightning talisman, they would have all been obliterated. Fortunately, though injured, they had finally managed to kill that brat. As the smoke cleared, everyone looked toward the depths of the crater. There stood a lone figure. His upper body bare, blood at the corner of his lips, standing firmly in the center of the crater. What? No, impossible. That brat isn't dead? Honored elder. He's still alive. A 9th stage Kaiyuan master from Nanyang stared dumbfounded at Yi Feng. At that moment, strands of lightning flickered across Yi Feng's body. Although slightly injured, his aura remained completely intact. Yi Feng smirked. That lightning tribulation felt quite refreshing. Do you all want to try again? Yi Feng stomped the ground, his body soaring into the sky. At the same time, a deafening rumble echoed from above. The lightning column in the sky had yet to dissipate. You! How are you not dead? Suchana stumbled backward in horror. Such an overwhelming lightning tribulation, and yet, Yi Feng had endured it? No! Impossible! She panicked and tried to retreat. This tribulation was meant for me. If I weren't breaking through, your talisman would never have triggered such a massive lightning storm. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smirk. What did you just say? Suchana's eyes widened in disbelief. Avoid lightning tribulation. That brat was undergoing a breakthrough. That's why the heavens responded with such terrifying force. In that instant, she finally understood. The Nanyang masters felt a wave of terror wash over them. That brat isn't human. Run! Ah! A bolt of lightning struck down. The Nanyang master who tried to escape was instantly reduced to a pile of charred remains. With a heavy thud, his body crashed to the ground. Suchana stood frozen in place, petrified and at a complete loss for words. Too powerful. This brat was nothing like she had imagined. He wasn't fragile at all. His body had already surpassed the Kaiyuan stage and stepped into the Chi activation stage. He was even stronger than ordinary Chi activation experts. With the naked eye, one could see Yi Feng's upper body, covered in lean, powerful muscles. His bones shimmered with golden light. In an instant, a domineering aura filled the sky, shaking the heavens. The shackles in his body began to loosen. The aura radiating from Yi Feng had already stepped into the Chi activation stage. The immense pressure made it difficult for anyone to breathe. Why was the Chi activation stage so terrifying? Is this brat really breaking through to the Chi activation stage? Two Nanyang elders, overwhelmed with fear, turned and fled into the distance. Suchana stumbled, almost falling to her knees. The lightning talisman had failed to kill this brat. She knew she had lost her last chance to kill Yi Feng. Honored elder! Run! If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape. That brat will never let us go. The two Nanyang elders grabbed Suchana's arms, dragging her forward. But in the next moment, Yi Feng's figure flashed like lightning, appearing right in front of them, blocking their path. Trying to run now? Too late. Boom! Another bolt of lightning, as thick as a thigh, crashed down from the sky. Wherever Yi Feng appeared, the lightning followed. The Nanyang experts had no way to avoid it. They could only grit their teeth and endure the tribulation alongside Yi Feng. Although some of the impact was absorbed by Yi Feng, most of it still struck the Nanyang experts directly. No! Fear! Despair! Regret! The two 9th stage Kaiyuan masters vomited blood in unison. Their flesh was scorched and cracked open, their bodies charred black under the relentless lightning strikes. Even in death, their eyes remained filled with unwillingness and regret. If they could do it over again, they would never have provoked this demon, no matter what. Brat, I can sense that this void lightning tribulation is still growing stronger. This is only the 3rd stage. I fear, this might be the legendary 9-fold void lightning tribulation. You must endure it. A 9-fold lightning tribulation means even the heavens want you dead. This world does not allow the birth of a monster like you. The immortal demon hall constantly warned Yi Feng while absorbing part of the heavenly pressure to lighten his burden. If Yi Feng could survive this 9-fold lightning tribulation, his physical strength would increase drastically. At that point, low-level Chi activation practitioners wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Don't worry. If you truly can't endure it, I will intervene. But if I do, you will fail your breakthrough and remain at this level for the rest of your life. Yi Feng shook his head. This tribulation, I will endure it myself. Even if I die, I will die standing. You are not allowed to interfere. Yi Feng commanded the immortal demon hall with his divine sense. This meant he would have to face the entire ninefold lightning tribulation on his own. Throughout history, those who survived such tribulations were all legendary figures. Fine. I won't intervene. It's all on you. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning continued intensifying. Now, only two Nanyang experts and Su Chana's father remained, trembling in terror as they watched the figure standing amidst the storm. Yi Feng, I planned everything, but I never expected you to break through today. If you kill me, no one will be able to cure that woman's poison. Do you dare to kill me? Su Chana wiped the blood from her lips, her heavily injured body trembling as she sneered at Yi Feng. Sun Muqing had been poisoned, and only she had the antidote. If Yi Feng didn't want her to die, he had to obey her. She had seen it clearly, this woman was Yi Feng's weakness. However, upon hearing this, Yi Feng's fury burned even hotter. Muqing's poison. I will cure it myself. None of you will live past today. Yi Feng lunged forward like an arrow. At the same time, the fourth stage of the void lightning tribulation crashed down. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Su Chana's proud, curvaceous body was torn open by the lightning, her flesh scorched. Her upper garments disintegrated into ash, revealing pale skin beneath. The land within a 100-meter radius was turned into scorched earth, the lightning so intense that people in the distance couldn't even open their eyes. Over a dozen Su family members were instantly reduced to charred corpses. The luckier ones lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Su Chana's body collapsed heavily, her lifeless eyes fixed on Yi Feng. Even in death, she never expected Yi Feng to act so decisively. Grandfather, spare us. Let us go. We are crippled now. Please, let us live. The two remaining Nanyang experts crawled backward, pleading desperately. Yi Feng's face remained ice-cold as he stepped forward and stomped down, crushing their skulls instantly. With this, all of the Nanyang Holy Altar's elite forces had been annihilated. The Su family had only one survivor left, Su Kuan, kneeling on the ground, barely able to hold himself up. Even when facing the ruthless Nanyang assassins, Su Kuan had never been this terrified. Today, for the first time, he felt the breath of death hovering over him. Lord Yi, Master Yi, Ancestor Yi, they are all dead. Please, calm your anger. I beg you, spare our lives. If they all died, the Su family would be completely wiped out. Yinqing would no longer have a single trace of their bloodline. However, Yi Feng's expression never changed. The Su family colluded with the Nanyang people. You were doomed from the start. You even dared to harm my sister. You deserve worse than death. With a single kick, Yi Feng sent a stone flying, smashing directly into Su Kuan's forehead. His skull exploded like a watermelon. With that, the entire Su family was erased. Yi Feng was the only one left standing. He raised his head to the sky, his body unwavering, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sword, come! A long sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the sky. Yi Feng leaped, stepping onto the sword. One man, one sword, charging straight into the storm clouds above. At that moment, the commotion had drawn countless powerful figures from Yuncheng. From a distance, they saw a lone figure standing on a sword, soaring through the skies, disappearing into the lightning-filled clouds. My God! Sword flight! In this modern era, where the ways of ancient cultivators had faded, sword flight had long been considered impossible. How could ordinary people have ever witnessed such a sight? They stared in utter shock, eyes wide, gazing at the sky. Who was this man? Brat! Are you trying to die? Rushing into the thunderclouds, are you insane? The immortal demon hall was speechless. This brat never followed common sense. Right now, the most important thing was to find a quiet place, sit down, and use all his internal energy to endure the heavenly tribulation. If necessary, he could even use the weapons stored in the immortal demon hall to resist some of the lightning strikes. But instead, this brat charged straight into the thunderclouds. Was he planning to take a bath in the lightning? Insane. This brat was completely insane. Even the past masters of the immortal demon hall had never done anything this reckless. Was he not afraid of dying here? Oh well. If this brat died, it wouldn't affect the immortal demon hall much. At worst, it would just have to wait another 10,000 years for a new successor. Though, that would be a rather boring process. Void lightning tribulation. This is the perfect way to temper my body. Yi Feng floated in the air, and bolts of lightning surged toward him as if they had found their target. In an instant, the fifth wave of the tribulation descended. The surviving members of the Su family closed their eyes, accepting their impending death. From afar, countless onlookers watched the scene in terror. My God! Someone was sitting inside the thunderclouds. This was beyond reason. This was against the heavens. Even standing several kilometers away, stray lightning bolts occasionally struck the ground near them. The bystanders kept retreating, afraid to get closer. Only when they could no longer see the figure did they reluctantly stop. Meanwhile, Black Demon approached the Su family estate. From a distance, he saw the void lightning tribulation reduce the Su family's land to ruins. Everything within several kilometers had been turned to scorched earth. Who is breaking through here? Could it be a supreme grandmaster? This tribulation, it's terrifying. Black Demon stared at the sky in disbelief. But something felt off. If a powerful cultivator was breaking through, they would never choose such a place. Normally, they would find a remote location, away from distractions. A deep mountain or a deserted wilderness would be ideal. But this was Yunqing. Just a few kilometers away was a bustling city. Who would choose to break through here? Black Demon's expression darkened. Deep in the thunderclouds, a massive lightning web formed above Yifeng. His skin had split open in multiple places, fresh blood oozing out. His clothes had long been burned to ash. Only his well-built, muscular body remained exposed. Yifeng gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with dark energy. The sixth tribulation wave. This lightning, it's truly terrifying. It hurts. He swallowed a pill, and a surge of internal energy erupted from within him. Just a little more. Boom! The sixth lightning strike crashed down. Yifeng's skin turned charred black. The excruciating pain nearly made him lose consciousness. Thick lightning tendrils coiled around him. The entire void was filled with destruction. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged through his meridians. Yifeng's aura skyrocketed. In less than 30 seconds, his strength multiplied several times over. Qi activation realm. I've done it. Yifeng's eyes snapped open. Blood trickled down his face, forming scabs. His entire body was covered in layers of dried blood. Black demonic energy erupted from within him, terrifying beyond measure. Ha! He succeeded. He really broke through. But this is strange. The ninth tribulation wave isn't even over, yet you've already stepped into the Qi activation realm. This is unusual. Maybe, you were meant to enter this realm long ago but lacked the right opportunity. Brat! 3 more tribulation waves to go. Hold on. Now that you've reached Qi activation, I'm a bit more relieved. Take this. The heaven and earth barrier, it will help you block one attack. A golden light flashed. Above Yifeng's head, a triangular shield materialized. Golden light descended, enveloping his body. Yifeng immediately felt the surrounding lightning weaken. A spiritual artifact? And a mid-tier Earth Grade 1 at that? The heaven and earth barrier was a rare defensive treasure. The immortal demon hall had actually given it to him to block the tribulation. Such a waste. Yifeng felt a pang of heartache. This was an incredibly valuable artifact. People would fight to the death for it. But there was no time to worry about that now. If he didn't survive this tribulation, what good was any treasure? He still had to find clues about his mother. He still had unfinished business to settle. He still had to save Sun Mooching. Boom! A pillar of lightning struck. The seventh tribulation wave descended. Crack! A thin crack appeared on the heaven and earth barrier. This level of tribulation was something even peak Qi activation cultivators would struggle to withstand. Even warriors at the fusion realm would avoid it. The heavens truly intended to wipe him out. Yifeng's brows furrowed. He circulated his internal energy at full force, resisting the lightning's corrosion. The eighth tribulation wave. Boom! The ground split apart, revealing massive craters. Yifeng could see them clearly. The cracks on the heaven and earth barrier spread rapidly. Brat! The final wave is coming. The ninth and final lightning tribulation brewed in silence. 9 massive lightning pillars, as thick as water barrels, crashed down at once. Crack! The earth-grade heaven and earth barrier shattered into dust. The force of the lightning was suffocating. Ah! Yifeng roared, his fingers digging deep into his own flesh. The final lightning strike descended, draining all the air from the world. From a distance, the onlookers scattered in terror. Yifeng was drenched in blood, crashing heavily onto the ground. Brat! Wake up! You can't die. If you die, everything is over. A voice echoed from his divine consciousness. The immortal demon hall was panicking, on the verge of tears. No one knew how much time passed. Yifeng's eyes barely opened. His body felt like it had shattered. His meridians, muscles, and bones had all been torn apart and rebuilt. A surge of medicinal energy spread through him, rapidly healing his wounds. Large scabs formed and then peeled away. Yifeng slowly got up from the ground. I survived. The ninefold void lightning tribulation. At that moment, deep within his soul, an uncontrollable surge of demonic energy erupted like a volcano. What's going on? Is that figure a man or a demon? Why is he radiating such terrifying demonic energy? Black Demon was in utter shock. He stealthily blended into the shadows, cautiously approaching Yi-Foam. Dozens of kilometers away, an elderly figure descended from the sky. His brows furrowed, his gaze filled with astonishment. A demon is breaking through here. I must report this to the sect immediately. With a single leap, the elder disappeared into the night. Long country, deep within a mountain range, hundreds of kilometers outside Tiandu. Several elders sat cross-legged inside a grand hall. Suddenly, an elder in a gray robe stood up in shock. His gaze fixed on the distant sky as he quickly performed calculations with his fingers, his face turning pale with horror. In the southwest, a great demon has emerged. Quickly informed the sect master. Demonic cultivators, our ancient martial sect has the right to exterminate them. Northern County, deep inside the Duke's mansion. Two middle-aged men were playing a game of strategy when an elderly man suddenly rushed in. He knelt on one knee, sweat dripping from his forehead. Lord Sect Master, I have just received word a demonic figure has broken through in Nanjiang. Shall we send forces to eliminate them? The middle-aged man's face darkened, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from his body. A demonic cultivator cannot be allowed to live. The last time, in our extreme Dao sect, both the sect master and vice sect master, along with 6 elders, were all slain by that demonic witch. I swore long ago never to coexist with the demonic sect. Immediately notify the Grand Elder and have him go to Nanjiang. Understood. The elderly man nodded heavily, then quickly left. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, rage rising in his chest. The humiliation suffered by the extreme Dao sect, how could he ever forget it? This man was none other than the newly appointed sect master of the extreme Dao sect, Yang Qingxian. He had been invited to the Duke's mansion as a guest, but he never expected such a major event to unfold in Nanjiang. Long country, atop Tianluan Peak. This mountain stood over 4,000 meters high, shrouded in mist. Several grand halls stood proudly at the summit. The sheer cliffs were as sharp as blades, with only a few iron chains extending down the precipice. No one would have guessed that this place was home to an ancient martial family, the Ji clan. At the edge of a towering cliff, Ji Changfeng was in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough. A few hundred meters away, 2 figures nodded in approval. Fomer is neither impatient nor reckless. His talent and foundation are exceptional. At this rate, he will surpass his father's achievements in no time. Report. Supreme Elder. The clan leader has summoned you. He says there is an urgent matter to discuss. Why such haste? What could be so pressing? Can't you see the Supreme Elder is monitoring the young master's cultivation? An elder scolded impatiently. The disciple lowered his head fearfully. Suddenly, the jade pendant on the Supreme Elder's waist emitted a series of urgent flashes. This was a communication talisman only used in emergencies. Come with me. The Supreme Elder took a single step, appearing 10 meters ahead in an instant. Within a few breaths, he had vanished entirely. Inside the Ji clan's grand hall, all the elders were gathered. At the front stood a middle-aged man dressed in a golden-purple robe. His expression was solemn and serious. The Supreme Elder has arrived. Everyone turned their gazes toward him, bowing their heads in respect. Welcome, Supreme Elder. Wuya, what has happened? The elder furrowed his brows and looked at Ji Wuya, the clan leader. Grand Ancestor. I have just received reports from various ancient martial families. A demonic sect member has appeared in Nanjiang. And not only that, but this individual has already broken through after enduring a heavenly tribulation. Ji Wuya looked toward the Supreme Elder. This man was Ji Hong, the grand ancestor of the Ji clan and Ji Wuya's own grandfather. His cultivation was unfathomable. Within the Ji clan, everyone, including Ji Wuya himself, had to bow before him. What did you say? A demonic sect member is breaking through? Ji Heng's expression darkened instantly. The demonic sect members are cunning. Normally, they would never expose themselves so easily. Who would dare to be so brazen, breaking through in broad daylight under everyone's watchful eyes? Ji Heng understood the demonic sect's nature well. They were ruthless killers, showing no mercy. 24 years ago, 3 of the Ji clan's elders were publicly slain by that terrifying demonic witch. Even now, the Ji clan had not recovered from that trauma. For years, Long Country had been peaceful, and the demonic sect had faded into obscurity. But now, someone dared to break through so openly. Did they think the ancient martial families were powerless? Various sects have already dispatched experts to Nanjiang to investigate this demonic figure. Han Yuanzong has sent word they intend to issue a demon extermination order. They want this demonic figure killed. Should we also send our own forces to assist? Ji Wuya asked cautiously. Wuya, send some people over. Ji Wuya nodded and waved his hand. Two elders stepped forward from outside the hall. They were dressed in hooded robes, their cultivation at the mid-stage of the Qi activation realm. You two, go and eliminate the demon. The ancient martial sect conference will be held in a few days. Nothing must go wrong. As for the rest of you, remain here and prepare. At Ji Wuya's command, the two elders cupped their fists and bowed. Yes. Understood. Their figures blurred into shadows and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Yunqing, the air was thick with the scent of burning flesh. Yi Feng had changed into a fresh set of clothes. His eyes had become even deeper and darker. The demonic aura around him had already been restrained. I can feel it, my body is different now. Yi Feng casually punched the air, producing a sonic boom. His physical strength and internal power had multiplied several times over. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Although this demonic energy originates from your bloodline and does not harm your body, it can still erode your mind. You must discipline yourself. Do not become addicted to slaughter. If you can sever your inner demons, your power will rise even further. At that point, you will exist as both human and demon, a dual cultivator of martial arts and demonic arts. Throughout history, very few have possessed your level of talent. You are the most extraordinary one I have ever seen. The immortal demon hall observed Yi Feng's body with admiration. This physique powerful and unparalleled. As Yi Feng's strength grew, so too did the power of the immortal demon hall. Now, even a peak Qi activation realm warrior would fall to a single strike from me. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, I will not intervene. You are now fully capable of handling lower-level Qi activation opponents on your own. Yi Feng nodded. The immortal demon hall was right. Although he had successfully broken through to Qi activation, he still had a long way to go. Unless it was a life-or-death situation, he must not use his trump card lightly. Suddenly, a fluctuation rippled through his mind. Who's there? 500 meters away, a shadowy figure froze, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief. Impossible. It's him? Could it be that the lightning tribulation just now was triggered by his breakthrough? Black Demon's eyes widened in shock. Not good. He's noticed me. He quickly suppressed his aura and tried to flee, but a crushing force descended upon him. In the void, a giant hand seized his shoulder. Yi Feng, it was really you. You were the one who broke through. Yi Feng's aura was countless times stronger than before. Black Demon was at the second level of the Qi activation realm, but his aura was nowhere near as terrifying as Yi Feng's. You've been following me? Seeking death. Crack. Yi Feng exerted slight force with his right hand, and with terrifying strength, he crushed Black Demon's shoulder. The excruciating pain nearly caused Black Demon to faint. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The ninefold heavenly tribulation, even the heavens did not want this brat to live. Yet he had endured it with nothing but his physical body. His talent was nearly on par with the holy maiden of the past. Was this brat really just breaking through to the first level of Qi activation? How could someone at the first level be so much stronger than a second level practitioner? Was he even human? Last time, I let you escape. I never thought you'd dare return alone to throw your life away. A suffocating aura bore down on Black Demon, forcing him to his knees. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. No, please don't kill me. Holy Lord, I swear upon my soul, from this moment on, I will be your most loyal servant. Your mother, she was the person I respected the most. I beg you, for the sake of our shared demonic lineage, spare my life. Bang! 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 Black Demon's mind raced. He knelt frantically, bowing his head to the ground in desperation. If he didn't submit now, he might never get the chance. He could feel it. If Yi Feng decided to act, he had no chance of survival. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, the next second, he couldn't help but laugh. What did you just call me? Holy Lord? Yes. You are the direct bloodline of the Holy Maiden. You have inherited her immense talent. You are the Holy Lord. From this day forth, I, a Black Demon, pledge my life to you. I will never betray you. Should I ever do so, let my soul fall into eternal damnation. Sweat poured from Black Demon's forehead. He pressed his head deep into the ground, his hands outstretched in submission. Blood seeped from his palms as he hurriedly carved a strange pattern into the ground. This was an ancient ritual of servitude. To prove his absolute loyalty, Black Demon had to etch this contract in blood. If Yi Feng accepted, he would become Yi Feng's servant from that moment on. And should he ever break his vow, Yi Feng could obliterate his soul with a single thought, leaving him without a burial place. Ha, Holy Lord? Holy Son? None of that has anything to do with me. I am not part of the demonic sect. Even if I carry their bloodline, the demonic sect kidnapped my mother. To this day, I don't even know if she's dead or alive. I will settle this debt myself. Yi Feng's expression turned ice cold. The demonic sect, the ancient martial sects, none of them were any good. Even though his bloodline power had awakened, he felt no attachment to the demonic sect. In fact, deep down, he rejected it. Yi Feng glanced at Black Demon, then his gaze turned even colder. I have a few questions. If you answer them truthfully, I will spare your life. If you dare lie to me, you'll die in the most miserable way imaginable. Black Demon trembled, frantically knocking his head against the ground. Why yes, I would never dare lie. If I deceive you, you can kill me on the spot. Yi Feng's eyes darkened. My mother, where is she? He knew the demonic sect must have information about his mother. But the sect was highly secretive, they never revealed their whereabouts. Tian Yao had already betrayed the demonic sect. The only one who might know was Black Demon. 24 years ago, the Holy Maiden gave birth to a son. That very day, the ancient martial sects came to kill her. Despite her severe injuries, she fought them off. In the end, she risked her life to save you. Later, the demonic sect's guardians arrived. Taking advantage of her wounds, they captured her and dragged her back to the demonic sect. Since then, I have never seen her again. I only heard scattered rumors from within the sect. Black Demon kept his head low, he didn't dare utter a single lie. Hearing this, a wave of murderous intent surged from Yi Feng's body. Black Demon trembled in fear. What rumors? I heard. The Holy Maiden is imprisoned in the 9 Nether Abyss. Her body is tormented daily by extreme cold. Her soul is constantly burned by karmic fire. For over 20 years, she has not spoken a word. She has never once revealed anything about you. The demonic sect's guardians imprisoned her for 2 reasons. 1, to find 2 lost artifacts. 2, to find you. Those 2 artifacts are the demonic sect's greatest treasures. Only your mother knows where they are. Black Demon's words hit Yi Feng like a thunderclap. His mother had been tortured for 24 years just because of him? An overwhelming killing intent surged like a tidal wave. Yi Feng's fists clenched so hard that blood dripped from his palms. His heart felt like it was being crushed. His mother had endured such horrific suffering for him for all these years? Those 2 artifacts? Could they be the immortal demon hall and that broken jade? The immortal demon hall was indeed a treasure, but that broken jade, its purpose was still unknown. The demonic sect. They all deserve to die. Yi Feng's gaze turned sharp. Tell me, where is the demonic sect? Black Demon lowered his head even further. Master, the demonic sect is elusive. It has no fixed location. I only know that they are usually stationed in the wastelands, 10,000 miles from here. Beyond that, I truly don't know. Hearing this, Yi Feng grabbed Black Demon by the collar. You're lying. As a member of the demonic sect, how could you not know its location? I swear I'm not lying. Master, I swear upon the heavens I would never deceive you. I'm just a low-level informant. I was only tasked with gathering intelligence. My main duty was to monitor the Yi family's ancestral home. If I ever detected your presence, I was to report it immediately. Black Demon didn't even dare breathe. Did you report it? Yi Feng raised his hand, ready to strike Black Demon dead with a single palm. Black Demon shook with fear. No, I didn't. I never planned to. I only held back because of those 2 artifacts. Yi Feng's palm hovered in the air, paused. From the terror in Black Demon's eyes, he could tell the man wasn't lying. He hadn't reported it out of self-interest. He wanted those 2 artifacts. Too bad. The immortal demon hall was already bonded to Yi Feng. And the broken jade, its secrets remained unknown. I won't kill you. We will sign a contract. From now on, you are my servant. Yi Feng cut his finger and signed his name on the blood-drawn pattern. A mysterious soul force surged into his spiritual sea. This man would be useful. If he couldn't find the demonic sect, he would use Black Demon as bait. The destruction of the Su family was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire Yun City. Su Chenyi led over 100 flying tiger soldiers, just leaving Yun City and arriving in Dragon City when suddenly, his phone rang. Hearing the message from the other end, Su Chenyi was so shocked that he nearly dropped his phone. What did you say? An immortal descended, summoned divine lightning, and wiped out the Su family? Su Chenyi's face was full of disbelief. Major Su, it's absolutely true. This news has spread like wildfire. The sky was filled with lightning. The Su family was turned into ruins. Hearing the Flying Tiger Squad leader's words, Suchini stood there, completely stunned. But the next second, he snapped out of it. He quickly hung up the call and immediately dialed another number. Ring ring. At this moment, a lone figure stepped on a flying sword, soaring across the sky like an immortal. Hearing the phone ring, Yifeng slowed down and answered the call. Suchini was anxious. His military convoy had already escorted the women safely into Dragon City. But after all this time, there was still no news from Yifeng. The moment the call connected, Suchini asked urgently, "Brother Yi? I'm fine. Where are you? I'll come find you now." Yifeng spoke calmly. "Longwan Villa. Your place." Suchini quickly replied. Hearing this, Yifeng ended the call. His figure vanished from the sky like a flash of lightning. After hanging up, Suchini let out a deep breath. Yifeng was safe. That was the best news he had heard today. But as for the Su family and those Nanyang warriors, could it be that Yifeng had killed them all? The more Suchini thought about it, the more shocked he became. Just now, Suchana summoned divine lightning, such a powerful heavenly thunder. Could it be that even that failed to harm Yifeng? A mortal rivaling the gods? This completely shattered Suchini's understanding of reality. However, because he was escorting Sun Muqing in Changshao, he hadn't witnessed Yifeng charging into the lightning storm and enduring the full force of the ninefold heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how he would have reacted. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family's grand hall, several guards stumbled inside in panic. "Master Chen! Elder Gu! Someone! What's all this panic? What happened? Speak clearly." Chen Shouan clasped his hands behind his back and rebuked them coldly. "Someone broke through inside the thunderclouds. And that person looks like Mr. Yifeng." Boom! Master Chen felt as if his chest had been struck by a giant hammer. He stood there, completely dumbfounded. After a moment, his entire body trembled, too shocked to utter a single word. Elder Gu frowned deeply. "Nonsense! Mr. Yi is only at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Even if he were to break through, how could he possibly trigger a heavenly tribulation?" As someone from the ancient clan, Elder Gu knew well, a tribulation of this magnitude could never descend upon someone merely at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. But Chen Shouan took a step forward and grabbed his arm tightly. "Elder Gu, I believe this is true. Mr. Yi is not an ordinary man, he is a celestial being, a divine existence. Only he could achieve such a miracle. I am certain it must be him." For some reason, Chen Shouan was convinced. Moments later, he let out a bitter laugh. "To think, there was a time when I wanted to stand on equal footing with Mr. Yi. Compared to him, the Chen family is nothing more than a joke. But, to follow such a great figure, how could our future be anything but glorious?" At the same time, a single sword alone figure, tearing through the sky above Dragon City. Yifeng descended from the clouds, landing firmly at the gates of Longwan Villa. In a flash, he rushed to the villa's entrance. At that moment, dozens of Flying Tiger soldiers stood guard, their steel rifles at the ready. They remained on high alert, scanning the surroundings. But when they saw Yifeng approaching, their expressions changed instantly. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. Brother Yi." Suchini hurriedly got out of the car and saw Yifeng arrive. "Muqing, where is she?" "Inside." Yifeng rushed over, opening the car door, and saw Sun Muqing, unconscious, her face pale as death. The bandage on her right shoulder was completely soaked in blood. Meanwhile, Ya Yao and Chang Xiao, as well as Lu Yunfeng, were all unconscious as well. Yifeng extended his finger and placed it beneath their noses. Thankfully, they were still breathing. "Brother Yi, I already had a military doctor examine them. They're fine. They were poisoned by a colorless, odorless toxin, temporarily paralyzed. But Miss Sun's condition is..." Suchini sighed. Yifeng immediately carried Sun Muqing in his arms. "Stand guard downstairs. I will heal Muqing." Yifeng hadn't expected it. Even after giving her a qi-gathering pill, there was no effect. Carrying Sun Muqing, Yifeng ascended to the 2nd floor. He gently placed her onto a large bed. Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her expression looked increasingly troubled. "My blood is immune to all poisons. But first I need to extract the toxin. Muqing, don't worry, you will be fine." Yifeng gritted his teeth and removed her bandage. A 10-centimeter-long wound lay upon her shoulder. Yifeng carefully peeled back her shoulder strap. A snow-white expanse came into view. Sun Muqing's beauty was absolutely breathtaking. Her cherry lips, willow leaf eyebrows, swan-like neck, and flawless shoulders. And beneath those, an undeniable fullness that made Yifeng's blood boil. For the first time, Yifeng saw her so clearly. "A sin." His face flushed red. The wound was only a few centimeters away from that snowy white expanse. By now, the toxin had already seeped into her blood and meridians. There was only one way. Yifeng had to extract the poison by mouth and feed her his blood. But this meant a level of intimacy beyond return. After a brief hesitation, Yifeng closed his eyes and began the process. Dark poisoned blood flowed from the wound. Minutes passed before Yifeng finally stopped, wiping away the blood from his lips. Then, he took out a small knife, cut his palm, and let his blood drip into Sun Muqing's cherry-red lips. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Yifeng." Her voice was weak. "It's okay, Muqing. We're home now. Rest well, you'll recover soon." Yifeng gently brushed her forehead. Sun Muqing nodded, then closed her eyes. Yifeng gently covered her with a blanket. That night, Yifeng stayed by Sun Muqing's side without taking a single step away. At dawn the next day, Yao Yao was the first to wake up from unconsciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, a terrifying killing intent burst forth, startling the Flying Tiger team soldiers. "What's going on? Why am I here?" Yao Yao quickly got out of the car. At that moment, Su Chenyi happened to come out of the courtyard. Seeing that Yao Yao had woken up, he hurried over. "Where is the young master?" Yao Yao frowned deeply, looking at Su Chenyi warily. "Young master? You mean Brother Yifeng?" Su Chenyi was slightly surprised. This beautiful girl actually addressed Yifeng as young master. "Brother Yifeng has been treating Miss Sun's injuries all along. We were ordered to stand guard here. Yesterday, you were all poisoned and lost consciousness. It was Brother Yi who rescued you from those Nanyang people." After Su Chenyi explained, Yao Yao finally lowered her guard. "What a powerful poison. It seems similar to the soul-scattering powder of the demon sect, colorless and tasteless. Impossible to guard against." That day, Yao Yao had been meditating and cultivating at a crucial stage when she heard some commotion. She immediately woke from her meditation. But as soon as she saw those people's figures clearly, she lost consciousness. It was as if all her cultivation had been stripped away. By the time she woke up again, she had already been brought here. "It was the young master who saved me." Just as Yao Yao was about to enter the room, Yifeng stepped out of the villa. Yao Yao hurriedly bowed. "Young master, it's all my fault. I failed to protect Miss Sun and Miss Chung properly." Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. "It's fine. Those Nanyang people were after me this time, and I killed them all. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to feel guilty." Suchana had come for revenge on behalf of her senior brother, who was likely the blood fiend enforcer. Sun Muqing's 5-in profound physique had already been targeted by Suchana for a long time. However, this time, Yifeng turned misfortune into fortune. Not only did his cultivation break through to the Qi activation realm, but he also subdued the black demon under his command. If he continued investigating along this lead, he would eventually find his mother. 9 Nether Abyss. No matter where it is, even if I have to search every corner of the earth, I will find her. Yifeng silently vowed to himself. "Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to report. The Nanyang people have angered the war god. He will definitely send me on a mission. When I return next time, I must have a proper drink with you. While I'm away, please take care of my sister for me, Brother Yi." Su Chenyi bowed his head slightly, then saluted Yifeng in a military fashion. Yifeng was his master's master, yet now he called him Brother Yi? Su Chenyi couldn't help but find it ironic. Fate was truly unpredictable. But at the same time, he had a bit of selfishness in this. Yifeng did not refuse and nodded. "Don't worry, thanks to you all, Muqing and Chang Zhao's safety was ensured. I, Yifeng, will remember this favor." Su Chanxian was Muqing's close friend and Su Chenyi's biological sister. Naturally, Yifeng would treat her as his own sister. Hearing Yifeng's words, Su Chenyi felt deeply honored. At the same time, a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. Being able to call Yifeng his brother was the best decision he had ever made in his life. "Alright, take care, Brother Yi." Su Chenyi turned to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Yifeng called out to him. Brother Yi, is there something else?" Su Chenyi was slightly taken aback. Yifeng didn't say anything. He walked straight up to Su Chenyi and placed his right hand on his shoulder. Holding his breath and concentrating, he quickly used his spiritual power to examine Su Chenyi's body. This kid. The immortal demon palace murmured in confusion. Strange. Chaotic chi is blocking his chi. His 3 Jiao meridian gate is still sealed, yet he forcibly reached this realm through sheer physical training. Incredible. After examining Su Chenyi, the immortal demon palace couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To be praised like this by the immortal demon palace, Yifeng immediately understood Su Chenyi was a genius. However, he didn't cultivate ancient martial arts. After years in the military, he had focused solely on tempering his body. If he had a powerful mentor like Yifeng, he would absolutely shine in the path of martial arts. The Azure Dragon War God? What a fool! He wasted such a great talent. Fortunately, I discovered him early. Otherwise, Su Chenyi's future would have been ruined. I will grant him a cultivation technique that can help him refine the chaotic chi and unblock all his meridians. Let him step into the path of ancient martial arts and become a true ancient martial arts master. But before that, you need to adjust his body condition first. If you can unblock his 3 Jiao Meridian Gate, that would be even better. The immortal demon palace transmitted its voice to Yifeng. Alright, I'll give it a try. Shiu, Shiu, Shiu. Several silver needles shot out from Yifeng's hand, instantly piercing into Su Chenyi's body. Brother Yifeng, what are you? Su Chenyi looked puzzled. He didn't move, because he knew Yifeng wouldn't harm him. I'm helping you unblock several acupoints. Also, I'm giving you an ancient martial arts technique. You must cultivate well. Step into the path of ancient martial arts as soon as possible. Your talent should not be wasted here. Yifeng knew that if Su Chenyi continued on the path of body refinement, his future achievements would be limited. Throughout history, very few had achieved dominance through pure body refinement. Unless he was an absolute monster, a genius among geniuses. Hearing Yifeng's words, Su Chenyi's heart was in turmoil. Yifeng was personally guiding him, adjusting his body, unblocking his acupoints, and even gifting him an ancient martial arts technique. Ancient martial arts techniques, Su Chenyi had only ever heard of them from the Azure Dragon War God. He had never even had the chance to come into contact with them, and his current position was solely the result of his perseverance. Yet now, Yifeng was willing to help him step into the realm of ancient martial arts. Su Chenyi gulped hard. The Flying Tiger team soldiers around him widened their eyes, filled with envy. This was an unparalleled opportunity. In their lifetime, they would never get such a chance. Even if a Grandmaster of Dragon Nation heard the words ancient martial arts technique, they would likely lose their minds and faint from excitement. Soon, a powerful surge of internal energy, like a raging dragon, rushed through Su Chenyi's meridians from Yifeng's palm. Boom! Under Yifeng's control, the energy circulated through his meridians, breaking through every blockage effortlessly. With a thunderous explosion, the sealed 3 Jiao Meridian Gate shattered and was fully opened. A powerful surge of internal energy erupted like a tidal wave, radiating outward from Su Chenyi's body. The force was so strong that the Flying Tiger team members almost lost their balance. Boom! Kaiyuan 8th level. Boom! Kaiyuan 9th level. Boom! Kaiyuan peak. What a kid! His body has been storing an immense amount of internal energy. This is the result of years of training. The energy was hidden within his organs, meridians, and bones. Now, it has finally found an outlet. The chaotic chi is also a powerful and mysterious force. It will be useful to him in the future. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like this kid. The immortal demon palace praised him. What's wrong? You found a good talent and can't hold back? Why don't you acknowledge him as your master? Yifeng retorted. Nonsense. I am the mighty immortal demon palace. How could I betray my master? Since my soul is bound to you, I will follow you for life. Unless you die, I could never break the contract on my own. Besides, even though his talent is strong, he's still far inferior to you. The immortal demon palace replied, speechless. After speaking, Yifeng smiled and said nothing more, focusing on adjusting Su Chenyi's body. He guided the chaotic internal energy within Su Chenyi, letting it circulate several times through his meridians. Only when his energy stabilized did Yifeng slowly open his eyes and exhale a breath of foul air. It's done! As for the cultivation technique, Yifeng used his divine sense to call out to the immortal demon palace. What technique are you giving him? Is it strong? Of course. Everything I have is top tier. Every single technique is extremely rare, one of a kind. I wouldn't even give it to anyone else. It's just that this kid has good talent, and also, he has a close relationship with you. Of course, whether I give it or not depends on you, since you are my master. The immortal demon palace smiled ingratiatingly. Give it to him. Why wouldn't I? You have so many treasures, I'm not going to be stingy with just this one. Yifeng said with a smile. Alright, catch. Whoosh. A golden light flashed. Yifeng turned his back, and in his hand suddenly appeared an ancient-looking, time-worn cultivation manual exuding an aura of antiquity. Yifeng stared at it, and even his soul seemed to be drawn toward the technique. Hunyuan 1 Qi? Yi Feng was stunned. That's right. This technique suits him perfectly. Let's see how far he can cultivate it. The immortal demon palace chuckled lightly. Yi Feng was surprised. This cultivation manual gave off an incredibly ancient feeling. As expected, the immortal demon palace was hiding treasures. However, the techniques passed down to him by his masters were not weak, so he didn't care too much about this. By the way, what level is this technique? Heaven tier? No. Hunyuan 1 Chi has no level classification. In the previous life, its cultivator had already reached sainthood. How much he can comprehend depends on his own ability. What? Sainthood? Yi Feng was utterly shocked. What kind of realm was that? Yi Feng had no idea. Such an existence probably hadn't appeared in this world for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This Hunyuan 1 Chi could be considered an ultimate treasure. A technique of this level, can I access it just like that? Yi Feng frowned. Precisely because it has no level, you have the right to use it. The stronger your cultivation, the better the things you can access. The immortal demon palace quickly explained. After the divine sense conversation ended, Yi Feng fully understood. He handed the cultivation manual to Su Chenii, whose heart surged with emotion. He accepted the manual with both hands, his eyes filled with admiration for Yi Feng. Brother Yi, this technique, comprehended according to the instructions. How much you can grasp depends entirely on your ability. This is all I can help you with. This thing is extremely valuable, don't take it out in front of outsiders. Yi Feng instructed. Su Chenii nodded heavily. He understood that Yi Feng was incredibly powerful. Especially just now, he had noticed the subtle changes in Yi Feng's expression. This thing was definitely extraordinary. To Su Chenii, Yi Feng was like a second father to him. Even in the path of martial arts, the Azure Dragon War God had not helped him as much as Yi Feng had. Brother Yi Feng, I will remember this. Su Chenii carefully stored away the technique. Flying Tiger Team, salute. All the members of the Flying Tiger Team saluted Yi Feng with faces full of admiration and envy. Su Chenii had trained them personally, so his increased strength would greatly benefit them as well. Who wouldn't want their teacher to be a top-tier expert? Soon, Su Chenii boarded the military vehicle. The Flying Tiger Team members got into their vehicles and left the villa together. Yao Yao, take Cheng Xiao and Aunt Lu inside. Yao Yao helped the still-dazed Cheng Xiao into the villa. She then carefully settled Lu Yunfeng. Yi Feng sat on the sofa. Yao Yao came down from the upper floor and poured him a cup of tea. Young master, have some tea. Yao Yao, do you know this black demon? Yi Feng asked. Yao Yao was slightly taken aback, then nodded. I do. Black Demon is a low-level subordinate of the demon sect. They are responsible for gathering intelligence and delivering orders from the sect leader and the protector elders. Young master? Why do you ask? Yao Yao was puzzled. Why was Yi Feng suddenly asking about this? Black Demon. I have taken him under my command. From now on, he is one of us. Moreover, I have obtained information about my mother from him. In an instant, Yi Feng's eyes turned ice cold, and a powerful demonic aura mixed with internal energy faintly radiated from his body. Yao Yao was shocked. When had the young master's presence become this terrifying? This was clearly at the Qi activation realm. She didn't know that during the time she was unconscious, Yi Feng had not only survived 9 heavenly lightning tribulations but had also awakened his bloodline. His strength now was countless times greater than before. Young master, you said Black Demon has pledged allegiance to you? And you've learned the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saintess? Where is she now? As someone who had once served under the Saintess, Yao Yao was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this news. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her pupils trembled. Yi Feng's gaze was filled with killing intent. My mother is imprisoned by the demon sect in 9 Nether Abyss. What? Yao Yao was utterly horrified. She had heard of 9 Nether Abyss but never imagined such a place truly existed. That place was known as the Land of Extreme Een and Eternal Darkness, where no ordinary person could survive. The demon sect had actually imprisoned Her Highness the Saintess in such a place? Yao Yao's face turned pale, and she fell into a daze. With my current strength, how much chance do I have against the demon sect? Yi Feng asked Yao Yao. Young master. With a thud, Yao Yao dropped to one knee. The demon sect's protector elders possess unfathomable strength. Even a sect master of an ancient martial sect is no match for a single protector elder. With your current strength, if you face the demon sect, you will die without a doubt. Yao Yao didn't dare to sugarcoat the truth. These words instantly extinguished the fury burning in Yi Feng's heart. The demon sect, was it truly this powerful? Right now, he could easily annihilate low-tier Qi activation realm enemies. If he used all his trump cards, even stronger chi activation realm opponents wouldn't pose a threat. But despite that, facing the demon sect meant certain death that alone showed just how terrifying the demon sect was. No wonder the immortal demon palace had once said that even after countless ages, the demon sect had never perished. Yi Feng immediately dismissed the idea of searching for his mother for now. However, if he couldn't take on the demon sect yet, then he would first eliminate their lackeys among the ancient martial sects. Dragon Nation, more than 1,000 miles northwest of Tiandu, where mountain ranges stretch endlessly, and towering trees reach the sky. Amid the misty clouds, immortal cranes soar, while below, wild beasts roam freely. In the deep mountains and forests, 3 figures soared 100 meters above the ground, flying through the air using qi. Grand Elder, at this speed, will reach Tiandu in less than a day. A disciple, full of admiration, stood on his sword. Ahead of him was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The old man's eyes were sharp, and his expression was stern. Humph. The art of chi flight is a fundamental skill for those of us in the chi activation realm. Ordinary people can only rise 7 or 8 zhang, around 20 to 25 meters, off the ground and travel 2 or 3 miles before they have to stop and rest. You must cultivate diligently to strengthen your internal energy. The strength of your chi directly affects your flight speed. Furthermore, when we arrive in Tiandu, we must first establish contact with the major sects and the noble families of Tiandu. Only then will we investigate the origins of the demon. You must act discreetly and not lose your composure in front of others. The old man lightly circulated his qi, and the sword beneath his feet instantly doubled in speed. They were from the Hunyuan sect, and the elder leading them was the Grand Elder, Su Qingfu. At this moment, they were rushing toward Tiandu. A few hours ago, the Hunyuan sect had contacted other sects and personally issued a demon extermination order. Major sects and ancient martial families all responded to the call. Because the ancient martial sect assembly was about to take place, most sects only sent a few elders to handle the demon extermination. Even so, the combined strength of these forces was enough to sweep across the entire Dragon Nation. Ancient martial sects rarely emerged from seclusion, but when they did, they would shake the entire martial world of Dragon Nation. They were even capable of drawing martial artists from all over the nation to come and pay homage. Demonic cultivators were to be killed on sight. 20 years ago, the Hunyuan sect had lost 3 enforcer elders, their sect master and vice-sect master were seriously injured, and the sect had suffered immense losses. Thus, upon hearing that someone from the demon sect had broken through in Nanjiang, the Hunyuan sect reacted more aggressively than anyone else, especially Su Qingfu, whose elder brother, Su Yaofu, had been the previous Grand Elder. A deep blood feud that had to be avenged. Su Qingfu personally requested to go to Nanjiang and slay the demon. In the sky, the figures of the 3 continued their rapid journey toward Nanjiang. Tiandu, the Chu family, a stirring upheaval. In the Chu family estate, the atmosphere was electric. The Chu family patriarch, Chu Badian, paced back and forth in the great hall. He glanced at his watch. Feng prepare the car. Come with me to welcome some important figures. In the great hall, a man in a suit, exuding strength and authority, responded. Yes, father. Can I ask who exactly is coming to the Chu family that requires you to personally go and greet them? Chu Feng asked, puzzled. The Chu family was, after all, one of Tiandu's most prestigious noble families. Chu Badian, in his younger days, was a figure who could shake Tiandu with just a stomp of his foot. His reputation had long echoed throughout Tiandu. Feng These people are Taoist immortal sects and ancient martial experts. Do you remember? Every year, our Chu family must offer tributes to them. They are powerhouses from the Hunyuan sect. They are coming to exterminate a demon this time. You must show them absolute sincerity to express the Chu family's respect. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's heart trembled. Hunyuan sect powerhouses. More than 20 years ago, he had once guided members of the Hunyuan sect on their travels. Over the years, the Chu family had secretly built a deep connection with the Hunyuan sect. He knew about the tributes but did not know they were meant for the Hunyuan sect powerhouses. Chu Badian had never told him. However, he had always suspected that the Chu family had ties with ancient martial families. He never imagined that behind the Chu family was such a powerful sect, an ancient martial sect, a true giant of Dragon Nation. His grandfather's foresight was indeed long-term. To be able to align with such a power was the greatest honor in the Chu family's century-long history. Father, I understand. Don't worry, I will fulfill my duty perfectly. I will not let the Hunyuan sect elders be disappointed. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Arrival of the Hunyuan sect powerhouses. Soon, 2 luxury cars pulled up at the Chu family estate. Chu Feng and Chu Batian got in the car and quickly left the estate. Before long, on the outskirts of Tiandu, 3 figures descended from the sky. Grand Elder, have we arrived? Yes. This is Tiandu. Someone is coming to receive us. They were about 30 miles from the Chu estate, and just as Su Qingfu finished speaking, several luxury cars sped toward them. The vehicles came to a stop, and Chu Feng and Chu Batian stepped out. When Chu Batian saw the 3 figures in front of him, his body trembled with excitement. Su Elder. Chu Batian rushed forward and bowed at a 90-degree angle, nearly pressing his head to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly saluted as well. These were great figures from the ancient martial sects, and he dared not show any disrespect. Let's go. We will rest at the Chu estate first. Su Qingfu's expression remained indifferent. Tributes from the Chu family were a given. This was an agreement between Chu Batian and the Hunyuan sect. Moreover, if the Chu family produced an exceptionally talented descendant, they could be sent to Hunyuan sect to cultivate. Such an honor was almost unimaginable. Elder Su, this way please. Chu Batian personally opened the car door for Su Qingfu. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Chu estate. As soon as Su Qingfu stepped inside, his communication jade pendant glowed faintly. This pendant, infused with divine soul energy, allowed major sects to communicate with each other. Elder Su, we've confirmed it. The person who broke through in Nanjiang is a 24-year-old boy. His name seems to be Yi Feng. What? A 24-year-old? Triggered heavenly lightning tribulation? Su Qingfu's face was filled with shock. A 24-year-old triggering tribulation was simply absurd. Elderly, you must be mistaken. In all of Dragon Nation, even among the ancient martial sects, there is no 24-year-old who can summon heavenly tribulation. Even the Shao family's monstrous genius couldn't do it. Nonsense. Su Qingfu's expression darkened. Elder Su, it's absolutely true. But this brat has just broken through to the Qi activation realm. This is the perfect time for us to kill him. The voice from the jade pendant was certain. Chu Batian was stunned. He had just heard a familiar name, Yi Feng. Yi Feng? The same Yi Feng who turned Nanjiang upside down and even killed Japanese warriors recently? Chu Batian murmured. Father. What are you saying? Chu Feng frowned. No. Impossible. Elder Su, I've heard of Yi Feng. He's been making a name for himself recently. The demon you're talking about can't be him. It must be someone else with the same name. Chu Batian shook his head repeatedly. You may be right. Regardless, anyone on the demonic path must be exterminated. Second Elder. Contact the other sects, prepare to head for Nanjiang. You all, come with me. Su Qingfu ordered the Chu family. Fomer, follow Elder Su this time and learn well. Father, I understand. Chu Feng nodded. He fully understood Chu Batian's intentions. This was an opportunity for him and also a way to hint at the Hunyuan sect. If Chu Feng could establish a connection with the Hunyuan sect, then in the future, when Chu Batian handed over the Chu family to him, he would feel at ease. Let's go. Let's not keep our Taoist friends waiting too long. Patriarch Chu, don't worry. As long as your Chu family performs well, our Hunyuan sect will surely protect you. Ha ha ha. Su Qingfu laughed heartily and walked out the door. Many thanks, Elder Su. Chu Batian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly pressed his head to the ground. It was only after Su Qingfu's figure disappeared that he finally lifted his head. Chu Feng hurriedly followed after them. Nanjiang, a journey to Dragon City. A group of people was traveling toward Dragon City by high-speed rail. The elder leading the group was dressed in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, sitting upright like an immortal. Beside him were 2 middle-aged men. The 3 of them seemed completely out of place in the train carriage. Elderly, has the Hunyuan sect arrived? The elder nodded slightly. Yes. I've already notified them. In 2 hours, we will meet in Yuncheng. They were from the extreme Dao sect, and in this train carriage, besides the 3 inner sect elders, there were also 2 powerful figures from the Ji family. There had been conflicts between the Ji family and the extreme Dao sect before, so they spoke little to each other. However, when it came to exterminating demons, the ancient martial sects would set aside their grievances. They would never openly turn against each other. Dragon Bay Villa area, a secret message. 2 figures stepped out from the villa entrance. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out from the bushes nearby. Master. Top secret information. Top secret information. Black Demon, flustered and panicked, rushed forward and knelt on one knee. What is it? Did the demon sect send you a command? Yi Feng frowned slightly. No, Master, I received news that the ancient martial sects have suddenly become restless. It seems they are all heading toward Nanjiang. I suspect, that the news of your breakthrough has already reached them. Black Demon was sweating profusely, too afraid to speak further. What about them? Yi Feng's expression turned icy. They are most likely coming for you. Black Demon lowered his head. Huh? Is that so? I didn't go looking for them, yet they're coming to find me? Yi Feng sneered coldly. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Master, perhaps you should lay low for a while. If the ancient martial sects learn of your whereabouts, they will definitely send people to hunt you down. I have intel that the Hunyuan sect, along with several major sects and ancient martial families, has issued a demon extermination order. That day, when you broke through, the heavenly tribulation lightning exposed the demonic aura within your body. The ancient martial sects will definitely send people to kill you at all costs. Black Demon knew exactly how monstrous a person had to be to trigger ninefold lightning tribulation at the Qi activation realm. There was no way they would allow Yi Feng to grow stronger. They would crush him before he could rise. Hide? Why should I hide? Now, I want you to spread the word. Tell them that I, Yi Feng, am waiting for them in Dragon City. What? Hearing this, Black Demon was completely dumbfounded. Master, has he lost his mind? He wants me to spread the news? Is he planning to fight the ancient martial sects head-on? Master, you're not joking, are you? Every elder of the ancient martial sects is above the Qi activation realm. Even just one elder from the Hunyuan sect would be enough to wipe me out in an instant. Black Demon was at Qi activation realm level 2, and even if he used everything he had, he could only barely fight against someone at level 3. If a level 4 expert arrived, no matter how hard he fought, he wouldn't stand a chance. At this level, each breakthrough was an enormous leap in strength. After all, the ancient martial sects cultivated powerful techniques. Just do as I say. I also want to see what kind of power these ancient martial sect elders have. Yi Feng commanded firmly. Alright. Black Demon got up, transformed into a shadow, and vanished into the darkness. The message spreads. Very soon, the news reached everyone's ears. What? Yi Feng publicly announced that he is waiting for us at Tinglong Mountain? More than 100 miles away from Dragon City, a Rolls-Royce was speeding toward the area. Inside the car, Chu Feng widened his eyes, completely stunned for half a minute. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Grand Elder, leave this kid to me. I will personally kill him. A murderous aura surged forth, making Chu Feng shudder in fear. This was the power of an ancient martial expert. Just the presence of his aura alone was enough to shake one's mind and soul with terror. Yi Feng dared to challenge the ancient martial sects? In all of Dragon Nation, no one had ever dared to say such words to them. This brat just broke through to the Qi activation realm, and he even endured heavenly tribulation. You are no match for him. Let Elder Lu handle it. This trip is mainly to temper your willpower, Su Qingfu reminded. Tinglong Mountain, the final confrontation. 1 hour later, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop at the foot of Tinglong Mountain. Tinglong Mountain was Dragon City's highest peak, standing over 3,000 meters tall. It was said that long ago, a real dragon was born here and soared into the sky, hence the name Tinglong, Soaring Dragon, Mountain. At the mountain's peak, there was a large open space spanning thousands of square meters, with several pine trees and massive boulders standing in the distance. Grand Elder, there's someone here. Demon. The Hunyuan sect has arrived. Kneel and accept your death. Boom. Elder Lu, who stood beside Su Qingfu, stomped the ground, launching himself into the air toward the mountain peak. Hunyuan sect? Was it you people who attacked my mother all those years ago? Swish. Yi Feng turned around, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze locked onto Elder Lu. A surge of violent internal energy exploded forth. Elder Lu landed lightly on a boulder, then pushed off again, closing the distance in an instant. So, you really do have demonic energy. Hunyuan Palm. Elder Lu unleashed a full-strength palm strike, aiming directly at Yi Feng's head. He held nothing back, intending to kill Yi Feng in a single blow. But the moment Elder Lu came within 10 meters of Yi Feng, an overwhelming killing aura and demonic energy weighed down on him. It felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. His attack slowed down instantly. I asked you, did the Hunyuan sect attack my mother? What are you talking about? Elder Lu's face darkened. 24 years ago, the Knight family massacre. Have you all forgotten? Boom! Yi Feng's fist shot forward, smashing into Elder Lu. What? A massive force engulfed Elder Lu. Thud! Elder Lu slammed into the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. With just one punch, he was severely injured. Who the hell are you? Elder Lu clutched his chest in horror. Who am I? Ha? You don't know? Then go to hell. Crack! Yi Feng stomped down on Elder Lu's chest, shattering his ribs completely. Even in death, Elder Lu's eyes remained wide open. Dead? This kid just stomped a Hunyuan sect elder to death. A suffocating atmosphere of fear and shock filled the air. Not only Chu Feng, but also Hunyuan sect's Grand Elder Su Qingfu and inner sect genius disciple Li Jianchen were completely dumbfounded. This kid looked just over 20 years old, had just broken through to the Qi activation realm, and was already this terrifying? You actually dared to kill an elder of my Hunyuan sect. Brat! Die for me! A powerful palm strike descended from above, covering the sky like a massive mountain, pressing down toward Yifeng. The Hunyuan sect had barely arrived for half a minute, and an elder had already died. If this news got out, the Hunyuan sect would lose all face. Su Qingfu swung his right palm down, and Black Demon, hiding in the shadows, felt his legs go weak. Qi activation realm level 5. Too terrifying. The overwhelming aura crushed everyone present. If this palm landed on his head, he would be turned into a pile of mush on the spot. What bullshit Hunyuan sect? With this level of strength, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. Are all ancient martial plans this week now? The immortal demon palace sneered in amusement. He had thought the ancient martial clans would at least send someone at the peak of the Qi activation realm, maybe even a separation and reunion realm expert. But they only sent a bunch of weaklings. With such strength, in ancient times, they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the gates of the ancient martial immortal sects. As expected, the modern world is no longer fit for cultivation. The so-called ancient martial sect powerhouses had become pathetically weak. Kid, with your strength, you should handle this yourself. If you can't even deal with this, I'd feel embarrassed for you. Ha! Yifeng chuckled coldly. He stomped the ground heavily with his left foot, and his body shot into the air instantly. What is he trying to do? Does he really plan to take Elder Su's palm strike head-on? Chu Feng and Li Jianchen stood side by side, their eyelids twitching wildly. Hunyuan sect. 24 years ago, you destroyed my Knight family. Today, I will start by killing a few of you. One day, I, Yifeng, will wipe out the entire Hunyuan sect. What did you say? You're that woman's son? Su Qingfu's palm strike was about to land, but when he heard Yifeng's words, his heart shook violently. More than 20 years ago, when he was 40, his older brother was killed by that woman's palm strike. That day, all the ancient martial sects suffered severe losses. And it was all because of that woman. Su Qingfu never expected that Yifeng was actually that woman's son. So many years had passed. That demonic seed had actually grown to this level? Boom! Two palms collided, and an overwhelming force swept across the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. What? Su Qingfu's eyes widened in horror. He felt an immensely powerful force surge from Yifeng's palm. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Su Qingfu's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground. He staggered more than 10 steps before barely steadying himself. A stream of blood trickled down from his wrist. In contrast, Yifeng was completely unscathed, and he was even smiling. Elder Su was injured. This kid killed Elder Lu, took Elder Su's full power palm strike head-on, and actually injured Elder Su. Is he even human? Elder Su was the Grand Elder of the Hunyuan sect, a Qi activation level 5 powerhouse, terrifying beyond words. Yet, such frightening strength was still not enough to defeat this kid. This completely shattered their understanding of reality. Speak! Will you kill yourself, or should I do it for you? Yifeng sneered coldly. Demon spawn, such arrogance. Do you really think I can't kill you? Su Qingfu was completely enraged. Swish! A sword light flashed, and a long sword appeared in Su Qingfu's hand. The blade was covered in dark patterns, and 7 gemstones were embedded in it. The arrangement of the gemstones resembled the Big Dipper constellation. A spiritual weapon and a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon. This sword is called 7 Stars. It is the greatest treasure of my sect. It is the sacred sword of our Hunyuan sect's enforcers. I didn't expect your physical body to be so incredibly strong. The 7 Stars sword was made to slay members of the demon sect. If you kneel, I will grant you a swift death and spare you unnecessary pain. A sharp sound echoed as powerful ripples spread through the air. Su Qingfu's aura suddenly skyrocketed by several levels. A faint sword aura began to surround his entire body. The sword trembled violently, as if trying to break free and strike Yifeng on its own. This was a resonance between the weapon spirit and Su Qingfu's soul. This sword had already developed its own spirit. It was a fully awakened Earth-grade spiritual weapon. Su Qingfu could even control it using only his divine sense. Within the Hunyuan sect, there were only 2 spiritual weapons. One was held by the sect master, and the other was the 7 Stars sword in Su Qingfu's hands. I'll tell you this, kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and I will grant you a swift death. Yi Feng smirked coldly. You're courting death. Su Qingfu's face darkened instantly. 7 stars sword technique. The 7 stars sword flew out of his hands and vanished into the void, instantly growing several times larger. Su Qingfu pointed his sword toward the sky, using divine sense to control it, sending it slashing toward Yi Feng. The air tore apart with a sharp ripping sound. A terrifying sword aura loomed over everyone's heads. Too strong. Elder Su's 7 stars sword technique had already reached perfection. With this strike, heaven and earth changed color. Who could possibly withstand it? This brat was finished. Su Qingfu narrowed his eyes. Just now, when he clashed palms with Yi Feng's aura was nothing like someone who had just broken through to the Qi activation realm, and his physical body was leagues stronger than his own. It defied common sense. If Yi Feng's body hadn't been so absurdly strong, how could he have injured him? Clearly, the heavenly tribulation had reborn him completely. Su Qingfu didn't dare to be careless. The 7-star sword, carrying overwhelming sword energy, slashed down heavily. But then, something no one expected happened. Yi Feng didn't move. He stood still, completely unfazed. Was he prepared to face death? Had he been scared senseless by Elder Su's sword aura? Ha 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 ha. I told you. How could Elder Su possibly lose to a demon spawn? He's just been scared to death by Elder Su's sword aura. Li Jianchen laughed, but in the next moment, something shocking happened. A sword appeared in Yi Feng's hand. The blade was dull and unremarkable, like a simple iron sword. Yi Feng gently raised it, and suddenly, an earth-shattering sword aura exploded forth. What? Such terrifying sword energy. This kid. Su Qingfu's eyes widened in disbelief. Demon-slaying sword technique. Boom! Yi Feng swung his sword. The blade clashed with the 7-star sword and cracked it in two. A mournful cry echoed. The 7-star sword was destroyed. No! How is this possible? The Earth-grade spiritual weapon, 7-star sword, was broken. This was the treasured weapon of the Hunyuan sect's punishment elder, and it had accompanied Su Qingfu for more than 10 years. Ever since he became the grand elder of the Hunyuan sect, this sword had been by his side. To bond with its weapon spirit, Su Qingfu even slept with the 7-star sword every night. In his spare time, he fed it with his own blood essence. This sword had killed countless powerful warriors. The Hunyuan sect had always treated it as a supreme treasure. But today, the 7-star sword was actually cut in half by a broken sword in Yi Feng's hands? What kind of weapon is that? My 7-star sword. Ah, my sword. Yi Feng, you must compensate me for my sword. Su Qingfu couldn't accept the reality and started rambling nonsense. In the distance, Black Demon's eyes widened as a sharp gleam flashed in his pupils. Treasure. The sword in Master's hands was no ordinary iron sword, it was a divine weapon. It cut through an Earth-grade spiritual weapon in one strike. Its grade must be beyond imagination. For the first time, Black Demon felt that he had chosen the right master. Old dog. Die. Demon-slaying sword technique. Yi Feng leaped into the air, swinging his sword directly at Elder Su's head. Li Jianchen couldn't stand it anymore, he was so terrified that he stumbled backward. Chu Feng's clothes were torn apart by the sword wind. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, he collapsed to his knees. Ah! Yi Feng, I want you dead. Su Qingfu thrust both palms forward, his entire being falling into a frenzied state. It wasn't just because Yi Feng had injured him, it was because Yi Feng had destroyed his 7-star sword. The weapon spirit was dead. Su Qingfu had even suffered a backlash from it. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The air crackled with sword energy, and a visible blade ripple descended from the sky, slashing down. Ah! One of Elder Su's arms was severed and sent flying. At that moment, a terrifying image flashed in his mind. This sword technique. It was identical to the one that woman used. My hand. Ah! Retreat! Su Qingfu took a quick step back and ran. Yi Feng, just you wait. The ancient martial sects will definitely kill you. You won't escape. As he fled, he kept shouting. But the next second a shadow descended from the sky, blocking his path. Yi Feng's speed was too fast, no one could even see how he moved. Old dog. Just now, who did you call a demon spawn? Swish! Yi Feng swung his sword again. Elder Su's other arm was severed. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint on the spot. Demonic energy surged wildly. Facing the man before him, Elder Su showed fear for the first time in his life. No! Spare me! Yi Feng! The grudge from 24 years ago has nothing to do with me. Please! Don't kill me! Thud! Su Qingfu fell to his knees, utterly humiliated. Yi Feng's eyes showed no emotion. Die! Swish! One sword stroke, Elder Su's head flew off his body. His eyes were wide open, filled with utter disbelief. Thud! His corpse crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the hearts of Chu Feng and Li Jianchen. This kid was simply not human. He had killed 2 elders of the Hunyuan sect in a row. Didn't he just break through to the Qi activation realm yesterday? Run for your life! Li Jianchen had only one thought in his mind: escape. He turned around and ran with all his might. Monster! This kid is a demon. He killed Elder Su. He killed Elder Lu. No one can defeat him. His face turned pale as he kept replaying everything that had just happened. Yi Feng leaped high into the air and slammed his palm down. Ah! No! With a miserable scream, Li Jianchen's body was smashed into a pile of flesh. Only Chu Feng remained, his body limp, sitting blankly on the ground. Dead. The 3 powerhouses of the Hunyuan sect were all dead. Yi Feng. Lord Yi. I'm from the Chu family. Years ago, my grandfather had a deep friendship with the Yi family. Please, for old time's sake, spare me. But Chu Feng's grandfather had already died 20 years ago. Decades ago, his grandfather and the Yi family patriarch were indeed acquainted. But the moment Chu Badian became the head of the Chu family, they had long forgotten the words of their ancestors. Oh, Chu Feng. Back then, you led the Hunyuan sect to attack the Yi family. Did you think I wouldn't know? Yi Feng kicked Chu Feng's chest, sending him flying through the air. With a mouthful of blood, Chu Feng was barely alive. Why you? Don't worry, I will personally visit the Chu family. Now, die in peace. Yi Feng stomped down, crushing Chu Feng's skull to pieces. After finishing, Yi Feng searched Elder Su's corpse. He found 2 items. One was a Hunyuan sect cultivation manual. The other was an ancient-looking ring. What is this? Yi Feng frowned. Ha? A storage ring? The immortal demon palace was shocked. Use your divine sense to connect with it, there might be valuable treasures inside. Hearing this, Yi Feng was surprised this old dog actually had a storage ring. He immediately sent his spiritual sense into the ring. Soon, he established a connection. A space of about 10 square meters appeared in his mind. Inside, small bottles were scattered on the ground. There were also many medicinal herbs. But what shocked Yi Feng the most was that inside the storage ring, there was actually a pill furnace. The furnace was about 1 meter in diameter, engraved with mysterious patterns. A pill furnace? Could this old dog actually refine pills? Yi Feng put the ring away and then tossed the cultivation manual to Yao Yao. Here, take it. It's useless to me anyway. Yao Yao was completely stunned. The Hunyuan sect was an ancient martial sect, its cultivation techniques couldn't be weak. And yet, Yi Feng casually tossed it to her? She didn't know that Yi Feng's own techniques were top tier, far beyond what the Hunyuan sect could offer. Not to mention, he had the immortal demon palace, which contained everything imaginable. Looking at the title on the manual, Yao Yao was stunned. Hunyuan palm? Young master, this technique doesn't suit me, but I think it could sell for a good price. What? Black Demon immediately jumped out from the shadows. She wanted to sell the Hunyuan sect's cultivation manual? That was a complete waste of a treasure. Master, can you give it to me instead? I can cultivate it. Black Demon looked at Yi Feng with a pleading expression. Oh? You like it? Then take it. It's useless to me anyway, Yi Feng said casually. Thank you, master. Black Demon knelt on one knee, overjoyed. At the foot of Tinglong Mountain, Yi Feng took out all the pill bottles and medicinal herbs. This is Tribulation Crossing Pill and Tao Breaking Pill. Yi Feng was shocked as he looked at the pills inside the bottles. Inside, a golden pill, about the size of a fingernail, lay at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, there were several lightning patterns etched across its surface. I've struck gold. I never expected this old dog to have such valuable items on him. Yi Feng smirked. A Tribulation Crossing Pill was priceless. This type of pill was considered an absolute top-grade pill. The Tribulation Crossing Pill was meant for Qi Activation Realm warriors to take when attempting a breakthrough to the peak level. Among ancient martial experts, very few could reach the peak of the Qi Activation Realm. At that stage, it was almost impossible to break through relying solely on comprehension and luck. The Tao Breaking Pill could increase the success rate of a breakthrough by 2 to 3 times. To any ancient martial expert, this was an invaluable treasure. This Tao Breaking Pill is useless to me now. There are 2 Tao Breaking Pills, one of them is for you, Yao Yao. Yi Feng handed one of the pills to Yao Yao, and her eyes filled with excitement. In the past, the demon sect had an abundance of Tao Breaking Pills, but ever since she started wandering alone, she had never seen one again. If Her Highness the Saintess were still here, she wouldn't even care about a mere pill like this. To the demon sect, this was just an ordinary pill. But to Yao Yao, at her current stage, a Tao-breaking pill was as valuable as a divine medicine. With this pill, Yao Yao was confident that she could break through to the Qi activation realm within a year. Young master, although the Han Yuan sect elder is dead, there are still other ancient martial sects coming after you. Dealing with them one by one isn't a problem, but if they join forces, it could be difficult to handle, Yao Yao said with concern. Young master is being too high profile. By attracting so many ancient martial sects, wasn't he falling right into their trap? They would love nothing more than to band together and eliminate Yi Feng. Throughout history, whenever the demon sect resurfaced, the ancient martial sects would react like crazed beasts. Because they knew that if they ignored the demon sect, the consequences would be devastating. And those consequences were something the ancient martial sects could not afford. You're right. However, I am making such a big spectacle because I want to lure them all in and wipe them out in one go. No matter how many come, I fear none of them. Yi Feng's eyes remained calm and composed. After all, he still had his trump card, the Immortal Demon Palace, which he had yet to use. As he grew stronger, the Immortal Demon Palace was able to communicate even more deeply with his soul. If necessary, the Immortal Demon Palace could take control of Yi Feng's body. Against any Qi activation level 5 or below, Yi Feng had no fear at all. Even against a separation and reunion realm expert, he could kill them in one strike with the help of the Immortal Demon Palace. The only cost would be that he'd be unconscious for 10 days to half a month. However, judging by the strength of the Han Yuan sect elders, these ancient martial sects wouldn't send anyone stronger. At best, they would send someone on Su Qingfu's level. Just then, a phone call came in. Yi Feng quickly answered, "Hello?" The other end of the call remained silent for over 10 seconds before a familiar voice finally spoke. "Palace Lord, I heard that powerful forces are coming to hunt you down? And they are from the Taoist immortal sects and ancient martial sects?" It was a call from the Azura war god. In the northwestern frontier, 100-meter-tall palace stood on the plains. The Azura war god sat on a stone throne. Outside the hall, countless warriors of the Dragon Soul Army, clad in battle armor and armed with weapons, stood solemnly. Their figures stretched endlessly, forming an unstoppable force. At the front, 10 supreme war generals of the Dragon Soul Hall stood in 2 rows. These 10 heavenly kings were the strongest warriors of the Dragon Soul Army, each leading 10,000 elite troops. At this moment, they were all awaiting a command. A terrifying killing intent erupted from the Dragon Soul Army soldiers. An ordinary soldier standing here would be crushed by the sheer pressure in an instant. 100,000 Dragon Soul warriors, each one was the strongest elite of Dragon Nation. Any one of them could fight 100 enemies alone, but now, all of them were suppressing their anger. Just now, they had received news the ancient martial sects of Dragon Nation were planning to attack the Palace Lord of the Dragon Soul Hall. In an instant, all 100,000 soldiers gathered, and the Azura war god immediately called Yi Feng. "You've already heard about this?" Yi Feng hadn't expected that the news of the ancient martial sects trying to kill him would reach the Azura war god so quickly. In fact, ever since Yi Feng returned, the Azura war god had secretly sent people to protect him from the shadows. If Yi Feng was ever in danger, they would immediately inform the Azura war god. Yes, the Azura war god nodded. "These ancient martial sect scumbags, do they have a death wish? If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, the 100,000 Dragon Soul Army will march out. No matter the cost, we will wipe them out." To his right, the Azura war god placed a black command token on the table. This was the Palace Lord's token of the Dragon Soul Hall. It held the same authority as the Panlong Ring, capable of mobilizing the entire Dragon Soul Army. However, without Yi Feng, the Azura war god could only act as a temporary substitute. He could use the Palace Lord's token to command the Dragon Soul Army, but not permanently. The northwestern frontier had not just 100,000 Dragon Soul warriors but hundreds of thousands of troops, and they possessed weapons beyond imagination. Nuclear missiles. No matter how strong the ancient martial sects were, could they withstand a nuclear strike? One missile would be enough to wipe them out. This was why, even though the ancient martial sects were incomparably powerful, they were still restrained. All truths lie within the range of nuclear missiles. If the ancient martial sects dared to harm the Palace Lord, the Azura war god could obliterate them from thousands of miles away with a single missile strike. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't go that far. If he did, it would cause a massive upheaval among the ancient martial sects and the entire martial world. These weapons were meant to deter foreign enemies, not to attack their own people. But if they dared to harm the Palace Lord, even at the cost of their lives, the Dragon Soul Army would make them pay the price. Hearing the Azura war god's words, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Yi Feng smiled calmly. This is a private matter of the Yi family. You don't need to interfere. Palace Lord. I will send reinforcements. Your safety is above all else. Snap. The Azura war god hung up the call. He stepped out of the great hall and looked at the 10 heavenly kings. I command 5 heavenly kings, each leading 10,000 troops, march to Nanjiang. The remaining 5 heavenly kings stay and guard Sanlun City. If an enemy dares to invade, kill them all. Yes. 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 The entire battlefield shook with an earth-shattering roar. One by one, transport planes and fighter jets carried the Dragon Soul Army soldiers toward their destination. Beep beep beep. Hearing the call disconnect, Yifeng felt a headache coming on. Things had escalated again. He never expected the Azura war god and the Dragon Soul Army soldiers to be this agitated. At this rate, they would arrive in no time. Dragon Nation, capital city, a major uproar. Inside a high-rise office building, everything was in chaos. What did you say? 50,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers are boarding military aircraft and returning from the northwestern frontier, heading toward Tiandu? A man in glasses, dressed in a suit, looked utterly shocked. Investigate immediately. What exactly happened? Why is the Dragon Soul Army suddenly returning? Where is the Azura war god? What is he planning with such an overwhelming force? 50,000 Dragon Soul soldiers were stronger than 1,000,000 regular troops. Could it be that last time's incident still hadn't quelled the Azura war god's fury? Was he planning a rebellion? The man in glasses was the secretary to the national leader. At this moment, sweat was pouring down his face. He rushed out of the office immediately. Military headquarters, urgent crisis meeting. Inside the war room, several high-ranking generals were in a strategy meeting. Suddenly, Yang Qianjue burst through the doors, his face filled with panic. There's movement in the northwestern frontier. 50,000 Dragon Soul Army troops are returning. What the hell is going on? Damn it! Did the Shao family mess up again and provoke that big shot? Get me a damn phone call immediately. The generals were all dumbfounded. Very quickly, a call was made to the Shao family. At that moment, Shao Jingshan was enjoying tea with some old friends. Shao family's celebration suddenly interrupted. A while ago, Shao Xiong had just returned from an ancient martial sect. With the upcoming ancient martial sect conference, Shao Runhuang was set to represent the Shao family in battle. For the past few days, the Shao family had been praying for Shao Runhuang to break through. Ha ha ha! Runhuang has already broken through to the Qi activation realm. And he advanced 2 levels in a row, now at Qi activation level 2. Our Shao family has produced a once-in-a-millennium genius. Shao Xiong laughed heartily. Tonight, we will hold a grand feast. I will invite all the major noble families in Tiandu. This time, the Shao family will no longer keep a low profile. Shao Xiong was in high spirits. This was an extraordinary event. He wanted to gather the heads of the 8 major noble families and announce this great news in person to intimidate them. He was confident that, soon, the Shao family would rise to become the #1 family in Tiandu. Who could possibly compete with them? But just then, the phone rang. Shao Xiong paused for a moment, then quickly picked up the call. Hello? Who is this? Shao Xiong, are you out of your damn mind? The Azura war god is leading 50,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers in transport planes, heading this way. What the hell did your Shao family do to provoke that big shot? What? Hearing this, Shao Xiong froze completely. His eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Yang, I swear on my life, we are innocent. Ever since your last warning, I have never troubled Yifeng again. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare. Shao Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. 50,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers were coming this way? What were they planning to do? He had done nothing wrong recently. Could it be that the Azura war god still wanted to exterminate the Shao family? No, that's impossible. Something major must have happened, but whatever it was, it had nothing to do with the Shao family. Elder Yang, you have to believe me. I swear, I have never provoked the Azura war god or the Dragon Soul Army. 50,000 troops could annihilate the Shao family in an instant. Although Shao Xiong controlled hundreds of thousands of soldiers, those forces were only meant to protect Tiandu's security. Ever since the last incident, Shao Xiong had to request permission from the national leader before mobilizing any troops. His military authority had already been greatly weakened. If the Azura war god was targeting him, he could only wash his neck and wait for death. On the other end, Yang Qianjue's voice turned cold. Humph, you better be telling the truth. Otherwise, prepare to face the wrath of the Azura war god in the Dragon Soul Hall. Beep beep beep. Yang Qianjue hung up the call. Shao Xiong stood there, stunned, his mind completely blank. Military headquarters, a new update. Inside the military war room, Yang Qianjue collapsed onto his chair, dumbfounded. He had tried calling the Azura war god, but the call didn't go through. Just then, a soldier rushed in from outside. Report! Elder Yang. The Dragon Soul transport planes are not coming to Tiandu, they're heading for Nanjiang. A uniformed officer saluted as he delivered the report. What? They're heading for Nanjiang? They're not coming to Tiandu? Yang Qianjue immediately shot up from his chair. What the hell happened in Nanjiang? Why would the Azura war god personally lead troops there? Quick, send people to Nanjiang immediately. Yang Qianjue issued an urgent order. Cloud City, the ruins of the Su family. In the depths of a burned-down estate, a dozen figures stood among the ruins. The Su family's destruction was too tragic for words. Dozens of charred corpses lay on the ground, no one had even come to collect the bodies. Just as I suspected. There's still a trace of demonic energy lingering here. I heard that a young man triggered the heavenly tribulation lightning? Looking at the scorched earth spanning several kilometers, over a dozen ancient martial experts were stunned. Elderly. You're telling us this level of lightning tribulation was triggered by a kid? The two powerful experts from the Ji family frowned. Are you kidding? The scope of this lightning tribulation was unlike anything they had seen in their entire lives. How could it have been caused by a single young man? I've already investigated, it was indeed a young man. However, the Su family used thunder talismans to summon heavenly lightning in an attempt to kill that demon. But they failed. Elder Li's expression darkened. Then there's nothing more to say. That demon must die. Let's go. I heard he's waiting for us at Tinglong Mountain. Swish. The two Ji family experts vanished into the air, flying toward Dragon City. The remaining dozen warriors quickly followed. Dragon City, incoming battle. Half an hour later, the group of warriors landed in the outskirts of Dragon City. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had just stored away his tribulation crossing pill and was carefully examining his pill furnace. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the distance. Yi Feng could already see a large group of warriors approaching. The ancient martial sects had arrived. And there were many of them. Black Demon quickly stored away the Hunyuan sect's martial arts manual. If those people saw it, they'd all be doomed. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16? What's going on? So many warriors from the ancient martial sects have come? Black Demon swallowed hard. Fighting 3 people was still manageable. But how could they possibly deal with over a dozen ancient martial experts? This was the end. They were completely doomed. A thought of retreat flashed through Black Demon's mind. He glanced at Ji Feng, but just as he was about to speak, he swallowed his words. Suddenly, a gray-robed man landed steadily in front of them. Beside him was another warrior. The two men exchanged glances and saw pure shock in each other's eyes. Was it really this kid who triggered the heavenly tribulation lightning? How old is he? My God, kid! I heard you summoned the lightning tribulation and slaughtered dozens of people from the Su family. Is that true? The gray-robed man spoke calmly, his expression arrogant as he glared at Yi Feng. If this kid really summoned the lightning tribulation, then his talent was monstrous. Brother! I can feel it. There really is demonic energy inside his body. His realm is only at Qi activation level 1. What a waste. The demon sect has produced such a genius. Ha ha ha. I almost don't want to kill him. The gray-robed man smirked slightly. Elders Ji Quan and Ji Hong. This boy belongs to the demonic path, he cannot be left alive. If we let him grow stronger, by the time we try to kill him, it will be too late. Yes. He cannot be spared. Kill him. Kill. 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 The dozen experts from various sects all roared in agreement. Their eyes burned with hatred, eager to tear Yi Feng apart. Yi Feng's cold gaze sweeps over the ancient martial clans. This scene, it was just like that day, years ago. A solitary figure, facing off against all the ancient martial sects. It was just like the time his mother stood alone against them all. Good, you've all come just in time. That saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Just now, you said you wanted to kill me? Funny thing, the last group said the same thing. But I crushed them all under my feet. Yi Feng smirked coldly, his calm, unwavering gaze locking onto the gray-robed elder. What did you say? Dead? If I'm not mistaken, the Hunyuan sect should have arrived before us. They set out earlier than we did. At these words, the dozen ancient martial warriors behind him all widened their eyes in horror. Dead? The Hunyuan sect had personally informed them that they had sent 2 elders, and leading them was Grand Elder Su Qingfu. Su Qingfu's strength? Qi activation level 5. And this kid, who had just undergone the lightning tribulation, was only at Qi activation level 1. How could he have possibly killed the Hunyuan sect's elders? Suddenly, a white-haired elder in a black robe stepped forward. He laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Boy, you claim you killed Elder Su from the Hunyuan sect? Are you out of your mind? Do you even understand Elder Su's strength? How dare a brat like you insult him? Kneel. Submit. Otherwise, I will crush you myself. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful internal force surged toward Yifeng. However, Yifeng stood still, his expression cold, not even blinking. Oh? You want me to kneel? Submit? Yifeng laughed coldly. Which sect are you from? The elder's brows furrowed. Two middle-aged men stepped forward from behind him. One of them pointed arrogantly at Yifeng. We are from the Jidao sect. Brat! The elder told you to kneel. Are you deaf? Suddenly, the man stepped forward. A Qi activation level 2 aura crushed toward Yifeng. At the same time, he reached out, trying to grab Yifeng by the shoulder and lift him off the ground. But, as soon as his right hand gripped Yifeng's shoulder, Yifeng didn't budge an inch. He was like an immovable mountain. What's going on? This kid is only at Qi activation level 1? Under my pressure, he should have collapsed already. This man was Han Yen, the sixth enforcer of the Jidao sect. He had been at Qi activation level 2 for over a decade. Even though his progress was slow, he was still stronger than a newly advanced martial artist. Taking care of a newcomer should have been effortless. You're seeking death. Kneel. Crack. Before Han Yen could react, a terrifying pressure, filled with absolute dominance, slammed down on his shoulder. Han Yen's legs buckled, sinking more than 10 centimeters into the ground. Shock and terror filled his mind. A wave of excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. Yifeng had crushed it. Ah! You! Han Yen couldn't believe it. Standing before him was just a 20-something-year-old kid. No! Impossible! How could a kid be this terrifying? Your strength is far below that of Elder Su. With such weak skills, why bother showing off? Yifeng kicked Han Yan's abdomen, crushing his dantian. Han Yan could feel his inner energy rapidly draining away. His face turned ghostly pale, his mind overcome by agony. His head tilted, and he passed out. You! Demon! You crippled a Jidao sect elder! I will kill you! The third enforcer of the Jidao sect lunged at Yifeng. His strength, Qi activation level 4. You're courting death! Yifeng threw a punch. The two forces clashed, violent winds exploded, blinding everyone with dust. A figure was sent flying out. Third elder. Thud, thud, thud. The elder staggered back dozens of steps before barely stopping. A sharp pain shot through his arm. The crowd was stunned. A wave of shock and terror crashed through them. That kid was telling the truth. He really killed the Hunyuan sect's grand elder. Hunyuan sect's 3 elders, and Chu Feng, are all dead. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, a young man, his face filled with fear, rushed forward. He had just passed by the mountain's base and saw 2 corpses hidden under the grass. When he got a closer look, he was so terrified he nearly wet himself. What? Really? Absolutely true, Elder Ji. The young man lowered his head toward Elders Ji Quan and Ji Hong. The Grand Elder of Hunyuan sect was really killed by this kid. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Yifeng. The third elder of the extreme Dao sect turned pale, as if a giant hammer had struck his heart. He stood there in shock, completely at a loss. Demon! He killed someone from an ancient martial sect. You're seeking death. Elders, let's attack together and kill this kid to avenge Elder Su. Someone in the crowd shouted. In a flash, a chilling murderous intent pierced through the air, stabbing straight at Yifeng. Get lost! Yifeng threw a punch, shattering the attack with sheer force. What? The green water sword broke? It was shattered by this kid's punch? Impossible! The elder from the extreme Dao sect instinctively retreated. But Yifeng wouldn't give him that chance. Swish, swish, swish. A few silver needles shot out, piercing straight through the elder's skull. The extreme Dao sect, 1 dead, 2 wounded. Do you really intend to make enemies of all the ancient martial sects in the world? Suddenly, Ji Quan roared, his eyes locked onto Yifeng. His words made Hei Mo and Yao Yao tremble violently. That's right. Was the young master planning to oppose all of the ancient martial sects and families in Dragon Country? And if they counted the demon sect as well, then the young master was truly making an enemy of the entire world. Since ancient times, no one had dared to do such a thing. The true powerhouses of the ancient martial sects had not even emerged yet. If he opposed all the sects of Dragon Country, would there be any place left for Yifeng? Such arrogance! The ancient martial families sure are imposing. Yifeng's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the crowd. You're seeking death. Ji Quan struck out with his palm. Heaven-turning seal. Suddenly, in the sky above, an enormous palm print descended heavily onto Yifeng's head. The surrounding people quickly dodged Ji Quan's attack. That's the Ji family's heaven-turning seal. Such terrifying power. This kid won't survive it. A 4th-level Chi movement realm expert had struck with full force, using such a domineering technique. The power of this blow was enough to severely wound an expert of the same realm. The palm print landed on Yifeng, creating a massive crater over 10 meters long. Is he dead? As the dust settled, Yifeng's clothes were torn apart, revealing a perfectly sculpted physique. His skin shimmered like golden stone, and even his bones emitted a radiant glow. This was a sign of a body refinement breakthrough. Because Yifeng had trained in the coiling dragon palm and had demonic blood flowing through his veins, his body was naturally more resilient than others. By now, his physical strength had long surpassed this stage, even reaching the peak of the Chi movement realm. Ji Quan's attack couldn't even harm him in the slightest. Unless Ji Quan's attack power instantly reached the absolute peak of the Chi movement realm. Otherwise, Yifeng's body wouldn't suffer any damage. You want to die too? Then I'll send you on your way. Boom! Yifeng dashed forward with an explosive step and struck out with a thunderous palm attack. Old dog, die for me. These people were from the Ji family, the same Ji family that had once participated in the siege against his mother. And now, they had traveled thousands of miles to target him. Brat, you're too arrogant. Ji Hong immediately charged in to help. The two elders struck with all their might, their powerful force causing their robes to flutter. Their attacks collided with Yifeng's. But in the next second, terror filled their eyes. Exclamation point. Ah! Ji Quan and Ji Hong were sent flying, blood spurting like fountains in midair. What a terrifying kid! What domineering punches! Every strike resonated with the heavens and earth, even producing the sound of a dragon's roar. One after another, he had defeated several elder-level figures from the ancient martial sects. Such strength was enough to make everyone wary. Attack together. Kill this kid. Finally, the remaining ancient martial experts didn't dare be careless anymore. They drew their weapons and formed a tight encirclement around Yifeng. Yao Yao. Hey Mo, you two leave first. I'll handle them alone. Yifeng didn't want them to get hurt, so he willingly took on the fight alone. Kill. Just as the ancient martial experts were about to charge forward, a deafening roar filled the sky. In the distance, fighter jets streaked across the sky, flying overhead. On those jets, a crimson dragon emblem was clearly visible. The next second, countless figures leaped from the aircraft. From thousands of meters in the air, warriors of the Dragon Soul Army deployed their parachutes. The entire sky seemed to darken. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming killing intent, blanketing the entire battlefield. What's going on? Why are there so many people? The elder of the extreme Dao sect, Li Lin, looked up at the sky in shock. Young master, there are so many of them. Who are these people? Such terrifying auras. Yao Yao's heart pounded in fear. But Yifeng simply smirked and gave her a calm smile. My people. They're here. Boom. Dozens of transport planes roared overhead, descending toward a distant highway for landing. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Within minutes, the mountain ridges in the distance were covered in human figures. Ancient martial families. How bold of you. You dare lay a hand on the palace lord of Dragon Soul? Do you believe it or not? 100,000 Dragon Soul troops will flatten you. Suddenly, from a helicopter in the distance, a lone figure leaped down. His pupils radiated a crimson glow, and as he slowly walked forward, a blood-drenched killing intent surged over the battlefield. The Azura war god has arrived. The pressure on Yifeng's heart instantly eased. Honestly, with so many ancient martial experts attacking at once, even he would struggle to handle them all. Of course, if he couldn't win, he could still escape. What? That man is the Azura war god? The people of the ancient martial families widened their eyes in horror. They had certainly heard of him. The Azura war god, the number one among the 8 great war gods of Dragon Country. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but he also commanded the 100,000-strong Dragon Soul Army, the most terrifying elite force in all of Dragon Country. At this moment, 50,000 Dragon Soul warriors roared in unison, unleashing an earth-shattering battle cry. Kill! 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 The dozen ancient martial grandmasters were completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming aura of 50,000 Dragon Soul troops. A powerful ancient martial artist at the 3rd level of the Chi movement realm let out a cold snort. Oh, is that so? A voice echoed from the sky. Immediately after, an overwhelming killing intent surged down from above, almost taking on a physical form. Every ancient martial artist affected by this aura suddenly found their minds filled with visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This was a murderous aura built upon countless bones, the aura of someone who had slaughtered innumerable lives. The Asura war god, someone gasped. Boom! A blood-red figure crashed down from the sky, landing in front of Yifeng. His gaze was ice-cold, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. Just being looked at by him sent chills down everyone's spine. The Asura war god was this powerful? His mere presence was already enough to command awe. This was the undeniable aura of a true king. Yet, in the very next second, the Asura war god suddenly turned around and dropped to his knees before Yifeng, his voice echoing loudly. Asura war god has arrived late. I begged the Hall Master for forgiveness. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The Asura war god was the strongest among the 8 great war gods of Dragon Country, an idol to countless people, a hero revered by all. Even the ancient martial families held him in the highest esteem. But now he had actually knelt before a demon path cultivator? And he even addressed him as Hall Master. Did this mean the Asura war god had pledged allegiance to the demon sect? What kind of joke was this? Rise. Yifeng smiled, helping the Asura war god up. You arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been in some trouble. Thank you, Hall Master. The Asura war god stood up immediately and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Asura war god, you've already joined the demon sect, haven't you? Someone snorted coldly. I thought the great Asura war god had an unshakable backbone. Who would have thought you'd kneel before the demon sect today? You've disgraced Dragon Country. Ha! The Asura war god frowned and turned his gaze toward the ancient martial experts. Today, I am here to protect the Hall Master. I don't care about so-called righteous factions or demon sections. As long as he is the Hall Master, regardless of his identity, I and my 800,000 Dragon Soul army will protect him with our lives. Bring me my spear. Boom! 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 The ground trembled as 7 or 8 Dragon Soul warriors slowly walked forward, carrying a massive black iron spear. Each step they took left deep imprints in the ground, and their faces were twisted with effort as they gritted their teeth, proving just how heavy this weapon was. At that moment, the immortal demon Hall let out a surprised sound. Yifeng asked telepathically, "What's wrong?" The immortal demon Hall responded, "That black iron spear is of extraordinary quality. Its aura is incredibly dense, it must be an ancient relic. Is it strong?" Yifeng turned his gaze toward the spear. The immortal demon Hall confirmed, "A weapon from ancient times is definitely not ordinary. However, this spear has been heavily affected by the passage of time. If a specific refining method is used to strip away its outer protective layer, its true material will be revealed. While it lacks sentience, once restored, its power will increase 100-fold. So, you know how to refine it?" Yifeng asked, fully convinced that the immortal demon Hall wouldn't have mentioned it if it didn't know the method. The immortal demon Hall chuckled. "Of course. But now is not the time to talk. Focus on killing the enemy. If you need my help, just say the word. Even a Nirvana Realm cultivator won't survive." "Got it," Yifeng replied. "I'll try not to rely on you." Buzz. The Asura war god gripped the black iron spear with one hand, swinging it as effortlessly as if it were a mere wooden stick. However, the heavy tearing sound as it cut through the air sent shivers through everyone's hearts, as if the noise was resonating in their very souls. Kill! With a single roar, a tidal wave of killing intent surged toward the ancient martial experts, enveloping them completely. They all felt as if they had been locked in place. A mere 4th-level chi movement brat dares to exude killing intent before me? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A trembling sound filled the air as an elder with flowing white hair stepped out from the ranks of the ancient martial experts. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the Asura war god. "Asura war god, since you are the strongest of Dragon Country's 8 great war gods, I will spare your life if you leave now. Otherwise, your 50,000 Dragon Soul soldiers will die alongside you. Old bastard, do you think you're worthy of speaking such big words?" The Asura war god sneered. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. All Dragon Soul warriors, kill with me." With that command, 50,000 Dragon Soul warriors unsheathed their weapons and charged at the ancient martial experts, their battle cries shaking the heavens. The Asura war god leaped forward, wielding his black iron spear, slashing straight toward the Lu family's enforcer, who had just spoken. As he watched the warriors around him charge forward without hesitation, Yifeng's heart was filled with emotion. Even though he was the Hall Master of Dragon Soul Hall, to these warriors, he was still a stranger. Yet now, they were risking their lives to fight against the ancient martial experts for him. How could he not be moved? "Ancient martial dogs. It's time to send you all to the underworld." Yifeng soared into the sky, his eyes flashing as he roared at the ancient martial experts below. Boom! A deafening sound, like the ringing of an ancient bell, echoed across the heavens. The Azura war god's black iron spear smashed into the Lu family enforcer's long sword, and the sheer power instantly shattered the sword to pieces. The Lu family enforcer coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurled backward by the immense force, crashing violently into the ground. Impossible! The enforcer's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the Azura war god. You're only at the 4th level of the chi movement realm, while I've long reached the 5th level. How could you overpower me? Too much nonsense! The Azura war god said coldly. Without hesitation, he suddenly hurled his black iron spear like a javelin. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, causing countless eardrums to rupture, blood dripping from their ears. Boom! The black iron spear was simply too fast. The Lu family enforcer didn't even have time to react before the spear pierced straight through his chest, nailing him to the ground, lifeless. The other ancient martial experts were utterly horrified. The Lu family enforcer, a chi movement realm level 5 powerhouse, was supposed to be the leader of this demon extermination mission, yet in just a single exchange, he had been completely annihilated by the Azura war god. And behind him, there were still 50,000 dragon soul soldiers, and demon sex Yifeng. How were they supposed to fight now? They were completely outmatched. A massive killing intent condensed, and the defenses of some ancient martial experts completely shattered. Losing all will to fight, they showed expressions of terror and desperately used all their strength to escape. Oomph, isn't it a little too late to be running away now? Seeing this, Yifeng sneered coldly. His speed exploded as he caught up to the fleeing group in an instant. His sword flashed swiftly, the demon-slaying sword technique unleashed repeatedly. Each flash of the blade claimed the life of an ancient martial expert. Damn it! The third elder of the Yin family's face turned grim as he spoke to a young man beside him. Yen-sun, I will use a secret technique to send you away. You must deliver this information. Tell the elders and other ancient martial families about what happened here. I won't rest until I kill this demon. Third elder, what about you? Yen-sun asked anxiously. He had only come here for training, never expecting to encounter such a catastrophe. My fate is in the hands of heaven. Don't concern yourself with me. The third elder took out a white stone glowing with black light from his storage ring. I will activate the secret technique now. Remember your mission. Without waiting for Yen-sun to speak further, the third elder poured his inner strength into the white stone. A strange light erupted, enveloping Yen-sun's body, emitting a faint crackling sound. Third elder. Yen-sun tried to pull the elder into the light, but his determination was firm. Go! The third elder activated the technique, and the light flared. In the next instant, Yen-sun and the white stone in his hand disappeared. At least I saved one talent. The third elder sighed in relief. Did you manage to send him away? A clear voice echoed from behind him. The third elder's eyes widened as he turned to see Yifeng standing there, apparently having been behind him for some time. You did that on purpose. The third elder realized with shock. I was curious about your Yin family's secret technique. It can truly send someone away over such a distance, Yifeng said calmly. By now, all the fleeing ancient martial experts had been killed, and the remaining 7 or 8 were held down by the Dragon Soul Army and the Azura War God. The outcome was certain, it was only a matter of time. If you tell me the secret of the technique, I might just spare your life, Yifeng said coldly. Humph, the Yin family's secret technique isn't something you can covet, the third elder sneered. You're too arrogant. Once Yen-sun spreads the news, more ancient martial families will join forces to hunt you down. Even with the Azura War God and the Dragon Soul Army, you're doomed. You seem very confident. Yifeng said calmly. I let him go on purpose to lure all the ancient martial families here. I'll slaughter them all and then track down each one, to settle my mother's debt. The third elder laughed. You're too conceited. You underestimate the power of the ancient martial families. Once a consolidation realm expert steps in, you'll be wiped out. Ancient martial families have been in decline for years. Do you really think any of them still have consolidation realm experts? Yifeng laughed. The third elder's expression darkened. Don't think you can get any information out of me. The demon sect is destined to be eliminated. With that, the third elder activated his internal strength, his body flashing forward to attack Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head. Flawed techniques. A third-level chi movement realm like you can be slain with one sword strike. Shing! A sharp sword light instantly enveloped the third elder. His pupils shrank, and he found himself unable to escape the sword's range. A scream echoed. A crack appeared on the third elder's forehead, blood seeping out, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yifeng frowned as he looked at the corpse. A consolidation realm expert? Despite being at the first level of the chi movement realm, his physical strength could rival the peak of the chi movement realm. He could easily slay experts below the 5th level, and even defeat those at the 7th or 8th level with his demon-slaying sword technique. However, if faced with a Consolidation Realm expert, he knew he'd be outmatched. With the Celestial Demon Palace in my hands, even a Consolidation Realm expert would be doomed, Yifeng thought, feeling more confident. At least he had a chance to kill one if it came to that. Just then, the Azura war god led the Dragon Soul army in slaying the remaining ancient martial experts. He ordered his soldiers to search for their belongings, then quickly approached Yifeng, kneeling down and cupping his fists. Palace Lord, all the ancient martial experts have been killed. How should we deal with the corpses? Burn them, Yifeng replied with a wave of his hand. But there's still another battle ahead, and there will be many strong enemies. I'll need your help then. The Azura war god stood up, his voice resolute. For the Palace Lord, I will gladly lay down my life. Yifeng looked at him with appreciation. I knew the old man's disciple wouldn't be ordinary. As your junior brother, I'll be relying on your help, senior brother. You are the Palace Lord. There's no need for such formality, the Azura war god shook his head. From today on, let's speak plainly, I'll call you senior brother, and you can call me Palace Lord, Yifeng declared boldly. Before the Azura war god could respond, Yifeng's gaze fell on his black iron spear. He recounted what the Celestial Demon Palace had said. Senior brother, I've noticed something unusual about that black iron spear. There may be secrets hidden within it. Oh, the Azura war god planted the spear into the ground, causing it to tremble. I found this spear on Mount Tai by chance. It weighs 1,000 pounds, and I use it as a weapon. Does it have some special properties? Yifeng nodded. This black iron spear is from ancient times. With the right forging technique, it could be reborn, its power increased exponentially. Is that so? The Azura war god was astonished. Palace Lord, you're truly knowledgeable. I must have overlooked this weapon's potential. How can it be reforged? The Celestial Demon Palace's voice interjected indignantly, it's my knowledge that's vast. Yifeng replied in his heart, can't you see my senior brother is interested? Hurry up and reveal the technique. Although the Celestial Demon Palace was displeased, it still said, find a large cauldron, use molten gold to form a golden bath as the catalyst, carve profound patterns with a thunder rhinoceros horn, and finally activate the reverse reincarnation technique. Only then can it be restored to its ancient power. What is the thunder rhinoceros horn and the reverse reincarnation technique? Yifeng asked in confusion. The Celestial Demon Palace impatiently replied, the thunder rhinoceros horn is, of course, the horn of a thunder rhinoceros. As for the reverse reincarnation technique, I have a manual for it, and you can learn it. Then I'll wait until I obtain the thunder rhinoceros horn before talking about this. Yifeng said. He then relayed this information to the Azura war god. The Azura war god frowned and said, the gold part is easy to handle, and I've never heard of the reverse reincarnation technique. But I have heard of the thunder rhinoceros horn. Oh? Yifeng immediately asked, have you seen a thunder rhinoceros before? The Azura war god shook his head and said, I haven't seen the creature itself, but I've heard my subordinates mention that a thunder rhinoceros horn was once auctioned at the annual All-Spirit auction in the imperial capital. The All-Spirit auction? Yifeng asked in confusion. The Azura war god explained, the All-Spirit auction is the largest auction in Dragon Country. Only major figures can attend, and the items auctioned there are extremely rare and precious. Based on the timeline, the next auction will be held in a week. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a surge of joy, not for the thunder rhinoceros horn, but for the auction itself. Sun Muqing's poison had already spread deep into her bones. Although Yifeng had stabilized her condition, completely curing her still required rare spiritual medicines. The All-Spirit auction was undoubtedly a great opportunity to find them. Seeing Yifeng's expression, the Azura war god asked, Palace Lord, you seem interested in the auction? If you wish to attend, I can write a letter of recommendation to the person in charge. Yifeng asked, are you familiar with them? The Azura war god nodded. I'm stationed in the northwest, and whenever I need to purchase rare items, I go to the All-Spirit auction. Given my special status, I've built a connection with the auctions director, Zhong Wanling, the founder of the All-Spirit auction. Good. Yifeng smiled. Then I must thank you, senior brother. It's nothing. The Azura war god shook his head. While they were chatting, thousands of miles away, towering mountain peaks stood amid swirling clouds, cranes sang in the sky, and suspended bridges connected countless summits. Many disciples dressed in traditional robes peeked toward a massive, radiant palace atop the Tsangwan Peak. Boom, 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 thunderous roars echoed through the sky. That damn Yi clan survivor. At this moment, Yen Feng, the head of the Yen family, sat on his grand throne, clenching his fists in rage. I told those old fools long ago, we must eliminate the child of the demon Sex Saintus. Otherwise, there would be retaliation. And now look, he has come knocking at our door. He even killed my Yin family's third elder. This is a blood feud that cannot be forgiven. Inside the Great Hall, Yensen trembled uncontrollably, fear and rage boiling within him. If not for that Yi clan bastard, my Yin family wouldn't have lost the third elder. Patriarch, please calm your anger. At that moment, the Yin family's grand elder stepped forward and said, I, too, deeply regret the third elder's death. Back then, the demon sect Saintess slaughtered most of our Yin family's strongest warriors. Now, her son is making a public spectacle, seeking vengeance for the destruction of the Yi clan. He is practically declaring war on all ancient martial families. Yensen gritted his teeth and spoke, that Yi clan survivor has been operating near Dragon City and has broken through in the demon sect. His strength is astonishing. Despite being only at the first level of the Qi movement realm, he can easily slay experts at the 4th and 5th levels. The two powerful elders of the Ji family were effortlessly killed by him. Even when more than 10 ancient martial experts joined forces to siege him, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Instead, the Azura war god arrived with 50,000 dragon soul troops, completely routing our forces. Hearing this, Yen Feng slammed the table heavily. If others can't do it, then I will. I refuse to believe that this brat can defeat me. And if I fail, then the Supreme Elder will act. A Consolidation Realm expert will surely kill him. The surrounding Yin family experts were all stunned. The Supreme Elder? Hadn't he perished years ago after participating in the hunt for the demon sect Saintess, his body dissipating and his soul returning to the heavens? Could he still be alive? The Grand Elder shook his head and said, this isn't just the Yin family's problem. We must spread the news and gather all the ancient martial families to act together. That way, we can eliminate the demon sect's remnant without tarnishing our reputation. Agreed. Yin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself. Then go and notify the other ancient martial families. We will convene an ancient martial assembly to discuss our strategy together. The Yin family experts were shocked. The last ancient martial assembly had been held to deal with the demon sect Saintess, Xiao. Now, it was being called once more for her son. Clang! 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 The golden bells of countless ancient martial clans rang simultaneously. Hearing the bell tolls, powerful martial artists turned solemn and murmured, the ancient martial assembly is about to begin? Meanwhile, Yi Feng had finished collecting valuables from the fallen ancient martial experts. He only kept some pills for himself, distributing the rest to the Azura war god, Yao Yao, and Heimo. Martial arts manuals were of no use to him, they weren't even as valuable as a chi-gathering pill. At that moment, Heimo grinned and approached Yi Feng. Master, I wish to find a secluded place to train my techniques. May I? Go ahead. Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently. Heimo had little use in staying, and Yi Feng only needed him to relay information from the demon sect. Remember to report any important news from the demon sect to me immediately. Understood. Heimo nodded quickly and hurried away. Yi Feng then turned to Yao Yao and asked, what about you? Yao Yao shook her head and said with unwavering loyalty, I wish to follow the young master wherever he goes. Then accompany me to the all-spirit auction. Yi Feng nodded. At this moment, the Azura war god approached, holding a sealed letter. Palace Lord, deliver this letter to Zhong Wanling. She will know what to do. Thank you. Yi Feng smiled, accepting the letter. I will also keep an eye out for the thunder rhinoceros horn for you. Then I must thank the Palace Lord. Although the Azura war god was not one to care about material possessions, he was still curious about how the black iron spear would transform. After all, it had been his weapon of choice while guarding the Northwest for years, how could he not be concerned? Yi Feng waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. This is something I should do. Are you and the 50,000 brothers returning to the Northwest? The Azura war god shook his head. The matter with the ancient martial families has yet to be fully resolved. We must ensure the Palace Lord's safety. The Northwest is far away, and traveling back and forth is troublesome and time-consuming. While we won't follow you directly, we will remain stationed here, ready to move at your command. Looking at the 50,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers, Yi Feng felt reassured. At the same time, he was curious. Will the Northwest be fine without you guarding it? The Azura war god said firmly, even without me, the Dragon Soul Army station there can repel any invaders. Alright then. Yi Feng patted the letter in his pocket and said, I'll be heading out first. The armed aircraft is ready. The Azura war god pointed to a nearby aircraft marked with a red flying dragon. It will take you to the imperial capital. Much appreciated. Yi Feng thanked him before boarding the aircraft with Yao Yao. Half a day later. Official helipad, imperial capital. Yi Feng and Yao Yao stepped off the aircraft. Following the directions given by the Azura war god, they searched for a while and finally found the all-spirit auction. Gazing at the grand, palace-like auction house, Yifeng was astonished. This was the first time he had seen such a massive auction venue. It truly lived up to its reputation as the largest auction house in Dragon Country. Young master, there's still a week before the auction begins. What should we do in the meantime? Yao Yao asked in confusion. Yifeng thought for a moment and then said, right now, those ancient martial families are surely devising their plans. With such heavy casualties, they won't just fly into a blind rage and send people recklessly. They will definitely come up with some kind of strategy, perhaps setting a trap. I have already informed the Azura war god to protect everyone. Now, we just wait for those ancient martial families to make their move. Yi Feng's voice grew cold. Once I slaughter another large group of their experts, the next step will be attacking their ancestral lands. Hearing this, Yao Yao felt a surge of anger. Back then, when they joined forces to kill Shi Yao, she had been too weak to help. But this time, during the revenge campaign, she would do everything in her power to slaughter these hypocrites and avenge Shi Yao. At the same time, she was shocked. Attacking their ancestral lands? What kind of boldness was this? Yifeng took Yao Yao and found a hotel to stay in. The next day, Yifeng received a phone call. It was from an unknown number. Frowning, he answered, and Heimo's voice came through. Master, there's news. What news? Speak quickly. Yifeng immediately focused. Heimo gathered his thoughts and said, the demon sect has heard about what's happening here and has sent 3 demon sect envoys to investigate. From what I know, demon sect envoys are at least at the 8th level of the Qi movement realm. They may even know the whereabouts of Saint Shi Yao. Yifeng suppressed the storm of emotions in his heart. Do you know their route? If possible, he wanted to intercept them on the way. Heimo hesitated for a moment and said, not yet. The demon sect only send word that we, the scattered demon sect disciples, should obey their commands. They didn't mention anything else. I suspect they will just pick up some demon sect disciples along the way to use as subordinates. Keep a close eye on them. Report any updates immediately. Yifeng hung up and turned to Yao Yao. Yao Yao, do you know where the demon sect's ancestral land is? Yao Yao was momentarily stunned before quickly responding. The demon sect has always had only one ancestral land, the Heavenly Desolation Deathland. It's located near the northern polar region, extremely far from here. If they were to come here, what route would they take? Yifeng asked. Yao Yao frowned. That's impossible to determine. There are too many possible routes. No one can be sure which one they'll take. I see. Yifeng clenched his fist. Then we can only wait for them to arrive. Any other news from the demon sect? Yao Yao asked. Yifeng nodded. Heimo just called. 3 demon sect envoys are coming to investigate me. Hearing this, Yao Yao's face changed. Young master, demon sect envoys are extremely powerful. We may not be able to defeat them. You don't need to worry about that. Yifeng smiled. I have my ways of dealing with them. Heavenly Balance Mountain. Inside a magnificent palace, 15 leaders of the ancient martial families had gathered. Yanfeng coughed lightly and spoke first. Everyone, you should all be aware of the situation with Yifeng, the Yi clan survivor and son of Shi Yao. How could we not know? The Ji family patriarch, Ji Ruli, roared in fury. 2 of my Ji family elders were slain by him. I will skin him alive, strip his bones, and dig out his heart to appease my hatred. The Lu family patriarch, Lu Ping, snorted. We underestimated that brat last time, which led to our losses. This time, we must send even stronger forces to ensure his death. Hearing this, many family heads nodded in agreement. But the Morong family patriarch, Morong Fu, smiled and said, why go through so much trouble? Oh? Yanfeng raised an eyebrow. Do you have a better plan? Everyone turned their eyes toward Morong Fu. Morong Fu sneered, since Yifeng is so arrogant, he clearly wants us to send people after him. Isn't that just playing into his hands? What if we turn things around? Turn things around? Lu Ping asked in confusion. How? Morong Fu reminded them, everyone, isn't the ancient martial sect tournament about to begin? Boom! Countless hearts trembled. The ancient martial sect tournament was Dragon Country's most prestigious competition, attended by all ancient martial sections. Countless prodigies fought for supremacy, and the champion would gain immense fame, fortune, and treasures. Not to mention, the winner would earn the chance to enter the 3-foot immortal platform, a place of divine fate. Moreover, this grand event didn't just include publicly known ancient martial families. Even hidden, mysterious sects from other realms would send disciples to participate. It was both a tournament and a gathering of the greatest talents. The 3-foot immortal platform, that only appears once every 100 years. Someone gasped in awe. But Ji really still held back his anger and asked, the 3-foot immortal platform and the ancient martial sect tournament. Based on my calculations, those events are still a month away. Are you really suggesting we let that bastard run free for another month before killing him? Exactly, Morong Fu. Lu Ping immediately followed up. I've heard that kid is a monstrous genius. A month is more than enough for him to grow stronger, and by then, it'll be even harder to kill him. Morong Fu remained calm. Once the ancient martial sect tournament begins, if all of us act together, do you really think we won't be able to kill a mere first-level Qi movement realm brat? How can you be sure he'll come back? Yen Feng asked suspiciously. Morong Fu's eyes gleamed with cunning. Simple. What if we tell him that his father has been trapped inside the 3-foot immortal platform all this time? Upon hearing this, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Those who had been involved back then recalled the figure in white robes, wielding a green longsword, standing proudly in the sky. With a single slash, he split the heavens, forcing the 3-foot immortal platform to descend. The mere mention of his name made countless people shudder in fear. Yi Changcheng. Morong Fu suddenly burst into laughter. If we make him die right in front of the 3-foot immortal platform, wouldn't that plunge him into the deepest despair? Few people knew the truth. That once unmatched, peerless genius was now trapped inside the 3-foot immortal platform. And Morong Fu, who had once coveted the demon sex saintess, Xiao, had pursued her love countless times only to be rejected. In the end, he had been forced to watch as Xiao and Yi Changqing stood together. That night, as he shed 2 lines of bloody tears, his heart shattered into pieces. Thinking of this, Morong Fu viciously swore in his heart, since you refuse to be mine, I will kill you and your child. I will destroy your entire family. You will never reunite in this life. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, for the past few days, Yi Feng and Yao Yao had been enjoying themselves, eating, drinking, and sightseeing. At the same time, they noticed something strange. More and more people were arriving in the city. Tension filled the air, and law enforcement seemed weaker than usual. As a group of wealthy heirs laughed and walked by, Yao Yao turned to Yi Feng and asked, Young master, the ancient martial families haven't come looking for trouble these past few days. Could it be that they're afraid? Yi Feng shook his head and laughed. Afraid? Impossible. Right now, they are definitely planning something bigger. They must be preparing a killing formation targeting me. I refuse to believe they'll let a so-called remnant like me live freely in this world. Shouldn't we stop them, then? Yao Yao frowned and tilted her head. If we walk right into their well-planned killing formation, won't we be doomed? Yi Feng thought for a moment and then said, then we just don't walk into it. Yao Yao suddenly laughed. You're right, young master. If we don't step in, then it doesn't matter. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the waning moon in the sky. Vengeance must be taken. If they don't come to me, I will go to their ancestral lands. But not to die, I will wait until my power has soared to its peak. He was no fool. Back then, so many ancient martial families had joined forces to severely wound his mother, Xiao. His current strength was not even close to hers at the time. How could he take on so many families alone? Even with 800,000 dragon soul troops, they might still be marching to certain death. After all, powerful cultivators cared nothing for sheer numbers. No matter how strong the dragon soul army was, they were still far inferior to those ancient martial experts. To a truly powerful cultivator, weaklings were just weaklings, they made no difference. Those old bastards must be pulling their hair out right now. Yi Feng sneered. Ancient martial families. I will slaughter them all. The next morning, the heavenly spirit auction was being prepared. Countless nobles, cultivators, and experts flooded in. The parking lot was completely packed, so much so that even ordinary luxury cars had to be parked outside. Standing before the sea of people, Yi Feng and Yao Yao felt a slight headache. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Feng casually stopped a staff member and asked, Where is Zhong Wanling? The staff member gave Yi Feng a once-over. Seeing that his clothes were plain and common, he immediately scowled in disgust. The president's name is not something you can just call out. You filthy beggar, get lost. Yi Feng's expression turned cold. I was just asking for directions. There's no need to insult me, is there? The staff member looked at him with contempt. With your shabby clothes? You can't even get past the auction's entrance. And you dare ask for our president? Get lost. Yao Yao, furious, stepped forward and snapped, We have a letter from the Azura war god for Zhong Wanling. The Azura war god? The staff member burst into laughter. You think you know the Azura war god? That man is the guardian of the Northwest, the foremost of Dragon Country's 8 great war gods. Do you really think the Azura war god would associate with 2 nobodies like you? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Be careful, someone might cut your tongue out for speaking such nonsense. The staff spoke loudly, and many nearby people heard him. Instantly, waves of mocking laughter filled the air. Where did these fools come from? Do they even know where they are? Claiming to know the Azure war god? I could just as well say I'm the son of the Azure Dragon war god. How ridiculous. There are always a few idiots like this every year. I attend every auction, and I see morons like this all the time. At that moment, a cold aura suddenly surged around Yao Yao. If one looked closely, black demonic energy was slowly rising from her body. She was about to attack, but Yifeng reached out and stopped her. Give Zhong Wanling and the Azure war god some face. Let's not cause trouble here. We can just find Zhong Wanling ourselves. Just then, who gave you the guts to go looking for Miss Zhong? A rough, commanding voice rang out, making countless heads turn toward them. Yifeng turned as well. A towering, muscular figure approached, radiating an overwhelming presence. His aura was filled with undeniable authority. Behind him were a pair of twin girls, each carrying a long blade on their backs, their cold eyes scanning the crowd. That's Hao Yan, the war god. And those are his subordinates, the twin Bidagger sisters. Hao Yan, the war god. Yifeng's face remained indifferent. He didn't take this man seriously at all. Kid, I asked you a question. Hao Yan took a step forward, towering over Yifeng, his face grim. Who gave you the guts to go looking for Miss Zhong? That brat is in trouble. Everyone knows Hao Yan is after President Zhong. And now he's confronting this kid. He's doomed. He'd better kneel and apologize. If Hao Yan gets serious, he'll burn them to ashes. The war god shows no mercy. Just when everyone thought Yifeng was about to kneel and apologize, he looked up at Hao Yan, the war god, frowned, and said, "What does me looking for her have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you?" The crisp sound of his voice echoed in everyone's ears. Countless people widened their eyes, staring at Yifeng as if they were looking at a dead man. Even Hao Yan, the war god, showed a stunned expression. How many years had it been? Ever since becoming one of the 8 great war gods, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the Azure war god, who ranked first among the war gods, was only given a slight bit of respect by him. But now, today, a reckless fool had actually appeared. However, he had personally crushed many arrogant people before. Hao Yan's face darkened instantly. Behind him, the twin Bidagger sisters saw Yifeng's disrespectful words and, in the blink of an eye, drew their swords. Their figures flashed, and 2 long blades were already pressed against Yifeng's neck. Countless high-status individuals screamed and backed away from Yifeng, afraid of getting splattered with blood. Yao Yao's eyes turned icy cold, and she was about to make a move. But Yifeng stopped her. After all, this was Zhong Wanling's territory. Starting a fight here wouldn't be appropriate. More importantly, these people weren't even capable of hurting him. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Hao Yan spoke in a chilling tone as he stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Yifeng. Do you even know whose territory this is? If you've got the guts, say that again. A terrifying pressure filled the air. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed, as if countless blazing fires were burning nearby. Sweat poured down from everyone's faces, and their mouths became parched. Someone swallowed hard and nervously said, if he doesn't kneel and apologize soon, he's going to be burned alive. Yifeng met Hao Yan's cold gaze, furrowed his brows, and repeated himself clearly. I said, what does me looking for Zhong Wanling have to do with you? If you know what's good for you, get lost. I don't want to kill anyone here. His words instantly set off an explosion among the crowd. Holy shit, he really has a death wish. Talking like that to Hao Yan, the war god? Doesn't he know Hao Yan has the worst temper among the war gods? He's really provoking him. Good. Hao Yan lost his patience completely. After saying good 3 times in a row, he raised his hand and prepared to smash Yifeng's skull. This attack was powered by a 3rd-level Qi Movement Realm cultivator. Even an ordinary Qi Movement Realm expert would be killed instantly. Yifeng saw that his opponent was making a move and decided there was no need to hold back anymore. Was he supposed to stick his neck out and wait for the blow? Just as both sides were about to clash, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Stop, all of you. Everyone turned their heads. A stunning beauty with pure features and an exquisite, fiery figure approached swiftly. It's Zhong Wanling, the founder of the All-Spirit Auction. Miss Zhong is here. Looks like that kid is saved. No doubt, she's an absolute beauty. What a body, what a face, absolutely perfect. Zhong Wanling quickly walked up to Yifeng and Hao Yan, flashing a charming smile at the war god. Hao Yan, this is the All-Spirit Auction. Please, as a favor to me, don't cause trouble here. Hao Yan snorted coldly but withdrew his hand. Miss Zhong, I'll let this slide just this once. But this bastard must kneel and apologize to me. Insulting a war god is a crime worthy of death. Zhong Wanling had already heard about the situation from others, so she immediately countered, Hao Yan, I already know what happened here. This young man simply wanted to see me. That's my business. He didn't insult you, did he? Hao Yan's expression froze. Then, crossing his arms, he declared, speaking disrespectfully to me is an insult. Yi Feng frowned. Have I been too polite to you? Fine, I'm insulting you right now. So what? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire place fell into dead silence. What did he just say? He really dared to openly insult Hao Yan. Hao Yan's face turned red with fury. Without hesitation, he struck out a fiery palm strike blazing toward Yifeng's face. However, before Yifeng could even lift a finger, Zhong Wanling's robe fluttered, and a crystalline layer of ice energy instantly blocked the attack. Boom! A heavy impact echoed through the air. Although Hao Yan's fiery palm strike shattered the ice barrier, the flames on his hand were extinguished as well. Miss Zhong, are you seriously going to stop me? Hao Yan narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with danger. Zhong Wanling smiled lightly. You are always welcome at the all-spirit auction, but if you're here to kill people, then don't blame me for interfering. Fine. Hao Yan let out a cold snort. I'll let this slide again, but once we leave this auction house, you won't be able to protect him anymore. Without waiting for Zhong Wanling's response, he turned and stormed into the auction house. The twin Bidagger sisters sheathed their swords and followed closely behind. Seeing Hao Yan back down, the crowd gasped in shock. That kid actually survived. To openly insult Hao Yan and still walk away unharmed, that's impressive. Impressive? He's just lucky Miss Zhong was here. Didn't you hear what Hao Yan said? Once this auction is over, he'll be dead. That's right. Hao Yan will never let him go. With the matter settled, Yifeng turned to Zhong Wanling and said, Thanks. No need to thank me. Zhong Wanling smiled sweetly. I simply don't want to see blood spilled at the auction. Now, young man, what business do you have with me? Without hesitation, Yifeng pulled out the letter from his sleeve and handed it over. You'll understand after reading this. Zhong Wanling curiously took the letter. As soon as she read it, her expression shifted dramatically. Without another word, she quickly folded the letter and said in a serious tone, This is not the place to discuss such matters. Let's move to a private room. All-Spirit Auction, Heaven Tier Private Room. This was the private space Zhong Wanling referred to. From here, one could oversee the entire auction. The auction had 3 tiers, Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Heaven tier was the highest level. These top-tier rooms were covered in special silk veils, preventing outsiders from seeing who was inside or sensing their auras, ensuring maximum safety. Yifeng and Zhong Wanling sat across from each other, while Yao Yao curiously looked around. Back in the demon sect, she had never seen a place like an auction house before. Naturally, she was fascinated. Since you were introduced by the Azura war god, I won't ask too many questions. Zhong Wanling raised her teacup, took a small sip, and gracefully said, Anyone respected by the Azura war god must be of extraordinary status. I know it's not my place to ask, but I still want to ask one thing. Who exactly are you? Yifeng smiled slightly. It seemed the Azura war god had not revealed his identity completely, so there was no need for him to explain too much either. I just have a good relationship with the Azura war god, that's all, Yifeng replied calmly. Seeing that Yifeng didn't want to answer, Zhong Wanling paused for a moment before smiling again. Alright, I won't press further. But from the letter, I saw that you need a thunder rhinoceros horn and some rare spiritual medicines, correct? That's right. Yifeng nodded. Since you're the founder of the All-Spirit Auction, can you sell them to me directly? Zhong Wanling shook her head. That would break the rules. Even I must follow the auction's regulations. Otherwise, the All-Spirit Auction would lose its credibility forever, and for us merchants, that is the last thing we want. Then, her tone changed slightly. However, I can give you a hint. Both the Thunder Rhinoceros Horn and various spiritual medicines will be available at today's auction. If you have enough wealth, acquiring them will be no problem. Yifeng thought for a moment and asked, How much money would I need? Since he didn't have that much on hand, he needed to prepare in advance. Zhong Wanling calculated briefly before extending one finger and saying, around 100 billion. Even for top-tier aristocratic families, this was a staggering amount. But Yifeng simply let out a breath of relief. Only 100 billion? That's not a problem at all. Zhong Wanling wasn't surprised. Instead, she stood up and bowed slightly. I've said all I needed to say. The auction will begin in half an hour. I hope you enjoy the All-Spirit Auction. With that, she turned and left the Heaven Tier private room. Young master, that woman is extremely powerful. Yao Yao leaned in and whispered. Yifeng nodded. I know. With just a wave of her hand, she was able to block 70% of Hao Yan's strength. Her true cultivation must be at least at the 7th level of the Qi movement realm. In Dragon Country, that level of strength is enough to walk unchallenged. She truly deserves to be the founder of the nation's largest auction house. For a woman to achieve this level of success, both her power and intelligence must be exceptional. At that moment, the celestial demon Palace suddenly spoke. That woman's physique is quite special. She possesses a lesser variant of the ancient 9 Nether Iceblood physique. Hers is called the 1000 Jade Frostblood physique. If she encounters the right opportunity, her bloodline might awaken into its true form. If that happens, her strength will soar, and her talent will reach an unimaginably terrifying level. Yi Feng asked in his mind, a bloodline awakening? Can Sun Muqing awaken hers too? The celestial demon Palace shook its head. Her physique doesn't have an ancestral variant, so it cannot awaken further. Oh, I see. Yi Feng nodded, gaining some new understanding. The auction begins. A thunderous round of applause filled the hall. A graceful woman in a red cheongsam slowly walked onto the stage. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the fabric. Her charming beauty and alluring presence immediately captivated the audience. It's Lu Baixian, the chief auctioneer of the All-Spirit Auction. I didn't expect her to host today's event. She's so beautiful. I swear I'll marry Lu Baixian one day. Fool! Don't you know that Lu Baixian isn't just an auctioneer? She's also a Qi movement realm expert. Anyone working under Zhong Wanling is far from ordinary. Yi Feng's gaze fell on Lu Baixian, and even he had to silently admire her beauty. Lu Baixian gracefully walked to the auction table and flashed a sweet smile at the audience. Welcome, everyone, to this year's All-Spirit Auction. I am Lu Baixian, today's auctioneer. I hope each of you will find something you love today. Someone from the audience shouted, Miss Lu, skip the formalities. Let's begin already. We can't wait. Lu Baixian glanced in the direction of the voice and smiled elegantly. Very well. I now officially announce the start of the All-Spirit Auction. The first item up for bid is the Celestial Scroll. Whoosh! The heavy red curtain was drawn back, revealing a small scroll, barely the size of a palm, inside a glass case. It was engraved with intricate patterns, emitting a faint purple glow. The scroll's core was made of jade, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Seeing this, countless people gasped. The Celestial Scroll? Inside one of the Earth-tier private rooms, a young man's eyes lit up in excitement. He stood up and laughed loudly. Good! The legendary Elder Dugu only crafted 11 celestial scrolls. After his death, they scattered across the world. Now, only 7 remain. I never expected to see another one today. His voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Even though most attendees couldn't see his face, they immediately recognized his identity. That must be someone from the Qin family. The Qin family was one of the 3 top aristocratic clans in the imperial capital. It was rumored that they had inherited part of an ancient martial legacy, which allowed them to rise to power. The current head of the Qin family had already stepped into the Qi movement realm. What does this celestial scroll do? Yi Feng asked, still behind the silken veil of his private room. Yao Yao shook her head. I don't know. But I've heard of Elder Dugu before. A long time ago, he fought against 3 demon sect elders by himself. He even managed to kill one, though he was severely wounded and eventually perished. Yi Feng wasn't particularly interested in Elder Dugu, but the celestial scroll itself intrigued him. If it was something crafted by a powerful figure, it definitely wasn't ordinary. At that moment, Lu Baixian elegantly introduced the item. Many of you may already be familiar with the celestial scroll, but let me provide some details. She walked over to the glass case, gently placing her slender fingers on it. Her movements were simple, her expression calm and composed, yet there was an undeniable allure in her gestures, drawing people in. The Celestial Scroll is a special artifact crafted by the Qi Fusion Realm Master, Elder Dugu, before his death. There are only 11 of these in the world. Up until now, only 7 have been found, and what you see before you is the 8th one. Lu Baixian introduced the item with a charming smile. The scroll is engraved with 81 mystical patterns and infused with Elder Dugu's own internal energy. Once activated with the user's internal force, the Celestial Scroll allows for an instant teleportation of approximately 10 kilometers in any direction. The best part? This is not a disposable item, it can be used once per day. Lu Baixian's eyes gleamed as she continued, an item like this, which can be used for daily survival and escape, is simply priceless. And I'm sure all of you have heard the legend. At this point, she walked back to the auction table, her voice filled with temptation. If one manages to collect all 11 celestial scrolls and merge them together, they will form the key to open the immortal gate. In other words, this is a chance to become immortal. As soon as she spoke these words, the entire auction hall fell into a frenzy. Everyone's eyes burned with desire, fixated on the celestial scroll, each of them eager to get their hands on it. Bang! Lu Baixian struck the auction gavel, snapping everyone back to reality. Now, let the auction for the celestial scroll begin, she announced with a smile. Starting price, 5 billion. Each bid must increase by at least 500 million. I'll start. 5.5 billion. Only 5.5 billion? How embarrassing. 7 billion. Step aside. 8 billion. 9 billion. 10 billion. Seeing the heated bidding war, Yifeng shook his head. The celestial scroll is useful, sure, it's great for escaping, but no one knows where it'll teleport you. What if it sends you somewhere even more dangerous? And they're all desperate because of some immortal gate nonsense. Do they really think it's real? If it were, Elder Dugu would have used it himself and ascended to immortality instead of dying. It may not matter to you, the celestial demon palace suddenly spoke, but to ordinary people, immortality is both supreme and elusive. If they can even grasp the smallest chance, it's worth any cost. The ancient and solemn voice carried a weight of endless time, filled with sorrow, helplessness, and a deep sense of regret. Yifeng couldn't help but ask, "You have seen many people like this, haven't you?" "Yes," the celestial demon palace sighed. "I have seen too many, but they all died perishing on the stairway to immortality." Yifeng's expression hardened. In his mind, he could suddenly see countless shadowy figures desperately climbing a celestial staircase, only to vanish halfway, their bodies and souls completely erased. It seems this one has experienced a lot and has many stories, Yifeng thought to himself. But he didn't dwell on it. That was their path, he would continue walking his own. By the time Yifeng snapped back to reality, the bidding had already exceeded 200 billion. Now it had surpassed 320 billion, and it was still climbing. Lu Baixian looked pleased. As the first auction item, this was already an outstanding result. Just as the bidding seemed to slow down and approach a conclusion. "I bid 500 billion. A voice thundered from one of the Earth-tier private rooms. It was Qinyu, the young master of the Qin family. Young Master Qin just bid 500 billion. My god, 500 billion. That's enough to buy my entire family's estate. Sigh, with the Qin family's power, there's no way we'll win this scroll. 500 billion. Young Master Qin just bid 500 billion. The auction hall fell into momentary silence. Lu Baixian smiled. 500 billion. Does anyone wish to bid higher? The moment she finished speaking, a voice filled with absolute dominance rang through the auction house. 500 billion? That's nothing. I bid 1 trillion. Everyone turned their heads toward the heaven-tier private rooms. There was no doubt this was the private suite of Hao Yan, the war god. Only 5 heaven-tier private rooms existed in the entire auction house, alongside 10 earth-tier and 20 human-tier rooms. Securing a private suite was only possible for those with status and power. The higher one's rank, the better their privileges. Hearing that Hao Yan wanted the celestial scroll, Qinyu was furious but powerless. In the imperial capital, Hao Yan's influence was simply too overwhelming. No one dared oppose him. But Qinyu wasn't spineless either. He immediately called out, "Hao Yan, the war god, I've set my sights on this celestial scroll. Please, show the Qin family some respect." Wow! Qinyu is challenging Hao Yan? That's rare. He has the qualifications. Hao Yan may be strong, but the Qin family is just as powerful. I heard these two factions have been at odds for a while. Looks like the rumors were true. Hao Yan's mocking voice echoed through the auction house. A brat from the Qin family thinks he can talk to me? Maybe if your father were here, we could have a conversation. You're in an earth-tier private room, just sit quietly and keep your mouth shut. The moment he said that, Qinyu's face darkened instantly. As the young master of the Qin family, he could only enter an earth-tier private room. But his father, Qin Shan, was qualified for a heaven-tier private room. The meaning behind Hao Yan's words was obvious. He was insulting Qinyu's status, saying that he wasn't important enough to be worth talking to. "Hao Yan, you're going too far." Qinyu clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. Hao Yan let out a cold laugh. "If you want to die here, I'd be happy to grant your wish." Qinyu immediately fell silent, not because he backed down, but because, if he truly angered Hao Yan, he would definitely die. Even if his father rushed over to protect him, the war god could still kill him in an instant. Understanding this, Qinyu could only swallow his anger. Seeing him go silent, Lu Baixian tactfully stepped in. "Hao Yan, the war god, has bid 1 trillion. Does anyone wish to bid higher?" The auction hall fell completely silent. Liu Baixian sighed internally. Although the auction earned more money, the heated competition was now ruined because of Hao Yan. 1 trillion, going once. 1 trillion, going twice. 1 trillion, going 3 times. Sold. Liu Baixian announced loudly. The first auction item, the Celestial Scroll, is now owned by Hao Yan, the war god. Sigh. There goes my chance at immortality. No choice. When Hao Yan wants something, anyone who fights back dies. The first auction item had now been sold. Liu Baixian then introduced a series of items, including martial arts manuals, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs. The crowd fought fiercely over them, but Yi Feng remained completely indifferent. After all, none of these items interested him. If he wanted, he could retrieve far more advanced treasures from the Celestial Demon Palace. On the other hand, Qin Yu, the young master of the Qin family, made several purchases, securing many valuable items. Even Hao Yan, the war god, only bid on a few unusual objects. Meanwhile, Yi Feng used this time to make a few phone calls, instructing Tianjun Group to transfer 200 billion into his account. With that amount, he could easily buy what he wanted. The Thunder Rhinoceros Horn. Liu Baixian smiled and introduced the next item. Up next is the Thunder Rhinoceros Horn, a part extracted from a thunder rhinoceros slain by a Qi movement realm expert near the southern wasteland border. It is mainly used in forging spiritual artifacts, but it is also a rare alchemical ingredient, a material with extensive uses. Starting price, 50 billion. Each bid must increase by at least 5 billion. Let the bidding begin. The auction started. But it wasn't as intense as the previous items. This kind of special material was only valuable to a select few. For most people, it was useless. Alchemists and artifact refiners were rare professions, few had a need for such materials. As a result, the bidding stalled around 100 billion. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly spoke. 150 billion. The moment his voice rang out, everyone in the auction hall suddenly turned their heads toward his booth. Ha! What's going on? Yi Feng was confused. He had just placed a bid, why was everyone staring at him? Liu Baixian covered her mouth and laughed, then quickly announced. A bid of 150 billion. Any higher offers? 500 billion. A cold, angry voice interrupted. It was Hao Yan, the war god. His voice carried undisguised fury. Whoever's in Heaven Tier booth number 1, don't leave after the auction. We're not done. Yi Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what he had done to provoke Hao Yan. Yao Yao's ears twitched. After overhearing the whispers among the crowd, she quickly explained to Yi Feng. Young master, I heard them say that Heaven Tier booth number 1 is Miss Jones' private suite. She's the only one allowed to use it. When you spoke just now, they all heard a man's voice, so of course, they were shocked. Yi Feng let out a bitter laugh. So that's why. No wonder Hao Yan was so furious. To him, this was no different than being publicly humiliated. Now, there was no doubt this was going to turn into a bidding war. Yi Feng knew Hao Yan had deep pockets, so he quickly told Yao Yao, use my phone to message the Azura war god. Get as much money as possible and transfer it over. After handing her the phone, Yi Feng raised his bid. 1 trillion. A confident voice rang out, spreading across the entire auction hall. The crowd erupted in excitement. The man in booth number 1 is going head-to-head with Hao Yan. Hao Yan's face darkened. 1.2 trillion, he said through gritted teeth. Even for him, coming up with so much money all at once was a bit difficult, especially after buying multiple items earlier. Yi Feng smirked. Seeing the price slow down, he immediately said, 1.5 trillion. 1.7 trillion. Hao Yan instantly responded. 1.9 trillion. Yi Feng refused to back down. 2 trillion. Hao Yan gritted his teeth. Yi Feng took a deep breath and calmly said, 2.5 trillion. Whoa! This is insane. For once, Hao Yan, the war god, is actually losing. A single special material being auctioned for 2.5 trillion? This is unprecedented in the history of the All-Spirit auction. I heard the highest single item bid ever recorded was 3.5 trillion. Could we break that record today? Yi Feng let out a bitter chuckle. 2.5 trillion was everything he had right now. Without the next fund transfer, he wasn't confident about raising the bid any further. Bang! Inside Heaven Tier booth number 2, Hao Yan crushed his wine glass in rage. Glass shards scattered, cutting into the half-naked women sitting beside him. The girls screamed in fear and scrambled away. Damn it! Hao Yan cursed angrily. But he didn't dare to bid higher. 2.5 trillion was an amount he could afford. But spending that much on a material he didn't even need was pointless. If he purchased it, he would be throwing money away. And at this price, even Yifeng was getting ripped off. Realizing this, Hao Yan's anger eased slightly. Instead of raising his bid, he simply mocked. Spending 2.5 trillion on a useless material? You must be an idiot. Many in the audience nodded. The price really wasn't worth it. But Yifeng just laughed and said, if you don't have money, don't bid. Stop acting like some big shot. The entire auction hall fell silent. Wait, this tone, doesn't this sound familiar? Hao Yan was instantly enraged. The entire Heaven Tier booth shook violently. A terrifying force rippled outward, shaking the auction house. If not for the protective formations, the booth would have been obliterated. Say that again. Hao Yan roared. He tore open the curtain shielding his booth, glaring directly at Heaven Tier booth number 1. Yifeng's calm voice responded, being broke isn't your fault. But pretending to be rich, that's a you problem. Hao Yan's veins bulged. His face turned red with fury. Just as he was about to explode, Lu Baixian quickly intervened. Hao Yan, the war god, this is an auction house, not a battleground. If you want to kill someone, wait until the auction ends. Otherwise, leave now. Hao Yan snorted coldly. If Zhong Wanling wasn't here today, you'd already be dead. With that, he waved his hand, sat back down, and stayed silent. Wow, this is insane. Hao Yan just got humiliated twice today. I've never seen him so embarrassed before. All because of Miss Zhong. Hearing the murmurs, Hao Yan finally snapped. Shut your damn mouths. Unless you want me to hunt each of you down. The auction hall immediately fell silent. Lu Baixian let out a sigh of relief. If they had actually started fighting, the auction would have been ruined. Lu Baixian hurriedly announced, 2.5 trillion. The Thunder Rhino horn belongs to the distinguished guest in Skyclass Private Room number 1. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally acquired the materials needed to restore the black iron spear of the Azura war god. Next, he still needed to purchase some detoxification herbs. At this moment, Yao Yao received a message and informed Yifeng, young master, we've collected the funds. The Azura war god has sent us the payment, 5 trillion in total. Oh, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. That was timely. I didn't expect being a war god to be so profitable. Maybe I should try it out sometime. The commotion soon came to an end. After that, several more items were auctioned off one after another. Yifeng found himself getting addicted to bidding and bought several interesting items. The prices weren't anything significant. At this moment, the Immortal Demon Hall suddenly spoke up, that stone is special. Buy it. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately placed a bid and purchased a broken stone for 5 billion, drawing laughter from the audience. However, Yifeng didn't feel like he had lost anything. Since the well-informed Immortal Demon Hall had specifically pointed it out, the stone was bound to be extraordinary. I'll deal with it later. Yifeng planned to ask the Immortal Demon Hall about the stone after leaving the auction. Soon, the auction neared its conclusion. It was time for the grand finale. Lu Baixian smiled at the crowd and announced, alright, now we'll reveal the final 3 highlight items of this auction. Let's get right to it. The first item, the perfect breakthrough pill. A pure, flawless white pill was displayed before the crowd, with streaks of lightning flickering across its surface. Yifeng was amazed. This breakthrough pill was near perfect. The craftsmanship of the alchemist who made it was extraordinary. A breakthrough pill? I can't believe something like this exists. The Wanling auction house is truly generous. Even an item like this is up for auction. I have to get this. I'll go gather money right now. Lu Baixian explained with a smile, this perfect breakthrough pill was crafted by the alchemy sage of the Dragon Nation, Zhang Wan. However, even alchemy sage Zhang Wan has only managed to refine one in recent years. Anyone below the Union realm can instantly break through their current level by consuming it. The pill has minimal toxicity, which can be ignored. The starting bid is 1 trillion, with increments of no less than 100 billion. This is incredible. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. The perfect breakthrough pill was truly a treasure. However, the Immortal Demon Hall suddenly warned, Master, do not buy it. There's something wrong with this pill. Something wrong? Yifeng was taken aback. The Immortal Demon Hall spoke seriously, the breakthrough pill's effects are real, but I can sense a peculiar aura within it. It most likely contains corpse-dissolving balm, a colorless, odorless substance that acts like a deadly poison to the human body. What? Yifeng was shocked. Corpse-dissolving balm was specifically used to dissolve bodies. Why would such a thing be mixed into a breakthrough pill? The Immortal Demon Hall continued, Master, if you grant me partial access to my abilities, I can examine the pill closely. Otherwise, I won't be able to determine exactly what's inside. Without hesitation, Yifeng loosened some of the Immortal Demon Hall's restrictions, allowing it to observe and sense the outside world. The Immortal Demon Hall stared at the breakthrough pill and suddenly gasped, "There are infant bone fragments hidden in this pill. This is similar to a mind-controlling drug. Once consumed, the person will be completely manipulated. This is a puppet scheme." Yifeng was utterly shocked. Someone is setting a trap? It looks like turbulent times are ahead. The demonic sex envoys were moving south, ancient martial families had mysteriously gone silent, and now there was this puppet scheme. Yifeng had a strong premonition that something big was coming. In the end, the perfect breakthrough pill was won by war god Hao Yan, who paid a staggering 3.78 trillion for it. A massive splurge. Yifeng didn't warn him about the pill's problem. After all, it wasn't his concern. The second item, 2 black and white ghost stones crafted by the chess sage of the Dragon Nation. The combination of Taiji Xin and Yang, capable of killing without a trace. Lu Baixian continued introducing the item. However, Yifeng wasn't interested. Another guest from a sky-class private room successfully bid on this spiritual weapon. And now, the final item. Lu Baixian paused before announcing, a millennia-old elixir from the Far East, deep within the East Sea, the Jeju Blossom Essence. This miraculous medicine comes from a 1,000-year-old land of abundance and is naturally formed. Just 1 gram can regrow flesh and bones and neutralize deadly poisons. Its value is immeasurable, it is a true life-saving medicine. The starting bid is 1 trillion, with increments of no less than 100 billion. Yifeng didn't hesitate, 2 trillion. I bid 2.1 trillion, 2.5 trillion, 2.7 trillion. I bid. Yifeng saw that war god Hao Yan and young Master Qin weren't raising their bids anymore, so he decided not to waste time. I bid 4 trillion. As soon as he spoke, the entire hall erupted. 4 trillion? The highest price in the history of the Wanling auction house was only 3.5 trillion. Now, it had been surpassed by 500 billion. Who could match that bid? After 5 seconds of silence, Lu Baixian tapped the table 3 times, finalizing the sale of the Jeju Blossom Essence to Yifeng. This concludes the Wanling Auction House's event. Thank you all for your support. We hope to see you again next time. Back in his private room, Yifeng soon heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw Lu Baixian pushing a small cart. At close range, Yifeng caught a pleasant floral fragrance, though he couldn't tell what flower it was. Lu Baixian quickly scanned Yifeng, also noticing the displeased expression of Yao Yao. She smiled and said, "Distinguished guest, all of your auction items are here." "Thank you." Yifeng nodded. After confirming that everything was in order, he stored the items inside the Grand Hall of the Immortal Demon Hall, ensuring their safety. Seeing the items vanish in Yifeng's hands, Lu Baixian was slightly startled but quickly regained her composure. "How would you like to pay?" Yifeng requested the account number and transferred the money via the bank. In no time, the payment was completed. From this auction, he actually made a 1 trillion profit from the Azura war god. He couldn't even spend it all if he tried. "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." Yifeng had no intention of lingering and planned to leave with Yao Yao. Lu Baixian bit her lip lightly and reminded him, "Right now, war god Hao Yan is waiting for you outside. If you leave now, you won't have the Wanling auction house's protection anymore." A mere Hao Yan war god? I don't even take him seriously. Lu Baixian's heart trembled instantly. Not taking Hao Yan war god seriously? That was one of the 8 great war gods of the Dragon Nation. His strength was unfathomable. He alone could hold off the entire imperial capital. Such a powerful existence. And yet, this young man in front of her said he didn't take him seriously? Was this some kind of joke? Lu Baixian initially thought Yifeng was just talking big, but when she saw the absolute confidence and disregard in his eyes, her expression suddenly froze. Could he really be telling the truth? He had a storage artifact. Could he be from one of the ancient martial families? Yifeng then said to Lu Baixian, "Thank you for your kindness, but we'll be leaving now." With that, Yifeng took Yao Yao and left. Lu Baixian wanted to say more, but suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, startling her. She quickly turned around and saw Zhong Wanling standing right behind her. "Wanling, you scared me to death," Lu Baixian said angrily. Zhong Wanling smiled and shook his head. "I know you're worried about that guy, but do you know why I brought him to a sky-class private room?" Lu Baixian was stunned. "Why?" Zhong Wanling revealed a meaningful smile. "Because he was introduced by the Azura war god, and the Azura war god holds him in the highest regard." "What? The Azura war god?" Lu Baixian was utterly shocked. He actually knows the Azura war god? That's unbelievable. In Lu Baixuan's eyes, the Azura war god was the shield of the entire dragon nation, defending against foreign invaders. He was an idol to everyone. And yet, such a figure actually revered that young man just now? This was simply unimaginable. Zhong Wanling looked toward the direction where Yifeng had just left and slowly said, "Let's use Hao Yan war god to test that young man. If anything goes wrong, we can step in together." "Alright." Lu Baixian agreed immediately. She also wanted to see just how strong that young man really was. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, as he walked to the entrance of the Wanling auction house, he noticed many people standing still, quietly watching him. Their amused gazes seemed to say that he was already a dead man. Yifeng ignored them and walked straight out. A blazing red light instantly caught his attention. Hao Yan war god and the twin blades of Tongbi were standing at the auction house entrance, their faces filled with rage. Seeing Hao Yan war god, Yifeng showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled, "You really take your job seriously, huh?" Hao Yan war god growled, "The person in Skyclass private room number 1 earlier, that was you, wasn't it?" Yifeng admitted openly, "That's right." "So what? Do you have a problem?" "So it was you." Hao Yan war god clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds, his eyes locked onto Yifeng like a fierce tiger. "I said it before, I wouldn't kill you inside the Wanling auction house out of respect for Miss Zhong. But the moment you step outside, I will kill you instantly." The moment he said this, countless people backed away, afraid of getting caught in the fight. He's not actually going to step out, right? If he does, he'll definitely be punched to death by Hao Yan war god. If I were him, I'd just settle down inside the auction house and never leave for the rest of my life. Look at how scrawny he is. This is going to be brutal. Just as everyone thought Yifeng wouldn't dare to step forward, Yifeng completely ignored Hao Yan war god and walked straight outside. Hao Yan war god's eyes shifted. The twin blades of Tongbi instantly understood. The two of them drew their long blades and slashed at Yifeng in an instant. "It's happening," someone exclaimed. Yifeng didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly turned around, unleashing a powerful surge of energy within him and throwing 2 punches behind him. Boom! Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out as his fists collided with the twin blades of Tongbi. The attack was so fast that they couldn't dodge, forcing them to block with their blades. But the moment they made contact, unbearable pain tore through their bodies as if they were being ripped apart. They were sent flying, spitting blood, unable to stand back up. Yifeng waved his hand and snorted coldly, "If you try again, I won't hold back." This guy is a master. My god, he defeated the twin blades of Tongbi in a single move. This is at least the Qi motion realm. We misjudged him. No wonder he's not afraid of Hao Yan war god. On the second floor of the Wanling auction house, Zhong Wanling and Lu Baixian watched Yifeng. This guy is no ordinary man. No wonder the Azura war god values him so highly. "You're courting death." Although Hao Yan war god was shocked by Yifeng's strength, seeing his men injured made him furious. He stomped the ground, igniting countless flames that engulfed his body, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Boom! A sound like a cannon blast erupted. Hao Yan war god moved at extreme speed, appearing before Yifeng in the blink of an eye. His massive flame-covered hand slammed down toward Yifeng's head. The oppressive force was overwhelming. If that palm landed, Yifeng's skull would be crushed instantly. Feeling the scorching heat, Yifeng remained expressionless, channeling his internal energy and throwing a punch in response. Boom! Fist and palm collided, creating a shockwave that forced onlookers to retreat. Those with weaker strength turned pale and collapsed in fear. Hao Yan war god was forced back several steps, his face pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even the flames around him dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood there completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened. What? Countless people gasped in shock. Hao Yan war god lost. That was Hao Yan war god. Zhong Wanling and Lu Baixuan's eyes narrowed. They hadn't expected Yifeng to be so strong. He had effortlessly taken on Hao Yan war god without even using his full strength. "You attacked me, are you ready to face the consequences?" Yifeng was done holding back. Hao Yan war god had too much killing intent. How could he show mercy? Yifeng's figure suddenly moved. A dragon-like phantom appeared around his right fist as he launched a flurry of overwhelming attacks toward Hao Yan war god. Hao Yan war god was horrified. He hadn't expected Yifeng to be this powerful. He hastily conjured flames to shield himself. But it was useless. In an instant, the flames shattered like fragile glass under the dragon phantom's assault. And then, Yifeng's fist crashed directly into Hao Yan war god's body. Boom! The terrifying force landed on Hao Yan war god, and at the same time, a burst of fire suddenly ignited, shielding his body. The mighty dragon-shaped energy projection was blocked by the sudden burst of fire but also completely destroyed it. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Hao Yen War God fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. The arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by a trace of fear. The strength of this guy in front of him was terrifying. Even the spiritual artifact he used for protection, one strong enough to withstand the full-force strike of a Chi Motion Realm Level 7 expert, was shattered. This was simply an opponent he couldn't defeat. Without hesitation, Hao Yen War God immediately turned and ran. But the very next second, an overwhelming and terrifying aura engulfed the entire space, sending a chilling sensation through his body, freezing him in place. Hao Yen War God stiffly turned his head and was shocked to see that Yifeng had somehow already appeared behind him. And once again, it was that same punch. Boom! The thunderous sound drew the attention of everyone, even the powerful figures in the imperial capital, who turned their gazes toward this place with deep curiosity. Inside the Wanling auction house, every single person had their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. That once invincible Hao Yen War God had just been struck by Yifeng's punch, his chest completely pierced through, leaving a gaping, bloody hole. Hao Yen War God stood in place in utter disbelief, then slowly looked down at the hole in his chest before collapsing powerlessly to the ground, completely dead. Hao Yen War God has fallen. How is this possible? That was a war god, and he was killed so easily by a young man? I must be dreaming. This has to be a dream. Hao Yen War God really died. Countless people stood frozen, unable to accept the reality before them. The twin blades of Tongbi, seeing this, let out a painful wail before picking up their long blades and charging at Yifeng once again. At least you're loyal, but if you seek death, don't blame me. Yifeng struck again without hesitation, this time without holding back. 2 consecutive punches instantly killed the twin blades of Tongbi, sending them to the afterlife alongside their master. Since he had already killed Hao Yen War God, killing these 2 was no effort at all. Today's events will surely shake the entire Dragon Nation. Lu Baixian was utterly shocked, but at the same time, she felt worried for Yifeng. After all, killing a war god was no small matter. Zhong Wanling noticed her concern and reassured her, since he's connected to the Azura war god, killing a war god won't be a problem. There's no need to worry too much. But still, Zhong Wanling looked at Yifeng with intrigue and murmured, he really is an interesting guy. At that moment, Yifeng stepped forward, took a storage ring from Hao Yen War God's body, then left the scene with Yao Yao. Watching Yifeng walk away, only then did the countless spectators dare to move again. Hurry! Take me back to the family. I must report this to the clan leader immediately. Killing Hao Yen War God with just 2 punches, this is definitely going to be tomorrow's biggest headline. One of the 8 great war gods, Hao Yen War God, has fallen. This will shake the entire Dragon Nation. As soon as the news spread, it quickly circulated throughout the country, leaving countless people in shock, unable to believe that Hao Yen War God had died so easily. The Azura War God also received the news. His trusted subordinate reported, War God, should we inform the higher-ups? Killing a war god of the Dragon Nation is no small matter. If they issue a pursuit order. The Azura War God shook his head indifferently and said, ignore it. Those old geezers know who the Hallmaster is, they wouldn't dare interfere. Besides, it's just a useless piece of trash that died. What's the big deal? Among the 8 great war gods of the Dragon Nation, some of them are nothing but empty titles. Removing the weak ones is actually a good thing. The Hallmaster's emergence will only make the Dragon Nation stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Azure Dragon War God received the news, and his first reaction was one of absolute shock. He had seen Hao Yen War God with his own eyes before and knew that he wasn't as strong as him, but he never expected that he would be so easily killed by Yifeng. However, what worried him wasn't Hao Yen War God's death, it was the 800,000-strong army under his command. With Hao Yen War God dead, his army would surely seek revenge. Even though Yifeng was incredibly strong, how could he possibly withstand such an enormous force? Thinking of this, Azure Dragon War God slammed the table and shouted, prepare an armed aircraft. Take me to the imperial capital immediately. After leaving the Wanling auction house, Yifeng and Yao Yao headed straight toward Dragon City. Since he had already obtained the Jade Blossom essence, his priority was to use it to detoxify Sun Mooching. Otherwise, he would never be at ease. However, not long after they left, a Lamborghini suddenly pulled up in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. When he saw the person stepping out of the car, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was none other than Xinyu, the young master of the Qin family. I saw everything. You're something else. Xinyu waved at Yifeng with a big smile. Killing a damned Hao Yen war god with just 2 punches, your strength is practically invincible in the entire imperial capital. What do you want? Yifeng asked. He didn't care much for this rich playboy. Xinyu grinned. Come on, don't be so cold. I'm just here to tell you one thing, the news of you killing Hao Yen War God has already spread. Right now, his 800,000 strong army has surrounded the imperial capital. If you want to get out, it'll be nearly impossible. Even a Chi Motion Realm expert would struggle against an army that massive. Yi Feng responded indifferently, and what? Do you have a better idea? Of course. Xin Yu clapped his hands, gave Yi Feng a thumbs up, and said, come to the Qin family with me. They wouldn't dare touch you there. I don't have time. Yi Feng waved him off. I have to get to Dragon City. Xin Yu chuckled. Ah, don't be in such a rush. The higher-ups will hear about Hao Yen War God's death soon enough. His 800,000 strong army will be reassigned to other war gods or receive a new commander. Within 3 days, they'll definitely withdraw. If you just wait a little, you can leave safely. Yi Feng shook his head decisively. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't wait that long. With that, he left with Yao Yao. Xin Yu watched Yi Feng walk away and couldn't help but admire him. Now that's what I call a true powerhouse. That Hao Yen War God was just a piece of trash, always bullying people. But still, we'll have to see if he can survive first. I need to inform my family immediately. With Hao Yen War God dead, the imperial capital is about to change completely. Yao Yao stepped forward and said to Yi Feng, young master, are we really going to face that 800,000 strong army? Yi Feng shook his head and said, even if we kill them, we can't kill them all. Just let things take their course. With our abilities, leaving will still be easy. As they spoke, the two had already arrived near the airport. At this moment, countless hidden soldiers, seeing their target approach, immediately went on high alert. Hao Yen War God's trusted aide, Zhao Bai, stood atop a high building, wearing a dark green military uniform, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Feng and Yao Yao below. He picked up his radio and said viciously, everyone, attack. Kill him for me. The moment his voice fell, countless soldiers removed their disguises and appeared, drawing their cold weapons and charging toward Yi Feng, quickly surrounding him. Seeing this, ordinary citizens fled in all directions. Be careful, young master. Yao Yao's expression darkened as demonic energy erupted from her body, sweeping out like a storm, instantly stopping many soldiers. Yi Feng didn't hesitate either. He attacked swiftly, unleashing the full power of the coiling dragon fist, with each strike taking down numerous soldiers. Seeing how difficult Yi Feng was to deal with, a soldier carrying a rocket launcher quickly rushed over and pulled the trigger. The loud explosion immediately caught Yi Feng's attention. Seeing the rocket blast toward him, he didn't hesitate at all and directly unleashed a dragon-shaped energy projection to intercept it. Boom! The rocket exploded in mid-air, shaking the surroundings violently, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. Yi Feng and Yao Yao remained unscathed, but many soldiers were caught in the blast. At least it was a case of hurting the enemy at the cost of some of their own men. Damn it! Zhao Bai's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Yi Feng to be so troublesome, not even a rocket launcher could threaten him. Although they had tanks and armed aircraft, how could they possibly bring those into the imperial capital? I'll do it myself. Zhao Bai snatched a curved blade from a nearby soldier, then leaped from the high building, landing firmly on the ground. You're the one who killed the war god, aren't you? Zhao Bai raised his curved blade, pointing at Yi Feng. Yi Feng casually kicked away two soldiers who were rushing at him and impatiently said to Zhao Bai, you talk too much. You're courting death. Furious, Zhao Bai lunged forward, swinging his curved blade down toward Yi Feng's head. However, Yi Feng suddenly struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force surged toward Zhao Bai. The moment Zhao Bai felt the overwhelming power, his expression changed drastically. In the next second, his body was completely torn apart, a bloody hole appeared in his chest, and his body was covered in wounds. He was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, dead beyond doubt. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers' eyes turned bloodshot as they roared in anger and charged toward Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng sighed in frustration, an armed aircraft appeared above the imperial capital. The Azure Dragon War God leaped down from it, landing directly in front of Yi Feng. Looking at the charging soldiers, he immediately roared, I am Azure Dragon War God. Everyone, stand down immediately. The moment they saw Azure Dragon War God, the soldiers all stopped in their tracks. One soldier stepped forward and said, Azure Dragon War God, this man killed Hao Yen War God. You are also one of the 8 great war gods of the Dragon Nation, please uphold justice for us. Idiot! Azure Dragon War God strode forward and slapped the soldier, sending him flying with terrifying force. He then coldly declared, this man is someone the Azure War God values highly. If you don't want the Dragon Soul Army to wipe you out, kneel down immediately. He's connected to the Azure War God? The moment those words fell, countless people were shocked. Yi Feng glanced at Azure Dragon War God, about to tell him to keep a low profile, but before he could speak, Azure Dragon War God beat him to it. Not just connected. Their relationship is extremely close, and he is also my master. With both me and the Azure War God as witnesses, what does it matter if he killed Hao Yen War God? Even if he kills another War God, so what? Hao Yen War God's soldiers looked at each other. Their leader was dead, and they didn't know what to do. Azure Dragon War God snorted coldly, "You'll soon be reassigned under another War God. Is it worth fighting over a dead man? Besides, Hao Yen War God's personality was disgusting. He wasn't even worth your loyalty. If you're smart, drop your weapons. Since you were loyal to him, I'll let you live." Sigh. Countless soldiers let out helpless sighs, finally giving up on their revenge. They dropped their weapons onto the ground and awaited their orders. After dealing with the situation, Azure Dragon War God turned around, knelt on one knee before Yi Feng, and said, "Apologies for arriving late, Master. Please punish me. You came just in time." Yi Feng nodded. If Azure Dragon War God hadn't arrived, things would have been much more troublesome. "I need to head to Dragon City next. You handle things here," Yi Feng said calmly. Azure Dragon War God stood up, then pointed to the armed aircraft and said, "Master, take this aircraft. It'll be much faster." "All right." Yi Feng didn't refuse. He boarded the aircraft with Yao Yao, then headed straight toward Dragon City at full speed. At this moment, inside Dragon City, Su Chenyi was carefully tending to Sun Muqing. Although she was no longer in critical condition, there was still a large amount of poison in her body, constantly eroding her from within. If this continued, her body would eventually collapse, causing rapid aging and a shortened lifespan. Sigh. Su Chanxian let out a sigh, feeling completely helpless. Su Chenyi comforted her, "Don't worry, Chanxian. Brother Yi Feng is incredibly strong. I'm sure he's already found a way to cure Sun Muqing." "I hope so." Su Chanxian knew that at this point, Yi Feng was their only hope. Sun Muqing, wearing a coat, walked over with a pale face and smiled weakly. "Don't worry, my brother is amazing. He'll definitely find a cure for me. And even if he doesn't, I'll still live well." "Muqing, how many times have I told you?" Su Chanxian quickly rushed over with concern, urging her, "Just stay in bed and rest for now. When you recover, I'll take you out to have fun." As her close friend, Su Chanxian felt deep pain seeing Sun Muqing in such a condition. Just then, Su Chenyi suddenly received a message. His expression changed instantly, and he blurted out in shock, "Yi Feng killed Hao Yen War God." "What?" Both women were stunned. Hao Yen War God, one of the 8 great war gods, was actually killed by Yi Feng? This was unbelievable. Su Chenyi quickly read Azure Dragon War God's message, then excitedly turned to them. "Yi Feng is coming back." 3 hours later, Yi Feng and Yao Yao took the armed aircraft and quickly returned to Dragon City. Without wasting any time, they headed straight to Sun Muqing. Su Chenyi had been waiting outside. Before long, he saw Yi Feng arriving. "Brother Yi Feng, you're finally here," Su Chenyi said excitedly. "It's been a while, and your cultivation has improved again." "You're the same." Yi Feng patted Su Chenyi's shoulder and noticed that he had already broken through to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. It wouldn't be long before he reached the Qi Motion realm. "Looks like you haven't been slacking." Yi Feng smiled. Su Chenyi nodded quickly, "Of course. I wouldn't dare waste that cultivation technique. I've been training hard these past days and finally broke through the bottleneck that's held me back for years. I look forward to the day you step into the Qi Motion realm." Yi Feng nodded at him, then asked, "Where's Muqing?" "She's inside this house," Su Chenyi explained. "To prevent her parents from finding out and worrying, we brought her here and told them she was on a trip. Shanxian and I have been taking care of her every day." "You've had a hard time," Yi Feng said gratefully. "But from now on, you won't have to." Hearing this, Su Chenyi was overjoyed. "Brother Yi Feng, you found a cure?" "Yes," Yi Feng said firmly. "This time, I can completely remove the poison from her body." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in," Su Chenyi said with a long-awaited smile, but then his gaze shifted to Yao Yao, who was standing beside them. Knowing that the people inside were close acquaintances, Yao Yao felt it was inappropriate for her to enter, so she said, "I'll stand guard here. You go in." "All right," Yi Feng didn't refuse, as he didn't want Yao Yao to feel awkward. The two quickly entered the house. Yi Feng immediately saw Sun Muqing lying on the bed, being cared for by Su Chanxian. He walked over at once. Seeing her pale face and frail body, a deep sense of guilt rose within him. "Brother, you're here." The moment Sun Muqing saw Yi Feng, her complexion visibly improved, and she smiled happily. "You've suffered during this time." Yi Feng knelt beside the bed and said gently, "Don't worry, I came here to heal you completely." Not only will you recover, but your appearance will glow with vitality, and your lifespan will increase. That amazing? Sun Muqing chuckled. I knew my brother would succeed. Just as Yi Feng was about to give her the Jeji Blossom essence, the immortal demon hall suddenly spoke. Master, in her current state, she absolutely cannot consume it directly. The Jeji Blossom essence is a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, extremely potent. You could absorb it effortlessly, but she is just an ordinary human. She has no cultivation, and with her body already weakened by poison, she wouldn't be able to withstand such overwhelming medicinal power. Yi Feng's body stiffened. Then he quickly asked, what should I do? The immortal demon hall replied, you have a pill furnace, don't you? I have a prescription. Refine the medicine into pills, then divide them into smaller doses to make the medicinal power milder. Alright. Yi Feng took a deep breath and stood up. He turned to Su Chanxian and Su Chini, saying, I need to refine a pill first. I'll be able to treat Muqing by tomorrow. Please take care of her a little longer. It's fine. Su Chini laughed. What's another day or two? Su Chanxian also nodded. As long as she can be cured, that's all that matters. Thank you. Yi Feng nodded, then turned to Sun Muqing. Wait for me. I'll be back tomorrow. Sun Muqing responded weakly. Yi Feng quickly left with Yao Yao. Finding a quiet and secluded place, he turned to Yao Yao and said, guard me. I need to refine pills. I understand, young master. Yao Yao nodded and disappeared into the shadows. A faint demonic aura spread around them, making it impossible for any birds, beasts, or enemies to approach unnoticed. After confirming that the area was secure, Yi Feng said to the immortal demon hall, give me the prescription. Right away. A silver light flashed from the immortal demon hall. When Yi Feng regained focus, a silver scroll had already appeared in his mind. He read the inscription aloud. Grand Heaven Profound Pill. The immortal demon hall explained, the Grand Heaven Profound Pill is one of the easiest pills you can refine at your current level, but even for you, it's extremely valuable. There are over 100 different methods to refine it. The required ingredients can be substituted in many ways, and the process isn't too difficult. It's a good prescription. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said, alright, I'll refine the Grand Heaven Profound Pill. With that, Yi Feng unrolled the silver scroll. The knowledge within instantly fused into his mind, as if he had memorized it long ago. He instinctively knew every step of the process. Jeji Blossom Essence will be the main ingredient, but I still need some supplementary herbs. Yi Feng was relieved. Luckily, I took storage rings from those ancient martial families I killed. They contained plenty of spiritual medicines perfect for this. Thinking this, Yi Feng retrieved his pill furnace. A small, exquisite cauldron with a jade-like surface appeared before him. This furnace isn't bad. I can use it for a while. Without hesitation, Yi Feng channeled his inner energy, igniting a flame inside the pill furnace. Then, he swiftly took out all the necessary herbs, laying them before him for easy access. Finally, he retrieved the 1,000-year-old Jeji Blossom Essence from the Wanling auction house. Looking at the crystal-like Jeji Blossom Essence, which exuded an intense medicinal aura, Yi Feng took a deep breath and murmured, it's time to begin. As his voice fell, Yi Feng lifted the lid of the pill furnace, then reached out and grabbed 3 different rare herbs, tossing them inside. The flames of inner energy rapidly burned them down, transforming them into a liquid state within moments. Taking advantage of the timing, Yi Feng quickly tossed in several more ingredients. If a pill master saw this, they would probably scream that he was wasting precious materials. But if they observed closely, they would realize something shocking. Although Yi Feng's technique appeared crude, he was able to extract and maximize the medicinal power of each herb without wasting even a fraction. Even the immortal demon hall let out a gasp of amazement, murmuring to itself, his pill refining technique is far from ordinary. While Yi Feng was refining the pill, some events were quietly unfolding. In the northernmost part of the Dragon Nation, there was a city called Tianqing. At this moment, Black Demon was freely wandering through Tianqing City, not the least bit afraid of revealing his identity as a disciple of the demonic sect. It wasn't just because he was highly skilled, but because Tianqing City, although appearing as an ordinary city on the surface, had long been infiltrated by the demonic sect, with its top figures completely under their control. There were even rumors that Tianqing City was built by the demonic sect's disciples themselves. Not far north of the city lay the demonic sect's headquarters, the Heaven's End Deadland. As Black Demon walked the streets, he noticed faint traces of demonic energy in the air. He sneered, these people hadn't even set foot inside the demonic sect, yet they were cultivating low-level demonic techniques and showing off here. To enter the demonic sect, one needed to be at least at the Kaiyuan realm. Even he, a chi motion realm expert who was considered powerful in the outside world, was only an outer disciple of the demonic sect. Every elder of the demonic sect was at the Union realm. Their strength far surpassed that of the ancient martial families. Experts at that level could no longer be measured by common standards. At this moment, inside the demonic sect, in an ancient, grand, yet eerily cold hall, numerous weathered statues stood in place. These statues were so lifelike they almost seemed alive, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed through the hall. The 3-foot immortal platform will open soon. Those who wish to participate may go at their own will. Understood. Countless statues responded, then fell silent once more. Beyond this ancient hall, countless black mountains stretched endlessly into the distance. Each peak bore unique structures, with numerous disciples cultivating within. The dense demonic energy shrouded the sky, blocking out the sunlight entirely. This land had never seen daylight. Sigh, I still don't know where those 3 demonic sect envoys are. Black Demon wandered the streets aimlessly. Lately, he had been traveling non-stop, either cultivating or on the road. At last, he had arrived at Tianqing City. Since the demonic sect envoys had just descended from the mountain, this was the best place to encounter them. But he wasn't looking to join them. He was looking for clues about Jifeng. He had long realized that Jifeng was generous with those who helped him. If he could provide Jifeng with valuable information, he would surely be rewarded. That was far better than risking his life for the demonic sect. Thinking of this, Black Demon couldn't help but grin. Just wait. One day, I'll shock you all. Just as Black Demon was lost in thought, suddenly, a massive wave of demonic energy surged in the distance, spreading like a sea of dark clouds. In an instant, it engulfed the entire sky. What's happening? Black Demon's heart trembled with fear. This overwhelming demonic energy was far beyond what a Chi Motion Realm expert could unleash. At the very least, it belonged to a Union Realm powerhouse. No, this is multiple Union Realm experts. Black Demon was shocked. Where are they going? At this moment, beyond the heavens, in a mysterious world that had existed since ancient times, inside the Qingshu sect, at Yunhe Mountain, a white-browed old man floated in midair. Ah! A dark-skinned youth was climbing up the mountain. Completely exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Finally, he gasped, Master, I've completed the task. You can give me the Xian Jade Dao treasure record now, right? Of course. The white-browed elder smiled. You've done well this time, and your cultivation has advanced. You're now qualified to inherit the Xian Jade Dao treasure record. As he spoke, the elder flicked his finger. A mysterious Dao record, covered in intricate patterns and swirling mystical energy, materialized before the youth. The youth's eyes lit up. He immediately sprang to his feet and eagerly grabbed the treasure record. Feeling the powerful aura within it, he couldn't help but grin excitedly. This is a real treasure. Master, aren't you reluctant to give it away? The white-browed elder sighed. A treasure is meant to be used, not hoarded. Keeping it with me is no different from letting it rot. Besides, you have a more important mission ahead. Oh, what is it? The youth asked curiously. The white-browed elder gazed toward the distant sky, his expression deep and contemplative. The 3-foot immortal platform is about to open. The youth shook his head. There's still over 20 days left. It can't be that soon. No. The white-browed elder looked at him and said, it's opening much sooner than expected. And the reason is because someone, long ago, forcibly split open the 3-foot immortal gate with a single sword. At this moment, it seemed as though the demonic sect's movements were triggering a chain reaction. Countless hidden powers across the world began secretly making their moves, as if a storm was brewing, ready to engulf everything. Yet Yi Feng remained completely unaware. He was still focused on refining the Grand Heaven Profound Pill. Master, hold on. It's almost done. The immortal demon Hall encouraged him. Yi Feng was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he poured his remaining inner energy into the pill furnace. Inside the furnace, a radiant, pearl-like pill was rapidly taking shape. Its immense medicinal power filled the air, so potent that simply smelling it could clear the mind and revitalize the body. Just a little more. Yi Feng couldn't afford to lose focus. He swiftly performed a complex series of techniques, forcing the pill to take its final form. At the very last moment, when his inner energy was nearly depleted. Buzz! 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 The pill furnace shook violently. Then, a beam of divine light erupted from within, rising into the air. The immortal demon Hall marveled at the sight. Master, among all the people I've met, you are the youngest to have ever refined the Grand Heaven Profound Pill so perfectly. Yi Feng took a deep breath. inhaling the pill's potent medicinal aura. Amazingly, his energy partially recovered. Barely managing to stand, he said. Save the compliments for later. There's one last step left. With that, Yifeng reached out, and the Grand Heaven Profound pill flew into his palm. With a swift motion, he split the pill into about 30 smaller portions, dispersing the medicinal power evenly. This would allow Sun Muqing to absorb it without any risk. One pill alone is enough to completely cure the poison in Muqing's body. Yifeng smiled. He had spent an entire day and night refining this pill. No wonder his inner energy was completely drained. After storing away the 30 Grand Heaven Profound pills, Yifeng and Yao Yao found a random hotel to stay in for the night. He planned to treat Sun Muqing the next day. Just as his mind wandered, the immortal demon hall suddenly spoke. Master, don't you want the 5-yin profound body to cultivate martial arts as well? It was referring to Sun Muqing. Yifeng was stunned for a moment before replying telepathically, I don't want her to step into this world of killing and struggle. She is too pure. The immortal demon hall responded without hesitation. She possesses the 5-yin profound body, a powerful and unique constitution. She is meant to step onto the path of martial arts and cultivate supreme techniques. If you keep her as a mere mortal, you may actually be destroying her future. Yifeng was intrigued. What do you mean by that? The immortal demon hall explained, the 5-yin profound body is extremely rare. It contains 5 streams of Tai-yin energy. If this divine constitution is discovered by the wrong people, she will be used as a human cauldron to refine pills. Just like before, when she was kidnapped for alchemy, her very existence attracts danger. She will never be able to avoid the world of martial arts, this is inevitable. My advice is to teach her martial arts, at the very least, so she can defend herself and not be easily captured by any passing martial artist. After all, a mortal's strength is simply too weak. Hearing this, Yifeng fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally said, Do you have a suitable cultivation technique for Muqing? The immortal demon hall laughed. Master, you underestimate me. Not only do I have techniques for a mere 5-yin profound body, but I also have skills, weapons, and treasures for even more powerful bloodlines. In my collection, even Emperor tier artifacts are nothing but basic level weapons. Yifeng sighed helplessly. You talk big, but have you ever given me one of those so-called Emperor tier artifacts? Whatever. Tomorrow, I'll give Muqing the cultivation technique and let her decide for herself. The immortal demon hall agreed. That is a reasonable approach. The next morning, before Yifeng could wake up, he was stirred by a faint noise. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to see Yao Yao kneeling before him, holding a set of clean clothes. What are you doing? Yifeng sat up, looking surprised. Yao Yao's face flushed red as she said sweetly, As your personal maid, I am responsible for your daily care, including dressing you. Yifeng's expression darkened. What kind of nonsense was this? Anyone who saw this would think they were living in ancient times, with a noble master and a servant girl. Feeling uncomfortable, Yifeng waved his hand and sighed, There's no need for such formalities in the future. I don't like this kind of thing. Hearing this, Yao Yao's face instantly filled with disappointment. Her eyes welled up with tears. But, young master, I used to serve the saintess the same way. Seeing Yao Yao's conflicted expression, Yifeng exhaled deeply. This whole situation felt like a role-playing game. To comfort her, he said, Alright, how about this? You can still take care of my daily life, but things that are too personal, I'll handle myself. For example, changing clothes, you just need to bring me clean clothes, and that's enough. It'll make things simpler for both of us. Seeing that Yifeng had compromised, Yao Yao's expression brightened instantly. Even though she couldn't help him change clothes, at least she could still serve him in some way. Otherwise, she would feel completely useless as a maid. Thank you, young master. Yao Yao carefully placed the clothes beside the bed and prepared to leave. Just as she turned to go, Yifeng suddenly called her back. Yao Yao, come here. Yao Yao was startled but quickly turned around, kneeling beside him again. Young master, what are your orders? Without hesitation, Yifeng took out 5 Grand Heaven Profound pills from the Immortal Demon Hall storage space and handed them to Yao Yao. Take these pills. No. 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 Yao Yao panicked and backed away, shaking her head. These are the precious pills you spent so much effort refining. They are meant to save Miss Sun. How could a mere maid like me accept such a valuable treasure? She had witnessed the entire pill refining process the day before. Even though she was from the demonic sect, she had never seen such a miraculous pill. Just inhaling a trace of its medicinal aura had already stimulated her body's meridians, making her feel more energized. She didn't even have to think, these pills were undoubtedly high-grade elixirs. And Yifeng was giving them to her? Wouldn't that be a complete waste? How could she possibly be worthy of such a treasure? But Yi Feng simply smiled. Just take them. Right now, your cultivation is at Kaiyuan Realm level 6, but you were once at Kaiyuan Realm level 9. With these 5 pills, you can easily reach the peak of the Kaiyuan Realm. Besides, you still have a breakthrough pill, don't you? Once you reach the peak, you can use it to break into the Qi Motion Realm. With greater strength, you'll be able to do more for me. Am I right? Yao Yao was stunned. Then, after thinking it over carefully, he was right. Her current cultivation was far too weak to be of any real help to Yi Feng. Even among Kaiyuan Realm warriors, she could barely hold her ground. If she encountered a slightly stronger opponent, she wouldn't stand a chance, let alone against a Qi Motion Realm expert. But if she broke through, she could truly assist Yi Feng. At that moment, Yao Yao's gaze burned with determination. These weren't just pills. They were her path to transformation. Seeing her resolve, Yi Feng didn't hesitate. He placed the Grand Heaven Profound pills inside a storage ring and tossed it to her. Take this storage ring too. I don't need it. Yao Yao caught it firmly, then took a deep breath. She bowed deeply, knocking her forehead against the ground 3 times. Thank you, young master, for this great kindness. I will train diligently. For Yao Yao, this was a fateful opportunity. Although Yi Feng had healed her hidden injuries, she had still struggled to break through. At her normal pace, it would have taken over 10 years to reach the Qi Motion Realm. For a demonic sect disciple, time didn't matter much. But for someone serving Yi Feng, it was a different story. With his talent, in 10 years, Yi Feng's cultivation would be unimaginably powerful. By then, even a Qi Motion Realm warrior would be insignificant to him. Who would care about a mere Qi Motion Realm maid? But now, Yao Yao was certain. As long as she followed Yi Feng, her future would be limitless. You come with me to see Muqing first, and you can cultivate later, Yi Feng said to Yao Yao. Yao Yao nodded, carefully storing away the storage ring before stepping outside to wait. Yi Feng took a bath, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and instantly felt refreshed. Then, he strode out of the room and headed to Muqing's place with Yao Yao. Su Qining and Su Chanxian looked at Yi Feng with hopeful eyes as he took out a pill and gently fed it to Sun Muqing. The moment she swallowed it, the effects were immediate. The hidden toxins within her fair skin were drawn out by the pill's powerful medicinal energy. In just a short moment, Sun Muqing's entire body turned into a horrifying shade of black, as if covered by crawling worms, writhing and breathing, looking utterly grotesque. This. Su Chanxian's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Yi Feng with panic. Yi Feng, are you sure this pill is working? Why do I feel like something isn't right? Yi Feng watched Muqing's condition closely. The painful expression on her face was heartbreaking. Holding her hand tightly, he spoke in a calm voice. This is normal. The toxins have been deeply buried in her meridians. To completely remove them, they must first be forced out by the medicinal energy. It won't take long. The toxins will soon be neutralized, but the process will be painful. Muqing, endure it. You have to hold on. Hearing this explanation, Su Qining immediately pulled Su Chanxian away and said, let's wait outside. Su Chanxian hesitated, glancing at Sun Muqing with concern. But knowing how painful this would be to watch, she reluctantly agreed. The two stepped out of the room. Now, only Yi Feng and Sun Muqing remained. Yi Feng wiped the sweat from Muqing's body with a towel and said, I'm going to use my inner energy to help dissolve the toxins. It will hurt, but you must endure. Don't worry, brother. Despite the black poison surging beneath her skin, Sun Muqing forced a weak smile. I can handle it. Good. Yi Feng took a deep breath, gathered his inner energy into his palm, and slowly infused it into Muqing's wrist. At that moment, Sun Muqing's eyes widened in shock. Pain was written all over her face, and the black poison within her began writhing violently, sensing danger. She gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. She didn't want to interrupt Yi Feng's progress. Yi Feng focused entirely, guiding his energy through her body. As it passed through each meridian, the toxins dissolved instantly. And under the influence of the Grand Heaven Profound pill, the toxins didn't just disappear, they were transformed into pure energy, continuously merging into Sun Muqing's body. Seeing this, Yi Feng was shocked. Muqing, this is an incredible opportunity for you. Endure it, okay. Sun Muqing forced out a response and endured the pain. During the process, amidst the agony, she suddenly felt a cooling sensation. Then, a strange pattern appeared in her mind, covered in intricate engravings, with 5 streams of yin energy floating around it, emitting a mysterious power. Sun Muqing was stunned. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing before this mysterious pattern, completely unable to control her body. What's happening? She thought. The pattern suddenly shifted, changing so rapidly that she couldn't keep up. Just as her head started spinning, the 5 streams of yin energy slowly floated toward her. They felt strangely familiar, as if they were a part of her. With just a thought, they obeyed her command, moving freely at will, pressing against her body. Before she could process what was happening, a sharp pain shot through her. The 5 streams of yin energy suddenly merged into her body at an incredible speed. At the same time, a loud, explosive sound echoed within her. The immortal demon Hall immediately warned Yifeng, her 5 yin profound body is awakening. Quickly, give her 10 grand heaven profound pills. She can't miss this chance for a breakthrough. Yifeng didn't hesitate for a second. He retrieved 10 more grand heaven profound pills, instantly melting them into energy, and infused them into Sun Muqing's body. Sun Muqing's body changed rapidly, and her aura became overwhelmingly powerful. The massive medicinal energy surged through her, completely neutralizing the remaining toxins, transforming them into pure energy that fueled her cultivation breakthrough. At this moment, the toxins became her greatest blessing. Boom, boom, boom. Like shattering glass, her cultivation skyrocketed. Body refinement realm, 1st level. Body refinement realm, 2nd level. Body refinement realm, 3rd level. Body refinement realm, 4th level. Body refinement realm, 7th level. Body refinement realm, 9th level. Body refinement realm, peak. But it didn't stop there. Kaiyuan realm, 1st level. Kaiyuan realm, 2nd level. Her advancement continued until she reached Kaiyuan realm, 6th level. Yifeng was drenched in sweat from the effort. Seeing Sun Muqing suddenly sitting cross-legged in meditation, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the toxins were completely gone, her body had been reborn, and her skin was as soft and flawless as jade, so beautiful that any woman would be jealous. Most importantly, an indescribable aura slowly radiated from her. It was ethereal and untouchable, as if she had stepped beyond mortal limits. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a cold, chilling energy spread throughout the entire room. The temperature plummeted. It felt like falling into an abyss of ice. Outside, Su Chanxian hugged herself, shivering. Looking up at the clear sky, she frowned. Why did it suddenly get so cold? The weather report didn't mention a temperature drop today. But Su Chenyi was staring at the house in shock. This aura, it's extraordinary. What's happening inside? Yao Yao furrowed her brows. This colding energy was far stronger than her own demonic energy. It even made her demonic energy feel fearful. Inside the room, Yifeng saw Muqing seated motionlessly, still in deep meditation. Confused, he asked the immortal demon hall, what's happening to her? The immortal demon hall was full of praise. This little girl's talent is terrifying. I've seen many 5 yin profound bodies before, but none have ever reached this level of potential. Right now, she has soared to new heights and entered a meditative state. Although her cultivation won't increase further, this process will allow her to fully absorb the power she suddenly gained, making it as natural as moving her own limbs. This is an incredible opportunity. The immortal demon hall spoke with a satisfied tone. Yi Feng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that yesterday's poison would turn into today's fortune. The immortal demon hall then asked, so, Master, do you still not want her to step onto the martial path? This girl's talent is no less than yours. Keeping her as a mere mortal would be a complete waste. And there's something else I forgot to mention. Taiyin Qi is the superior form of demonic energy. The superior form of demonic energy? Yi Feng was stunned. Are you saying that Taiyin Qi can easily suppress demonic energy? Not suppress, the immortal demon hall corrected, but command it. All demonic energy in the world is derived from Taiyin Qi. This girl was born to be the saintess of the demonic sect, or even its true master. The master of the demonic sect? Yi Feng was shocked beyond words. The immortal demon hall's words were becoming more outrageous. If the demonic sect ever found out about this, they would see her as a threat and eliminate her immediately. If their years of cultivating demonic energy could suddenly be controlled by a newly awakened Taiyin Qi user, how could they possibly fight back? Sensing that it had spoken too absolutely, the immortal demon hall cleared its throat and adjusted its words. Ahem, anyway, aren't you planning to go to the demonic sect? This girl could help you slaughter demonic sect enemies with ease. And you still don't want her to walk the martial path? Yi Feng calmed down and shook his head. I already said it's her choice. I won't interfere. How long will she remain in meditation? The immortal demon hall estimated. Breaking through to Kaiyuan realm is no big deal. Her body will easily absorb the power. At the shortest, 3 days. At the longest, 5 days. Yi Feng frowned. Does she need to eat? The immortal demon Hall explained, during this kind of meditative state, the body naturally consumes its inner energy for sustenance. No need to worry. But when she wakes up, she'll probably be very hungry. Alright, Yi Feng nodded. We'll wait here for a few days. I need time to train and break through as well. After taking one last look at Sun Mooching, Yi Feng stepped outside and gently shut the door. Outside the room, the moment Yi Feng stepped out, Su Qianyi and Su Qianqian rushed over anxiously. How is she? Su Qianqian asked. Mooching, is she okay? Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. She's fine. The poison is completely gone. I want to check on her. Su Qianqian immediately lifted her foot to push the door open. Yi Feng quickly pulled her back and said, Mooching has turned misfortune into fortune. She stepped onto the martial path and entered a deep meditation. If you disturb her now, you'll ruin her breakthrough. What? Su Qianqian covered her mouth in shock. Mooching is cultivating martial arts? Su Qianyi furrowed his brows. That cold energy I felt earlier, was it coming from her? That's right, Yi Feng nodded. Then, he explained everything the immortal demon Hall had told him. Both Su Qianyi and Su Qianqian were stunned beyond belief. Su Qianqian, having no martial training, didn't fully grasp how extraordinary this was. But Su Qianyi understood perfectly. He sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Comparing myself to you guys is just frustrating. First, there was you, Yi Feng, already an inhuman genius. And now, somehow, a mortal girl just skipped straight to the Kaiyuan realm? What kind of crazy world is this? I've spent years training so hard. But in the end, I'm still not as good as her. Yi Feng's advice. Yi Feng understood Su Qianyi's frustration, so he said, Your talent isn't bad either. You only just started ancient martial training. Before this, it was just basic practice. If you really think about it, you and Mooching are on the same path. Whether you surpass her or not, depends on your own effort. Su Qianyi clenched his fists, then suddenly laughed confidently. You're right, Yi Feng. I, Su Qianyi, won't lose to anyone. I'll be staying in the villa next door. I can help guard the area as well. He pointed to a nearby luxurious villa. For the past few weeks, Su Qianyi and Su Qianqian had been keeping Mooching here, to avoid spies and unwanted attention. Making preparations. Thanks for everything, Yi Feng said sincerely. This is nothing. Su Qianyi waved it off. Alright, no more talking. I'm off to train. With that, Su Qianyi gave a nod to Yi Feng and left. Su Qianqian looked around and sighed. I'll stay here until Mooching wakes up. I wouldn't feel at ease wandering around alone. Is there anywhere else I can stay? Yi Feng asked. Su Qianqian pointed down the street. This entire block belongs to the Su family. Pick any villa you like. Just don't go into the occupied ones. Got it. Yi Feng nodded. Still, he was worried about Mooching. To prevent disturbances, he asked the immortal demon hall for a low-level formation. One that would let him detect anything that entered. From the storage rings of the martial families he had killed, Yi Feng took out spirit stones. They could be used for cultivation, replenishing energy, formations, and pill refining. He had plenty of them. He set up the formation, using Mooching's villa as the center. Once he placed the last spirit stone into the ground, a faint energy field covered the entire area. Now, nothing could enter without him knowing. Final preparations. After that, Yi Feng found Yao Yao. You can start cultivating now, he told her. Also, keep an eye on the surroundings. Once everything was in place, Yi Feng chose a random villa and moved in. Sitting down, he began recovering his energy. Breakthrough begins. About half an hour later, Yi Feng sensed that his vast inner energy was pressing against the barrier of the next realm. He murmured to himself, After all this time, I finally get to focus on my breakthrough. With all the battles I've fought, my cultivation barrier is paper thin. It feels like I only need a small push to break through. Without hesitation, he took out a grand heaven profound pill, swallowed it, and began cultivating. Bang! Inside a room within the villa, a loud shattering sound erupted. Countless heaven and earth energies rapidly gathered, surging toward Yi Feng's body. A terrifying wave of force rippled outward, making the walls tremble violently. Very soon, Yi Feng's aura gradually calmed. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impurities, and murmured, I've broken through to Qi Motion Realm 2nd level, and I can already feel the threshold of 3rd level. At a normal pace, it would take about 2 weeks to break through. But now, I have the Grand Heaven Profound pills. He took out 13 remaining pills from the immortal demon space. Looking at the crystal clear medicinal pills, he couldn't help but smile. Originally, there were 30 pills. He gave 5 to Yao Yao, 11 to Sun Mooching, and used 1 for his earlier breakthrough. Now, with 13 left, he planned to keep only 3 and use the rest for cultivation. The ancient martial clans were plotting something in the shadows. He had to quickly improve his cultivation so he could wipe them out completely. Chi-Motion Realm 2nd level was still too weak to face separation in Reunion Realm Masters. Let's keep going. Yifeng swallowed 3 Grand Heaven Profound pills, then closed his eyes again, continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yao Yao's cultivation. Yao Yao was also immersed in cultivation. The 5 Grand Heaven Profound pills in her possession were enough to push her to Kaiyuan Realm Peak. She sat cross-legged on a villa rooftop, eyes closed, her body radiating a faint demonic aura. The saintess once said, "If you want to control your body, you must first control your demonic energy. Rushing a breakthrough recklessly will only let your inner demons take over, and you'll completely fall into the demonic sect." The reason why Yao Yao, despite following Shi Yao for years, had such a low cultivation, was because she had always followed Shi Yao's guidance. She didn't want to fall into the demonic sect completely, so she progressed step by step, mastering her demonic energy at each stage before moving forward. Only by fully controlling her demonic energy before breaking through could she wield it freely without losing herself. But after sensing Sun Mooching's Tai-In Chi, she realized her own demonic energy was afraid of that force. It was an innate fear, like a mouse encountering a python. Yao Yao didn't know why, but she understood one thing. A truly gifted individual was about to appear beside Yifeng. She had to speed up. She had to harden her demonic energy while breaking through her cultivation barrier. It was extremely difficult for her. But for Yifeng, she was willing to work harder. A sudden disturbance. As everyone was focused on cultivation, Yifeng received a message. It was from the Azura war god. Confused, he glanced at it. It was a request for Yifeng to save someone. Before he could read further, a car horn suddenly blared outside. Yifeng snapped open his eyes. And in an instant, he appeared outside. Seeing the black luxury car, he rushed forward, slammed his palm on the hood, and growled, "Keep it down." Inside the car, the man and woman inside were startled. Seeing Yifeng, they immediately stepped out, holding up a photo, carefully comparing it to him. "Are you Mr. Yifeng?" Yifeng frowned. "You know me?" The woman stepped forward and explained. "We were sent by the Azura war god." "You better explain clearly." Yifeng's brows furrowed. The man quickly stopped the woman and handed over the photo, speaking urgently. "Mr. Yifeng, my name is Zhang Heng. I am the descendant of the Tianruo war god. Tianruo war god has suffered severe injuries and has long had hidden ailments. He is now in critical condition. No one in the entire Dragon Nation can save him. Even the best doctors in Huaxia are helpless. In desperation, we sought help from the Azura war god, but even he was powerless. So he gave us your contact information. You should have received his message by now, right?" Zhang Heng spoke cautiously. Yifeng checked his phone again. Sure enough, the Azura war god's message confirmed everything. Even his tone was humble. Clearly, he was asking a favor. "To have the Azura war god personally recommend me." Yifeng smirked. "It seems your connection to him isn't simple, is it? Is there some hidden truth behind this?" Zhang Heng forced a smile. "There's no secret. It's just that my grandfather, the Tianruo war god, once took a fatal blow for the Azura war god. If not for the medicinal pills sustaining him, he would have died long ago." Yifeng nodded in realization. "Ah, a life-saving debt. No wonder the Azura war god asked me for help. Mr. Yifeng, my name is Zhang Na. Would you be willing to come with us?" Zhang Na asked very respectfully. Since even the Azura war god had lowered himself, how could they dare to speak rudely? Yifeng appreciated their attitude. Since he had just broken through, he needed some time to stabilize his energy anyway. He might as well help Tianruo war god first, then continue cultivating later. After all, with his medical skills, he could heal someone in less than a day. Besides, since the Azura war god personally requested this, as the Dragon Soul Hall's master, he couldn't ignore it. Yifeng smiled. "All right, I'll give you 1 day. If I can't cure him, there's nothing more I can do." Seeing Yifeng agree, the two immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you. Once it's done, we will reward you handsomely." "But..." Yifeng suddenly grabbed Zhang Heng's wrist. Feeling his pulse, he said, "There's something you should know." Zhang Han looked at Yifeng in confusion. "You're poisoned." "What?" Zhang Na's eyes widened in shock. "We didn't even encounter any enemies on the way. How could we possibly be poisoned?" "That depends on your Zhang family's current situation." Yifeng released Zhang Heng's wrist and said, Looks like your grandfather's condition is worse than I expected. Tianhai City, Zhang family. North of Dragon City, 1,000 miles away, lies a city called Tianhai. The Zhang family's estate was there. Yi Feng and the siblings rushed over without delay. The moment he saw the Zhang family servants, Yi Feng immediately frowned. He turned to Zhang Hong and said, "Your entire family has been poisoned." "What?" Zhang Heng's heart trembled. "I need to tell my father immediately." He ran toward the main villa. Zhang Na, with a complex expression, turned to Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, I'll take you inside." "All right," Yi Feng said casually. Before they even reached the entrance of the villa, Zhang Hong came out, leading a middle-aged man with a large belly. At the same time, he introduced him to Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, this is my father, Zhang Wanshan." Zhang Wanshan hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his fists nervously, and said, "Mr. Yi, you finally arrived. But I heard you say that our Zhang family has been poisoned. Is this true?" "It is indeed true," Yi Feng pointed at Zhang Wanshan and said, "You are also poisoned, and your condition is even worse than theirs." Zhang Wanshan's expression immediately turned awkward. "But we don't feel any symptoms at all." "Press 3 inches below your chest and see for yourself," Yi Feng said indifferently. Zhang Wanshan immediately extended his finger and pressed the spot 3 inches below his chest. A sharp, piercing pain surged through him instantly. He couldn't hold back a cry of pain, which alarmed everyone in the Zhang family. "Father!" Seeing this, Zhang Hong quickly supported Zhang Wanshan, his face filled with concern. Enduring the pain, Zhang Wanshan struggled to stand up and pleaded with Yi Feng, "Mr. Yi, what kind of poison have we been afflicted with? How could it be so vicious, causing such excruciating pain?" Yi Feng glanced around the Zhang family's surroundings and noticed a large number of medicinal herbs being cultivated. He then asked, "Is your Zhang family a family of medical practitioners?" Zhang Wanshan was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. In fact, our Zhang family has produced many renowned medical experts in the past. A poison that even you failed to notice must be quite formidable." However, Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No, this poison is not particularly strong. Although it can erupt suddenly and kill you all, the antidote is actually very simple, it's just difficult to detect. Mr. Yi, please help us and save my Zhang family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanshan immediately knelt down and pleaded with Yi Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Hong and Zhang Na also knelt down. "It's simple," Yi Feng waved his hand with a smile and then said to Zhang Wanshan, "All right, I'll prepare an antidote soup now. Go get me a large pot, as well as some centipedes, rats. And finally, get some yuan grass, and that will be enough." "Why does this antidote soup require so many pests?" Zhang Wanshan, being somewhat of a doctor himself, had never heard of such ingredients for an antidote. "Antidotes are antidotes. Who uses pests to detoxify poison?" Yi Feng urged, "Just go quickly. I'll explain it to you later. Otherwise, everyone in your Zhang family will die from poison-induced heart failure." Although Zhang Wanshan was doubtful, he still agreed. After all, Yi Feng was their only hope at the moment. Actually, Yi Feng could also use silver needles to detoxify the poison. However, since the Zhang family had so many people, it would be too troublesome to treat them one by one. The antidote soup was a much more efficient method. Not long after, several servants set up an iron pot, and Zhang Wanshan personally started the fire, gathering a good number of pests and yuan grass. Since the Zhang family specialized in medicine, they naturally kept these creatures for testing, which saved them some trouble. "Mr. Yi, what do we do next?" Zhang Wanshan asked. Yi Feng sat down in a chair, leisurely sipping his tea, then instructed, "Throw all the pests into the pot and boil them. After 10 minutes, add the yuan grass. 5 minutes later, the antidote soup will be ready for use." Zhang Wanshan's face darkened. "Mr. Yi, are you joking with me? Can this really detoxify poison? Don't believe me?" Yi Feng replied calmly. "The poison in your bodies is colorless, tasteless, and dissolves in water. However, there is one very distinct characteristic that can reveal what kind of poison it is. Your Zhang family is a medical family, yet none of you noticed that you were poisoned. Clearly, this poison is highly targeted and integrates quickly into the body. When inactive, it causes no symptoms, but once activated, it leads to immediate death from toxic shock. Any ordinary medication that enters the body will inevitably trigger the poison, causing sudden death. That's why the antidote soup I am preparing uses the toxins from these pests, combined with the yuan grass that protects the heart meridian. The weaker toxins will force the stronger poison out of your bodies. The poisons will neutralize each other, and the remaining traces will be naturally expelled by the body. Do you understand now?" Zhang Wanshan was deeply shocked. As a doctor himself, he had never heard of such a detoxification method. However, as Yifeng explained, it did indeed seem feasible. Someone capable of coming up with such a method was undoubtedly a medical genius. Zhang Wanshan looked at Yifeng with newfound admiration. That such a brilliant individual was merely a young man made him feel somewhat ashamed. Zhang Heng and Zhang Na, standing to the side, were even more shaken. As the leaders of their generation in the Zhang family, they realized that in front of Yifeng, they weren't even on the level of beginners. Just the fact that Yifeng could diagnose the poison so quickly was already beyond their comprehension. Thinking about this, Zhang Heng's heart burned with determination, igniting his fighting spirit. 15 minutes later, the iron pot was bubbling with a thick, black broth. It looked nauseating and smelled so foul that it was almost unbearable. However, if one sniffed carefully, there was a faint hint of fragrance mixed in. The scent quickly spread throughout the Zhang family estate, drawing many people to gather around and watch Zhang Wanshan's preparation. Yifeng walked over to the iron pot, his expression calm, and said, "It's ready. Have the Zhang family members drink it. Each person must drink half a bowl, no exceptions." Zhang Wanshan immediately summoned everyone in the Zhang family and explained the poisoning situation. Finally, he pointed to the iron pot. "Is what the family head said true?" A Zhang family elder stepped forward, frowning as he asked. Zhang Wanshan nodded. "It is absolutely true. I just tested it myself according to Mr. Ye's instructions. The iron pot in front of us contains the antidote soup. Each person must drink half a bowl to detoxify. Otherwise, your fate is your own responsibility." With that, Zhang Wanshan took the lead, scooping up half a bowl of the antidote soup and drinking it in one gulp. This immediately caused an uproar. He actually drank it. Forcing himself to swallow the foul-smelling antidote soup, Zhang Wanshan's face involuntarily twisted. Soon, he felt something being squeezed out of his body, surging against the flow of his blood, and quickly rising to his throat. Ugh! Zhang Wanshan suddenly opened his mouth and vomited, spewing out a thick, black, blood-stained liquid. The stench was several times worse than the antidote soup itself. Yifeng explained, "This poison is originally colorless and tasteless, but since you were deeply poisoned, the activated toxins mixed with your blood and coagulated. The process of expelling the poison manifests as this black blood. Once you've vomited it out, you're fine." Zhang Wanshan looked at the black blood. Although he felt much better, his expression became even more serious as he said, "It seems someone is deliberately trying to harm my Zhang family. Do they really think we are so easy to bully? They better pray I don't find out who's behind this." After saying that, Zhang Wanshan turned to all the Zhang family members and ordered, "All of you, drink the detoxification soup. Your lives are your own, so think carefully." Many of the Zhang family servants looked disgusted and found Zhang Wanshan's order a bit strange. However, since their master had already drunk the soup, they had no choice. Immediately, a large number of people stepped forward and drank the detoxification soup. Before long, they felt sharp pain inside their bodies and eventually vomited a mouthful of black blood. Seeing this, Yifeng walked over to Zhang Heng, who had just finished detoxifying, and said, "The poison in your bodies has been taken care of. Now, hurry up and take me to the Tianrui war god. I have other matters to attend to." He had no interest in finding out who had poisoned them. His only goal was to fulfill the Azura war god's request and return to his cultivation. Zhang Heng looked at Yifeng with immense gratitude and admiration before hurriedly saying, "Mr. Yi, please come this way." Following Zhang Heng, Yifeng arrived at the back of the villa and suddenly noticed that the area was filled with numerous rare medicinal herbs. Even the pathways were lined with them. Some were exceptionally rare, and there was even a 100-year-old medicine king. This surprised Yifeng a little. He hadn't expected the Zhang family to be so remarkable. They walked into a serene and elegant courtyard. Lush greenery surrounded the area, and a small 2-story bamboo building caught Yifeng's attention. Zhang Heng explained, "Mr. Yi, this is where my grandfather currently resides." Yifeng curiously walked over and said, "Your grandfather certainly enjoys a peaceful life. I don't have much time, so let's go in and start the treatment." Hearing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that's not possible at the moment." Yifeng immediately turned to Zhang Heng and frowned. "What do you mean?" Sensing the shift in Yifeng's tone, Zhang Heng quickly waved his hands in panic and explained, "Mr. Yi, as you know, my grandfather is the Tianrui war god of the Dragon Nation, a man of great status. Many doctors have heard about his condition and have come to treat him. Right now, there are several doctors inside the bamboo house conducting an examination." "You mean I have to wait here?" Yifeng said impatiently. "I took time out of my schedule to treat him as a favor to your Zhang family. And now you're telling me I have to wait? What do you want me to do about this?" Zhang Heng trembled in fear and immediately bowed, saying humbly, Mr. Yi, let me go in and inform them right away. I'll be back in a moment. Go. Yifeng nodded, then casually sat on a wicker chair and closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Heng didn't dare waste time and quickly entered the bamboo house. Before long, a loud commotion erupted from inside. Yifeng, irritated by the noise, opened his eyes and saw three elderly men with white hair angrily walking out, waving their robes furiously. Zhang family brat, we came here out of respect for the war god, not to be kicked out just because of some nobody. Exactly. No matter how arrogant the Zhang family is, you can't treat us like this. I will never cooperate with your Zhang family again. And I demand to see this so-called nobody. Zhang Heng followed closely behind them, anxiously trying to explain, Sirs, that's not what I meant. I just what? One of the elders, dressed in a dark green robe, shouted angrily. Let me tell you, this is no small matter. As he spoke, the elder's gaze shifted, and he suddenly noticed Yifeng sitting leisurely in the chair. Sneering, he said, So, you must be this Mr. Yi that the Zhang brat mentioned? It's me. What about it? Yifeng glanced at the elder. Humph. The dark green-robed elder flicked his robe and snorted coldly, I am Wang Tianyi, and these two are the renowned Hua Nation medical experts Lu Shiyao and Luo Yudan. What kind of extraordinary skills do you possess that warrant us stepping aside for you? Yifeng lazily dug his ear and said casually, If you can heal him, go ahead. If you can't, step aside. What's so difficult about that? Lu Shiyao narrowed his eyes and stared at Yifeng. Are you saying that the three of us are inferior to you, a mere child? Hey! Yifeng quickly waved his hand. I never said that. But if you can't cure the Tianruwei war god, you can't expect to just sit around forever, right? I'm in a hurry. If this is a problem, I can just leave. Hearing this, Zhang Heng hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and pleaded, Mr. Yi, you promised me that you would treat my grandfather. Yifeng pointed at the three furious old men and said, I'd love to, but they're in the way. Zhang Heng was so anxious he wished he had two heads. Both sides were people of high status, he couldn't afford to offend either. He sighed helplessly and said, Mr. Yi, please calm down. The three elders didn't mean any harm. At that moment, Luo Yudan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Young man, if you truly have the skills, then treat the Tianruwei war god right in front of us. If you succeed, none of us will say another word, and we will acknowledge that your medical skills surpass ours. However, if you fail, you must apologize for your arrogance. That's a pretty one-sided bet, Yifeng chuckled. If I lose, I have to apologize. But if you lose, all you do is admit something? There's nothing in it for me. You want compensation? Wang Tianyi stepped forward and, with a flip of his hand, revealed a 100-year-old medicinal herb. A strong medicinal fragrance spread through the air. I will bet this 100-year-old medicinal herb that you won't be able to cure the Tianruwei war god. Do you dare? Yifeng's eyes lit up at the sight of the 100-year-old herb. Lately, he had been in great need of such resources. If he could gather enough of them, he could refine a batch of grand mysterious pills. Since he was already planning to treat the Tianruwei war god, this bet was simply an added bonus. A free gift, how could he refuse? Yifeng turned his gaze to Luo Yudan and Lu Shiyao. This elder has already placed his bet. What about you two? You sure have a big appetite, kid. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Lu Shiyao sneered. Fine, this should be entertaining. If you can truly cure him, I will also give you a 100-year-old medicinal herb. But if you fail, you must kneel and apologize. Lu Shiyao also took out a 100-year-old medicinal herb. Alright. Yifeng agreed in one breath. Then, feeling the medicinal energy of the 100-year spiritual herb in Lu Shiyao's hand, he nodded in satisfaction. Luo Yudan remained silent but flipped his hand, revealing another 100-year-old spiritual herb. The herbs in their hands were not just 100 years old, by estimation, they could be 5 or even 600 years old. Their medicinal potency was far superior to ordinary 100-year-old herbs. The bet is set. Wang Tianyi collected the 100-year-old herbs and looked at Zhang Heng. You will be the witness. Zhang Heng nodded vigorously, finally feeling a sense of relief. This dispute finally had a resolution. Let's go. Lu Shiyao said coldly, looking at Yifeng. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Let's find out. Yifeng replied casually and followed the group into the bamboo house. They climbed up to the second floor. The moment Yifeng entered, he saw the elderly man lying on the bed. A strong stench of decay filled the air, making him wrinkle his nose as he quickly stepped inside. Who's this young man? The Tianruwei war god barely opened one eye and glanced at Yifeng, speaking weakly. Zhang Heng hurried to his grandfather's side, bent down, and said, Grandfather, this is Mr. Yi, invited by the Azura war god. Yi? Upon hearing this surname, the Tianrui war god suddenly lifted his head to look at Yifeng. After a brief tremble, he managed to squeeze out a smile and murmured, I never thought I'd see a Yi family member again. You, from the Yi family, who is your mother? Yifeng instantly became alert, his expression serious. That's not something you should ask. Very well, very well. The Tianrui war god shook his head and smiled bitterly. This old man, won't pry into such matters anymore. You came today to heal me, didn't you? Yifeng found the old man's words odd, as if he knew a lot. However, the priority right now was saving his life after all, the bet was still on, and the three elders behind him were watching closely. He replied, yes, I came at the request of the Azura war god to heal you. No need. The Tianrui war god sighed. I know my own condition. There's no hope of saving me anymore. 30 years ago, I suffered a fatal injury. I only survived by relying on Dragon Nation's vast resources. Then, 5 years ago, I took a full-force strike from a demon sect elder. The new wound triggered the old one, my flesh is rotting, the decay has reached my bones and even my skull. It won't be long before I die. As he spoke these words, the Tianrui war god seemed unusually calm. Yifeng, however, shook his head with a smile. Since I'm here, your life and death are no longer up to you. Mr. Yi, if you're going to treat him, hurry up. Wang Tianyi said coldly. We're all waiting to see Mr. Ye's divine skills. Lu Shiyao added. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. What's the rush? Let me take a look first. Saying this, he stepped forward, sat on the bedside, and placed his hand on the Tianrui war god's wrist to check his pulse. In an instant, Yifeng frowned, his pulse was that of a dead man. Luo Yudan spoke up, his flesh has rotted, his blood is gone, his bones and flesh are separated, his organs have liquefied, his energy is in disarray, and his meridians are severed. With a body in this state, even an immortal couldn't save him. Don't bother reminding him, Yudan. Lu Shiyao shook his head. Since this boy claims he can save him, let's just watch. I'd love to see how he plans to bring a dead man back to life. Yifeng ignored the three elders behind him and instead closed his eyes, releasing a gentle internal energy through the pulse, allowing it to flow into the Tianrui war god's body for a thorough examination. As soon as he took a deeper look, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was shocking. Countless dark ghostly faces clung tightly to the war god's organs, like tattoos on the skin. They radiated an eerie aura, and an unknown force constantly stirred within them. The internal condition of the Tianrui war god's body was a complete disaster. In simple terms, the fact that he was still alive was already a miracle. You don't need to check any further, Yi family boy, the Tianrui war god shook his head. I'm already a dead man. I'm only holding on by sheer willpower. The moment my last breath fades, I will fall. Yifeng slowly withdrew his hand, his brows furrowed tightly as he pondered various solutions. Then, he asked, Senior, may I examine your body? The Tianrui war god did not refuse. He simply loosened his robe, revealing his skeletal chest. Some parts of his flesh had already rotted away, emitting a foul stench. Even his bones had become soft, unable to support his chest. On the left side of his chest was a pitch-black palm print. Despite the passage of time, the terrifying power of that strike could still be felt. From another perspective, the fact that the Tianrui war god had managed to survive such an attack, even while already injured, was proof of his incredible strength. Yifeng nodded solemnly and said, I've assessed the situation. Can you save him? Zheng Han asked excitedly. Yifeng lowered his head, deep in thought, without answering. How could he possibly have a solution? Wang Tianyi shook his head. This is beyond saving, even an immortal couldn't help. Exactly. Lu Shiyao added. If not for his sheer willpower, the Tianrui war god would have died long ago. The Tianrui war god smiled at Yifeng and said, no need to think about it anymore. This is fate. I've already lived longer than I should have. At least my Zhang family has many descendants, I have no regrets. Grandfather. Zhang Heng's heart ached as he rushed forward, embracing the war god, completely ignoring the foul stench as he sobbed. My good grandson, you must lead the Zhang family to greatness. The Tianrui war god patted Zhang Heng's head kindly and spoke in a low voice. At this moment, Yifeng's mind was racing through countless medical techniques. However, every simulation ended in failure at the final step. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't just give the Tianrui war god a new body. His flesh was already dead. No amount of treatment could bring it back to life. Could it be that I've really lost this bet? Just as Yifeng sighed in frustration, believing that there was no way to save the Tianrui war god, a voice from the immortal demon hall suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, I have a way to heal him. The firm and confident voice of the immortal demon hall echoed. What? Yi Feng was shocked and responded telepathically, are you serious? The Tianrui war god's body is already dead. So what if the body is dead? The immortal demon hall scoffed disdainfully. The ancient supreme beings and emperors of old could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could survive through their divine souls. As long as the soul remains, one can never truly die. That's not the kind of power the Tianrui war god possesses. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. I'm asking how to save him now. The immortal demon hall replied without hesitation, Master, do you remember that strange stone I had you buy at the auction? Strange stone? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly recalled the peculiar stone mentioned by the immortal demon hall at the Wanling auction. He quickly nodded, I remember. What about it? The immortal demon hall explained, that stone is called the Six Life Stone. It can absorb all the negative elements from a person, including poison, injuries, formation effects, and various other harmful influences. There are even top-tier Six Life Stones capable of extracting bloodlines and constitutions, but those are extremely rare. The name Six Life Stone comes from its ability to grant a new life by replacing a body. It is incredibly rare, and each stone can only be used 6 times. Now do you understand? Yi Feng couldn't help but ask, then why didn't you have me use it to remove Mu Qing's poison? The immortal demon hall replied, that would have been a complete waste. The Six Life Stone is incomparably precious, even more valuable than an emperor weapon. A single great heaven profound pill could have solved that problem, so why waste the Six Life Stone? What the immortal demon hall said made some sense. Yi Feng hadn't realized that the seemingly insignificant stone he obtained was actually so valuable. Upon hearing that it was even more precious than an emperor weapon, he immediately became extra cautious, afraid of misusing it. This was a rare treasure. So, Master, the immortal demon hall continued, if you use the Six Life Stone, you can instantly heal this old man's injuries. However, it will consume one of its uses. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. The Six Life Stone is far too precious to be wasted on healing an old man whose lifespan is almost over. If it were me, I wouldn't waste it. At this point, the immortal demon hall reminded him, the Six Life Stone in your hand already has 3 of its 6 marks faded, meaning it has been used 3 times before. If you use it again, you'll only have 2 chances left. Those 2 chances are essentially 2 extra lives for you. Stop trying to persuade me. Yi Feng immediately shook his head. Since I promised the Azura war god, I will do everything in my power to heal the Tianrui war god. If I have a way to save him, there's no way I wouldn't use it. Besides, such a miraculous item exists to be used. Whether I use it on him or myself, what's the difference? As he spoke, Yi Feng had already taken out the Six Life Stone and asked the immortal demon hall, how do I use this? The immortal demon hall sighed and said, place it on the person's body and activate it with internal energy. Alright. Yi Feng looked at the Tianrui war god and placed the Six Life Stone on his chest. The Tianrui war god was utterly confused. Yi family boy, what are you doing? Yi Feng took a deep breath and replied, healing you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng instantly channeled his internal energy into the Six Life Stone. At that moment, a mysterious light burst forth from the Six Life Stone, sending out waves of radiance that spread in all directions. Everyone present felt their bodies and spirits being affected, as if time itself had slowed down. They could only watch as the glowing light enveloped the room. A pure and vibrant green light emanated from the Six Life Stone and rapidly seeped into the Tianrui war god's body. In the blink of an eye, it was like a withered tree gaining new life. Everyone watched as his body expanded at an astonishing speed, restoring his physique to its former strength. The decayed flesh quickly regenerated, his organs repaired themselves, and even the deep black palm print on his chest gradually faded until it disappeared completely. The 3 medical sages stared in utter disbelief. As masters of medicine, they understood just how miraculous this was. This was not something a human could do. This was a divine miracle. Grandfather! Zhang Heng cried out in shock, watching as the Tianrui war god's body rapidly recovered. The green light pierced through the windows, illuminating the entire Zhang family estate. The light even broke through space itself, soaring into the sky and exploding in a dazzling display. The once clear sky was suddenly covered in thick green radiance, and the strange energy spread through the entire area, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings. In a hidden cave deep in the mountains, a cold glint suddenly flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. An entire mountain peak was instantly reduced to dust. A black-robed elder stared at the green radiance covering the sky and gritted his teeth. After all these years, I've finally found you. The one who killed my disciple. I will have my revenge today. If I don't, I will never be at peace. With that, The black-robed elder shot into the sky, moving at a speed beyond the chi movement realm, rushing toward the source of the green light. Meanwhile, in the holy land of the Dragon Nation, the heavenly dragon void realm, Dan Sage Zhang Wenji sat before a dying white divine dragon. Suddenly, he turned to look at the distant sky, his gaze piercing through layers of obstruction to see the green radiance. He muttered in shock, "This power, could it be that?" Without hesitation, Zhang Wenji transmitted a divine message, ordering an immediate investigation. The massive white dragon let out heavy breaths. Its eyes were unfocused, its body twisted in pain. Zhang Wenji gently stroked its head and spoke softly, "Don't worry. Since I promised the nation's ruler, I will surely heal you. Look, the opportunity has just arrived." At that moment, countless powerful cultivators from hidden sects stood atop spiritual peaks, gazing at the green light in the distance. "It's finally happening." A middle-aged man in a crimson battle robe stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of heroic spirit. The 3-foot immortal platform is about to descend. Everyone is starting to make their move. Back at the Zhang family estate, Yi Feng panted heavily as he retrieved the 6-life stone. Looking down, he saw that cracks had appeared on its surface, and only 2 markings remained. This confirmed exactly what the immortal demon hall had said: the 6-life stone could only be used 2 more times. However, this was a reasonable outcome. Yi Feng looked up at the Tianrui war god, whose body suddenly radiated an immense, domineering aura. However, it was quickly compressed and restrained until it settled into a seemingly ordinary state. At this moment, the Tianrui war god's body was full and strong, his white hair had turned black again, and his entire being exuded a youthful vigor. His muscles, a testament to his arduous training in his youth, were now fully restored. Even his once wrinkled face had smoothed out, making him look significantly younger. It was almost as if he had reversed the aging process. Beyond that, his strength had returned to the early stage of the separation and reunion realm, shocking everyone present. Zhang Hong, who was closest, widened his eyes and dropped his jaw in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. He stood there like a statue. The 3 medical sages trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in shock, their faces filled with utter disbelief. What is happening? The Tianrui war god examined his body in amazement. How is it possible that? Even he himself was beyond shocked. Meanwhile, Yi Feng acted as if nothing had happened. He stood up, casually dusted off his clothes, and said, "Nothing much, just healed you." "This is called just healed?" The Tianrui war god's face twitched as he said, "I feel as if every single injury in my body has been erased, even the hidden ailments I've had for years. And I look younger. I feel like I have endless strength. Not only that, but my cultivation has returned to the 2nd stage of the separation and reunion realm." Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking lightly, I might have used a bit too much force just now. Getting younger is just a side effect, what's wrong with that?" At that moment, Wang Tianyi snapped out of his daze. His mouth trembled as if he wanted to say something, but instead, he silently placed a 100-year-old spiritual herb in front of Yi Feng and then ran off without looking back. He dashed away like a madman, faster than he had ever run in his entire life. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. Lu Shiryao, still trembling, sat up and couldn't help but shout, "Mr. Yi, you must be a reincarnated deity. To revive a decayed body, erase all hidden ailments, and restore a dying old man to such a state, you are the first person I have ever seen accomplish such a feat. I, Lu Shiryao, am in awe. Such divine abilities are far beyond what a mere mortal like me can comprehend." With that, Lu Shiryao knelt down, bowed 3 times to Yi Feng with such force that his forehead began to bleed. "Having witnessed this miracle, I have no regrets in this life. Mr. Yi, farewell." After finishing his words, Lu Shiryao placed a 100-year-old spiritual herb before Yi Feng, then quickly got up and left. He didn't dare stay any longer. The way he had previously disrespected Yi Feng made him want to slap himself. At that moment, Luo Yudan finally regained his composure. He stared at Yi Feng for a long time, then sighed and said, "Eye-opening." These 4 simple words were the highest praise he could offer. Bringing bones back to life, reviving the dead. Even in legends, immortals were no greater than this. After speaking, Luo Yudan placed a 100-year-old spiritual herb in front of Yi Feng and left without another word. Yi Feng watched as Luo Yudan's figure disappeared into the distance and chuckled, a talented man, but a bit too old. At that moment, the immortal demon hall suddenly spoke, "He's only 40 years old, his bone age confirms it. But because he has tasted countless herbs, including many poisons, his lifespan has been drastically shortened, which is why he looks aged." What? Yi Feng was taken aback. Luo Yudan was only 40? His respect for the man deepened. Daring to taste hundreds of herbs with a mortal body, this was an act of true pioneering. Many of the herbal medicine books Yifeng had studied were written by such individuals. Without them, modern medicine wouldn't exist. Only 40 years old. What a pity. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. That was the same age as Yao Yao, who was still a child, yet Luo Yudan was already nearing death. The immortal demon Hall suddenly commented, "He has great talent in medicine. If given the right opportunities, he could achieve greatness, though only in the medical field." Yifeng couldn't help him, his own medical skills were only slightly superior to the top medical sages of Hua Nation. At that moment, the Tianrui war god approached Yifeng and asked in confusion, "I have yet to ask, how exactly did you heal me?" Yifeng snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. "Just treat it as a secret. If anyone asks, don't say it was me who healed you." The Tianrui war god naturally understood the gravity of the situation. A power capable of giving him a new life had to be incredibly strong. If the truth got out, it would surely cause an uproar, bringing trouble to Yifeng. "I will remember this." The Tianrui war god nodded firmly before turning to Yifeng. By now, Zhang Heng had also regained his senses. He took a deep breath, knowing that some things were better left unknown. Stepping forward, he asked Yifeng, "How can we repay you, Mr. Yi?" Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need. I was just fulfilling the Azura war god's request. Now that it's done, my job is finished. By the way, if the Tianrui war god has such profound cultivation, why is the Azura war god ranked as the strongest among the Dragon Nation's 8 war gods?" The Tianrui war god chuckled and explained, "I was severely injured back then, which caused my cultivation to drop significantly. Later, I was struck by the demon sect elder's palm and almost fell below the chi movement realm. Now that I have regained my body, my cultivation has naturally returned to the separation and reunion realm." "I see." Yifeng nodded. "Now that the job is done, I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to leave. However, the Tianrui war god suddenly called out, "Wait, what is it?" Yifeng turned around. The Tianrui war god hesitated for a moment before retrieving a tattered manual from his storage ring and handing it to Yifeng. "This is a cultivation technique I found while exploring the depths of the East Sea. It is of a very high level, but I couldn't comprehend it. I'll give it to you for cultivation." Yifeng did not refuse. He took the manual and glanced at it, noticing 3 large characters on the cover, Xian Yuan Shield. The immortal demon Hall suddenly spoke. "I recognize this technique. It seems to be the signature defensive technique of an ancient powerhouse. It is specifically designed for protection, making it perfect for you. You should be able to master it easily." "This is some good stuff." Yifeng laughed as he accepted it, then clasped his hands toward the Tianrui war god. "My business here is done. This is where we part ways. Safe travels." The Tianrui war god and Zhang Heng returned the gesture in unison. After leaving the Zhang family estate, Yifeng took their private car, preparing to return to Sun Muqing. Sitting in the car, after about half an hour, they reached a mountain road. Looking at the scenery outside, Yifeng suddenly glanced at the nearby mountain peaks and murmured, "There sure are a lot of mountains around here." With nothing else to do, Yifeng took out the Xian Yuan shield and began cultivating it. Xian Yuan shield easy to start, but mastering it requires exceptional talent. Each time an enemy attacks, the shield absorbs and refines the impact, making it stronger. Reading the introduction, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, "This Xian Yuan shield sounds pretty insane. The more the enemy attacks, the stronger it gets. Doesn't that make it invincible?" Following the insights outlined in the technique, Yifeng began cultivating. Just as the introduction described, it took him only half an hour to grasp the fundamentals of the Xian Yuan shield. He then absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and guided it through specific meridians. In an instant, a translucent, cyan-colored shield appeared before him, resembling a barrier. Curious, Yifeng reached out to touch it and discovered that the Xian Yuan shield could withstand immense damage. It would even be difficult for him to break it with full force. As expected of an ancient powerhouse's signature technique, this is just the first layer, and it's already this strong. The Xian Yuan shield had a total of 10 layers. Yet, even the first layer was already this formidable, far exceeding Yifeng's expectations. No wonder the injured Tianrui war god had been able to withstand a full-force strike from the demon sect elder. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the sky. A terrifying and violent force suddenly struck the car Yifeng was in. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. Danger was approaching. The next moment, boom! An explosion erupted. The vehicle carrying Yifeng was instantly blown apart. Yifeng swiftly darted out of the wreckage, but the unlucky driver hadn't even had time to open the door before he was incinerated in the blast. A black-robed elder suddenly appeared and hurled a flurry of silver needles at Yifeng. Startled, Yifeng swiftly dodged and angrily frowned. Hey, who the hell are you? Why are you throwing needles at me out of nowhere? The black-robed elder's eyes were cold, his face filled with rage. You must be the one who just killed my son, Wang He. Wang He? Yifeng was stunned, then looked confused. Who's Wang He? Never heard of him. Still playing dumb? Wang Yuanbo roared in fury. That green light earlier was your doing, wasn't it? I've never seen anyone else unleash something like that. Daring to kill a disciple of the Nine-Star sect, there is only one outcome, death. With that, Wang Yuanbo stopped speaking and abruptly flicked his sleeve. Countless silver streaks of light shot forth viciously toward Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly summoned the Xianyuan shield to block the attack. Bang! 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 The silver needles struck the shield, unleashing a terrifying force. In response, the Xianyuan shield emitted energy to resist the attack. After a few seconds of deadlock, a cracking sound echoed. Fissures spread across the shield, concentrated around the embedded needles. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The immense energy of the Xianyuan shield burst forth, violently repelling the silver needles. However, the shield itself vibrated and was now covered in cracks, nearly shattered. Ha ha ha! Wang Yuanbo reached out, and the countless silver needles gathered around him once more. He sneered coldly at Yifeng. A mere third-rate defensive technique, and you dare use it against me? With my next strike, I will end you. Yifeng furrowed his brows. Are you insane, old man? I have no grudge against you, so why are you attacking me? If you keep this up, I won't hold back. I might just kill you. If you want to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. Wang Yuanbo erupted in rage, waving his hand and sending the silver needles flying toward Yifeng once again. As the streaks of silver light surged toward him, Yifeng urgently activated the Xianyuan shield for defense. Although the shield had been severely damaged, it had also grown stronger after the previous attack. Countless silver needles came crashing down. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds echoed all around. The next moment, the immensely powerful Xianyuan shield shattered completely. This guy is in the separation and reunion realm. Yifeng immediately realized, this is bad, and turned to flee. Out of nowhere, a powerhouse in the separation and reunion realm was hunting him down. Yifeng guessed this person was likely from an ancient martial family, and Wang Yi might have been one of their disciples whom Yifeng had previously killed. Seeing Yifeng show no intent to fight and instead turn to escape, Wang Yuanbo, driven by vengeance, unleashed his full power, furiously commanding his silver needles to pursue him. Yifeng's expression tensed as he twisted and maneuvered through the attacks with extreme precision. If not for his peak chi movement realm physique, his body would have already been riddled with holes. In his desperate flight, Yifeng randomly picked a direction and sprinted. Before long, he arrived at the edge of a cliff. Looking down, all he saw was a pitch-black abyss, its depths unknown. If I jump down, won't I just die on impact? Yifeng gritted his teeth. A separation and reunion realm expert was chasing him. If he got caught, even with full strength, he wouldn't survive a direct hit. At that moment, the immortal demon Hall spoke up. Master, I can kill him right now. Yifeng immediately shook his head. This is the middle of nowhere. If I end up unconscious for 3 days and get eaten by wolves, what then? Then just jump. There's a secret realm below. I can sense an unusual energy. There might be a great opportunity, the immortal demon Hall suggested. The moment Yifeng heard the words great opportunity, he glanced at the approaching Wang Yuanbo and made up his mind. Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. At the same time, a mysterious force pulled him downward. Wang Yuanbo arrived at the cliff's edge just as Yifeng disappeared into the darkness. Looking down, he let out a cold snort. You've entered the burial grounds. Even if I don't kill you, you're already dead. Rumble. The burial grounds trembled. An overwhelming sense of dread pierced through Wang Yuanbo's mind, sending chills down his spine. Sweat poured down his face as he hurriedly stepped back before finally flicking his sleeve and leaving. As for Yifeng, in his eyes, he was already a dead man. No one who entered the burial grounds had ever come out alive. Many had ventured in, lured by the promise of great opportunities, only to disappear without a trace, their corpses never even recovered. Ah! As the dust settled, Yifeng patted his clothes and stood up. Watching as the glow of the Xianyuan shield dissipated around him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so this shield actually protects its master on its own? And it regenerates quickly too, this is really great. Surveying his surroundings, all he could see was desolation, as if he had stepped into a wasteland of ruins. The landscape was barren and empty. Cold winds howled like sorrowful cries. Countless massive white bones protruded from the ground, revealing only a portion of their enormous frames. If these ancient beasts were still alive, they would at least have been at the level of great demons. Just as Yi Feng was curiously observing the area, a gust of fierce wind suddenly blew in from behind. The Xian Yuan shield immediately materialized, attempting to block the incoming attack. Boom! The gust slammed into the shield, creating a loud impact. However, it failed to breach the shield, it didn't even leave a scratch. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He turned his head and was met with the sight of a bizarre creature. Its face resembled a mutated human, with yellowish skin and a grotesque expression covered in fresh blood. A long tongue protruded from its mouth, licking its lips, while its bulging eyes spun in irregular motions. In its left hand, it wielded a blood-colored sickle, bearing its fangs at Yi Feng with a ferocious glare, its eyes filled with a murderous, bloodthirsty glow, completely consumed by madness, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. A monster at the first level of the Qi movement realm? Yi Feng didn't hesitate. In an instant, he burst forward, his speed surging as he took a single step to close the distance. With a massive palm strike, he smashed the creature's head. Its body was instantly obliterated into dust. However, instead of the expected scene of blood and gore, the monster dissolved into countless grains of yellow sand, scattering onto the ground. Yi Feng was stunned. He had never encountered such a strange being before. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. And not far away, a massive shadow was charging toward him. Dust and sand billowed into the air. Yi Feng immediately sensed danger. Looking around, he realized there was nowhere to hide. The only possible hiding spot was among the enormous skeletal remains. But that place looked even more dangerous. The swirling dust impaired Yi Feng's vision, forcing him to squint. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted in a different direction. However, the enormous shadow seemed fixated on Yi Feng. No matter how he changed directions, it relentlessly pursued him. What the hell is this? As the shadow drew closer, Yi Feng finally saw its form clearly. It was a gigantic sand crocodile. Judging by its aura, it was at least at the peak of the Qi movement realm. Before Yi Feng could react, suddenly, the ground beneath his feet became soft. In the next moment, his entire body sank into the earth and disappeared without a trace. The sand crocodile roared above, circling the area a few times as if trying to figure out where Yi Feng had gone. Meanwhile, Yi Feng felt something dragging his ankles, pulling him downward at high speed. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What kind of monster is it this time?" As he spoke, Yi Feng quickly gathered his energy, preparing to strike downward. Wait. A sudden, unfamiliar voice rang out urgently. "I'm here to help you." Yi Feng was startled. As he continued sinking, he suddenly realized he could still breathe. He could even speak. Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, boom! The sensation was like breaking through the earth. The darkness before his eyes suddenly vanished, revealing a lush, green forest and an open sky. For a moment, Yi Feng was completely stunned. He felt as if he had stepped into a paradise. Buzz! 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 As he neared the ground, Yi Feng stabilized himself with internal energy and landed gently. The stark contrast between this environment and the barren wasteland above was simply too drastic. The person who had pulled him down dusted off their clothes and smiled at him. So, quite the eye-opening experience, huh? Yi Feng focused his gaze and was surprised to find that the person was a woman. She looked incredibly young, with grayish-blue hair and striking, glowing eyes that radiated a faint light from deep within. Her delicate features carried a bright, charming smile, so captivating that it was hard to look away. "You are?" Yi Feng asked curiously. "A foreigner?" The woman didn't hold back and introduced herself directly. "What foreigner? I'm a war god of the Dragon Nation. My name is Lan Yuning, from the Lan family of Tiandu. You can also call me the Jade Condensation War God." "Jade Condensation War God?" Yi Feng looked skeptical. "How do you prove it?" Lan Yuning giggled. "Why should I have to prove myself? I am who I say I am, why would I lie? Besides, I just saved your life. Isn't this attitude a little ungrateful? Also, you haven't even thanked me yet." Yi Feng froze for a moment, then furrowed his brows, reflecting on his own behavior. Ever since visiting the Zheng family, his temper had indeed been much worse. Could it be that the demonic energy in his heart was affecting his mind? Thinking of this, Yi Feng quickly shook his head and took a deep breath, deciding to adjust his attitude. He then clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "Many thanks to the Jade Condensation War God for saving my life." In truth, Yi Feng could have easily escaped from the sand crocodile earlier. Even though it was at the peak of the Qi movement realm, his speed wasn't inferior. However, running wildly up there meant a high chance of encountering even greater dangers. Moreover, from the Azura War God's storage ring, Yifeng had obtained many rare and unusual treasures. Among them were 3 heavenly square scrolls. These scrolls were crafted by the legendary Lone Elder, 11 in total, and were rumored to be the keys to the Immortal Gate. No one had expected that the Azura War God was secretly collecting them. He had bought one at an auction, while the other 2 had already been in his possession. As long as Yifeng activated a heavenly square scroll, he could instantly teleport to any location within a 10-kilometer radius. And since he had 3 scrolls, that meant he could teleport 3 times in an instant, a crucial life-saving tool. However, Yifeng didn't dare to use it recklessly. If he teleported straight into the sand crocodile's mouth, wouldn't that be like delivering himself as a meal? Since Lan Yuning had indeed saved his life, it was best to keep a low profile for now. Seeing Yifeng sincerely thank her, Lan Yuning immediately smiled and said, "No need to thank me, it was just a small effort, no big deal. But tell me, why did you enter the burial grounds?" Burial grounds? Yifeng was startled. He then recalled what the Immortal Demon Hall had mentioned before he jumped. So this secret realm is called the burial grounds? Just from the name alone, it sounded extremely dangerous. Yifeng then explained, "I was being chased by a lunatic and had no choice but to jump down here." A lunatic? Lan Yuning studied Yifeng and then pondered, "From what I can tell, you're at the 2nd level of the Qi movement realm, so the person chasing you must be a Qi movement realm expert?" Thinking about this, Lan Yuning quickly waved her hands and said, "I'm only at the 3rd level of the Qi movement realm myself, and I just broke through recently. I can't help you. I can save you from these monsters, but against a human expert, I wouldn't stand a chance." Seeing her nervous reaction, Yifeng suddenly smiled and teased, "Actually, the one chasing me is at the separation and reunion realm." What? Lan Yuning cupped her face with both hands, her expression full of shock. She anxiously looked around and stammered, "Then I really can't help you. A separation and reunion realm expert could kill me with a single strike, I wouldn't even stand a chance." Saying this, Lan Yuning turned to leave. Yifeng quickly reassured her, "Relax, he didn't follow me. I saw him leave just as I jumped down." Really? Oh, that's a relief. Lan Yuning patted her ample chest and let out a deep sigh of relief. Yifeng looked at her with confusion. "You're a war god of the Dragon Nation, right? Why are you so afraid? The war gods I've met, while not the strongest, at least had some backbone." As he said this, Yifeng suddenly thought of the Azure Dragon war god. However, Lan Yuning placed her hands on her hips and said, "Listen here. Who says war gods have to be battle-hungry? I'm someone who fights when the country needs me, but when there's nothing to do, I enjoy my privileges. What's wrong with that?" Looking at how confident and powerful Lan Yuning appeared, Yifeng almost wanted to tell her that in his eyes, her strength was nothing. Even if she was at the 3rd level of the Qi movement realm, even if she were at the 5th level, Yifeng could take her down with a single slap. After all, his physical body was at the peak of the Qi movement realm, this wasn't just for show. But he decided against revealing his strength to Lan Yuning. Instead, he asked, "Then how did you end up here?" Lan Yuning's expression froze for a moment. She looked up at the sky, hesitated, and carefully muttered, "Well, you see." Yifeng looked at her suspiciously. In the end, Lan Yuning burst into laughter. "To be honest, I heard there were treasures in the burial grounds, so I just jumped in." Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled. "I thought it was something serious, so that's all? What are you laughing at?" Lan Yuning crossed her arms, turned her head away, and huffed. For warriors, searching for opportunities in dangerous places is completely normal. Yifeng exposed her lie with a smirk. "But I bet you didn't expect to get in, but not be able to get out." Lan Yuning's face turned red. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Forget that. Let's not talk about it. I'll take you to a great place." Oh? Yifeng had been meaning to explore this place for a while. He suspected that the burial grounds actually had multiple layers. The first layer was likely the one filled with ancient remains. This second layer appeared to be a dense, vibrant forest. Looking up at the large sun in the sky, if he hadn't experienced it firsthand, Yifeng would have thought he was dreaming. Following Lan Yuning, Yifeng walked into the forest while communicating with the Immortal Demon Hall through his thoughts. "Hey, can you explain what's going on here?" The Immortal Demon Hall responded, "Master, I can only sense that there are great opportunities in this place. That doesn't mean I know everything about it. You'll have to explore on your own." Yifeng was momentarily stunned. So the Immortal Demon Hall had no idea whether this place was dangerous or not, it just sensed the presence of an opportunity? Suddenly, he felt like he had been tricked. But that was fine. Right now, what Yifeng needed most was opportunities. He couldn't forget that his revenge was still unfinished. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible so that he could crush the ancient martial family. Lan Yuning led Yifeng through a well-trodden path, deeper into the forest. Along the way, all kinds of strange creatures stared at them with wide eyes, watching their every move. Yifeng suddenly sensed hostility. He turned his head and saw a two-headed, emerald-green monkey glaring at him. However, upon sensing the strong aura radiating from Yifeng, the monkey merely growled in anger before leaping away. Lan Yuning noticed this and explained, "The burial grounds are home to many creatures, there are all kinds of strange demon beasts here. But they aren't mindless. In fact, quite the opposite, if you're strong enough, you can move around freely here. But if you're weak, you'll end up as their next meal." Yifeng nodded. The law of the jungle, it was no different from the world of warriors. This place only has an above-ground and underground layer, right? Yifeng asked as he pushed some vines aside. Lan Yuning thought for a moment before answering, "The burial grounds are much larger than you think. From what I've explored alone, there are at least 10 layers. This place is structured like a tall building, every layer is a whole new world. The deeper you go, the stronger the creatures get, but at the same time, the greater the opportunities become." Yifeng was shocked. He never expected this seemingly simple cliff to be so vast, practically a tiered ecosystem. It was truly unbelievable. Lan Yuning continued, "Most people who enter this place never leave. Some die here, others get lost and can't find a way out, and then there are those who choose to stay, constantly seeking opportunities and growing stronger. I'm one of the third group," Lan Yuning said with a grin. "When I first arrived, I was only at the first level of the Qi movement realm. But after 2 years of struggling to survive, I actually broke through to the third level, and that's with me wasting the first year. If I stay here for 5 more years, I might even break through to the separation and reunion realm." Yifeng nodded in agreement. As expected, the more dangerous a place is, the greater the opportunities it holds. The Immortal Demon Hall was right after all. "But, why is it impossible to leave?" Yifeng asked curiously. "Can't you just go back the way I came in?" "Impossible." At the mention of this topic, Lan Yuning sighed. She stomped on a massive, tar-covered spherical rock beneath her feet, then pointed upward. "The burial grounds are a secret realm. When you fall in, the entrance opens for you. But if you try to leave by force, it won't work." "If brute force worked, I would have left long ago," Lan Yuning sighed. "I've been alone for 2 years, there's no one to talk to. Luckily, you showed up, so I can finally have a conversation. Otherwise, I might have forgotten how to speak." Yifeng chuckled. "So you've never met another living person here?" "I have." Lan Yuning's eyes flickered. "But most people in this place are either lunatics driven mad by their circumstances or old hermits who've chosen to remain hidden. Young people like us are extremely rare. And those who do show up love to challenge themselves, constantly diving deeper. Who knows if they're even still alive? That's why I don't bother interacting with them." "I see. But how did this place even come to be?" Yifeng looked at the drastically different landscape surrounding him and couldn't help but marvel. Lan Yuning recalled, "I once heard my master say that this entire burial grounds was carved out with a single sword strike." "What?" Yifeng was stunned. "This entire place was created by a single sword strike? What kind of terrifying power would that take? With Yifeng's current strength, forget about this vast burial grounds, even cutting a simple 10-meter pit into the ground would be a struggle. His swordsmanship wasn't at a high level, and his cultivation could only do so much." Lan Yuning waved her hand dismissively. "A legend is just a legend. Do you really believe it? Instead of thinking about that, why not focus on how we're going to get out of here?" Yifeng was momentarily dazed. It was true, dwelling on this wouldn't accomplish anything. He might as well just treat it as an interesting story and move on. Following Lan Yuning over a small mountain, they finally reached their destination. In a cleared-out space, a small, uniquely designed wooden cabin stood. Surrounding it were various handcrafted daily necessities, seemingly made by Lan Yuning herself. "This is my little home." Lan Yuning spread her arms, twirled around, and grinned at Yifeng. Looking at her proud expression, Yifeng sighed helplessly. "So, this is what you wanted to show me?" "Of course not." Lan Yuning smirked mysteriously. "I get that you're not interested in this stuff, but what I'm about to show you will blow your mind." Saying that, she quickly walked over to a large pile of leaves, carefully pulled back a cutout section in the middle, revealing a pitch-black hole beneath. Yifeng walked over curiously and peered down. The dark hole was deep, there was no telling where it led. "And this is..." Yifeng turned to Lan Yuning. "This is a tunnel I dug out using my earth evasion technique. It goes all the way down to the 7th layer. Impressive, right?" Lan Yuning explained. Yifeng glanced at her in admiration. "I doubt anyone else would have thought of doing this. Lan Yuning grabbed Yifeng's arm and smiled. Since it's so interesting, why don't we try it out? Without waiting for his response, she jumped in with Yifeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their bodies scraped against the tunnel walls, creating loud vibrations. A massive air current pushed upward, but it wasn't strong enough to resist their rapid descent. As Yifeng watched the scenery change beneath him, his eyes widened in shock. The dark soil around them suddenly vanished, revealing an immense, open world. The third layer. Countless demon beasts roared in unison. A turtle the size of a mountain crawled slowly, lava-spewing vents covering its back, releasing an endless flow of magma. The fourth layer. A vast ocean spread across the horizon, islands of all sizes floating on the surface. The sea was teeming with powerful demon beasts, their auras overwhelming. The fifth layer. The scenery changed drastically. Volcanoes erupted violently, spewing magma into the sky as if they were trying to destroy the entire world. Finally, they reached the seventh layer. Splash! Lan Yuning and Yifeng plunged into a deep lake, the water absorbing the impact of their fall. After sinking about 30 meters, they began to float back up. Underwater, Yifeng opened his eyes, feeling an intense coldness radiating through his body. He quickly swam upward. About a minute later, he broke through the surface, slicking his wet hair back as he carefully observed his surroundings. Lan Yuning also surfaced, but somehow, she wasn't wet at all. She leaped effortlessly onto the shore, landing gracefully on a large boulder. Resting her chin on her hands, she playfully said, "So, what do you think? The burial grounds are way more fun than you imagined, right? It's definitely interesting." Yifeng leaped out of the water and landed steadily on the shore. With his clothes soaked, he channeled internal energy, shaking off the excess water. While his clothes were still damp, it wasn't as uncomfortable anymore. This lake isn't ordinary. Looking at the calm water, Yifeng noticed that it was gathering spiritual energy from all directions, constantly channeling it into the depths. With such an accumulation of energy, this lake was overflowing with spiritual power, a perfect place for cultivation. No wonder Lan Yuning's cultivation had grown so quickly. Lan Yuning giggled. "I found this lake first. If you want to use it, we can cultivate together." Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Her innocent and carefree smile made him feel at ease, but at the same time, he was puzzled. How did someone like her become a war god? Up until now, every war god Yifeng had encountered was either ruthless or strategic, holding immense power, influence, and resources. But Lan Yuning completely broke that mold. She was more like the sweet girl next door. Among the 8 war gods of the Dragon Nation, she was definitely one of a kind. It had been a long time since Yifeng had met someone like her. Lan Yuning was different from Sun Muqing. One was pure and innocent, the other was clever and independent. If it were Yifeng, he would never share such a valuable cultivation resource so casually. Unless it was for a close friend, he wouldn't hand over such an opportunity to just anyone. After all, cultivation resources were extremely limited. If not for the pure, innocent smile on her face, Yifeng would have thought this was a trap. Perhaps a monstrous creature lay hidden in the lake, ready to devour him in an instant. Or maybe the water was poisoned. But he could genuinely sense Lan Yuning's sincerity. So he smiled at her and said, "I'll stay here for 3 days. I won't disturb you, but I'll also be searching for a way out during that time." "Of course." Lan Yuning nodded without hesitation. "It's not like I want to control you or anything, but if you do find a way out, could you let me know? For those of us trapped in the burial grounds, searching for an exit for so long without success, this is invaluable." She sighed, as if lost in thought. "If I could leave, there are things I need to take care of." Seeing the sorrow in her expression, Yifeng quietly stepped away, understanding her feelings. He then started exploring the 7th layer. This place was filled with lakes, but none seemed to have the spiritual energy absorption that Lan Yuning's lake did. "How do I leave this place?" Yifeng frowned, then asked the Immortal Demon Hall, "Since you led me in here, you must have a way out, right?" The Immortal Demon Hall chuckled. "Master, I knew you'd think of me at a moment like this. Cut the nonsense. If you have a solution, spit it out," Yifeng demanded. "Muqing is about to finish her seclusion. I need to get back within 3 days. Relax, Master," the Immortal Demon Hall said slowly. "Since this is a secret realm, there is definitely an exit. But my method is a bit brutal. It might destroy the realm. The method involves using a tool called the Breaking Formation Cone. It can forcefully pierce a gap in the realm's boundary, allowing you to escape. But doing so will cause the spiritual energy to leak, potentially damaging the secret realm and forcing everything inside to be expelled into the outside world." Yifeng pondered this. If he had a stable way in and out, this secret realm could serve as an ideal training ground. After all, places with such abundant opportunities were incredibly rare. However, Yifeng told the immortal demon hall, "Give me the breaking formation cone first. If I really can't find another way out, I'll use it as a last resort." The immortal demon hall hesitated. "Master, you're too weak to use it right now. The breaking formation cone requires at least a separation and reunion realm expert to wield." Yifeng's eyes widened. "Separation and reunion realm? Why don't you just tell me to wait until I become an immortal?" The immortal demon hall replied innocently, "Separation and reunion realm is just the baseline. However, since your physical body is at the peak of the chi movement realm, I estimate that if you break through to the 5th or 6th level, you might barely be able to use it, otherwise, it will backfire on you." Yifeng sighed in frustration and nodded. "Fine, I'll keep it as a backup plan. For now, I'll try to find another way out." After a moment of thought, Yifeng buried a spiritual stone 3 inches underground and infused it with his internal energy, linking it to himself. With this, if he returned to this area, he'd immediately sense the location of Lan Yuning's lake. This spiritual stone would act as a marker. Then, Yifeng scanned his surroundings and ran off in a chosen direction. After running for over 20 kilometers, he still saw no end in sight. The immortal demon hall reminded him, "Master, this secret realm is massive. Running around blindly will only exhaust you, you'll never reach the boundary this way." Yifeng stopped and said, "Then I'll dig downward. I refuse to believe there isn't a way out somewhere below." With that, Yifeng threw a punch downward. Boom! A deep pit several meters wide and deep instantly appeared. Looking at his fist, Yifeng murmured, "Digging down is easier than I expected." Then, he continued digging, feeling the spiritual energy seeping into his body, enhancing his strength. "Wait, digging makes me stronger?" Yifeng was shocked. He never expected such a ridiculous way to increase his cultivation. Excited, Yifeng dug even faster, his internal energy rapidly condensing, pushing him toward a breakthrough. Just digging dirt was boosting his cultivation. This place was truly a paradise. Of course, this was also due to the immortal demon hall constantly gathering the surrounding spiritual energy for him. Boom! With one final punch, the ground collapsed beneath him. Without hesitation, Yifeng jumped in and landed on a vast plain. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind swept across the landscape. Yifeng instantly sensed its power and instinctively summoned the Xianyuan shield. As the wind struck the shield, countless tiny white scratches appeared on its surface. Yifeng was shocked. Although the rest of his body could withstand this wind, if it hit his eyes or other weak points, he'd be blinded instantly. Realizing this, Yifeng held the Xianyuan shield in front of his face, using it to block the cutting winds. Then, he scanned his surroundings. His gaze locked onto a massive tree towering into the sky. The tree seemed to be woven from countless vines, its height hundreds of meters tall. At the very top, clusters of bright red fruits were hanging, shrouded in mist, partially concealing them. These fruits emitted a strange aura, making anyone who looked at them feel a strong urge to eat one. Meanwhile, below the tree, countless demon beasts were viciously battling for a single red fruit hanging at mid-level on the trunk. The scene was pure carnage. The immortal demon hall suddenly spoke up. "Master, those are cloud mist fruits. Consuming one grants a massive boost in spiritual energy. There's also a 1 in 100,000 chance of comprehending ancient techniques or knowledge, some absorbed from corpses, others naturally formed. But the most valuable trait is eating a cloud mist fruit gives a chance to obtain the power of mist." Yifeng chuckled. 1 in 100,000? Do you have any actual data to back that up? You really expect me to believe there are 100,000 of these fruits? The immortal demon hall explained, that 1 in 100,000 probability applies to ordinary people. The stronger your talent, the higher your chance of gaining something valuable. "And what about me?" Yifeng asked. After a quick estimate, the immortal demon hall responded, "For you 1 in 10.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.